Jiang Fan, are you home? In the urban village in front of a doorway, a woman in her early 40s stood knocking on the door. A young man with delicate yet handsome features marred only by a bit of stubble opened the door. This was Jiang Fan. "Aunt Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Fan looked at the woman in confusion. This woman was his maternal Aunt Zhang Huiyuan. "You still need to ask why I'm here? Have you forgotten what day it is?" Hearing this, Zhang Huiyuan rolled her eyes at him. "What day it is? Oh right, it's the day you arranged that blind date." Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered. "So you do know? Your other aunt has already been waiting for you at the village entrance for half an hour. When you still hadn't shown up, I was afraid you'd forgotten, so I came to fetch you. I didn't expect you really had forgotten. You of all people, how can you be so careless about such an important matter in your life? You're not that young anymore. You're already 22. I remember in our village those lads in their early 20s will have kids old enough to run errands in a few years. But you at your age still don't even have a girlfriend. Son. All right, Aunt Zhang, I know I was wrong. Give me a moment. I'll wash up and we'll head out right away." Seeing her about to start another round of nagging, Jiang Fan hurriedly cut in and apologized. "Fine, go on then. And remember to shave that stubble. Tell me, how can such a handsome young man not care about his appearance?" Hearing her start up again, Jiang Fan quickly strode back into the room. His ears had practically grown calluses from hearing this kind of talk. He was only 22, in his eyes marriage was still a distant matter. However, while he felt it was still early, his family thought otherwise. If he already had a girlfriend, his family would never have pushed him into blind dates. The key point was that right now he did not have a girlfriend. After all, he was a university graduate. How had he failed to find a girlfriend during his college years? Thinking of this, Zhang Huiyuan could only shake her head. She had been bringing this up since last year, but her nephew kept putting it off. This year he had finally agreed, and she immediately started helping him look. She had finally found someone, and today was the day they were to meet. Yet her nephew clearly did not take it to heart. "Sigh, who knows whether this will work out or not," she murmured to herself. Before long, Jiang Fan appeared before her again. This time his stubble was shaved clean, and he had changed into a fresh set of clothes. Overall, he looked much more handsome than before. Now that's more like it. A young man should always pay attention to his appearance. Looking at him, Zhang Huiyuan nodded in satisfaction. "Aunt Zhang, let's get going so we don't keep them waiting too long," Jiang Fan urged, afraid she would start nagging again. After locking the door, the two of them walked along the street. "The girl I'm introducing you to this time is a university graduate just like you. You must perform well and try your best to win her over," she reminded him as they walked. "And Zhang, you know what my family's situation is. I don't need to spell it out, do I? All I can say is I'll try. No matter what, you have to be confident," she replied. Soon Zhang Huiyuan led Jiang Fan to a tea house. On the second floor of the tea house, Jiang Fan saw, at a table not far away, a young woman seated beside a woman in her 40s. "Aunt Zhang, seriously, the mother of my blind date is here too," Jiang Fan whispered when he saw the scene. "She probably doesn't feel at ease letting her daughter come alone. Besides, we're already here. Don't be nervous, I'm right here. Whether it works out or not, you'll only know after talking, right?" "All right," he replied. "Ms. Lu, sorry to keep you waiting," Zhang Huiyuan said apologetically, as she led Jiang Fan over to the table and sat down. "It's fine, we've only been here a little while," the other woman said. "This must be your nephew Jiang Fan." Yes, this is my nephew Jiang Fan," Zhang Huiyuan replied. "Jiang Fan, this is Lu Ling, and this is Tan Liqin." "Hello, Aunt Lu, Miss Tan," Jiang Fan greeted. His gaze fell on Tan Liqin. The girl was indeed rather pretty. As Jiang Fan sized up Tan Liqin, she was also secretly stealing glances at him. "Ahem, Jiang Fan, how did you get here today?" Lu Ling suddenly coughed lightly and asked directly. Lu Ling cleared her throat and asked, "How did you come here today?" "Aunt Lu, we walked here," Jiang Fan answered. "You walked? So you didn't drive?" "Well, I'd love to drive, but I can't afford a car," he said honestly. "Then do you plan on buying one?" "Yes, I do. I'm planning to buy one within the next 2 years." "And what price range are you considering?" "I can't afford anything expensive. At most something around 100,000 yuan, a cheaper car," he replied. "Around 100,000. Lu Ling's eyes changed instantly upon hearing this. Still she continued asking, "Do you have a house? Any savings?" "Well, this." He doesn't, Zhang Huiyuan cut in. "So you mean you have no car, no house, and no savings?" Lu Ling pressed on. "That's right," Jiang Fan admitted. "No car, no house, no savings." Lu Ling repeated. "If you want to marry my daughter, you can at least afford a bride price of 500,000 yuan, can't you?" 500,000 for the bride price. "Aunt Lu, why don't you just rob a bank instead?" Jiang Fan blurted out. "Rob a bank? You can't even come up with 500,000. I'm asking for that much only for my daughter's sake. You don't expect her to marry into your family, and you people not spend a single cent, do you, eh? Do you really think 500,000 is a lot? Then Aunt Lu, if we give a bride price of 500,000, will your side return any of it as a gift?" Jiang Fan asked, looking straight at her. "Return a gift? Of course we will," Lu Ling answered, though her expression clearly stiffened. Seeing the change in her expression, Jiang Fan naturally understood that although she said they would return a gift, there was a high chance they would not return a single cent in the end. Suddenly a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Under the pressure from your blind date's mother, the One-Yuan flash sale system is activating. The One-Yuan flash sale mall is opening. You may spend 1 yuan to flash purchase 500,000 in cash. You may spend 1 yuan to flash purchase a Lamborghini. You may spend 1 yuan to flash purchase a villa. Attention, this mall will close in 2 hours. The next refresh will be 1 week from now. A system. A 1 yuan flash sale system. Jiang Fan was utterly stunned by the voice in his mind. Am I hallucinating, he wondered. Seeing him suddenly daze off, Lu Ling grew even more displeased. She rapped her knuckles on the table. Jiang Fan, I'm asking you. Can you come up with it or not? If you can't, there's no need for us to waste any more time. Aunt Lu, may I ask about your daughter's education and where she's working now? Jiang Fan asked calmly. My daughter. She's a university graduate and currently unemployed. So she's still jobless at the moment. You mean she's been staying at home ever since graduation and hasn't gone out to look for work? She will look for work, of course, Lu Ling replied. In that case, Aunt Lu, there's nothing more for us to talk about. Jiang Fan, watch your words. Zhang Huiyuan hurriedly cut in. Ms. Lu, this child is straightforward. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Fan is also a university graduate. If your daughter were with him, they would definitely have many topics in common. So Ms. Lu, look about the betrothal gift. Could we perhaps lower it a little? Zhang Huiyuan asked as she looked at Lu Ling. You mean he can't even take out 500,000 as bride price? If my daughter marries this Jiang Fan, will she truly be happy? Lu Ling demanded. This? Zhang Huiyuan was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of that question. Besides, with my daughter's looks, there are plenty of men willing to offer 500,000 as a bride price. Coming here today has simply been a waste of our time. Let him go find a family that doesn't require 500,000 as a betrothal gift. In their region, 500,000 was already considered a large sum. Most bride prices only needed around 1 or 200,000. No one had expected that the moment Lu Ling arrived, she would open her mouth and ask for 500,000. Have 500,000. So what if she is a university graduate? Ms. Lu, may I ask, if we give this 500,000, does it mean that from then on your daughter can no longer have any contact with your family? What sort of nonsense is that? Do you take me for someone selling her own daughter? Lu Ling immediately grew displeased when she heard this. Is that not what it amounts to? Are you not clear about what the usual bride price is in our area? If your daughter marries me and henceforth completely severs ties with your family, then it might be acceptable. But if after marrying into my family, she still has to remain closely connected with you, then I'm sorry. That will not do. Boy, you can't even produce 500,000 as a betrothal gift, and yet you dare speak like this. I asked for 500,000 only because I don't want my daughter to suffer grievances by marrying you. Suffer grievances? Do you think your daughter is some kind of princess? Then go find a family that doesn't require 500,000 as bride price and marry that girl. I hope you manage to find one. I'll otherwise be careful you don't end up a bachelor for life. System: purchase 500,000 in cash for 1 yuan, purchase a Lamborghini for 1 yuan, purchase a villa for 1 yuan. Ding, the 1 yuan flash deals have been purchased. 500,000 in cash, 1 Lamborghini, and 1 villa have been issued. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Daughter, we're leaving, Lu Ling said as she pulled her daughter to her feet. Zhang Huiyuan hurriedly stood up to stop them, but Jiang Fan rose as well and signaled Aunt Zhang not to intervene. As Jiang Fan stood up, large bundles of cash suddenly fell from his body with a crisp slapping sound. Hearing the noise, Lu Ling turned around and saw thick stacks of banknotes dropping to the floor around Jiang Fan's feet. Seeing so much cash, Lu Ling's expression changed at once. Her demeanor completely shifted. She became exceptionally enthusiastic and hurried forward. Xiao Fan, come, Aunt Lu will help you pick it up. No need, no need. How could I trouble Aunt Lu with such a trivial matter? Jiang Fan said, waving his hand as he bent down to gather the money. Seeing the sudden appearance of so much cash beside Jiang Fan, Zhang Huiyuan looked utterly perplexed. She knew very well what sort of nephew he had always been, so how could he suddenly have so much money? Yet with outsiders present, she could not bring herself to ask too many questions. Xiao Fan, since you have so much cash, why didn't you say so earlier? Could it be that you were testing Auntie? At this moment, the way Lu Ling looked at Jiang Fan was as though she were gazing at her own son-in-law. Testing it? No, Aunt Lu, in fact, I'm using this cash to slap you in the face, Jiang Fan said with a faint smile, patting a bundle of banknotes lightly against his palm. Hearing this, the color drained from Lu Ling's face. It turned alternately green and pale. Since we can't reach an agreement, Aunt Zhang, let's go, Jiang Fan said, taking off his jacket, wrapping up the cash, and speaking to her. Ah, yes, let's go, Zhang Huiyuan said, coming back to her senses and following behind Jiang Fan, her mind turning over where on earth her nephew's money had come from. Xiao Fan, don't be in such a rush to leave. We can still discuss the bride price. If you feel it's too high, I can. Seeing that Jiang Fan and the others were about to leave, Lu Ling hurried forward with a face full of warmth. Aunt Lu, there's no need. You should go find someone who can casually offer 500,000 as a bride price, Jiang Fan replied. Without another glance at her, Jiang Fan headed downstairs. This? Mom, let's just leave quickly, this is far. Tan Liqin, noticing the gazes from the other people on the second floor, hurried over to Lu Ling and spoke softly. After her daughter's reminder, Lu Ling also became aware of the surrounding gazes. Some people were even pointing and whispering. A wave of embarrassment surged within her, and she quickly pulled her daughter along and headed downstairs. Just as they stepped outside the main doors on the ground floor, they saw Jiang Fan watching a very luxurious car drive past in front of them. A Lamborghini. Tan Liqin blurted out when she saw the car. A Lamborghini? Liqin, you're saying the car Jiang Fan is driving is a Lamborghini? Yes, Mom, the car Jiang Fan is driving really is a Lamborghini. Lu Ling had at least heard of Lamborghinis and seen them on television, but she had never imagined that Jiang Fan would actually be driving one. Mom, this Lamborghini should be an Aventador price somewhere between 137 and 205 million yuan. That much. Hearing this, Lu Ling's heart trembled, utterly astonished. Just moments ago, Jiang Fan had been unwilling to take out 500,000 as bride price, yet he was actually driving such an extraordinarily expensive car. This was nothing less than a golden son-in-law. She had let him slip through her fingers, utterly let him slip away. Had she known earlier, she would have married her daughter to Jiang Fan, even without a single yuan of bride price. Sadly, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Recalling her earlier words, Lu Ling felt her face burning with pain, as though someone had given her a resounding slap. Xiao Fan, tell Aunt Zhang, where did this money and that car come from? Aunt Zhang, don't worry. This money and this car appeared through entirely proper means. I would never do anything illegal. As for how exactly they came about, I'm sorry, Auntie. I can't say. Jiang Fan spoke with an apologetic air. The matter of the system was his secret. He would not tell anyone. You're not a child anymore. You have your own privacy. As long as it's nothing illegal, I won't pry into what you do. Aunt Zhang understood that this child had his own secrets, but so long as he did nothing against the law, she as his aunt would not ask further. Aunt Zhang, here are 200,000, please take it. Jiang Fan took out 20 bundles of cash and handed them to her. No, I can't accept this. This money is yours. Why are you giving it to me? Aunt Zhang hurriedly tried to decline. Auntie, now that I can earn money, I'll earn even more in the future. As for this 200,000, it's actually for you to use on Jiang Shui's university expenses. Shuier is my younger sister as well. Naturally, I hope she can live well. First, it's to improve your living conditions. Second, so that Shuier can have an easier time at university. His words finally convinced Zhang Huiyuan. Looking at the 200,000, she took a deep breath and spoke with great seriousness. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. But this money is a loan from me. Once Shuier starts working and earns money, she'll pay you back. We'll go to your place later and write an IOU. A fine. Driving a Lamborghini, Jiang Fan arrived beside the house he rented, parked the car, and invited Aunt Zhang inside with the money. As for Aunt Zhang wanting to write an IOU, let her do it. In truth, it doesn't matter whether she pays back this money or not. Over the years, he had received quite a bit of help from Aunt Zhang's family, and now that he had money, it was natural to repay her. Once the IOU was written, Zhang Huiyuan handed it to Jiang Fan. After he checked and found no issues, he took a paper box, placed 20 stacks of cash inside, sealed it with a bag, and handed it to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I hope this 200,000 is used to improve your family's living conditions and for Sister Shui's education. Jiang Fan advised as he handed the bag to Aunt Zhang. Xiao Fan, rest assured, Aunt Zhang will definitely use this money to improve our living conditions and ensure Shuier has a good learning environment at school. I won't squander it. Of course, I trust you, Aunt Zhang. However, today's matter didn't go as planned. Although you have money now, Aunt Zhang won't pry into where it came from. But now that you have money, don't spend it recklessly. You still need to find a girlfriend. Don't think Aunt Zhang is meddling. Aunt Zhang, don't worry, I will naturally find a girlfriend. You don't need to concern yourself or find me a blind date. To be honest, I really dislike blind dates. Alright, but Aunt Zhang will still keep an eye out for suitable girls for you. After sitting with Jiang Fan for a while, Zhang Huiyuan took the bag and left. Outside, a crowd gathered around the Lamborghini, pointing and discussing, with many recognizing the car, and you must know only a wealthy person could drive such a car. They wondered who this rich person was in their village. After sending off Aunt Zhang, Jiang Fan took out the property deed from his pocket. Upon opening it, it read, Huxin Garden Villa No. 3 Row 3. Owner Jiang Fan. The Huxin Garden is more than 50 kilometers away from their village. The average price of villas there is around 10 million each. I never expected that one day I would own a villa and a Lamborghini of my own. Looking at the property deed, Jiang Fan was in a very good mood. Of course, this was also because of the One-Yuan flash sale system. Without it, Jiang Fan could never have owned a villa and a Lamborghini even after decades of hard work. Jiang Fan was very much looking forward to what the One-Yuan flash sale system would refresh next. Now that I have a villa, there's no need to rent anymore. It's time to enjoy life. After putting away the property deed, Jiang Fan took out his phone and called the landlord to inform them of his intention. The lease on the house Jiang Fan rented still had a month left. Moving out now would mean losing the deposit. Jiang Fan didn't care about the few hundred yuan deposit. He tidied up, took one last look at the rented place, shook his head with a smile, and walked out. Outside, many people surrounded Jiang Fan's Lamborghini, curious about the expensive sports car. Hey, make. As Jiang Fan squeezed into the crowd, he said, "Young man, why are you pushing? If you bump into our car, can you afford to pay for the damages?" A middle-aged man in the crowd scolded. "Hey, if you weren't here crowding, I wouldn't have to push through. Make way, I need to drive." Drive? No way. You can't be saying this car is yours, right? Young man, that's not how you show off. It's not mine, then whose is it? You underestimate me. Jiang Fan retorted, took out the key, pressed it, and the Lamborghini made a sound. The middle-aged man was about to retort when he saw Jiang Fan pull out the key, and as he pressed it, the Lamborghini made a sound. The middle-aged man immediately fell silent. Jiang Fan smiled, opened the door, got in the car, inserted the key, and revved the engine. Hearing the sound, the crowd quickly dispersed. They couldn't afford to damage such an expensive car. Jiang Fan turned the steering wheel, and the Lamborghini drove out of the village, heading towards Huxin Garden. He probably wouldn't come back here again. Soon Jiang Fan arrived outside Huxin Garden in the Lamborghini. After parking at the gate, he got out and walked towards the security room. "Hello, I am the owner of Villa No. 3 Row 3 in Huxin Garden. Owner of Row 3 Villa No. 3. Do you have any proof?" The security guard scrutinized Jiang Fan's attire and then the car he drove. Although his attire wasn't impressive, the car was a Lamborghini. This was someone a mere security guard couldn't offend, so he greeted Jiang Fan with a smile. "Proof. Here, this is my property deed." Since Jiang Fan hadn't moved in yet, he only had the property deed to prove he was the owner of Villa No. 3. So he handed it to the security guard. The security guard took it, inspected it carefully, then returned it to Jiang Fan, his smile becoming even warmer. "Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. The property deed is fine, I will let you in right away." Saying this, he quickly stood up and allowed Jiang Fan to pass. Tossing the property deed onto the passenger seat, Jiang Fan drove the Lamborghini into Huxin Garden. "Cousin, that guy looks very ordinary, yet he drives a Lamborghini and has a villa in Huxin Garden. Do you think he's being supported by some rich woman?" Another security guard approached the first one, puzzled. "Shut up. Even if he is being supported by a rich woman, that's his business. I would also like to be supported, but I don't have that chance." Hearing this, the first security guard gave his cousin a glare, slightly envious. "Shall remember, even though he looks ordinary, he's not someone we can offend, so you better work well." The security guard reminded his cousin. "Cousin, I understand." Entering Huxin Garden, Jiang Fan drove slowly, searching for his villa. Soon he found Villa No. 3 Row 3, his villa. It was quite large, with 2 floors and a basement for parking. In front of the villa, there were 2 lawns on either side of the walkway, with some flowers and plants nearby. The air here was also very fresh, unlike the village where one could smell the stench of the sewers and the nearby. After parking in the basement, Jiang Fan took the property deed and approached the front door, took out the key, and opened. On the first floor, the furniture in the hall remains intact, with a 1-meter-long table placed opposite the high-definition television screen, accompanied by a sofa around 2 meters long. There is also an independent kitchen, a separate bathroom, and a private swimming pool outside. On the second floor, there is a 3-meter-long, 1.5-meter wide balcony, and a large bed measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters wide in the room. In another room, there is a bookshelf, but it is empty of books. There is an alien computer on the second floor, as well as one on the first floor. This standalone villa has a private gate and courtyard, an independent space above, a private garden in the middle, and a basement below. It is a highly private, independent residence. This villa embodies a humane and well-balanced design ideal with a thoughtfully arranged layout. Jiang Fan looked at the villa and grew fonder of it. This villa is indeed remarkable, and from today onward it will be his residence. He placed his clothes in the wardrobe, and just as Jiang Fan was about to head downstairs, he suddenly heard something tap. Hearing the noise, Jiang Fan went to the window, opened it, and peered out with curiosity. At that moment, a crumpled piece of paper suddenly hit him on the head. "Who? Big brother over here." Jiang Fan was puzzled when he heard a girl's voice coming from the second floor of another villa 30 meters away. Looking up, he saw a girl with a pair of pitch-black, clear eyes, soft and full red lips, and a delicate little nose, all adorning her beautiful, pure, and elegant face. However, judging by her age, she seemed to be around 10 years old. Jiang Fan shook his head, dismissing his thoughts, and looked at her in confusion. "Little sister, is there something you need?" "Little sister? I'm not that little." Upon hearing this, the girl across the way raised her chest, expressing her You are younger than me, so calling you little sister should be correct, right? Is there something you need? If not, please don't disturb me." "Hey, don't go. I have something. Big brother, did you just move in?" the girl asked with a cheerful tone. "Yes, I just moved in. Oh, I'm home alone. Do you want to come over and play with me?" the girl invited. Seeing such a naive girl, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, deciding to tease her. "You want to invite me to your house? Aren't you scared I'll do something bad since you're alone? How could a big brother living in such a nice villa be a bad person? Plus, you're so handsome. If you wanted to do something, it wouldn't be impossible." As she said this, the girl suddenly became shy. Is it true that girls nowadays are so mature? Jiang Fan wondered. "Alright, I'm not going to tease you anymore. I just moved in and need to learn a few things so you can play by yourself." "Hey, don't go. I'm really bored at home. How about we exchange contact information? We can chat on our phones. The girl hurriedly said as she saw him about to leave. All right, I'll add you. SY1. Jiang Fan listened as she spoke and entered her contact information, and the friend request was accepted in a second. Okay, I've added you. If you need anything, we can talk here. No problem. The girl retreated into her room, quickly typing on her phone. From their chat, Jiang Fan learned that the girl's name was Su Shui, a college student whose parents worked outside. Recently on break, she had few friends and stayed at home. Today, feeling bored, she happened to see the villa across the way where Jiang Fan had moved in, so she greeted him. Through their conversation, Jiang Fan also found out that Su Shui was already 21 years old. 21. Her age doesn't quite match her appearance. Initially seeing her face and body, Jiang Fan thought she was only in her teens, but unexpectedly, she was already 20. Isn't that? Jiang Fan thought, alright, enough about that. I need to go out and buy some things. Su Shui, buying things. What are you buying? Can I go with you? With an expectant expression, Jiang Fan, you're so naive, aren't you afraid someone will kidnap you? Su Shui, I told you Big Brother is not a bad person. Jiang Fan, let's skip it for now. We just met, and you don't know me well. Wait until we are more familiar, then I'll take you out. Su Shui, I'm not talking to you anymore. After that, Su Shui stopped sending messages. Jiang Fan put away his phone, shook his head with a smile, took 5 stacks of cash, and headed to the basement, driving his Lamborghini towards the gate. Su Shui leaned against the second-floor window, watching Jiang Fan drive the Lamborghini towards the gate. She jumped onto the bed, furrowing her brows and pouting her lips, feeling sulky, as she squeezed her teddy bear. Not taking me out, not talking to you. He'll squeeze you to death, squeeze you to death. Su Shui completely treated her teddy bear as Jiang Fan to vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan drove the Lamborghini, and pedestrians on the road turned their heads to look at the car with some revealing, envious gazes. Some others, however, looked on with disdain. He found a men's clothing store, parked the car in a nearby parking space, opened the car door, got out, closed the door, and walked towards the store. Welcome. The store staff did not show any disdain for Jiang Fan's ordinary attire, but instead greeted him. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy clothes? A female staff member approached Jiang Fan and asked enthusiastically. Of course, coming to a men's clothing store is naturally for buying clothes. Great. Please follow me, sir. We just received some new clothes that I believe will suit you perfectly. The staff member's eyes lit up, smiling broadly. Thank you for your help. The female staff member led Jiang Fan to a section of the men's clothing store where every piece of clothing was priced above 500. So expensive. Jiang Fan complained upon seeing the prices of the clothes. But since he was already there, he decided to buy a few sets. The staff member assessed Jiang Fan's physique and began helping him select clothes. Jiang Fan picked a set, went to the fitting room, and tried it on. Then he stepped out. When Jiang Fan appeared again, the female staff member's eyes lit up. Earlier, he looked somewhat handsome in ordinary clothes, but now dressed in this outfit, he looked even more striking. Indeed, people rely on their attire just like horses depend on their saddles. The female staff member clapped her hands and approached Jiang Fan, smiling. Sir, this outfit suits you perfectly. Your demeanor has changed, and you look even more handsome now. Jiang Fan looked at himself in the mirror. He had to admit he was indeed somewhat handsome, but certainly not as much as the female staff member claimed. For the female clerk, although it may be somewhat exaggerated, as long as this gentleman is happy and buys a few more pieces of clothing, which increases her commission, why not exaggerate a bit? Moreover, just a few compliments won't cost her anything. Jiang Fan selected 5 outfits, changed back into his own clothes, and then headed to the cash register. Hello, sir. 5 outfits total 4,200. I'll give you a discount and charge you 4,000. Will you be paying by card? Or with a QR code? He'll pay in cash. Saying this, Jiang Fan took out a stack of cash, pulled out 40 bills, and placed them on the counter. The cashier accepted the money, counted it carefully, and displayed a professional smile. No problem, sir. Please take your time. Jiang Fan nodded slightly and left the store. Having bought the clothes and pants, the next step was to get a new phone, followed by shopping for some groceries like rice and vegetables to cook for himself. Although he could eat out, Jiang Fan felt more at ease cooking for himself. After spending over an hour, Jiang Fan exchanged for a phone that cost more than 5,000, bought a bag of rice, 2 pounds of meat, and some vegetables, then drove towards Lake Garden. Upon hearing the sound of Jiang Fan's car, Su Shui was immediately delighted, leaning on the window to watch as Jiang Fan drove into the underground parking, hurriedly taking out her phone to send a message. Just as Jiang Fan parked the car, his phone chimed with a message. Unlocking it, he found it was from Su Shui. Su Shui, are you back? What were you doing outside? Jiang Fan, I bought some stuff, preparing to cook. Su Shui, you can cook. Jiang Fan, of course I can cook, isn't that normal? Don't you know how to cook? Su Shui, I can cook too. Jiang Fan, okay, you enjoy yourself, I'm going to cook now, little one. Sister. Su Shui, I'm not little. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, one hand holding a bag of clothes and another bag of meat and vegetables, while he held the rice bag under his arm, walking towards the villa. He placed the bag of clothes on the table, then carrying the rice, vegetables, and meat, went to the kitchen. Alright, next, by the time Jiang Fan finished the meal, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and the sky had darkened. Looking at the table, a plate of twice-cooked pork and 2 plates of vegetables, Jiang Fan displayed a proud expression as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Ding dong. At that moment, the message chime on his phone rang again. Su Shui, hey, are you eating? Jiang Fan, just about to eat. Wait a moment, they'll take a picture of the meal I made for you to see. Saying this, Jiang Fan took a picture and sent it to Su Shui. In her room, Su Shui looked at the delicious food photo Jiang Fan sent and couldn't help but swallow, her stomach rumbling. Jiang Fan, have you eaten yet? Su Shui, not yet, I'm waiting for my parents to come back. Jiang Fan, waiting for your parents. You can't cook. Surprised. Su Shui, what's wrong with not being able to cook? Not every girl knows how to cook. Seeing this message, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, saying that sons are raised poor while daughters are raised rich, but if this girl can't cook, she probably has to wait until her parents come back to eat. Jiang Fan, by the way, if you're hungry, can't you just order takeout? Su Shui, takeout doesn't taste good, I can't wait. He sighed, a little princess syndrome, not knowing how to cook and not wanting to eat takeout when hungry. Jiang Fan recalled something from ancient times. In one family, an elderly couple had a son late in life and spoiled him, not letting him do anything. One day, the 2 elders went out afraid their son would go hungry, so they put a big pancake around his neck so he wouldn't. But when they returned a few days later, they found that their son had starved to death, leaving only the pancake around his neck untouched. If it were ancient times, Su Shui would probably end up like this. Jiang Fan, how about this? I've cooked some food. Do you want to come over and eat? Su Shui, didn't you say we just met and can't see each other? Jiang Fan, this is out of good intentions. I invited you over because I was afraid you would starve to death. Su Shui, since you said that, then I'll graciously come over to taste your cooking. After sending the message, Su Shui tidied herself up and then left, tiptoeing to Jiang Fan's door and ringing the doorbell. Jiang Fan opened the door, looking at this girl who finally came over and sighed. Su Shui, I invited you over for dinner. Do you see what time it is now? I've been waiting for you at home for almost half an hour. Girls need to dress up before going out. Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with a wronged expression, weakly saying. Hearing this, Jiang Fan rolled his eyes at her. All right, come in quickly. Yay, thank you, big brother. Su Shui changed her previously wronged expression and walked in boldly. Arriving at the dining table, she couldn't help but swallow as she looked at the dishes. The food is there, serve yourself, and don't use your hands to grab the dishes. Jiang Fan tapped Su Shui's hand that reached for the dish with his chopsticks and pointed with his chin. Su Shui had no choice but to retract her hand, pouting as she went to serve herself. Sitting at the table, she looked at Jiang Fan weakly. Jiang Fan supported his forehead and sighed, don't look at me like that, eat. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Su Shui picked up her chopsticks and started to pick up food. Big brother, your cooking is really good. It's even better than what my mom makes. Su Shui said in a hurried manner. Eat slowly, no one is fighting with you. Jiang Fan sighed again, comforting her as if she were a child. If this continues, he would probably lose a few years of his life. Sigh. Half an hour later, Su Shui leaned back in her chair, her small hand rubbing her already somewhat bulging stomach. Big brother, the food you made is really delicious. I've decided that if I'm hungry in the future, I'll come to your house for dinner. Does she think of my place as a free meal spot? No, this won't do. No, this is not a place for you to freeload meals. Jiang Fan firmly refused. Hearing this, Su Shui blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Fan in confusion. Big brother, are you not okay? Jiang Fan was taken aback, saying, did I not mention that you are a little sister? Besides, your beauty has nothing. In any case, freeloading meals here is not acceptable. Seeing that she couldn't convince him, Su Shui stood up, came to Jiang Fan's side, wrapped her arms around his right arm, rubbing against it, saying softly, big brother, please. Feeling the softness of her arm, Jiang Fan's ears turned red, and he quickly pulled his hand back. He said sternly, no means no, and you should learn to cook for yourself. If one day your parents come home too late, won't you starve all day? While saying this, Jiang Fan also told Su Shui the story he remembered. After hearing the story, Su Shui, seeing her silent, Jiang Fan felt that he should be able to convince her. However, soon Su Shui's eyes twinkled, and she said happily, how about this, big brother? I will marry you, that way I can eat your cooking openly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan rubbed his forehead again and couldn't help but glance at Su Shui. She was indeed beautiful, but her figure was rather petite. Casting aside his thoughts, Jiang Fan gave her a sidelong glance and shook his head with a smile, saying, Su Shui, you are quite adorable. Su Shui's face instantly flushed with joy at Jiang Fan's compliment. Tell me, if I were to punch you, would you cry for a long time? Su Shui, confused, asked, why would you hit me? Your ideas are simply unrealistic. All right, you've eaten, so you should head back now and not linger in my house. Jiang Fan shook his head, starting to usher her out. It didn't bother him, but if her parents returned and saw Su Shui in his home, it would cause trouble. You can head back, but tomorrow I'll come over to have dinner. Su Shui supported her small head with her right hand and giggled. One meal is enough, you want to come again? I'm not your chef. All right, you better go home, or I need to sleep. Sleep? What time is it? It's still early. Su Shui rolled her eyes at Jiang Fan. It was only a bit past 7, who would go to bed so early. As long as you promise me that I can come to your house for meals in the future, no to eat, I will leave right away. Su Shui tilted her head, looking at Jiang Fan. Seeing this girl, if he didn't agree, she really wouldn't leave. After a moment's thought, Jiang Fan had no choice. Fine, I agree, but after you come over for meals, the dishes are your responsibility to wash. If you're unwilling, then I won't. Don't worry, although I'm not good at cooking, I can wash dishes. Hearing this, Su Shui was delighted, patting her chest. With her movements, the two also swayed. Jiang Fan coughed lightly and smiled. All right, I'll leave the dishes to you. Go ahead and wash them. Okay. Su Shui was very happy. She had finally found a place to eat for free, and when her parents weren't home, she could come over to this guy's house. After Su Shui finished washing the dishes, Jiang Fan let her rest for a while before sending her out. Tomorrow, once my parents leave, I'll message you. Su Shui stood at the door and giggled. All right, you should head back quickly. After saying this, Jiang Fan closed the door. Seeing him shut the door, Su Shui happily walked back home. After walking a few steps, she noticed her parents' car driving this way. Su Shui stuck out her tongue and hurried back home. Shuin, why are you still out so late? Su Shui's father Su Bai called out. Ah, Dad, it's you. You're back. Realizing her parents had spotted her, Su Shui stopped, turned around and smiled. Dad has told you before, don't run around when you're home alone, stay at home. Are you hungry? Your mom will make you dinner soon. Dad, Mom, I've already eaten. You've eaten? Where? Did you order takeout? Su Shui's mother Lu Jiahui asked, puzzled. Oh, I've eaten already. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back. You two enjoy your meal. Su Shui didn't dare to say she had eaten at Jiang Fan's house. If her parents found out, they would start talking and might prohibit her from going to Jiang Fan's place. So after she finished speaking, she hurried home. This girl must be hiding something from us, Su Bai frowned as he watched his daughter dash back home. I wonder where she ate. Oh, Su Bai, look, someone has moved in here. Lu Jiahui remarked in surprise, noticing the lights on in Jiang Fan's villa. In the years they had been here, this villa had never been occupied, and they didn't expect someone to move in now. Indeed, I wonder who it is. We'll check in the morning to see if we recognize them. All right, let's head back. In the room, Jiang Fan washed up, changed clothes, and sat on the sofa watching television. Today is Saturday, tomorrow is Sunday. The system said that the next refresh would be for a week, so next Saturday the system will refresh again. Now that I have over 200,000 in cash, a Lamborghini, and a villa, I wonder what the system will offer for 1 year. Even though I have the system, I still need to work. I can't just play because of it. What if one day the system disappears? Then everything I gain might vanish too. After thinking for a while, Jiang Fan leaned back on the sofa, quietly watching TV. At night, Jiang Fan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It felt as if this was all a dream. During the day, he went on a blind date, gained the system, and then slapped the mother of his blind date with cash. He also met a cute and beautiful girl. All of this was brought on by the system. As the saying goes, once you gain something, you fear losing it. After thinking aimlessly for a few hours, Jiang Fan finally fell asleep around 1 in the morning. The next morning, Su Bai parked his car outside Jiang Fan's villa, looked inside, and found the door tightly shut. Looks like he's still not up. We won't see him today. Let's come back early tonight to get to know him. Let's go? Su Shui leaned against the window, watching her parents drive away. Yay, she exclaimed, then took out her phone to contact Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, are you awake? My parents are gone, I'm coming over. After waiting a few minutes, Jiang Fan didn't reply to her message. Su Shui sent another message and waited again. Still no reply from Jiang Fan, and Su Shui couldn't help but pout her lips. This guy isn't ditching me, is he? Looking at Jiang Fan's villa, noticing that the curtains on the second floor were still drawn, Su Shui had no choice but to dress up, leave her room, go downstairs, open the door, close it, and walk towards Jiang Fan's villa. Arriving at the entrance of Jiang Fan's villa, she rang the doorbell. After ringing for a while, Jiang Fan still didn't come out. Su Shui's small face fell, and angrily she sat on the steps at Jiang Fan's door, holding her pouting face with her hands. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan woke from his dream, glanced at his phone, and saw that it was already past 9 in the morning. Then he noticed that Su Shui had sent him over a dozen messages. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Fan replied briefly that he had just woken up. As soon as he sent his reply, Su Shui responded saying she had been sitting outside his door for over half an hour. Seeing this message, Jiang Fan sighed and had no choice but to get up from bed, get dressed, and head to the front door. Through the door, he could see Su Shui's figure sitting on the steps outside. Opening the door, Jiang Fan apologetically said, "Sorry, I slept in." Su Shui huffed, stood up from the ground, walked over to Jiang Fan, and softly said, "Did you sleep in so late? Because you were thinking of me." After saying this, Su Shui giggled and ran inside. Jiang Fan shook his head helplessly, closed the door, and walked inside. "I start work tomorrow, so if you want to eat, you'll have to come back next week to mooch off me. You have so much money. You still need to work." Su Shui blinked her small eyes, curious. No matter how rich one is, work is still necessary. One can't just sit idly and consume their wealth, right? Your family is wealthy too, yet your parents still have to work. Jiang Fan shot her a glance. "That's true. Where do you work? Do you run your own company?" "I also work for someone else as a programmer." "A programmer? I've heard that programmers tend to go bald. Is that true?" "Well, I suppose so." Hearing her words, Jiang Fan recalled that in their company several people were indeed bald, most of whom were around 30 years. "Then why do you keep doing it? What if you go bald in the future?" "Life compels me, I have no choice." "Wait for a moment, I'll wash up and make some breakfast." "Okay." Su Shui treated Jiang Fan's home as her own, sitting on the sofa turning on the TV and watching the drama playing on the screen. For the entire day that followed, Su Shui stayed at Jiang Fan's house, and when she felt bored, she would ask Jiang Fan to play games with her. That night, while Jiang Fan was having dinner, they suddenly heard the sound of a car parking outside. Su Shui's face tightened. Oh no, my parents are back. Following Su Shui's gaze, Jiang Fan looked outside and saw a white car parked in front of his villa from which a man and a woman stepped out. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, and the woman looked to be in her 30s, and they were walking towards his house. Have they discovered that Su Shui is at my place? Are they here to cause trouble for me? Jiang Fan furrowed his brows as he saw them approaching. Jiang Fan, my parents are here. I need to hide. Please don't tell them I'm at your house. Saying this, Su Shui ran behind the sofa to hide, facing it his inevitable sigh. Seeing them approach, Jiang Fan sighed and got up to open the front door. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Su Bai, and this is my wife Lu Jiahui. We were surprised to see the lights on in your villa yesterday, so we came to visit today. Su Bai said with a smile. I'm Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, did you just move in yesterday? Yes, I just moved. We live in the villa next door, so we are neighbors now. Su Bai smiled slightly. Mr. Jiang, is my daughter at your house? Lu Jiahui looked at the area where shoes were placed and noticed a pair of shoes identical to her daughter's. She couldn't help but ask, yes, she is indeed at my house. Su Shui, come out, your parents know now. Realizing she had been discovered, Jiang Fan nodded and called for Su Shui. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Su Shui stood up from behind the sofa and walked out awkwardly. Seeing their daughter in the home of someone who had just moved in, Su Bai and Lu Jiahui furrowed their brows. Many thoughts crossed their minds. Has Shuer known this person for a long time? Did he move here because of Shuer? Could it be that he likes Shuer, and that's why he moved here to get closer to her? Shuer, what are you doing here? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Bai's tone became somewhat stern. I came here to eat. Eating? Is that all? Su Bai frowned deeply. Just eating, what's wrong with? Su Shui pouted, looking displeased. You? Hurry back. If I have to go back, then Jiang. Su Shui pouted, put on her shoes, and ran out. Lu Jiahui, seeing her daughter leave, turned and chased after her, wanting to ask what her daughter's relationship with this person was. Mr. Jiang, may I ask which wealthy family you come from? Su Bai changed his previous attitude, now questioning Jiang Fan. Mr. Su, no need to beat around the bush. You want to know what my relationship is with your daughter, right? Jiang Fan smiled slightly, knowing what was on his mind. Upon hearing this, Su Bai took a deep breath and nodded. He was indeed more concerned about Jiang Fan's background and what the relationship was between Jiang Fan and his daughter. What if I say we only met yesterday? Would you believe me? Probably not, right? Although some matters are your family affairs, as an outsider, I still want to say something, Mr. Su. Of course, Su Bai didn't believe it. How could his daughter run to someone else's house so quickly after just meeting? Mr. Su, your daughter can't cook. Are you really comfortable leaving her home alone? Shouldn't you hire a nanny to cook for her? If I hadn't invited her over for dinner yesterday, she would have gone hungry all afternoon. What does this have to do with anything? Su Bai asked in confusion. Although your family is wealthy, your education for your daughter in this aspect isn't very good. I heard your daughter say she can't cook. Is that not indulgence on your part? Speaking of which, let me tell you a story. Jiang Fan recounted the story he had told Su Shui yesterday to Su Bai. After Su Bai listened and pondered for a few minutes, Jiang Fan continued, Mr. Su, tell me, with your daughter like this, if you were to leave that day and it wasn't convenient to take her with you, wouldn't she just end up eating snacks all day, not eating proper meals? This? Jiang Fan didn't give him a chance to rebut and continued. If this continues when your daughter gets married, will she also be treated like a princess? Though she is your family's treasure, once married to someone else, they might not treat her as such. Mr. Su, do you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Fan's words struck a chord with Su Bai. Indeed, he had doted on his daughter, never wanting her to do anything dangerous. If she got hurt, it would be bad since he only had this one daughter. Mr. Su, I've said what I needed to say. As for my relationship with your daughter, we truly just met a little over a day ago. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Now please step aside. I'm going to close the door. Su Bai nodded, somewhat dazed, and took a step back. After Jiang Fan closed the door, he sat in his car for 2 minutes before finally driving home. Seeing that he had finally left, Jiang Fan slumped onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief. To say he felt no pressure would be a lie. Su Bai always exuded an air of someone in a higher position. If it were before, Jiang Fan really wouldn't have been able to speak so much. However, with the system, Jiang Fan felt much more confident now. Having said so much to Su Bai how he thought was his business, as for the outcome, it had nothing to do with Jiang Fan. Of course, if this continued, it would not be for the good of the daughter, but rather harm her. Shuer, you're in there, right? Mom's coming in. Lu Jiahui returned home, ascended to the second floor, and knocked lightly on her daughter's bedroom door before stepping inside. Inside the room, Su Shui sat cross-legged on the bed, hugging a pillow tightly, her head buried sulkily into its soft surface. Shuer, we spoke too harshly just now. Mom sincerely apologizes. But as a young lady, staying overnight at Jiang Fan's home is simply improper. Don't you agree? Two people alone together. What if something were to happen? Mom, I already told you. I was just having dinner at Jiang. Su Shui lifted her gaze and glanced at her mother, pouting as she spoke. Lu Jiahui sat beside her on the bed, gently draping an arm over her daughter's shoulders and asking softly, Shui'er, tell me, how long have you known Jiang Fan? Mom, I've truly known Jiang Fan for barely more than a day. Really? Yes, really, Mom. ID never lied. All right, I believe you. But you've only known him for a day, yet you went straight to his home for dinner. You don't even know his character. What if danger arose? Lu Jiahui voiced her concern. Mama, what happened? Jiang Fan is a good person. A good person. Some people wear masks. Their faces reveal nothing of their hearts. Yes, Jiang Fan is undeniably handsome, but we know nothing of his integrity. Yet you still went to his home. Mom, yesterday we talked more. I truly believe he's kind-hearted. And at that moment, recalling the things Shed confided to Jiang Fan, Su Shui flushed deeply, from her cheeks all the way down to her neck, and lowered her head shyly, eyes cast downward. Seeing her daughter's flustered expression, Lu Jiahui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Has Shui'er fallen for Jiang Fan at first sight? Has she truly fallen in love with him already? Shui'er, from now on, you must not meet Jiang Fan again. With that thought, Lu Jiahui drew a deep, resolute breath and declared firmly, no. Su Shui instantly reacted with alarm, her voice rising sharply in protest. Shui'er, have you stopped listening to your mother? Witnessing her daughter's intense reaction, Lu Jiahui grew even more certain, and her tone hardened accordingly. If you forbid me from seeing Jiang Fan, I'll stop speaking to you entirely. Su Shui huffed, turning her head away in indignation. Well, he is rather handsome, and admittedly he has some means, he's accomplished for his age, but as for his moral character, we simply don't know. Yet you still let him into our lives. Noticing her daughter's growing agitation, Lu Jiahui softened her tone. I trust Jiang Fan. He harbors no improper intentions toward me. And his cooking, it's truly exquisite. At that, a tender smile bloomed across Su Shui's face. Exquisite cooking. Better even than Mom's. Absolutely. Surely not. Just one meal, and you're already smitten. I've cooked for you your whole life, yet a single dish by him outshines years of my labor. Oh dear. Hearing those words, Lu Jiahui felt a sudden pang. A strange sour ache. As if the daughter Shed nurtured so carefully had been claimed almost comically by someone else, and worse, by her own daughter's eager volition. Mom, please don't say any more. Don't stop me from seeing Jiang Fan, okay? Su Shui released the pillow, took her mother's hand in both of hers, and pleaded with a voice like warm honey, soft, coaxing, utterly disarming. Just as Lu Jiahui opened her mouth to reply, a soft knock sounded at the door. Your father's home. He'll go speak with him now and come back later. With that, she quietly stepped out. Once her mother left, Su Shui sank back onto the pillow, her brow furrowed in quiet distress. Jiahui, do you think we've made a mistake? Downstairs in the living room, Su Bai sighed heavily, gazing at his wife. What brings this sudden doubt? Lu Jiahui asked, puzzled. Look, Shui'er is nearly grown, yet she still can't cook a single meal. When hungry at home, she survives on snacks and fruit. If she ever leaves us, how truly will she survive on her own? Su Bai frowned deeply and shook his head. Why this sudden melancholy? Just now Jiang Fan shared a story with me. I'll tell it to you too. When Su Bai finished recounting the tale, silence settled between them. For years they'd shielded Shui'er from every risk. Even the simplest task like cooking had been kept from her hands. Now it seemed painfully clear excessive protection had not sheltered her. It had weakened her. Jiang Fan's story held undeniable truth. At home, Shui'er was their cherished treasure, but outside, would the world treat her like royalty? Of course not. I also spoke with Shui'er just now, and sensed a quiet affection for Jiang Fan. Her cheeks flushed crimson the moment his name crossed her lips. I believe our girl has fallen for him. What? She's liked him after barely a day. Su Bai's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Don't overreact. Shui'er calls him a good person, but his true character remains unknown to us. Still, what if one day she truly falls in love with him? Could we ever truly stop her? Su Bai exhaled heavily, a long, weary sigh. To raise a daughter for so many years only to watch her heart drift away so swiftly to another was unbearable yet inevitable. Let's set that aside for now. After hearing Jiang Fan's story, I think it's time we began cultivating Shui'er's independence, starting with learning to cook. Otherwise, what happens when we're away on business and can't return? Shall she live solely on fruit and snacks? That's true. Why don't you go talk with Shui'er? She's probably still upset with me. They'll prepare dinner. Su Bai sighed once more, the most sighs had drawn in decades. Lu Jiahui rose and walked to her daughter's room. There she found Su Shui sitting motionless on the bed, hugging her pillow in silent reverie, and approached her gently. Shui'er, do you like Jiang Fan? Mom, why ask such a thing? Su Shui gasped, her face burning anew as she buried it deeper into the pillow. If you truly do, Mom has advice to offer. If not, then well, let it rest. What advice, Mom? At those words, Su Shui's eyes lit up, bright and hopeful, as she lifted her head eagerly. They say to win a man's heart, first win his stomach. Starting tomorrow, he'll come home early to teach you how to cook. Then, conquer him with your own culinary artistry. Yes, Mom, tomorrow, he'll learn to cook with you. Su Shui nodded decisively, her gaze alight with quiet determination. Though this strategy subtly leveraged her daughter's feelings for Jiang Fan, Lu Jiahui knew it was necessary for Shui's sake. In her mind, Jiang Fan would begin work the next day, so their next meeting would fall on Saturday. By then, she'd master several dishes and surprise him at his home. He'd surely praise her skill, and perhaps even more her sincerity. A radiant, joyful smile spread across Su Shui's face. Her daughter's heart at least was now understood, but Jiang Fan's feelings toward Shui remained uncertain. Lu Jiahui resolved she would find a moment, soon, to speak with him directly. Su Shui appeared very happy. As soon as her mother left, she took out her phone and began messaging Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I have a secret to tell you this Saturday. Is it a secret? I'm looking forward to it. Your parents didn't scold you, did they, eh? Su Shui replied, they did scold me just now, but I don't know what changed their minds later. Seeing this message, Jiang Fan smiled. He understood that Su Bai and the others had come around naturally due to the story he had told them that touched their hearts. Su Shui chatted with Jiang Fan for a long time, a smile never leaving her face. When she knew her mother was coming in again, Su Shui gasped and quickly put away her phone. Mom, why didn't you knock when you came in? In my own house, why knock? I was actually planning to sneak in and see who my daughter was chatting with. Lu Jiahui said gently. No, I wasn't chatting with anyone. Come on, let's go eat something. Your dad and I came back early today, and you probably didn't eat much at Jiang Fan's place. In the following days, Jiang Fan started working. Su Shui knew Jiang Fan was busy and didn't disturb him with messages. Instead, she waited until he got off work to contact him. Soon Friday arrived. Jiang Fan was tidying up his things, preparing to leave work. A chubby, balding, middle-aged man with a beer belly came over. The man clapped his hands and shouted, there have been a lot of tasks lately, so I'm going to pull a few people for overtime tomorrow. No way, Director Lee. We've always had weekends off, oh why the sudden overtime? It doesn't seem that busy to me, a young man complained. What? You don't want to? Then it's you. If you don't come to work tomorrow, don't bother coming back. Director Lee glared at the young man coldly. You and you five come in for overtime tomorrow. Among these five was Jiang Fan. When Jiang Fan saw that he was pointed out, he frowned slightly. This Director Lee, relying on his relative being the general manager of the Guanyao Group, was quite arrogant. Many people in the company were dissatisfied with him. Moreover, there were also rumors that Director Lee had a relationship with a married woman in their company. However, since everyone worked here, no one spoke openly about it. Unexpectedly this time, he forced them to work overtime tomorrow. Director Lee, I have something on and can't make it tomorrow. Jiang Fan stepped forward, remembering his promise with Su Shui. Something? What could be more important than work? Did something happen to your family that you need to rush to? Director Lee's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Fan. Director Lee, that's not a good thing to say. Jiang Fan's gaze turned cold and his frown deepened. Let me tell you, no matter how big the issue, you must come in for overtime tomorrow. If you don't, you're out. Ding. Furious reprimand from Director Lee's system refresh. Ding. One-Yuan to instantly acquire 70 of Guanyao Group's shares. Ding. One-Yuan to instantly acquire the position of chairman of Guanyao Group. Ding. One-Yuan to instantly acquire top-level martial arts. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Fan raised his eyelids slightly and smiled directly, spending 3 yuan to acquire them. 70 of Guanyao Group's shares the position of chairman of Guanyao Group and top-level martial arts. Director Lee, you often take care of Zhang Fong, don't you? Seeing the rewards credited, Jiang Fan lifted his head and looked directly at Director Lee, speaking leisurely. Zhang Fong also worked in the same position as Jiang Fan, and upon hearing his words stumbled back in fright and fell to the ground. She didn't understand how Jiang Fan knew about the relationship between her and Director Lee. Hearing this, Director Lee's heart jolted and a hint of panic crossed his face. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Jiang Fan, where did you hear this news? It's all rumors. If one person says it, no one will believe it, but many people on our team know about your situation. They just fear you, but I, Jiang Fan, am not afraid of you. Jiang Fan seized on the slight panic on Director Lee's face, further confirming their relationship. As a director, having a relationship with the married Zhang Fong will be a problem if it gets out. Huh? You? Do you dare to threaten me? Moreover, this kind of thing is completely unfounded. It's all your rumor. Then why does Zhang Fong always rinse her mouth with water after coming out of your office? Are you saying that Director Lee fed Zhang Fong something bad in there? Jiang Fan looked at him with a smile. You little brat. You dare to say that. Just wait, I'll deal with you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lee dragged his fat body and raised his fist towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan stepped forward, grabbing his fist with one hand and his collar with the other, and with a forceful throw, he slammed the 190-pound Director Lee heavily to the ground. The others in the workplace saw Jiang Fan actually throw the 190-pound Director Lee to the ground, and it looked like he wasn't taking it easy. They were shocked, their faces filled with surprise. It should be noted that Jiang Fan was only about 1.78 meters tall and weighed over 120 pounds, while Director Lee was also about 1.78 meters tall and weighed indeed 190 pounds. How could Jiang Fan throw him to the ground so easily? Jiang Fan, who usually couldn't even lift heavy things, suddenly displayed such strength. You dare to hit me. I'm going to fire you. Director Li looked at the expressions of the crowd and the pain in his body, gritting his teeth and shouting. You struck first, why can't I fight back? Should I just stand here and let you hit me? What a joke. And with your power, do you think you can fire me? Fine. Just wait, I'll get you fired. After saying that, Director Li got up from the ground and walked out. Jiang Fan, how did you become so strong all of a sudden? You threw that Director Li to the ground in one. As soon as Director Li left, everyone gathered around. One person looked at Jiang Fan with curiosity, puzzled, and asked. He looks fat, but he's actually just puffed up, which is why I could throw him down. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. But Jiang Fan, since you hit Director Li, he might really fire you. His cousin is the general manager of Guangyao. Another woman said worriedly. Don't worry, they can't fire me, not with the power I have now. Jiang Fan's eyes were filled with confidence. He was now the chairman of Guangyao Group and had 70 of its shares. In Guangyao Group, his power was the greatest. When the general manager came, he wanted to see who would fire whom. Before long, Director Li returned with his cousin Li Wenhao to this place. As the cousin of Director Li, Li Wenhao naturally colluded with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Director Li to act recklessly in the company. Cousin, it's him. This kid not only disobeys me, but also dares to hit me. You must deal with him. Upon entering, Director Li pointed at Jiang Fan, complaining to his cousin as if he had suffered a great injustice. Li Wenhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance at Jiang Fan, looking down at him from a superior position. Unfortunately, his height was only about 1.6 meters, more than a head shorter than Jiang Fan, so it turned into Li Wenhao looking up at Jiang Fan with his head held high. You are Jiang Fan, right? You not only arranged the work, but also laid your hands on our company's Director Li. Li Wenhao spoke coldly, assuming an authoritative tone. Yes, I hit him. He tried to hit me. Should I just stand there and do nothing? Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, admitting to the act without hesitation, but he retorted to Li Wenhao. You refused to comply with management and even resorted to violence. You don't need to come back anymore. Go to the finance department and collect half a month's salary. Li Wenhao raised his eyelids, expressing his displeasure. Half a month's salary. Getting half a month is already generous. You hit Director Li, shouldn't you pay for his medical visit? If anything happens to him, can you afford it? Seeing Jiang Fan's confusion, Li Wenhao sneered. Manager Li, do you think you can make me leave with just your word? I don't think you have that authority. Jiang Fan chuckled, sitting down in a chair, his words brimming with confidence. You are just a worker. As the department manager of Guangyao Group, can I handle you? What a joke. Hearing this, Li Wenhao laughed along. Jiang Fan seemed to think too highly of himself, believing he could not be dismissed. This was simply a huge joke. Your cousin as a department director relies on his position to seduce the already married Zhang Fang. This affects the company's image. Starting today, he is not allowed to set foot in Guangyao Group again. Zhang Fang, you are married, yet still involved with Director Li. How can you face your husband? Starting today, go to the finance department to collect your salary and leave. Li Wenhao, as department manager, you turn a blind eye to your cousin's reckless behavior in the company. I see no reason for you to stay as manager either. By the way, I will also have the finance department investigate your assets. Listening to Jiang Fan's words, Li Wenhao and Director Li exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Haha, are you out of your mind? Do you think you are the chairman? You plan to fire us. Jiang Fan, you are truly amusing. You, a mere worker, dare to say such things. Hey, if you have a problem, go see a doctor. You are simply delusional. Director Li laughed heartily. Just as the words left his mouth, Director Li and the others heard the sound of high heels approaching from outside. Turning around, they saw the chairman walking in with his daughter. Why is the chairman here? Seeing the chairman's sudden arrival, Li Wenhao felt puzzled. Realizing what was happening, he hurriedly approached with his cousin, wearing a warm and respectful expression. Chairman Miss Tang, what brings you here? Li Wenhao, what are you doing here? Are you also here to greet the chairman? The current chairman of Guangyao Group greeted Li Wenhao with a smile and then asked, a chairman? What do you mean by that? Aren't you the chairman? Hearing this, Li Wenhao was confused. Let's talk later. I'll go greet the chairman first. This person smiled, glanced at Jiang Fan, and hurried forward. With great enthusiasm, he said, Chairman Jiang, there have been many matters recently. Please forgive me for only coming to greet you now. How have you been adjusting to work here? Looking at this person, Jiang Fan recalled a memory. This person was Tang Xiaoming, the acting chairman of Guangyao Group, and the one beside him was his daughter Tang Xiyu. Tang Xiyu indeed had a slender and graceful figure with soft white arms resembling lotus roots, elegantly rounded long legs, and delicate smooth calves, together with her jade-like skin, making her stand out beautifully. Beneath her professional attire, there seemed to be a pair of curves that could spring forth at any moment. Jiang Fan glanced around, noticing that Tang Xiyu was also secretly observing him, causing him to awkwardly smile. He said to Tang Xiaoming, work is fine, but I recently heard that someone in the company is using their position to pursue a married woman. Is there really such a person? Chairman Jiang, do you know who it is? Tell me, and I will handle it. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaming's brows furrowed, his face showing anger. It is clearly stated in the company regulations that no one is allowed to misuse their position to engage in actions that violate company rules. Under his management, such behavior should not exist, so how could he not be angry? Chairman Zhang appointed him as acting chairman of Guangyao Group, and if he failed to manage well, it would be his negligence. Well, chairman, he is just a worker. How could he be the chairman of Guangyao Group? Aren't you the chairman? Li Wenhao expressed. Manager Li Zhangfan is the true chairman of Guangyao Group, while I am merely the acting chairman. Speaking of which, Chairman Zhang, you mentioned that someone is abusing their position to do inappropriate things in the company. As a department manager, do you know about this? Chairman, Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao's face flashed with panic, and he stammered. By the look on your face, you know, don't you? Tell me who is the one daring to do such things. And why haven't you dealt with it? Tang Xiaoming questioned. Chairman, Haha, Tang Xiaoming, don't ask him anymore. Let me tell you, the one responsible for such actions is naturally Director Li Wenhao's cousin. Speaking of Director Li, that's something else entirely. Relying on his cousin, the general manager of the company, he does as he pleases. Just a moment ago, he even said that if he doesn't come to work tomorrow, he would fire everyone. Tang Xiaoming, I remember that our company does not have mandatory overtime, right? Chairman Zhang, there is no policy for mandatory overtime in the company. Li Wenhao, you have done well. As the department manager, you have allowed your cousin to behave like this in the company, tarnishing the company's image. Starting today, both you and your cousin are to leave the company and never be hired again. Chairman, please no. I was wrong. I beg you for another chance, and I will definitely perform well. Upon hearing this, Li Wenhao felt a rush of panic and quickly pleaded. You must know that it took him 3 years to become the department manager. Now, because of his cousin's issue, he stands to lose everything he worked for. How can he accept that? Yes, Chairman, I will perform well. I hope you can give me a chance to redeem myself. At this moment, Director Li also pleaded. It took a lot of effort to reach the position of director with my cousin. If I lose it now, will I ever find such a job again? Clearly, it is unlikely. Moreover, if my cousin is dismissed by Guangyao Group, because of this, his whole family. Tang Xiaoming felt very disappointed in these two. After such an incident, he would not allow Li Wenhao and the others to remain in the company. As the saying goes, a single rat dropping spoils the whole pot of porridge. Now there are 2 rat droppings. If this continues, the company will inevitably deteriorate. Without further ado, Zhangfang, Li Wenhao, and your cousin go to finance to settle your salaries. From now on, you are not allowed to step foot here again. Tang Xiaoming said sternly. Wait, let finance check Li Wenhao's account first to see if there is anything wrong. Hearing Tang Xiaoming's words, Zhang Fan interjected. Okay, Chairman Zhang, I will arrange it right away. At this moment, Li Wenhao's face had turned pale and his body felt weak. If he had managed to reach this position, there must be some discrepancies in his account. If discovered, he might face legal. It's over, everything is over. It's all his fault. It's all because of this so-called cousin. If he hadn't offended Zhang Fan, how could this have happened? Li Wenhao glared at his cousin with fierce anger. The one who was most frightened was Zhang Fang. She sought out Director Li for a promotion, but now that Director Li has been dismissed, she has lost her job. If her husband finds out about this, what will happen next? Chairman Zhang, I beg you, please don't dismiss me. I know I was wrong. Thinking of this, Zhang Fang knelt before Zhang Fan, tears streaming down her face, grasping his pants leg and pleading. After doing such a thing, how can I not dismiss you? Zhang Fang, you have some nerve. Looking at Zhang Fang's tearful appearance, Zhang Fan chuckled. Chairman Zhang, as long as you don't dismiss me, I am willing to do anything for you. Zhang Fang hesitated for a moment, speaking with a suggestive tone. Someone like you. Do you really think I need you? Disgusting. Get out of here. Hearing this, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, pulled her hand away, and stood up. Tang Xiaoming, the next matters are up to you. I will take my leave now. Chairman Zhang, wait a moment. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. Seeing Zhang Fan about to leave, Tang Xiaoming quickly spoke up. See, you take Chairman Zhang to the office and explain it to him. Okay, Chairman. Chairman Zhang, please. Tang Siyu spoke, gently, always wearing a smile. Zhang Fan nodded, following Tang Siyu out of the room. Tang Xiaoming also left to handle Li Wenhao's matters. He naturally couldn't hesitate in the tasks assigned. The others in the room gathered together, whispering. They had not expected that their longtime colleague Zhang Fan was actually the chairman of Guangyao Group. If they had known, they might have treated Zhang Fan much better. If one of them became Zhang Fan's girlfriend, good day. Oh, the chairman, that is the chairman of Guangyao Group. Their group is the 3rd largest company in this region. Zhang Fan followed behind, gazing at the back of Tang Siyu. He had to admit that Tang Siyu had an impressive figure, curvaceous, standing at 171 meters tall, in professional attire. She exuded the aura of a strong woman, also revealing a sense of dominance. Chairman, we have arrived. Outside the door, Tang Siyu stopped, opened the door, and smiled at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan awkwardly touched his nose, smiled, and walked in. The office was spacious, with a bookshelf behind the desk filled with many books about workplace topics. There was not only a coffee table, but also a television, and so on. Chairman, the documents are on the desk. Please have a look, and if you have any questions, you can ask me. All right. Zhang Fan approached the desk, sat down, and began reviewing the documents in hand. Most of the content was about the future development direction of Guangyao Group. Due to the system's influence, Jiang Fan's mind also filled with information regarding Guangyao Group. Tang Siyu, there are several areas here that we do not need. There are no reasons for us to engage with small companies. Jiang Fan shook his head after reading for a while. But Chairman Jiang, some of the clients included here are longtime clients of our Guangyao Group. If we don't engage, wouldn't that mean losing old clients? Tang Siyu approached Jiang Fan, bending slightly, and spoke softly next to him. Inhaling the fragrance from Tang Siyu, Jiang Fan's heart began to race. Moving slightly to the side without being obvious, he said, "Let's keep the old clients, but we don't need to engage with small companies that are not old clients. If we do business, it should be with large companies." Chairman Jiang, will this be beneficial for our company's development? Tang Siyu blinked, puzzled. You understand the company's situation better than I do, right? During this time I haven't managed the company, yet you all have been doing well. The upcoming matters will be left to you. As for me, I will continue to be a hands-off manager. Jiang Fan waved his hand, grinning. Chairman, do you still plan to continue working? We'll see about that. By the way, how old are you? How old? I am AC. Hearing this, Tang Siyu's face flushed, her voice became as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. I meant to ask your age. Jiang Fan glanced at her chest, nodding that it was indeed AC. Upon realizing he was asking about her age, Tang Siyu's face turned even redder. She thought he meant something else. This was a huge blunder. How had she suddenly blurted that out? Tang Siyu stomped her foot, feeling incredibly. I am 24 this year. The warmth of her embarrassment still lingered as Tang Siyu revealed her age. From the memories provided by the system, Jiang Fan knew that Tang Siyu had not relied on her father, but rather her own talents to be promoted to the position of general manager. She could truly be considered a strong woman. Guangyao Group had 15 departments, each managed by a manager, and all 15 department managers were overseen by a general manager. And Tang Siyu was the general manager overseeing these 15 department managers. After asking a few questions in the office, Jiang Fan checked the time. It was almost 6 in the evening, and he should head back. So he stood up and said, Tang Siyu, it's getting late. The work hours are over, and I should head back now. Excuse me, Chairman Jiang, could you give me your contact information? I don't have it yet. Seeing Jiang Fan about to leave, Tang Siyu hurriedly stepped forward. Contact information. Sure, let me add you. All right. The two took out their phones, and Jiang Fan added Tang Siyu's contact, while also exchanging phone numbers. If you need anything, just contact me. Jiang Fan waved the phone in his hand, smiled slightly, and turned to leave the office. As Jiang Fan left, Tang Siyu sat on the sofa, cradling her face in her hands, recalling the earlier events, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, Chairman Jiang is not only handsome, but also young and accomplished, at just 22, being the chairman of Guangyao Group. Such a talented man is undoubtedly favored by many girls. I just wonder if Chairman Jiang has a girlfriend. Tisk, Tang Siyu, what are you thinking? Jiang Fan is your boss. Tang Siyu was startled by her own thought, hurriedly shook her head, trying to dismiss the idea from her mind. Siyu, did Chairman Jiang leave? Not long after Jiang Fan left, Tang Xiaoming arrived at the office. Seeing his daughter sitting alone on the sofa, he inquired, Dad, Jiang Fan just left not long ago. Oh, how was it? Dad, how was what? Tang Siyu replied, confused. I meant, how was Chairman Jiang? Look at how young Chairman Jiang is at being the chairman of Guangyao Group. He truly is talented and accomplished, not to mention his charming demeanor and elegant mannerisms. Daughter, you must seize this opportunity. Dad, what are you talking about? Jiang Fan is my boss. Hearing this, Tang Siyu understood her father's little thoughts and rolled her eyes. Even if he's your boss, you can still pursue him. Besides, you both work at the same company. Except for Saturdays and Sundays, you can see him during work hours. Isn't that your opportunity? You're not young anymore. It's time to find a boyfriend. There's no need to waste my youth on work. Oh, Dad, I'm not in a rush about this. Why are you so anxious? I'm ignoring you now. Tang Siyu stomped her foot, shyly running outside. Watching his daughter leave, Tang Xiaoming burst into hearty laughter in the office. In memory, Tang Xiaoming and the others knew he was the chairman of Guangyao Group, so it seems the system altered their memories to make things logical. On the road, Jiang Fan pondered the events of the day. This time, during the One-Yuan flash sale, he not only obtained the position of chairman of Guangyao Group and 70% of the shares, but also acquired top-tier national martial arts. National martial arts that stop conflicts, only harming enemies, and not for display, are considered national martial arts. National martial arts, both ancient and modern, refer to the arts of a nation cultivating character and culture. It's fortunate I had national martial arts, otherwise with my physique, I wouldn't stand a chance against Director Li, who weighs 190 pounds. Now Jiang Fan felt his strength was quite formidable, at least much stronger than before he acquired national martial arts. In the past few days at work, Jiang Fan had not driven his Lamborghini. Firstly, the Lamborghini was too flashy, and secondly, he wouldn't know how to explain it if his colleagues saw him. However, now that he was the chairman of Guangyao Group, he could finally drive that Lamborghini. As a chairman, could he not afford a Lamborghini? Jiang Fan, it's you. You made me lose my job. Just as Jiang Fan was walking and thinking, 5 people appeared beside him. One of them was the dismissed Li Wenhao. Seeing Li Wenhao accompanied by 4 men who looked like thugs, Jiang Fan stopped without a trace of anxiety, instead casually replied, "What's the matter, Li Wenhao? Are you dissatisfied?" "Dissatisfied? What is there to be dissatisfied about? TSK. It's all because of you that I lost my job. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." Li Wenhao spat on the ground, glaring at Jiang Fan with gritted teeth. "You want these guys to beat me? I am the chairman of Guangyao Group. If you hit me, don't you fear I'll have the police arrest? I've lost my job and I'm not afraid of that. We can deal with the consequences later, but right now I want to teach you a lesson. Everyone get ready and beat him up. I will take full responsibility for the consequences." They're being paid to work. Li Wenhao gave them money, so they won't care about his identity. Besides, Li Wenhao will bear the consequences. They only need to teach him a lesson. "Brothers, since Boss Li said, so we can't just stand by. Follow me, let's teach this kid a lesson." One of the bald men said in a rough tone, "I didn't expect to have to use national martial arts again so soon." Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, stepping back with his right leg slightly bending his right arm, and raised his hand to beckon them. Seeing Jiang Fan's stance, the bald man spat on the ground, and raising his fists charged at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan tilted his body slightly, seized one person's left hand, and with a forceful throw the person crashed heavily to the ground. In just 3 minutes 4 bodies lay on the ground. "Li Wenhao, is this the kind of thug you hired?" "Just this." Jiang Fan walked toward Li Wenhao, his eyes filled with disdain. You're actually this strong. What do you want? Don't come any closer." Seeing Jiang Fan's prowess and approaching him, Li Wenhao felt a panic and spoke fearfully while retreating. "For someone like you, if I don't teach you a lesson, it wouldn't make sense. You think you're strong? Slap. You think you're slap. You think you're tough? Slap. You slap." Jiang Fan slapped Li Wenhao 4 times across the face before stopping, and now Li Wenhao's face had turned into that of a pig. The pain on his face made Li Wenhao unable to hold back his tears. Do you think you can teach me a lesson?" "Humph." Jiang Fan took out his phone and contacted Tang Siyu. As soon as the phone rang, Tang Siyu quickly answered. "Chairman Jiang, is there something wrong? Have you clarified the situation with Li Wenhao?" Chairman, please hold on, let me check." After a moment, Tang Siyu replied. "Chairman, it's been clarified, the account is incorrect. Since it's incorrect, send him in. Arrange for the hearing tomorrow." Although she didn't understand why it was so urgent since Jiang Fan said, so she naturally had to arrange it immediately. "All right, Chairman Jiang, I'll arrange it first thing tomorrow morning, and then quickly get that hearing set up to send Li Wenhao in. You can handle this matter. Also, no need to be so formal, just call me Jiang Fan." "Oh, then Jiang Fan, just call me Siyu." By the end, Tang Siyu's voice became softer and softer, but thankfully Jiang Fan had good hearing and could understand her. "All right, Siyu, thank you for your help." Yes." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan glanced at Li Wenhao, saying, "From now on, just stay inside obediently." With that, he left Li Wenhao, who was left in a daze, slumped on the spot. One could say that his life was over. Ding dong, ding dong. Not long after he left, the phone rang. Taking it out, Jiang Fan saw it was a call from his mother. After a moment's thought, he answered. "Hello, Mom." "Brother, it's me, not Mom." "Oh, it's Xiao Yu, what's the matter?" On the line was Jiang Fan's younger sister, Jiang Yuding. At this time, he guessed she was calling to ask if he would return home. Sure enough, just as Jiang Fan thought, his sister's voice came through. "Mom asked me to ask if you were coming back this year. After all, you didn't come back for New Year last year." "This year? Of course I will come back. I'll give you all a surprise then." Last year he didn't return because he hadn't made, but this year was different. Not only had he made money, but he had also become the chairman of Guangyao Group. Jiang Fan planned to go to the bank in the next couple of days to get a card, then have Tang Siyu transfer some money over. Hearing that her older brother was coming back, Jiang Yuding was very happy and quickly informed their parents. "Child, are you definitely coming back this year?" "If you are coming back, Mom can prepare for it." Jiang Fan's mother, Zhao Yuanling, took the phone asking excitedly. "Mom, no need to prepare. I've already decided I'll be back next week." "Next week I'll be back." Good, it's great that you're coming back. Whether you made money or not isn't important. What matters is the new year. Come home so our family can reunite, right?" "Yes, Mom." "All right, then you must be busy. I won't disturb you. Call me in advance on the day you come back, so I can have your dad pick you up." "Okay, Mom, I'll give you a surprise then." "Goodbye, Mom." "Goodbye." After hanging up, Jiang Fan wore a smile on his face. He hadn't gone back last year, but would return this year to give his mother a surprise. But how should I explain that Lamborghini? Right, I'll just say I got promoted to general manager at the company, and this car is a reward from the chairman for myself. Yes, that's it. Soon Jiang Fan came up with an idea. His parents knew what kind of person he was. If he suddenly claimed to be the chairman of Guangyao Group, they would surely think he had gone mad at work. But if he said he had been promoted to general manager, they would probably accept it. Thinking of how his parents had worked hard all their lives, he now had the ability to let them enjoy life. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan returned home, and as soon as he got back, Su Shui sent a message. "Su Shui, Jiang Fan, you're back. Why are you so late today? Were you out fooling around?" Seeing the message, Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile and replied, "No, I was handling some company matters. By the way, what secret do you have prepared to tell me tomorrow? Can you say it now?" Su Shui, "No way. You'll find out tomorrow." Jiang Fan, "All right, then I'll be looking forward to it to see what secret you have for me." Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, put his phone aside, and began preparing dinner. However, he was curious why this girl hadn't mentioned his cooking in the past few days. Could it be that she has started learning how to cook? That shouldn't be possible. The next morning around 8 o'clock, Su Shui sent a message saying she was outside and asked Jiang Fan to open the door. Seeing the girl had come so early, Jiang Fan had to get up and go downstairs to open the door. Jiang Fan, good morning. Su Shui had clearly dressed up carefully, her little face looking expectantly at Jiang Fan as if wanting him to praise her. Jiang Fan was still a bit dazed and didn't notice Su Shui's expression. He nodded and stepped aside to let her. Seeing Jiang Fan's dazed appearance, Su Shui realized she had come too early. She stuck out her tongue and "You can play around while I go catch a bit more sleep." Jiang Fan yawned, still not fully awake and wasn't in great spirits. Go ahead. I'll wait for you downstairs." Su Shui flashed a mysterious smile and nodded at Jiang Fan. Once Jiang Fan went upstairs, Su Shui headed to the fridge to search for ingredients. She planned to make breakfast for Jiang Fan. When he woke up, he would surely show a surprised expression and then praise her. Thinking this, Su Shui couldn't help but beam with joy. However, there weren't many ingredients in the fridge. Last time Jiang Fan had only bought a week's worth of supplies, and they had mostly been eaten. There were still some meat and vegetables left in the fridge. Su Shui looked at these and planned to make meat porridge. An hour later, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, sat up from bed, and glanced at the time. "I actually slept for another hour." Su Shui must have left by now, right? After getting out of bed and changing his clothes, Jiang Fan went downstairs. Just as he came downstairs, he saw 2 bowls of meat porridge on the table. Oh, Su Shui really has started learning to cook. Seeing this, Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised, though he had guessed it yesterday. "Jiang Fan, come over and try it. Is it delicious?" Su Shui sat at the table waving her hand excitedly when she saw Jiang Fan come down. "Okay, I'll try your cooking. Let's see how it is." Jiang Fan smiled slightly and sat down at the table. He picked up the spoon from the bowl and took a taste. Not bad, very delicious." "Really?" Hearing Jiang Fan's praise, Su Shui was incredibly excited, displaying a charming smile. "Really, it's even better than the meat porridge made in some breakfast shops." Jiang Fan was speaking the truth, and didn't. Then you should eat more. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot." Su Shui felt very sweet inside, especially since Jiang Fan recognized her cooking skills. Recalling what her mother had said last time, Su Shui suddenly became shy, lowering her head and secretly observing Jiang Fan as he drank the porridge. "Su Shui, is this the secret you wanted to tell me?" After eating 2 bowls of porridge, Jiang Fan looked at Su Shui and spoke gently. I learned this from Mom over the past few days." Mom said. Seeing Su Shui stutter, Jiang Fan decided to tease her. "Did your mom say that girls who can cook are the most beautiful?" No, not telling you." Su Shui hesitated for a moment, burying her head and continuing to eat. She was too shy to say that sentence now. Seeing she was unwilling to speak, Jiang Fan didn't press further, but continued to wait for her to finish eating before washing the dishes. "Jiang Fan, the Spring Festival is approaching. Do you plan to return home this year?" Su Shui asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan as her spoon circled slowly in her bowl. "I didn't go back last year. I'm planning to visit this time." "What about you?" "I won't be returning either. My parents likely won't go since both my grandparents have passed away. There's little left there worth seeing." Su Shui shook her head. "Where's your hometown?" "It's Tongshan Town in PD. Tongshan. That's not far. It'll only take a few hours by car." "How long do you plan to stay? When will you leave? And when will you return?" Su Shui continued. "I'll depart next Sunday, and I probably won't be back until the 10th day of the first lunar month." "The 10th? That means you'll be away for over half a month." "That's right. And for all that time, I won't get to taste." "What if I accompany you home? How does that sound?" Su Shui's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled. This. Jiang Fan was utterly taken aback. They'd only known each other a short while, yet she already wanted to travel home with him. Seeing the hopeful expression on her face, he found it difficult to refuse outright. "Would your parents agree?" Jiang Fan asked after a moment's pause. "I'll speak with them myself." "So does that mean you—" Hearing his question, Su Shui's face lit up with delight. "If my parents consent, I'll gladly take you along." Yet Jiang Fan doubted her parents would approve, not after such a brief acquaintance. How could they possibly entrust their daughter so readily? "Then it's settled. If my parents say yes, you'll take me home to visit." "Agreed. If your parents consent, I'll take you. If not, you'll simply stay comfortably at home." "Wonderful. Tonight, as soon as my parents return, I'll persuade them to agree." Su Shui beamed inwardly. Tonight she'd win their approval, and next week she'd finally step into Jiang Fan's world. Stealing a glance at Jiang Fan, she noticed his dazed expression. He seemed utterly oblivious to her subtle hint. After all, going home with him meant meeting his family. Such a dolt. "Would you like more? If not, I'll wash the dishes." Jiang Fan asked gently. "Oh, no, thank you." Su Shui snapped back to awareness and hastily shook her head. Jiang Fan gave a slight nod, rose, cleared the table, carried the bowls into the kitchen, and began washing them. Afterward, glancing into the refrigerator, he realized it was time to restock. "Su Shui, I'm heading out to buy groceries. Would you prefer to go home or stay here and watch TV or browse online?" "You're going grocery shopping. Let me come with you. I've never bought groceries before." Su Shui said eagerly. Very well, let's go. They closed the door behind them and Zhang Fan led Su Shui down to the underground garage, opened the car door, and courteously invited her inside. After securing the door, he settled into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and steered the car out of the villa toward the local market. Soon they arrived near the market. Zhang Fan parked the car and guided Su Shui toward the bustling stalls. The pungent, earthy aroma of the market made Su Shui instinctively wrinkle her nose, but she bore it gracefully. Zhang Fan strolled leisurely with Su Shui through the aisles, yet bought nothing. Zhang Fan, why are you just looking, not buying? Su Shui asked, puzzled. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Su Shui, patience. Grocery shopping has its art. First follow the aunties who bargain fiercely, once they seal their deals will step in and purchase at the same price. Oh, so that's how it's done. Su Shui's eyes widened with newfound insight. After a brief stroll, Zhang Fan spotted an auntie haggling vigorously with a vendor. As soon as she completed her purchase, he guided Su Shui forward. Boss, give me 2 jin of this vegetable, at the same price she just paid. Yes, young man, the same price, 2 jin. Just a moment. Once the vendor weighed and bagged the produce, Zhang Fan paid and led Su Shui away. Seeing him secure the exact same price the auntie had negotiated, Su Shui gazed at him with quiet admiration. Zhang Fan, you're incredible. How did you manage that? Just observe closely whenever you shop. With practice, anyone can learn this. Watching her awestruck expression, Zhang Fan rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. To someone like Su Shui, who'd never set foot in a market, it truly seemed like magic. Excuse us, please make way. As Zhang Fan and Su Shui chatted, a laden tricycle rumbled up behind them, stacked high with goods. Zhang Fan instantly stepped back, swiftly pulling Su Shui into his arms. Had he hesitated, the cargo might well have struck them. Su Shui gasped softly, her entire body pressed against Zhang Fan's chest, inhaling his warm, steady scent. As her cheeks flared crimson, she felt suddenly weightless, her limbs soft and yielding, yet wrapped in an unexpected, profound scent. Zhang Fan looked down at Su Shui, nestled in his arms, her face blazing red, and hastily loosened his hold, murmuring apologies. I acted out of necessity. But the moment those words left his lips, Su Shui nearly stumbled backward. Zhang Fan instinctively reached out again, his hand settling gently at her waist. A soft, breathy murmur escaped Su Shui as she leaned into him once more. Su Shui, are you all right? Zhang Fan asked, tenderly, concern deepening in his voice. Her voice trembled, barely audible. I'm fine. Good. Can you walk? Yes, I can. Then I'll let go now. Slowly Zhang Fan released her, this time without incident. Her blush lingered unyielding as she kept her gaze lowered, nervously twisting her fingers while stealing shy glances at him from the corner of her eye. Gazing at the hand Zhang Fan had just held, still faintly warm, she smiled dreamily. Zhang Fan, could you hold my hand again? Seeing him turn to walk away, Su Shui drew a deep breath and blurted it out. Zhang Fan glanced at her curiously, said nothing, and simply nodded, then extended his hand and took hers. Soft, delightfully soft, though slightly cool. That was Zhang Fan's impression as he held her hand. Su Shui walked beside him, eyes downcast, watching his fingers entwined with hers, a tender, sweet smile blooming across her face. She knew, without doubt, that something between them had shifted, deepened. And yet, even after her boldness, he remained charmingly, endearingly clueless. After purchasing the groceries, Zhang Fan asked what she'd like to drink, bought 2 bottles of water, and escorted Su Shui back to the car. He placed the bags in the trunk, got in, started the engine, and pulled away. Zhang Fan, have you ever— Su Shui paused thoughtfully, then gazed directly into his eyes. How did you know? Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows. He had indeed never been in love. Otherwise his aunt wouldn't have arranged that matchmaking session for him last time. Su Shui arched her brows, her expression unmistakably saying, I knew it. As for how she'd guessed, it was plain to see from Zhang Fan's demeanor. I've never been in love either. Neither have you. So, why don't we give it a try? What do you think? Su Shui spoke softly, her eyes brimming with quiet anticipation as she gazed intently at Zhang Fan. At those words, Zhang Fan's hand tightened on the steering wheel, trembling ever so slightly. He chuckled faintly and asked, You aren't joking, are you? They'd only known each other for a week. This was unfolding far too quickly. I'm not joking. I mean it sincerely, Su Shui replied, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she fixed him with a look of unwavering seriousness. Su Shui was undeniably beautiful, and charming too. To claim he didn't like her would be a lie. Yet, your parents probably won't approve, will they? It does feel rather sudden. We've known each other for less than a week, Zhang Fan said hesitantly. Our relationship has nothing to do with my parents. They are who they are, I am who I am. All I know is this: I like you. I want to be with you. Her voice carried an unshakable resolve. With such sincerity, laid-bare silence from Zhang Fan would truly betray the very essence of manhood. Su Shui, I can't give you an answer right now. Let me think it over. Tomorrow I'll tell you. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Fan chose not to commit immediately. He needed time to consider. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Shui's eyes at Zhang Fan's hesitation, but it vanished just as swiftly. She beamed and nodded cheerfully. All right. Tomorrow morning I'll come by to hear your answer. They rode the rest of the way in silence. Jiang Fan drove back to the villa, parked the car in the basement, then carried the groceries upstairs with Su Shui in tow. That night after dinner, Su Shui bid him farewell and returned home, her heart heavy with worry and nerves. What if Jiang Fan refused tomorrow? What if he declined to begin a romance with her? She would be utterly heartbroken, especially since she'd taken the first step. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Jiang Fan also reflected deeply, retracing the events of recent days. Time and again, Su Shui had initiated things while he himself remained uncertain, even naive about matters of the heart. That same evening, Su Shui's parents returned home. As Lu Jiahui stepped inside and switched on the light, she found her daughter sitting motionless on the sofa, lost in thought. What's with you, child? It's pitch dark. You didn't even turn on the lamp. What's got you so deep in thought? Tell Mama. Lu Jiahui approached, Su Shui puzzled and concerned. Mom. At the sight of her mother standing before her, Su Shui's eyes welled up instantly, and she buried her face in Lu Jiahui's embrace. Her mother held her close, gently patting her back, while discreetly signaling Su Bai with a glance. Su Bai, reading the cue, quietly ascended to the second floor. He understood. His daughter had something private to share with her mother, and his presence would only hinder her confession. Still, judging by her state, had Jiang Fan mistreated her? If so, he'd make sure the young man answered for it. Once Su Bai had left, Lu Jiahui sat beside her daughter on the sofa, gently released her hold, wiped away the glistening tears at the corners of Su Shui's eyes, and murmured tenderly, There, no more crying. Tell me, Snow, what's wrong? Mom. Today I confessed my feelings to Jiang Fan. Confessed? So soon. The words startled Lu Jiahui. She hadn't expected their relationship to progress this rapidly. Could it be that Jiang Fan had refused? Had he rejected her, wounding her heart? After all, when a girl confesses first, she places herself in a vulnerable position. Yet seeing her daughter so distraught, Lu Jiahui hesitated to press further. Instead, she offered gentle reassurance. If Jiang Fan says no, then so be it. Our Snow is radiant. Surely there's no shortage of worthy young men waiting for her. Mom, Jiang Fan didn't say no. He didn't refuse. Then why? Today during the day, Jiang Fan told me he needed time to think. He'll give me his answer tomorrow. I'm afraid he'll say no when he does. Oh, my dear. You had me convinced he'd turned you down outright. But he hasn't decided yet. He's simply asking for time. There's still hope. Don't fear. But what if tomorrow he says no? What do I do then? Su Shui lifted her gaze to meet her mother's. The raw vulnerability in her expression tugged at the heart. Do you truly love Jiang Fan? Lu Jiahui wrapped an arm around her daughter's shoulders and whispered softly. Yes, I love Jiang Fan. Then there's your answer. Even if he declines tomorrow, you may pursue him again. Does he already have a girlfriend? Jiang Fan said he's never been in love, so he likely has no girlfriend. Never been in love? Then let me help. First tell me, what's Jiang Fan like? Oh. From the stairwell, Su Bai finally grasped why his daughter was so upset. Jiang Fan hadn't responded to her confession, not even a tentative yes or no. The thought riled him. His daughter, so lovely, had bared her heart, yet he hesitated. No, he'd go confront Jiang Fan tonight and demand clarity about his intentions. While his wife comforted their daughter, Su Bai slipped quietly out of the living room and made his way to Jiang Fan's villa, ringing the doorbell without delay. Hearing the chime downstairs, Jiang Fan rose from bed and descended to the entrance. Through the glass panel, he saw Su Bai standing outside. What brings him here? Jiang Fan wondered, then opened the door with a courteous smile. Mr. Jiang, still awake. I've come to speak with you about something. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, so Su Bai kept his tone polite. Please come in. Jiang Fan ushered him into the living room and poured him a glass of water. Mr. Su, what brings you here tonight? About Su Shui. Jiang Fan sat across from him, paused thoughtfully, then replied. Yes, Su Shui is beautiful, charming, and full of vitality. I know my daughter is beautiful, charming, and lively. I'm asking about your feelings toward her, romantically. Romantically speaking, I've genuinely enjoyed spending these past days with Su Shui. So, you love Su Shui? Mr. Su, this. A true man speaks plainly. Love is love, indifference is indifference. Why hesitate? Seeing Jiang Fan falter, Su Bai bristled with indignation. His daughter had bravely confessed, and yet here stood this young man wavering like a reed in the wind. Unforgivable. Jiang Fan drew a slow, deep breath and nodded firmly. Yes, I do. At those words, Su Bai exhaled in quiet relief. He'd already resolved to teach Jiang Fan a lesson. If the answer had been no, fortunately it wasn't. Though reluctant, seeing his beautiful daughter with someone like a pig, he couldn't deny her happiness with Jiang Fan. As a father, he had to agree and let them be together. Otherwise, his daughter would hold a grudge against him for life. As long as she was happy and lived well, he would also feel joy as a father. Shuer has been worried tonight, worried that you wouldn't be willing to accept her. But now hearing your words, I feel relieved. Uncle, please speak. Hearing Su Bai call his name, Zhang Fan quickly sat up, his expression serious. I entrust my daughter to you. If you dare to bully her, this father will make sure to teach you a lesson. Moreover, Shuer isn't in very good health. She often fell ill as a child, which is why we don't usually let her do too much strenuous work. However, in the past few days I've noticed that Shuer has been learning to cook with her mother. Although she seems a bit tired, she is very happy. Please take good care of her in the future. Uncle, don't worry. I will take good care of Su Shui. Alright then, let's end our conversation here for today. Come over for lunch tomorrow. I have a few things I want to ask you. Okay, uncle, please. Zhang Fan nodded, standing up with a smile. Su Bai looked at this young man. Although they had only talked for a little while, the boy gave him a stable impression. He should be able to bring happiness to Shuer. Sighing, Su Bai left Zhang Fan's home. Zhang Fan was still a bit dazed. He had gone on a blind date last week, and this week he suddenly had a girlfriend, a young lady of a wealthy family. The development was too fast. Returning home, he saw his daughter sitting on the sofa while his wife was in the kitchen cooking. Su Bai sat down. Shuer, Dad, what's the matter? Seeing her father approach, Su Shui asked with a smile. From her expression, it was clear that she was in a good mood. Su Bai thought for a moment, but decided not to tell her about his conversation with Zhang Fan. He simply said, Shuer, invite Zhang Fan over for lunch tomorrow. Come and drink a few cups with me. Really? Dad? Su Shui was a bit surprised to hear this. Haha, of course it's true. Great, I'll invite Zhang Fan over tomorrow at noon. She couldn't help but smile. Did this mean her father accepted Zhang Fan? Otherwise, he wouldn't let her invite Early the next morning, Su Shui woke up early and meticulously dressed in her room. For her, today was Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Shui smiled and encouraged herself. Around 8 o'clock, she only came out of her room when Lu Jiahui called her down for breakfast. Girl, up so early. You've been in your room getting ready, huh? Mom, Su Shui shyly linked arms with her mother, her voice soft. Don't worry, with our beautiful Shuer, I doubt Zhang Fan will refuse. Lu Jiahui had learned from Su by the night before that Zhang Fan had agreed. However, she did not plan to tell her daughter. Such things should be heard directly from Zhang Fan. Let's go eat, then get ready. You'll go to Zhang Fan's place afterward. After breakfast, Su Shui first took out her phone to check if Zhang Fan had woken up. Zhang Fan quickly replied that he was already up. Seeing this message, Su Shui hurriedly replied that she would come over soon. Dad, Mom, I'm going to find Zhang Fan now. Go ahead and remember to bring Zhang Fan over to visit later. Looking at her daughter's happy expression, Lu Jiahui and Su Bai exchanged smiles, their faces Though Lu Jiahui had encouraged her yesterday, when Su Shui stood at Zhang Fan's door, she was still very nervous. After ringing the doorbell, she stood at the entrance, unsure of what to do. Soon Zhang Fan opened the door and saw Su Shui standing there. Zhang Fan, Su Shui, come in. Zhang Fan smiled and invited Su Shui inside. Su Shui slightly nodded, her face flushed, lowering her head as her heart raced, and walked in. This was her first time feeling so nervous. After closing the door, Zhang Fan followed behind her. Arriving in the living room, Su Shui took a deep breath and looked up at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, I. As the words reached her lips, Su Shui suddenly found herself unable to speak. Su Shui, I know. I like you too. Zhang Fan understood what she wanted to say. Instead of waiting for her to speak, he decided to say it first. Hearing him say he liked her too, Su Shui's eyes lit up, and she excitedly hugged Zhang Fan's waist. Burying her head in Zhang Fan's chest, she said with a choked voice, I know. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, gently patting Su Shui's back, speaking softly. Silly girl, why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. I am just crying because I'm happy. Su Shui looked up at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with his finger. Zhang Fan, you don't know. I was really worried last night. What would I do if you didn't agree? You're so beautiful, lively, and adorable. Who wouldn't like you? It's just that I felt things were moving too fast yesterday. You suddenly confessed to me, and I felt a bit muddled, so I didn't agree right away, making you worry. Su Shui shook her head, placing her hands around Zhang Fan's neck, smiling. I'm not worried anymore. Zhang Fan, thank you. Thank me for what? I should be thanking you for liking me. Zhang Fan, close your eyes. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Fan closed his eyes. Su Shui took a deep breath, stood on her tiptoes, and gently pressed her lips against Zhang Fan's. After the kiss, Su Shui looked at Zhang Fan with even softer eyes. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Zhang Fan opened his eyes and saw Su Shui looking at him with a gentle look. Su Shui buried her head in Zhang Fan's chest and said softly, Brother Fan, this is my first kiss. Su Shui, I will cherish you. Zhang Fan hugged Su Shui's shoulders, his gaze firm. By the way, Mom said to bring you over to our house for a visit and have lunch together. After a while, Su Shui remembered her parents' instructions and looked up. Okay, shall we go now? No, I want you to hold me a little longer. Su Shui shook her head, acting cute, towards Zhang Fan. Alright, let's go to the sofa over there. Near noon, Su Shui finally brought Zhang Fan home. Dad, Mom, we're here. Before they entered, Su Shui shouted. So you came back, not like you're visiting relatives. Why are you acting so formal? Lu Jiahui approached, looking at her daughter, bringing Zhang Fan and giving her a glare. Then she warmly said, Zhang Fan, you're here. Come in. Please come in, do not disturb. Lu Jiahui waved her hand eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable, and the more she looked at Jiang Fan, the more satisfied she felt. Brother Fan, let's go in quickly. Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan, smiling brightly as she led him inside. Watching her daughter Lu Jiahui felt genuine happiness. Shaking his head with a smile, he went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Ahem. Seeing his daughter like this, Su Bai couldn't help but cough. However, Su Shui still unconcernedly clung to Jiang Fan's arm. Su Bai felt exhausted. His daughter used to listen to him to some extent, but now with a boyfriend, she didn't even heed his words. Uncle, sorry for the disturbance. Not at all, please sit. Shui, go help your mother. Dad needs to have a chat with Jiang. Oh, Dad, you can't bully Brother Fan. Su Shui reminded with concern. All right, Dad won't bully your Brother Fan. Su Shui then felt reassured and walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Fan, are you a local from Magic City? Uncle, yes, my hometown is in Tang Town. And who's at home? Parents and a younger sister. My sister is in college and my parents are running a small business at home. Oh, don't you plan to bring your parents over? Uncle, my career just started this year. I didn't go back last year, but I plan to go back this year to see if my parents are willing to come. In response to Su Bai's question, Jiang Fan naturally replied one by one. Now that your relationship with Shui is established, we also want to meet your family. Uncle, if my parents come over, you will definitely meet them. By the way, which company are you working for? As for me, I am currently at Guangyao Group, serving as the chairman. Chairman, Guangyao Group. Guangyao Group is the third largest group in Magic City. It's impressive that you hold the position of chairman at such a young age. I remember when I was your age, I was still working for others. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Su Bai was very surprised. He didn't expect that Jiang Fan at such a young age was already the chairman of Guangyao Group. Truly impressive for someone so young. Shweder, stop staring. Your dad won't eat. Jiang Fan. In the kitchen, Lu Jiahui looked at her daughter standing at the kitchen door, listening intently to the conversation between Jiang Fan and Su Bai, and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Mom, I'm just. All right, come help Mom. Let your Brother Fan taste your cooking at noon today. Oh. Without discussing the match of their backgrounds, if Jiang Fan were mediocre, Su Bai would truly not agree to Jiang Fan being with his daughter. A man must have ambition in any case. If he lacks ambition, if his daughter marries him, she will only suffer. Uncle, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Well, recently I planned to stop collaborating with smaller companies. Do you think this approach is feasible? Su Bai's group company is the largest in Magic City, ranked first. It is called Longting Group, and Su Bai is also the chairman of the group. With his years of experience, Jiang Fan wanted to see how Su Bai viewed his handling of the situation. As soon as the topic of the company came up, Su Bai's expression became serious. He said earnestly, Jiang Fan, your method is not right. Every company is worth nurturing. Who knows, a small company might become a big one in a few years. For instance, that company called Bowie Limited, which became a group company in Rongqing within just a few years. Jiang Fan had heard of Bowie Group and had marveled at how quickly the company had developed. Thinking of this, he nodded. Good to understand. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will naturally answer you. All right, thank you, Uncle. Haha, no need to be so polite. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Su Bai smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Time to eat. After more than an hour, Su Shui brought the dishes to the table. Shui, go help Dad get the wine. Let's drink a few glasses together today. Oh, although not very pleased with her dad drinking, today was a happy day, so it was fine for him to drink a little. Bringing the wine and cups, Su Shui helped pour wine into the 2 cups. Here, Jiang Fan, Uncle toasts you. Jiang Fan quickly stood up, took the wine glass, and smiled, while shaking his head. Uncle, technically, I should toast you. Uncle, I toast you. No need to stand, sit down and drink. Su Bai extended his hand, gesturing for him to remain seated. After a glass of wine, Su Bai said cheerfully, no one at home drinks with me. Now that you're here, Jiang Fan, we can drink a few more glasses. At home, Su Bai rarely drank because no one accompanied him. Moreover, his daughter was unwilling to let him drink, so over the years he only drank during his own birthday and when his daughter or wife celebrated theirs. Uncle, as for wine, just enjoy it. If you drink too much, it's not good for your health. That's natural. You guys should eat some dishes too, don't just drink. Lu Jiahui brought in the last dish, sat down at the table, and smiled. All right, let's eat. Brother Fan, this is my cook. Su Shui picked up her chopsticks and helped Jiang Fan pick up a piece of meat, her eyes full of affection. Good. Jiang Fan nodded as he ate the piece of meat. Very good. Su Shui was happy with Jiang Fan's praise. It is said that a daughter who is married is like spilled water. Now that her daughter isn't married, yet she is already leaning towards Jiang Fan. Su Bai could only sigh. A girl is hard to keep. Not yet having eaten, he already felt half full. By the way, Dad and Mom, this year, I want to go to Brother Fan's house for the new year. After eating for a while, Su Shui looked up at her parents. This. Are they really preparing to meet each other's parents? Uncle Annie, now that my relationship with Shui is established, I also plan to take her back to meet my parents, so they can— Jiang Fan spoke up at this moment. All right, Shui is not a child anymore. She has her own thoughts. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much. Go ahead. When the time comes for the new year, remember to video call. Let's get to know your parents through video first, and when they come we can— Okay, Uncle. Su Shui felt that today was the happiest day of her life. Not only did she confirm her relationship with Brother Fan, but her parents also agreed to let her go to Brother Fan's house. Since establishing a relationship with Su Shui, Jiang Fan had not gone to the company these past few days, as Su Shui clung to him every day. That night, Lu Jiahui entered her daughter's room, looked at her daughter, shook her head with a smile, and said, "Shuier, chatting with Jiang Fan again, huh? Mom, you're here." Seeing her mother arrive, Su Shui's smile had not yet faded as she quickly sat up. "Mom has something to tell you." "Mom, go ahead. Although you are in a relationship with Jiang Fan, you can't cling to him all day long, understand?" "Mom, why?" Su Shui was confused, looking at her mother with a puzzled expression. "As a girl, you need to be a bit reserved. Oh, Jiang Fan is a man, and you should give him some space. If you cling to him too much, he might feel uncomfortable." As someone who has been through it, Lu Jiahui earnestly advised her daughter. "Usually you shouldn't just stay at home all day, go out more often, and go on dates, for example." After hearing her mother's words, Su Shui nodded, somewhat understanding, and said, "I understand, Mom. That's good. I'm telling you this for your own good." Lu Jiahui reached out and rubbed her daughter's head. Time progressed to Friday. During these days, Jiang Fan went to the bank to apply for a bank card, planning to visit the company today. "Shuier, I'm going to the company today. Do you want to come?" Jiang Fan sat on the sofa, wrapping his arm around Su Shui's shoulder and speaking softly. "Brother Fan, I won't go. He'll wait for you at home." Thinking of what her mom said, Su Shui shook her head. "All right, wait for me at home. I estimate he'll be back in the afternoon. Tomorrow we'll go out to buy some things, and on Sunday we'll go back to my hometown together." "Okay then. Drive safely on the road." "All right, I'm leaving now." Brother Fan, bye." "Bye." Since they established their relationship, Jiang Fan had given Su Shui a set of keys to his villa, allowing her to visit his home anytime. This time Jiang Fan did not drive. After more than an hour, he arrived at One-Yuan Group Company. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had arrived, Tang Xiu came out to greet him. "Jiang Fan, you're here." "Yes, I'm here. I have something to discuss with you." "Something? Just so happens I have something to discuss with you too. Hey, let's talk in the office." "You have something too? All right, let's go." Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Fan let Tang Xiu speak first. "Jiang Fan, the situation is this: ever since you mentioned not doing business with those small new clients, the department heads and managers have been somewhat dissatisfied. If Su Bai hadn't talked to Jiang Fan last time, Jiang Fan would have indeed implemented his own ideas. However, after their conversation, he understood a lot. He smiled slightly and said, "This matter, I indeed did not consider it properly and made a hasty decision. How about this, you arrange for them to go to the meeting room? I want to hold a meeting today." "All right, Jiang Fan, I'll arrange it now." "Go ahead." Ding. System refreshed. One-Yuan to seize a 10 billion order from Shengtian Group. One-Yuan to seize a 3 billion order from Chunwan Group. One-Yuan to seize a Hennessy Venom GT. Hearing the system refresh again, a smile appeared on Jiang Fan's face as he directly spent 3 yuan to seize the orders. Before long, Tang Xiu knocked on the office door. "Come in, Jiang Fan, it's been arranged. They're on their way to the meeting." "All right, then let's go too." Saying this, Jiang Fan picked up 2 orders from the desk and the keys to the Hennessy. "Jiang Fan, what's this?" Seeing Jiang Fan holding 2 documents, Tang Xiu asked in confusion. Just now she noticed that Jiang Fan entered without any documents. How did they suddenly appear? Jiang Fan smiled mysteriously, teasing, "You'll find out soon enough." They quickly arrived at the meeting room, where over 20 people were present, including managers, directors, and supervisors. "Chairman." Seeing Jiang Fan arrive, everyone quickly stood up and called out. Approaching the front, Jiang Fan smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. I am here today to discuss a matter with you all, but I've heard you have some dissatisfaction with my handling." Everyone exchanged glances, wondering if the chairman felt displeased with their discussions. "I called you here today because I want to hear your opinions. Go ahead and speak." "Then, Chairman, can I speak?" One person adjusted their glasses and asked. "Go ahead." "Chairman, I believe we should not neglect business with those small companies. Although Guangyao Group is indeed quite large now, we shouldn't forget our roots. After all, Guangyao Group also started from a small company. If those small company clients among us grow larger, I believe they won't forget their origins either." "What you said makes sense. Recently, I also spoke with the chairman of Longting Group." Hearing what he said, Jiang Fan nodded. "The chairman of Longting Group. Chairman, have you met Mr. Su?" Upon hearing this, the person was taken aback. "Of course, Uncle Su is sitting right next to me." "All right, let's not dwell on this. Over the past few days, I have also considered the matter. I hadn't thought about it at the time, but after this discussion, it does make sense. How about this, General Manager Tang, continue cooperating with those small companies?" "All right, Chairman. Additionally, I have an order here from Shengtian Group worth 10 billion. General Manager Tang, 10 billion order." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although Guangyao Group is so large, they have rarely received orders worth 10 billion over the years. Unexpectedly, Chairman Jiang made a significant move, securing an order worth 10 billion. Everyone was impressed by Chairman Jiang. Tang Xiu was also astonished. A Jiang Fan was indeed a remarkable young talent. "Chairman, is there a deadline for this order? Is there a requirement for how long it must be completed?" It says here that it must be completed within a year." Jiang Fan opened the document, glanced at it, and "Chairman, can I take a look first?" "Sure." Handing the document To Tang Siu, Jiang Fan sat in the chairman. This order, I'm afraid we can't take it. After a short while, Tang Siu's face showed difficulty. Can't do it. Then how about this? I have a 5 billion order from One-Yuan Group. We should be able to manage that, right? Jiang Fan didn't elaborate further, but took out another order. Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. Tang Siu said they couldn't handle the 10 billion order, yet unexpectedly the chairman immediately pulled out a 5 billion order. That's too impressive. Take a look first before making a decision. Handing the document to Tang Siu, Jiang Fan continued to wait. President Jiang, we can accept this order. Tang Siu handed the documents to Jiang Fan with a cheerful smile. Very well. Since the Lunar New Year is approaching, we'll take on this order when operations resume next year, and prepare year-end bonuses for all employees as well. Rest assured, President Jiang, we've already made all the necessary arrangements. Then let's adjourn the meeting. Understood, President Jiang. We'll return to our duties now. Go ahead. A warm smile graced everyone's faces as they left the conference room. Tang Siu watched them depart, then lowered her head, her peripheral gaze lingering shyly upon Jiang Fan. Not only is Jiang Fan strikingly handsome, but he's also exceptionally capable, possessing an aura both rare and compelling. What young woman wouldn't be drawn to such a man? Jiang Fan, are you free this Sunday? Tang Siu drew a quiet breath, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly. I'm not available. I'll be returning to my hometown. Going home. Oh, well then never mind. Tang Siu's expression dimmed with quiet disappointment. She had hoped, this Sunday if Jiang Fan were free, to invite him out for a stroll through the city. Alas, his prior commitment dashed that delicate hope. Her first ever invitation to a young man for an outing, so carefully mustered, had quietly dissolved into thin air. Sigh, I'll simply have to wait for another time. By the way, please transfer 1 million yuan to my account later. Ah, yes, of course. Here's my account number 62. Tang Siu quickly pulled out her phone and jotted down Jiang Fan's bank details. If there's nothing further, I'll take my leave. Having confirmed she'd recorded the information, Jiang Fan gathered the 10 billion yuan contract from One-Yuan Group and rose to depart. Jiang Fan, I'm quite finished here. Then, see you next year. See you next year. As Jiang Fan exited the conference room, Tang Siu sank into her chair and released a deep, wistful sigh. Downstairs before the Hennessy Viper GT, Jiang Fan pressed the key fob, unlocked the door, fastened his seatbelt, closed it firmly, and watched as the car glided away from One-Yuan Group's headquarters. Along the road, several young women glanced admiringly at Jiang Fan, not only for his refined good looks, but also for the audacious sports car he commanded, dreaming in hushed reverie of sitting beside him in the passenger seat. What girl doesn't adore a handsome man behind the wheel of a dazzling supercar? At a red light, Jiang Fan brought the car to a smooth halt, when suddenly a Ferrari pulled up alongside him. A young man sat behind the wheel. Beside him, a beautiful young woman gazed out serenely. Hey buddy, what kind of car is that? The man cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Fan's vehicle and scoffed. Hearing the remark, Jiang Fan flicked his eyes toward him, then looked away unimpressed. Hey buddy, I asked you a question. Why the silence? Take a look, Ferrari plus a luxury watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with timepieces. I own both, hence a true scion of wealth. But your car, though styled like a supercar, must surely be a modified knockoff, right? Jiang Fan regarded him with the faint pitying amusement one reserves for folly. Modified vehicles aren't street legal, surely you jest. Oh, then tell me, what's this car called? Hennessy Viper GT, globally limited to 10 units. You'd be hard-pressed to acquire one. Even Hennessy Viper GT. Never heard of it. Must be some obscure model. Though admittedly my knowledge may be lacking. Yet this car of mine costs far more than your Ferrari and accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 4 seconds. 2.4 seconds. Surely you're exaggerating. How about a friendly race? Let's settle it on the road. If you win, I'll believe every word. Skeptical and certain, Jiang Fan was bluffing. His own Ferrari reputedly among the swiftest. He bristled with disbelief. No need for a race. Believe it or not as you choose. Afraid? The young man burst into laughter, utterly convinced Jiang Fan was fabricating tales, his disdain deepening by the second. You will race me today, or you won't be leaving this intersection. His competitive spirit flared. He sat back smug, and self-fashioned eyes locked on Jiang Fan. Is that so? Then try your best. Just catch a glimpse of my taillights and consider yourself victorious. As the light turned green, Jiang Fan revved the engine and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The young man slammed his foot on the accelerator and gave chase, only to find after several hundred meters no trace of Jiang Fan's car. Frustrated, he pounded the steering wheel. Damn it. If only we'd started together, I'd have won. Cursed luck. Don't cross my path again. I'll challenge you properly next time. Jiang Fan caught no sign of the Ferrari in his rearview mirror, and a faint knowing smile curved his lips. To pit a Ferrari against his Hennessy Viper GT was like comparing heaven and earth. No contest, no. Yet judging by the man's demeanor, he was likely a nouveau riche. Else how could he fail to recognize the Viper GT? As for that quip about the poor playing with cars, how quaint. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan guided the car to the villa's entrance, parked it neatly in the garage, opened the front door, and stepped inside. The living room stood empty. No sign of Su Shui, but soft clinking sounds drifted from the kitchen. She must be preparing lunch, he mused, and headed toward the kitchen. Indeed, Su Shui stood there busily assembling their midday meal. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head, and her face lit up the moment she saw Jiang Fan. Overwhelmed with joy, she dropped the vegetable she held and darted into his arms, like a child wrapping her arms around his neck, beaming, "Brother Fan, you're home." "Yes, I'm home." Jiang Fan gazed upon her tenderly. Ever since they'd pledged their hearts to each other, this house had truly become a home. Su Shui looked up at him, her voice melting like honey. "Lunch will be ready soon. Why don't you wait for me in the living room?" Her silken tone sent warmth flooding through his chest. He murmured gently, "No need. I'll cook with you." "Okay." Together in the kitchen, Jiang Fan and Su Shui began preparing lunch, side by side, hands moving in quiet harmony. At the dining table, Su Shui lifted a leafy green with her chopsticks and held it playfully to Jiang Fan's lips. "Open wide, Brother Fan." "Ah." He smiled and obediently accepted the offering. Su Shui giggled, withdrawing the chopsticks with sparkling eyes, then pouted sweetly, "Brother Fan, I want one too." With affectionate indulgence, Jiang Fan selected a tender slice of lean meat, lifted it to her lips, and Su Shui, eyes crinkling with delight, opened her mouth and savored it. Through these shared days, their bond had deepened, intimate, effortless, and profoundly true. At night, Su Shui waited until her parents returned before leaving Jiang Fan's house. The two also agreed to go shopping together the next morning. Early the next morning, Su Shui woke up early and began to carefully get ready in her room. After more than an hour of preparation, she went downstairs to have breakfast. "Dressed so beautifully, are you going out on a date?" Su Bai looked at his daughter and said somewhat sourly. During this time, ever since his daughter confirmed her relationship with Jiang Fan, she had been inseparable from him. Sometimes she didn't even return home, only coming back when Jiahui called her. Su Bai lamented that daughters shouldn't be kept too long at home. Lu Jiahui gave her husband a glance and gently said, "Remember not to let Jiang Fan spend all the money when you go out. We have money at home too. Tomorrow when you go to Jiang Fan's hometown, remember to help his parents pick out a few sets of clothes. When you visit Jiang Fan's family, don't act like you do at home. It's your first meeting, so you need to leave a good impression on his parents so they will like you. Mom, I'm not even gone yet, and you're already nagging." "I know." Su Shui pouted, speaking softly. "No matter what, first impressions are the most important. Don't make Jiang Fan's parents dislike you. Although they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, now it's essential to establish a good relationship with the in-laws. If not handled well now, life would be difficult for her after marrying into Jiang Fan's family." "Mom, I get it, let's eat quickly." Su Shui urged them to eat. After finishing breakfast, she cheerfully left the house and went to Jiang Fan's side. She had a key, so she didn't need to ring the doorbell. However, when she entered, she found Jiang Fan was neither in the living room nor in the kitchen. Could he still be asleep? With that thought, Su Shui tiptoed upstairs. She turned the doorknob and looked into the bedroom, but there was no sign of Jiang Fan, leaving her puzzled. Where did he go? Just then Jiang Fan pushed open the bathroom door, stepping out in the nude. "Ah!" Su Shui exclaimed in shock, her face turning red as she quickly covered her eyes. "Su Shui, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Fan hurriedly picked up his clothes from the bed and "I saw you weren't in the living room and thought you were still asleep, so." Su Shui stammered shyly. "Brother Fan, you look really strong." Covering eyes. Peeking through her fingers, Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan's strong physique and softly said, "All right, let's go." After Jiang Fan got dressed, he came to Su Shui's side and took her soft little hand. Su Shui lowered her head softly, agreeing as she let Jiang Fan hold her hand while they walked downstairs together. After locking the door, they headed to the basement. "Oh, Brother Fan, did you buy another car?" When she saw another sports car in the basement, Su Shui exclaimed in surprise. Yes. This car looks like the Hennessy Venom GT, right? There are only 10 of them globally. How did you get this?" After examining the car, Su Shui asked in confusion. "I have my own channels. Let's not talk about that today. I want to take you out to have some fun. Let's go on a date." "Yes, let's hurry up and go." Hearing the word date, Su Shui pushed aside her curiosity about how Jiang Fan acquired the Hennessy Venom GT and nodded happily. Jiang Fan opened the car door, inviting Su Shui to sit in the passenger seat. After closing the door, he got in and drove out of the basement. "Oh, Jiang Fan bought another car. It looks like the Hennessy Venom GT, which is limited to only 10 units worldwide. How did Jiang Fan get it?" Su Bai stood by the window watching Jiang Fan drive away with his daughter, feeling quite puzzled. Owning such a car suggests that Jiang Fan's background is not simple. Soon Jiang Fan and Su Shui arrived at a men's clothing store where Su Shui intended to pick clothes for Jiang Fan. Inside the store, Su Shui held Jiang Fan's hand, looking left and right to find suitable clothes for him. "Miss, are you here to show your boyfriend some clothes? We just received some new arrivals. Oh, would you like me to take you over to have a look?" The shop assistant approached Su Shui with a smile. Hearing that Jiang Fan was her boyfriend made Su Shui very happy, and she replied with a smile, "Thank you for your help." Soon the shop assistant led Jiang Fan and Su Shui to the clothes. Su Shui let go of Jiang Fan's hand and began to pick out clothes, then asked Jiang Fan to try them on. Before long, Jiang Fan came out wearing the new clothes. "Miss, your boyfriend looks really handsome in this outfit." The shop assistant praised Jiang Fan after seeing him in the outfit, and Su Shui felt even happier, beaming with it. After selecting 3 sets of clothes and having the shop assistant wrap them up, Su Shui ran to pay. Originally, Jiang Fan intended to pay, but Su Shui beat him to it, insisting it was for her boyfriend. Su Shui picked out 3 sets for him, and naturally Jiang Fan had to pick out a few sets for Su Shui as well. In the women's clothing store, Su Shui quickly chose an outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at herself from different angles. "Brother Fan, what do you think?" "Swear this outfit really suits you, but you look good in anything you wear." Jiang Fan genuinely complimented her. Receiving Jiang Fan's praise made Su Shui feel very sweet inside. After Jiang Fan selected 4 outfits for her, he had the shop assistant wrap them up, paid, and took Su Shui out of the store. Next, they had to pick clothes for Jiang Fan's parents and sister. After more than 2 hours, Jiang Fan put the items in the car, looked at Su Shui, and gently said, "Swear, you must be tired. Let's sit over there for a while." "Oh." Su Shui nodded, linking her arm with Jiang Fan's. "Hey bro, we meet again." Just then, the young man who drove the Ferrari in the morning along with a woman blocked Jiang Fan's path. "Brother Fan, who is this?" Su Shui looked at the man and asked in confusion. "Just an unknown person, let's go." "Oh, okay." "Hey bro, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This morning we raced, and you got a head start which made me lose. Now we're meeting again in the afternoon, so how about another race?" "Race? I'm not interested. Please don't disturb us again." Jiang Fan frowned slightly at the man, feeling somewhat displeased. "What's wrong, scared? This dude, come on, you're a man, a real man. Are you afraid of such a trivial matter? Aren't you worried about disappointing?" The young man raised an eyebrow and mocked. "My brother Fan doesn't want to race with you, so please step aside." Su Shui also felt a bit displeased and said angrily, "What's the matter, bro? Are you really scared? Aren't you a man? Do you want to hide behind a woman?" The young man continued to mock, ignoring Su Shui. "So I have to compete with you?" Jiang Fan looked at the person, sneering with disdain. "You ran off in the morning, so I couldn't win against you, but this afternoon I will definitely beat you." The young man exuded confidence. "All right then, where shall we compete?" "There is a mountain nearby with treacherous curves. Let's head there together, and whoever reaches the summit first wins." "How about that?" The man raised his eyebrows, still very confident. "All right, let's go. Just wait, I'll go get my car. I must win you to—" After speaking, the man took his companion and went to get his car. "Swear, why don't you head back first? He'll be back after finishing the competition with him." Jiang Fan looked at Su Shui, his tone gentle. "No, I want to go with you." Su Shui shook her head seriously. Arriving at the car, the young man also drove over in his Ferrari. "Bro, let's go." A smile appeared on his face, clearly in a good mood. Jiang Fan nodded, driving his Hennessy Venom GT, following behind the man's car. Soon the 2 cars arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, there shouldn't be anyone on the mountain today. Listen to my command, and we'll start together. Whoever reaches the top first wins. Stop talking nonsense, and let's get started. TCH, don't be too arrogant now, but you won't be so cocky later." "Swear, are you scared?" Jiang Fan gently asked while holding Su Shui's small hand. "With brother Fan here, I'm not afraid." Su Shui shook her head with a smile, her eyes full of affection. She released his hand, placing it on the steering wheel. Once they were ready, the young man immediately spoke up. "Go." Before he finished speaking, the man drove off in his Ferrari towards the mountain. What a jerk, he actually took off first. Su Shui puffed her cheeks in anger as she saw him speed away. "No need to worry, even if he starts first I can still win," Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. "Shui, hold on tight, I'm driving now." Jiang Fan accelerated in one go, and with a swoosh the car caught up. Inside the Ferrari, the man wore a smug expression, taunting him, "Let's see how you beat me." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in the rearview mirror and found Jiang Fan's car closing in with only about 5 meters between them. "No way, he's catching up so fast." Surprised, the man hurriedly pressed the gas pedal to accelerate. Since obtaining his first Lamborghini, Jiang Fan's driving skills had become like that of an experienced driver. His driving was even better than that of professional racers. Shifting gears and accelerating seamlessly, it wasn't long before his car pulled up alongside the Ferrari. Su Shui watched the Ferrari nervously. It was her first time experiencing such an exhilarating moment. Tilting her head, she gazed at her brother Fan, whose serious expression made her blush with admiration. She thought to herself that brother Fan appeared even more handsome now. The Hennessy Venom GT overtook the Ferrari with ease, and Jiang Fan accelerated again. In no time, the young man could no longer see the Hennessy Venom GT's figure. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing this situation, the man's veins bulged as he also accelerated, pushing the car to go faster. On the curves, the Hennessy Venom GT executed a beautiful drift under Jiang Fan's control. After navigating through several bends, Jiang Fan parked the car at the summit. Su Shui sat in the passenger seat, feeling a bit dizzy. "Brother Fan, my head feels really dizzy." Su Shui rubbed her temples and spoke softly. Swear I'm sorry. I got too into it and made you suffer. Seeing Su Shue's condition, Jiang Fan spoke apologetically. It's fine as long as Brother Fan wins. Su Shue sighed, her face a bit pale, leaning against the passenger seat as she shook her head and smiled. Let's head back now. As Jiang Fan was about to reverse the car, the Ferrari also rushed up and stopped next to him. Kid you won. Your Hennessy Venom GT is better than my Ferrari, who I lost. The man rolled down his window and shouted to Jiang Fan. Now you know how impressive my brother Fan is, so don't disturb him anymore. Su Shue rolled down her window and looked at the man displeased. I admit defeat, don't worry, I won't bother him again. The man said sincerely. In fact, he had already lost the moment he started. If they had started simultaneously, Jiang Fan would never have let him have a head start of several minutes. Now he had no choice but to admit defeat. Jiang Fan said nothing and drove the Hennessy Venom GT down the mountain. He never wanted to compete with this person, but this person kept provoking him. So he had to compete, once letting him lose thoroughly. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan and the others returned to the lakeside garden. He parked the car in the basement, came to the passenger door, and opened it to look at Su Shue. Shue, we're here. Come, let me carry you. Saying this, Jiang Fan wrapped his arms around Su Shue's waist and thighs, lifting her into his embrace. Su Shue's face flushed, and she hurriedly wrapped her arms around Jiang Fan's neck, resting her head against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Jiang Fan carried Su Shue out of the basement and placed her on the sofa in the living room. Shue will go get the food and clothes. When Jiang Fan brought the items into the living room, Su Shue had already laid down on the sofa and fallen asleep. Seeing this, Jiang Fan approached her side and carefully lifted her up. He took her to his bedroom. Placing Su Shue on the bed, he helped her remove her shoes. Looking at her delicate feet, Jiang Fan felt his heart stirred with emotions. Shaking his head, he placed Su Shue's legs gently on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and gazed at her sleeping figure. Jiang Fan smiled tenderly. Leaning down, he kissed her forehead. Su Shue's eyelashes fluttered, her breathing quickened. When Jiang Fan stood up and left the bedroom, she finally opened her eyes. This silly boy only dares to act when I'm asleep. She had pretended to be asleep originally, thinking Jiang Fan would help her undress, but unexpectedly, he only kissed her forehead and then left. However, she also knew that Brother Fan would never take advantage of her. At least while she was asleep, he wouldn't misbehave. Thinking this, Su Shue smiled sweetly and closed her eyes again. I can't do such things in the future. In the living room, recalling the competition with that man, Jiang Fan shook his head. It didn't matter for him, but he couldn't let Shue suffer because of him. After preparing the meal, Jiang Fan went to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and softly called out to Su Shue. Su Shue opened her eyes groggily and looked at Jiang Fan. Shue, how are you feeling? Still dizzy? Jiang Fan asked gently and considerately. I want a hug. Su Shue extended her arms with a soft tone, acting coyly towards Jiang Fan. Seeing her childlike demeanor, Jiang Fan smiled, gently stood up, and lifted her from the bed. Holding her, he helped her put on her shoes, and they went downstairs. Su Shue did not descend, but rather sat on Jiang Fan's lap, playfully asking him to feed her. Jiang Fan had no choice but to take the chopsticks and feed Su Shue. Tomorrow morning, I will take you back to my hometown. Tonight, make sure to sleep early. While feeding her, Jiang Fan said, Brother Fan, do you think your parents will not like me, eh? Su Shue asked nervously, her worries evident. Don't worry, my parents will definitely like you. Jiang Fan understood her concerns and gently reassured her. If uncle and aunt don't like me, will you still stay with me? They are they and I am I. Even if my parents disagree, I will still be with you. My feelings for you are enough. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, looking at Su Shue with affection. Hearing Jiang Fan's sweet words, Su Shue was immensely happy and kissed him lightly on the left cheek. This is a reward for you. After feeding Su Shue, she left Jiang Fan's embrace, resting her small hands on the table, her gaze soft as she watched Jiang Fan eat. That night, after some intimate moments, Su Shue left Jiang Fan's home and returned to her own. Shue, you're back. How was your day out? Lu Jiahui asked lovingly upon seeing her daughter return. Mom, I had a great time. I'm very happy. That's good to hear. Tomorrow you'll go back home with Jiang Fan, but remember what I told you. Mom, I'll keep it in mind. Early the next day, Jiang Fan woke up early and began to pack his things. After finishing, he arrived outside Su Bei's house and rang the doorbell. Lu Jiahui came to the door, opened it, and smiled slightly upon seeing Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you've come in. Auntie, sorry for the trouble. Su Shue should still be getting ready in her room. Jiang Fan, have you had breakfast? If not, you can eat first before heading. Not yet, so I'd appreciate it, Auntie. It's no trouble at all, no trouble at all. Jiang Fan, I leave my daughter in your hands. Don't bully her during this trip. Su Bai put down his book and reminded him. Uncle, don't worry, how could I bully Shue? Jiang Fan replied. Before long, Su Shue was ready and came downstairs. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, she ran over with a beaming smile and hugged him. Ahem. Seeing his daughter, Su Bai couldn't help but cough lightly. This girl is still not reserved enough. After breakfast, Jiang Fan took Su Shue and left the Su residence. Turning to Su Bai, Lu Jiahui said, Uncle, Auntie, I'm taking Shue with me. Go ahead, Schwer, remember to keep in touch with us often. Mom and Dad, I will remember. Uncle Annie, we're off now. Be careful on the road, drive safely. Lu Jiahui nodded, reminding them. Looks like this year it's just the two of us old folks spending New Year at home. Seeing his daughter leave with Jiang Fan, Su sighed heavily. Since Schwer is going with Jiang Fan, why don't we return home this year and pay our respects to your parents? Lu Jiahui suggested. I'm sure. It's boring staying here, might as well go home for a visit. We will set off next Tuesday to return to... Alright. This time Jiang Fan drove a Hennessy Venom GD primarily because it was more comfortable to drive. The Lake Center Garden was about 3 hours away from Tangtown by car, but if they encountered a lot of red lights along the way, it could take 4 to 5 hours. Fortunately, they encountered very few red lights, almost all green. As they got closer, Su Shui grew increased. Although Jiang Fan had reassured her before, when it came time to meet Brother Fan's parents, Su Shui still felt tense. She thought to herself, what if Brother Fan's parents didn't like her? Schwer, don't worry, my parents are not outdated. They will be very happy to meet you when I take you back. Seeing Su Shui's nervousness, Jiang Fan comforted her, understanding her concerns. Since last year, his parents had been urging him to find a girlfriend, but back then he rejected them due to work reasons. Later they asked his aunt to help set him up with dates, but Jiang Fan did not like those materialistic girls. Now if his parents knew he was bringing a girlfriend home, they would surely be overjoyed. Approaching noon, Jiang Fan parked outside a small building. Schwer, we've arrived. Ah, is this where we've arrived? Brother Fan, I'm so nervous, Su Shui said, feeling. No need to be nervous, I'm here with you. Wait, let me see if my parents are here. Jiang Fan honked the horn and called out, Mom and Dad, I'm back. In the living room, Jiang Fan's parents and younger sister were having a meal. Upon hearing that familiar voice, they quickly set down their chopsticks, and Jiang Yuding rushed out first. She saw a car she had never seen parked by the roadside. Yuding, I'm over here. Jiang Fan waved from inside the car. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Jiang Yuding exclaimed and rushed to the front of the car, excitedly saying, Big brother, you're back. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed there was a girl sitting in the passenger seat beside her brother, who looked to be only 17 or 18. Could she be my brother's girlfriend? Yes, Yuding, I'm back. This is Su Shui, my girlfriend. Is she really my so young? Though Jiang Yuding was puzzled, she still politely greeted, Hello, sister-in-law. Hearing Yuding call her sister-in-law, Su Shui instantly felt shy, but was also very pleased. Dad, Mom, my brother brought his girlfriend back. Great. Xiao Fan quickly parked the car beside the house, so Mom can see your girlfriend. Zhao Yuanling was very happy to hear that her son finally brought his girlfriend home. It seemed that her son not only bought a car, but also got himself a girlfriend. Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Zhenghao, was equally pleased to see his son with a girlfriend. Jiang Fan nodded and parked the car beside the house, getting out with Su Shui. Su Shui nervously followed Jiang Fan, looking at his parents, and softly said, Uncle and Auntie, hello, my name is Su Shui. I am Brother Fan's girlfriend. Oh, you're really beautiful. Su Shui, right. Since you're at our home, treated as your own, no need to be polite. Zhao Yuanling looked at Su Shui with increasing satisfaction, stepping forward to shake her small hand, kindly smiling. Haven't you eaten yet? Come in quickly, we just started to eat. With that, Zhao Yuanling took Su Shui and walked. As for Jiang Fan, she had already forgotten about him. Brother, looking at sister-in-law, she can't still be a minor, right? Seeing her mother enthusiastically pulling her brother's girlfriend inside, Jiang Yuding was filled with confusion. What are you talking about? Although Schwer looks quite young, she's already 21. Besides, is my brother that kind of how could he possibly find a minor as a girlfriend? Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, reaching out to tap his sister's forehead before striding toward the door. At the dining table, Zhao Yuanling pulled Su Shui, asking her various questions. Mom, we just arrived and haven't eaten yet. If there's anything, let's talk after we eat. Seeing her mother like this, Jiang Fan quickly intervened, fearing Su Shui would be scared. Alright, Su Shui, come and eat first, taste Annie's cooking. Xiao Fan, you too. Last time I told you to call ahead when you come home, so I could prepare. You not only came home suddenly, but also brought your girlfriend, which caught me unprepared. Su Shui, I wonder if these dishes suit your taste. Zhao Yuanling admonished Jiang Fan while helping Su Shui serve the dishes. Su Shui took a bite and sweetly said, Annie, your cooking is really delicious. Is it delicious? Then eat more, and if it's not enough, Annie will make more. Hearing Su Shui's praise, Zhao Yuanling's smile grew even wider. The more she looked at Su Shui, the more she liked her. Su Shui also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Brother Fan's parents did not dislike her and treated her well. After dinner, Zhao Yuanling got up to collect the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing this, Su Shui quickly stood up to help, but was stopped by Zhao Yuanling. Su Shui, it's fine, let Annie handle this. You sit down. You didn't come back last year, and now that you do, you bring us such a big surprise. Last time your aunt. Jiang Zhenghao's words were left unfinished. Jiang Yuding, sitting beside them, quickly nudged her father and shook her head, signaling him not to say anything. After all, since her brother brought his girlfriend home, if he told her that her brother had been on a blind date last week, it would probably be very awkward for sister-in-law. Jiang Zhenghao also realized that what he had just said might cause an unfavorable impact, so he quickly shut his mouth. Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with some confusion. Jiang Fan smiled at her. Dad, the reason for coming back this time is twofold. First, to bring Su Shui back to see you, and second, to ask whether you want to come and live with me in PD. We want Go Yuding start school after the new year. Besides, if we go, it would disturb you too. So we want Go. Jiang Jinghao thought for a moment and shook his head in refusal. If they followed Jiang Fan to PD, it would be somewhat inappropriate. After all, it would disturb the couple. If their presence caused a conflict between Xiao Fan and Su Shui, that would be unfortunate. Brother, have you become wealthy outside? I see you even bought a car. Jiang Yuding asked with a puzzled expression. Haha, sort of. I became the general manager of Guangyao Group with an annual income of several million. You became the general manager. Wow, brother, that's impressive. As soon as Jiang Yuding heard this admiration, hearing that his son earned several million a year, Jiang Jinghao nodded in satisfaction. This child has finally succeeded. In the past, when he hadn't made money, the neighbors spoke ill of him. What do you mean? He's a college student. How could he live on a monthly income of only 10,000 or so? Now that his son has succeeded, they also have some glory. Although they didn't care how much their son earned annually, they still hoped he would succeed and not be looked down upon by others. After washing the dishes, Zhao Yuanling brought the cleaned fruit to the sofa and placed it on the table, smiling and saying, Su Shui, come try some fruit. Don't be polite. Treat this place as your own home. Okay, Annie. Su Shui nodded with a smile. Xiao Fan, come, let's go outside and talk to Dad for a bit. Okay, Dad. Shuer, I'll go chat with Dad first. You go ahead. Seeing her brother leave, Jiang Yuding sat beside her sister-in-law, linked arms with her, and enthusiastically asked, Sister-in-law, where are you from? I'm from HP, but I live in DP and am Jiang Fan's neighbor. Neighbors? How long have you known each other? We've only known each other for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So you just met after brother's blind date. Hearing this, Jiang Yuding was startled, surprised at how quickly her brother's relationship with her progressed. Zhao Yuanling had not expected that Xiao Fan and Su Shui would progress so quickly. They had only known each other for 2 weeks, and her son had already brought her home. However, this also demonstrated her son's capability. Since they were here, they were family now. Su Shui, are there any other family members at home? In my family, there's only my dad and mom, but they are busy with work and rarely have time to spend with me. Su Shui sighed. But now that it's fine, brother Fan has plenty of time to accompany me. Su Shui smiled again. Xiao Fan is your girlfriend of legal age? Outside, Jiang Jinghao asked. Dad, of course she is of legal age. Don't be fooled by Su Shui's youthful appearance. She is already 21. So you don't have to worry. Besides, you know me, don't you? How could I possibly find a minor as a girlfriend? Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, recalling how his sister had asked the same question earlier, and now his dad was also asking. It's understandable. When he first met Su Shui, he thought she was only around 10 years old, not yet an adult. No wonder Dad and his sister asked that. What kind of family does Su Shui come from? There are only my parents. My family runs a group company, which is the PD Longting Group. Longting Group, the top group company in Modu. So Su Shui is a young lady from a wealthy family. Hearing this, Jiang Jinghao was taken aback. He never expected that his son was so impressive, having made the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group his girlfriend. This. If he wasn't aware of Su Shui's background, he would think they were a perfect match, but knowing her family background, he felt somewhat worried about whether his son deserved her. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father, but no one knows a father better than their child. Looking at his father's expression, Jiang Fan could roughly guess and smiled slightly. Dad, are you worried that with Su Shui's family background, I might not be good enough for her, right? Yes, it's true. Their family is wealthier than ours. Do Su Shui's parents know that you are dating their daughter? Dad, you don't need to worry about this. Su Shui's parents certainly know, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to bring her back this time. Moreover, they support our relationship. Although his son said so, he still felt a bit worried. After all, the Su family was wealthier than theirs, which didn't quite match in terms of social status. By the way, there's one more thing I want to discuss upon my return. I will transfer 500,000 to you later. You can decide what to do with it, whether to use it or save it. No, we can't accept this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinghao quickly shook his head. This money is earned by you. You should save it for your future marriage. As parents, how can we take your money? If his son became the general manager of the Guangyao Group, he would indeed earn some money, but this money was also meant for his future marriage. Besides, they could sustain their lives with a small business. They really didn't need so much. Seeing that his father was unwilling to accept it, Jiang Fan smiled and said, Dad, how about this? Let's use this 500,000 to expand our family business and make it bigger. Consider it my investment. What do you think? Hearing this, Jiang Jinghao fell silent. Should he agree or not? If he agreed to use his son's money to expand the business, they could potentially earn a lot in the future. That way, when his son got married, even if the bride price was substantial, they could manage it. Jiang Jinghao remembered that 2 weeks ago, Jiang Fan's aunt mentioned that during their matchmaking, the other party's parents asked for a bride price of 500,000. Given their family situation, they could indeed borrow some money to afford it. However, although his son was willing to put out the money, they didn't agree to it. This matter ended up unresolved. According to his thoughts, if his son were to marry Su Shui, given Su Shui's family background, they would probably need even more bride price. Given their family's current situation, it was indeed very difficult. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhenghao took a deep breath and said, Xiao Fan, you know your dad doesn't have much ability. Our little business has been running for many years, but we've always been afraid to expand it. Now that you are willing to put out 500,000, I'm very pleased, but I still can't accept it. What if the business fails after expansion? Jiang Fan understood his father's concerns and thought that since there was plenty of time, they could discuss it slowly. All right then, Dad, since you are unwilling, let's leave it at that and go inside. Okay. In the living room, Zhao Yuanling, Jiang Yuding, and Su Shui were getting increasingly familiar with each other. Zhao Yuanling treated Su Shui as if she were her real daughter-in-law. In the following days, Su Shui would occasionally help Zhao Yuan with cooking and would also assist in tidying up the house. Zhao Yuanling was very fond of this girl. Even Jiang Yuding sometimes felt like an outsider, while her sister-in-law seemed like her mother's daughter. Dad, Mom, I'm taking Shui and Yuding out to have some fun and buy a few things. You guys go ahead. Your mom and I plan to go out to buy some New Year goods later. Okay, Shui, Yuding, let's go. Uncle Andy, goodbye. All right, remember to come back early. Arriving at the car, Jiang Fan invited Su Shui and Yuding to get in. Jiang Yuding was very happy. It was her first time sitting in such a nice car. Sitting in the back seat, she looked around, very curious about the interior of the car. Seeing his sister's curious expression, Jiang Fan smiled, fastened his seatbelt, and drove away from there. On the road, Jiang Fan introduced Su Shui to various sights. Stopping at a traffic light, just as he came to a halt, the car behind suddenly bumped into him, scraping his vehicle. Although there was another Lamborghini at home, Jiang Fan still felt a little heartbroken since this car had just been driven for a short while before it got hit. Shui, Yuding, you stay in the car, I'll go take a look. Jiang Fan got out of the car, closed the door, and went to the back to check. He noticed a dent about a centimeter near the license plate of the Hennessy Venom GT. Seeing that the people in the car behind didn't get out, he frowned. He approached the car window and knocked on the glass. The person in the car rolled down the window and looked at Jiang Fan. A man leaned out looking displeased and said, What's the matter? What do you mean, what's the matter? You hit my car, get out to settle this. Hit your car? How much do you want? Is 500 enough? The man still didn't get out of the car and instead pulled out 5 red bills. 500 for a car accident. Is that how you treat people? Your attitude is poor. Compensate 50,000 and apologize, and you can leave. Compensate 50,000. You're really asking for a lot. With that broken car of yours, you think I would compensate 50,000? Ridiculous. The man showed a mocking expression, clearly unhappy. 50,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Your attitude is terrible, and you dare say my brother Fan's car is broken. Let me tell you, this car is a Hennessy Venom GT, and only 10 are limited worldwide. Do you still think it's a broken car? When Jiang Fan got out of the car, Su Shui had also gotten out with Jiang Yuding. Hearing the man's terrible attitude, she hurried over, puffed up with anger. I don't care what kind of Hennessy it is, I don't have 50,000, and I won't take 500 either. Brother Fan, let's call the police. Seeing the man's increasingly arrogant attitude, Su Shui suggested, while holding Jiang Fan's arm. Jiang Fan nodded and took out his phone to call the police. 2 minutes later, a traffic officer drove over. When the officer arrived, Jiang Fan explained the situation, and the officer contacted someone to confirm that Jiang Fan was telling the truth. He then took out his notebook and wrote a ticket, car accident, 3 points, deducted, fine of 800. Officer, this person is a scammer. He actually asked me for 50,000 compensation. The man in the car, seeing the officer, quickly spoke up. 50,000 compensation. Is he really scamming? When the officer heard this, he slightly trembled, swallowed his saliva, and looked uncertainly at Jiang Fan. This car of mine is a Hennessy Venom GT limited to 10 units worldwide. Asking him for 50,000 is not excessive, right? Besides, his attitude has always been poor. Looking at the officer, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Limited edition. Only 10 in the world. Upon hearing this, the officer said, Then you should go through legal channels. We can't handle this matter. All right then. Jiang Fan nodded. He remembered that his car was insured, so in that case, he would let the insurance. Thinking of this, a number flashed in Jiang Fan's mind. He inputted it into his phone and dialed. After saying a few words, he hung up. The man heard that he was contacting the insurance company and took out his phone to contact his own car insurance. Not long after, both insurance companies arrived. Each side sent one person. Is this Mr. Jiang? Our company sent me to handle this matter. A young man wearing glasses approached Jiang Fan, extending his hand with enthusiasm and smiling. Jiang Fan also smiled slightly and shook his hand before explaining the situation. Mr. Jiang, rest assured I will handle this matter well and give you a satisfactory answer. It's settled. In the future, I will also insure my other cars with your company. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed his body, nodding rapidly in agreement. Mr. Jiang, rest assured it will definitely be taken care of. Given Jiang Fan's ability to drive a limited edition Hennessy Venom GT, I don't believe he owns only. If Jiang Fan has other cars insured with their company in the future, it would certainly bring him many benefits. For someone like him, he must ensure Jiang Fan's satisfaction. All right, I'll leave this to you. Okay, Mr. Jiang, have a safe trip. After Jiang Fan and the others left, the man looked intently at the person who had crashed into Jiang Fan's car and the insurance company representative he had called over. My name is Chen Ming. Next you will receive a lawyer's letter from our company. Brother, you are truly impressive, Jiang Yuding said with a smile from the car. One must admit being wealthy has its advantages. That person is indeed arrogant, clearly having crashed into our car, yet appearing dissatisfied. This time I believe he will receive a lesson. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Shui, recalling the arrogant demeanor of that person, said angrily, Shui, there's no need to get upset over such people. Looking at Su Shui's pouting expression, Jiang Fan found it quite adorable and shook his head with a smile, thinking it unnecessary to be angry over such matters. Brother Fan, I want to take Yuding to look at clothes. Alright, let me find a clothing store nearby. Soon they found a clothing store. As soon as they got out of the car, Su Shui said a word and pulled Jiang Yuding into the store to pick out clothes. Jiang Fan followed them inside. Approaching noon, he glanced at the time and led them to a restaurant. This restaurant was large, the biggest in Tang Town, with 2 floors. It was Friday noon, but there were very few customers in the restaurant. The waiter warmly greeted Jiang Fan and his companions as they entered. Sir, please take a seat. Jiang Fan and the others only came to eat. They did not go to the private room on the 2nd floor and sat at a table by the window. After receiving the menu, he handed it to Su Shui. Shui, order whatever you want. Su Shui took the menu and looked at it with Jiang Yuding, discussing their choices. Before long, they ordered 6 dishes. All right, sir, madam, please wait a moment, the waiter said with a smile as he left. Shui, this restaurant is the largest in Tang Town, and the food here is quite good. It should suit your taste. Su Shui shifted her body, wrapped her arm around Jiang Fan's and smiled. With Brother Fan here, I can eat. Seeing her sister-in-law being affectionate with her brother, Jiang Yuding felt that perhaps she shouldn't have come out with her brother today, not wanting to disturb them. Before long, the dishes were served. Jiang Fan lovingly served food to Su Shui, while Jiang Yuding kept her head down, eating quietly. Here, Shui, try this. I had it before, and it's really delicious. I want you to feed me, Su Shui said playfully. All right, open your mouth. Su Shui opened her mouth content as she ate the meat from the chopsticks. Watching her brother and sister-in-law, Jiang Yuding felt that she was already full after just a few bites. At that moment, 3 men and 2 women entered from outside. One of the women, upon seeing Jiang Yuding, quickly said to her boyfriend, Lu Qi, look, isn't that Jiang Yuding? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi looked over and indeed saw Jiang Yuding sitting at the table eating with a man and a woman across from her. Haha, let's go over and take a look, Lu Qi said with a laugh, leading his girlfriend and companions over. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Yuding. What are you doing here, mooching off someone else's food? Lu Qi's girlfriend said mockingly with a cold smile. Haha, Jiang Yuding, if you're broke, don't come to this restaurant to eat. Lu Qi laughed heartily. Lu Qi, Xiafong, where I eat is none of your business. Jiang Yuding put down her chopsticks and glared angrily at the group. TSK tisk, just a few words, and you're upset. Let me tell you, this restaurant is not a place you can come to. Waiter, where's the waiter? Xiafong, hearing Jiang Yuding's words, laughed and called for the waiter. Ma'am, is there something you need? The waiter quickly walked over, smiling. Waiter, I suspect that Jiang Yuding has no money and is trying to dine and dash. You better be careful, make sure they don't escape, Xiafong said with a smile. Thank you for your reminder, ma'am. We will keep an eye on things. However, I believe these 2 ladies and this gentleman do not look like they are short on money, the waiter replied, still smiling. As a waiter in the largest restaurant in Tang Town, she had a good eye. The attire of Jiang Fan and the others definitely did not suggest they were short on funds. He knowing someone's face, but not their heart. Jiang Yuding is frugal at our school, spending very little money each month, and we as classmates are well aware of that. Enough, brother, I'm not eating anymore. Let's go. Jiang Yuding frowned upon hearing Xiafang's words. $1 flash sale for the position of the boss of Shangfu Restaurant. $1 flash sale for a piece of land of Tang Town's Shangfu Restaurant. $1 flash sale to acquire Tang Chi Company. Hearing the system, refresh, a smile appeared on Jiang Fan's face. Tang Chi Company is the company owned by Lu Qi's family, with Tang representing Tang Town and Chi being Lu Qi's name. Jiang Fan acquired Tang Chi Company for $1. From now on, it would no longer belong to Lu Qi's family. Hee, this is the price you pay, Lu Qi, for taking your girlfriend and mocking my sister. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Fan's face as he stood up, walked to his sister's side, shook his head at her, and then looked at Lu Qi and the others. So Lu Qi, apologize to my sister, will you? Apologize? Who do you think you are? You think I should apologize? Dream on, puffed. Lu Qi glanced at Jiang Fan, his face filled with disdain. Not apologizing. Very well, very well. Waiter, call your manager over, I have something to say to him. Manager, please wait a moment, the waiter replied, though she did not understand why this person wanted her to call the manager. However, the customer is king, so she had to agree. Calling the manager. Are you going to tell him to throw us out? How do you even know who I am? Lu Qi mocked. Aren't you the son of the boss of Tang Chi Company? But now your father is no longer the boss of Tang Chi Company, Jiang Fan said unbothered. My dad isn't the boss. Who is the boss? Are you trying to tell me that you are the boss of our Tang Chi Company? Haha, that's ridiculous. Very well, starting today your Tang Chi company is mine. Jiang Fan. Lu Qi upon hearing this looked at Jiang Fan as if he were a fool. Not just him, but his girlfriend and the friends who came along all stared at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Haha, Jiang Yuding, is this your brother? Does he have a mental illness or a delusion? He even claims that Lu Qi's family company is his. I think this illness needs treatment. TSK Tisk, I truly feel sorry for your family. Xia Fong covered her mouth laughing while speaking. You guys, brother, let's ignore them and leave. Jiang Yuding was furious to hear them talking about her brother pulling her brother's hand and wanting to leave. Su Shui said nothing, holding onto Jiang Fan's arm. Since her brother Fan said so, she believed him wholeheartedly. At that moment, a waiter also came over with the manager. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, his pupils slightly constricted, and he quickly approached. Standing before Jiang Fan, he said respectfully, Boss, what brings you here? Boss, is he really the owner of Shangfu Restaurant? Upon hearing the manager's words, Lu Qi, Xia Fong, and the others doubted their ears, looking at Jiang Fan in disbelief. The waiter was also stunned, not expecting this gentleman to be the owner of their restaurant. Thank goodness I didn't listen to that woman earlier and drove the boss away. If I had, I would have lost my job. Thinking of this, she shot a glare at Xia Fong, blaming her for almost causing a mistake. You came just in time. Starting today, these people are not allowed to step into our Shangfu restaurant. If they appear, throw them out, understood? Jiang Fan looked at the manager and instructed. The manager glanced at Lu Qi and the others, quickly nodded. Boss, rest assured, starting today, our Shangfu restaurant will not conduct business with them. If they step into the restaurant, I will have them thrown out. Come here. The manager called over 5 young male staff. The 5 young male waiters heard the manager's words, put down their work, and quickly approached. Manager. Yes, throw these people out. They are not allowed to enter our restaurant from now on. If they dare to come, throw them out each time. Understood, manager. Gentlemen, please don't force us to take action. Just leave on your own. The manager said coldly to them. You guys. If we don't eat, we want to eat. What's the big deal? Xia Fong, let's go. Seeing their attitude, Lu Qi gritted his teeth in anger and prepared to leave. Wait, call your dad and have him come here. Jiang Fan spoke up. Since they dared to speak about his sister, they would have to pay the price. He was protective of his sister. Now that he had the ability, he would only be more protective. You? Don't go too far. Just because you want me to call my dad, I will. Don't think that just because you are the owner of Shangfu Restaurant, I have to listen to you. Originally humiliated by being kicked out, Lu Qi felt even more insulted now. Jiang Fan actually wanted him to call his dad over. Who did he think he was? Not calling. You better think it over. If I call your dad, then the next thing you know, you might regret it. Jiang Fan sneered, ignoring the expression on his face. Lu Qi, just call him. He just claimed to be your company's owner, if it turns out to be true. Moreover, if it's false with your dad's background, he can still teach this brat a lesson. At that moment, one of Lu Qi's friends leaned in closer and whispered to him. Hearing his friend's words, Lu Qi fell silent. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed his dad's number, but he didn't mention that this person was impersonating their company's owner. Instead, he said he was being bullied outside. Lu Qi's father, after listening to his son's account, said he would come over immediately. After hanging up, Lu Qi looked at Jiang Fan with a complex expression. Seeing Jiang Fan so calm, he felt a bit worried. What if what this person said was true? No, it can't be. Over the years, Dad has always been the owner of Tang Chi Company. I have never heard of there being another owner. This person is definitely an imposter, absolutely. Soon a car stopped at the entrance of Shangfu Restaurant. A middle-aged man accompanied by 2 young men stepped out of the car. Upon entering the restaurant, he coldly said, Who bullied my son? Step forward. Su Shui and Jiang Yuding watched the middle-aged man flanked by 2 burly young men in black suits, feeling quite tense. They tightly held onto Jiang Fan's arms. Shui Yuding, don't be nervous, I will handle this. Jiang Fan comforted them, sensing their anxiety. Dad, you finally made it. It's him. He had the people from Shangfu Restaurant try to kick us out. Lu Qi quickly stepped forward to stand beside his dad, venting his grievances. Chair, don't worry. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to bully you, Lu Siming will make them pay the price today. Lu Siming's expression darkened and his tone was very arrogant. Oh really? You want to deal with me? Who? I, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Also, it's the boss. What are you doing here? Just as Lu Siming was about to curse, he realized it was Jiang Fan speaking. He hurriedly approached Jiang Fan with a beaming smile. You want to deal with me, eh? Jiang Fan shot him a glance and sneered. I wouldn't dare, boss. This is just a case of miscommunication, one family not recognizing another. Lu Siming was startled and quickly shook his head, hastily explaining. Boss, rest assured, if my son offended you, I will definitely teach him a good lesson today. Come here. Grab Lu Qi. Yes. Dad, I'm your son. I'm your son. Lu Qi screamed in fear as he watched his father's men grab him. Offending the boss, even if you are my son, I will deal with you. To teach your son a lesson, do it at home, not in my restaurant, understood? Boss, understood. And have your son apologize to my sister. Come here, apologize to Boss Jiang. Lu Siming turned around and shouted. His subordinate released Lu Qi, who stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He now believed that Jiang Fan was indeed the true owner of their company. From his father's words, just now he knew that Jiang Fan was not someone they could offend. With a bitter expression, Lu Qi approached Jiang Fan and bowed, apologizing. Jiang. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry. Oh, it's all right. Jiang Yuding quickly waved her hand, stepping back as she saw Lu Qi apologizing to her. And you? Come over here and apologize. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at Xie Fong and spoke in a frigid tone. I. Startled by Jiang Fan's words, Xie Fong hesitated before reluctantly approaching to offer her apology to Jiang Yuding. She knew even her own boyfriend had been forced to bow his head. Refusing to apologize would surely invite far worse consequences. Lu Siming, you must discipline your son properly. I'll let this incident pass, but should it happen again, you understand the implications. Having witnessed their apologies, Jiang Fan turned his gaze toward Lu Siming. Sir, rest assured, I'll reprimand him thoroughly once we return home, ensuring he never repeats such folly. Leave now. Yes, sir. What are you waiting for? Follow me immediately. Watching his inept son, a flash of fury flickered across Lu Siming's eyes. Were it not for his employer's explicit prohibition against violence on the premises, he would have disciplined the boy then and there. Lu Qi, sensing the sharp edge in his father's voice, knew full well that his punishment awaited him at home. Head bowed, he silently followed his father out of Xiangfu restaurant. Father, who exactly is this Jiang Fan? Outside, Lu Qi could no longer contain his curiosity. See that car? It belongs to our boss. Do you know its name? Lu Siming gave a slight nod, glancing outward at Xiangfu restaurant's entrance, where beside his own vehicle stood an exquisitely rare sports car. Assuming it belonged to his employer, he posed the question. Father, I don't know. Hearing this, Lu Qi glanced at the car and shook his head. Let me tell you, that is the Hennessy Venom GT, a model limited globally to just 10 units, once auctioned for 80 million yuan. Only 10 units worldwide, auctioned for 80 million. While Jiang Fan's wealth might indeed afford such a sum, rarity rendered timing decisive. Missed the window, and acquisition became impossible. So Jiang Fan's identity. No wonder father bowed so deeply upon meeting him. No wonder his deference was absolute. At last, Lu Qi truly grasped the truth. Jiang Fan was not someone they could ever dare provoke. At that thought, Lu Qi turned sharply toward his girlfriend. All of this is her fault. Had it not been for her, I'd never have crossed paths with Jiang Fan and never provoked father's wrath. What are you still doing here? Get out now. A blaze of fury ignited in Lu Qi's eyes as he barked the command. Lu Qi, aye. For the first time, Xie Fong trembled under his rage, her voice faltering with fear. You've already ruined me once. Do you intend to ruin me again? Get away from me, far away. From this moment onward, we are finished. Lu Qi, I know I was wrong. Don't end things. Please give me one more chance. Hearing those words, Xie Fong seized his hand, pleading desperately. Is one betrayal not enough? Must you strike twice? Let go now. Lu Qi wrenched his hand free with brutal force and strode away, without looking back, boarding his father's car. Lu Qi. Xie Fong scrambled to her feet, watching helplessly as his car vanished into the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Qi was wealthy. Ever since she became his girlfriend, her life had grown infinitely more luxurious than before. Now, however, with their relationship severed, any hope of sustaining that lifestyle was nothing more than a waking dream. Staff, recreate the exact meal served at the boss's table. Inside the restaurant, the manager instructed a waiter. Understood, sir. The waiter nodded briskly and hurried off to carry out the order. That waiter shows commendable poise, Jiang Fan remarked to the manager, gesturing toward the young staff member. Earlier, the waiter had neither doubted Jiang Fan's ability to pay nor dismissed the group, despite Xie Fong's provocations, choosing instead to trust his judgment. Jiang Fan resolved to promote her. The manager, catching Jiang Fan's subtle cue, understood instantly. Sir, consider it done. You're dismissed. You may attend to other duties. Should anything arise, I'll call for you. Very well, sir. I won't intrude further. My regards. With a courteous smile, the manager withdrew swiftly. Brother, how did you become so formidable? Not only are you the owner of Xiangfu restaurant, but also the proprietor of Lu Qi's family enterprise. Jiang Yuding nestled her arm in Jiang Fan's, lifting her face with starlit admiration in her eyes. Haha, that remains my secret. Shuer, let's take our seats. We'll continue our meal shortly. To Su Shui, Jiang Fan's willingness to share was invitation enough, and his silence a boundary she would never. So long as Brother Fan loved her, that alone was sufficient. At the table, Jiang Yuding cradled her chin in her small hands, racking her mind. Why had her elder brother suddenly become so extraordinary? Could it be he struck sudden fortune today? Was luck simply on his side? After prolonged contemplation, her youthful mind yielded no plausible answer. Yet Brother Fan offered no explanation. Now surely father won't refuse. Gazing around Xiangfu restaurant, Jiang Fan resolved to appoint his father as its new manager. After all, he would depart after the Lunar New Year, and with no time to oversee operations himself, entrusting the restaurant to his parents was the wisest course. He would simply declare it his purchase, reluctant as they might be they would ultimately consent. As for Tongchi Company, Lu Siming would retain stewardship. Shortly thereafter, the kitchen replicated the earlier order with precision. A waiter carried the dishes to the table and smiled warmly. "Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal." Hearing herself addressed as madam, Su Shui flushed faintly, stealing a shy, tender glance at Jiang Fan. "Here, Shui, try this dish." Jiang Fan lifted a morsel with his chopsticks and placed it gently into Su Shui's bowl. Half an hour later, having finished their meal, Jiang Fan escorted Su Shui and Jiang Yuding out of the restaurant. Before departing, he obtained the manager's contact information. Upon returning home, his parents were already there, preparing lunch in the kitchen. "Schweiner's home at last. Have you eaten?" Lu Jiahui greeted her daughter-in-law with a warm, affectionate smile. "Auntie, we've already dined." "Oh, you've eaten? Then please sit and relax, perhaps watch some television." "Father, I'd like to discuss something with you." "Something? What is it?" "Yes, it concerns Xiangfu Restaurant. It belongs to me. But after the new year, I'll be leaving with Schwer, and without management the restaurant will falter. So I'd like to ask, Father, Mother, if you'd oversee it for me. Xiangfu Restaurant is yours." This. Jiang Jinghao's hand trembled involuntarily. Just days ago his son had said nothing of this. How then had the restaurant suddenly become his possession? "To be precise, I purchased it outright." "Father, will you help your son manage it?" Jiang Fan asked, a gentle smile playing across his lips as he observed his father's expression. Could he have borrowed funds from Su Shui's family? Jiang Jinghao glanced discreetly at Su Shui. He knew her lineage was distinguished, but with her present discretion was paramount. "Surely my son wouldn't rely on his wife's wealth." "No, absolutely not." At that thought, Jiang Jinghao shook his head firmly. Cough. Xiao Fan, come out with Dad for a moment. Looking at his son, Jiang Jinghao sighed. "Although our family is not as well off as Su Shui's, as a man you should not resort to relying on others just because you lack money." "Dad, what are you talking about? Relying on others?" Jiang Fan found it amusing that his father suddenly suspected him of such a thing. "Then tell Dad, how did you suddenly buy the Xiangfu Restaurant?" "You should know that the Xiangfu Restaurant is the largest and most famous restaurant in Tangtown. How could someone like you There must be some help from Su Shui behind this, right?" In Jiang Jinghao's mind, his son was just a general manager, and no matter how wealthy he was, it was impossible for him to buy the Xiangfu Restaurant. "If I were relying on others, do you think Su Shui's parents would agree?" Jiang Fan continued. "If I were relying on others after working for several years, why would I suddenly have money now? Although there are some things that are hard to explain, you can rest assured that I have not relied on anyone. As for why I bought the Xiangfu Restaurant, Dad, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you for now. However, you can be assured that I haven't done anything illegal." Jiang Fan shook his head earnestly. It was indeed difficult for him to explain. Jiang Jinghao fell silent for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't trust his son, it was just that everything was happening too quickly for him to accept. "Well, you are 22 now, an adult with your own secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. However, as a man, you should strive based on your own abilities." "Dad, don't worry, I won't do that." Jiang Fan reassured him. "Now the Xiangfu Restaurant is mine. Dad, you and Mom, please help me keep an eye on it." "All right, I'll help keep an eye on it with your mom." After hesitating for a while, Jiang Jinghao nodded in agreement. Seeing his father agree, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, Dad, I heard that my sister has been very frugal at school." "Is that so? We haven't skimped on giving you ting money each month. Why is she still being frugal at school?" Jiang Jinghao was taken aback by this news. Seeing his father's expression, Jiang Fan realized they were also unaware and thought he should ask his sister about it. "Since Dad doesn't know, it'll take some time to ask my sister." "All right, let's go in now." Soon after, Jiang Jinghao and Lu Jiahui sat at the table to have lunch. Jiang Fan sat on the sofa, Su Shui on his left, and Jiang Yuding behind them, all watching television together. "Yuding, today at the restaurant, I heard your classmates say that you have been very frugal at school. Tell your brother, did something happen at school?" "Brother, Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuding's gaze flickered. "I'm your brother. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Seeing his sister's evasive gaze, Jiang Fan smiled gently and asked, I just want to save money." Jiang Yuding hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Want to save money? Is there something you want to buy?" "Not. Then what is it?" "I just want to save money to go to DP to see you. You didn't come back last year, and I thought you wouldn't come back this year, so." Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt touched. He reached out and ruffled his sister's small head, saying softly, "I'm sorry, brother, didn't come back to see you last year, but I'm back this year. From now on, I will return to see you every year during the new year." Jiang Yuding's eyes turned red as she hugged Jiang Fan's body, choking back tears. "Big brother, I miss you so much." Jiang Fan gently patted his sister's back, his memories suddenly returning to the past. When they were younger, his sister would cling to him like a little shadow. However, now that he had grown up and started working, he had less time to spend with her. All right, don't cry. It's brother's fault, I apologize to you." After a while, Jiang Yuding released her hands and sat back on the sofa. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his sister-in-law, noticing that she wasn't jealous, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "This summer vacation, come to DP to find me." Looking at his sister, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was on New Year's Eve. Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan sitting on the sofa and using her phone to make a video call to her parents. Jiang Fan greeted his uncle and aunt. Lu Jiahui scolded her daughter over the phone for taking so long to call them. After chatting with her daughter for a while, she asked Jiang Fan to introduce his parents to them. Jiang Fan nodded and invited his parents over. Jiang Jinghao and Zhao Yuanling seemed a bit nervous, as this was like meeting the in-laws even if it was just a video call. Jiang Fan introduced his parents to his uncle and aunt. During the video call, Su Bai and Lu Jiahui also smiled and greeted them. Seeing his parents looking a bit awkward, Jiang Fan smiled softly. However, they were all middle-aged, and soon enough they found topics to chat about. The video call continued for over 2 hours before it ended. After 2 hours of chatting, Jiang Jinghao and Zhao Yuanling realized that Su Shui's parents were not as proud as some people, but rather friendly and talkative. Now they were truly at ease. In the evening after dinner, fireworks erupted outside. Su Shui pulled Jiang Fan outside, where they stood together looking up at the fireworks in the sky. Jiang Fan wrapped his arm around Su Shui's shoulders, allowing her to rest her head on him. Swear the winds of March and the rains of June cannot compare to your gentleness. I like you. Though it was a cheesy pickup line, she loved it as long as it was said by Jiang Fan. Su Shui sweetly replied, "Brother Fan, I like you too." At night on the sofa, Jiang Fan held Su Shui in his arms while they watched television together. The Spring Festival Gala was playing, featuring many celebrities. As they watched the stars on the show, Su Shui leaned in and whispered softly to Jiang Fan about the entertainment industry. "Brother Fan, I heard that this actress is being kept by someone." Jiang Fan, who had never paid much attention to celebrities, shook his head with a smile as he held her soft little hand. "Why do you care about such things? It's her own business." "But I heard that there are certain rules in the entertainment industry." Su Shui persisted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Fan. "Aren't people at home bored? They just watch these things. I find many things quite magical." Su Shui was unwilling to let it go and shot Jiang Fan a glance. The Zhao family had long since grown accustomed to Su Shui's deep attachment to Jiang Fan. Su Shui's affection for their son naturally made them happy. It was past 10 o'clock at night when Su Shui yawned and rubbed her eyes. "Shui, you're tired, aren't you? It's time to sleep." Su Shui nodded drowsily as she leaned against Jiang Fan stood up holding Su Shui and called for his younger sister. Jiang Yuting followed behind as they headed to the second floor. He placed Su Shui on his sister's bed, bent down to kiss her, and covered her with a blanket. Looking at the sleeping Su Shui, a gentle expression appeared on Jiang Fan's face. "Brother, you've changed so much." Jiang Yuting sat by the bed watching her brother's actions with a smile. "Has he really changed that much?" "Indeed he has." Jiang Fan shot his sister a glance and smiled, shaking his head. "All right, I'll leave Shui in your care. It's getting late, you should sleep too. Don't kick off the blanket at night." "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. You can go now," Jiang Yuting urged, glancing at her brother. "Haha." Jiang Fan chuckled as he left the room. Downstairs, Zhao Yuanling smiled at her son as he came down. "Xiao Fan, I need to talk to you about something." "Mom, what is it?" "Your uncle plans to come to our house on the first day of the new year." "Uncle? What does he want to come?" Hearing this, Jiang Fan frowned. He felt uncomfortable about his uncle coming over. The reason was simple. When he was younger, his uncle was dissatisfied with their family, especially his aunt, who seemed to favor the rich over the poor. Although his uncle's family was wealthy, they rarely visited. The sudden plan to come over made Jiang Fan suspect they would be showing off again. However, this time Jiang Fan would not let them succeed in showing off. "Heh, although your uncle and aunt are indeed not great, your uncle is still your mom's brother. Besides, it's the new year, it's nice for the family to be happy together." Zhao Yuanling understood, but still spoke earnestly. "Mom, I'm naturally welcoming to my uncle and aunt's visit, but if they behave the same way as before, I hope you'll understand." A cold smile appeared on Jiang Fan's face. If they came over still acting as they did before, they shouldn't blame him for hitting them hard. Seeing her son's expression, Zhao Yuanling understood and simply nodded, saying nothing further. "It's getting late, we should rest. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and we have a lot to do. By the way, I think your aunt will probably come over on the first day too." Jiang Fan naturally welcomed his aunt's arrival. When he was younger, his aunt treated him like her own son. Last time, she even helped arrange a blind date for him. Although it didn't work out, he always remembered his aunt's kindness. That's why when he had money last time, he was willing to give his aunt's family 200,000. Although his aunt wrote an IOU, Jiang Fan had no intention of asking for it back later. Early the next morning, Zhao Yuanling woke up early to prepare tanyuan and eggs. "Brother Fan, good morning." As Su Shui came downstairs, she saw Jiang Fan already up and flew into his arms. Jiang Fan quickly opened his arms to embrace Su Shui. With a face full of affection, he said, "Swear the snow outside has already piled up quite thick." "Really? Brother Fan, let's go outside and take a look together." "All right, let's go." Jiang Fan took Su Shui outside, and indeed the snow outside was quite thick, making Su Shui cheer with joy. Releasing Jiang Fan's hand, she ran outside and grabbed a handful of fallen snow. "Brother Fan, let's play in the snow together." Su Shui was as happy as a little child. "Sure, I'll come join you right now." The The two busied themselves in the snow, and before long they had built a small snowman. Seeing Su Shue's little face turning red from the cold, Jiang Fan felt a pang of heartache as he pulled her back into the living room. He cupped her rosy little face with his warm hands. So warm. Su Shue tucked her hands under Jiang Fan's armpits, squinting her eyes. Come on, Xiao Fan, bring Shuer to eat Tangyuan. Okay, Mom. Here, Shuer, try the Tangyuan and the eggs. These Tangyuan were made by Auntie herself, and the eggs are from our own chickens. Thank you, Auntie. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Jiang Fan's Aunt Zhang Huizhuan came to their home with her husband Jiang Hezhi and her daughter Jiang Xiaoxue. Auntie, Uncle Xiaoxue, come in and sit down. Jiang Fan warmly welcomed them as he saw his aunt and the others arrive. Brother Fan, you're back. When Jiang Xiaoxue saw Jiang Fan return, she immediately leaped into his arms. You little girl, still the same as before, always sticking to your brother Fan. Zhang Huiwan smiled and shook her head at her daughter. Xiao Fan, who is this? However, when she noticed another girl standing beside Jiang Fan whom she had never seen before, she froze and asked in confusion. Jiang Fan pushed Jiang Xiaoxue away, took Su Shue's little hand and introduced, Auntie, Uncle, this is my girlfriend Su Shue. Girlfriend? Zhang Huiwan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered and said, so it's Xiao Fan's girlfriend. Su Shue, I am Jiang Fan's aunt. Brother Fan, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Jiang Xiaoxue smiled at Su Shue. Hello, Uncle Annie Xia. Su Shue naturally greeted them with a smile. However, Zhang Huiwan found it strange as she hadn't heard of Su Shue when she introduced Jiang Fan's blind date last time. Could it be someone he met later? He brought her home so soon. A Xiao Fan really has talent. Everyone, don't just stand there, please sit down. Zhao Yuanling invited them. Just as everyone was about to sit down, the sound of brakes came from outside. Without thinking, they guessed it was Jiang Fan's uncle and his family arriving. Sure enough, a man's laughter came from outside, and then a man entered with his wife and son. Haha, sister, brother-in-law, we are here. This man is Jiang Fan's uncle Zhao Yangping, while Jiang Fan's aunt appears to be a person of high social standing adorned in gold and silver. As for the uncle's son Zhao Pingyun, he is somewhat plump, and there is a hint of disdain in his gaze. Upon seeing these three, Jiang Jinghao, Jiang Hezhi, and the others frowned deeply. Brother, sister-in-law Pingyun, you've come, please take a seat. Zhao Yuanling welcomed them. Zhao Yangping glanced at them and sat down by himself. Jiang Fan, it's been a while. Why have you come home this year? I remember you didn't come back in previous years, Zhao Yangping said with a smile as he looked at Jiang Fan. This year I made some money, so naturally I wanted to come home and take a look. One shouldn't strike a smiling face, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. So does that mean you didn't make money last year? That's why you didn't come back. Well, even though you're a university student, it's not easy to earn money outside. How about this? As your uncle, let me introduce you to a job. The monthly salary should be around 10,000 yuan. What do you think? Your uncle is doing this for your own good. Zhao Yangping emphasized the word good heavily. There's no need for you to worry, uncle. With my current job, I can still support myself. Oh, really? By the way, who is that beside you? Is she your girlfriend? Yes, she's my girlfriend. What? Aren't you going to introduce her to your uncle? Zhao Yangping glanced over, sizing up Su Shue. Su Shue, Shuer, this is my uncle Zhao Yangping, my aunt Lu Xiuhua, and their son Zhao Pingyun. Su Shue nodded and greeted, hello, uncle and aunt. Bringing your girlfriend home. Are you planning to discuss marriage? But let me make it clear, we don't have money in our family. Lu Xiuhua interjected, clearly indicating to Jiang Fan that they should not borrow money from them as they don't have any. You don't need to worry about my son's marriage, we can still afford it. Upon hearing Lu Zuhua's words, Jiang Jinghao looked displeased. Little girl, let me tell you, when it comes to choosing someone, you need to have good judgment. If your judgment is poor, marrying will not be easy. Lu Xiuhua smiled and spoke in a tone of an elder educating Su Shue. Su Shue could naturally pick up on Lu Zuhua's insinuations, but she just shook her head and smiled. Hee, and what does my relationship with Shuer have to do with you? There's no need for you to worry about it. After all, this is Jiang Fan implied that she was merely his aunt, and he didn't consider her family, so why should she be concerned? Yangping, look at your nephew, he says a few words and is still unhappy with me. Tisk, it's like this now, what will it be like in the future? This person cannot be compared. My son recently became a supervisor at Longting Group, earning tens of thousands. Jiang Fan, you're also a university student, yet your monthly salary is only a bit over 10,000 tsk. If you spoke, well, maybe I could have my son help you get a job at Longting Group. Hearing this, Jiang Fan smiled. Longting Group, isn't that the company belonging to Su Shue's family? And are you implying that as long as Pingyun speaks I can get into Longting Group? Haha, of course. You should consider who my son is. Lu Xiuhua said proudly. And do you know that the department manager at Longting Group? Department manager. My son has connections with her. I'm not afraid to tell you my son's girlfriend is the department manager at Longting Group. When did Longting Group have such a rule? Allowing people in the company to date. Su Shue looked at Lu Xiuhua. What of it? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Are you not afraid that your son's matters will be found out by upper management and that he and his girlfriend might be fired? Su Shue continued to question. Fired? Only you, Jiang Fan, would you go to Longting Group and report this? Haha, don't joke. Who do you think you are? You wouldn't even be let in the door of Longting Group. Lu Xiuhua said, "Sir, and I forgot to introduce, Su Shui is the daughter of Su Bai from Longting Group." Zhang Fan laughed as he began to introduce Su Shui's family background. Lu Xiuhua, Zhao Yangping, and Zhao Pingyun exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, then all burst out laughing. No way too funny. You're saying Su Shui is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Why don't you say you're the son-in-law of Su Bai from Longting Group? What status do you have that we don't know? Lu Xiuhua wiped away tears of laughter and mocked. Just because I am not now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. As for my status, it's not that significant. Just the general manager of Guangyao Group, holding 40% of the shares. By the way, the Xiangfu restaurant in Tangtown and the Tongqi company both belong to me, and that Hennessy Venom GT outside is also mine. Since I am to slap faces, I will do it thoroughly. After hearing Zhang Fan's words, did Lu Xiuhua and the others believe it? Of course not. They looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool. Shaking her head, she said, "Sister brother-in-law Zhang Fan is a kid who is sick and needs treatment. He shouldn't be daydreaming all day. If you don't believe me, I will make you believe." Hearing them speak ill of brother Fan, Su Shui angrily took out her phone and video called her parents. "Shuiner, Happy New Year. Are you having fun over there?" As soon as the video call started, Su Bai and Lu Jiahui appeared on the screen. Lu Jiahui looked at her daughter with a kind and gentle expression. "Mom, Shuiner is very happy here, but I heard that there is a supervisor dating a manager in our company. Is that true? Tell Dad who it is. After the new year, Dad will contact the general manager to handle this matter. Dad, that person is right here. His name is Zhao Pingyun. Let me show you." Saying this, Su Shui raised her phone. Zhao Pingyun saw that in Su Shui's phone was indeed their chairman of Longting Group, Su Bai. He couldn't help but be startled, swallowed hard, and realized that he was done for. He also believed that Su Shui was indeed the daughter of Su Bai, the chairman of Longting Group. "Pingyun, is he really the chairman of your group?" Lu Xiuhua noticed her son's expression and asked in a low voice. "Mom, yes." Zhao Pingyun nodded with a pale face. "This? Okay, I understand. Dad will have someone handle this matter shortly. Zhao Pingyun and that manager. Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year." Zhang Fan leaned in to greet them. "Haha, Zhang Fan, Happy New Year. Remember to have fun with Shuiner and come back early." "Okay, Uncle, Aunt." Zhang Fan chatted with Su Bai and the others for a while, then Su Shui took her phone and went to Zhao Yuanling and the others. At this moment, the sound of a car parking outside was heard. The manager of the Xiangfu restaurant walked in with Lu Siming and Lu Qi. "Boss, Happy New Year," the manager said with a smile as soon as he entered. "President Zhang, Happy New Year," Lu Siming quickly greeted. Zhao Yangping, Lu Xiuhua, and Zhao Pingyun saw that one was the manager of Xiangfu restaurant and the other was the owner of Tongqi company. The manager of Xiangfu restaurant actually called Zhang Fan boss, and the owner of Tongqi company called Zhang Fan President Zhang. They were already shocked because Su Shui was the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Now they were even more astonished. They never expected that after a year Zhang Fan had become so capable. In contrast, their own son entered Longting Group only through connections, just as a minor supervisor. They actually came here to mock Zhang Fan's family. It was simply laughable and too embarrassing. "What are you doing?" Seeing the manager of the restaurant and Lu Siming arrived, Zhang Fan asked in confusion. "Boss, today is the first day of the new year. I came to pay my respects to the boss." The manager smiled and said, "President Zhang, I also came to pay my respects to you." At that moment, Zhao Pingyun's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his girlfriend. Zhao Pingyun's heart tightened, and after hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. As soon as he answered, his girlfriend shouted on the other end, "Zhao Pingyun, how could you tell others about our relationship? Because of you, I lost my job. Let's break up." Hearing this, Zhao Pingyun's face turned pale, and the phone slipped from his ear to the sofa. "Pingyun, what? What happened?" Lu Xiuhua looked at her son's pale face and asked worriedly. "Mom, my girlfriend broke up with me. She lost her job, and I lost mine. Why did you go to Zhang Fan's house today? Why did you tell Zhang Fan about our relationship?" "Why?" Zhao Pingyun stared blankly at Lu Xiuhua. If it weren't for Mom coming here, if it weren't for Mom telling Zhang Fan about their situation, if, he wouldn't have broken up with his girlfriend, nor would he have lost his job. He felt so angry. Hearing her son's words, Lu Zihua's face also turned pale. She knew that this matter had escalated. "Pingyun, don't worry, your dad is Zhang Fan's uncle. I will have your dad plead with Zhang Fan. He should be able to help you." Saying this, Lu Xiuhua looked at her husband. Zhao Yangping heard this and looked at Zhang Fan and the others. After hesitating for a moment for the sake of his son's future, he stood up and walked towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Xiaofan, could you please ask the chairman of Longting Group not to fire my son?" Zhao Yangping said, bowing his head and pleading. "Uncle, why should I help you?" Zhang Fan leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile. "Consider it your uncle pleading with you. Oh, please help me with this matter, okay? After all, your mother is my own sister. Now you realize my mother is your real sister? Tell me, every year you come to our house for the new year, isn't it just to mock our family? With an uncle like you, it's better not to acknowledge you. I'm sorry, I won't help you with this kind of matter. Furthermore, our family does not welcome you. You should leave and never come back here again." Hearing this, Zhao Yangping staggered back, He never expected that his nephew would be so heartless. He even said he wouldn't acknowledge him as his uncle. Yuanling sister, it's my fault. Please help me talk to Xiao Fan. I only have this one son. If he loses this job, his future will be gone too. Brother, Zhao Yuanling looked at her brother and felt a little pity. She sighed heavily. Brother, I'm sorry, once a daughter is married, she can't make decisions at home. I can't help. Sister, are you really going to be this heartless? After all, we are still family. Family. When have you treated us as... When my dad married my mom, you said you had to give 100,000 in betrothal gifts to marry my mom to my dad. In that era, how many people could take out 100,000 yuan? Now that our family has money, you want to curry favor. Hee, you really are daydreaming. Zhang Fan looked at Zhao Yangping, who still wanted to play the emotional card, and said coldly, Dad, stop talking, let's go. Zhao Pengyun looked at his father, who was being so humble, stood up, and shook his head. Zhao Yuanling, Zhang Fan, I see through you both. Ooh, I never expected your family to be so heartless. Yangping Pingyun, let's go. Lu Xiuhua stood up, pointing at Zhang Fan and the others like a shrew. Sigh. Zhao Yangping seemed to have aged several years as he returned to his wife and son, then left here together. Watching them leave, Zhang Fan revealed a cold smile. Heartless. No one could be more heartless than their family. Well, boss, I booked a table at Shangfu Restaurant, or I wonder if you have time. How about we go eat together at Shangfu Restaurant? All right, then let's go together. Zhang Fan glanced at his parents. Okay, boss, please. Mom, sit in my car, or I want to talk to you. All right. The family began to set off. In the car, Zhao Yuanling and Zhang Yuding sat in the back, while Su Shui sat in the front passenger seat and Zhang Fan drove. Mom, with an uncle like this, it's better not to acknowledge him. Don't forget how they treated our family all these years. When you married Dad, they were able to demand 100,000 in betrothal gifts. Now that our family has money, if we help them this time, they won't remember the good we did for them, but just become more arrogant. Besides, Zhao Penjian's situation is his own fault. Yes, and many large companies do not allow workplace romances or office relationships. He made a mistake himself. Don't take it to heart, Su Shui also explained. Mom understands her. I've seen all the things they've done over the years. I haven't been blind, just found it hard to say anything, because he's my brother. Now that it's out in the open, let this relationship be like this. Zhao Yuanling was not a rigid person and understood what her son and the others were saying. Since it's out in the open, then let this matter pass. As long as her son and daughter are safe, she will feel content. Jinghao Xiao Fan really has some skills. Not only did he find a beautiful girlfriend, but this girlfriend is also the daughter of the chairman of Lungting Group. Moreover, Xiao Fan is the boss of our Tangtown Shangfu Restaurant and Tongqi Company. Xiao Fan has truly grown up and become capable. They only have one daughter, and Zhang Heji has always treated Zhang Fan as if he were his own son. Now that Zhang Fan has achieved success, he feels a sense of pride. Especially just now, Zhang Fan's words made Zhang Heji feel truly delighted. He had long disapproved of Zhao Yangping's family, but since they were the brother of Yuanling, he refrained from saying much. Zhang Huiyuan asked curiously, is this about marriage since Xiao Fan brought Su Shui back? Zhang Fan had not mentioned anything about it, only saying that he had known Su Shui for just 2 weeks. Haha, impressive. To bring a girl home after just 2 weeks of knowing her, Xiao Fan, is truly something. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heji laughed heartily. However, matters like marriage should be left to the young people to decide. We as the elders need not worry too much. If we say too much, the young ones might find it bothersome. Zhang Heji chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, such matters are best handled by the younger generation. Zhang Jinghao agreed, nodding. Before long, the car stopped outside the Shangfu restaurant. Zhang Fan got out, opened the car door, and took Su Shui's hand, waiting for his sister and mother to get out before closing the door. A Shangfu restaurant. It's been a long time since I've eaten here, Zhang Heji remarked, looking at the restaurant with nostalgia. Haha, uncle, if you want to eat here, you're always welcome. I'll give you a discount. How does that sound? Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Then I'll be indebted to Xiao Fan. Zhang Heji smiled back. However, if he really came to eat here, he would pay for his share without hesitation. He wouldn't take advantage just because of Xiao Fan's relationship. At the dining table, the same waitress from last time didn't take leave for the new year. Seeing Zhang Fan and the others enter, she greeted them with a bright smile. Since their last visit, her position had been upgraded, and now she managed other waitstaff. Xiaoli arranged for the kitchen to serve the dishes. Okay, manager. In no time, all the dishes were served. Lu Siming stood up holding a wine glass and said, President Zhang, last time my son offended you and your sister. As Lu Qi's father, I apologize to you both today. Let bygones be bygones. Just be sure to keep an eye on your son in the future. Rest assured, President Jiang. I will certainly keep a close watch on my son. Haha, let me drink first, you drink as you please. Lu Siming drank a glass of wine, sat back down, and then kicked his son. Upon returning home last time, Lu Qi had received a good scolding from Lu Siming, and since then, he had been on his best behavior. Feeling his father's nudge, Lu Qi hurriedly stood up, holding out a glass of wine. President Jiang, Miss Jiang Yuding, I apologize for what happened last time, and hope you can forgive me. Lu Qi spoke sincerely while holding the wine glass. We have not taken this matter to heart, but Lu Qi, I still need to give you a word of advice. Although your father helps me manage Tongchi Company, your family is indeed wealthy. Here many people wouldn't provoke you. However, if you leave this place and encounter someone with even more wealth and influence, at that time not only would you have trouble, but your father would also be implicated because of you. I hope you understand. Lu Qi nodded upon hearing this. If he couldn't handle one Zhang Fan, encountering a second or third Zhang Fan would be even more challenging. President Zhang, I understand. That's good to hear. Lu Qi downed his drink and sat back down. Seeing their son so capable, Zhao Yuanling and the others felt proud. Moreover, it seemed that Zhang Fan was in charge of everything at this table. Come on, everyone, let's eat, Zhang Fan said as he noticed they hadn't started. Shuer, come and try this. Thank you, Brother Fan. After the meal, Zhang Fan called the manager to inform them about his parents coming to the restaurant. Of course, although his parents were coming to the restaurant, it would be just as it always was and would not interfere. The manager nodded in agreement after listening to Zhang Fan. After they finished discussing, Lu Siming also approached Zhang Fan to talk about the company. Yes, I understand. After the new year, I will arrange for Guangyao Group to place a 100 million order with Tongchi Company. Even though I am the owner of Tongchi Company, it still needs your supervision to ensure it runs well. In the future, Tongchi Company will only grow larger. Upon hearing that the boss was ready to place a 100 million order, Lu Siming marveled at the boss general. After all, their Tongchi Company had only received a maximum order of 10 million in recent years, and now the boss was preparing to place a 100 million order. This was simply. Lu Siming immediately straightened up and said, President Zhang, rest assured, I will manage Tongchi Company efficiently. With you here, I have no worries. More than an hour later, everyone parted ways. Brother Fan, should we not head back? Zhang Xiaoxue ran up to Zhang Fan and said with a smile, let's stroll around the street for a bit. Nodding at Su Shui, Zhang Fan replied, all right, let's go for a walk on the street. After their parents and uncle left, Zhang Fan drove away from Xiangfu restaurant. The three girls in the car naturally had common topics to discuss. They chatted in the car and spent several hours wandering the streets before returning home with a mountain of snacks. The next morning, while Zhang Fan was still asleep, he vaguely felt as if he was holding something soft in his hand. He gently squeezed it. It was indeed very soft. However, he soon heard a soft whimper. Confused, he opened his eyes and saw his hand resting on Su Shui's chest, who was tightly hugging him. What is happening? Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan quickly withdrew his hand, stunned. He remembered that Shuer was supposed to be sleeping in his sister's room, so how did she end up in his room? Su Shui's eyelashes fluttered as she sleepily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's slightly flushed face looking at her, she exclaimed, Brother Fan, how did you end up in our room? This must be a dream, right? Su Shui murmured to herself. Shuer, you're not dreaming, you're in my room. Hearing this, Su Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced around, realizing it really was Brother Fan's room. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head. Wasn't she sleeping in Yuding's room? How did she end up in Brother Fan's bed? Under the blanket, Su Shui furrowed her brows in confusion, pondering. She remembered that last night after going to the bathroom, she had returned and lay back down hugging Yuding's body. In her drowsiness, she had wondered why Yuding felt different. But at that moment, she was too tired to think much of it. Could it be that after returning from the bathroom last night, she entered? Seeing Su Shui shyly hiding under the blanket, Zhang Fan's lips curled up as he gently pulled the blanket. He pulled back the blanket, gazing at Su Shui lying on the bed. Her bashful demeanor added a considerable charm to her already beautiful appearance. Like a ripe cherry, she made one unable to resist the urge to swallow her whole. As a vigorous young man, Zhang Fan, upon seeing Su Shui's appearance, kissed her red lips in the midst of her astonished disbelief. Su Shui felt her mind go blank, her body stiffened a little. Though her eyes were wide open, they were devoid of focus. She was being forcefully kissed. This was her only thought at that moment. After a while, she finally regained her senses, involuntarily extending her arms to embrace Zhang Fan's back, passionately responding. Smooth, soft, sweet, tender. This was Zhang Fan's current thought. Not knowing how long it had been, Su Shui began to struggle. She could not breathe. Feeling Shui's movements, Zhang Fan finally released her, gazing at Su Shui with deep affection. He noticed Su Shui appeared somewhat dazed, as if reminiscing about what had just happened. Once she came to her senses, her small hands awkwardly grasped the blanket, breathing rapidly. She pouted and called him a bad guy, her cheeks flushed, turning her head away to avoid looking at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at her and teased softly, it used to be you kissing me, but now I'm kissing you, and you're the one who's shy. Zhang Fan was right. Although it was she who initiated the kiss before, it had merely been a light peck on his lips. But with him being so domineering, it nearly took her breath away. Yet deep down she felt incredibly sweet. Big brother sister-in-law is. At that moment, Zhang Yuding pushed the door open. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw her sister-in-law on her brother's bed, sticking out her tongue. She quickly said, you two continue, and hurriedly closed the door. How embarrassing. Yuding saw us. Su Shui regained her senses, looking at Zhang Fan with watery eyes, her small hand pinching Zhang Fan's waist. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? Yuding is not a stranger. Now let's get up. My clothes are still in Yuding's room. Su Shui tucked herself under the blanket, the blush on her face yet to fade. He'll go get them for you. Wait for me here. Okay. Watching Zhang Fan leave, Su Shui licked her lips and couldn't help but roll around on the bed. That fool finally took the initiative once. Did you find Shui? Downstairs, Zhao Yuanling looked at her daughter, her face slightly flushed, and asked curiously. Mom, I found sister-in-law, but she's busy. Jiang Yuding touched her warm cheeks and shook her head. Busy? Sitting on the couch, Jiang Yuding thought about what had just happened. She remembered that sister-in-law seemed to have gotten up last night, but had not returned. It turned out she went to her brother's room. Not long after, Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan and came downstairs greeting Zhao Yuanling and the others. Jiang Yuding looked at her sister-in-law with a peculiar gaze. She snatched her sister-in-law from her brother's side, pulling her to the sofa and quietly asking, sister-in-law, why did you go to my brother's side? I remember you slept with me last night. Upon hearing this, Su Shui awkwardly smiled and explained, last night I went to the bathroom, and upon returning I mistakenly entered the wrong room. So, hearing this, Jiang Yuding nodded. Her brother's room was right next to hers, so it was no wonder sister-in-law easily mistook the door. But the main issue is that my brother didn't lock the door while sleeping. Sister-in-law, my brother didn't do anything weird, right? Jiang Yuding asked with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Su Shui's face, still flushed, turned red again as she shot Jiang Yuding a glare. Dad, Mom, sister were leaving. On the 10th of the month, Jiang Fan sat in the driver's seat, smiling at his parents and sister. Uncle Andy Yuding, when we have time, we'll come to see you again. Su Shui sat in the passenger seat, waving her small hand. All right, Xiao Fan, after you return, work hard. If you get a break, bring Shui home to take a look. Shui, come here. Annie has prepared a red envelope for you. Zhao Yuanling pulled Su Shui's small hand and took out a thick red envelope from her bag, handing it to her. Annie, I can't accept this. Seeing such a thick red envelope, Su Shui hurriedly declined. Oh, don't refuse. This is a little token from Annie. If Xiao Fan bullies you when you go back, just tell Annie, and he'll teach him a lesson. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Su Shui had to accept the red envelope, nodding. All right, Annie, if Brother Fan bullies me, he'll tell you to deal with him. Okay, you all be safe on the road. After spending some time together, Zhao Yuanling was quite satisfied with Su Shui. If it weren't for the marriage matter needing their own decision, she might have urged them to marry, so her son could marry Su Shui sooner. Yuding, when summer vacation comes, tell your brother, and he'll come back to pick you up. Okay, brother. Brother, sister-in-law, you. Jiang Yuding smiled and nodded. Xiao Fan over there, take good care of Su Shui. Don't get too caught up in work, all right. Jiang Jinghao reminded Jiang Fan. At their age, most couples were inseparable. He was worried that if his son became too engrossed in work, he would neglect Su Shui, which wouldn't be good. That I know. All right, we're heading out now. Be safe on the road. Remember to call home often. As for the Xiangfu restaurant, your mom and I will keep an eye on it for you. All right, we're off. Jiang Fan smiled, slightly fastening his seatbelt, and with Su Shui left home, heading to son, daughter-in-law, you're leaving, and now the house will be less lively. Watching her son's car disappear from view, Zhao Yuanling sighed. After all, they have to be busy. If you really miss your son, we can go visit them. Jiang Jinghao said cheerfully. I don't want to, I just want that girl Su Shui. Though she's the daughter of Longting Group, she isn't as arrogant as the wealthy. In the time I've spent with her, she's truly a good girl. Indeed, she is a good girl. Jiang Jinghao nodded, showing his agreement. Brother Fan, after the new year, wait another half month. I don't want to go to school. Ooh, I don't want to be apart from you. In the car, Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan, pouting as she said. You will graduate after finishing this semester, so how can you not go to school? Don't worry, he'll come pick you up after school. Jiang Fan coaxed Su Shui affectionately. Su Shui murmured in a soft, silky voice, when school ends, I'll go with you. A chime announced One-Yuan Seckill System activated. One-Yuan Seckill Qingqing Entertainment Company. One-Yuan Seckill Donglu Pedestrian Street. One-Yuan Seckill Koenigsegg 1-1. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. The last time the system appeared, he had spent 2 yuan and snapped up a Ferrari P415, about 300,000 in cash, which the system had automatically deposited into his bank account. He had not expected the system this time to grant him the entire Donglu Pedestrian Street. Donglu Pedestrian Street stretches 5 kilometers and features more than 1,200 well-known brands. Over 750 of them are international brands. It is the most upscale shopping destination and one of the busiest thoroughfares. Donglu Pedestrian Street was even lauded as Waxia's first street. Jiang Fan whispered to himself, Seckill. Soon the system notified him that the purchase had succeeded. From this moment on, he truly considered himself among the ranks of the wealthy. Even if I never work again, rental income alone would keep me carefree for life, he thought. But Qingqing Entertainment Company, is it a film company? I should visit when I have time. As for the car, the system seemed to know Jiang Fan was busy, so it parked the vehicle in his garage, just as it had done with the previous Ferrari. Near noon, Jiang Fan drove back to Lakehart Gardens and parked in the basement. Oh, Brother Fan, why are there 2 more cars in the basement? A Ferrari P415 and a Koenigsegg 1-1. Su Shui looked at the 2 new cars in the basement with, they must be gifts from someone ill asked later. Jiang Fan offered as an excuse. Explaining the truth would be. Fortunately, Su Shui did not press the matter. She happily linked her arm with Jiang Fan's, and they left the basement together. Phew, finally home, she sighed as she sank onto the sofa in Jiang Fan's villa. Jiang Fan sat beside her, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and asked softly, "How was it? Did you enjoy your time at my place?" "Yes, uncle, and Aunt were very kind to me," she replied. Su Shui leaned against Jiang Fan and said sweetly, "Uncle, and Aunt won't return until tomorrow. When they are back, I'll take you shopping. How does that sound?" Thinking that he had not given Su Shui any gifts during their time together, Jiang Fan proposed, "Sure. Where shall we go?" Let's go to Donglu Pedestrian Street. I also have some matters to attend to there." He smiled at the thought that Qinxing Entertainment was located in that area. Are you hungry? Sit here and watch TV, I'll make lunch." "All right." Jiang Fan rose, watched Su Shui turn on the television, smiled, and stepped into the kitchen. There were still some vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. He took the meat out to thaw and began preparing lunch. When the dishes were ready, he set them on the table and scooped 2 bowls of rice, calling gently, "Shui'er, come eat." "Brother Fan, did Aunt teach you to cook?" Su Shui asked with a smile after tasting a bite. Jiang Fan explained, "My father and mother once ran a restaurant. They knew how to cook, so I learned from them." "No wonder Uncle and Aunt cook so well. Brother Fan, your cooking is excellent too," she praised. "If you like it, eat plenty, or I can cook for you every day," he replied indulgently. Jiang Fan regarded Su Shui with fond eyes. "No, it's better this way. I heard that when a man and woman share chores, the work feels lighter. They'll help with the cooking from now on." Su Shui shook her head. "All right." In the afternoon, clouds gathered and a light rain began to fall. Watching the drizzle outside, Su Shui leaned into Jiang Fan's arms as they quietly watched television. A sudden crack of thunder split the air while they were engrossed in the TV, startling Su Shui. Don't be afraid, here," he soothed. Feeling her movement, Jiang Fan immediately drew her into his embrace and whispered comforting words. "I'm most afraid of thunder," Su Shui admitted weakly from within his arms. "Don't be afraid, I'm with you. Thunder is nothing to fear," Jiang Fan murmured as he gently patted her back. A sweet smile spread across Su Shui's face. Wrapped in Brother Fan's arms, she felt utterly safe. Night fell, and the thunder continued even after dinner. More than an hour later, Su Shui yawned and Jiang Fan, "Brother Fan, I'm sleepy." "Sleepy? They'll take you to my room." Jiang Fan rose, encircling her slender waist as Su Shui clung to his, and together they went upstairs. Once inside the room, Jiang Fan smiled. "All right, Shui'er, you can sleep in my room." "Then Brother Fan, what about you?" she asked. "He'll sleep in another room." "No, I am scared." At the sound of thunder, Su Shui hastily clutched Jiang Fan's sleeve and whispered, "How about this? He'll sit by the bedside and stay until you fall asleep, then he'll leave. Or, let's sleep together." "It's not the first time," she murmured, lowering her head as memories of the last time at his old home surfaced. Jiang Fan knew she was frightened of the thunder, and seeing how persistent it was, he realized it would not subside soon. After a moment's thought, he said, "Very well, sleep together. But when you sleep, don't grope, okay?" Hearing her, Jiang Fan smiled, awkwardly recalling how he had woken with his hand on something soft, and hastily promised, "Don't worry, I absolutely won't grope." That night, lying in the dark and listening to Jiang Fan's breathing, Su Shui's breaths grew quicker and her lovely face flushed. A fierce thunderclap detonated in the sky. Terrified, Su Shui let out a scream and burrowed straight into Jiang Fan's arms. Jiang Fan lay on his side and held Su Shui close, gently patting her back and whispering soothing words into her ear. After a long time, she finally fell asleep. Inhaling her scent, Jiang Fan felt his thoughts stray and his heart beat rapidly. Calm down, Jiang Fan chanted silently to himself, drawing deep breaths as he prepared to sleep. But Su Shui sensed the movement, and her hand came to rest on Jiang Fan's chest. Oh, with that touch, he found he could no longer leave. At this hour, he would normally be asleep, yet with Su Shui lying beside him, his mind was unusually alert, making sleep impossible. It was until past 1 in the deep night, feeling exceedingly drowsy, that Jiang Fan finally fell into a light sleep. The next morning, the bright sunlight streamed into the room. Su Shui gradually woke up, stretching lazily on the bed. She felt that this sleep was incredibly comfortable. Tilting her head, she glanced at Brother Fan, noticing that he was still asleep. Su Shui turned to her side, propping her head up with her hand, gazing tenderly at Jiang Fan. A silly smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Does this count as cohabitation? Su Shui thought to herself. However, upon realizing that she would have to go to school in half a month, she felt a pang of reluctance. That meant she would only be able to see Brother Fan during holidays or after school. She liked Jiang Fan and wanted to be with him every day, day after day. Feeling a bit fatigued from propping herself up, although already awake, Su Shui was reluctant to get up. She squirmed on the bed, leaning closer into Jiang Fan's embrace. Around 10 in the morning, Jiang Fan finally woke up. Seeing that Jiang Fan was awake, Su Shui quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Tilting his head, Jiang Fan smiled gently at Shui'er, who was still asleep. At that moment, the phone placed on the table in the room rang. Since Su Shui was still asleep, Jiang Fan had no choice but to get up and answer the phone. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was his aunt calling. After a moment of thought, Jiang Fan answered the call. "Shui'er, Mom is about to come back. Have you two returned home?" Before Jiang Fan could speak, Lu Jiahui's voice came through the line. That is Annie Shui is still asleep, we have returned home. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiahui on the other end paused and said, it's Jiang Fan, is Shui still asleep? Alright, we'll be back shortly. Okay, Auntie, I will bring Shui to welcome you when you arrive, Jiang Fan smiled and replied. Alright, we'll chat more when we meet later. Lu Jiahui hung up the phone pondering. Shui is still asleep, and Jiang Fan answered the phone. Could they be in the same room? This girl she wouldn't have, so soon. No way, I must ask her when we get back. Jiahui, what's wrong? Su Bai driving the car glanced at his wife, his expression somewhat grim, and asked, nothing. Shui and Jiang Fan have returned. Oh, that's good. I haven't seen this girl in a long time. Listening to Auntie, it won't be a misunderstanding, right? Jiang Fan looked at the phone. He had just hung up, scratching his head in confusion. He placed the phone on the table, approached the bed, and softly called out, Shui, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside. Hug me. Su Shui opened her eyes and pouted at Jiang Fan. Alright, get up quickly, Uncle, and Annie will be back soon. Dad and Mom are coming back. Fine. After tidying up a bit, as Su Shui got up, Jiang Fan organized the room, and Su Shui linked her arm with Jiang Fan's, heading downstairs together. Outside the villa, they stood by the roadside waiting. Not long after, Su Bai drove in. Dad, Mom. Seeing her parents return, Su Shui joyfully waved her little hand. Su Bai and Lu Jiahui exchanged faint smiles and nodded. The car stopped in front of Jiang Fan and the others, letting his wife get out while Su Bai drove the car towards their home's basement. As soon as Lu Jiahui got out of the car, her gaze was fixed intently on her daughter. Su Shui felt somewhat uneasy being stared at by her mother and asked in confusion, Mom, why are you staring at me like that? Have you not recognized me after being away for half a month? Looking at her daughter's expression, it seemed there was no problem, and Lu Jiahui let out a sigh of relief. As someone who had been through this, she could still discern these matters. Lu Jiahui shook her head and smiled, saying, It's nothing at all. Annie, why don't you come to my house for a visit? Alright. Shui, you lead Auntie inside, I'll wait for Uncle for a bit. Su Shui came before her mother, linked her arm with her mother's, and happily led her into Jiang Fan's home. Shui, when I called you today, it was Jiang Fan who answered. Did you sleep together last night? Hearing this, Su Shui's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, saying, Yes. However, she quickly defended herself. Last night, there was thunder, it was really scary. Mom, you know I'm afraid of thunder, so. You didn't do anything at night, right? Lu Jiahui still felt a bit uneasy. Mom, what are you thinking? What can we do? Su Shui rolled her eyes at her mother. That's good, you two are still young, and you haven't known Jiang Fan for long, so don't do anything rash. Wait until your feelings really stabilize before making any decisions, Lu Jiahui said earnestly. Mom, Su Shui called out softly, expressing her discontent. Alright, let's not talk about this. How about going to Jiang Fan's house? His parents treat you well, right? Mom, Uncle, and Auntie treat me very well. They treat me like their own daughter, Su Shui said with a smile, a genuine smile from her heart. Seeing the smile on her daughter's face, Lu Jiahui felt happy for her. It seemed that Jiang Fan's parents also recognized her daughter. Uncle. Outside, seeing Su Bai approaching, Jiang Fan smiled and greeted him. Jiang Fan, how are you? Did you enjoy your time at home? Thanks to Uncle, I had a very pleasant time. Jiang Fan's good fortune naturally referred to Su by agreeing to let Su Shui return to their hometown with him. This time back home, not only did he enjoy himself, but the smiles on his parents' faces had not faded. They were very happy about him bringing his girlfriend home. While you're happy, we are not very happy, Su Bai said wistfully. What he meant was that this time their daughter did not spend the night. Uncle, come in and have a seat, Jiang Fan said. Alright. Inside the room, Su Shui chatted with her parents while Jiang Fan busied himself in the kitchen. Originally, Lu Jiahui intended to help, but Jiang Fan declined her offer. After all, Annie had been in the car for a long time and needed to rest. Dinner is ready. An hour later, Jiang Fan brought the dishes and placed them on the table. The family sat down at the table and began to eat. Xiao Fan's cooking is quite good. Lu Jiahui took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Fan's culinary skills were indeed excellent, even a bit better than her own. Mom, that's a given. Uncle and Auntie used to run a restaurant, and Brother Fan learned from them, Su Shui explained from the side, as she heard her mother praise Brother Fan. And you? How much have you learned from your Brother Fan after going back to your hometown? I wanted to help, but Auntie wouldn't let me go into the kitchen. Su Shui shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. You need to learn your cooking skills well, but don't forget what Mom told you. No matter what, you can't let Xiao Fan cook alone. Shui, don't you think so? Mom, I know, I remember. Uncle, would you like a drink? Jiang Fan brought over a bottle of wine and smiled. Alright, let's drink a bit. Seeing Jiang Fan bring the wine, Su Bai smiled and nodded. After dinner, Su Shui followed Jiang Fan to tidy up the dishes and went to the kitchen to help wash them. Uncle and I plan to take Shui out for a stroll this afternoon and buy some things along the way. If Uncle and Aunt aren't back, there's naturally no need to say anything. But since they have returned and I want to take their daughter out, I should inform them. You young people should go out more often. Go ahead, Su Bai nodded. We'll head back first and come back early in the evening. Okay, Uncle, Aunt. In no time, they left Jiang Fan's home. Brother Fan, I'm going to go get ready. My Shuer is so beautiful, she doesn't need any dressing up at all, Jiang Fan said, holding Su Shue's delicate waist, his tone gentle. Who belongs to you? Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Su Shue felt a sweetness in her heart and lightly punched Jiang Fan. Haha, let's go. MHM. Jiang Fan gently held Su Shue's small hand, and they left the villa together, driving away in a Koenigsegg 1-1 from the lakeside garden. At East Road Pedestrian Street, Jiang Fan found a parking spot, parked the car, and took Su Shue to stroll along the street looking around. East Road Pedestrian Street is the most bustling street in Magic City, but today the foot traffic is not as heavy as on Saturdays and Sundays. Although there weren't many people, Jiang Fan could see that there were probably hundreds around them. Shue, stay close to me, and MHM. Passing by a pastry shop, Jiang Fan took Su Shue inside to buy some snacks. Along the way, Su Shue held the pastries, eating as they walked. Hey Su Shue. As they approached the jewelry store, a girl next to a man looked at Su Shue and called out. Hearing the voice, Su Shue looked up and saw the girl who was her classmate from university. Hey Chen Yiling, what are you doing? Oh, I'm here with a friend to take a look. This is my friend Lu Wenrui. Su Shue, is this guy next to you your boyfriend? Chen Yiling looked at the very handsome boy standing next to Su Shue, who was holding his hand intimately, and smiled slightly. Su Shue nodded with a smile, saying, MMHM, this is my boyfriend Jiang Fan. Brother Fan, this is my classmate Chen Yiling. Hello, Jiang Fan greeted politely. Hi handsome. Su Shue, you didn't mention having a boyfriend while at school. Now that it's winter break, you have one. You kept it a secret. Chen Yiling smiled. Handsome Su Shue is the school beauty at our school. Many people pursued her, but she never agreed. I didn't expect you to be so amazing, actually winning over our school's beauty. Chen Yiling carefully assessed Jiang Fan and smiled. Lu Wenrui next to her also sized up Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan indeed had some handsomeness, but one couldn't tell about his family background. If his family background was mediocre, winning over the school beauty from his girlfriend's school would be like flowers growing in manure. Chen Yiling, are you here shopping? Su Shue took a bite of the pastry in her hand and asked. Yes, my friend is planning to give me a gift. I said no, but he insisted on bringing me here. We plan to check out the jewelry store. Although Chen Yiling said this, her smile grew even more radiant. By the way, Jiang Fan, are you here to buy Su Shue? Why don't we go into this store together and take a look? Chen Yiling suggested. She wanted to see what Jiang Fan was really like to have won over their school's beauty. She wondered if Su Shue had been deceived by his sweet words. If so, as a classmate, she felt it was her duty to help Su Shue see through this man. This jewelry store is the best jewelry store on East Road Pedestrian Street. All genuine products. The lowest is at least 10,000 and the best is also in the hundreds of thousands. Yiling, don't pressure them, I'll let them pick whatever they want later. Lu Wenrui looked at Jiang Fan, who remained silent. He thought Jiang Fan was intimidated and felt disdainful. I know your family is wealthy and your allowance is tens of thousands each month, but you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. Although Chen Yiling said this, she was actually showing off that she had a rich boyfriend. Buying a gift for a loved one, I don't care about the price at all. Lu Wenrui chuckled. Recently my company received a 20 million order. Lu Wenrui felt quite proud. Wow, Wenrui, that's impressive. Chen Yiling exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Fan, are you working? Lu Wenrui asked Jiang Fan. I haven't been to work recently. Haven't been to work. That's equivalent to being unemployed. Lu Wenrui felt very disdainful. This man was unemployed, yet managed to win over such a beautiful school beauty. No, he must perform well later. If he does well, Su Shue might see through Jiang Fan, and then his chance might come. Hearing that Jiang Fan was unemployed, the smile on Lu Wenrui's face grew increasingly wide. Haha, Jiang Fan, to love a girl you must buy her a gift. I won't chat with you anymore, I'm taking my girlfriend inside to choose jewelry. Brother Fan, let's go, Su Shue said, looking at her classmate. Although she sounded nice, she was actually just here to show off her boyfriend. But no matter how rich her boyfriend was, it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Fan shook his head saying, Shue, actually I brought you here today to buy you a gift. We've been together for so long, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Didn't I buy a few sets of clothes last time? I don't care about gifts or anything. Su Shue shook her head. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, holding Su Shue's small hand, and said softly, regardless, a gift should still be given. Come on, let's go in and take a look. All right. Su Shue had no choice but to nod and follow Jiang Fan into the jewelry store. Inside, Lu Wenrui was with Chen Yiling looking at the jewelry in the display case. Seeing Jiang Fan and Su Shue come in, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at a pink necklace in the display case, saying, take this necklace out, let's have a look. Okay, sir. The clerk nodded and took out the pink necklace. Yiling, this pink necklace suits you perfectly. Wenrui, this necklace is too expensive. Chen Yiling saw that the necklace was priced at 350,000 and quickly shook her head. Hey, I said before, buying a gift for a loved one doesn't depend on the price. Listening to Wenrui's words, Chen Yiling shyly lowered her head. Oh, Jiang Fan, are you also here to look at jewelry? Which pieces caught your eye? Lu Wenrui said with a smile. Jiang Fan ignored him and looked at a display case where a blue necklace was placed. He smiled slightly at the shop assistant and said, could you please take that necklace out for us to have a look? All right, sir. The shop assistant with a polite smile took down the necklace. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the heart of the ocean. Here in Magic City, only we have this particular heart of the ocean necklace priced at 15 million. Upon hearing the price, Chen Yiling gasped and covered her mouth. Her boyfriend was only preparing to gift her a necklace worth 350,000. Jiang Fan actually wanted to gift a 15 million heart of the ocean to Su Shui. It would be fine if he could afford it, if not he was just putting on a show. Chen Wenrui looked at Jiang Fan, and upon hearing the price of the heart of the ocean, remained calm on the surface, but felt increasingly disdainful inside. He guessed that this person, though appearing calm, was likely regretting trying to act so grand. He couldn't believe that someone without a job could afford a 15 million heart of the ocean. Brother Fan, this is too. Su Shui shook her head, signaling Jiang Fan not to buy it. Although she knew Jiang Fan had money, it shouldn't be spent so recklessly. Her parents had educated her that no matter how wealthy one was, they shouldn't waste money. Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Swear it's fine. Didn't Lu Wenrui just say that when you love someone you don't care about the price of the gifts you buy for them? Moreover, I believe this heart of the ocean suits you perfectly. Keep pretending. Ew, I want to see how you wrap this up." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Lu Wenrui's smile grew broader. He was waiting to see Jiang Fan embarrass himself. "Oh, isn't this Jiang boss?" Just then the shop owner came out after sending off a customer, and upon seeing Jiang Fan quickly approached him with a, "Jiang boss, you're here. I have the rent ready, and will transfer it to your account shortly." Looking at this man, Jiang Fan recognized him as Li Feizhou, the owner of the jewelry store. Rent. Lu Wenrui was stunned upon hearing this. Soon Li Feizhou took out his phone and transferred the rent to Jiang Fan's account. "Jiang boss, are you here to choose jewelry for your girlfriend?" "That's right. Boss, this gentleman has his eye on the heart." The shop assistant, hearing the boss conversation with Jiang Fan, quickly reminded him. "Heart of the ocean. If Jiang boss doesn't mind, I can offer you a 30% discount." Li Feizhou smiled broadly. "I'm buying a gift for my girlfriend, so no need for a discount." Hearing the sound of numerous text messages, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. He remembered that today was the day for tenants to pay rent on this pedestrian street. He took out his bank card and handed it to the shop assistant, saying, "Please charge it." "All right, sir, please hold on a moment." The shop assistant took the bank card, processed it, and then asked Jiang Fan to input his password. Soon the payment was successful. "Sir, here is your bank card." The shop assistant respectfully handed the card to Jiang Fan. She then started packaging the heart of the ocean. "Jiang Fan, didn't you say you were unemployed?" Seeing Jiang Fan actually purchase the 15 million heart of the ocean, Lu Wenrui swallowed hard, puzzled. "I really am unemployed, am currently living off rent." Jiang Fan twirled his bank card in his hand, put it back in his bag, and smiled. "Living off rent? So this land is yours?" Chen Yiling asked in surprise. "No, the entire pedestrian street is Mr. Jiang's land." Li Feizhou, upon hearing Chen Yiling's words, shook his head. "The entire pedestrian street is his land, this?" Originally surprised, she became even more astonished. She initially thought Jiang Fan was reaching for Su Shui, but with Jiang Fan's family background, it seemed that Su Shui was actually reaching for Jiang Fan. Chen Yiling envied him, thinking how wonderful it would be if she were Jiang Fan's girlfriend. If that were the case, Jiang Fan would buy her the 15 million heart of the ocean today. She would also become a wealthy lady, but unfortunately, she did not have this opportunity. Lu Wenrui felt as if he had been slapped in the face, no more than a few slaps. He originally thought Jiang Fan had fooled Su Shui with his sweet talk, but he didn't expect this person's background to be so powerful. If comparing their family backgrounds, Jiang Fan was like a towering mountain, while he was merely an animal in the mountains, not even worth comparing. Truly, people can be infuriating. "Yiling, let's go." After saying that, Lu Wenrui pulled the still dazed Chen Yiling away, abandoning the 350,000 necklace simply because it was too embarrassing. "Sir, here is your heart of the ocean." The shop assistant handed the packaged necklace to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan glanced at it, opened the package, and took out the heart of the ocean. With a gentle tone, he said in front of Su Shui, "Here, Shui, let me put this on you." "Okay." Su Shui slightly lowered her head as Jiang Fan placed the heart of the ocean around her neck. "Shui, this heart of the ocean truly suits you, making you even more charming." "Stop it, there are others around." Sweet as it was, it also made Su Shui blush. "Haha, let's go." Su Shui followed Jiang Fan, allowing him to lead her out of the jewelry store. "Jiang boss, take care on your way out." Li Feizhou waved his hand. "Youth is truly wonderful." After strolling around the street for a while, Jiang Fan stopped and said, "Shui, there's a company called Morning Star Entertainment, and I plan to check it out, as it's also mine." "Brother Fan will go with you." The two searched for a while before finally finding Morning Star Entertainment. Morning Star Entertainment was somewhat off the beaten path from the pedestrian street. Upon reaching the company, Jiang Fan frowned slightly at the somewhat shabby exterior. He walked in with Su Shui. As soon as they entered, they saw a woman in her 30s chasing after a girl in her 20s, saying, "Jewelry, we can still negotiate. Well, don't be in such a hurry to leave." "Sister Wang, what is there to negotiate? If we can't reach an agreement, I'll leave. Don't try to keep me. Ooh, I won't stay at Morning Star anymore, but has no future for me. I want to be a star." The girl named Jewelry stopped and shook her head, looking at the woman in her 30s. "You? Sire, company hasn't been established long, but I believe it won't be long before we grow bigger, and that's not an excuse for him leaving. You? Sigh. Wang Shui sighed heavily upon seeing her leave. Their company already had few employees, and if this continued it wouldn't be long before she became a solitary commander. At that moment a cough drew her thoughts back. Turning around she saw it was President Jiang who approached with a warm, "President Jiang, what brings you here today?" Wang Shui smiled as she approached Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan chuckled. "If I didn't come I guess most of the people in the company would have left by now. This is Ms. Wang Shui, the assistant at Morningstar Entertainment Company. During my absence, she has been Wang Shui, this is my girlfriend Su Shui. So it's Miss Su. You are truly beautiful, you have great taste." Seeing the pure and lovely Su Shui, Wang Shui couldn't help but compliment her. As for her statement about great taste, it naturally referred to Su Shui being Jiang Fan's girlfriend. "Sister Wang, you are also very beautiful," Su Shui, a bit shy, complimented her back. "But I'm over 30, getting old, and can't compare to you young ones." Wang Shui shook her head. "How many people are left in the company now?" Jiang Fan inquired. "President Jiang, we currently have less than 10 people in the company." Wang Shui sighed. Many people had left Morningstar Company during this time. It was unavoidable, given their situation, they couldn't retain staff. Wang Shui guessed that if they waited another half-month more people would leave. Jiang Fan nodded. "All right, you go call them in for a meeting in the office, and also bring the recent company documents. I have things to discuss with them. Su Shui and I will head to the office and wait for you." "Okay, President Jiang, you go ahead, I'll bring them over shortly." Jiang Fan took Su Shui's hand and headed to the second floor. Morningstar Entertainment Company wasn't large, it only had 2 floors. Upon arriving in the office, Jiang Fan surveyed the room and sat down at the desk. Su Shui understood that Jiang Fan had matters to discuss with the others, so she didn't cling to him, but sat on the other. "Come in, everyone," Wang Shui called as she led 10 employees into the office. "President Jiang, I brought them, and here are the recent company documents." "Everyone please take a seat," Jiang Fan said, smiling as he looked at the 10 girls. The girls nodded, confused about why Sister Wang had brought them here. Moreover, this President Jiang was someone they were seeing for the first time, and he was indeed quite handsome. Jiang Fan reviewed the documents and learned that the company had not received any projects recently and had been running at a loss. After about 10 minutes, he closed the documents and looked up at everyone. Clearing his throat, he began, "I have a general understanding of the situation. What I'm about to say concerns the company. Before that, I want to ask all of you here who wants to leave. If you want to leave, you can take your salary now and leave. However, if you leave this company, we will not rehire you in the future." Jiang Fan wanted to ask them this before. If any of them were unwilling to stay, they could leave. The 10 girls hesitated for a moment before shaking their heads. One girl spoke up, "President Jiang and Li Huaxing. Sister Wang has treated us well, so I won't leave." "Yes, me too." All 10 of them expressed their willingness to stay, which made Jiang Fan smile. "In the near future, you will be proud of today's decision. Next, I will explain the company's future development. Wang Shui, after the meeting, I will transfer 30 million to the company's account. Use 10 million to purchase 2 scripts suitable for film adaptation. Ideally, they should be urban romance. The remaining 10 million should be used to hire a production team, preferably those who can join our company's crew. The last 10 million is for recruitment. As long as their skills match the salary required, money is not an issue. Additionally, for the 10 of you who didn't leave the company starting today, your salary will be increased by 10,000. The 10 girls were overjoyed to hear that their salary would be raised. However, let me make it clear that although your salary has been increased, you must work hard in the coming time. Once Wang Shui buys the scripts and finds a production team, we will prepare to start shooting. Who will be the female lead will depend on your own abilities. President Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely work hard, one girl said with determination. Right, I will also. The road to stardom is not easy, but as long as you put in the effort, each of you will have opportunities. Keep it up, keep it up. Wang Shui, I will also allocate 5 million for you to renovate the company, it's quite run down. President Jiang, rest assured, I will complete the tasks you assigned to me with utmost diligence. Wang Shui was also very excited. Now that President Jiang had come and was prepared to inject 35 million into the company's account, that was quite generous. If she were 8 or 9 years younger, she might have been infatuated with this man. All right, the meeting will temporarily conclude here. Wang Shui, stay back. I have a few things to discuss with you. Goodbye, President Jiang. The 10 girls waved goodbye to Jiang Fan and turned to leave the office together. Wang Shui remembered to recruit some voice actors for the company. Voice actors? Yes, voice actors. Aim to recruit 10 of them, both male and female. Let them come to Morningstar Entertainment Company, and I will personally come for a discussion later. Okay, President Jiang. You should also keep an eye on the recent romance dramas to see the market direction when selecting scripts. Of course, as long as they are worth the price, money is not an issue. Jiang Fan instructed. President Jiang, I have noted that down. You also need to treat the employees well, will meals and accommodations be provided here? President Jiang, well. Wang Shui showed a difficult expression upon hearing this. Take a look at whether there is accommodation available nearby, set up a large one, and add a cafeteria, it will be covered in the future. After all, when filming begins they will be tired after finishing. If it's nearby, they can also rest. Okay, let's pause our discussion here for now. Should you encounter anything beyond your capacity in the future, feel free to contact me. Jiang Fan murmured, thoughtfully, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well, President Jiang. With that, he retrieved his smartphone and transferred 35 million yuan to the corporate account of Qingqing Entertainment Co., Ltd. Given the substantial sum, the transfer would take several hours to clear. Banking protocols required time. The funds have been dispatched. They should arrive within a few hours. Sure, let's go. Understood, Brother Fan. Wang Shiyi rose and escorted Jiang Fan and Su Shui out of Qingqing Entertainment. Watching their figures recede into the distance, she sighed softly. Youth truly was a rare and radiant gift. Oh, Senior Sister Wang is lost in a daydream. A young woman hiding behind a pillar stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with both hands. And what about you two? Are you immune to such enchantment? A man so outstanding, wealthy, young, and strikingly handsome. Who wouldn't be captivated? Wang Shi shot them a playful, exasperated glance. Pity he already has a girlfriend. Our chances are nil. Shoo. Don't forget what President Jiang just said. Starting now, you'd better work diligently and not disappoint him. She cast them another wry glance before reminding them gently. Rest assured, Senior Sister Wang, we'll give it our all. At the very least, we must earn every cent of the salary President Jiang has entrusted to us. From the moment Jiang Fan had acquired Qingqing Entertainment, and even earlier during his stroll along the pedestrian street, a strategic vision had begun crystallizing in his mind. The pedestrian street belonged to him, and that was precisely why he'd instructed Wang Shiyi to acquire a script for an urban romance drama first. In time, the pedestrian street would prove ideal as a filming location. As for voice actors, Jiang Fan had already charted a course. He would establish a dedicated animation studio later, where these talents would find their true calling. Yet if his own company produced anime, he would retain full copyright, never licensing it to external video. Accordingly, he resolved to develop a proprietary mobile application, the exclusive platform for all original films, television series, and animated works produced by his enterprise. A coherent plan unfurled in Jiang Fan's mind. It was viable. Brother Fan, are you recruiting voice actors in preparation for launching an animation venture? Su Shui leaned gently against his arm, her voice soft as silk. Indeed, Shuer. I've long contemplated exactly that, Jiang Fan replied, nodding as her words echoed his own unspoken intentions. As it happens, a classmate of mine at university studied voice performance. She can master both mature senior sister tones and youthful little girl inflections, among others. Truly? Then I'd certainly like to meet her. Shuer, do you have her contact information? Jiang Fan perked up at the mention, eager to assess her vocal artistry firsthand and perhaps extend an offer should she prove exceptional. Su Shui shook her head. I do have her number. I'll ask her shortly, but whether she'll agree to meet remains no matter. Let's proceed gently. There's no rush. An in-person meeting would be ideal, of course, but I won't press if she declines. Later today, I intend to visit Guangyao Group. I'll accompany you. Very well. After a brief stroll, Jiang Fan drove Su Shui toward Guangyao Group headquarters. Guangyao Group employed seasoned programmers. Entrusting the app's development to them was the most prudent course. Soon they arrived at Guangyao Group. As they entered the lobby, the receptionist recognized Jiang Fan and greeted him warmly. Good day, Chairman. Where might I find General Manager Tang? She should be in her office at present. Understood. Jiang Fan guided Su Shui to Tang Siyu's office and knocked lightly. A composed voice responded from within. Jiang Fan opened the door and stepped inside with Su Shui. President Jiang, you've arrived. Tang Siyu's face lit up with unmistakable delight upon seeing Jiang Fan, until her gaze fell upon the young woman beside him, her hand resting tenderly in his. A subtle ripple of emotion flickered across her eyes. Could this be President Jiang's girlfriend? Siyu, allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Su Shui. Shuer, this is Tang Siyu, General Manager of Guangyao Group. Hearing Jiang Fan declare Su Shui his girlfriend Tang, Siyu's complexion paled faintly, but she swiftly steadied herself, offering Su Shui a graceful, if slightly strained smile. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Tang, likewise. It's truly a pleasure. Su Shui gave her a measured glance. She'd already noticed the fleeting shift in Tang Siyu's expression. With quiet resolve, she tightened her grip on Jiang Fan's arm, not merely as affection, but as a gentle, unspoken assertion of belonging, then offered her greeting with unwavering poise. Jiang Fan remained unaware. Once introductions concluded, he smiled and said, I've come today with a specific task for you. Please, President Jiang, what is it? Does your computer support Photoshop? Yes, absolutely. Then Shuer, please wait here while I prepare something. Of course, Brother Fan. Jiang Fan seated himself before the workstation while Tang Siyu stood attentively nearby, ready to assist. He launched the software, paused to gather his thoughts, then began crafting the design, guided entirely by the vivid image already formed in his mind. Within minutes, a refined emblem appeared on screen. What are your thoughts on this emblem? Jiang Fan turned to Tang Siyu, inviting her feedback and suggestions for reform. President Jiang, what purpose does this emblem serve? Tang Xiu asked, curiously studying the composition, a soft pink background centered with a bold capital letter A. It's intended as the icon for our new mobile application. An app icon. Perhaps reduce its size, slightly increase the transparency of this area, and render the A in white. It would enhance contrast and elegance. Listening from a short distance away, Su Shui watched Jiang Fan attentively. Yet a faint pang of self-doubt stirred within her as she absorbed Tang Xiu's confident counsel. For so long she'd simply clung to him, cherishing his presence, yet never once stepping forward to contribute meaningfully. No, I must help Brother Fan too. Clenching her small fists, determination hardened in her eyes. She withdrew her phone and began reaching out to the voice actress she'd mentioned earlier. She resolved to secure a meeting, so they could speak in person, explore possibilities, and move forward together. Excellent. This iteration meets our expectations well. Jiang Fan smiled, satisfied with the emblem's color balance and visual impact. With the icon finalized, Tang Xiu assigned the project to Guangyao Group's programming team for development. I'll draft detailed technical specifications shortly. Please coordinate implementation so the app launches within the next few months. Understood, President Jiang. I guarantee its successful delivery. On Su Shui's side, after sending a message to Mu Yutong, she has been waiting for her reply. On the other side, Jiang Fan nodded after discussing with Tang Xiu. After handling these matters, Jiang Fan approached Su Shui with a gentle expression and said, "Shuer, we are going home." Okay, Brother Fan. Tang Xiu looked at Jiang Fan, gazing tenderly at Su Shui, and felt quite envious. The feelings she had just developed for Jiang Fan were shattered the moment Su Shui appeared. If only he were holding my hand instead. Watching Jiang Fan leave with Su Shui, Tang Xiu lowered her head, glancing at her own hands and thinking to herself. Brother Fan, wait, Mu Yutong replied to me. Not long after stepping out of the office, Mu Yutong sent a message. Is there something? Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan upon seeing the message. Just tell her you want to meet up and discuss something with her. Okay. Su Shui quickly typed out Jiang Fan's words and sent them to Mu Yutong. Sorry, I'm not free today. I need to take care of my mother. However, she was soon rejected by Mu Yutong. Brother Fan, she said she's not free and has to take care of her mother. Ask her where her home is so we can go there. Oh, she gave me the address and it's not far from us. Alright, let's go and take a look. Okay then. Since Mu Yutong has to take care of her mother, it seems her mother must be ill. Jiang Fan planned to go and check if it was a financial issue he could help, but first he needed to see how capable Mu Yutong was. Leaving Guangyao Group, Jiang Fan drove with Su Shui towards Mu Yutong's location. Shortly after they arrived and saw a man outside entangling with Mu Yutong. Yutong, I told you as long as you agree to be my girlfriend I can pay for your mother's treatment. What do you say? The man smiled at Mu Yutong. Wu Mingxian, I have told you before I will not be your girlfriend. Please give up and leave me alone. Mu Yutong said displeasedly upon hearing his words. Mu Yutong, your mother's health is deteriorating. If she doesn't receive treatment soon, she might not have much time left. You will regret it when that time comes. Wu Mingxian said with a cold smile. Wu Mingxian looked at Mu Yutong, sneering. Mu Yutong was very beautiful, but he had never been able to win her over at school. Later, upon learning that her mother was seriously ill and her father had abandoned them, Mu Yutong had been working tirelessly to earn money for her mother's treatment. She would never be able to afford such expensive medical bills, even if she worked for another year or two. Wu Mingxian had heard from classmates about where Mu Yutong lived, so he came over. He was sure of Mu Yutong. He believed that as long as he kept talking, it wouldn't be long before she would be moved. At that time, he would have to take a good taste of this girl's body. Get lost. I told you I won't be your girlfriend, so stop pestering me. Mu Yutong was very angry. Wu Mingxian had been harassing her for days, each time using her mother's illness as leverage. She knew that Wu Mingxian was a despicable person, having slept with countless girls. No matter what, she would never be. So you just want to watch your mother leave this world. You won't regret it. Can you live with your conscience? What's the matter? You have nothing to say now? I'll say it again. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will immediately arrange for your mother to be admitted to the best hospital in Magic City. Whether her conscience allows it or not, I don't know, but I do know that your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Fan understood that Wu Mingxian was using Mu Yutong's mother's illness to blackmail her. Who? Wu Mingxian turned around hurriedly upon hearing someone speaking from behind. He saw the school belle holding the arm of a somewhat handsome man walking towards them. The previous words were spoken by this man. Who are you? I'm just chatting with Mu Yutong. What's it to you? Su Shui, is this guy your boyfriend? Wu Mingxian's face showed an unhappy expression. Yes, he is my boyfriend. As for my brother Fan's name, you're not worthy to know. People like you are truly disgusting. Su Shui glanced at him, feeling disgusted by this man's behavior of taking advantage of others. I didn't expect our school Su Debelle actually has a boyfriend. If the school finds out, our pure Su Debelle's reputation will be ruined. Reputation or not, it's none of your business. Do I need the school's approval to date? Su Shui said. People like you should hurry and leave. Don't disgust our eyes here. Su Shui waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Su Shui, you guys are here, please come in. Okay, Yutong. Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan and walked into Mu Yutong's home together. As soon as they entered, Jiang Fan smelled a strong medicinal odor. In the inner room, Mu Yutong's mother was lying on the bed, seemingly asleep. Sorry, my house is a bit messy and the smell of medicine is strong. Mu Yutong smiled awkwardly and brought over 2 stools. It's fine, we actually came here because we have something to discuss with you. Something? What is it? Mu Yutong asked curiously upon hearing this. I heard from Shuer that you are a voice actor. Yes, what about it? Jiang Fan continued. Actually, my company is currently hiring. I heard from Shuer that you are very skilled in voice acting, so I wanted to ask if you would be willing to join my company. What's the name of your company? How much is the monthly salary? Mu Yutong asked 2 questions. If this person's company is large and the salary is reasonable, she could consider going. Morningstar Entertainment Co. Ltd. Morningstar Entertainment Co. Ltd. Haha, such a small company is also recruiting. Wu Mingxian had not left and was standing at the door overhearing their conversation. Upon hearing the name Morningstar Entertainment, he laughed knowing that the company had only 11 employees left. Mu Yutong ignored Wu Mingxian's words and looked at Jiang Fan with a puzzled expression. How could someone valued by Su Shui have such limited abilities? Morningstar Entertainment is just a subsidiary of my company. My other company is Guangyao Group, and I am the chairman of Guangyao Group. Jiang Fan smiled slightly as he mentioned another company under his name. The chairman of Guangyao Group. Hey, young but quite arrogant. Wu Mingxian clearly did not believe it, thinking this person was just boasting. In his eyes, if this person could pursue Su Shui, he must have used sweet words, otherwise how could he possibly win her over? Could it be just because he is handsome? If we talk about looks, there are many handsome boys in their school. Why hasn't any of them pursued Su Shui? My brother Fan, did he talk to you? Why are you being so talkative? I told you to leave, why aren't you going? Su Shui felt dissatisfied hearing Wu Mingxian speak ill of her brother Fan. Oh, I'm being arrogant. What does your family do? Which company? Jiang Fan looked at Wu Mingxian with a half smile. Hee kid, since you asked, I'll tell you. My company is PD Mingyang Co. Ltd. Mingyang Co. Ltd. Su Shui, have you heard of it? Jiang Fan asked Su Shui, genuinely unaware of this Mingyang company. Brother Fan, if you don't know, how could I possibly know? Su Shui shook her head as she also had no idea about this company. Look, neither of us knows, so your company must be quite small, right? You. Wu Mingxuan, looking at them pretending to be clueless, became very angry. Our Mingyang Co. Ltd. is ranked among the top 20 in Modu, and you dare to act like you don't know. Only ranked 20 in Modu. My brother Fan's company is ranked 3rd. Su Shui pouted. Have you, Su Shui, you can't be fooled by this guy, can you? At his age, he's the chairman of Guangyao Group. Who would believe that? In this day and age, speaking the truth goes unheard. Forget it, I'll ask if our company has any cooperation with yours. If so, we won't do business with your company. Jiang Fan sighed and took out his phone to call Tang Xiyu. Keep pretending, I want to see how you're going to end this. Watching this person pretentiously take out his phone, Wu Mingxian already guessed what would happen next. This person would surely say that the Guangyao Group had closed for the day and no one would answer the call. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Fan spoke into the phone. Tang Xiyu, does our company have any partnership with a company called... On the other end of the line, Tang Xiyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and quickly replied, Jiang Fan, Mingyang Company is indeed collaborating with our Guangyao Group. Alright then, starting today, Guangyao Group will no longer cooperate with Mingyang Company. Tell them it's my order. Jiang Fan said so, and the reason is that his son offended me. Okay, Jiang Fan, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Thank you. Not a bother. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan put his phone away and looked at Wu Mingxian. Your father will be calling you soon. Wu Mingxian curled his lip, still not believing it. In his view, this person was still pretending. As long as his father didn't call him later, he would have seen through this person's disguise and could slap his face hard. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. His phone did not ring, and Wu Mingxian's face revealed a pleased smile. Haha, kid, now, let's see how you keep pretending. Go on, keep it up. But just as he finished speaking, the phone rang, startling Wu Mingxuan, who quickly took out his phone, looked at the screen, and saw it was his father calling. Wu Mingxian couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Could it be? Could he really be the chairman of Guangyao Group? Wu Mingxian swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he answered the call. As soon as he put it to his ear, he heard his father's furious voice on the other end. I thought you were dead, not answering the phone for so long. Dad, what's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong. Why don't you ask what you've done outside? Who did you offend? Why did you have to offend the chairman of Guangyao Group? I really want to beat you to death. It's because of you that our company's long-standing partnership with Guangyao Group has been completely severed. I'm really angry. Why didn't I just put you on a wall back then? I provided for your every need, and this is how you repay me. Dad, I really didn't know he was the chairman of Guangyao Group. I was wrong. Hearing his father for the first time, furious Wu Mingxian felt very scared. Over the years, his father had always treated him well, but this time, because of this incident, he had disappointed his father greatly, and he feared that life would not be easy in the future. Now he could only sincerely admit his mistake, hoping his father would forgive him. Now you know you were wrong. How have I taught you? When you're outside, don't act like a young master from a movie. Is this how you treat me? Let me make this clear, if you don't apologize to President Jiang today, don't come back. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Wu Mingxian staggered and lost his balance, falling to the ground, his phone slipping from his hand and the screen shattering. He understood that if his father could say such things, he was genuinely angry. If he didn't apologize to President Jiang today, his father wouldn't let him in the door. Thinking this, Wu Mingxian crawled toward Jiang Fan. Kneeling at the threshold, he said with a choked voice, President Jiang, I know I was wrong. Please overlook my offense. Now you realize you were wrong. Did I have to slap your face for you to understand? President Jiang, I know I was wrong. You were right to hit me. President Jiang, I didn't recognize you earlier and offended you. Now that I know who you are, I hope you can forgive me. Wu Mingxuan's tone began to carry respect. If President Jiang didn't forgive him, he really wouldn't be able to. Will you still pester Mu Yutong in the future? No, President Jiang, I won't pursue Miss Mu anymore. Wu Mingxian shook his head vigorously. I'll kneel here for half an hour. Once I settle this matter, please forgive me. President Jiang, really? Good, no problem. Hearing this, Wu Mingxuan's eyes lit up with hope. As long as he could go home, and President Jiang forgave him, the family business wouldn't lose its cooperation with Guangyao Group. He would be willing to kneel for a day if needed. Watching him, Jiang Fan shook his head. Miss Mu Yutong, let's continue our previous topic. Okay. Mu Yutong was still immersed in the conversation between Jiang Fan and Wu Mingxian. She didn't expect Jiang Fan's claim of being the chairman of Guangyao Group to be true. Moreover, he could make Wu Mingxian willingly kneel here for half an hour. Not only that, but Su Shue's boyfriend also helped her prevent Wu Mingxian from pestering her. Before we proceed, may I ask how many distinct vocal tones you command? Mu Yutong paused thoughtfully, then replied. At present, I'm Master 5, the innocent voice of a young girl, the poised timbre of a mature woman, the bright cadence of a teenage girl, the cherubic tone of a doll-like voice, and the commanding resonance of a queen. So, 5 in total. Might Miss Mu be so kind as to demonstrate them for me? I would very much like to hear them firsthand, Jiang Fan said with a gentle smile. Certainly. Please give me a moment. Mu Yutong moistened her throat, her voice softening instantly, her expression playfully mischievous. Look over there. Someone's coming. He just teasing you. In an instant her tone shifted. Rich, composed, intelligent, magnetic, yet never overtly seductive. Who on that fateful day was famed across the realm for reckless charm? And who on that same day laughed until her ink-blue eyes crinkled with mirth, only to declare coldly and without remorse that it had all been but a passing whim? As Su Shui listened, her eyes lit up, as if gazing upon an uncharted world newly revealed. Jiang Fan gave a light appreciative clap. Mu Yutong's vocal versatility was truly exceptional, and more than met his expectations. Miss Mu, you are exceptionally talented. We would be honored to welcome you to Qinxing Entertainment. As for compensation, I offer you 100,000 yuan per month. 100,000 yuan per month. Upon hearing those words, Mu Yutong's pupils contracted slightly. In China's dubbing industry, remuneration typically followed one of two models per character or per hour rates. The former dependent on delivery speed and script complexity, the latter tied to fixed monthly or annual retainer agreements. Hourly billing operated largely on a membership basis, fixed fees per month or year, whereas per character pricing introduced significant variability. In truth, voice actors' earnings were exceedingly modest, especially when measured by hourly wage. Historically, most earned between 10 and 25 yuan per hour, including bonuses. In recent years, wages had risen modestly to roughly 200 to 350 yuan per hour, calculated on a per-session basis. To clarify the workflow during television drama dubbing, a single voice actor might record dialogue for 10 to 20 episodes in a single day, yielding a daily income of approximately 1,000 to 3,500 yuan. It was by no means a generous livelihood, explaining why professional voice actors remained exceedingly rare in China. Thus, Jiang Fan's offer left Mu Yutong profoundly astonished. Mr. Jiang, this salary is far too generous. Aye. Please do not rush your decision. Let me explain. Jiang Fan waved a hand, lightly shaking his head with a wry smile. He continued, this monthly stipend of 100,000 yuan includes a mentoring responsibility. Once our company hires additional voice actors, you will guide and train those whose skills require refinement. Furthermore, during the term of your contract, you may not provide voice services to any other company, nor accept external freelance assignments. Naturally, once our studio gains traction, we will supplement your base salary with performance-based bonuses, tied directly to the number of animated episodes produced and their viewership metrics. For instance, should an anime series achieve popularity, each episode would earn you an additional 50 to 150 yuan. President Jiang, I fear I am not qualified. After a brief silence, Mu Yutong shook her head gently. Opportunity stands before you. Why hesitate? How can one know whether success is possible unless one dares to try? Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Having heard her vocal range firsthand, he held quiet confidence in her abilities. Yet ultimately, acceptance rested entirely with her. Of course, you may continue your studies. As for your mother, I shall arrange tomorrow for her admission to the nation's finest hospital. Once she recovers, the medical expenses incurred will become your responsibility to repay. Jiang Fan knew full well that even if she accepted, her concern for her mother would remain paramount. Though the timing bordered on opportunistic, he had offered, not coerced, and trusted she would see reason. Mu Yutong tilted her head, gazing at her mother, sleeping peacefully in bed. Since her mother fell ill, she had worked tirelessly, yet her father had vanished, absconding with every cent she'd earned. She had seethed with anger at his abandonment, his utter disregard for her ailing mother. Yet what choice did she have? Her mother had nurtured her for years. A desertion was unthinkable. She took 3 jobs daily. Yet China's animation, film, and television industries were dominated by established studios with entrenched casting networks. Even if she sought work, doors remained firmly shut. The truth was simple: she lacked renown. Now, however, opportunity gleamed before her. Jiang Fan, a brilliant star piercing through her fog of uncertainty, illuminating a path she could seize, if only she dared to believe. Jiang Fan had spoken with such clarity and sincerity. Hesitation now would betray not caution, but weakness. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, Mu Yutong declared, "Mr. Jiang, I wish to join Qingqing Entertainment Co., Ltd." "Excellent." Seeing her assent, Jiang Fan nodded with quiet satisfaction. "I trust you will never regret this. Tomorrow, after my team escorts your mother to the hospital and ensures her care is settled, please come to Qingqing Entertainment to sign your contract. As for its duration, you are still young. Let us begin with a 5-year term. Does that suit you? After 5 years, you may choose to renew your contract or pursue new horizons elsewhere." For her, 5 years was neither fleeting nor interminable. It was time enough to grow, to anchor, to rise. "Mr. Jiang, I agree." "Very well. Let us conclude here for today. My family awaits dinner. We shall not detain you further." "Understood, Mr. Jiang. See you tomorrow." Half an hour has passed. "You may rise," Jiang Fan remarked, coolly glancing down at Wu Mingxuan, still kneeling on the floor, his brow furrowed. "Mr. Jiang, have you forgiven me?" Wu Mingxian asked, elation flickering across his face. "I stated clearly, kneel for 30 minutes and forgiveness is granted. I do not renege on my word." "Then, Mr. Jiang, does this mean our companies may resume collaboration?" "Yes, provided you never again approach Mu Yutong." "You have my solemn vow, Mr. Jiang. I swear I will never trouble Miss Mu again." Wu Mingxian, he dared not risk another confrontation. "Leave?" Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Goodbye." Wu Mingxian scrambled upright, bowing profusely as he hurried away. With Jiang Fan's pardon secured, his father would surely forgive him, and he could resume life as a privileged heir. Mu Yutong accompanied Jiang Fan and his party to the car parked outside. "No need to see us off further. Return home and tend to your mother." "Understood, Mr. Jiang. Safe travels." Now Mu Yutong felt genuine joy. Not only had she secured employment, but tomorrow her mother would receive proper medical care. Watching Jiang Fan's car recede into the distance, she whispered a silent thank you in her heart and turned toward a dry cough. The moment Mu Yutong stepped into the house, she heard her mother's cough from the bed and hurried over. "Mom, you're awake." At the bedside, Mu Yutong helped her mother sit up. Her mother was Lu Chunhua. "Yutong, it seems your mother won't last much longer," Lu Chunhua murmured, gazing at her daughter. She knew all too well how over the years her daughter had taken 3 jobs a day for the sake of her illness. Because of her, Mu Yutong had suffered much. As a mother, she felt a constant aching guilt. Sometimes she thought it might be better to leave this world and spare her daughter the burden. Yet at the same time, the thought of Mu Yutong becoming alone and helpless held her back. "Mom, don't say such things. Tomorrow we'll take you to the hospital. They'll be able to treat you." Mu Yutong shook her head, trying to steady both of them. "Yutong, your mother knows her condition well. Hospital bills are so high, I don't want to drag you down." Lu Chunhua replied, her voice laced with pain and maternal sorrow. "Mom, rest assured. I found a job. The boss is willing to pay me 100,000 yuan a month, and he promised to arrange for you to be sent to the best hospital tomorrow." Mu Yutong comforted her. "Is that so? Yutong, that boss? He wouldn't have taken a fancy to you, would he?" Hearing those words, Lu Chunhua gripped her daughter's hand anxiously. She could not bear the thought of her child being forced into anything for her sake. She would rather die than see that happen. "Mom, Mr. Jiang simply appreciates my abilities. Remember when I used to study voice acting? Mr. Jiang runs a company that's just starting and needs people. Because I performed well, he offered me 100,000 yuan a month." Mu Yutong explained with a faint teasing tone. "Besides, he's the chairman of Guangyao Group and the boyfriend of the chairman of Longting Group's daughter. There's no way he would be interested in me that way." Lu Chunhua regarded her with earnestness. "So it seems you've met a benefactor. If someone is willing to pay you such a salary, you must perform well. Don't let them down." "I will do my best, Mom." They spoke a while longer, but Lu Chunhua's illness left her weak. Before long, watching her mother rest, Mu Yutong clenched her fists and whispered to herself with steely resolve, "Keep going." In the car, Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with uncertainty. "Brother Fan, am I useless?" she asked softly. "Shui, how could you be?" Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head, gentle and reassuring. "But I feel like I haven't helped you much all this time." "Today Tang Siyu was the one who helped you," he replied. Su Shui bowed her head and fidgeted with her small hands. Jiang Fan found a place to stop the car, drew her into his arms, and murmured, "How could that be? You helped me today? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Mu Yutong," he added. Su Shui leaned against him, looking up and shaking her head. "That hardly counts, Brother Fan. I want to help you more." Jiang Fan stroked Su Shui's hair and spoke softly, "Having you by my side is enough for me. But I don't want to be a mere ornament," she protested. "I want to help you not only with daily life, but with work as well. Then let's do this after dinner while talk. Tell me what is trending in the market lately," he suggested. "Trending things." I know that Su Shui's eyes brightened at once. "Good. After dinner, I'll ask you more, All right, let's go home. Don't keep Uncle and Aunt waiting." Jiang Fan more or less understood Su Shui's intentions. Soon they returned home. Parking in the basement, Su Shui linked her arm with Jiang Fan and hurried into their house, eager to tell him about the market trends he wanted to know. She was determined to share everything she knew if it could help Brother Fan. "Little Fan is back. Come eat quickly," Lu Jiahui greeted them warmly when she saw them return. "Uncle, Aunt, sorry to have kept you waiting," they said politely as they sat down to eat. After dinner, Su Shui slipped beside Jiang Fan, her face full of anticipation. "Brother Fan, ask whatever you like. They'll tell you everything step by step." "Very well, Shui. Tell me what products are hot in the market now, or what might become popular in the future." Su Shui thought for a moment and replied, "I think the new media sector will flourish." "New media?" "Yes. Recently an app called Guaishou appeared. Many people post short videos there. Many of my classmates upload clips, and as far as I know, one student at our school has about 100,000 followers." Hearing this, Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. He had found a direction. If he were to develop a short video app of his own, could it succeed? "Shui, tell me more. Once a short video creator gains followers, how do they turn that traffic into revenue?" Jiang Fan asked, clearly intrigued. Pleasure brightened Su Shui's face as she continued to explain. Su Bai sat nearby listening to their conversation. He knew a little about short video apps, though not much. Hearing his daughter's account of their advantages, Su Bai thought the short video route would have a very promising future. He wondered whether Jiang Fan's interest in the subject meant he intended to create such an app himself. More than an hour later, after listening to Su Shui, Jiang Fan was radiant, a smile he could not hide across his face. He had decided he would build a short video app. "Shui, you're incredible. You've helped me so much," he said, embracing her and pressing a quick kiss to her cheek. In a flash, Su Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. She pouted shyly, "You rascal. Dad's still here." Yet her eyes betrayed her delight at having truly helped Brother Fan. "Little Fan, you really want to develop a short video app?" Su Bai waited a few minutes before asking. "Uncle, yes. I intend to develop an app. If Guaishou can become popular, why not try launching a short video app of our own to test the waters?" Jiang Fan answered. He had sufficient funds. A success would be ideal and failure would only mean losing some money, no catastrophe. "When do you plan to start development?" "How about I invest? I can put in 200 million yuan." Su Bai said, his interest piqued by his daughter's description. "Uncle, aren't you afraid of losing money?" Jiang Fan asked, surprised and smiling at his uncle's willingness to invest. "Haha, what's the fear of losing money? It's just 200 million. Su Bai shook his head, speaking with great generosity. Moreover, after hearing Shui's perspective, I believe that the future trend of new media will be very promising. Jiang Fan, if you succeed, you will certainly reap great benefits." Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, in today's market, there is only one major short video app, and if he develops another one, it might be competitive. One-Yuan flash sale system has been refreshed. One-Yuan flash sale position of the blog company's boss. One-Yuan flash sale Douyin planning and operation proposal. One-Yuan flash sale for 3 billion RMB. Flash sale. Ding, the funds have been received. The blog company and blog app is a recommendation engine product based on data mining designed to recommend valuable and personalized information to users. Seeing the information about the blog company, Jiang Fan smiled. "Since Uncle plans to invest 200 million, I will invest 300 million to expedite the development of the short video app and release it into the market to see the results." Jiang Fan spoke with great confidence. "Young man, you have guts. Jiang Fan, I hope you succeed. Uncle has faith in you. By the way, have you thought of a name for the short video app?" "Yes, I've thought of it. It will be called Douyin." "Douyin. North is Guangzhou, south is Douyin. That name is quite good, very nice, ha." Su Bai read the name and was quite satisfied. The three sat in the living room and discussed for a long time about the development of Douyin. It was not until after 10 at night that Jiang Fan returned home. He entered his bedroom, turned on his computer, and searched for Guangzhou. Soon the information about Guangzhou appeared before Jiang Fan's eyes. Looking at the materials, he took out the Douyin planning and operation proposal he had just prepared. While looking at the computer, he also reviewed the proposal. Now for the animation app, Tang Xiu has already arranged for someone to begin development. As for the Douyin app, Jiang Fan planned to visit the blog company in the next few days. It is also in Modu, but on the HP side, driving there would take about 3 hours. He would take some time to visit and at the same time assign the development of Douyin to them. After washing up at around 11 at night, Jiang Fan finally lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Su Shui brought over breakfast porridge to Jiang Fan's villa. "Brother Fan, good morning. Come and have some porridge." Seeing Jiang Fan coming down from upstairs, Su Shui called out with a smile, "Shweta, good morning to you as well." After breakfast, Jiang Fan took Su Shui out heading towards Mu Yutong's place. On the way, he called the hospital to arrange for an ambulance. Before long, Jiang Fan and the others arrived at Mu Yutong's home. Seeing Jiang Fan and Su Shui arrive, Mu Yutong greeted them with a beaming smile. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, you're here. Please have a seat." I've already called for the ambulance that should arrive soon." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." "Yutong, do we have guests?" In the room, Lu Chuanhua, hearing her daughter chatting with someone weakly, asked. "Mom, it's the boss I mentioned to you yesterday. They have come." Mu Yutong replied to the inner room. Hearing this, Lu Chuanhua struggled to get up from the bed and weakly walked into the living room. Upon seeing Jiang Fan and Su Shui, she quickly said, "Boss, hello. Mom, why did you come out? You're not feeling well, you should stay in bed." Seeing her mother come out, Mu Yutong hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Jiang Fan. Oh, just call me Jiang Fan. This is my girlfriend Su Shui," Jiang Fan said with a smile while looking at the elderly lady. "Hello, Auntie." Su Shui also smiled and greeted her. You both are wonderful together. They really are a Looking at Jiang Fan, who was young and handsome with great capabilities alongside the lively and beautiful Su Shui, they truly looked like a match made in heaven. "Mr. Jiang, regarding yesterday's matter, Yutong has informed me. Thank you for allowing my daughter to join your company and offering her such a high salary." "Auntie, no need to thank me. Miss Mu is outstanding. A monthly salary of 100,000 is not a loss for me. I also believe in Miss Mu's abilities, and I am confident she will become a well-known voice actress in our Huaxia. You think too highly of my daughter, but Mr. Jiang, rest assured I know my daughter well. Yutong approaches everything seriously and will not disappoint you." At this moment, the ambulance also arrived. The medical staff parked the vehicle and carried a stretcher to the room's entrance. "Miss Mu, the medical staff is here. Let's take your mother to the ambulance." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, thank you." Su Shui stepped forward to help Mu Yutong, and together they assisted Lu Chunhua out of the room. Outside, the medical staff, seeing them supporting the patient, came forward to assist. They placed Lu Chunhua on the stretcher and loaded her into the vehicle. "Miss Mu, you and your mother go ahead. We will follow shortly." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." As everyone left the room, Mu Yutong locked the door and followed the ambulance out. Jiang Fan also took Su Shui driving to the first hospital. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the first. Jiang Fan paid the fees and arranged for Lu Chunhua to stay in a high-end ward. Mu Yutong then followed the doctor for examinations. It was over 2 hours later that Mu Yutong returned to Jiang Fan's side. "Mr. Jiang, I spoke with the doctor. My mother's health is somewhat poor. The doctor said she cannot undergo surgery immediately and needs to wait a few days. I've settled the fees. You should go accompany your mother now." "Mr. Jiang, I've already accompanied her. My mom told me not to stay by her side all the time and to focus on my own matters." "All right, then let's go to Morningstar Entertainment Company together." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Fan nodded, taking Su Shui and Mu Yutong to the front of the Koenigsegg 11. After getting in the car, they left the first hospital and headed towards Morningstar Entertainment Company. They soon arrived at Morningstar Entertainment Company. Jiang Fan led them inside. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." As soon as they entered, a girl saw Jiang Fan and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Hello to you too. Where is Wang Shi now?" "Wang Jie is in the office. I'll take you there, Mr. Jiang." "No need, you continue with your work. We can go there ourselves." "All right, Mr. Jiang." They arrived at the office door and knocked. Mu Yutong noticed that Jiang Fan didn't push the door open directly because of his status, which surprised her somewhat. It seemed that this Mr. Jiang was quite a good person. One's character can often be seen from the small details. "Please come in," called Wang Shi from inside. Jiang Fan pushed the door and led them into the room. Wang Shi looked up and, spotting Mr. Jiang, rose quickly with a welcoming smile. "Let me introduce you. This is Mu Yutong, a voice actress. From today on, she will be an employee of our Morningstar." "Mu Yutong, this is our company's assistant, Miss Wang Shi." "Mu, hello. Welcome to the company." Wang Shi sized up Mu Yutong and extended her hand warmly. Mu Yutong took it and smiled, saying, "Hello, Miss Wang." "Don't be so formal," she said. "Call me Sister Wang like the others." "All right, Sister Wang," Mu replied. "You two talk for a moment," Jiang Fan said. "Wang, I need to use your computer." "Go ahead," Wang Shi answered. Jiang Fan sat before the computer, opened the production file list, and began to type. Mu Yutong had been invited by him to join the company, so it was natural for him to draft the contract. After more than 10 minutes of review, Jiang Fan judged the contract acceptable and printed 2 copies, 5 pages each. He carried the contracts to Mu Yutong and handed her the 2 copies. "Please look them over," he said. "If there is no problem, you may sign." "All right, Mr. Jiang." Mu Yutong took the contracts and read them with care. 5 minutes later, she looked up at Jiang Fan, shook her head slightly, and said, "Mr. Jiang, there are no problems." "Very well, signed then." Before long, Mu Yutong had written her name and filled in her bank account information. Once she had finished, Jiang Fan asked Wang Shi for the company seal. After stamping the documents and signing her own name, he handed one of the copies to Mu Yutong. "The contract is signed. From today, you are formally an employee of our company." Wang Shi regarding the recruitment of voice actors, make Mu Yutong the interviewer, and let her select candidates. No problem, Mr. Jiang. Wang replied. Mr. Jiang, you asked me yesterday to look at scripts. I contacted several companies, but their asking prices are rather high. If the scripts they hold are worth the price, buy them whatever the cost. Of course, if they are not worth it, there is no need to negotiate. In addition, we have posted recruitment notices for staff, but so far no one has come. Wang Shi reported one item. This matter is not urgent, Jiang Fan said. The most important things now are the scripts and our own production team. Those two elements matter first. With a script and a crew, even if the numbers are small, filming is still possible. He thought that if they could not recruit enough people, they could hire extras. Ordinary extras cost only 200 to 300 yuan a day, not expensive. He chatted with Wang Shi for a while. Jiang Fan rose. Mu Yutong, familiarize yourself with the place for now. Come for official duty tomorrow. Our company is small. If you need to go to the hospital to care for your mother and arrive later, that will be fine. All right, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Wang Shi tell her about the company and introduce her to the other staff. Jiang Fan. Okay, sure, let's go. Su Xuan nodded, stood, linked her arm with Jiang Fan, and together they left the office. Yutong, come along. They'll take you to meet the staff and explain the company's situation, Sister Wang said. Thank you for your trouble, Sister Wang Mu replied. No need for such formality. You're one of us now, Sister Wang said. 3 days later, Jiang Fan set out alone, carrying the Douyin planning and operations dossier. He climbed into the Koenigsegg One-Yuan and drove toward HP, a blogging company. He arrived at HP just before noon, and seeing that the blogging staff were nearly finishing for the day, he decided not to bother them, and instead looked for a restaurant to eat. After parking the car, he walked for a little over a minute and entered the restaurant. He ordered 2 dishes, and after eating and paying, he stepped out of the restaurant and noticed not far away a woman standing beside his car, holding a selfie stick and speaking into her phone. She appeared to be an internet celebrity. Everyone, look, this is my brand new car. What do you think? She said to her phone with obvious pride. Comments flew by. Amazing host. That car is the Koenigsegg One-Yuan, the ruler among global supercars, the dream of car enthusiasts everywhere, and almost impossible to obtain. It is even hailed by some as a kind of phantom war chariot priced as high as 60 million RMB. Reading the chat, the woman chuckled. Seems this gentleman is a Koenigsegg fan. Indeed, it is a Koenigsegg, she said. I bought this car for 68 million, she lied without hesitation. One could imagine how thick-skinned she was. A comment scrolled by host, I don't want to work anymore, can you take me in? Another message quipped back, that fellow above isn't qualified, and the one who's qualified and more handsome than you. She watched the envious messages pour in and smiled, all the more proudly, clearly delighted with herself. Next, she announced an event. They'll hold a contest. Everyone can compete. If someone is lucky, they'll get to ride in the Koenigsegg One-Yuan with me. By compete, she meant viewers should send virtual gifts. Who would win first place would be decided, of course, by the operations team behind her. This was not the first time she had staged such a stunt. Each time she could rake in tens of thousands of yuan, and sometimes over 100,000. Sure enough, at her words, the live chat urged her on, messages flooded in urging the host to hurry. Everyone wanted that chance to sit in a Koenigsegg with a pretty host at their side. Car and beauty together, the fantasy of many. Jiang Fan could not bear the spectacle and stepped forward. He looked at the influencer blocking his car door and shook his head. Please step aside, he said. The woman glanced at Jiang Fan. Seeing that he was handsome, she assumed he was trying to flirt and smiled, her voice syrupy. Handsome, what are you doing? Want to get to know me? Want to ask me out? Ask you out? Sorry, I don't have time, Jiang Fan replied. Her saccharine tone made him feel a wave of nausea. Don't be shy, handsome. Asking me out isn't impossible, she purred. Who is this man? He doesn't even know the host. Came a comment from the live chat, brimming with scorn. Viewers in the live chat watched the handsome man standing before the host and typed puzzled messages as they tried to make sense of the scene. Sir, don't you recognize me? I'm Xiao Mei, the renowned live streamer on Guaishou. In with a radiant smile, the female influencer introduced herself to Jiang Fan. Why should I know you? In hearing her introduction, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled faintly. And he had never even downloaded Guaishou. He followed no online celebrities, nor did he pay attention to mainstream stars. No way, he truly doesn't know Xiao Mei. She has over 500,000 followers. Oh, I see it now, he's playing hard to get. Viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, believed they deciphered his intentions and flooded the chat with comments. Haha bro, above. You're absolutely right. Xiao Mei is a top-tier female live streamer on Guaishou. This guy is definitely feigning indifference. And he saw her luxury car and seized the chance to strike up a conversation. Another viewer echoed the sentiment. Sir, it's the digital age. Why resort to such outdated games of feigned disinterest? If you want to flirt with me, just say so plainly. You're rather handsome. I might just accept your invitation if you ask nicely. Xiao Mei said, her smile warm and self-assured. She assumed she'd read him perfectly. He was deliberately pretending not to know her, to provoke her curiosity and then ask her out. Whether you're little strawberry or big strawberry, please step aside. This is my car. Here we go. He's starting the act now. The livestream audience erupted in commentary upon hearing this. Just moments earlier the host had declared the car hers. Yet this man claimed it as his own. Had they missed her statement? Was he mocking them deliberately? Host, tell him straight. The car is yours. Humiliate him. I've never loathed anyone more than men who swagger with such transparent pretense. Another viewer chimed in. Yours. Sir, while you are undeniably handsome, you can't fabricate such an excuse just to flirt. You claim this car belongs to you. How do you intend to prove it? I could just as easily claim it's mine. This is a Koenigsegg 1-1, worth over 60 million. Xiao Qiaomei glanced dismissively at Zhang Fan. And not only was he pretending ignorance to flirt, now he was brazenly claiming her car as his. How utterly absurd. I see you're quite familiar with its price tag. Naturally. This car is mine, Xiao Qiaomei replied, brimming with smug confidence. She couldn't disappoint her viewers. This was live after all. Yours. Zhang Fan chuckled inwardly at the remark. When had his car become hers? Very well. If it's truly yours, can you drive it away? Of course I can. But I'm currently live streaming, so it's inconvenient. Xiao Qiaomei beamed sweetly. You can't drive it away. So how then do you prove ownership? Are you deceiving your own audience? How dare you? I'm a renowned live streamer. I'd never lie to my fans. Xiao Qiaomei retorted, visibly annoyed. Sir, please leave. I can't have you disrupting my broadcast. She had to stop him before viewers demanded proof, and before she was exposed as unable to substantiate her claim. Caught red-handed. Now you're flustered with shame. You can't drive it, but I can. With that, Zhang Fan pulled out his key fob and pressed it. The Koenigsegg emitted a sharp, resonant chime. Well, does that settle the matter? Zhang Fan gazed at her, his expression poised between amusement and quiet challenge. Host, what's going on here? Didn't you just say the car was yours? Then why does he hold the keys? Bewildered viewers filled the chat with. Xiao Qiaomei hadn't expected the car to truly belong to him. Her face flushed crimson, then paled, mortification tightening her throat. Next time, spare such tricks. Cyberspace isn't a stage for deception. And to you all, sharpen your discernment. Don't grovel before beauty alone. Zhang Fan addressed Xiao Qiaomei, then turned toward her phone camera, speaking directly to her audience. With a wry smile, he opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and drove off smoothly. We've been duped. Utterly deceived. As the car vanished into the distance, viewers instantly grasped. The vehicle wasn't hers. It belonged to that man. You flaunt your looks and deceive us. Disgusting. Just die. Enraged by the betrayal, viewers unleashed torrents of furious commentary in the livestream chat. Flustered Xiao Qiaomei forced a strained smile. Apologies. I'm feeling unwell today, so I'll end the stream early. Looking forward to connecting with you all again soon. She ended the broadcast, but complaints continued pouring in even after the feed cut to black. In moments, Xiao Qiaomei became the target of collective outrage. Yet some viewers accustomed to recording streams clipped the footage from Zhang Fan's entrance to his departure and uploaded it across multiple platforms. Their aim to expose her true nature. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes. Amplified by relentless sharing, the video surged onto the trending charts within an hour. The headline blared, "The real face of Xiao Qiaomei, Guaishou star live streamer exposed." Not certain regulatory authority, having reviewed the video and verified the facts, swiftly issued an official notice. Shocking. A prominent Guaishou live streamer has engaged in such conduct. Zhang Fan paid no mind to the online firestorm. Instead, he found a cafe near Bo Corporation and ordered a cup of coffee. Not until 2 p.m. did he rise and head to Bo Corporation. At the reception desk, he greeted the attendant with a courteous smile. "Hello, I'd like to speak with your manager." "Good afternoon, sir. Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked warmly. "No appointment. I'd appreciate it if you could contact the manager and let him know Zhang Fan has arrived." "Understood, Mr. Zhang. Please wait a moment." The receptionist nodded and placed the call. Moments later, she smiled. "Mr. Zhang, the manager has been informed. You'll be receiving him shortly." And soon a man in his 30s descended hurriedly, accompanied by a young woman in her early 20s. Spotting Zhang Fan, he rushed forward with genuine warmth. "President Zhang, you're here." The man was Chun Lushing, general manager of Bo Corporation. "Yes, I've come to convene a meeting. Please arrange for everyone to gather in the conference room." "Right away, President Zhang." "Xiaoli, please escort President Zhang to the conference room." "Yes, Mr. Zhang, please." The assistant smiled. Zhang Fan nodded, slightly following her closely. Soon the two arrived at the meeting room. "Mr. Zhang, Manager Chun and the others will be here shortly. Please have a seat in the meantime." Saying this, Xiaoli began preparing tea for Zhang Fan. Before long, Chun Lushing entered with 8 other people. "Mr. Zhang, these are Yi Zijin, Zhang Taichu, Chui, Yiyun, Su Huanling." Chun Lushing introduced the 8 individuals to Zhang Fan. "Since everyone is here, let's take a seat." Zhang Fan nodded and gestured for everyone to sit down. "Mr. Zhang, may I ask what meeting you have to discuss this time?" After Chun Lushing sat down, he looked at Zhang Fan curiously. Their boss hadn't been to the company for months, and now he suddenly called a meeting. What could be so important? Not just him, but others were also quite curious. I plan to have the company start engaging in new media this time. Mr. Zhang, our company is also involved in this. Yi Zijin adjusted his glasses and smiled. No, currently the company's new media is still too small. Oh, I need to make it much bigger. Make it bigger. Mr. Zhang, given our current situation, it will take some time to grow. It's not as simple as just saying we will make it bigger. At this moment, Su Huanling spoke up. In her view, their boss hadn't shown up for months, and now he suddenly wanted to expand into new media. Was that really feasible? Zhang Fan simply smiled and continued. Do you know about the Kuaishou app? We know about it. The Kuaishou short video app is currently the hottest product on the market. It reportedly had over 100 million views last year. Chen Lixing nodded. He was familiar with Kuaishou. If we were to launch another short video app, do you think we could compete with Kuaishou? After speaking, Zhang Fan smiled at them, waiting for their opinions. Well, the others exchanged glances upon hearing this, and fell silent for a moment. Zhang Taichu slowly spoke up. Mr. Zhang, considering Kuaishou's current situation, it is bound to have a bright future. If we launch another short video app now, I think it would be difficult to compete with Kuaishou. Indeed, our company is also pursuing new media, but the traffic is simply not good enough. Everyone here, have you ever used Kuaishou? Mr. Zhang, I have used it. Su Huanling raised her hand. I have too. Me as well. Hold on, each of you tell me about your experiences with Kuaishou. All right, Mr. Zhang. Su Huanling began narrating her experience with Kuaishou in detail. Soon the others who had used it also shared their experiences with Zhang Fan. After listening to their accounts, Zhang Fan nodded. Although Kuaishou was quite popular, many of its features were not included in the Douyin operational plan. With this in mind, Zhang Fan felt a bit more confident. Having heard what everyone said, I am about to make an announcement. Starting today, our blog company will develop the Douyin short video app. Douyin short video app. Mr. Zhang, do you also want a piece of the pie? Chen Lixing was quite surprised upon hearing this. The others were also somewhat astonished. Of course, if Kuaishou can rise, then I believe the Douyin short video app developed by our blog company can. Does everyone have confidence? Well, upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Haha, I understand if you don't have faith, but I believe that after I finish explaining, your views will change. Prepare your pens and notebooks. Oh, everything I say next you need to write down. All right, Mr. Zhang, just a moment. Before long, seeing that they had all prepared their pens and notebooks, Zhang Fan smiled and began to speak. Douyin short video app. First, through the challenge feature, we can tag excellent content with premium labels to guide creators in producing better content and allow users to recognize quality content. Second, provide a full-screen HD short video experience. High definition can offer young discerning users a much better experience. Third, integrate music, as essential music can create an ambience and ensure a high degree of compatibility with short videos. Fourth, strictly recommend content based on excellent values while users provide feedback based on their value judgments through browsing, liking, following, sharing, commenting, and reporting. Fifth, strict selection. Videos that are watered down will not be heavily recommended and may even be disallowed upon review. Sixth, increase the creator's revenue, for example, earning 1 yuan per 10,000 views. Seventh, once the Douyin short video app is developed and launched, we will continuously sponsor some popular variety. Eighth, in terms of monetizing traffic, we can earn money through live streaming sales, advertising, live broadcasting, and fan donations. Zhang Fan spoke continuously without stopping, only pausing for a drink after an hour and a half. Meanwhile, Chen Lixing and the others had filled 8 pages in their notebooks with details about the Douyin short video app and its operational methods. Once they stopped, Zhang Fan did not interrupt them, but allowed them to review the contents of their notebooks. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Lixing closed his notebook with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, after reviewing what you said about the Douyin short video app's development plan and operational content, I suddenly feel that if our Douyin app is successful, Kuaishou app won't stand a chance. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, I feel the same way. Just considering that there's 1 yuan for 10,000 views, I believe many people will use our Douyin app then. It's known that on Kuaishou not only is there no money for 10,000 views, but even for 100,000 or 1 million views there is no income. Those internet celebrities earn money through advertisements, live streaming, and fan donations. What Kuaishou cannot achieve, Douyin will be able to once it's developed. Looking at their smiling faces, Zhang Fan asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang, we have confidence, but our company doesn't have much money, and for sponsorship, money is not an issue. I will invest 200 million, and my uncle will also invest 200 million. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled. Currently, he wasn't lacking in funds. Even without Su Bei's investment, he could provide 1 billion himself. Let's not forget he has Guangyao Group, Tongqi Company, Morningstar Entertainment Company, and Shangfu Restaurant. Once Douyin is developed and launched, Zhang Fan also plans to use Douyin to advertise the movies and TV shows produced by Morningstar Company. In this way, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 200 million plus 200 million, that makes 400 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Not only did President Jiang suddenly appear at their blog company, but he also planned to invest $400 million in the development of the Douyin short video app. This clearly indicated that President Jiang had sufficient confidence believing that the Douyin app could succeed. However, after listening to President Jiang's proposal, they felt that if the development was successful and launched into the market, they would definitely be able to compete with the leading players. President Jiang, rest assured, we will definitely work twice as hard to develop the Douyin short video app as soon as possible. Chen Lixing also showed a confident smile as he looked at Jiang Fan. It's good to see that you have confidence. The upcoming work will be quite busy. Starting next month, I will arrange for your salaries to be increased by 10,000 each. Of course, if the Douyin short video app succeeds after its market launch, I will also arrange for year-end bonuses, let's say 30% of your salaries. Having money brings motivation, and Jiang Fan was well aware of that. As long as they could see the benefits, they would surely work even harder. As expected, after hearing President Jiang's words, their faces broke into even broader smiles. Wasn't it for the company? If the company thrived, their salaries would improve too. Not to mention the year-end bonuses, even just a 10,000 increase in salary would give them more motivation to complete their work. President Jiang, you can rest assured that I will organize everything properly and strive to develop the Douyin app and get it ready for testing within a month. Chen Lixing stood up and assured, do well, and if the company thrives, I will not forget your efforts. Jiang Fan nodded and smiled. I came here today to say just this much. If there's anything, just contact me. I should head back now. Tomorrow, I will transfer $200 million to the company account. President Jiang understood. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and nodded. Jiang Fan glanced at them and turned to leave the conference room. Our company is about to rise. As soon as Jiang Fan left, Chen Lixing excitedly shouted. His exhilaration was evident. Indeed, I didn't expect President Jiang to be ready to invest $400 million in developing the Douyin app as soon as he appeared. After hearing what President Jiang said, they felt that their approach to new media might not be quite right. Our blog company also has an app, and the user experience is quite good. If Douyin develops successfully and enters the market, it can also advertise our blog. At that time, some people should pay attention to our blog app, gaining traffic feedback. Su Huanling said with a smile. Since President Jiang informed us of this, we must work hard. Yi Zijin, let's establish a new department tomorrow to start the development of the Douyin app. All right, Manager Chen. Su Huanling replied, please release a recruitment notice to hire some programmers, preferably those who have experience in app development. Okay, Manager Chen. Zhang Taichu added, in the afternoon, you should check on the computers and purchase a batch for the... All right, everyone can disperse now and get on with your tasks. In the afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Jiang Fan returned to the PD Lakeside Garden, parked in the basement, opened the door, and walked in. Hearing the sound of cooking from the kitchen, Jiang Fan smiled and walked over. At the kitchen door, he saw Su Shui focused on stir-frying. Jiang Fan did not disturb her. Instead, he leaned against the kitchen door, watching Su Shui busily work. With a smile on her face, Su Shui found things to do even without her brother Fan accompanying her. Thinking that her brother would soon return home to enjoy a meal, Su Shui's smile grew brighter. Watching her busy figure, Jiang Fan reminisced about the days when he lived alone in a rented room, cooking for himself. Now that he was back home, having a girl who was willing to cook for him felt wonderful. He thought happiness was that simple. After Su Shui finished frying a dish and transferred it to a plate, she caught sight of someone standing at the kitchen door. Ah, Brother Fan, you're back. Upon noticing Jiang Fan, Su Shui walked over, looking at him gently and nodding slightly. Him back. You came back without saying anything and scared me. Su Shui patted her chest, expressing her dissatisfaction. Sorry, I saw you were so focused in the kitchen, so I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Fan smiled apologetically. Brother Fan, you go sit down first. I'll fry another dish, and then we can eat. All right. Before long, Su Shui came out with the dishes. Brother Fan, did you meet a streamer today? After sitting down, Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan and asked. A streamer? Is it the one called Little Strawberry? Jiang Fan thought for a moment after hearing this. Yes, that's her. You even made the news. Made the news. Su Shui took out her phone, opened a news article, and handed it to Jiang Fan. The news says a well-known streamer from the leading players defrauded fans, cheating them out of hundreds of thousands. Jiang Fan took the phone and browsed through it. Besides what Su Shui mentioned, it also stated that this streamer used luxury cars that belonged to others, claiming they were her own. She then invited fans to compete, offering the chance to ride in a luxury car with her for a day to whoever won the competition. It was said that she had been pointed out in the past, but it ended without resolution, and now it was in the news. Some fans directly pushed this streamer onto the trending list. Of course, getting onto the trending list wasn't easy, it required a lot of money. With that in mind, it seemed that some of her fans were indeed rich, second-generation youngsters who had been deceived. After reading the news, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. This streamer's current situation was all of her own making. However, most of those fans were also suffering the consequences of their own actions. Brother Fan, if it weren't for you this time, I guess there would have been even more people deceived by her. Su Shui rested her chin on her hand, pouting. Jiang Fan didn't think much of it. Even without him, it wouldn't be long before this streamer would be discovered by someone else. Brother Fan, how did you find out? Tell me about it. Su Shui put her hands down asking curiously. We can discuss it. MHM. After listening to Brother Fan's account upon hearing that the female streamer's expression changed from pale to red after being exposed, Su Shui giggled. It seemed that the female streamer didn't expect that her live stream would flop today. However, Zhang Fan also noticed that the leading players did not strengthen their management in this regard. It appeared that once the Douyin app was developed, they needed to manage these matters properly. After dinner, Zhang Fan washed the dishes with Su Shui in the kitchen. On the sofa, Su Shui nestled in Zhang Fan's arms. It wasn't until after 10 at night that she left and returned to her own home. The next day around 9 in the morning, while Zhang Fan was enjoying the porridge Su Shui had brought over, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's me. Do you have time to come to Morningstar Entertainment Company? On the line was Wang Shui's voice. I have time, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Great, Mr. Zhang. Swear I'm stepping out for a bit. School is about to start, so read more at home. Okay, Brother Fan, you go ahead, Su Shui nodded. After finishing his porridge, Zhang Fan kissed Su Shui on the forehead and left. Soon he arrived at Morningstar Entertainment Company by car. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Sister Wang is in the conference room waiting for you, a woman at the entrance said as she hurriedly approached him. You called me suddenly. Is there something going on? Zhang Fan inquired, looking at the woman. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. Our company has contracted 2 production teams, and they both want to meet you to discuss, which is why Sister Wang called you, the woman explained as she walked. All right, I understand. Upon entering the conference room, Zhang Fan saw 10 people sitting on one side and 5. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is our boss at Morningstar Entertainment Co. Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang. Wang Shu, he said quickly, standing up to introduce him as Zhang Fan entered. The crowd glanced at Zhang Fan, surprised to find him quite young. Zhang Fan sat down, looking around at everyone with a smile. I heard you wanted to discuss something with me. I'm here, so feel free to speak up. Mr. Zhang, hello. I am the director of the Mu Yi production team, Yang Liang Jun. We came because we heard your company is recruiting production teams, so we wanted to take a look. I won't say too much. I just want to ask, if our production team joins Morningstar Entertainment, will the shooting process be supported by you or by us? You are the director, so I will definitely listen to you. Then, for example, Mr. Zhang, will you interfere with the casting? It depends. If the actor's skills are lacking, I will certainly intervene. Acting isn't just child's play, it requires the actor's skills to immerse the audience in the story. Although our Morningstar company is still small, I want to ensure that we can deliver good films and good dramas to the audience. The production team must work hard to create quality movies and dramas, which also requires the actors to be skilled. And not just to fill the screen for the sake of filming. Zhang Fan smiled as he asked, by the way, Director Yang, what representative works do you have? Our Mu Yi studio has 3 representative films. One is titled Youth. Youth is a film about the journey from school to society. Another is a love story called First Love. First Love tells the story of students who transition into society and face ups and downs due to a long-distance relationship, ultimately culminating in a happy ending. The last one is titled Father. It recounts events from over 30 years ago pertaining to our father's generation, Yang Liang Jun explained with a smile. After listening to Yang Liang Jun, Zhang Fan nodded. Based on his words, their production team indeed seemed suitable to join their company. However, Zhang Fan still planned to hear about the other production team. Which production team are you from? Zhang Fan asked, looking at the younger men on the other side. Mr. Zhang, hello. I am the director of the Yuing production team, Cui Shu Wan. We just graduated from university and haven't produced any films or dramas, but we have made short films. The duration is half an hour. Upon hearing this, Yang Liang Jun felt disdain. Had they only made a half hour? They had just graduated from university. Could they really produce good films and dramas? It seemed there was no need to consider them. Morningstar Entertainment Company would definitely strive to have Mu Yi production team join. At that time, Zhang Fan could also set a price. You've only made a half-hour short film. What kind of film is it? Zhang Fan did not underestimate them and asked with interest, Mr. Zhang, our short film is about campus life. It tells the story of a group of rebellious kids who grow and come to understand the beauty of campus life after experiencing various events, Cui Shu Wan quickly explained. What's it called? I'll take a look before making a decision. It's titled Campus. Please wait a moment, Mr. Cui Shu Wan opened his laptop, played the video, and placed the laptop in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan grasped the mouse, quietly watching. There were 5 people in the film. Although their performances were a bit awkward, overall it wasn't too bad. Moreover, the content is quite realistic. Watching this campus short film, Zhang Fan was reminded of his own university days, finding similarities in some aspects. After watching, Zhang Fan returned the laptop to him, and then asked Wang Shu to bring over a laptop to search for the film First Love and watch it. However, after watching for a short while, Zhang Fan was struck by the plot. The school beauty and the underachiever suddenly fell for each other without any logical reason. Zhang Fan frowned, continuing to watch for over 10 minutes before closing the film. He looked at everyone and smiled, saying, having seen both films, I have come to a rough conclusion. Yang Liang Jun's smile grew wider upon hearing this. He was confident that Morningstar Entertainment Company would definitely invite them to join. After all, their production team had made 3 films, and the ratings of these 3 films were around 7. Chui Shu-wen was quite nervous. They were newcomers without representative works. They had approached other entertainment companies, but those companies rejected them, citing their youth and inexperience. Morningstar Entertainment Company was the 5th entertainment company they had approached since entering society. Chui Shu-wen, we welcome you to join Morningstar Entertainment Company. Jiang Fan looked at Chui Shu-wen and the others with a smile. "Oh, this. Mr. Jiang, I must have misheard." Chui Shu-wen exclaimed in disbelief. "Mr. Jiang, I don't quite understand. Logically, our Muyi production team is stronger than the Ewing production team, and we have made 3 films. They've only made a short film of a little over half an hour. Why did you choose them?" Yang Liangjun stood up and asked discontentedly. "That's because they did better and were more dedicated than you." "Better than us? More dedicated?" Yang Liangjun suddenly laughed upon hearing this. "Mr. Jiang, we at the My Film Group have shot 3 films, each lasting about an hour and a half. The ratings are generally around 7.4. As for experience, their film group simply cannot compare to us." "Can't compare?" "Although there is a film group that has only produced half-hour short films, they put in much more effort than you. On the contrary, in your movie First Love, the school beauty inexplicably fell in love with the underachiever, and then halfway through the story became a mere narrative. With such a rating, it must have some unrealistic factors." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, sneering. Since Mr. Jiang thinks our My Film Group is inadequate, we shall take our leave. I hope Mr. Jiang can let the other film group produce good films. But looking at their appearance, I estimate they might cause losses for your company." After saying this, Yang Liangjun took his team and pushed the door open, leaving the meeting room. Seeing them leave, Jiang Fan shook his head. Although the other film group has indeed only produced half-hour short films, they have been much more dedicated than the My Film. If they continue to maintain this level, they will also be able to produce good films in the future. Chui Shu-wen, we at Morningstar Entertainment Co. invite your film group to join our company. Upon hearing this, Chui Shu-wen exchanged glances with his companions, then nodded in delight and stood up. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for allowing our film group to join your company. Our company plans to prepare a film next month, a romance film. During this time, I hope you can conduct thorough research in this area. The script should be purchased within this month. When the time comes, I will show you the script. For now, I only hope that you can maintain this level of dedication." Jiang Fan looked at them and nodded. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured we will definitely do a good job in this regard," Chui Shu-wen promised. "Wang Shi, prepare the contract. Once they agree, have them sign it. After signing, they will be official employees of our company. Additionally, we need to expedite the script." "All right, Mr. Jiang, I will make it a priority to secure the script this month." Wang Shi nodded emphatically. The One-Yuan system has been refreshed. One-Yuan flash sale for the film script of The Youth of Our Time. One-Yuan flash sale for the comic book and anime script of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. One-Yuan flash sale for Huiman Studio. Has it refreshed again? Flash sale. Ding, funds have been credited. Jiang Fan took out the script for The Youth of Our Time and the comic and anime scripts of Fox Spirit Matchmaker and began to read them carefully. More than an hour later, Wang Shuyi returned to the meeting room with Chui Shu-wen and the others. "Mr. Jiang, they have signed the contract." Jiang Fan nodded. "Yes, I have prepared the script for the romance genre. It is called The Youth of Our Time, telling the story of a group of post-ADS youths from entering middle school to graduating from university, spanning a decade of youthful stories belonging to the campus romance genre. The script is here, take a look." He pushed the script toward Chui Shu-wen and the others. "So fast." Chui Shu-wen was somewhat surprised, remembering that Mr. Jiang had just said that the script would be ready by the end of the month. He did not expect it to be prepared so quickly just after signing the contract. Chui Shu-wen took the script and began to read it carefully with his companions. Jiang Fan sat on the chair waiting patiently without interrupting them. After about half an hour, Chui Shu-wen closed the script and smiled at Jiang Fan. "Mr. Jiang, this film script is truly excellent. The stories within are intricately connected. That's good. Research other aspects recently and strive to start filming on the 1st of next month. If you need any materials during this time, let Wang Shi know, and I will let her try to meet your requests. Wang Shi, now that we have the script and plan to start filming on the 1st of next month, you need to recruit more people. After all, the 5 of you, Chui Shu-wen and his team, will not be enough. As for casting, I still say the same thing, no need for substandard leading roles. Be strict with the male lead, female lead, second female lead, second male lead, and so on." At this point, Jiang Fan's tone became serious. This was the first time Wang Shi saw such a serious Mr. Jiang, and quickly assured Mr. Jiang, "I will definitely be strict in my selection. We have female actresses in our company. Let's see how they perform recently. If possible, let them take the stage later. Chui Shu-wen, you also need to find some people on your side. After all, just the 5 of you will not be enough when things get busy." "Mr. Jiang, I still know some classmates. I can reach out to them," Chui Shu-wen said quickly. "All right, let's stop here for now. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, take care." Jiang Fan took the comic and anime scripts of Fox Spirit Matchmaker and left the meeting room, leaving the script of The Youth of Our Time behind for Chui Shu-wen and the others to discuss. He left it for Cui Shuwen and the others to discuss. Cui Shuwen, you all need to work hard. Mr. Zhang is not short of money. As long as you can make a good film, whatever materials you need, Mr. Zhang will fund their purchase to meet your requests. So you must not disappoint, Mr. Zhang. Wang Shuyi said with a smile, looking at Cui Shuwen, speaking earnestly. Sister Wang, we will certainly do well. After all, this is our first job and our first time preparing to film a major movie. Let's go. I will take you to meet the other employees in our company. All right, Sister Wang. After leaving Morningstar Entertainment, Zhang Fan drove straight to the location of One-Yuan Studio. Before long, he arrived at One-Yuan Studio. The studio was quite small, located on the first floor of a rented building, renting a relatively large storefront. Zhang Fan found a spot, parked the car, and walked towards One-Yuan Studio. Entering the studio, he looked at the busy employees and walked inside. As soon as he entered, a girl approached him, smiling at Zhang Fan. Hello, sir. May I ask what you need? I am looking for the person in charge of your studio. Zhang Fan smiled at her. The person in charge. Please wait a moment, sir. The girl nodded, said, and turned to find the person in charge. In a short while, a man in his 30s walked over. Oh, boss, you're here. Please come in, please come in. The man approached Zhang Fan, realizing it was the boss, and quickly extended his hospitality. This person is none other than Lu Yuanjing, the head of the drawing studio. Zhang Fan slightly nodded, following closely behind as they walked inside. The girl was taken aback upon hearing the head's words, never expecting that this exceptionally handsome young man was actually the head of their studio. Xiaoling, don't just stand there, hurry and serve tea to the boss. After sitting down, Lu Yuanjing quickly instructed. Okay, President Lu. Xiaoling came to her senses and hurried to prepare the tea. May I ask if the boss has any instructions for us this time? Lu Yuanjing looked at Zhang Fan and inquired. This time I have some tasks to assign to your drawing studio, but I see that your environment here is not quite suitable. You should consider finding a quiet place first. That would be beneficial for working well. Boss, I understand the reasoning, but with our studio's current budget. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanjing felt somewhat embarrassed. Boss, here's your tea. Xiao Ling brought the tea and placed it in front of Zhang Fan. Thank you. Zhang Fan smiled and said his thanks. Upon hearing the thanks, Xiao Ling's cheeks flushed red and she shyly lowered her head. This girl, she's daydreaming again. Lu Yuanjing thought, shaking his head helplessly at Xiao Ling's demeanor. Haha, Lu Yuanjing, are you still busy? I can't believe you haven't gone bankrupt yet. Just as Lu Yuanjing was about to speak, a middle-aged man's hearty laughter came from the door. Boss, this person is from Huawei Company who has been wanting to acquire our drawing studio, but I did not agree, so he must be here to discuss the acquisition again this time. Lu Yuanjing frowned as he explained to Zhang Fan. Let's see what he has to say first. Wang Huawei, why are you here again? Lu Yuanjing looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Haha, Lu Yuanjing, am I not welcome? Just so you know, I am here to help your drawing studio. I've said before, our studio does not need the help of Huawei Company. Please do not disturb us again. Lu Yuanjing rejected him once more. Haha, don't rush, don't rush. This time I'm not here to discuss the acquisition. I have something for you to help. I am here with an anime project for you consisting of 12 episodes with a budget of around 10,000 per episode. Let's create it according to the quality of this illustration. Saying this, Wang Huawei gestured for his assistant to take out a beautiful illustration and place it on the table. A budget of 10,000 per episode, and you still want us to match this illustration's beauty. Why don't you go rob someone? To create according to the quality of this illustration, we would need at least 50,000 per episode. Hearing the price he stated, and looking at the illustration he presented, Lu Yuanjing became even more displeased. Don't be anxious, I am helping your studio after all. Look, your drawing studio only gets a job every few months. It must be in a half-dead state by now. My coming to find your drawing studio is like sending charcoal in the snow. What more can you be dissatisfied with? Wang Huawei looked at Lu Yuanjing with a smug expression. He believed that no matter how Lu Yuanjing argued, in the end, he would still accept this order. At that time, he could say they were unsatisfied with the work and then proceed step by step to acquire their studio. Thinking of this, Wang Huawei's smile grew more pronounced. Sorry, I will not take this order. You can leave now. Lu Yuanjing shook his head. With such a low price and still expecting exquisite quality, even if they managed to produce it, they would still incur losses. Now the studio was already struggling. If they accepted this order and ended up losing money, it would likely lead to... If you do not think of your studio, you should think of your employees. If this continues, many employees will likely leave your studio. At that time, do you think your studio can still keep running? Wang Huawei's words were tempting, and they struck a chord with Lu Yuanjing. Indeed, no matter what he had to consider, although the employees were not complaining now if there were no jobs for 1 or 2 months, and they couldn't pay salaries, many employees would leave his studio to look for other companies. Seeing Lu Yuanjing silent, Wang Huawei narrowed his eyes and sneered. So what do you think? You must consider whether it's to prevent the studio from being acquired or to think for the employees. Our drawing studio does not need your help. Having me is enough. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Huawei and, having you is enough. Who are you? Wang Huawei looked at the young man who appeared to be around 21 or 22, speaking so boldly, puzzled. I am Zhang Fan, the true boss of the drawing studio. Zhang Fan, huh? You are the true boss of this studio. Looking at you, you seem to be around 21 or 22. You say having you is enough. Then why is the drawing studio struggling so much now? The fact that the drawing studio is struggling now does not mean it will always struggle in the future. Moreover, I am here to assign them tasks. As for your company's anime, our drawing studio does not have the time to work on it. No time to work on it. With the current budget of the drawing studio, how can you accomplish your tasks? What kind of joke are you making? The drawing studio is about to go bankrupt. Do you think you can come up with a few million to revive them? A few million? Zhang Fan shook his head. Seeing Zhang Fan shake his head, Wang Huahui instantly understood that this young man liked to show off. He couldn't even take out a few million, yet dared to speak such big words, filling his heart with disdain. Young people do love to boast. Not being able to take out a few million and still saying having you is enough, haha. Why are you jumping in before I've finished speaking? A few million is definitely not enough for the drawing studio. I will transfer 50 million to the drawing studio's account. 50 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Huahui nearly bit his tongue. He never expected this young man to be so pretentious, first claiming a few million and now saying 50 million. Who did he think he was? Even if he himself could take out 50 million at once, it would be impossible. Young man, you must have just entered society not long ago, having not experienced the harsh realities. That's why you dare to speak like this. Wang Huahui wore a mocking expression, revealing a knowing look, and laughed. Why would I pretend? I'm simply stating the truth. Do you think that as the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of Qingqing Entertainment, and the landlord of Donglu Walking Street, I cannot take out 50 million? Wang Huahui was startled upon hearing this, but soon chuckled. I never expected someone so young to say such. If you were truly the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of Morningstar Entertainment, and the landlord of East Road Pedestrian Street, then why has the Hui-Man Studio ended up like this? At Hui-Man Studio, we pursue quality, not low-quality animations, just for the sake of money. We will not compromise our standards for profit, do you understand? Seeing his disbelief, Zhang Fan smiled. He had done some research on Hui-Man Studio. Although they hadn't produced particularly famous animations, their quality was indeed commendable. Lu Yuanzheng realized today through the conversation between the boss and Wang Huahui that his boss' identity was quite remarkable. He only knew the boss was mysterious, but didn't expect him to be the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of Morningstar Entertainment, and the landlord of East Road Pedestrian Street. Putting aside the chairman and the boss, just considering East Road Pedestrian Street, the boss could collect billions in rent each year. Seeing how young the boss was and how wealthy he already was, it would be false to say he wasn't envious. However, despite his envy, Lu Yuanjing knew that this boss was also their Hui-Man Studios owner, and that was enough. At that moment, he felt filled with confidence about the future. We at Hui-Man Studio will neither create nor wish to create animations for Huawei Animation Company. The door is right there, you can leave. Zhang Fan glanced at Wang Huahui and pointed to the door. If you want to accept the order, I want to see what kind of famous animation you can produce at Hui-Man Studio. Wang Huahui snorted coldly, took his secretary, and left. Lu Yuanjing, tell the employees to temporarily stop their work. I have something to discuss with you all. All right, boss, please wait a moment. Upon learning Zhang Fan's identity, Lu Yuanzhang's face lit up with a smile. Hearing the boss' words, he hurriedly stood up and went to the employees. Clapping his hands, he smiled and said, everyone, please stop your work. The boss is here and has something to discuss with. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up in confusion and followed Lu Yuanzhang to Zhang Fan's side. Seeing they had all arrived, Zhang Fan smiled and gestured for them to sit. Once they were seated, he took out the comic of Fox Spirit Matchmaker and the animation script, placing them on the table. I'm here today to discuss a few matters with you all. First, the current environment of our studio is not very good. I plan to establish a company named Hui-Man Animation Company. Lu Yuanjing, I am entrusting this matter to you. Find a good location you can either buy or rent it. Just let me know when it's done. Understood, President Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanjing was overjoyed. Due to a lack of funds, they had been working in a noisy environment every day, making it difficult to concentrate on their work. Now that President Jiang was here and prepared to make changes, it was exactly what he hoped to see. Second, if you know anyone with the capability and experience in making animations, feel free to introduce them to the company. However, they must not be unqualified. If found out, they will be fired immediately. The company is a workplace and Zhang Fan would not allow them to bring in unqualified relatives to freeload off. Third, I have a comic called Fox Spirit Matchmaker, which tells a series of interesting and mysterious stories about a fox spirit in the profession of a matchmaker connecting lovers from previous lives. The comic is here, please take a look first. Saying this, Zhang Fan pushed the comic towards them. Everyone gathered around observing the story and the art style and found the comic to be quite impressive. President Jiang, this animation looks really good. May I ask who drew it? Lu Yuanzhang found it interesting and couldn't help but ask. If it was someone else, perhaps they could get Zhang Fan to bring that person to their studio. This animation was drawn by me. Zhang Fan shyly rubbed his nose. President Jiang drew it. I never expected you to have such talent. President Jiang, you are truly impressive. Upon hearing that the comic was actually drawn by his boss, Lu Yuanjing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A man so talented, if he were a woman, she might just fall for him right away. Cough cough. Do you all have confidence in producing this animation? Seeing the surprise on their faces, Jiang Fan smiled. Lu Yuanjing exchanged glances with the employees, all of them nodded. Then Lu Yuanjing, filled with confidence, said seriously, President Jiang, we are confident. That's good to hear. Next I will transfer 20 million to the company's account. This 20 million can be used to buy or rent a property, but ideally, I would like to buy a whole building. After you all move in and One-Yuan Company is established, I will transfer another 50 million for the production of the Fox Spirit Matchmaker animation. During the production process, I do not need you to rush, focus on creating this animation while ensuring adequate rest. In Jiang Fan's view, a week to produce one episode of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, each about 20 minutes long, was about right. When the time comes, he plans to have Mu Yutong voice the character Susu. Once the animation app is developed and tested, the Fox Spirit Matchmaker will officially launch on the app created by their company. Of course, if by then the Douyin app is also developed, it can be promoted there. As for the animation promotion, Jiang Fan intends to allocate 5 million for this purpose. President Jiang, rest assured we will definitely produce this animation well. Lu Yuanjing said confidently. If there are any other matters, contact me again. Discuss among yourselves and strive to find a new workplace in the coming days. Aim to officially start work on the 1st of next month. You can stop your current tasks for now. The salary will still be paid. Once the new company is found, I will give you all a raise. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more delighted. They were all workers and nothing made them happier than the prospect of a salary increase. Money can motivate a person. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile as well. He realized he was getting closer to the direction of a capitalist. It's getting late, I should head back. Lu Yuanjing, please give me the account number. I will transfer 20 million. Alright, President Jiang, the studio's account number is 531. Soon Jiang Fan directly transferred 20 million to this account. The bank will need some processing time. I should also head back. As for the comic of Fox Spirit Matchmaker and the animation script, he left them here. President Jiang, take care. Lu Yuanjing stood up and escorted President Jiang to the door. Alright, everyone needs to work hard. Starting this afternoon, prepare to pack up. In the next couple of days, I will look for a better work location as we will be leaving here soon. After Jiang left, Lu Yuanjing smiled at everyone. Lu, does this mean you are getting promoted? A girl among the employees said with a cheerful tone. Hearing this, Lu Yuanjing waved his hand. Promotion is not important. What matters is that Jiang said he would raise everyone's salary in the future. We must not disappoint his goodwill. That is a must. Not only is Jiang handsome, but he is also wealthy and talented. I have developed a The girl continued. Everyone looked at her with a mix of amusement and disbelief. You have no chance. Another girl chuckled helplessly. I know with Jiang's talent he won't notice me. But that doesn't stop me from having a one-sided crush. Starting today, Jiang is my idol. The girl playfully pouted, clasping her hands to her chest, looking like a lovesick girl. Jiang Fan, leaving the One-Yuan studio, was now driving home. Everything was set. They were just waiting to start next month. Jiang Fan's heart was filled with anticipation for the Douyin app, Fox Demon Matchmaker, the movie Fleet of Time, and the anime app. At the villa, Su Shui had already prepared the meal and was sitting at the table waiting. Hearing the door open, a smile appeared on Su Shui's face as she quickly stood up and ran to the door, joyfully hugging Jiang Fan's arm affectionately, saying, Brother Fan, you finally came back. Su Shui, if I'm late, you don't have to wait for me to eat. Jiang Fan smiled gently as he looked at the food on the table, playfully touching her small nose. Eating alone is not fun. I want to wait for Brother Fan to eat together. That is what makes it meaningful. Su Shui said sweetly. Alright, let's eat. After eating and washing the dishes, Su Shui sat on the sofa, wrapping her arm around Jiang Fan's, resting her head on his shoulder. Brother Fan, what were you doing out? Why did you come back so late? I originally planned to return earlier, but I went back to the One-Yuan studio to have them work on the anime. An anime? What anime? Su Shui asked with interest. It's Fox Demon Matchmaker, a story about a fox demon whose job is to match her previous lives' lovers. Fox Demon Matchmaker. Is it good? Whether it's good or not can only be known after it's made. I've already instructed them to start on the first day of next month. Once our company's anime app officially launches, it will be available for streaming on the anime app. As for the matchmaker, I plan to have Mu Yutong do the voice acting. Brother Fan. Su Shui leaned on Jiang Fan's shoulder, her voice a bit low as she called out. What's wrong, Shuier? Hearing Su Shui's somewhat subdued voice, Jiang Fan asked softly. Brother Fan, you are so outstanding, I'm afraid I won't be good enough for you. Jiang Fan gently held Su Shui's shoulders, speaking in a very tender tone. But I haven't helped you with anything all this time. Su Shui pouted, feeling a bit disheartened. Initially, she thought Brother Fan was handsome and had a unique charm that matched her family. However, as she interacted with him more, she found Brother Fan increasingly exceptional, while she felt useless, unable to help him at all. I understand your thoughts, but right now I don't need your help. Just focus on your studies, alright? As for wanting to help me after you graduate, I will arrange something for you. How about that? Jiang Fan embraced Su Shui gently, his tone very soft. Given his current situation, Su Shui couldn't really help much, but he felt that it was sufficient for her to focus on her studies. Brother Fan, I understand. After I graduate, I will help you. Listening to Brother Fan comforting her, Su Shui smiled and nodded her head. At night, Su Bai invited Jiang Fan to his home. Xiao Fan, how is it? Is the Douyin app in development? Su Bai asked curiously. Uncle, the Douyin app has already begun development, and it is expected to be released to the market by mid-next month. By mid-next month. When I invest, if there is advertising or anything needed, let me know. I know some star companies, and some have first-line celebrities. I can contact them to do some endorsements. Su Bai said generously. Then I would appreciate Uncle's help. Are you also interested in investing in some anime? Investing in anime? Yes, my company is also developing an anime app and starting to produce anime series. Anime can also be referred to as the second dimension. Of course, it's completely different from those suitable for children. Currently, the market for anime is still small. If we can produce excellent anime, first we might be able to take... Jiang Fan smiled at Su Bai. Dad, that's right, many of my classmates also like watching anime. I believe Brother Fan will definitely succeed. Su Shui also chimed in. The current market for anime is indeed limited, but just because it is limited now doesn't mean it will always be so. Xiao Fan, since you say that Uncle will invest another 200 million, what do you think? If Uncle is willing to invest, I am naturally pleased. However, Uncle, since you mentioned you know some star companies, could you help invite a capable male lead? Male lead? Are you planning to shoot a TV series or a movie? Su Bai looked at Jiang Fan curiously. I have an entertainment company under my name, and I plan to shoot a movie called Fleet of Time, which tells the story of a group of post-ADS youths over a decade from entering middle school to graduating from university. Currently, our Morning Star Entertainment only has a few actresses, but we haven't found a male lead. So I wanted to ask Uncle if there are any leads available. Wow, I didn't expect you to have an entertainment company, Xiao Fan. You are becoming more mysterious. Even Uncle can't. Su Bai was quite surprised that Jiang Fan was truly outstanding, not only planning to create a short video app and an anime app, but also preparing to shoot a movie. Such an exceptional young man. Could Su Shui really match him? Su Bai felt a bit worried. Thinking of this, Su Bai smiled slightly. Alright, over the next few days, Uncle will help you look around. If there is a suitable male lead, I will let you know, and you can talk to them then. Thank you, Uncle Lu, I appreciate it. I will be on my way now. Haha, why be so polite with me? Su Bai shook his head and smiled. Uncle, we do have such plans, but Morning Star Entertainment has yet to produce a single film. I'm planning to see how this film performs after its completion. If the performance is good, we might consider entering the entertainment industry in the future. If we want to enter the entertainment industry, we can't solely rely on other stars. The main focus should be on nurturing our own actors to become stars. Uncle, I understand that, but given our current situation, we still need a well-known star to play the lead role in this film. How about this? I will contact a few capable male actors for you. You mentioned that the film tells the story of the post-ADS generation from high school to college graduation. The male lead should have other friends around him, so having a few male star supporting roles should work right. That sounds good. After all, it's our first film. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Alright, it's settled then. They'll have someone reach out in the next couple of days. Once we find a male star, we'll bring them to your company to discuss. Thank you, Uncle, I appreciate it. It's no trouble at all. Su Bai shook his head slightly. Oh, such a small matter was a piece. Around 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Fan finally left Su Bai's home. Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs. After sending off Brother Fan, Su Shui said to her parents. Alright, you go rest. Lu Jiahui nodded. Jiahui, do you think Jiang Fan is so excellent that our daughter deserves? Watching their daughter go upstairs, Su Bai inquired of his wife. Lu Jiahui sat beside Su Bai, thought for a moment. I originally thought Jiang Fan was quite good, having started his own company, but as I've gotten to know him, he has become increasingly mysterious and exceptional. An excellent young man will attract admirers wherever he goes. As for Shui, it's hard to say. Now Lu Jiahui was also uncertain. Yes, the more outstanding the young man, the more girls will like him. Jiang Fan treats Shui well now, but I'm just afraid there might be problems later. It seems I need to have a serious talk with Shui. Lu Jiahui sighed. For such an excellent young man like Jiang Fan to become their family's son-in-law, both Su Bai and Lu Jiahui were naturally satisfied. But I'm afraid that Jiang Fan might encounter someone even more extraordinary than Shui. If that happens, it could lead to... Lu Jiahui planned to find some time to have a serious discussion with her daughter about these matters. If there were problems in their relationship, that would be a serious issue. 2 days later, Su Bai called to inform Jiang Fan that he had already contacted 4 male star actors who would arrive at Morning Star Entertainment this afternoon. Hearing the news brought by his uncle, Jiang Fan was very pleased. As long as the actors were confirmed to come, the film could be prepared to start shooting. After chatting with his uncle for a bit, he hung up the phone. Looking at Su Shui, who was curled up in his arms like a little cat, Jiang Fan couldn't help but lift her chin and gently kiss her lips. Brother Fan, you're so naughty, ambushing me. Su Shui pouted playfully. It's not that I'm naughty, but it's just that my Shui is too charming, making it hard for me to resist. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. Fu belongs to you. Su Shui playfully punched Jiang Fan lightly. If I don't belong to you, then who do I belong to? You're mine now, and I want to have you. You're such a tease. They played around for a while, and Su Shui, breathing heavily, and with her cheeks slightly flushed, leaned against Jiang Fan's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. In a few days, she would be going to school, and wouldn't be able to spend every day like this, all cuddled up with Brother Fan. Brother Fan, if your company enters the entertainment industry, will you become the male lead and act in movies? That's hard to say. Jiang Fan found it difficult to answer this question, as it was possible he might act, but don't worry, if I ever become the male lead in films or TV dramas, I won't act in romantic scenes. Jiang Fan assured her. Why not? Su Shui sighed, but still pretended to ask. Because I'm afraid my little silly girl will get jealous. Jiang Fan gently pinched Su Shui's delicate nose and spoke softly. Although she knew the answer, hearing it directly from Brother Fan made Su Shui's heart feel sweet and immensely happy. She knew Brother Fan avoided romantic scenes for her sake. Brother Fan, I plan to learn about acting. Swear once. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was taken aback. No, I just plan to learn a bit. If Brother Fan acts in romantic scenes in the future, I want to. Acting can be tough. Jiang Fan understood Su Shui's intentions. I'm not afraid of hard work. Su Shui shook her head slightly. All right then, if there really is a romantic scene in the future, I'll act alongside you. However, if he were to actually film, Jiang Fan felt he would suit action movies better considering his martial art. In the afternoon at Morningstar Entertainment, Wang Shuyi called to inform Jiang Fan that 4 male stars had arrived at the company. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan told her he would come over immediately. After saying a few words to Su Shui, Jiang Fan drove his Hennessy Venom to Morningstar Entertainment. It wasn't long before Jiang Fan arrived at the company. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Jiang's sister Wang and the others are in the conference room. 4 male stars have come this time, and one of them is a top-tier star. The girl saw Mr. Jiang arrive and quickly stepped forward to greet him, then shared the information. A top-tier star. I understand. Jiang Fan smiled slightly at her and headed to the conference room. Why hasn't your Mr. Jiang arrived yet? We can't waste our time waiting for him. In the conference room, a woman glanced at the time, expressing her dissatisfaction. This woman was the assistant of the top-tier star. Miss, he please be patient. Our Mr. Jiang needs some time. Wang Shi heard this, and although a bit displeased, still maintained a smile as she spoke. Just then, Jiang Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Upon entering, he saw 4 stars seated, accompanied by their assistants. Mr. Jiang, you finally made it. Wang Shi sighed in relief upon seeing Jiang Fan arrive. Are you the owner of Morningstar Entertainment? Since you're here, let's get straight to the point, said the woman surnamed, he casting an annoyed glance at Jiang Fan. May I ask who you are? I'm Hiseki, assistant to Mr. Yang Wenxuan. Mr. Yang from our company is a top-tier star. I wonder how much Mr. Jiang intends to offer for Yang to play the male lead. Mr. Yang Wenxuan is a top-tier star. May I ask, as an assistant, what do you think is a suitable amount? A movie typically lasts about an hour and a half, and since Mr. Yang is the male lead in your film and has the most scenes, let's make it 200 million considering Mr. Su's reputation. 200 million. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Wang Shi had already been displeased with this assistant, and upon hearing such a high fee, she couldn't help but retort. I could afford even 500 million, but I need to see what works. Mr. Yang has acted in his capabilities, and whether he is worth that 200 million. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Mr. Jiang, are you questioning Mr. Yang's abilities? Hearing this, Hiseki showed a displeased expression. To become a top-tier star, his abilities are evident, and there's no need for proof. It's simply laughable. Hey assistant, since Mr. Jiang wants to see my abilities, let him see. I believe my skills can prove themselves. Yang Wenxuan waved his hand, his eyes filled with confidence. As a top-tier star, his acting skills are undoubtedly up to par, that is not in question. But since others doubt it, let them see. Let them witness my acting skills, and then I can slap their faces with the truth. He chuckled coldly. Mr. At that moment, Wang Shui had already found the movies Yang Wenxuan had acted in and placed her laptop before Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan clicked play, carefully watching the male lead in the movie. Although Yang Wenxuan is indeed a top-tier star, his acting is not impressive. In certain parts where deeper performance was needed, he acted in a very exaggerated manner. After watching for about 10 minutes, Jiang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Sorry, Yang Wenxuan, you are not suitable for our company's film. I am not suitable for your company's film. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenxuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke and, what do you mean, Mr. Jiang? Are you questioning Mr. Yang's acting skills? Or are you saying Mr. Yang is not capable? That's right, with Mr. Yang's acting skills, he is not suited for our campus youth film. Haha, Mr. Jiang or Mr. Yang is a top-tier star. If he isn't suitable for your film, then who is? Just because of a few third-tier stars here. Hiseki glanced at the other male stars with a cold smile. If Yang Wenxuan isn't suitable, how could these third-rate stars be? It's simply a joke. When Hiseki said this, the expressions of the others grew uncomfortable. Even if Yang Wenxuan is indeed a top-tier star, such words shouldn't be uttered in front of them. Saying this only invites trouble for Yang Wenxuan. Is that so? With your acting skills, you can be a top-tier star. With someone like you, Morningstar Entertainment could train 5 of them. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. With his financial resources, as long as he invests heavily, he could cultivate 5 top-tier stars. We checked before coming, your Morningstar Entertainment registered with at most 10 million. You claim you can train 5 top-tier stars. Boasting without fear of retribution, do you think top-tier stars are that easy to cultivate? Wen-Yuan, since we can't reach an agreement, let's leave. I want to see how this movie can succeed without our involvement. Hiseki spoke disdainfully. This young man appears young, but boasts quite a bit. Mr. Jiang, I hope you can rely on these third-tier stars to make your film a hit. Yang Wen-Yuan stood up and coldly said, a star like this demands 200 million right from the start. What a brazen request. Wang Shuyi couldn't help but scoff as they left. As everyone can see, we only need capable actors. If anyone's abilities can earn my approval, even 1 or 200 million can be discussed. Jiang Fan looked at the other 3 male stars. Mr. Jiang, He Wenba's acting skills are evident. After you see, you will know. A female assistant of a third-tier star, Yang Xiaowei, adjusted her glasses and smiled. All right. Jiang Fan nodded and searched for the movies He Wenba had acted in. He quickly found 5 films. Jiang Fan clicked on one and started watching seriously. Although the movie's quality wasn't high, it was clear that He Wenba's acting was far superior to that of Yang Wen-Yuan. After watching for about 10 minutes, he closed the video and slightly felt, Mr. I have watched your films and welcome the opportunity to collaborate. We can discuss specifics later. Hearing this, Yang Xiaowei was even happier than He Wenba. Then Jiang Fan looked at the other 2 films they had acted in. Although one had poor acting skills, they were still suitable for supporting roles. You 3 can all act in our film. As for the male lead, He Wenba, you will take that role, and the pay will be 10 million. What do you think? After careful consideration, Jiang Fan looked at He Wenba. 10 million. Hearing this, Yang Xiaowei's heart. He Wenba, merely a third-tier star, had only received 500,000 in pay in the past few years. He didn't expect Mr. Jiang to directly offer 10 million. Since Mr. Jiang believes in me, I will accept it. He Wenba smiled slightly and nodded. Zhang Lian, Yeonmin, you 2 will be supporting roles with a pay of 7 million. How does that sound? 7 million. Mr. Jiang, that's fine. Zhang Lian and Yeonmin were delighted upon hearing the pay and nodded in agreement. They were supporting roles, but still offered such a high pay, which genuinely surprised them. All right, Wang Shuyi, go prepare the contract. Once they've reviewed it and everything is fine, they can sign. Okay, Mr. Jiang. With 1 male lead and 2 supporting roles confirmed, the only thing left was 1 male supporting role. Who should that be? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering. Not long later, Wang Shuyi prepared 3 contracts and handed them to He Wenba, Zhang Lian, and Yeonmin for review. After reviewing, they had no issues, and all 3 signed their names. Seeing them do so, Jiang Fan's face broke into a smile. Mr. Zhang, Mr. You welcome. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. In the coming days, you 3 should stay in Modu and familiarize yourselves with the script. Our film will officially start shooting on the 1st of next month. When Xian, don't get too angry. That person surnamed Jiang looks down on you in a list star. I doubt they can. Hiseki, driving the car, comforted Yang Wen-Xian. How dare they look down on me? If it weren't for that invitation from the Longting group, I wouldn't have come today and faced such humiliation. Yang Wen-Xian sat in the back seat, coldly snorting. Sichi, please contact other film crews to see if they plan to shoot. We should join preferably a campus romance film. I want to use that film to defeat their Morningstar Entertainment's production. Yang Wen-Xian's expression was quite grim. Ever since he became an A-list star, wherever he went, people showed him great respect. He never expected to face such humiliation today at Morningstar Entertainment, which made him very displeased. Surnamed Jiang, don't you look down on me, an A-list star. When I shoot a campus romance film, I will surely defeat you and show you my strength. No problem, Wen-Xian. Once I get back, I'll see if I can find anything and contact them. At the Morningstar Entertainment Company, after settling the contract matters, Jiang Fan asked Wang Shuyi to introduce them to the crew and arrange for them to stay in a nearby hotel. After instructing everything, he prepared to leave. As soon as he stood up, Tang Siyu called. Hello? Tang Siyu, what's the matter? Jiang Fan, we're here developing an animation app and have encountered some issues. Tang Siyu explained the reasons. All right, I'll come over. Okay. After hanging up, Jiang Fan drove to... How is it? Did you call President Jiang? Tang Xiaoming came to Tang Siyu's office, smiling broadly. That I called. Jiang Fan said he would come over shortly. Tang Siyu nodded. Siyu, when someone you like is around, take the initiative to pursue them. Don't leave any regret. Hearing this, Tang Siyu's face flushed, and she playfully retorted, Dad, what are you talking about? Haha, Jiang Fan is an outstanding man. He established Guangyao Group at a young age. He is now 22 years old. When I was his age, I was still working at a small company. What girl wouldn't like such an excellent man? Besides, even though he has a girlfriend, he isn't married yet. You are so beautiful and talented. If you boldly pursue him, you might have a great chance. Even if it doesn't work out, don't leave regrets in your life. As someone who has been through this, he as a father understood his daughter's feelings to some extent. Her affections for Jiang Fan were evident, and now it depended on how she planned to proceed. He recalled when he pursued his wife, he had rivals too, but in the end he still married the mother of his daughter. Dad, you're still saying that? Tang Siyu's pretty face turned red as she shot her father an awkward glance. Haha, Dad won't say more. Jiang Fan will be here soon. I'll go busy myself and won't disturb you. Saying this, Tang Xiaoming pushed the door open and left. Tang Siyu touched her flushed cheeks, feeling extremely shy about what her dad had just said. Soon Jiang Fan pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Tang Siyu lost in thought at her desk, he stepped forward and called Tang Siyu. As he called her name, Tang Siyu came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Fan, her face turning red again in embarrassment. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Fan noticed her flushed face and looked at her in confusion. Oh no, I'm fine. Tang Siyu quickly stood up, nervously shaking her head. President Jiang, please sit. What issue is there with the animation app? Since she wasn't speaking, Jiang Fan sat down and gently inquired. It's like this, the framework for the animation app is done, but the content is not ready yet, so I wanted to ask for your thoughts. Tang Siyu spoke up quickly. The framework is done. It seems quite fast. As for the content, I need to take a look first. Okay, President Jiang. Tang Siyu leaned closer to Jiang Fan, reached out to open the animation app on the computer, but there were only a few. How about this? Let's first add features for following series recommendations, following films, following dramas, and short videos. Jiang Fan observed for a while and shared his thoughts. Okay, President Jiang. I'll instruct them right away. Tang Siyu nodded. As Tang Siyu got closer, Jiang Fan caught a whiff of a fragrance coming from her, prompting him to touch his nose. What perfume are you using? It smells so nice. Upon hearing this, Tang Siyu's face turned red again, her voice softening. I am not wearing perfume. Not wearing perfume? Is it your natural scent? Jiang Fan felt quite embarrassed at her response. Tang Siyu shifted her body back, slightly changing the topic. Jiang Fan, did you intend for us to develop this app to create animations, or? I do plan to create animations. I intend to buy a batch of animation copyrights after the app launches next month, integrate them into our app to attract users, and then showcase our own animations. What kind of animation is it? Is it in progress? Tang Siyu asked with keen interest. It's called Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, telling the story of a matchmaker who connects former lovers. I've instructed the One-Yuan company to start on the 1st of next month. The 1st of next month. It seems we need to hurry and finalize the animation app to aim for a mid-next month. Yes, I also asked the blog company to develop a Douyin short video app, which should also be launched around mid-next month. Douyin apps. Is it similar to the Guaishou short video app? Exactly, it's quite similar to Guaishou. Currently the best on the market is the Guaishou app, but there are areas where Guaishou has not performed well. Therefore, I also plan to develop an app. There is a vast market for short videos, so I intend to seize this market and take a share of the pie. When the time comes, we can advertise on Douyin under the name of Guangyao Group, and we can also be advertisers. Although blog is also his company, it doesn't affect Guangyao Group advertising on Douyin, making it a win-win situation. Jiang Fan, you're really impressive. Tang Siyu looked at him quietly, feeling Jiang Fan was exceptionally outstanding. If only he didn't have a girlfriend. Tang Siyu couldn't take that step. She felt that pursuing Jiang Fan while he had a girlfriend would make her feel like a third party. Am I impressive? I don't think so. Well, I'm just working hard to make money. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. The biggest help in all this came from the system. Without the system, he wouldn't be where he is now, still working a regular job. Tang Siyu pulled up a chair, sat beside him, rested her chin on her palm atop the table, and gazed at Jiang Fan with a gentle, smiling expression. Jiang Fan, with your abilities, couldn't you live a perfectly stable life? Even without striving? Money. Who wouldn't want more of it? For instance, if I earn 10 million today, tomorrow, I'll aim for 20 million, or even more. People are by nature insatiable. Tang Siyu nodded thoughtfully. This was undeniably true. Some toil their entire lives, yet accumulate little, while others earn millions, even tens of millions from a single endeavor. Money is indeed a precious thing. No one ever deems themselves wealthy enough. Tang Siyu, if anything else arises, please contact me. I'll come immediately. Jiang Fan glanced at the time and prepared to leave Guangyao. Jiang Fan, I told you. I prefer you call me Siyu. Tang Siyu murmured, her gaze soft yet profound as she watched him depart. Ah, alright Siyu. I'm off. Take care. She watched Jiang Fan walk out of the office, then sighed quietly. How did it go, Siyu? The moment Jiang Fan left, Tang Xiaoming entered. His smile faint, almost enigmatic, as he regarded his daughter. At her father's entrance, Tang Siyu rolled her eyes. Oh, is my father's visit now unwelcome? Am I not allowed to check in? How did things go? How do you think? Just as expected. Tang Siyu pouted and shook her head. You? Tang Xiaoming sighed softly, shaking his head. He knew his daughter well. The subtle shift in her expression alone told him everything. The first day of the month arrived. Su Shui had already returned to school. However reluctant, she felt duty called, and education could not be postponed. Jiang Fan remained at home when Wang Shuyi called. Once he learned the details, Jiang Fan left his residence and headed to the location Wang Shuyi had specified, a school. The One-Yuan instant acquisition system has refreshed. Acquire 50 equity in Huaing School for 1 yuan. Acquire the screenplay for Chinatown Detective for 1 yuan. Acquire 100 million yuan for 1 yuan. The system has refreshed. Initiate acquisition. Ding, funds credited. Money was no longer scarce for Zhang Fan, but acquiring shares in Hua Ying's school along with the Chinatown Detective screenplay held genuine value. Remarkably, each system refresh yielded precisely what he needed. Hua Ying's school, for instance, was exactly where he was headed. Upon arriving at the school gates, he found Wang Shuyi and the film crew already waiting outside. Mr. Jiang, you're finally here. We went in earlier and spoke with the principal, but he refused outright, and even escorted us out. Wang Shuyi approached him slightly embarrassed. It's all right. I'll speak with him myself, Zhang Fan replied with a calm, reassuring smile. He took out his phone and dialed the principal of Hua Ying School. Hello? Who is this? Came the voice from the other end. This is Zhang Fan. I'm standing at your school gate. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. Please wait. I'll be right out. Within moments, Principal Li Liangzhe appeared at the gate instructing security to open the doors and greeting Zhang Fan in person. Yet upon noticing the individuals standing beside Zhang Fan, the very same people he'd just expelled, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Mr. Jiang, do you know them? Principal Li Liangzhe of Hua Ying School asked, puzzled. They are members of my production team, and my personal— Oh dear, what an unfortunate misunderstanding. Miss Wang, had you mentioned earlier that you represented Mr. Zhang's company, I certainly wouldn't have turned you away. Li Liangzhe offered his sincere apologies. No, it was our oversight, sir. There's no need to apologize. Mr. Jiang, shall we continue our discussion inside? Of course. I appreciate the hospitality. Not at all. Please, not at all. Inside Li Liangzhe's office, Zhang Fan wasted no time. Here's the situation. We plan to film a movie on your campus. Rest assured, classes will proceed uninterrupted. We intend to shoot exclusively on Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays and Sundays. That presents no issue, Mr. Jiang. Tomorrow is Sunday. I'll arrange everything accordingly. After a brief pause, Li Liangzhe nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Li, could you assist us in sourcing background actors? Naturally, I assure you they'll receive 200 yuan per day. I'll need to consult with them first. Should they consent, I'll inform you promptly. Li Liangzhe replied, cautiously weighing the request. Very well. Thank you for your help. Having settled the terms, Zhang Fan and his team departed. Filming would commence the following day, and seizing the moment, Zhang Fan invited them to dinner. They gathered at Xiangxiao restaurant. Zhang Fan picked up the menu, confirmed whether they enjoyed spicy cuisine, and proceeded to order. Mr. Jiang, you'll be driving later, so I'll toast you with wine while you enjoy tea. Cui Shuwen raised his glass with a warm, respectful smile. We're all colleagues. No need to stand. Please sit down, Zhang Fan said, holding his teacup and gesturing for him to relax. Mr. Jiang, this is our first full-length feature film. We pledge our utmost dedication to ensure its excellence and to honor your trust. Consider this debut a trial run. Focus wholly on the craft. Don't rush the schedule. Avoid exhausting the cast. Of fatigue compromises performance the next day. Have you met the 3 lead actors yet? Yes, Mr. Jiang, we've already met them. They shared valuable insights on cinematic techniques, and we've learned immensely. Excellent. Concentrate on the work. Funding is no constraint. Should you require anything, simply inform Wang Shuyi. She'll procure it immediately. After dinner, everyone returned home. On the second day, the official commencement of filming, Zhang Fan returned to Hua Ying School to oversee the production. The cast was assembled. Cui Shuwen lifted his camera, focused on He Wenba and Yi Maisai, and shouted, action. But moments later he called, cut. Then turned to Yi Maisai, your expression is off. Remember, you're portraying a high school student. First love should feel tender, hesitant, shy. You haven't captured that yet. I'm sorry, director. I'll prepare better. Yi Maisai apologized swiftly. As an actress on set, the director reigned supreme. His word was law and hers unquestioning obedience. Once she regrouped, filming resumed. Though several takes faltered with growing familiarity, and He Wenba's quiet guidance, Yi Maisai gradually mastered the nuance. He Wenba portrayed Chen Sun, the male lead. Yi Maisai portrayed Feng Hui, the female lead. Soon they arrived at the ice rink, a venue Wang Shuyi had privately reserved for the production. When Chen Sun was struck, Feng Hui cried out, let's break up. Their friends watching nearby exchanged bewildered glances. Since when have they been together? Chen Sun, still kneeling over the man he'd just struck, looked up in stunned disbelief. Are we really involved? Then, fueled by sudden resolve, he unleashed his fury, kicking the man to the ground and raining down furious blows with clenched fists. Cui Shuwen watched closely and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Their performance was indeed commendable. In the film crew, as the afternoon approached, Zhang Fan looked at the time and stated that he would leave the set. He gazed at the Hennessy Venom and departed for Su Shue's school. Not long after school began, they did not need to attend evening self-study. Around 5:10 in the afternoon, Zhang Fan arrived outside Su Shue's school, found a spot, parked the car, and waited for her to finish class. As the bell rang, Zhang Fan stepped out of the car and waited outside the school gate. Before long, Su Shue emerged with another girl named Wu Qingjia. Oh, here to pick up your girlfriend again. Wu Qingjia giggled upon seeing Jiang Fan. Qingjia, don't be so talkative. Su Shui shot her a glance. All right, I leave Su Shui in your hands. Wu Qingjia chuckled and handed Su Shui over to Jiang Fan. Su Shui, goodbye. Goodbye. Lin Ziyu, look, isn't that Su Shui? She's actually with another man. A guy not far away pointed at Su Shui and said to his companion. Lin Ziyu heard this and looked over, seeing Su Shui preparing to get into a car with a man. So Su Shui actually has a boyfriend now. Let's go see. Lin Ziyu's expression darkened. He had pursued Su Shui before, but she did not agree, and now he unexpectedly saw her with someone else. Su Shui, wait. Lin Ziyu quickly approached and called out. Su Shui was about to get in the car when she heard Lin Ziyu's voice. Slightly displeased, she looked at him and asked, Lin Ziyu, what do you want? Is this guy your boyfriend? Lin Ziyu scrutinized the man next to Su Shui and inquired. Yes, he is my boyfriend. What about it? My name is Lin Ziyu, the son of the chairman of the Yinjing Huaxiao Group. May I ask where this gentleman is employed? Lin Ziyu introduced himself, intending to test this man. He wanted to see what qualifications this man had to be with Su Shui. Or was it that Su Shui had been deceived by his sweet words? Jiang Fan. As for my employment, I haven't been working. I plan to take a break from work. Not working. As a man, do you intend to have Su Shui support you? Hearing that Jiang Fan was not working, Lin Ziyu was filled with disdain. He was even more certain that Su Shui must have been deceived by his sweet words. Su Shui, you need to be careful. The reason this guy became your boyfriend is that he is after your family's money. Don't let his sweet talk deceive you. Lin Ziyu, I know what kind of person my boyfriend is. I don't need you to tell me. As long as I like him, that's enough. Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan, unconcerned. Why are you like this? You should know I am the son of the Huaxiao Group's chairman. If you become my girlfriend, with the strength of our two families, we will surely become the largest group in Huaxiao in the future. I won't engage in a marriage alliance. I want to pursue my own happiness, so you don't need to worry about me. Brother Fan, let's go. Wait, kid, I warn you, it's best to stay away from Su Shui. You are not worthy of her with your background. Not worthy? And you think you are? Relying on your family background. As Lin Ziyu said this, Jiang Fan smiled, gazing at him calmly. Haha, I am the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group, and I will naturally inherit my father's business. With my strength, do I not deserve Su Shui? Is that so? Let's be honest, isn't it all because of your father? Yes, I rely on my father, but can you? Lin Ziyu boasted. Of course I cannot, because I don't need to rely on my family. Oh, I can do it on my own. Enough of this. You say you can rely on yourself? You don't even have a job, yet you talk about self-reliance. Your family probably doesn't even know you have a boyfriend, right? If they found out, they would definitely make you leave Jiang Fan, this incapable man. The last few words Lin Ziyu said heavily. Capability. What do you consider capable? Jiang Fan looked at him curiously. Haha, you come to ask me. Then I will tell you, at least you need to have your own publicly listed company. Coincidentally, I happen to have one. The Guangyao Group is mine, and the East Road Pedestrian Street is also mine. The reason I'm not working is that I only need to collect rent. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm only 22 this year. With those two conditions, can you be worthy of Su Shui? The Guangyao Group is yours. The East Road Pedestrian Street is also yours. Lin Ziyu was stunned by this, but quickly realized that Jiang Fan's car was a Hennessy Venom. He had previously bid for this car, but unfortunately did not win it. He never expected to see it here today. He had been so focused on Jiang Fan and the others that he hadn't noticed earlier. Now, hearing Jiang Fan's identity and seeing the car, he realized this person was not simple. Just the Hennessy Venom alone costs over 80 million. He had not expected Jiang Fan to own one. So how is it? No more words. In the future, don't flaunt your identity and act arrogantly. You should be more low-key like me. Jiang Fan earnestly advised him. You. Sure, let's go. Okay, Brother Fan. Su Shui cheerfully got into the car, sitting in the passenger seat. Jiang Fan took his seat in the driver's position, closed the door, and drove away. Ziyu, this person is not simple, said the person beside Lin Ziyu, watching Jiang Fan drive away, frowning. Xie Jinghao, go help me find out Jiang Fan's background, and tell me once you find out, Lin Ziyu said, glaring at Jiang Fan's car as it grew more distant. Upon hearing Su Shui's words, Jiang Fan understood that Lin Ziyu was a playboy relying on his identity to flirt with some girls at school. Although he was the son of the chairman of the Huaxiao Group, it was best not to provoke him. If he did, with Jiang Fan's current wealth, he could make it impossible for Lin Ziyu to stay in Modu. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It's important to know that their company is based in Yinjing, and with his current wealth combined with his uncle's support, Lin Ziyu would not be able to handle it. When problems arise, one must address the issues or the people involved. Alright, Schwer, don't be upset. Tomorrow is Saturday. How about I take you to the film set for a visit? How does that sound? Going to the film set to watch the shoot. Sure, Brother Fan, I want to go. After mentioning it to Jiang Fan last time, Su Shui had developed an interest in acting, fantasizing about one day acting alongside Brother Fan. Now that she could personally visit the film set, she was naturally excited. That evening, Jiang Fan arrived at Su Shui's home, and after dinner he asked Su Bai, "Uncle, how much do you know about Lin Ziyu's father?" Lin Ziyu's father? Why? Did he offend you? Upon hearing this, Su Bai was momentarily stunned, then curiously asked. It's not Lin Ziyu's father, but Lin Ziyu. I saw him when I picked up Shuer from school today, so I wanted to inquire about their family situation. Jiang Fan shook his head and explained. I see. Lin Ziyu's father is Lin Xinghuai, the chairman of the Huaxiao Group. Although he is the chairman, Huaxiao Group has always been under his control. Besides Huaxiao Group, he has several branch companies, and Huaxiao Group ranks third in Yanjing. As for Lin Xinghuai, he dotes on his son dearly, especially since he only had this son after the age of 30. Moreover, he is quite talented. He established the Huaxiao Group when he was just 24, and it was listed within a few years becoming a corporate giant. Xiaofan, your talents are comparable to his, but you are much more impressive. You established your own group company at just... At this point, Su Bai took the opportunity to praise Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, fully aware of his own capabilities and knowing he could not be compared to Lin Xinghuai. After all, he had relied on the system to achieve his current status, while Lin Xinghuai indeed possessed strong abilities. If Lin Ziyu provokes you, given his family background, he might retaliate, so you must be cautious. Su Bai offered a reminder. Uncle, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although my Guangyao Group ranks third in Modu, it cannot be compared to the Huaxiao Group in Yanjing. But if Lin Ziyu tries to provoke me, I will make sure he is driven out of Modu. Jiang Fan spoke with confidence. I believe that, but I worry that Lin Ziyu might enlist his father's help to suppress your Guangyao Group. If a commercial war breaks out, it could be quite troublesome. Su Bai's concerns were not unfounded. Although Guangyao Group was indeed ranked third in Modu, it was not on the same level as the Huaxiao Group in Yanjing. If a commercial war truly erupted, Guangyao Group might not withstand it. After all, many companies in Huaxiao would give Huaxiao Group some face. Even so, Jiang Fan was not at all afraid of Lin Ziyu. With the system on his side, he felt far more confident than before. If Huaxiao Group takes action against your Guangyao Group, I will assist you. Su Bai reassured Jiang Fan. After all, Jiang Fan was his daughter's boyfriend, and out of personal feelings he would... Besides, Jiang Fan was exceptionally talented. If he helped him during a difficult time with his abilities, it wouldn't be long before Guangyao Group, under his leadership, might become the top corporation in Modu. Thank you, Uncle. Su Bai's willingness to help filled him with gratitude. Even if he didn't assist, he wouldn't hold it. After all, this was his own matter. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Fan took Su Shui to the film set. Upon arriving, Jiang Fan introduced them. When they heard that Su Shui was the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group, everyone was quite surprised. They felt that Jiang Fan was truly impressive for being able to pursue the chairman's daughter. The few third-tier stars also learned of Jiang Fan's identity over the past few days, knowing that he was the chairman of Guangyao Group, which ranked third in Modu. Combining what Jiang Fan had previously said to that first-tier star, they indeed believed that with Jiang Fan's wealth, he could afford to cultivate 5 first-tier stars. Jiang Fan found a spot, pulled Su Shui down to sit, and quietly watched as the actors began their performance. Su Shui leaned against Jiang Fan's shoulder, intently watching the actors. Shuer, how is it? Is acting very tough? Jiang Fan asked Su Shui after noticing that not long after, due to a poor performance, Chui Shuwen directly called for a stop. Brother Fan, I'm not afraid of hardship. I want to learn well so that I can act alongside you in the future. Su Shui shook her head, her gaze filled with determination. Jiang Fan gently stroked Su Shui's hair, his tone very tender. All right, I will act alongside you then. Ziyu, I found out something. Meanwhile, Xie Jinghao arrived at the villa where Lin Ziyu was staying. Seeing him hugging a girl who was the school belle from another school, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Found out. Quickly tell me, is what Jiang Fan said true? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyu pushed the girl beside him away and eagerly asked. Ziyu, what Jiang Fan said is true. He is the chairman of Guangyao Group, the landlord of Donglu Pedestrian Street, the boss of the blog company, and the owner of Morning Star Entertainment Company. However, I heard they are currently filming, and I estimate it will be released this summer vacation. Filming? What are they? It seems to be a youth campus film, but logically speaking, with Jiang Fan's wealth, he should hire a few first-tier stars for the roles, yet he only hired 3 third-tier stars. Upon saying this, Xie Jinghao was quite puzzled. He only hired third-tier stars. Haha, doesn't he fear that it will flop once released? Hearing this news, Lin Ziyu suddenly burst into laughter. If he were Jiang Fan with his wealth, he would definitely hire a few first-tier stars to star in the film rather than choose 3 third-tier stars. However, upon hearing that they were filming a youth campus movie, Lin Ziyu had an idea. Lin Zong, I also heard some news. It seems that last time Yang Wenxuan went to Morning Star Entertainment Company, but left in a fit of anger. After returning, he landed a movie, which is also a youth campus type. Xie Jinghao said once more. Yang Wenxuan. He's a top-tier celebrity. Apparently, he failed to reach an agreement with Jiang Fan and has since signed on for another film. In that case, we have a way to deal with Jiang Fan. A cold, disdainful smile flickered across Lin Ziyu's face. You're the chairman of Guangyao Group. I can't touch you directly, but I can ensure your film never hits theaters. And I'll invest in Yang Wenxuan's upcoming film to crush yours. Let's see who truly holds the upper hand. Xie Jinghao, do you have Yang Wenxuan's phone number? I don't have it myself, but a friend of mine, a director, should have his contact details. Ziyu, please wait a moment while I check with him. Shortly thereafter, Xie Jinghao sent Lin Ziyu the phone number of Yang Wenxuan's assistant Hisiki. Lin Ziyu dialed it at once, and upon connection said, "You're Yang Wenxuan's assistant, correct?" "Yes. May I ask who's calling?" "I'm Lin Ziyu." "Lin Ziyu. Ah, the esteemed Mr. Lin. How may I assist you?" On the other end, Hisiki's heart skipped a beat. Then she smiled warmly and asked, "I understand you all left Jiang Fan's Qinxing Entertainment in quite a huff last time. Am I right?" "Yes. May I ask why Mr. Lin brings this up?" "Jiang Fan has offended me. I'll finance your film. And since Qinxing Entertainment is also producing one, I want your film to outshine his. So Jiang Fan has crossed you as well. Do you feel confident you can pull this off?" "Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Lin Wenxuan is a top-tier star. Jiang Fan's cast consists merely of third-tier actors. How could their film possibly rival his caliber? Rest assured, Mr. Lin Wenxuan's prowess speaks for itself." Hisiki hurriedly replied, "Very well. Please give me the director's number. I'll speak with him personally." "No problem, Mr. Lin. I'll send it to you immediately." After hanging up, Hisiki instantly forwarded the director's contact information to Lin Ziyu. Moments later, the call connected, revealing a middle-aged man's voice on the line. "Hello. This is Lin Ziyu." "Ah, Mr. Lin. What can I do for you?" "I'll finance your film. This production must surpass Jiang Fan's company's release." "Understood." "Jiang Fan." The director sounded puzzled. "Ask Yang Wenxuan and his team. They'll fill you in. I'll invest 30 million yuan. 30 million yuan. Rest easy, Mr. Lin Wenxuan's acting mastery coupled with our script and crew guarantees victory over Jiang Fan's production." Delighted by the sum, the director eagerly pledged his assurance. "Please send me your bank account details shortly, and when the film premieres, your name as investor must appear first and foremost." "Understood." Lin Ziyu reminded him. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I'll place your name prominently at the very top." After hanging up and receiving the production team's account, Lin Ziyu transferred 30 million yuan without delay. "Jiang Fan, let's see just how formidable your film truly is, and whether it can possibly best mine. But it won't screen in theaters, huh? Victory will be mine without question." Lin Ziyu sneered coldly. Though powerless alone, he had his father's backing. After all, his father was Lin Xinghuai, chairman of Huaxiao Group, ranked third among Beijing's industrial conglomerates. With that in mind, Lin Ziyu dialed his father again and briefly recounted the situation. Lin Xinghuai doted deeply on his son and readily accepted his request, vowing to ensure Jiang Fan's film would never play in any theater. "Ziyu, you're truly remarkable," Xie Jinghao remarked after the call, envious of such a powerful paternal ally. "How wonderful it would be if I had a father like yours." His family was affluent, but nowhere near Lin Ziyu's stratosphere. Theirs was merely a mid-sized enterprise. "I rarely involve my father, but whenever I do, he always helps without hesitation." Lin Ziyu twirled his phone smugly. Meanwhile, at the villa, Su Shui changed into a new outfit and stepped before Jiang Fan, turning gracefully. "Brother Fan, what do you think of this dress?" Shuier, isn't it rather thin?" Jiang Fan rubbed his nose, catching glimpses of her undergarment beneath the delicate fabric. "I won't wear it outside, only for Brother Fan to see." She nestled beside him, her soft curves brushing gently against his arm. His ears flushed crimson, his pulse quickened, breath shallow and uneven. "If you keep tempting me like this, do you really think I won't take you?" Jiang Fan grinned, rakish and magnetic. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid," Su Shui murmured, pressing herself even closer, her gaze locked onto his smile. "Just watch me teach you a lesson today." With that, he pinned her beneath him and gazed entranced at her rosy lips before surrendering to instinct and claiming. Gradually, Su Shui's eyes glazed over with drowsy tenderness. She wrapped her arms around Brother Fan's torso, her luminous eyes half-flitted, dreamlike. After a long, breathless moment, Jiang Fan finally lifted his lips from hers. Su Shui lay dazed, breathing, ragged cheeks flushed, radiating bashful allure. Her flustered charm only deepened his desire, so he shook his head, forcing clarity. He feared if he didn't rein himself and he might truly lose control and claim her completely. Their bond was strong, but they weren't yet ready to cross that threshold. Gently, Jiang Fan drew her upright and gathered her into his embrace. Su Shui nestled against him like a fledgling bird. "Brother Fan, why did you stop?" she whispered. "Swear you're still in school. Let's wait until you graduate, shall we?" Jiang Fan stroked her cheek, his voice tender and soothing. "I want," she pouted, her blush still lingering, cheeks glowing with quiet defiance. Wasn't someone just now boldly taking the lead, now suddenly shy? Jiang Fan watched her with a half-teasing, half-adoring smile. I hardly ever dare to be so bold." Su Shui lowered her head, flustered. "Then next time, I'll take the lead, all right? That's more like it. Tomorrow's Sunday, we'll go out. Where would you like to go? I'll take you anywhere." "I want to ride the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel, and buy snacks too." "Agreed. I'll take you tomorrow and buy you whatever you'd like." Jiang Fan ran his fingers through Su Shui's silken hair, speaking with gentle, indulgent warmth. That night, Su Shui changed into fresh clothes in Jiang Fan's bedroom before departing his home. Brother Fan, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After washing up, Jiang Fan entered his bedroom, switched on his computer, and contacted the blog company for updates. The blog company's executive informed Jiang Fan that Douyin's development was progressing swiftly, and its beta testing phase would commence by the 20th of this month. Is it the 20th? There are still more than 10 days to go. Jiang Fan was filled with anticipation for the upcoming Douyin test. As for whether it would be successful, Jiang Fan believed it would, as they were much better than that competitor. After asking the blog's person in charge, Jiang Fan inquired with Lu Yuanzheng if the Fox Demon Matchmaker had started working. Soon Lu Yuanzheng replied, informing Jiang Fan that the first episode of the Fox Demon Matchmaker was already in production. Regarding the anime app developed by Guangyao Tang Xiu told Jiang Fan that it would officially test on the 15th of this month. Thinking about going out to play tomorrow, Jiang Fan searched online for nearby good places. After finding the information, he noted it down in his notebook. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan set out with Su Shui. Shui, let's first go to the amusement park and then go see some animals. How does that sound? Okay, Brother Fan, I'll follow your lead. As long as she could be with her beloved, Su Shui was very happy no matter where they went. Soon they arrived at Magic City Happy Valley, parked the car, and headed to buy tickets. After buying the tickets, they went to the roller coaster area. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fan and Su Shui got on, and the staff checked them before explaining the precautions. Shortly after, they set off. As the roller coaster began to move, Su Shui's pretty face became a bit tense. Shui, don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Jiang Fan reassured her, holding her hand gently. Su Shui bit her lip and nodded. The roller coaster reached a height, and then suddenly dropped, causing Su Shui to scream continuously. After a loop, the roller coaster returned to its original position. Once they got off the roller coaster, Su Shui linked arms with Jiang Fan and smiled, saying, Brother Fan, that was so thrilling. Seeing Su Shui's expression, Jiang Fan guessed she must not come to amusement parks often. He remembered when they first met, Su Shui had mentioned that her parents rarely let her go out to play. Shui, let's rest for a bit, and then ride the Ferris wheel. Sure. After riding the Ferris wheel, Jiang Fan held Su Shui's little hand and smiled, asking, Are you happy? Yes, Brother Fan, I'm very happy. My parents rarely took me to amusement parks. When they did, they were always with me. My dad is afraid of roller coasters, so I sat with my mom instead. Your dad is afraid of roller coasters. That's a bit surprising. Jiang Fan was taken aback, not expecting Su Shui's father to be afraid of that. Are you thirsty? There's bubble tea for sale over there, let's go take a look. Mom. Upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, Su Shui ordered a strawberry-flavored bubble tea, while Jiang Fan ordered a grass jelly bubble tea. Sitting at a table, Su Shui took a sip. Brother Fan, this bubble tea is quite good, you should try it. She shared her drink with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan leaned over to take a sip, nodding. It really is nice. I want to try yours, feed me. Su Shui. Watching Su Shui act cute, Jiang Fan indulgently held the bubble tea cup and fed her. After lunch, they went to see some animals, and they only left Happy Valley around 4 when it started to rain. Brother Fan, I had a great time today, here's a reward for you, Su Shui said with a smile as she kissed Jiang Fan's cheek when he wasn't paying attention. Jiang Fan smiled warmly. Shui, if you want to go out to play in the future, just let me know, and I'll take you. Okay, but I have to go back to school tomorrow, and if I want to play, it will have to be next week. By the way, Shui, can you find out how many people in your class like to watch anime? Anime? Brother Fan, has that Fox Demon Matchmaker you mentioned been made yet? Su Shui asked curiously. The first episode is already in production, and the anime app is expected to start testing on the 15th, so it should air the first episode of the Fox Demon Matchmaker then. Alright, when I go to school, it'll help you ask. What is the name of the anime app? ACGA Station. When the Fox Demon Matchmaker goes online, the comic will also be released simultaneously. Oh, I'll ask about it when I get to school, but Brother Fan, I think we should release a preview first to let them see it. After all, many people watch previews before deciding whether to watch the anime. Su Shui pondered and expressed her thoughts. A preview. Sure, after we get back, I'll ask Mu Yutong and the others to record the voiceover for the preview first, and then see where we can release it. I'm not too worried about the quality of One-Yuan Company. Initially, he had seen other anime produced by the company, and compared to some anime, the quality could be considered average. After returning home, Jiang Fan opened his computer and started contacting Lu Yuanjing. Hello, Mr. Lu Yuanjing, once the first episode is completed, please edit the preview around 2 minutes long and hand it over to Mu Yutong and the others for voiceover. Okay, Mr. Jiang, the first episode will be ready next week, and I will arrange for them to do the editing and voice. By the way, see where this preview can be played. Mr. Jiang, I think it might be better to play it on our own app. After all, you said this anime is meant to drive traffic to the anime app. That's fine. The anime app will go online on the 15th, so prepare for it. After it goes online, we will officially play the preview first. No problem, Mr. Jiang. After contacting Lu Yuanjing, Jiang Fan reached out to Tang Xiu again, asking her to spend 500,000 to advertise the anime app. Tang Xiu naturally agreed to Jiang Fan's request, promising to arrange it the next day. Once the anime app officially goes online, they would see how much traffic the Fox Demon Matchmaker could attract. If many people watch Jiang Fan would consider spending more money to buy the copyrights of other anime to air on the anime app, and of course also increase the benefits. Each person counts as one view. If it reaches 1,000 views, there will be a lottery. One person will win a year of premium membership. If it reaches 10,000 views, 5 people will win, and for 100,000 views, 10 people will win, and so on. For newcomers, the membership on the same device costs 9 yuan for the first month, 10 yuan for continuous monthly subscriptions, 40 yuan for half a season, and 90 yuan for a year. Of course, the price is lower by 3 yuan for a monthly subscription compared to other video streaming platforms, and for an annual subscription, other platforms charge 101, while it's only 90 here. However, it was also necessary to have plenty of anime on their app to entice viewers to purchase memberships. If the anime was lacking, why would they buy it? They might as well watch on other apps. Jiang Fan wrote down all his thoughts in his notebook, planning to go to Guangyao in a few days to hand this over to Tang Xiyu, so she could incorporate everything he had written. Next, they would see how much the preview of the Fox Demon Matchmaker could attract people to download their anime app. Time flies, and before you know it, it's Friday. Ding! The One-Yuan flash sale system has refreshed. One-Yuan flash sale Xingqing Cinema. One-Yuan flash sale Moonlight Cinema. One-Yuan flash sale New Star Cinema. 3 cinemas. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Fan was taken aback, not expecting this flash sale to involve 3 cinemas. But since the system has refreshed, let's go for the flash sale. Flash sale. Ding! Flash sale successful, funds have been credited. Originally, Jiang Fan planned to directly stream the movie The Fleeting Years on an anime app, but now since there are 3 cinemas, he decided to screen it in those cinemas for a week. Let's see how the box office performs. On Friday, Jiang Fan went to school to pick up Su Shui. Waiting at the school gate for Su Shui to finish class, it wasn't long before she appeared before him. However, soon Lin Ziyu reappeared. Looking at Jiang Fan, he sneered. Jiang Fan, I heard your company is filming a movie. Yes, and what of it? Jiang Fan looked at Lin Ziyu and smiled slightly. I recently invested in a movie, as well, starring Yang Wenxuan, also a campus romance film. Do you think you can compete with me? Lin Ziyu looked down on Jiang Fan, his face displaying arrogance. Compete? Compete in what? Jiang Fan leaned against the car door, crossing his arms, raising an eyebrow. Of course, compete in box office. Compete in box office. Why should I compete with you? Are you scared? After all, you are the chairman of Guangyao Group, don't you have that confidence? Our company's movie is for the audience to evaluate. Besides, your father's company is Huaxiao Group. If you use money to invite others to inflate the box office, do you think I can win? Jiang Fan looked at him with a smile that was neither a smile. Do you think I would cheat? Am I that kind of person? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyu became somewhat displeased. In my opinion, you are that kind of person. Jiang Fan nodded without doubt. Rest assured, for the sake of fairness, I won't use such despicable means. Let's compare fairly. Is that acceptable to you? Sorry, I still don't accept it. How our movie performs, I still say let the audience evaluate. Sure, let's go. Jiang Fan shook his head and pulled Su Shui into the car. Watching Jiang Fan drive away, Lin Ziyu's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. Jiang Fan, you still want the audience to evaluate. I won't let your movie screen in cinemas. Let's see how you get the audience to evaluate it. Even if you don't compete with me, I've already won this round. Brother Fan, do you think Lin Ziyu will ask his father for help to prevent your movie from being screened in cinemas? Remembering what Lin Ziyu said earlier, Su Shui suddenly thought of a conspiracy. Hearing Su Shui say this, Jiang Fan recalled the 3 cinemas from today's flash sale and immediately understood, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Every time the system refreshes, there are elements that help him. He originally wondered why this time the system only refreshed 3 cinemas. It seems this is indeed true. Shui, you're amazing, you thought of this aspect too. Jiang Fan looked at Su Shui and praised her. Su Shui felt a bit shy from Jiang Fan's praise, then puffed her cheeks and said, Brother Fan, if he really does that, won't our company's movie be unable to screen in cinemas? If that's the case, does Lin Ziyu want to compete with you? If it can't screen, then he wins. This person is truly despicable, claiming he wouldn't use underhanded tactics, yet has long been prepared. Shui, don't worry, I've already bought 3 cinemas. Even if there are only 3 cinemas, the box office shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Brother Fan, you've already prepared the cinemas. Su Shui was somewhat surprised. Of course, just wait a few months and the movie will be released. I have to prepare in advance. As for Lin Ziyu, let him continue to make a fuss. If I rely solely on these 3 cinemas, and if the box office is still higher than his, then he will be a laughing stock. With the backing of Huaxiao Group, Lin Ziyu's invested movie will surely screen in many cinemas. However, even if it screens, it ultimately depends on the final box office. As for Yang Wenxuan as the lead, Jiang Fan doesn't have high hopes for him. After all, the movies he starred in were not that great and his acting was barely acceptable. However, it was still necessary to inquire about which campus romance film Yang Wenxuan was starring in. He decided to leave this matter to Wang Shuyi to investigate. Returning home, Jiang Fan informed Wang Shuyi about this and asked her to look into it. President Zhang, why are you suddenly inquiring about the movie One-Yuan is starring in? Wang Shuyi asked curiously on the other end of the phone. We have a competitor for our movie. There's a person named Lin Ziyu who will likely take action to prevent our movie from screening in other cinemas. Lin Ziyu, the son of Lin Xinghuai from Hua Xiao Group. He actually helps Yang Wenza. Hearing this name, Wang Shuyi was quite surprised. President Zhang, if our movie can't screen in cinemas, doesn't that mean? Don't worry, I own 3 cinemas. Even if it can't screen in other cinemas, it can still screen in these 3 cinemas. Phew, that's good. But Yang Wenxuan actually managed to get Lin Ziyu's help. It's not that he got Lin Ziyu's help, rather Lin Ziyu took the initiative to invest. You should look into it. Additionally, our movie needs songs. Find someone to compose, and then invite several top female and male stars to sing these songs for our movie. Money is not an issue. President Zhang, don't worry, I will search for them. 3-line stars as actors, top stars singing. The lineup is indeed impressive. Brother Fan, I inquired in class. Our class has 45 students, more than 20 of whom like to watch anime. I also had them help inquire about other classes and estimated that there are about over 300 people who like watching anime. I also informed them that there is an anime app that will be launched soon and told them about the benefits. After learning this, they said they would keep an eye on it. Seeing Zhang Fan hang up, Su Shui sat down beside him, smiling gently. Over 300 people is neither too many nor too few. We'll see if Fox Spirit Matchmaker can become popular. If it does, it will naturally attract more people to download their anime app. Shuai, thank you for your help. Zhang Fan embraced Su Shui's shoulders gently. Brother Fan, why are you being so polite with me? You're my boyfriend, and it's only right for me to help you. Su Shui shook her head slightly, indicating no need for politeness. Regardless, you have helped me, and today you also mentioned Lin Ziyu's conspiracy, allowing me to prepare. Su Shui gazed at him, her voice soft and tender. From now on, I wish to support you more. Very well. The 15th arrived, the day the anime app was officially launched. Zhang Fan entered Guangyao Group and sat in his office awaiting the rollout. He turned to Tang Siyu beside him. Siyu, have all the welfare features been fully integrated? Zhang Fan, everything has been implemented exactly as you instructed. Tang Siyu nodded. Then let's proceed. Upload the preview for Fox Spirit Matchmaker and observe the response. As he spoke, Zhang Fan opened his laptop, registered a new account using his phone number, and reviewed the preview content. The preview was indeed well-crafted, and the voice acting exceptional. Yes, let's publish this preview under the official account. Within 10 minutes, Lu Yuanzheng posted the Fox Spirit Matchmaker preview via the official site account. Zhang Fan also verified his personal account. Zhang Fan, this preview is superb. The voice of Su Su is utterly charming and endearing. Tang Siyu murmured warmly, her heart stirring instinctively upon hearing Su Su's voice. Su Su's voice actor is Mu Yutong, who commands 5 distinct vocal registers. Her interpretation of Su Su is truly exquisite, Zhang Fan affirmed without hesitation. Indeed, as Tang Siyu observed, the voice acting radiated sweetness and innocence. Now all that remained was to see whether audiences would embrace it. An hour passed swiftly, during which the anime app recorded only 15 downloads. Zhang Fan surmised those 15 users were likely students from Su Shui's university. By the end of 4 hours, total downloads had risen to 100. Zhang Fan, judging by today's pace, will probably reach around 150 downloads by day's end. Tang Siyu remarked, her tone tinged with mild disappointment. We've only just launched. Most people remain unaware. Reaching 150 on day 1 is already an excellent outcome. Zhang Fan remained unfazed by the first day metrics. Let's wait a week, then reassess how many downloads we've achieved. If the tally surpassed 1,000, it would be a resounding success. Zhang Fan, there are comments on the video. Look. Tang Siyu refreshed the page and pointed to the comment section beneath the preview. 5 comments appeared. The first read, not bad, though the app currently hosts no anime. Hope you acquire more licensing rights soon. The second, a classmate recommended this app to me. After watching your Fox Spirit Matchmaker preview, I fell in love with Su Su. When will the series air? The third, keep up the great work. I believe in you. The preview quality is outstanding. I hope each episode maintains this same standard. Of the 5 comments, some offered suggestions while others expressed encouragement. Though modest in number, Tang Siyu felt deeply gratified. Audience recognition was the company's greatest motivation. Regarding licensing rights, Zhang Fan planned to delegate acquisition to Huiman Company, while Guangyao Group would focus solely on developing the anime app and managing subsequent services. As for Fox Spirit Matchmaker's premiere date, Zhang Fan scheduled its official launch for the 20th. The same day the Douyin app would also debut, so you find time to verify your own account on the app. Understood, Zhang Fan. Tang Siyu glanced at him, shyly hesitating. Speak freely, what is it? Zhang Fan smiled gently at her reticence. Zhang Fan, are you free this Saturday? Is something planned? Well, my father asked me to invite you to our home for a visit. Tang Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her voice, flustered. She understood her father's intention perfectly, yet it was peculiar that he entrusted her rather than approaching Zhang Fan himself. Is this business-related? Very well. I'll visit your home this Saturday, Jiang Fan replied after brief consideration, nodding. He shared little rapport with Tang Xiaoming. That the latter had extended such an invitation suggested it concerned professional matters. In that case, accepting posed no issue. Relieved and elated by his agreement, Tang Xiu exhaled soft. Shall I pick you up then? She asked, her voice gentle and melodic. No need for such trouble. Just send me your address, I'll drive over. Jiang Fan shook his head with a faint smile. Agreed. I'll send you the address in advance, Tang Xiu replied, flashing a bright, easy smile. Operations for the anime app will be handled entirely by One-Yuan Company. Our development team need only address bugs, server fluctuations, and related technical matters. Understood, Jiang Fan. I'll arrange it immediately. Then please send me the address this Saturday. If nothing else remains, I'll take my leave. Watching Jiang Fan depart, Tang Xiu settled into the chair he'd just vacated, propping her chin in her palms, a quiet, knowing smile playing on her lips. How did it go? Did Director Jiang accept the invitation? Tang Xiaoming entered, chuckling as he noticed his daughter's uplifted expression. Dad, why didn't you ask Jiang Fan yourself, and left it to me instead, eh? Tang Xiu feigned indignation, casting him a playful glare. I'm creating opportunities for you. Besides, a man like me inviting Director Jiang feels formal and stiff. But when my lovely daughter extends the invitation, far more effective. He accepted. I'll send him the address Saturday and he'll come. Excellent. I'll ask your mother to prepare accordingly. And this Saturday afternoon, you might even accompany Director Jiang for a stroll. Tang Xiaoming regarded his daughter with an amused, knowing glance. This was a golden opportunity. Dad, really? Tang Xiu pouted and stamped her foot in mock frustration. Haha. Very well, very well. I'll say no more. Matters of the heart must be pursued with one's own courage and sincerity. Friday arrived, and the system refreshed once more. Ding! The One-Yuan flash sale system has refreshed. One-Yuan flash sale 100 mu of land in Shanghai's Pudong district. One-Yuan flash sale, full licensing rights for The Outcast, both anime and manga editions. One-Yuan flash sale licensing rights for Mistaken Kill the film. Land, 1,000 mu. Jiang Fan sat silently in his chair, staring at the listing. Anime production was feasible, or films could follow later. Yet this parcel of land, its purpose eluded him. Real estate development, a corporate headquarters, or perhaps a cinematic production base. After prolonged contemplation, Jiang Fan found no clear answer and decided to set the land aside, revisiting its potential when inspiration struck. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Fan picked up Su Shui. In the car, Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan and said with a smile, Brother Fan, how many downloads does that anime app have now? Yesterday and today there have been about 300 downloads, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. More than 300? That's still a bit low, Su Shui remarked. Our anime app just launched, and having over 300 downloads is already great. A lot of that is thanks to you. If you hadn't mentioned it to your classmates, I doubt it would have reached this many. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly. Hee, so will you reward me? Su Shui asked gently. Of course I'll give my Snow a reward. By the way, Snow, I need to visit Tang Xiu's house tomorrow. Tang Xiu's house? You mean the home of the general manager from your company? Hearing this, Su Shui's expression changed slightly, becoming somewhat uneasy. Yes, Tang Xiu's father invited me over to discuss some work matters, and I've already agreed. Oh, okay then, Brother Fan, you go ahead and come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home, Su Shui nodded. In her view, things shouldn't be that simple. The last time she met Tang Xiu, when Brother Fan told her he was his girlfriend, Tang Xiu's expression had clearly changed. Moreover, work-related matters could also be discussed at the company. Why go to the house to talk? Could it be that Tang Xiu's father is setting her up with an opportunity? For a moment, Su Shui felt a sense of crisis. However, after recalling what her mother had told her, Su Shui said no more, merely asking Jiang Fan to return home early. Back home after dinner, Su Shui kept Jiang Fan company. The next morning, Tang Xiu sent Jiang Fan the location of her house. Before leaving, Jiang Fan informed Su Shui, then drove away from home towards Tang Xiu's location. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fan arrived near the address Tang Xiu had given. He contacted Tang Xiu to let her know he was nearby. Tang Xiu asked Jiang Fan to wait a moment, and soon Tang Xiu appeared before Jiang Fan, dressed like the girl next door. Jiang Fan, you're here. Tang Xiu approached Jiang Fan's car, smiling at him. Yes, I'm here. Then let's go, she said, walking alongside Jiang Fan, stealing glances at him. Mr. Jiang, please come in, Tang Xiaoming said, looking at his daughter, and quickly welcomed Jiang Fan in. Uncle, no need to be so polite. In the company I'm the boss, but outside I'm just a junior. You can call me Jiang Fan said, waving his hand when he was still addressed as Mr. Jiang. All right, then Jiang Fan, please come in, Tang Xiaoming said, no longer being formal, directly calling him by name. In the kitchen, Tang Xiu's mother was busy. Jiang Fan, have a seat. In the kitchen is my wife Yang Yiji. Xiu Jiang Fan rarely visits our home, so you should host him well. I'm going to help your mother, Tang Xiaoming said. No need to be formal, just sit down. I'll get you a cup of tea, he added. Thank you, Jiang Fan replied. He sat on the sofa, taking in the decor of the living room. Although Tang Siyu was the general manager and Tang Xiaoming was the acting chairman, their home wasn't overly extravagant, appearing quite ordinary. Tang Siyu brought over a blanket and gently placed it on the table in front of Jiang Fan, then quietly took a seat. In the kitchen, Tang Xiaoming looked at his daughter and shook his head helplessly. This girl clearly given an opportunity, yet she doesn't try to chat with Jiang Fan, just sits there looking silly. You know this is your daughter's matter, so don't worry too much. But Jiang Fan is indeed very handsome, and at such a young age he founded Guangyao Group. If he could be your daughter's boyfriend, that would be great. Yang Yiji paused her work hiding by the door to take a look. Siyu is not young anymore, meeting an outstanding boy, she should take the initiative. Only then will she have a chance. Tang Xiaoming disagreed with his wife. Such an exceptional boy must have many girls pursuing him, just like Su Shui, the daughter of the Longting Group's chairman. Wasn't she the one pursuing him? Regardless of the outcome, he hoped his daughter wouldn't have any regrets. In her prime, she should meet someone excellent. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Hurry and help me out, stop spying on them. Yang Yiji shook her head with a smile and urged him. In the living room, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Tang Siyu sat beside, lowering her head and stealing glances at Jiang Fan. As for Jiang Fan, he sat there drinking tea. Jiang Fan, do you want to watch some TV? After a long while, Tang Siyu took a deep breath and asked. Sure, I'm a bit bored anyway, let's watch. Jiang Fan nodded. Tang Siyu picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The movie channel was playing a romantic film. Watching the movie, Tang Siyu smiled slightly and said, Jiang Fan, actually, I used to want to be a star. A star? Jiang Fan looked at Tang Siyu curiously upon hearing this. It must be said Tang Siyu was indeed very beautiful, standing about 173 meters tall with a tall figure and excellent demeanor. If she had pursued being a star, she might have become a second-tier star in a few years. So why didn't you go for it back then? Originally, I thought being a star was great, but after learning about some hidden rules, I gave up. I can't accept those hidden rules, Tang Siyu said, shaking her head. That's true. Without a background, one can only accept the hidden rules. However, at their Morningstar Entertainment Company, such things wouldn't happen, and Jiang Fan would ensure that they wouldn't. Speaking of which, your Morningstar Entertainment Company is also shooting a campus youth film. When do you plan to release it? Well, it mainly depends on the production team. According to their progress, it should take another 4 to 5 months to wrap up. As for the film's release, it should be a month after wrapping up, as there are still preparations to be made. But when it comes out, I'll take my parents to the cinema to watch it together. As they reached this point, Jiang Fan and Tang Siyu fell silent again, unsure of what to talk about. This girl just doesn't know what to say anymore. In the kitchen, Tang Xiaoming sighed again. I don't know if you're here to help me or just hiding here eavesdropping on their conversation. Yang Yiji rolled her eyes at her husband helplessly. Tang Xiaoming chuckled. If I were in the living room, I would disturb them. But looking at my daughter, she seems unable to find a topic to chat with Jiang Fan. Girls are generally shy, isn't that quite normal? Yang Yiji shot her husband a glance. Why be so shy when it comes to relationships? Jiang Fan rarely visits our home. My daughter should find more topics to talk with him about. You should stop worrying and come help me. If lunch isn't ready soon, we won't be able to host properly, and Jiang Fan might not come to our house again next time. Yang Yiji said unhappily. Alright, I'll come help you, but Jiang Fan is not that kind of person. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Hearing it, Tang Siyu stood up in confusion and walked towards the door. When she opened the door, she saw her aunt standing there with her son, holding some items. Aunt, what brings you here? Tang Siyu looked her aunt over and asked curiously, Siyu, we came to have a look. Her aunt replied with a big smile. Please come in. Tang Siyu stepped aside to invite them in. Her aunt smiled slightly and entered the living room. Oh, Siyu, who is this? Your boyfriend? Tang Siyu's aunt asked curiously, noticing a strange young man sitting on the couch. Hearing this, Tang Siyu's face turned red as she quickly shook her head. Aunt, that's not it. This is Jiang Fan, not my boyfriend. Jiang Fan, this is my aunt Tang Onrong, and this is my cousin Han Qingye. Hello. Jiang Fan smiled and hello. Dad, Mom, Aunt brought Qingye to our house. Tang Siyu introduced Jiang Fan to them, and then went to the kitchen to inform her parents. Why are they here? Tang Xiaoming frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. Alright, I'll go take a look. Tang Xiaoming nodded and walked out of the kitchen. Xiaoming. Tang Onrong smiled and greeted him as she saw. Uncle Han Qingye also called out. If they came, they might as well sit down. Yiji is cooking in the kitchen. Xiaoming, I brought my son here today because of that matter, Tang Onrong said, placing the items on the table with a smile. That matter? Onrong, I have said before that I do not agree to it. I will not let your son enter our company through the back door, just because of my own power. Tang Xiaoming stated with righteousness. Xiaoming, we are relatives after all. My son just wants to find a good job. Given our relationship, can't you help him a little? Tang Onrong played the emotional card. Onrong, I will not help you with this matter. If you came here today just because of this, then you can leave and take whatever you brought with you. Our family won't keep you here. Tang Xiaoming snorted lightly, preparing to send them away. See, you and your aunt after all. Your aunt is here begging you, can't you help your cousin? Seeing that Tang Xiaoming was not listening, Tang Onrong had no choice but to plead with Tang Siyu. Aunt, your cousin has the ability to go for an interview at our company. Why do you need to come to us for help? I'm sorry, I cannot help with that. Tang Xiyu shook her head. Although she was the general manager of the company, she wouldn't use her power to let her aunt's son enter through the back door. On the contrary, if her cousin had the ability, he could go for an interview himself, or whether he could enter the company would depend on his own capability. Some things must be fought for on one's own. Oh Xiaoming Xiyu, you know that my Qingye has not found a satisfactory job in the past 6 months. He is not young anymore. He is already 25 at the age for starting a family and career. He has gone on blind dates, but the other party looks down on my son because he is unemployed. So I came to seek your help hoping you can assist my son. Oh, after all, we are relatives. Tang Onrong looked at them seeing their disagreement and pleaded again. Aunt, you are making it difficult for us. Relatives are relatives, and work is work. If we violate the company's regulations, it wouldn't be good for us either, so let's not discuss this matter any further. You all well as relatives we came to seek your help, yet we didn't expect you wouldn't even help with such a small matter. Small matter? Do you think this is a small matter? For us it's a big deal. Rules are rules. If the rules are broken, then doesn't that mean that other managers in the company can also use their power to let their relatives enter through the back door? Then wouldn't all the employees in the company be relatives? Tang Xiaoming interjected. Uncle, you really don't want to help with this small favor. After all, I am also your nephew. Han Qingye looked at him dissatisfied. Nephew? What of it? If you have the ability, go for an interview yourself. If you perform well at work, the company will naturally promote you. What of being a nephew? Can your daughter enter the company and even become the general manager? Han Qingye countered. My daughter. She also became the general manager step by step through an interview. Do you think it was because of my promotion? Tang Xiaoming said with a dark face. Isn't it? I don't believe that your daughter became the general manager purely on her own merit. There must have been your support involved, otherwise she wouldn't have become the general manager so quickly. Yet for this small request from your nephew you are unwilling to help and still say we are relatives. Han Qingye raised his voice. Cough, how about I say a few words? Jiang Fan coughed lightly as he watched. Is this a place for you to speak? You are an outsider, shut up. Han Qingye said angrily upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. You shut up. Tang Xiaoming's face darkened when he saw him shout at Jiang Fan, and he snorted coldly. Indeed, I am an outsider, but if you want to enter Guangyao Group, that is impossible, because I am the chairman of Guangyao Group. I can't speak on matters between relatives, but I can still interject on company matters. Jiang Fan looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. You are the chairman of Guangyao Group. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Onrong laughed upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. A young man in his 20s claiming to be the chairman of Guangyao Group. She would never believe that. Nonsense. Is it considered nonsense to speak the truth these days? Or do you think that what your son cannot achieve, others cannot either? Finding a job, as long as you have the ability and are willing to work hard, why would you fear not finding a good job? Jiang Fan felt helpless. Why is it that whenever he reveals his identity to others they refuse to believe him? Is it because he is too young? Looking for a job. Do you think jobs are that easy to find? If they were, my son wouldn't still be jobless after half a year, Tang Onrong retorted. With so many companies in Magic City, how can you not find a job? I think your son is just unwilling to look for one. To get into our Guangyao Group, unless you have the capability, it's impossible. Tang Xiyu is this person who came to your house today, also hoping for your help to join your company. This person boasted that he was the chairman of Guangyao Group. How if the chairman of your company heard this, you as a manager wouldn't be able to hold your position any longer? Tang Onrong raised her eyebrow. Jiang Fan is indeed the chairman of our Guangyao Group. Why would he need to boast? Today we invited Mr. Jiang to our home because my father wants to discuss some work matters with him. But I didn't expect that you all would come today. Tang Xiyu looked at the so-called relative and shook her head helplessly. That's how people are. Before her father joined Guangyao Group, their families had little interaction. Since her father entered Guangyao Group and became the acting chairman, she became the general manager, and this distant relative has been a frequent visitor to their home. Her father had refused the last time, but unexpectedly they returned this time, wanting her father to help get their Indeed, Mr. Jiang is here today at my invitation to discuss work matters. Mr. Jiang is the chairman of the group company. Why would he need to boast? Tang Onrong and Han Qingye, you may leave. We will not help you with this favor. Tang Onrong and Han Qingye, upon hearing them say that Jiang Fan is indeed the chairman of Guangyao Group, couldn't help but exhibit looks of surprise. Tang Onrong came to her senses and quickly put on a false smile. Looking at Jiang Fan, she pleaded, Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the earlier offense. My son actually has capabilities. I hope you can kindly assist and help my son enter your company, alright? We are not related, so why should I help? Besides, there are no relatives of mine in my company, and do you think I would assist you just because you're not my relatives? What a joke. Jiang Fan stared at her expressionlessly. How could that be? Mr. Jiang, look at how well Xiyu looks. If she becomes your girlfriend, wouldn't we be relatives? What do you mean by that, Aunt? Tang Xiyu reprimanded upon hearing this. How she and Jiang Fan related is their own affair. Why does it require a distant aunt to meddle? Not to mention, even if Xiyu were my girlfriend, I wouldn't give you any opportunities. There is no need for you to speak further. Let's go. Saying this, Jiang Fan picked up his cup and sipped his tea. Xiaoming, you really don't want to help us with this favor. Seeing Jiang Fan unwilling to engage with them, Tang Onrong had no choice but to look at Tang Xiaoming again. Same old story. If you have the ability, go for an interview at the company. If that's the case, fine. You call yourselves relatives, but you want to even help with this small favor. Son, grab your things or we are leaving. Now that it had come to this, Tang Onrong understood that continuing this conversation would yield no results. It would be better to leave. As for this so-called relative, they could just stop interacting in the future. Han Qingye followed Tang Onrong out of Tang Xiaming's house carrying some items. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, Tang Xiu said apologetically. There's nothing to apologize for. Many families encounter such relatives. Jiang Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. Despicable, despicable, truly despicable. This Tang Xiaming's family having money won't even help with such small favors, calling themselves relatives. Bah! Tang Onrong spat angrily and stamped her foot in frustration. Mom, since they are unwilling to help, we might as well not recognize this relative anymore. I refuse to believe that without entering Guangyao Group, we can't find a good job. Han Qingye's face darkened. Tang Onrong sighed at her son's words. If jobs were that easy to find, why hasn't her son found a satisfying one after half a year? Moreover, he wasn't young anymore. It was time to settle down. She initially thought that since they were relatives, if she asked a few more times, Tang Xiaoming would relent, but every time they came, the result was the same. Sigh. After a while, Yang Yiji called out from the kitchen, dinner is ready. Tang Xiu went to the kitchen to help her mother bring the dishes. Jiang Fan, I hope these dishes made by Annie suit your taste. Yang Yiji looked at Jiang Fan, growing more satisfied with each glance, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She also heard what Jiang Fan said in the kitchen earlier. Auntie, I'm not picky, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. All right, everyone, let's eat. Sitting at the table, everyone picked up their chopsticks. Jiang Fan took a bite and nodded. Auntie, your cooking is delicious. If it's delicious, eat more of it. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoming smiled and then gave his daughter a meaningful glance. Seeing her father suddenly wink at her, Tang Xiu was a bit confused and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Did something get in your eye? Tang Xiaoming gave her a knowing look expressing mild dissatisfaction. Eat quietly, why are you talking so much? Yang Yiji lightly kicked her daughter under the table and gestured with her chopsticks towards Jiang Fan, signaling her to serve him some food. Tang Xiu understood this time. She glanced at Jiang Fan, shyly lowered her head and fiddled with the rice in her bowl. Seeing her daughter shy, Yang Yiji gently kicked her again under the table. Tang Xiu realized that if she didn't comply, this dinner wouldn't be as peaceful. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her chopsticks and served Jiang Fan a piece of braised pork. Jiang Fan, please try this braised pork. Thank you. Jiang Fan accepted the piece of braised pork she offered with his bowl. He picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and said, Auntie's braised pork is quite good as well. As Jiang Fan swallowed the braised pork, Tang Xiu suddenly blushed, thinking of something. She had eaten from her own chopsticks and then fed Jiang Fan the braised pork. This wasn't it an indirect kick. Tang Xiu felt her face was burning hot, probably as red as a ripe cherry right now. Jiang Fan, if you like it, come over to sit with us. Whenever you have time, Annie will cook for you. Yang Yiji said, shaking her head and smiling at her daughter's reaction before addressing Jiang Fan. Sure, Annie, if I have time, I'll come over to try your cooking. I hope Annie won't mind me dropping by. Of course not. If you can often come to our home, someone will be very happy. Yang Yiji spoke with implied meaning. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned, his gaze meeting Tang Xiu's. Upon realizing Jiang Fan was looking at her, Tang Xiu shyly lowered her head and continued eating. After dinner, while Yang Yiji was clearing the dishes, she said to her daughter Xiu, since Jiang Fan rarely comes here, why don't you take him out for a stroll? Oh. Jiang Fan, wait a moment, I'll go change. Tang Xiu nodded and said to Jiang Fan before turning to go upstairs. In her room, looking at herself in the mirror, Tang Xiu gently patted her cheek. She understood her mother's words, but half an hour later, Tang Xiu descended the stairs in a long dress. Jiang Fan, let's go. She approached Jiang Fan with a happy smile on her face. Okay. Tang Xiaoming encouraged his daughter from the side, cheering her on. As they left the house, Tang Xiu clasped her hands behind her back, lowering her head while sneakily glancing at Jiang Fan. Xiu, are there any fun places nearby? After walking for a while, seeing that Tang Xiu still had her head down, Jiang Fan stopped and asked. Around here there isn't much fun. There's just a square where some aunties dance on Sunday nights. Also, there's a small hill nearby with a tower. Some people go up to have a look. A tower? Why don't we go see it? If we just keep wandering, I don't even know how long it will take, don't you think? All right then, let's go. Tang Xiu led Jiang Fan, and they quickly arrived at the foot of the hill. Looking up, they could see a tower on the hill. The hill wasn't high, about 400 meters, but the path to the front gate was near the foot of the hill. There were some stalls selling small trinkets. Jiang Fan, look over there, they're selling hairpins. I'll go with you. They approached the stall run by a middle-aged woman who was sitting with a child. Upon seeing a customer, the middle-aged woman smiled and asked, Miss, what do you need? I'll take a look first. After saying this, Tang Xiu adjusted her dress, crouched down, and quietly began to pick. After a short while, she selected a hairpin adorned with a pink flower. Jiang Fan, how about this? Does it look good? Holding the hairpin, Tang Xiu sought Jiang Fan's opinion. You're so beautiful. Oh, anything you wear looks good. Zhang Fan teased. Hearing this, Tang Xiyu felt a surge of joy. Looking at the middle-aged woman, she smiled slightly and said, Annie, I'll take this one. How much is it? 5 yuan for a pair. Here you go. Tang Xiyu held the hairpins in her hand, stood up, and tried to put one in her hair. However, after quite a while, she still hadn't managed to do it right. Let me help you. Seeing that she had been struggling for a while, Zhang Fan decided to assist. Thank you. As she handed the hairpin to Zhang Fan, he fumbled with her hair, feeling its silky softness. The close contact filled his nostrils with her delicate fragrance. Tang Xiyu, inhaling Zhang Fan's scent, turned a bright shade of red, her small eyes secretly glancing at him. Before long, Zhang Fan successfully placed the hairpin in her hair, took 2 steps back, and smiled. All right, this hairpin suits you perfectly. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's continue walking. They reached the stone steps, and thankfully Tang Xiyu wasn't wearing high heels, otherwise it would have been difficult to climb. The slope is a bit steep, be careful. Zhang Fan stood on the stone steps and reminded her. I know? After climbing 100 steps, they finally arrived at the tower. The tower's door was open, and there were a few people inside making wishes. Zhang Fan, should we make a wish? Seeing people inside making wishes, Tang Xiyu invited him. Since we're here, let's go in and have a look. Inside the tower, observing the wishing platform, Tang Xiyu took out 2 coins and handed one to Zhang Fan. Then she tossed the coin and clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. Zhang Fan followed her lead, tossed his coin and clasped his hands, and made a wish. Congratulations, sir and miss, you are the 1000th pair to make a wish here. After they made their wishes, a middle-aged man accompanied by a younger man approached Zhang Fan and the others carrying some. Tang Xiyu heard this and exchanged a glance with Zhang Fan, both smiling slightly. This is what they call fate, right? You two are a couple, aren't you? I wish your wishes come true. The middle-aged man offered his blessings. He then instructed the younger man to unveil a cloth from a platter, revealing 2 fluffy little dolls. One was a red doll, and the other was a pink version doll. This pair is a couple's doll, and today I'm giving them to you. Uncle, we're not a couple. Tang Xiyu seeing the dolls, although they were very cute, and she wanted them still. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Miss, you're so beautiful, and this gentleman is so handsome. You really are a match made in heaven. Besides, when fate arrives, it will surely come true. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. See you, since it's a gift from this uncle, let's take it. All right then, thank you, uncle. Tang Xiyu reached out, took the 2 dolls, and then handed the red one to Zhang Fan. Seeing that they accepted, the middle-aged man and the young man left. This doll is so cute. Tang Xiyu looked at the doll in her hand, revealing an adorable expression. Since you like it so much, how about I give you mine too? No, this was given to us by that uncle. You can keep the red doll. Tang Xiyu quickly shook her head. All right, I'll hold on to it. Looking at the doll in his hand, Zhang Fan thought about how he hadn't given anything to Shuer yet. He decided to buy a pair when he returned. If she found out what happened today, she might get jealous. Zhang Fan, what are you thinking about? Seeing him staring at the doll in a daze, Tang Xiyu asked curiously. Nothing. Let's continue wandering. Zhang Fan put the doll into his bag, shook his head with a smile. Around 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Fan took Tang Xiyu back to her doorstep. Tang Xiyu clasped her hands behind her back, looking at Zhang Fan, feeling a bit shy as she said, Zhang Fan, thank you. I had a great time today. No need to be so polite, go home now. Bye-bye. Be careful on your way back. Tang Xiyu waved to Zhang Fan. Bye-bye. Zhang Fan nodded, got in the car, buckled his seatbelt, and drove away. Tang Xiyu watched Zhang Fan's car leave until it disappeared from view before ringing the doorbell. After the door opened, she walked inside. Seeing their daughter walk in with a beaming smile, Yang Yiji and Tang Xiaoming exchanged glances and smiled faintly. Xiyu, did you have a happy day today? Yes, Mom, I did. Tang Xiyu, still holding the couple doll, nodded with a grin. That's great. Remember to invite Zhang Fan out more often. Don't just stay at home during the holidays. Girls should go out more often. Yes. Usually when you go out alone, your parents worry. But if Zhang Fan goes out with you, are much more at ease. Tang Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Mom, I won't keep you two any longer, I'm going upstairs. Driving the car, Zhang Fan searched for a plush toy store nearby. Soon he found a specialty store, parked the car, and entered. Welcome, sir. The shop assistant greeted him enthusiastically as he entered. Hello, do you have couple dolls for sale? Couple dolls. Please follow me, sir. Sure. Quickly, the assistant brought Zhang Fan to the section with couple dolls. Sir, all the dolls here are couple dolls. We have big ones and small ones, and our designs are very attractive, perfect for gifting to your girlfriend. All right, I'll take a look first. Of course, sir. As he browsed, Zhang Fan chose a pair of hamster-shaped pillows, one having a yellow top and a white belly. The other hamster pillow had a pink top and was pink in the middle with a pair of small flowers near its head. He brought the pair of pillows to the assistant and smiled. Hello, I'll take this pair. Please help me wrap it up. All right, please wait a moment, sir. After a short while, the assistant returned with the wrapped hamster pillows. Sir, the price for this pair of hamster pillows is 135 yuan. All right. After receiving the pillows and paying, Zhang Fan left the store and drove towards the lakeside garden. He parked in the basement and sent a message to Su Shui informing her that he was back. In her room, Su Shui opened her phone and seeing Zhang Fan's message, a smile spread across her face. She quickly got up, opened the door, and ran downstairs. After putting on her shoes and closing the door, she saw Jiang Fan just coming out of the basement, holding a pair of unknown items. Brother Fan. Su Shui approached Jiang Fan, calling out affectionately. Swear I'm back. Mom, let's go to my house first. I bought you a gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Su Shui curiously asked, eyeing the item in Jiang Fan's arms. Jiang Fan smiled mysteriously. Let's go inside first, you can open it later. Oh, okay. Back home, Jiang Fan placed the wrapped hamster pillows on the table. Swear, open it, and see if you like it. Mom. Saying this, Su Shui extended her hand, carefully unwrapping the package, and soon the pink hamster appeared before her eyes. Wow, so cute. Seeing the pink hamster pillow, Su Shui quickly hugged it to her chest. Swear, do you like it? I love it. As long as it's from Brother Fan, I love it all. Su Shui replied sweetly. I bought a pair of hamster pillows, this one is for you, and I'll keep the other one at home. Okay. Looking at Su Shui acting like a little child, Jiang Fan smiled gently. Hugging the pillow, Su Shui leaned closer to Jiang Fan, sniffing his clothes. Swear, what are you doing? Noticing her little actions, Jiang Fan asked curiously. After sniffing for a while, Su Shui pouted and said, Brother Fan, you smell like her perfume. Oh, that shouldn't be the case, right? Hearing this, Jiang Fan also sniffed his body but didn't detect any perfume. Brother Fan, did you have any intimate contact with Tang Xiyu today? Su Shui asked with a hint of displeasure. No. Today while she was buying a hairpin, she couldn't put it on herself, so I just helped her. It was probably during that time. Nobody else has ever done that for her. Upon hearing this, Su Shui murmured. Swear, what are you talking? Hearing her mumbling, Jiang Fan leaned closer and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Shui shook her head. Jiang Fan reached out and embraced her, whispering in her ear, don't worry, my relationship with Tang Xiyu is strictly professional. Feeling the warmth by her ear, Su Shui's cheeks flushed instantly. In a soft voice, she tilted her head and asked, Brother Fan, if a girl better than me were to pursue you in the future, would you agree? Jiang Fan gently grasped her shoulders, making her face him, and said earnestly, no, because the one eye lied. Seeing Brother Fan's serious expression, Su Shui felt very touched and suddenly hugged Jiang Fan's waist tightly. Brother Fan, I will become even better. She wanted to become better and one day tell Tang Xiyu that Jiang Fan was her man and she wouldn't have a chance. All right, Shuier will become better, Jiang Fan said, gently embracing her affectionately. That night, Wang Shuyi opened her phone. Wang Shuyi, is there something you need? Mr. Jiang, a celebrity, recently terminated her contract with the company and became a free agent. I wanted to ask if you'd like to pursue her. A celebrity? Which one? The actress named Qin Xianyi. She is only 30 this year and is a top-tier celebrity. Check with her and see if she is interested. If she is, we can sign her to our company. All right, Mr. Jiang, I will contact her. If she is interested, I'll invite her to come and talk to you. Mom. Shuier, how much do you know about Qin Xianyi? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan asked Su Shui. Qin Xianyi. I know a bit about her. She is a top-tier celebrity, but the movies and dramas she stars in are mostly urban romance dramas. With her looks, she should be very suitable for period dramas, but I don't know why she has never acted in one. I remember she once posted a picture in ancient costume, and she had an ethereal vibe. Su Shui thought for a moment and told Jiang Fan what she knew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan fell silent for a while. It was indeed suitable for period dramas, yet she had been acting in romance dramas. Could it be this reason that led her to terminate her contract with the company? If that were the case, they could indeed pursue her and sign her to the company. Next, it depended on whether Qin Xianyi had any interest, but given her fame, the chances of her joining their company seemed slim. Brother Fan, do you want to sign her to Morningstar Entertainment? Yes, I do have that intention, but the chances are probably slim. At present, Qinxing Entertainment has yet to cultivate a true A-list star. The 3 third-tier celebrities associated with the company are merely in contractual partnerships. Securing an A-list star would lend immediate prestige to Qinxing Entertainment. Her fame alone would catalyze the company's formal ascent. Yet achieving A-list status naturally breeds pride. If Qinxing could not meet her financial expectations, she would almost certainly decline. For now, all hinged on Wang Shuyi's communication, whether Qin Xianyi would grant them even a single meeting. Brother Fan, for Qin Xianyi, a bona fide A-list star, to join Qinxing Entertainment, given its current state, seems rather unlikely. Su Shui shook her head skeptical. She knew precisely how precarious Qinxing Entertainment's footing truly was. The company had only just begun filming its debut feature, still far from wrap, with no box office performance yet discernible. The odds appeared slim. I'm aware of that. Still, we must speak with Qin Xianyi directly, understand her intentions. So long as her terms remain reasonable, I'll accommodate them. After all, Qinxing currently lacks a flagship star of its own. Indeed. Let's await Qin Xianyi's response. Su Shui nodded. Shortly after 10 p.m., Wang Shuyi sent Jiang Fan a message. Qin Xianyi had agreed to meet. She would arrive in Modu the following afternoon. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, instructing Wang Shuyi to arrange transportation for the next day's airport pickup. By Sunday afternoon, shortly after 1 o'clock, Jiang Fan drove the Hennessy Venom, Su Shui seated beside him. Upon hearing of Qin Xian's impending visit, Su Shui expressed keen interest, so Jiang Fan invited her along. Arriving at Qinxing Entertainment, Wang Shuyi stood ready. Spotting Jiang Zong, the CEO, with his girlfriend, she hurried forward. Mr. Jiang, everything is prepared. Miss Qin's flight lands at Pudong International Airport at 1:30 p.m. Excellent. We'll head to the airport to await her. Understood. Jiang Fan led the way in his vehicle, Wang Shuyi following closely behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Pudong Airport. Exiting the car, Jiang Fan, Su Shui, and Wang Shuyi entered the terminal and settled into a quiet corner to wait. Soon the aircraft touched down smoothly. Wang Shuyi smiled faintly. Mr. Jiang, Miss Qin's flight has arrived. I'll go greet them now. Let's all go together. Moments later, a woman emerged wearing a baseball cap and face mask, accompanied by another woman who bore the unmistakable air of a seasoned talent agent. Miss Qin, greetings. I'm Wang Shuyi, your liaison. Welcome to Modu. Wang Shuyi said warmly, extending her hand. Ms. Wang, hello. This is my agent Zhang Yiqiao. Qin Xiani replied, shaking her hand and introducing her companion. Miss Qin, allow me to introduce our company's founder Jiang Fan and his girlfriend Su Shui, and Mr. Jiang. Miss Su, it's a pleasure. Miss Qin, it's growing crowded here. Might we continue our conversation at the office? Jiang Fan suggested, glancing around at the gathering onlookers. Agreed. Let's be off. At the airport exit, Qin Xiani observed Jiang Fan guiding Su Shui toward the sleek Hennessy Venom. A subtle glint flickered in her eyes. He appeared to be a wealthy scion. Xiani, this Jiang Fan clearly commands substantial means, and his girlfriend is strikingly beautiful. Could he be a playboy? Zhang Yiqiao murmured near her ear, having recognized the car. Sister Zhang, since we've come, let us proceed with open minds. For now, let's simply observe. Qin Xiani shook her head gently. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the office. In the conference room, Qin Xiani removed her mask and cap. Though 30 years old, her complexion glowed with youthful vitality. Her delicate features and luminous presence made her appear scarcely over 20. Jiang Fan studied her countenance, nodding inwardly. Indeed, Qin Xiani possessed an ethereal grace ideally suited to historical costume dramas. No wonder she parted ways with her former agency. Her innate elegance had been misapplied, cast repeatedly in romantic melodramas instead of the classical roles that truly resonated with her essence. Miss Qin, we're aware of your recent contract dissolution. We invited you today to discuss a potential affiliation. Would you consider joining Qinxing Entertainment? Jiang Fan asked, voice steady and earnest. Mr. Jiang, we've reviewed your company. Qinxing Entertainment remains quite small. True, even a sparrow possesses all 5 vital organs. Should you choose to join us, we pledge abundant resources and unwavering support. If I may venture a guess, you left your prior agency because they persistently cast you in romantic dramas, denying you opportunities in historical epics. You're perceptive, Mr. Jiang. That was indeed part of it. Yet the roots run deeper. Last year, I resolved to depart. Once they learned of my intent, they curtailed my roles, relegating me to supporting parts, second or third leads. Hardly what I aspire to. Mr. Jiang, as you know, Miss Qin isn't a list star. Her signing fee will naturally be commensurate. Zhang Yiqiao interjected. The signing fee poses no obstacle, Jiang Fan replied with a faint, confident smile. For him, personal wealth rendered such figures trivial, provided of course that Qin Xiani warranted the investment. Mr. Jiang, I won't refuse outright, but certain conditions must be met. Please name them. First, no coercion, nothing that violates my conscience or comfort. Second, should I accept film roles I wish primarily for historical costume dramas. As mentioned, this very constraint precipitated my departure from my former agency. Third, my autonomy must remain inviolate. I will not portray roles contrary to my principles, including leading female roles requiring intimate scenes. If such scenes arise, professional stunt doubles must be employed. Miss Qin, rest assured, though Qinxing is modest in scale, we hold artistic integrity and performer sovereignty as inviolable tenets, never compelling actors into unsuitable roles. My philosophy is simple: cast each actor where their talents shine brightest, not force them into ill-fitting. Moreover, regarding historical dramas, we'll immediately commission scripts upon your signing. You'll select roles aligned with your strengths and sensibilities. How does that sound, Mr. Jiang? Your vision aligns precisely with mine, Qin Xiani replied after a thoughtful pause, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. In that case, let's discuss the contract details. May I ask how many years your last company signed you for? My last company signed me for 15 years, and there are 3 years left on the contract. However, I have terminated it early, and everything has been taken care of, so Mr. Jiang can rest assured. 15 years, huh? Now that you are a top star, our company can sign you for 8 years with an annual signing fee of 200 million. Of course, this is just the signing fee and does not include filming and advertising costs. After the contract expires, you can choose to become a free agent or stay with our company. What do you think about that? Jiang Fan stated his offered price. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I discuss this with my agent. Sure. Qin Xiani turned to her agent and they began to discuss. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Xini looked at Jiang Fan and smiled. Mr. Jiang, I agree to your terms, but my agent takes good care of me. Could you please also sign her? Our company currently has no agents, so we would be happy to sign your agent as well. After all, it's good for both of you to be together, and she understands you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Qin Xini stood up and bowed slightly to Jiang Fan. There's no need to be so polite. Once the contract is signed, you'll be part of our company. However, our company currently does not have a script for a historical drama. I will have Wang Shuyi look for scripts in that genre, and once we find one, we can prepare to start filming. However, if Miss Qin knows of any capable production teams, please let me know, and I will reach out to them. Mr. Jiang, I do know a few production teams, but we need to go back and prepare. We'll come back the day after tomorrow. Alright, in the next couple of days, I will have Wang Shuyi prepare the contract. So when Miss Qin comes, we can sign it right away. Since Miss Qin is here rarely, why not take a break first? And we can have dinner later, then head back tomorrow. Then I will. Wang Shuyi, please take Miss Qin and Miss Zheng to rest for a while. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Miss Qin, Miss Zheng, please follow me. Alright. Brother Fan, won't an annual fee of 200 million be a loss? After they left, Su Shui leaned in to ask, how could it be a loss? Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. Shweder, an annual signing fee of 200 million is a profit for me. Profit? Su Shui appeared a bit confused. Think about it. Our company's anime app is about to launch, and Douyin is also preparing to enter the market. Qin Xini is a top star with many fans. As long as she promotes the Fox Demon Matchmaker and the Douyin app, I believe more people will watch the anime and use the Douyin app. That's the traffic she brings. Hearing Brother Fan's explanation, Su Shui thought about it and agreed. Brother Fan, you're amazing. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Su Shui said excitedly. With her number of fans, when the film Fleeting Years is about to be released, they can promote it again, and she believes it will increase the box office. So no matter what, this 200 million will not be a loss, it will only earn more. Jiang Fan smiled proudly. Miss Wang, what do you think of Mr. Jiang? At the residence, Zheng Yiqiao asked in a low voice. Mr. Jiang. I think Mr. Jiang is great. He treats the employees in our company very well, and when we chat with him, he doesn't put on a leader's demeanor. The conversation is very relaxed, and many times Mr. Jiang offers suggestions. So what is Jiang Fan's identity? Qin Xini asked curiously. To talk about Mr. Jiang's identity, it is quite remarkable. He is the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of our Morningstar Entertainment Company, and also the landlord of Donglu Pedestrian Street in Modu. Moreover, his girlfriend is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Wang Shuyi briefly explained Jiang Fan's identity. Qin Xini and Zheng Yiqiao exchanged glances and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Seeing Jiang Fan's car earlier made them feel he was not simple, but even though they were prepared, they were still surprised to actually hear about his identity. They naturally knew of Guangyao Group, which is the third largest group in Modu, and they were aware of Donglu Pedestrian. Just considering the rent, he could collect 200 to 300 million every month. Plus, his girlfriend is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. If Jiang Fan marries Su Shui in the future, he would gain Longting Group, and at that time his worth would likely rise several ranks on the rich list. You girls can rest here for a while. If there's anything, just contact me. Wang Shuyi smiled as she noticed their surprise. Xini, do you think we are asking too little? With Jiang Fan's financial power, if we asked for a few hundred million more, he might. Sister Zheng, one should not be too greedy. Besides, I have already proposed so many conditions, and Jiang Fan accepted them. He also mentioned that this is only the signing fee, and he will provide more for filming and advertising. Such a good contract, I bet many would not be willing to accept it if offered by other companies. Qin Xini patiently explained, disagreeing with Zheng Yiqiao's opinion. That's true. If we went to other companies and presented these conditions, most would not accept them. Even if they did, they wouldn't offer such a high signing fee. Zheng Yiqiao nodded in agreement. Alright, Sister Zheng, let's take a break for a bit. Ziyu, I heard that the one called Qin Xini went to Jiang Fan's entertainment company. Do you think she will join Morningstar? In Lin Ziyu's villa, Xie Zhenghao sat nearby speaking. Qin Xini went to Jiang Fan's company. When did this? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyu slightly furrowed his brows. Just an hour ago, someone saw Jiang Fan picking up Qin Xini and the others at the airport, trying to sign Qin Xini. Jiang Fan, do you think I will give you this opportunity? Zhenghao, find out the contact information for Qin Xianya's assistant and ask about it. I want to sign Qin Xini. Thinking of Qin Xianya's figure and looks, Lin Ziyu felt his heart stir and couldn't help but lick his lips. Qin Xini is praised by her fans as a goddess, and when she wears ancient costumes, she exudes an ethereal aura. He has long wanted to experience such a woman. Now that Qin Xini is in Modu, he has the perfect opportunity to see if he can arrange a meeting with her. Seeing Lin Ziyu's expression, Xie Zhenghao knew what he was thinking, shook his head slightly, and inquired among his friends to see if they had any contact information for Qin Xini or her agent. After more than 10 minutes, Xie Zhenghao turned to Lin Ziyu and said, Ziyu, I found the contact information for Qin Xianya's agent. Found it. Give it to me, I'll ask. Hearing this, Lin Ziyu's lips curled up, slightly eager to respond. Soon Lin Ziyu began contacting Zheng Yiqiao. Hello, my name is Lin Ziyu, the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group. Xini, Lin Ziyu contacted me. On the other end, Zheng Yiqiao received the message and informed Qin Xini. Qin Xini had just come out of the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe. Hearing Zheng's words, she fiddled with her hair, puzzled Lin Ziyu. Isn't he the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group? What does he want with me? He probably found out about your contract termination with the company. Zheng Jie, out of courtesy, you should ask him. All right. Zheng Yiqiao nodded and replied to Lin Ziyu, hello, mister. Lin, may I ask what you need? I heard that you are in Modu now. Did you go to Morningstar Entertainment? Is it regarding a contract? Yes, mister. Lin. Then I would like to ask, are you planning to sign with Morningstar Entertainment? Yes, we do have that intention. How much did Morningstar Entertainment offer for the signing fee? Mister. Lin, I'm afraid that's not convenient to disclose. How about this? No matter how much Morningstar Entertainment offers, I will give you double. I will sign with Qin Xini. Xini, Lin Ziyu wants to sign you, and he says he will offer twice the price. If it's double, that means 400 million. Zheng Yiqiao relayed this matter to Qin Xini. Qin Xini sat at the table taking out a hairdryer to dry her hair. Hearing Zheng Jie's words, she smiled gently. Zheng Jie, as far as I know, Lin Ziyu doesn't have a company, and I've heard he is quite a playboy. With his family's financial power, if I sign with him, it might not be easy to leave in the future. Although she is a top-tier star, her background cannot compare to Lin Ziyu's. If she signs with him, if Lin Ziyu employs some despicable means, it would be hard for her to leave. Zheng Yiqiao thought about it and recalled that years ago a star was signed by a wealthy young master and couldn't leave. Eventually, she disappeared from the public eye and was kept in hiding. Qin Xini is in her prime now. If she were to sign with Lin Ziyu, if he were a good person, that would be fine. The key is Lin Ziyu is a playboy and the outcome is predictable. Rather than that, she would prefer to stay at Morningstar Entertainment. At least Zhang Fan wouldn't restrict her. All right, Xini, I will directly refuse him. Saying this, Zheng Yiqiao sent another message to Lin Ziyu. Mister Lin, I'm sorry, we are already preparing to sign with Morningstar Entertainment, so you dare to refuse me? Let me tell you, Morningstar Entertainment has a movie coming out soon, probably in a few months. I have already asked my father to make sure that the theaters do not screen any movies from Morningstar Entertainment. Tell Qin Xini that if she does not agree, I will ensure that none of her movies will be screened in theaters. Lin Ziyu's words were filled with threats. Xini, it's bad. Lin Ziyu said that if you don't agree, he will ensure that every movie you shoot won't be screened in theaters, and he will also go after Morningstar Entertainment to ensure that their films are not screened. Zheng Yiqiao said anxiously. This Lin Ziyu is truly despicable for using such tactics. Hearing this, Qin Xianyu's expression also turned grim, her brows slightly furrowing. With Lin Ziyu's background, if he truly does this, the major theaters across the country would indeed cooperate. If he really wants to screen movies, they would only be shown in small cinemas. If it continues like this, Morningstar Entertainment could end up losing money and might face bankruptcy in a few years. What should we do, Xini? Lin Ziyu has a strong background. If he really goes after Morningstar Entertainment, I estimate it won't be long before Morningstar faces bankruptcy. Why don't we not sign with Morningstar Entertainment? Zheng Jie, don't panic. You should know that Jiang Fan's Guangyao Group ranks third here in Modu, and his girlfriend's father's company is the top Dragon Rising Group in Modu. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If Jiang Fan finds out about this, he will definitely handle it well. However, for now, I should inform Jiang Fan and hear his opinion. All right, I will contact Wang Shuyi and ask her to bring Jiang Fan over. Let's go ourselves. Saying this, Qin Xini began to get dressed, while Zheng Yiqiao contacted Wang Shuyi to inquire if Mr. Jiang had left. Wang Shuyi told her that Jiang had just left a while ago and asked her what was the matter. Zheng Yiqiao informed Wang Shuyi about Lin Ziyu's threat against Morningstar Entertainment. Wang Shuyi, upon hearing the news, said she would contact Mr. Jiang immediately. Not long after, Jiang Fan and Su Shui left, the phone rang. Shuer, can you check who is calling? Brother Fan, it's Sister Wang. Su Shui looked at the phone and told Jiang Fan. Wang Shuyi, you answer it and see what she wants. A few minutes later, Su Shui hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Fan. Brother Fan, Sister Wang said that Lin Ziyu contacted Miss Zheng and informed her that Lin Ziyu would deal with Morningstar Entertainment. Miss Qin wants to talk to us. Lin Ziyu, huh? All right, let's head back. At the intersection, Jiang Fan turned the steering wheel and drove back towards Morningstar Entertainment. Before long, they arrived at the meeting room where Qin Xini and Zheng Yiqiao were already seated waiting. Mr. Jiang, I believe you should be aware of some matters by now. Zheng Yiqiao quickly stood up and said as she saw Jiang Fan enter. I have more or less understood the situation. Mr. Jiang, Lin Ziyu said that if I do not sign with him, he will use means to ensure that my films cannot be screened in theaters. Moreover, he also intends to go after Morningstar Entertainment. Qin Xini said with a frown. Lin Ziyu's background is indeed impressive, but Modu is our territory. He is merely the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group in Yanjing. No matter how much he targets us, it cannot succeed. Furthermore, I own 3 cinemas here in Modu, and after some time I will continue to acquire more. The cinemas are mine, and I decide whose films are screened. Jiang Fan said domineeringly. Hearing this, Qin Xini and Zheng Yiqiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as Mr. Jiang owns cinemas, even if it's just one, he can screen her films, and he owns 3. With Mr. Zhang's financial power if he continues to acquire, not to mention her films being screened. Even Morningstar Entertainment's recent movies should have around 5 or 6 cinemas when they are released. Hearing Mr. Zhang's words, Zhang Yiqiao smiled lightly. It's getting late, let's go out for dinner. Zhang Fan glanced at the time and invited them. All right. They found a restaurant, and considering that Qin Xianyi was a big star, Zhang Fan had the restaurant prepare a private room. In the private room, Su Shui leaned closer to Qin Xianyi and softly asked, Sister Qin, filming must be very tiring, right? Qin Xianyi nodded, pursing her lips. Yes, it is indeed very tiring, but I really enjoy the process of filming. After all, it is what I love. Sister Qin, it's impressive that you have become a top star. Becoming a top star took a lot of effort from me. I remember when I first said I wanted to be a star, my parents did not support me. They said things like girls should just focus on work and not think about those things. What happened afterward? After my repeated requests, my parents agreed. They said they would give me a few years to try. If it didn't work out, I should find a good job and settle down later. Fortunately, I succeeded, and my parents supported me later on. Remembering the past, Qin Xianyi felt a mix. From her parents' initial lack of support to their eventual backing, she knew she had to work hard to become a star. Sister Qin, if you have time, I'd like to talk to you about acting. Su Shui said with a bright smile. About acting? Do you want to act too? Qin Xianyi was a bit surprised to hear that. Yes, I have this idea, but I plan to learn it in case I get a chance to act with Brother Fan in the future. Su Shui shook. Hearing this, Qin Xianyi glanced at Zhang Fan. With Zhang Fan's looks, if he had acting skills and good management, it wouldn't take long for him to become famous. As for Su Shui, she was already beautiful, and with a little training she could quickly become famous as an actress. However, from Su Shui's words, she understood that the reason this girl wanted to learn was because of Zhang Fan. It was clear that this girl genuinely liked Zhang Fan. Thinking of this, Qin Xianyi let out a sigh of relief. All right, when we return and have time, I'll teach you some things about it. Seeing her agree, Su Shui was very happy and quickly nodded. Okay, Sister Qin, thank you. You're welcome. Miss Qin, since you've decided to sign with our company, I have something I need your help with. Mr. Zhang, the situation is this: on the 20th, our One-Yuan Company has an anime called Fox Demon Little Matchmaker that is set to be released, and we will need your help in promoting it. The anime Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. Mr. Zhang, no problem. Additionally, there is an app called Douyin, which is somewhat similar to Juesho, a short video app. We plan to launch it on the same day, and we will also need your help in promoting it then. The Douyin short video app. Mr. Zhang, is this app similar to Juesho? The content on there won't be similar, will it? Qin Xianyi was somewhat worried about this upcoming app. She indeed had many fans, but she also needed to guide. Miss Qin, you can rest assured about this. There will be no inappropriate content on Douyin, Zhang Fan assured her. Alright, I'll take a look when the time comes, and if everything is good, it'll help promote it. Regarding the movie Fleet of Time, I will have the crew edit a trailer for you. After you see it, please help promote it. Mr. Zhang, that's fine. Then let's eat first. As the waiter brought the dishes, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. For Qin Xianyi, these three matters were merely a matter of moving her fingers. Given Qin Xianyi's fan count, this would draw a significant number of people to follow their anime short videos. After dinner, Su Shui got Qin Xianyi's contact information. After parting ways, Zhang Fan took Su Shui and drove away. Wang Shi also drove and sent Qin Xianyi and the others back to their place. That night, Qin Xianyi downloaded a station and watched the trailer for Fox Demon Little Matchmaker, finding it quite good. She used her blog account to post a status. I believe many friends are concerned about where I'll go after leaving the company. Taking advantage of today, I'll tell everyone that I will join another company. This company, I have spoken with the boss, and he is very nice. I expect to sign with this company in the next couple of days. As for what company it is, I will inform everyone after I sign. I have always been thankful for everyone's support, and I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Thank you all, Xianyi. Additionally, today, I discovered a great anime. Although it's just a trailer, the quality is excellent. The character Susu has a very soft and cute voice, which I really like. You all can take a look, download a station, register with your phone number, and search for Fox Demon Little Matchmaker to find it. Shortly after she posted this status, many fans replied below. Sister Qin, we will always support you. That's right. No matter where you go, we will support you. I hope you can get better resources in that company. What is the name of that company? Is it a big company? Well, they pretend to say nice things, and once you join it will be like the previous company. A fan was somewhat worried about Qin Xianyi joining the new company. They all knew why Qin Xianyi specifically left her previous company. If this new company was just like the last one, it would be better not to join. I have seen Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. It was recommended to me by a classmate. The trailer looks good, but I wonder if the actual broadcast will maintain that quality. However, since Sister Qin said so, I will definitely watch it on the day it airs. Most of Qin Xianyi's fans kept asking which company she would go to, while a small portion expressed that they would watch the anime Fox Demon Little Matchmaker. Damn it. Damn it. I offered double the price, yet she refuses to join me, and instead goes to Zhang Fan. Lindsay roared at the computer screen, his face dark. Qin Xianyi, since you have chosen this, don't blame me. I will ask my father for help and ensure that your movie does not get released in theaters. Lin Ziyu thought about how in the future Qin Xianyu's movie would not be released in theaters, and she would definitely come to plead with him. At that time he could do whatever he wanted. His father is the chairman of the Hua Xiao Group and knows several directors in the entertainment industry. As long as he asks his father for help and has him speak to those directors, it will be difficult for Qin Company to find directors to shoot films. Lin Ziyu eagerly anticipates the day when Qin Xiany will kneel on the ground begging him. Brother Fan, it's all because of me that Sister Qin is also implicated. Back home, Su Shui hugged Jiang Fan, her nostrils flaring as she spoke solemnly. How could I be afraid of him? He's only relying on the fact that his father is the chairman of the Hua Xiao Group. Moreover, I own 3 cinemas. Even if other theaters do not screen our company's films, we will not incur any loss. You don't have to do anything, just focus on your studies. Just wait and see, in the end, I will definitely win. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, comforting Su Shui with great confidence. Brother Fan, I estimate that Lin Ziyu will ask his father for help to prevent some major directors from shooting your company's films. I will also ask my father for assistance to see if there are any major productions available. Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan seriously. Then, I will trouble my dear Shui. Jiang Fan smiled, gently looking at her with affection. In fact, even without Su Shui's help he could still win. However, this is Su Shui's sincere intention, and he cannot let her down. He knows that Shui has always wanted to help him. That night Su Shui returned home, where Su Bai and Lu Jiahui had also come back. Dad, Mom, you're back. Shui, we're back. Dad, I have something to ask your help with. Oh, what is it, Shui? Just tell Dad, or as long as I can do it, I will naturally help my... Su Bai sat on the sofa quite grandly. Su Shui told Su Bai about what happened today, as well as her speculation. After listening to his daughter's words, Su Bai nodded. Well, Shui, you have a point. If Lin Xinghuai really takes action, some major directors in the entertainment industry indeed won't shoot Jiang Fan's films. In the next few days, Dad will look around to see if there are any directors willing to shoot Jiang Fan's films. He had previously said that if the Hua Xiao Group wanted to deal with Jiang Fan, he would help Jiang Fan. Although his daughter and Jiang Fan are still in a romantic relationship, Su Bai regards Jiang Fan as a son-in-law and will naturally help him. Moreover, he only has this one daughter. As long as Jiang Fan treats his daughter well, he will be satisfied. Hearing his father say this, Su Shui immediately became cheerful. Haha, why are you being so polite with Dad? Su Bai chuckled happily. The 20th day soon arrived. Qin Xiany officially signed with Qinxing Entertainment Company. Today at noon is the airing date for the Fox Demon Matchmaker. Jiang Fan arrived at the One-Yuan company, sitting in the office looking at the computer. At noon, the Fox Demon Matchmaker officially aired. In the past few days, along with Qin Xianyu's promotion, the downloads for the anime app reached around 50,000. Lu Yuanzheng and others were all sitting at their computers anxiously waiting. This is the first true anime that belongs to their One-Yuan company since its establishment. The previous animations they made were for other companies, so naturally, they felt a bit nervous about this one. They were worried that if this anime did not reach the desired viewership, or if the audience did not enjoy it, that would be 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. The viewership for the Fox Demon Matchmaker reached 10,000, and within 2 hours the viewership for the Fox Demon Matchmaker reached 35,000. Seeing this viewership, Jiang Fan leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his lips. Although Qin Xianyu's promotion contributed to this overall, it was also due to the quality of their anime meeting the audience's expectations. Otherwise, even with Qin Xianyu's promotion, if the quality of the anime did not meet expectations, it would not achieve such high viewership. Closing his laptop, Jiang Fan went over to Lu Yuanzheng and the others. Lu Yuanzheng. President Jiang, you're here. Lu Yuanzheng quickly turned around upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice. From the viewership, this anime is very successful. I've also seen the comments, the audience really likes it. I hope we can maintain this quality and continue to produce work. President Jiang, if the audience likes the anime we create, that is our greatest motivation. We will continue to maintain this quality and strive to do even better in the future. Lu Yuanzheng said with a smile, his tone serious. Yes, One-Yuan Company is still short on staff. Remember to hire more people. Ooh, I have another anime that needs to be produced. Another anime? What kind of anime is it? Lu Yuanzheng asked with great interest. It tells the story of how the peaceful school life of a boy named Zhang Chulan is completely turned upside down with the arrival of the mysterious girl Feng Baobao after his father goes missing. The story of the immortal girl Feng Baobao begins involving extraordinary people. It belongs to fantasy, comedy, martial arts, fighting, and blood-pumping genres. Extraordinary people. Upon hearing this term, Lu Yuanzheng's eyes lit up, and he became greatly intrigued. President Jiang, can I take a look at this manga? I will bring it over in a couple of days, but right now you still need to hire more people. After all, the staff in the company is still too few. Even if I hand it over to you now, there won't be enough time to produce this anime. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. That's true. President Jiang, I will release the recruitment information in the next few days. Yes, One-Yuan was originally a studio, and now it has become a company. You must work hard to make the company bigger. President Jiang, I will definitely strive to make the company bigger and better. Lu Yuanzheng quickly assured. Now the Fox Demon Matchmaker has reached 35,000 viewers in 2 hours. By midnight tonight, it should reach 100,000. Since today is Tuesday, let's update one episode every Tuesday. No problem, President Jiang. Still, I must say, don't let the employees work too hard. Let them rest well so they have energy at work. Also, someone should be found to compose the music for the Fox Demon Matchmaker and find a singer. President Jiang, regarding the singer and composer, I have already found someone. The song will be ready in a few days. Yes, in a couple of days I will bring over the manga for Ren Jixia. I will take my leave now. President Jiang, take care. Liu Yuanzheng escorted Jiang Fan to the door and returned looking at his colleagues with a smile, clapping his hands. Everyone, our Fox Demon Matchmaker produced by our own company has reached 35,000 viewers in just 2 hours. This signifies that President Jiang has provided us with excellent manga and the quality produced by everyone in our company has satisfied the audience. After work, I will treat everyone to a meal. Upon hearing their leader's words, everyone felt a surge of joy. Looking at their delighted smiles, Liu Yuanzheng also smiled back, realizing it was time to reward them for their loyalty. While the anime was being released here, the blog company had officially launched the Douyin app. It also went live at noon. Qin Xianyi tried it out and found the results quite impressive, so she promoted it on her social media, informing her fans of the benefits of Douyin. According to rough statistics, over 500 million people have tried the app, including the elderly, young adults, and middle-aged individuals. The elderly with little to do at home enjoy browsing short videos for entertainment. As for middle-aged individuals coming home from work, they're already tired, playing other games can be exhausting, so they prefer to watch short videos instead. Young people, on the other hand, often watch short videos after playing games for a long time. Thanks to Qin Xianyi's promotion, the Douyin app reached 80,000 downloads in just 2 hours. One can imagine the impact the anime Fox Demon Matchmaker will have on short video viewership. Additionally, there are many benefits. For instance, 1,000 views translates to One-Yuan, something that Guaisho could not achieve, while Douyin has. Whether true or not, people are willing to give it a try. After all, if it turns out to be real, and if their video views increase, it could be a substantial income. The manager of the blog company, Chen Lushing, informed Jiang Fan about the number of downloads in the past 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. One must understand that the benefits on Douyin are enough to entice many. A novel short video can easily achieve over 100,000 views. 1,000 views equal 1 yuan, 100,000 views equal 10 yuan. Although it may not seem much, 10 yuan can buy a cup of milk tea or a breakfast. Jiang Fan plans to have Qin Xianyi also join Douyin for further promotion in the next few days. If she sets up an account on Douyin, more fans are likely to download it. Although it involves leveraging Qin Xianyi's fame, she is a signed star under the company, and such actions are necessary. Jiang Fan sent Chen Lushing a message to keep an eye on things. He then messaged Qin Xianyi asking her to prepare for opening a Douyin account in the next few days. When the boss speaks, Qin Xianyi naturally agrees. Moreover, it is a minor task as she is a signed star under Morningstar Entertainment, and she should contribute to generating greater profits for the company. After agreeing to Jiang Fan's suggestion, Qin Xianyi began to register for a Douyin account. Once the account was successfully created, she posted on her blog to inform everyone of her Douyin handle along with a short video she had uploaded. Fans who saw this post eagerly stated they would download it immediately. Soon a large number of new accounts began flooding into the Douyin app following Qin Xianyi's account. This short video lasts 3 minutes. Upon playback, it features Qin Xianyi herself. Thank you all for your attention. I appreciate your support. In the days to come, I will bring you better works. I have officially joined the Douyin app, and if there's anything, I will let you know through this account. In just over half an hour, Qin Xianyi's short video reached 1 million views. 1 million views translate to 100 yuan, but this money can only be withdrawn the next day, and if the amount is large, one must wait until Wednesday to withdraw due to tax deductions. Xianyi, that's impressive. In just over half an hour, you achieved 1 million views. 1,000 views equal 1 yuan, 100,000 equal 10 yuan, so 1 million means 100 yuan. Zheng Yiqiao also downloaded Douyin and smiled as she watched Xianyi's short video with such high view counts. Sister Zheng, this is all thanks to the support of the fans. Qin Xianyi shook her head and smiled. For ordinary people, if they could get 1 million views a day, they might not need to work at all if that were the case every day. 100 yuan a day would amount to 1,000 yuan in 10 days. That's true. In some places, people work a month for just over 2,000 yuan, and it's exhausting. If short videos become popular, earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month means one wouldn't need to go to work at all. Sister Zheng, that's not a good idea. I believe that even if short videos become popular, one still needs to have a stable job. What if one day the videos one posts receive no views? At that point, the income would disappear. Therefore, it's better to work while doing short videos part-time. Qin Xianyi disagreed with Zheng Yiqiao's viewpoint and retorted. I was just saying, but since President Jiang has developed the Douyin app to this extent, many more people will likely join. If this continues, it won't be long before Douyin stabilizes in the market. Indeed, the benefits are evident here. Qin Xianyi nodded without doubt. A middle-aged man resembling a manager from Guaisho Group entered the chairman's office. Chairman, The manager addressed respectfully as he looked at the chairman. Li Huatsan, you have arrived. Please take. The chairman of Guaishou Group is Chen Xiaoyuan, who recognized the potential of short videos years ago and subsequently began developing the Guaishou app. You are aware of the Douyin app on the market, right? Chen Xiaoyuan asked Li Huaqian. Chairman, I am aware. According to the information received, the downloads for the Douyin app are nearing 100,000, and it has been less than 3 hours. Li Huaqian nodded and informed, indeed, I didn't expect Douyin to be so fierce. In less than 3 hours, the downloads are close to 100,000. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded, his face showing some concern. He never anticipated Douyin's aggressive approach, and if things continued this way, it could pose a significant threat to Guaishou. What are your thoughts on Douyin? Chen Xiaoyuan asked Li Huaqian. Chairman, I have also looked into the Douyin app. I must say their benefits are far superior to ours. For example, 1,000 views equate to 1 yuan, which is something we cannot compete with, as Guaishou only relies on view counts without any monetary compensation. After finishing, Li Huaqian observed the chairman's expression. Indeed, we do not earn money from our view counts while Douyin does. Just this point alone can attract many people to join the Douyin app. If this continues, it might lead to unfavorable circumstances for us at Guaishou. Please gather everyone for a meeting in the conference room. I have matters to discuss with them. Understood, Chairman. In the conference room, Chen Xiaoyuan looked at the attendees, cleared his throat, and slowly said, the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the Douyin app. As everyone knows today, the blog company has officially launched the Douyin app into the market, and within just 3 hours the download count has approached 100,000. If this continues, in 6 months the audience for the Douyin app will grow increasingly, and by then our Guaishou will be. Chairman, we have studied the Douyin app. A middle-aged man wearing glasses interjected. How is the research going? Chen Xiaoyuan looked at him. Since Douyin's release, we have been paying attention. Their app features full-screen high definition and creates a wonderful ambience with music. The high compatibility of music and short videos also provides viewers with an excellent experience, something our Guaishou has not achieved. Additionally, they have increased the view count, where every 10,000 views generates 1 yuan, which is also something our Guaishou lacks. Not to mention anything else, just these two features can attract a considerable audience. The glasses-wearing man. Indeed, Douyin's impact on short videos is significant, which is why I called you here to make changes to Guaishou. Otherwise, our viewers will be drawn away by Douyin, resulting in an unfavorable situation for us. Chen Xiaoyuan nodded, acknowledging his words. Chairman, if we want to make changes, then we can only increase the view count to 10,000, which can bring in how much money for those who post videos. If it's also just 1 yuan, I fear those who post short videos still won't take it seriously. Another woman interjected, shaking her head. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyuan frowned. He knew that the reason he made such decisions in the first place was due to insufficient funds. To compete with Douyin, a significant investment was necessary. However, if they did not compete, they would only watch as everyone went to the Douyin app, which was not what he wanted to see. Moreover, achieving full-screen high definition also required considerable financial outlay. This was indeed a challenging problem. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment, a girl was using Guaishou to conduct a live. Her name was Zhang Sherwin, a minor internet celebrity with over 300,000 fans. After more than 2 hours of streaming, only a little over 100 fans had placed orders, and after deducting shipping costs, she earned just over 300 yuan in a day. Now on Guaishou, she was facing saturation. Some fans were unwilling to buy the products she endorsed, and making money was becoming increasingly difficult. Thinking of her sister's tuition fees, a frown appeared on her face. Sherwin just finished streaming. A girl opened the door and saw Zhang Sherwin sitting in front of the computer with a worried expression. She closed the door and approached her. Yes, Qin, I just finished streaming. This girl was her roommate, Zhong Qin. The rent in Magic City was quite high, so she shared a 2-bedroom apartment with Zhong Qin. Sherwin, guess what I discovered today? Zhong Qin came to Zhang Sherwin's side with a mysterious smile. Qin, what did you find? Don't keep me guessing, just tell me. I found an app today. It's also for short videos, but the benefits of this app are much better than Guaishou. A short video app with better benefits than Guaishou. Qin, what is this app called? Hearing this, Zhang Sherwin was very curious. This app is called Douyin. For every 10,000 views on a video, there is an income of 1 yuan. 10,000 views for 1 yuan income. Qin, are you kidding me? Zhang Sherwin looked incredulous. Sherwin, why would I joke with you? Do you know Qin Xiani? Qin Xiani. Yes, she's a top celebrity. Qin Xiani endorses this Douyin app, and as Qin Xiani, there's no need to deceive you. I think you should give it a try. If the benefits on Douyin are real with your talent, the view count will definitely be high. Zhong Qin said with a smile. Hearing Zhong Qin's words, Zhang Sherwin felt a bit tempted. Indeed, if it were true, her videos could each reach 500,000 views. If she could bring her fans over 500,000 views, would earn her 50 yuan a day, plus the live stream sales on this side. She would earn much more than she did now. Sherwin, if you don't believe it, you can try it out first. After all, you have plenty of time each day. If it's true, the money will certainly be much more than now. Unfortunately, I have no talent. If I did, I would want to try it too, Zhong Qin said, shaking her head. Alright, I'll download the Douyin app and see what the benefits are, then give it a try. Zhang Sherwin was intrigued, took her phone, and started downloading the Douyin app. Before long, the installation was successful, and Zhang Sherwin eagerly opened it. In the benefits section, she found it stated that for every 10,000 views, there would be 1 yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Sherwin registered an account and tried posting a short video of her performance. Then she went to Kuaishou and informed her fans that she had posted a short video on Douyin. With her popularity, within an hour that short video reached 10,000 views. After waiting another hour, she received 1 yuan for the 10,000 views. Chin, it's true. I really earned 1 yuan. Seeing the income displaying 1 yuan, Zhang Sherwin excitedly shouted, I wasn't lying to you. If you earn more in the future, don't forget about me. Seeing Zhang Sherwin so excited, Zhong Qin laughed and teased. Chin, if I earn more on Douyin, I definitely won't forget that you told me about this app today. Such occurrences were happening all across the country. Many people were eager to try Douyin's offer of 1 yuan for 10,000 views. In just 5 hours, the download count for the Douyin app reached 200,000. This was something Kuaishou had not achieved upon its initial release, yet Douyin app managed to do it. Manager Chen, the download count for the Douyin app has reached 200,000. During peak times, the number of viewers watching videos soared to over 190,000. In the blog company, a girl looked at Chun Leshing with an excited smile on her face. With so many users, this means we have succeeded. All of this is thanks to General Jiang. Without General Jiang, we wouldn't have been able to create the Douyin app or achieve 200,000 downloads in just 5 hours. Chun Leshing was equally excited. Without General Jiang, there would be no success for the Douyin app today. That night, Su Bai invited Jiang Fan to his home and asked Su Shui to call him over. Jiang Fan, how has your Douyin app performed since its launch today? Su Bai asked with a gentle smile. It's been remarkably successful, far exceeding my expectations. 30,000 downloads already. So many. Though prepared for strong results, Su Bai was genuinely startled. 30,000 users in under 10 hours was astonishing. Of course, just look who he is. My beloved senior brother Fan is simply the most extraordinary. Su Shui looped her arm through Jiang Fan's, beaming with pride. In her eyes, senior brother Fan was unmatched. When Kuaishou first launched, it hadn't reached this many downloads, even after 10 hours. Jiang Fan, your Douyin app is bound to shake the short video market, and Kuaishou's team is likely already rattled. Su Bai folded his arms, deeply pleased for Jiang Fan. Much of this success also stems from Qin Xian's traffic. After all, she's a top-tier celebrity. Our Douyin launch truly aligned with perfect timing, favorable conditions, and the right people. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly. Indeed, Qin Xian contributed significantly, and we were fortunate to have secured her endorsement early on. Otherwise, such rapid traction would have been unlikely. Uncle, now that Douyin commands such substantial traffic, you could run advertisements on the platform. Precisely. Under your company's name, engage 1 or 2 influential internet celebrities to promote your... An excellent idea. Tell me more. Su Bai leaned in, intrigued. Meanwhile, Lu Jiahui, noticing the two men deep in discussion, called Su Shui over. Shuier, come sit with Mama. Don't disturb them. Yes, Mama. Su Shui replied, obediently moving to her mother's side. You've got good taste, Shuier. Xiao Fan truly is exceptional. Watching Jiang Fan converse earnestly with her husband, Lu Jiahui nodded approvingly. Her gaze upon Jiang Fan already carried the warmth and quiet confidence of a future son-in-law. Naturally, I'm who I am, Su Shui declared, swelling with pride, though the mere thought of Tang Xiu instantly soured her mood. Mama, what if someone else pursues senior brother Fan? Would he accept? Su Shui asked anxiously. That Tang Xiu you mentioned before. Lu Jiahui immediately understood. Yes, that's precisely who I mean. Ultimately, though, it depends entirely on Jiang Fan's own heart. If he chooses another, there's little you can do. Wouldn't you agree? On this matter, Lu Jiahui felt no certainty. After all, Jiang Fan was exceptionally gifted, and as his stature rose, so too would the number of rivals vying for his affection. Tang Xiu was merely the first, others would surely follow. It all rested with Jiang Fan. Mama, then what should I do? If senior brother Fan falls for someone else, wouldn't that mean I was here first? Seeing her mother offer no solution, Su Shui's face fell into dismay. Come here, lean in close. I'll share a suggestion, Lu Jiahui whispered, beckoning her daughter. Su Shui leaned in, and upon hearing her mother's words, her cheeks flushed crimson. She stole a shy glance at Jiang Fan, suddenly flustered. Mama, what if senior brother Fan doesn't like it? Shuier, how will you ever know, unless you try? Lu Jiahui gently patted her daughter's hand and shook her head. All right, I'll give it a try, Su Shui finally conceded, nodding firmly. Haha, Jiang Fan, everything you've described has me thoroughly convinced. I'll begin testing it next week. Su Bai's laughter rang warmly through the living room half an hour later. From Jiang Fan's proposal, he perceived immense potential, not only for Douyin, but for his own company's growth. He'd never considered such a strategy before, but Jiang Fan's insight had ignited a powerful conviction within him, one that now burned with irresistible urgency. Regarding last week's proposed 200 million yuan investment, I haven't transferred it yet. This Saturday, I'll increase it to 300 million, 200 million as equity investment and 100 million allocated to advertising for our company. Understood, uncle. Also, I've recently been scouting film crews for you, and I've identified an outstanding one led by a renowned, highly capable director. When would be convenient for you to connect with him? Please share his contact details. I happen to have 2 completed film scripts ready. Once he approves, production can commence immediately. Very well, I'll give them to you now. Take note. Subai recited the acclaimed director's contact information, which Zhang Fan promptly saved into his address book, planning to reach out the following day. After over an hour of relaxed conversation, Zhang Fan departed the Su residence and returned to his own apartment. The next morning, shortly after 10 o'clock, he dialed the director's number. Hello, who's calling? A middle-aged man's voice answered. Director Wang, greetings, I'm Zhang Fan. Uncle Su kindly shared your contact information with me. Ah, you're Zhang Fan. Is this about filming? Exactly. I have 2 screenplays ready, and if Director Wang approves, shooting can begin without delay. I'm open to reviewing them, but I must read them thoroughly before committing. As you may know, I maintain exacting standards for both crew and cinematic quality. Should a script fail to meet my expectations, I won't take it on. Director Wang paused briefly before speaking again. Having directed over a dozen critically acclaimed films, each lauded by audiences and critics alike, he would never make a hasty decision based solely on a stranger's assurances. A misstep could irreparably tarnish his hard-earned reputation. No problem. I'm happy to visit you in person. Where are you currently based? That won't be necessary. I'm presently in Shanghai, but unavailable this week. Let's meet this Sunday instead. I'll make time to review your scripts in person, sparing you the trip. Agreed, Director Wang. I'll contact you again then. Very well. After hanging up, Zhang Fan quietly researched the director's filmography, studying each title with focused attention. After watching 2 of his films, Zhang Fan reclined in his chair, impressed indeed. Yet he remained confident his own screenplays would captivate the director beyond doubt. One was Chinatown Detective, the other The Mistake. Though distinct in genre and tone, both possessed compelling narratives. Zhang Fan believed that once Director Wang read them, he'd be deeply intrigued, with roughly an 80% chance of acceptance. However, certain scenes in both scripts couldn't be filmed domestically. They required overseas locations. The scripts were fully prepared. The next step was securing Director Wang's approval, after which they'd finalize the shooting venues. On a Sunday, Director Wang contacted Zhang Fan in the morning and told him to come over right away. Zhang Fan quickly tidied up and arranged to meet him at the coffee shop. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived at the coffee shop with 2 scripts sitting at a table and waiting for Director Wang's arrival. Soon a middle-aged man accompanied by his assistant walked in. Looking at the 2, Zhang Fan hesitantly called out, Director Wang. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the middle-aged man smiled and walked in with his assistant. Zhang Fan stood up and shook hands with both of them. Mr. Zhang, this is our scriptwriter Li Tang. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if you brought the script? Director Wang eagerly asked. Director Wang, I brought it. You can take a look first. Zhang Fan took out the script for Detective Chinatown and handed it to Director Wang and the others. Director Wang received the script and began to read it together with Li Tang. After reading for about 10 minutes, they roughly understood that it was a story about Tang Rin and Qin Feng, who must evade the police's pursuit. While being chased by gangsters and surrounded by the mafia, they must find the lost gold and uncover the true culprit to clear their names within just 7 days. Director Wang exchanged a glance with Li Tang. His eyes lit up. He handed the script back to Zhang Fan, smiling. Mr. Zhang, I've read this script, and the theme is quite good. In fact, over the years, I've never filmed anything like this before. So what are your thoughts, Director Wang? This film, our crew will take it on. Director Wang thought for a moment and replied, having never filmed such a theme before, he didn't want to give it up and wanted to take on the challenge. The script was also very well written. Although he had only read it for a little over 10 minutes, the content was impressive. He didn't want to let this theme slip away to someone else. If allowed to direct, he was confident he could create a great film. So, does that mean Director Wang agrees? Actually, I have another script here. Another script? Mr. Zhang, may I ask if both scripts are your own ideas? They are all my own idea. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. He couldn't say that they were given by the system. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, both Director Wang and Li Tang were somewhat surprised. They knew a bit about Zhang Fan's background as the chairman of Guangyao Group. Being so young and already a chairman showed he was indeed talented. With these 2 scripts written by him, his abilities were evidently remarkable. Thinking of this, Director Wang's tone changed. Mr. Zhang, could you let me take a look at the other script? No problem. Zhang Fan smiled and handed them the script for the murder. Director Wang took the script and began to read it with Li Tang again. This time they read for a long time. After over 20 minutes, they finally set the script down. Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Zhang, if you were to become a screenwriter, you would probably become a well-known one. If the script for Detective Chinatown was well written, then the content of the murder was absolutely thrilling. Both scripts excited him, and if possible, he would want to arrange for filming both movies immediately. I never thought about becoming a screenwriter. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Mr. Jiang, the plot twists in the murder are particularly brilliant. One is Detective Chinatown, and the other is the murder of both are extremely captivating to me. If Director Wong wants to film after we sign the contract, both scripts can be given to you to direct. Jiang fan, both scripts for me to direct. Well, Mr. Jiang, if you have time, we can sign the contract right away, and after I return, I can start preparing to decide which film to shoot first. Then please wait a moment, Director Wong. They'll call the company to arrange a car to come over. Okay. Jiang Fan took out his phone and called Wang Shui, telling her the location to pick someone up. Mr. Jiang, do you have a grudge against the chairman of Huaxiao Group? During the waiting period, Director Wong looked at Jiang Fan and asked, why do you say that, Director Wong? It seems Mr. Jiang doesn't know. The situation is like this. During this period, many directors received calls from Lin Xinghai, who told them not to take any scripts from a company called Jiang Fan. It seems it's because of Lin Ziyu. I suppose Lin Xinghai has also called you, Director Wong. Why are you still willing to? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Others may fear Lin Xinghai, but I do not. Besides, which film I want to shoot is my own business. It has nothing to do with him. He is not qualified to dictate to me. Director Wong shook his head, slightly unconcerned. Moreover, having seen the scripts Mr. Jiang brought, I am even more determined to film these two movies. No one can stop me. I wouldn't say I have a huge grudge against Lin Xinghai's son. This person is petty and has always wanted to deal with. If it's Lin Ziyu, that's no surprise. He is indeed petty, and his father is very protective of him. Lin Xinghai would likely agree to Lin Ziyu's demands. However, if this continues, it may lead to a bad situation. Director Wong expressed his concerns to Jiang. With the strength of Huaxiao Group, if they prevent Jiang Fan's films from being released in theaters or on other video apps, other companies would likely agree. Director Wong, you need not worry about this. Last time Lin Ziyu mentioned, he wouldn't let my company's films be released in theaters. However, I own 3 theaters, and in the coming days, I will also invest to acquire more theaters. There's no need to worry about the release. Moreover, regarding the release on other video apps, I will not sell the broadcast rights for these 2 films to other companies. They will only be shown on our own video app. Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid of losing money by doing this? Not afraid of what is there to fear? I may not have much, but I have plenty of money, Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. Just the rent alone costs hundreds of millions every month, not to mention the profits from other companies. Even if he kept pouring in money with his strength, he could sustain for 5 to 6 years. Since Mr. Jiang is not worried, then I am even less worried. Jiang Fan's words reassured him. All he needed to do was focus on filming. Soon Wang Shui arrived at the coffee shop, and Jiang Fan introduced her to Director Wong and Li Tang. Mr. Wong, Mr. Li, hello. I am Wang Shui, assistant to President Jiang of Morningstar Entertainment. Hello, Miss Wong. Director Wong, Mr. Li, let's go. Upon entering the Morningstar Entertainment Company, Jiang Fan instructed Wang Shui to call Qin Xianyi to the meeting room. Director Wong. When Qin Xianyi arrived at the meeting room and saw Director Wong, she was slightly taken aback. It's Miss Qin, what brings you here? Director Wong was also quite surprised to see Qin Xianyi. Director Wong, Miss Qin is now a star of our Morningstar Entertainment. Jiang Fan explained to him. Miss Qin actually joined Morningstar Entertainment. Mr. Jiang, Miss Qin's talent is excellent. To have signed her, Mr. Jiang truly has an eye for talent. Director Wong was momentarily stunned, but after regaining his composure, he praised Jiang Fan. Director Wong, regarding the script during the filming process, I hope our company's actors can join your crew. Of course, I won't arrange for any talentless actors to be included. As for which roles they are suited for, that will be up to you to decide. Mr. Jiang, that's no problem. Once I finish filming my current movie, I'll arrange for them to participate in either the Tangrenji Detective series or Mistaken Killing. As for the candidates, I will inform Mr. Jiang at that time. Additionally, I will also assess which of your company's actors are suitable for which roles. Our company currently has very few actors, so it wouldn't be appropriate for them to take on major roles. As long as they make an appearance in the movie, just to make the audience somewhat familiar with them, that would suffice. In Morningstar Entertainment, with the addition of star Qin Xianyi, there are now a total of 11 actors. Given Qin Xianyi's status, even if she isn't the lead, Jiang Fan would ensure she takes on a significant role. After reviewing the script, Director Wong pondered over the budget for these 2 films. After a long consideration, he stated the budget for the Tangrenji Detective series should be around 100 million. As for Mistaken Killing, the budget should be around 80 million. Jiang Fan nodded. Alright, regardless of which film we start with, I will allocate 150 million for the budgets of both films. If that isn't enough, just let me know. I have great confidence in the quality of your films, Director Wong. Mr. Jiang, I haven't tackled the themes of these 2 films before, so I can't guarantee they will turn out well. However, I can assure you that our crew will put their heart into it, ensuring that the audience enjoys it. Regarding these 2 films, since they haven't started filming, yet he himself wasn't sure if they would meet the expectations. One could only say that they would try their best to create a good film without ruining the script. Alright, I'll have someone prepare the contract. Jiang Fan handed the contract matters to Wang Shui to handle. Wang Shui naturally went to handle it with great joy. Now their Morningstar Entertainment Company was beginning to change since Jiang had arrived. While they were filming the year of the rush, preparations were also underway for another movie. The days ahead would surely be. Half an hour later, Wang Shuyi brought the contract and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan glanced at the contract and then handed it to Director Wang. Director Wang, take a look. If there are no issues, you can sign your name. Director Wang took the contract, examined it carefully, then picked up a pen and wrote his name, Wang Chiwei. After signing, he handed the contract back to Jiang Fan, who also signed his name, and then stamped the company seal, giving a copy to Wang Chiwei. Mr. Jiang, may we have a pleasant cooperation. Wang Chiwei stood up and extended his hand. Jiang Fan stood up and shook hands with him. Mr. Jiang, since everything is settled, we won't disturb you any longer. Our crew has more tasks to attend to. All right, Director Wang. Mr. Li, take care. Wang Shuyi, see them off. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, this Director Wang is quite talented. Qin Xianyi smiled as she watched them leave. Indeed, I have seen 2 of Director Wang's films, and they were quite good. I hope these 2 films will be well directed under his guidance. You should also prepare. I estimate that in a month or 2 you will be going abroad to join Director Wang's crew for filming, Jiang Fan advised. Going abroad again. Qin Xianyi was taken aback by this. Some storylines in these 2 films can't be filmed domestically, so we need to go to other places. Oh, I see. I'll be ready at any time. By the way, what do you think about Douyin? Qin Xianyi had recently used Douyin, so Jiang Fan wanted to ask for her opinion to see how Douyin was, and if there were improvements needed. Mr. Jiang, I haven't used Douyin much, but overall the results are much better than those from Juesho. Qin, better than Juesho. That's good. I'll ask the blog site another day. Since he couldn't gather much information from Qin Xianyi, Jiang Fan planned to inquire with the blog site another time. Mr. Jiang, the Anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker updates quite slowly, only 1 episode per week. Why don't you urge them? Oh, you, a big star, are also captivated by this anime. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, even though I am a star, I am still human. I can also be attracted to anime. Qin Xianyi rolled her eyes at Jiang Fan. Haha, the Anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker was originally intended to release 1 episode per week. Additionally, the voice actress Mu Yutong, who voices Susu, is still in school, and her mother is hospitalized. She only has time to come to the animation company for voice acting on weekends. Oh, I see. So Mu Yutong has to go to school and take care of her mother. That's quite tiring. She can endure hardships, but I have considered this, so I allow her to come in on Saturdays and Sundays to record her lines. On other days, she can focus on school and care for her mother. Anyway, her salary will still be calculated as usual. Mr. Jiang, you are really kind. Hearing this, Qin Xianyi looked at him with a smile. Knowing that Mu Yutong had to care for her mother and pursue her studies, Jiang Fan did not force her to give up her education for work. Instead, he ensured her salary remained intact. Such a boss is indeed admirable. Let's not talk about this. Recently, you should visit our crew to see those actors. You have the talent, or just train them a bit and teach them about this field. Mr. Jiang, that won't be a problem. I have recently visited the company's crew and their filming progress is quite good. The actors' performances are also commendable. I will frequently go to guide them. Yes, our company doesn't need decorative actors. We should treat capable actors well. They all have aspirations and want to become stars. I just hope they can rely on their abilities and skills to become beloved big stars in the future. It's about time I should take my leave. Sometimes when I'm not in the company, just look for Wang Shuyi. She will do her best to assist you. If she can't handle something, just contact me. Looking at the time, Jiang Fan stood up. If all goes well, this book will be launched today at noon. It was originally planned to be launched with 200 words. However, the editor said it couldn't be pushed any further, so let's launch it. Thanks to the editor for the numerous recommendations. All this time except on Sundays, I only have time to write in the evenings after work. I understand that many readers stop reading because of the paywall, but there's nothing I can do. The author needs to eat too. Writing isn't easy, so I hope to ask for the first subscription here. I hope everyone can support me. Thank you all. The launch at noon will start with 5 chapters, and if the first subscription is high, a few more chapters will be added. Thank you all once again. Not long after Jiang Fan left, Tang Xiyu called. Jiang Fan, it's like this, there will be a business conference at Jinrong Building next Sunday. If you have time, let's go together. There will be many other company chairpersons there, so you can get to know them. A business conference. All right, we'll go together next Sunday. After considering for a moment, Jiang Fan agreed. Okay, I'll contact you then. How was it? Jiang Fan agreed. Right. In Tang Xiyu's home, Tang Xiaoming looked at his daughter, happily hanging up the phone, and said with a smile. Dad, Jiang Fan agreed, but why do I have to go with him? You can just go yourself. Tang Xiyu was a bit confused. My silly daughter, your dad is creating opportunities for you. Yang Yiji shook her head and smiled. Your mom is right. Dad is creating opportunities for you. After attending the conference, don't rush back. Stroll around a bit, find some topics to chat about with Jiang Fan. Don't think about last time when he came to our house and you just sat there like a fool. Got it? Dad. Hearing this, Tang Xiyu recalled Jiang Fan's visit and felt her cheeks flush as she playfully called out. I'm ignoring you. I'm going upstairs. Yiji, tell me how come our daughter didn't inherit my courage to pursue. You must know when I pursued you back then I was looking at his daughter walking upstairs. Tang Xiaoming sighed. Siyu is ultimately a girl. She is shy, especially since Jiang Fan has a girlfriend. What's there to fear about having a girlfriend? As long as they are not married, there is still a chance. Happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. Although we parents can help a little, ultimately it still depends on our daughter herself. In the villa, as soon as Jiang Fan opened the door, Su Shui jumped on him, hugging his body and softly saying, "Brother Fan, you're back. Swear I'm back. Have you eaten?" "I have. What about you, Brother Fan?" "Not yet, I'm going to cook first. After we eat, let's go out and have some fun." After more than an hour, Jiang Fan took Su Shui out. Last time they only went to the amusement park. This time Jiang Fan planned to take Su Shui to other places. "Shui, where do you want to go?" Brother Fan, how about we go watch a movie? What do you think?" Su Shui furrowed her little brows, thought for a moment, then relaxed and smiled. "Sure, let's go watch a movie. Today is Sunday and a film has just been released that tells a love story." Arriving at the cinema, Jiang Fan smiled slightly at the name of the movie. The cinema is called Moonlight Cinema. With Brother Fan, there are so many people. Looking at the ticket booth not far away, the queue was long like a dragon. "No problem, this cinema is mine. I'll arrange things to prepare a private room for us to watch in." Yage. Hearing this, Su Shui was as happy as a child. Jiang Fan took out his phone and called the cinema manager Gao Guogang. He informed him to prepare a private room. Gao Guogang quickly assured him he would arrange it immediately and asked for Jiang Fan's location. Before long, Gao Guogang came out from the cinema and approached Jiang Fan. "Mr. Jiang, you're here?" "Yes, I'm here. Is the private room ready?" Nodding at Gao Guogang, Jiang Fan replied, "Mr. Jiang, it's all ready. Let me take you there." "All right, thank you." Soon Gao Guogang led Jiang Fan and Su Shui into the private room. "Mr. Jiang, this is the best private room. The movie will start in half an hour. Got it, you go ahead and be busy. Shueta, let's go out and buy some snacks first, then we can come back in to watch the movie." After seeing Gao Guogang leave, Jiang Fan gently held Su Shui's hand and spoke softly. "Brother Fan, I want popcorn." Su Shui said with a smile. "Sure, whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you." Jiang Fan bought 2 large cups of popcorn, some other snacks, and ice-cold cola, then returned to the private room. Half an hour passed quickly. The lights in the room dimmed and Jiang Fan and Su Shui sat on the sofa eating popcorn while watching the movie. Su Shui held the popcorn and affectionately fed Jiang Fan. In a romantic movie, emotional scenes were inevitable. Watching the male and female leads kiss each other, Su Shui's cheeks flushed. Stealing a glance at Jiang Fan out of the corner of her eye, she hesitated, took a deep breath, and boldly sat on Jiang Fan's lap. Her cherry-red lips pressed against Jiang Fan's. Jiang Fan was taken aback by Su Shui's action, but after regaining his senses, he responded to her. After a long while, Su Shui began to struggle, releasing her lips lightly, hitting Jiang Fan, breathing heavily, and playfully said, "Brother Fan, you're so bad. Ooh, I almost couldn't breathe. You were clearly the one who initiated it. How did it become my fault?" Jiang Fan teased with a grin. "You're so annoying." "Don't say that." Su Shui pouted, her cheeks still flushed. Su Shui rolled her eyes, nodded, and leaned against Jiang Fan, her dreamy eyes still lingering on the taste of. Seeing her flushed cheeks filled with shyness in his embrace made Jiang Fan's heart stir, and he even had a physical reaction. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, slowly suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. Otherwise he might embarrass himself. After an hour and a half, the movie finally ended, and Su Shui shook her head. "Brother Fan, I originally thought the male and female leads would end up together, but unexpectedly the male lead went abroad, leaving the female lead alone in the country. In this movie, both sides are first loves. First love is beautiful, but it's indeed hard to come together." Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. "Is it really hard for first loves to come together? Brother Fan, aren't we also first loves? Do you think we will be like the ones in the movie?" Su Shui was very worried if they ended up like the movie. "Shui, movies are just movies. I won't leave you." Jiang Fan gently stroked her head, comforting her softly. Hearing this, Su Shui placed her hand on Jiang Fan's neck and nodded heavily. "Amen, Brother Fan, I won't leave you either." "All right, the movie is over. Let's clean up and leave." Jiang Fan patted her back. Su Shui left Jiang Fan's embrace, tidying up the popcorn cups in the room, preparing to take them out and throw them in the trash. Jiang Fan. No sooner had he stepped outside than a young woman called his name, her expression tinged with gin. Hearing his name, Jiang Fan paused and turned puzzled, before his gaze settled upon a strikingly beautiful young woman, perhaps 22 years of age. "Who are you?" He studied her closely. She seemed faintly familiar, yet her identity eluded him, prompting his quiet curiosity. "You've forgotten me." "I'm Shun Mingyan," she said with a soft smile. "Shun Mingyan. Ah, it's you." At the name, memory surged. She had been his classmate during freshman year, but vanished without warning at the start of sophomore year, her destination unknown. To encounter her now of all places felt like fate's quiet irony. "I've come to Shanghai for next Sunday's Business Association conference," Shen Mingyan replied, smiling. "A business conference? Your family runs a company?" "Yes, my father is abroad this time, so he asked me to represent him at the Shanghai conference." "And this young lady beside you, is she your girlfriend?" She glanced shyly at Su Shui, the woman standing beside Jiang Fan whose beauty even surpassed her own. Yes, this is my girlfriend Su Shui. Snow, this is Shun Mingyan, a classmate from my freshman year. Miss Shin, it's a pleasure to meet you, Su Shui said, appraising her with calm grace before offering a courteous greeting. Miss Su likewise. Classmate Shun, it's rare to reunite after so many years. Shall we sit down for coffee at the nearest cafe? Jiang Fan extended the invitation with quiet warmth. That sounds lovely. I have no plans this afternoon. Inside the cafe, after ordering their coffees, Jiang Fan asked gently, back in freshman year, you transferred suddenly. Did you return home to continue your studies? Yes. My father was frequently overseas for work and he worried my mother would feel lonely at home. So he arranged for me to transfer back. A delicate smile graced Shun Mingyan's lips. Your sudden departure left our entire class wondering. No farewell, no explanation. Yet after all these years, meeting you again feels like an unexpected gift. I feel the same. Never imagined I'd run into you near this cinema in Shanghai. Nor did I expect you'd already found someone special. Shun Mingyan's eyes flickered towards Su Shui, and for an instant a subtle shadow of disappointment crossed her features. Su Shui watched her closely, and that fleeting expression sent a quiet jolt through her chest. Goodness, first Tang Siyu, and now her. Could Shun Mingyan possibly be vying for Brother Fan's affection too? At once Su Shui tightened her grip on Jiang Fan's arm, a silent tender claim upon her place beside him. How have these years treated you? Shun Mingyan asked, her voice soft as silk. Well enough. I founded a small enterprise. Life is comfortable, and yes, I've found love. His gaze drifted to Su Shui, warm and tender, unmistakable, unguarded. Shun Mingyan sighed inwardly. Back in freshman year, she had quietly cherished feelings for Jiang Fan, but those emotions had faded gradually after her transfer. Yet today's reunion stirred them anew, like embers rekindled. A wistful thought rose: had I stayed, might I now stand where she stands? But time flows only forward. No second chances granted. I'll be attending next Sunday's conference too. You will? How fortunate. I know almost no one there. Without companionship, I'd likely sit in silence all day. With you present, however, it won't feel so daunting. Her heart lifted at his words. Please share your contact details. I'll message you when I arrive. Of course. They exchanged contact information swiftly, effortlessly. They continued conversing, reminiscing, catching up, until over an hour had passed. Glancing at her watch, Shun Mingyan smiled warmly. Jiang Fan, I won't intrude further. I must take my leave. Then until Sunday. Yes, until Sunday. Brother Fan, wasn't she the class beauty back in fresh? Su Shui watched Shun Mingyan walk away, pouting playfully. Indeed, she was our class's undisputed beauty. So, you never entertained the idea of pursuing her back then? Her eyes held his steady and searching. Never. At that time my sole focus was study. Romance held no place in my thoughts. He shook his head, a faint knowing smile curving his lips. In truth, his university years had been devoted entirely to academic improvement. He'd struggled early on. Yet Shun Mingyan had offered him earnest help with his studies, and for that kindness Jiang Fan carried sincere gratitude, nothing more. Hearing this, Su Shui's heart swelled with quiet joy. She trusted Jiang Fan utterly, yet feared other women might seek to entice him. Snow, let's go. We still have much to explore. Ping. One-Yuan flash sale, mall has refreshed. Ping. One-Yuan flash sale, Jinrong Tower. Ping. One-Yuan flash sale, 4 equity stake in Huya live streaming platform. Ping. One-Yuan flash sale, 80 chairman position in ICQ instant messaging software. Jinrong Tower, that's the very venue hosting the Business Association Conference. And ICQ, a global messaging platform, as well as 4 equity in Huya. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, puzzled by the 4 stake in Huya. Previously, flash sales had offered controlling stakes, 70 or more, or even full CEO appointments. This time, however, only a modest 4 was on offer. Still, if the system had activated, there was no hesitation. Flash sale now. Ping. Success. Transaction confirmed and credited. Sunday arrived swiftly. Shortly after 9 a.m., Tang Siyu messaged Jiang Fan. I'm leaving. He replied instantly. I'm departing shortly too. Then he sent a brief message to Shun Mingyan. She responded within moments, confirming she was also en route. Uncle, how many enterprises will attend this conference? Lin Ziyu asked in his villa. Before him stood Lin Wenshan, his paternal uncle, though only a distant cousin of Lin Xinghuai, sharing the Lin surname, but not the direct lineage. Ziyu, aside from the top 2 conglomerates, all groups ranked 3rd through 10th in Shanghai will attend this conference. Lin Wenshan regarded his nephew with a knowing smile. 3rd-ranked group. Then Guangyao group will attend, and Jiang Fan along with them. A sly triumphant curl touched Lin Ziyu's lips. Though his father remained absent, his uncle's presence was more than sufficient. Should Jiang Fan dare appear, he would receive a lesson in humility. A cold, quiet hum vibrated beneath his breath. Uncle, it's growing late. We should depart. Impatience sharpened his tone as he rose to leave. Let's go. Soon Lin Wenshan and Lin Ziyu left the villa and headed towards Jinrong building. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived outside Jinrong building. Looking at the entrance where high-end vehicles flowed in and out and elegantly dressed elite individuals were queuing to show their invitations to the security, Lin Ziyu's eyes twinkled with a thought. Lin Ziyu lingered outside for a while. Seeing that there were not many people left, he smiled and walked towards the security guard. Brother. The security guard was surprised to hear someone call him brother, especially since the person was dressed in expensive clothing. Brother, come here, I need to talk to you about something. Lin Ziyu said. What is it? The security guard asked curiously. I need you to do me a favor. If a person named Jiang Fan comes in age 22 and somewhat handsome, do not let him enter. Lin Ziyu sneered. Well, he's here to attend a business meeting, how could I possibly not let him in? The security guard immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Of course I won't let you help for free. If you don't let Jiang Fan in, I will give you 200,000. That's your benefit. What do you say? Lin Ziyu took out a bank card and tempted him. Looking at the bank card, the security guard couldn't help but swallow hard. His monthly salary as a security guard was only around 4,000. It would take him years to earn 200,000. If there really was 200,000 in that card, it would be a significant income for him. What do you think, brother? You need to think it through. This is 200,000, which would take you several years to earn. Besides, I'm only asking you to help by not letting Jiang Fan into Jinrong Building. Seeing the expression on his face, clearly indicating some interest, Lin Ziyu's smile grew wider. To Lin Ziyu, 200,000 was merely pocket money for a little over 10 days, but for the security guard it would take years to earn. He was not worried that the guard would not be tempted. Brother, you better think carefully. Once you miss this opportunity, it's gone. I'll wait for you for a minute. If you don't. Hearing this, the security guard struggled, internally hesitated for a moment, and nodded. All right, I'll help you with this. Good, you have good judgment. Seeing him agree, Lin Ziyu laughed heartily and handed the bank card to the security guard. The password is 123,456. You can check it first. With that, Lin Ziyu entered Jinrong Building with great pleasure. The security guard looked at the bank card and, thinking about the 200,000 inside, he felt extremely excited. He hurried to the ATM, inserted the card, and entered the password. Before long, it displayed 200,000. Seeing the balance, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief, took out the card, and returned to his post. Jiang Fan picked up Tang Xiyu and drove towards Jinrong Building. Not long after they arrived at Jinrong Building, where many cars were already parked nearby. Jiang Fan had to find a remote spot to park the car and got out with Tang Xiyu. Jiang Fan, let's go in. Tang Xiyu smiled at the majestic Jinrong Building. Not yet, I'm waiting for someone. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. Waiting for someone? Who else? Tang Xiyu asked, puzzled. It's an old classmate of mine. 5 minutes later, Shin Mengyan appeared in Jiang Fan's line of sight. Upon seeing her, Jiang Fan called out. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, Shin Mengyan hurriedly looked over and saw another girl standing next to Jiang Fan, who was even more beautiful than her and had a certain charm. Shin Mengyan was taken aback slightly and thought to herself, I didn't expect this Jiang Fan to have such a beautiful girl beside him. Jiang Fan, sorry to keep you waiting. Who is this? Shin Mengyan shook her head and approached Jiang Fan, smilingly asking. This is our company's general manager. See you, this is my classmate from freshman year, Shin Mengyan. Miss Shin, hello. Tang Xiyu glanced at her strangely and greeted with a smile. Miss Tang, hello. Since classmate Shun has arrived, let's go in. Sure. Jiang Fan led both of them towards Jinrong Building. Arriving at the security guard, he looked at Jiang Fan and found that he resembled the person Lin Ziyu mentioned somewhat. So he curiously asked, excuse me, sir, are you Jiang Fan? Yes, I am Jiang Fan. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter. The security guard said sternly. Cannot enter? Why not? We have an invitation. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiyu frowned and said discontentedly. If I say this gentleman cannot enter, then he cannot enter. As for you, you can enter. The security guard shook his head. Oh, why can't I enter? Is there any connection to this? Jiang Fan squinted his eyes, looking at him with a half smile. There are so many reasons. If I say you can't enter, then you can't. Hurry up and leave. The security guard's face darkened as he said, displeased. No explanation at all. Just don't let me in. I don't seem to have offended you, right? Our Jiang Zong is the chairman of Guangyao Group. If Jiang Zong can't enter, then this Jinrong Building must have a lot of face. Tang Xiyu said angrily. Chairman of Guangyao Group. Shin Mengyan was shocked upon hearing Tang Xiyu's words. She didn't expect that Jiang Fan, who had studied together in their freshman year, was now the chairman of Guangyao Group. The security guard was also taken aback by Tang Xiyu's words. He never expected that Jiang Fan was actually the chairman of the third largest group in Modu. This identity was not something a small security guard like him could afford to offend. Damn, that person didn't tell me Jiang Fan's identity. This has put me in a tough spot. This money is hard to earn, it's hot. The security guard roared inwardly. So it's Chairman Jiang. I'm sorry, please come in. After hesitating for a while, the security guard had no choice but to let him through. As for the 200,000, he could always return it later. So now that you've heard my identity, you let me in. Clearly you didn't recognize me when you heard my name. There must be something behind. Jiang Fan crossed his arms and looked at him. I. The security guard stammered and hesitated. He couldn't possibly tell Jiang Fan that he had taken a bribe to not let him in. If Jiang Fan found out, he might tell the manager, and then his job would be gone. He couldn't say that. What? Not saying anything. Alright, I'll ask who gave you the courage. With that, Jiang Fan took out his phone and dialed the number of the manager of Jinrong Building, Lu Lianga. Lu Lianga come to the front gate. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Fan said and hung up, not giving Lu Lianga a chance to respond. Lu Lianga, isn't that the manager's name? He has the manager's number. And he ordered the manager to come over. Does he have some other identity? The security guard felt cold sweat suddenly break out on his forehead. In just 2 minutes, Lu Lianga hurriedly dashed out of the Jinrong Building, running all the way to the entrance. Upon seeing General Manager Jiang, he quickly approached panting and said, Jiang, General Manager, what's wrong? You should take a break first. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Fan furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. After waiting for 2 minutes, Tang Xiu saw that he had rested enough and questioned. The situation is like this: we came to attend the business conference, but this security guard won't let Jiang Fan in. I see others entering without issue. Oh, why is he stopping Jiang Fan? Is this the intention of your Jinrong Building? No, how could that be? The Jinrong Building belongs to General Manager Jiang. As the manager, how could I allow someone to block the boss from entering? There must be some misunderstanding here. Lu Lianga was startled by these words and quickly explained, is that so? Then as the person in charge of Jinrong Building, you should ask this security guard why he blocked Mr. Jiang and wouldn't let him in. Zhu Yang, what do you mean by this? I've said it before, anyone coming to our Jinrong Building for the business conference is a wealthy boss. Your only responsibility is to check if there are any issues with the invitation. Who gave you the audacity to stop General Manager Jiang? Not letting General Manager Jiang in. Lu Lianga raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. Manager Lu I. Zhu Yang trembled in fear. It was the first time he had seen Manager Lu this angry. It was impossible not to make Lu Lianga angry. If word got out that the Jinrong Building could stop the boss, while letting everyone else in, it would be a laughingstock. Hesitating, what is there to say? Now. Immediately. Tell me. Seeing him hesitate, Lu Lianga grew even angrier, his tone becoming more severe. He wanted to see who had the audacity to do this, or if it was entirely Zhu Yang's own doing. Manager Lu, it's. I don't even know who that person is. He told me to block Mr. Jiang and offered me 200,000 as a reward as long as I stopped Mr. Jiang from entering. 200,000 would be mine. Lu Lianga said bitterly. 200,000. What a lavish amount. Who did he come with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan suddenly thought of someone, Lin Ziyu. If it was Lin Ziyu doing this, it was very likely. He came with someone from the Huaxiao group. Lu Lianga quickly replied. It really is him. I know who it is now. As for this security guard, Lu Lianga, I'll leave it to you to handle. Our Jinrong Building has. Jiang Fan glanced at Lu Lianga and, accompanied by Tang Xiu and Shen Mingyan, walked into the Jinrong Building. You? Go to the finance department, collect your salary, and leave here. Our Jinrong Building does not need someone like you. Lu Lianga looked at Zhu Yang extremely angry and said, Manager Lu I. Do you think that after offending the boss I would still let you stay here? It would be good enough if I didn't deduct your salary. Humph, just go collect your salary from the finance department and leave. Lu Lianga waved his sleeve and turned to walk inside. It's over. This money is really too hot to handle. I didn't expect that Jiang Fan is not only the chairman of the Guanyao Group, but also the boss of Jinrong Building. If Jiang Fan remembers what just happened with the strength of his Guanyao Group, if he were to deal with me, I might not find a job here at PD. Zhu Yang regretted deeply in his heart. If he had inquired about that person's identity earlier, he certainly would not have offended Jiang Fan. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regret in this world. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. But at least it's fortunate that although I've lost my job, I still received 200,000. Now I must hurry and leave before that person takes the money back. With that thought, Zhu Yang hurriedly headed towards the finance department. Inside the Jinrong Building, Lin Ziyu was accompanying his uncle, greeting other company bosses. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Jiang Fan entering through the main door with 2 beautiful girls. Damn, wasn't that security guard supposed to block Jiang Fan from entering? Why did he let him in? Did he take the money but not do the job? Lin Ziyu's expression turned cold upon seeing Jiang Fan enter. Shen Mingyan walked beside Jiang Fan, glancing at him discreetly. She didn't expect that after several years her old classmate had become so impressive. Not only was he the chairman of Guanyao Group, but Jinrong Building also belonged to him. To her, the current Jiang Fan felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet there was also a sense of mystery. Mingyan, you're here. While she was lost in thought, a middle-aged man approached. Oh, Dad, you're here too. Didn't you go abroad? Shen Mingyan looked up surprised to see her father. Dad came back the day before yesterday and thought he still had time, so he came to take a look. By the way, who is this? Dad, this is Jiang Fan, my classmate from freshman year. Jiang Fan, this is my dad, Shin Shuhua. Hello, miss. Hello, Jiang Fan. Shin Shuhua looked Jiang Fan up and down, noticing the aura around him, and saw that he was also somewhat handsome. Jiang Fan, is this girl next to you your girlfriend? Seeing another girl beside him, Shin Shuhua asked curiously. No, she is the general manager of my company, Tang Xiu. Oh, so she is the general manager. Hello, Miss Tang. Hello, Mr. Shun. Mingyan, come with Dad, who I'll introduce you to others. Then Jiang Fan, I'll go with my dad first. Okay, go ahead. There are so many people. Looking at the hall filled with about 100 people, Jiang Fan remarked. Jiang Fan, most of these people are the bosses of other companies from Modu, with a small portion being from elsewhere. Tang Siyu explained to Jiang Fan. Miss Tang, you've come. It's been a while. A middle-aged man accompanied by his wife approached Tang Siyu to greet her. Mr. Who you too? It's been a long time. Jiang Fan, this is the owner of the One-Yuan my company, Hu Xiumin. Hello, Mr. Hu. Hello, Jiang sir. Miss Tang, is this your boyfriend? I must say Miss Tang's boyfriend is indeed quite handsome. Hu Xiumin said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Tang Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly explained, no, Jiang Fan is the chairman of our Guangyao group, not my boyfriend. I see he is the chairman. Jiang sir, my apologies, my apologies. Mr. Hu, there's no need to apologize. I haven't seen Jiang sir at the company before. I assume you must be very busy establishing Guangyao group at such a young age. Truly impressive, Jiang sir. Hu Xiumin praised. Indeed, Jiang Fan, looking to be in his 20s, was able to make Guangyao group the third largest in Modu, which is truly enviable. Mingyan, this young man is the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group, Lin Ziyu. This is Lin Ziyu's uncle, Mr. Lin Wenshan, Shin Shihao said as he led his daughter over to introduce them. When Shin Mingyan heard the name Lin Ziyu, she suddenly recalled the security guard earlier, saying it was someone from Huaxiao Group who had stopped Jiang Fan outside. It must be Lin Ziyu, she thought, and offered a polite greeting. Miss Shin knows Jiang Fan. Lin Ziyu regarded Shin Mingyan. The girl was not as striking as Tang Siyu, who always accompanied Jiang Fan, but she was pleasant enough. I used to be classmates with Jiang Fan, he said. I see, so that's the connection. But Miss Shin should be careful. Jiang Fan is not a good man, Lin Ziyu said with a smile. At the insult to Jiang Fan, Shin Mingyan's brow knit. What sort of man Jiang Fan is? I may have been his classmate, but I know him better than Mr. Lin does. I understand him myself, she replied sharply. Mingyan, don't argue. Since Mr. Lin says so, then Jiang Fan surely is not someone to associate with. From now on, stay away from him. Shin Shihao naturally believed what Lin Ziyu said. After all, Lin Ziyu was the son of Huaxiao Group's chairman. Cultivating that relationship could only benefit their own family's business in the future. Dad, Jiang Fan is. Enough, don't say another word. In short, don't associate with him. Seeing his daughter still about to speak, Shin Shihao waved his hand to cut her off. Dad. Shin Mingyan stamped her foot in anger. At that moment, Lu Lianka stepped up to Jiang Fan and bowed respectfully. Boss'll go on stage to speak first. Go ahead. I have a few things to say on stage later as well. Very well, boss. Lu Lianka climbed onto the stage, phone in hand, as a makeshift microphone. Facing the audience with a smile, he announced, welcome everyone. Today we host this Chamber of Commerce at Jinrong Dasha. Present are owners of local moda companies, as well as business people from other regions. We convene this meeting so that everyone may gather and discuss their enterprises and to allow company owners to become acquainted. Should business cooperation arise, that would be even better. I hope you all enjoy today's gathering. That is all I have to say. Our boss, the owner of Jinrong Dasha, is also present today. He will say a few words shortly. Let us welcome him. After finishing, Lu Lianka clapped his hands. The audience applauded as well, then looked around with curiosity. They had attended events at Jinrong Dasha before, but had never seen the owner. It was a surprise to find him here today. Siyu will go up and say a few words. Jiang Fan, you go, I'll wait here for you. Amid the watching eyes, a young handsome man strode toward the stage. Mingyan, isn't that Jiang Fan? Could he be the owner of Jinrong Dasha? Shin Shihao watched Jiang Fan climb the stage, astonishment written across his face. Shin Mingyan, delighted to see her father's surprise, added, Dad, Jiang Fan is not only the owner of Jinrong Dasha, he is also the chairman of Guangyao Group. Did I hear that correctly? Jiang Fan is the chairman of Guangyao Group as well. Shin Shihao was stunned. He had not expected Jiang Fan to hold more than one identity. This was no ordinary man. Lin Ziyu stared at the man on stage, his face draining of color. His understanding of Jiang Fan had just been completely overturned. On stage, Jiang Fan looked at the crowd and smiled. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the owner of Jinrong Dasha. Welcome to hold your Chamber of Commerce here. I hope you will meet many new business partners today. Truly a young man of promise, Hu Xiumin murmured, admiring Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan waved away the compliment. Enough pleasantries. There is one matter I must make clear today. His gaze settled on Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu, your Huaxiao Group is not welcome in Jinrong Dasha. Please leave. His tone was cold. At Jiang Fan's words, every eye in the hall swung toward Lin Ziyu. Under that scrutiny, Lin Ziyu's face flickered between pale and flushed. Ziyu, have you offended this man? Mr. Lin Wenshan asked, puzzled by the attention his nephew had drawn. Uncle, I'll speak with him, Lin Wenshan said with a sigh and stepped forward to confront Jiang Fan loudly. You are with Huaxiao Group, are you not? We came here to attend the Chamber of Commerce and to show respect to Jinrong Dasha, yet you tell us to leave, Lin Wenshan declaimed. Give you face to Jinrong Dasha. Your face is a fine one indeed. Either leave now, or I'll have my security eject you. Lin Fan cast him a sidelong glance. We are from Huaxiao Group. You dare offend us. When we return, you will find your business dealings difficult, Lin Wenshan snapped in anger. Do you think I Jiang Fan fear you? Jiang Fan replied coolly. Jiang Fan Huaxiao Group's power is not to be underestimated. You will regret offending us, Lin Ziyu threatened. You rely only on your father's men. What right have you to speak to me? Lin Ziyu sneered. You, fine. They'll have my father notify other cinemas they will refuse to screen your films. And didn't Qinxing Entertainment want directors? I've told other directors not to work with your company. With relations torn, Lin Ziyu stopped caring about hiding his threats. Is that so? Let me tell you this, directors have already agreed to work with my company. Besides, I already own 3 cinemas. Do you really think my theaters would refuse to screen my own films? Jiang Fan replied. You. If that's how it is, I'll ask my father to tell other companies not to cooperate with you. Lin Ziyu shot back. Companies. Jiang Fan scoffed. If Guangyao Group were to be lost, I would found another. Moreover, Huaxiao Group only has its base in Yanjing. This is Modu, our turf. Do you truly think you can bully me here? Young man, don't speak so boldly. Huaxiao Group can easily crush a single company. We have many things, but money above all, Lin Wenshan said coldly. Money. Jiang Fan arched a brow. As it happens, I have considerable funds as well. From the rents on Modu East Road pedestrian street alone, I collect well over 100 million each month. You come to talk money to me. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile at that revelation. Heavens, Modu East Road pedestrian street belongs to Jiang Fan. Daughter, your classmate is no ordinary fellow. Shin Shihao exclaimed, impressed by the disclosure. Shin Shihao had long known of the affairs around Modu East Road. Indeed, Jiang Fan was no ordinary man. Jinrong Dasha was his, Guangyao Group belonged to him, and even the East Road pedestrian street was under his name. Lin Ziyu's expression darkened. As Jiang Fan said, he was indeed formidable, but only in this place. Lin Ziyu coldly stared at him. You can understand it this way. I, Jiang Fan, am not afraid of you at all. Very well, everyone, I would like to announce on behalf of the Huaxiao Group that starting today, we will prepare to deal with Jiang Fan's company. If anyone chooses to stand with him, don't blame us, the Huaxiao Group. Lin Ziyu threatened as he scanned the crowd. Jiang Fan, wait for me. Uncle, let's go. He shot a fierce glare at Jiang Fan before turning to leave. Humiliation. A tremendous humiliation. This is the first time he has been kicked out in front of so many people. He must take revenge on Jiang Fan. Lin Ziyu felt extremely displeased. Once he returned, he would definitely tell his father about what happened here and seek his father's help regarding Jiang Fan's company. With the strength of the Huaxiao Group, dealing with Jiang Fan's company would be an effortless task. As the crowd watched Lin Ziyu and his group leave, they began to whisper among themselves. They did not hold a favorable view of Jiang Fan's company in light of the Huaxiao Group's intentions. After all, the Huaxiao Group ranked 3rd in Yanjing. Not long after, several company owners stood up looking at Jiang Fan with smiles. Mr. Jiang, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Mr. Jiang, my wife is about to give birth. The hospital called me to return, so I'll leave as well. Within just 10 minutes, the crowd shrank from over 100 to just 30 people. Mengyan, let's go too. Shin Chuhai looked at his daughter and shook his head. He initially thought Jiang Fan was capable and wouldn't act impulsively, but never expected he would offend the son of the Huaxiao Group's chairman today. With the strength of the Huaxiao Group, dealing with Jiang Fan would be as easy as cutting grass. In his view, once the Huaxiao Group took action, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Fan's company could no longer sustain. Therefore, he thought it best to take his daughter home quickly and avoid too much involvement with Jiang Fan. Otherwise, if Lin Ziyu turned against their company, it would be troublesome. Dad, you should go back first. As Shin Chuhai's daughter Shin Mengyan understood why her father wanted her to leave, but she didn't want to go back now. What are you still doing here? Jiang Fan has offended Lin Ziyu, who is the son of the Huaxiao Group's chairman. Once we return, it won't be long before they prepare to deal with Jiang Fan. We cannot stand on Jiang Fan's side. If Lin Ziyu comes after our company, that would be bad. Seeing his daughter unwilling to leave, Shin Chuhai's expression darkened, and he quickly explained, Dad, do you think Jiang Fan will lose? Isn't it obvious? The strength of Guangyao Group cannot compare to that of Huaxiao Group. Really? I don't think so. Dad, let me tell you something. Jiang Fan's girlfriend is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group, is ranked 1st in Modu, and Su Bai has only this one daughter. Su Shui is in a romantic relationship with Jiang Fan, so Su Bai will definitely help Jiang Fan for the sake of his daughter. If Guangyao Group joins forces with Longting Group, Dad, do you think they can lose? Shin Mengyan revealed she remembered meeting Jiang Fan at the cinema last time and thought Su Shui's name sounded familiar. After checking, she discovered that Jiang Fan's girlfriend was indeed Su Bai's daughter. She was surprised that her old classmate could pursue the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Looking back, when Lin Ziyu said he would deal with Jiang Fan, there was no trace of worry on Jiang Fan's face. Instead, he exuded confidence, indicating he had a way to handle the situation. Combining these two relationships, Shen Mengyan believed that Jiang Fan could win this time. Even if the Huaxiao Group was powerful, if Guangyao Group and Longting Group allied, they would not be easy to deal with. I didn't expect he had this background. No wonder he dared to directly tell Lin Ziyu to get out just now. Shin Chuhai sighed, realizing that after so many years as a boss, his vision wasn't as good as his daughter's. So Dad, why don't you take a gamble? Stand with Jiang Fan. If Jiang Fan wins, it would be great for our company. Shen Ming-yen looked at her father with a smile. Gamble. Hearing this, Shen Chuhai looked at Jiang Fan, who wore a confident expression, seemingly unfazed by Lin Ziyu or the Huaxiao group. He couldn't tell if it was an act or genuine confidence. If they gamble correctly, they would profit. If they gamble incorrectly, they will lose alongside Jiang Fan. After much hesitation, Shen Chuhai regained clarity in his eyes, looked at his daughter, and nodded firmly. All right, Ming-yen, Dad believes in your judgment. Dad has made up his mind to stand with Jiang Fan. Dad, I believe you won't regret this decision. What a pity. Jiang Fan is just too outstanding. If he didn't have a girlfriend, it would be even better. Shen Chuhai sighed. Jiang Fan was indeed exceptional, so much so that he wanted to marry his daughter to him. Moreover, Jiang Fan was originally in the same class as his daughter, which created a connection. If Jiang Fan didn't have a girlfriend, perhaps he could have played matchmaker and brought them together, but alas. Hearing this, Shen Mingyan's cheeks flushed, and she lightly scolded, Dad, what are you saying? See, you remember the names of those who left just now. Our company will not cooperate with their companies in the future. After Jiang Fan left the stage, he approached Tang Xiyu and instructed, All right, Jiang Fan, but now that we've offended Lin Ziyu and them, I'm afraid. A worried look appeared in Tang Xiyu's eyes. No worries. No matter what tricks he uses, I have a way to handle it. Jiang Fan waved his hand. His words filled. Tang Xiyu stood by Jiang Fan's side, and she naturally believed in his words. Mr. Jiang. Shen Chuhai, along with his daughter, approached Jiang Fan to greet him. After learning Jiang Fan's identity, Shen Chuhai's manner of addressing him became respectful. Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised that Shen Chuhai hadn't left. When he first arrived, Shen Chuhai brought his daughter to greet others, yet now his address had changed. Jiang Fan looked at him with a half-smile. Jiang Fan, can you win? Shen Ming-yen asked with concern. Of course I can win. Jiang Fan smiled at her, his words brimming with confidence. Jiang Fan, this time I've come to Modu, and will stay a few more days. While I'm here, I'd like to invite some of our old classmates who still live in Modu to reunite. Shen Mingyan gazed at Jiang Fan with a gentle smile. A class reunion. Sure, I'll leave the arrangements to you and I'll attend as well. Jiang Fan mused briefly before agreeing. A class reunion. Back in school, aside from his relatively close rapport with Shen Mingyan, he had never been particularly close with any of the other students. Still, out of respect for their shared history, he was willing to attend at Shen Mingyan's request. Very well. I'll reach out to our former classmates to check their availability, then let you know. Mr. Jiang, I'm counting on you. Give it your all this time. Hu Xiumin approached Jiang Fan with his wife, beaming broadly. He had already chosen a side. His company was headquartered in Modu and maintained cooperative ties with Guangyao Group. Though Huaxiao Group intended to undermine Guangyao Group, that did not prevent him from aligning himself firmly with Jiang Fan. Rest assured, Huaxiao Group won't find it so easy to target my company. Jiang Fan replied utterly. Before long, several guests who had yet to depart came forward to greet Jiang Fan, clearly signaling their intention to stand by him. Modu was where their companies were based. If Guangyao Group fell now, would Huaxiao Group next wield unchecked power over whomever it pleased. Thus, they fervently hoped Jiang Fan would prevail, or at the very least avoid a humiliating defeat. By mid-afternoon, the guests began departing. See, you make a note of these companies. Offer support where possible in the future, Jiang Fan said to Tang Xiyu beside him. Understood, Jiang Fan. I've recorded them all. Classmate Shin, we're off now. Do contact me about the reunion. All right, Jiang Fan. Mingyan, let's go. Damn it. That accursed Jiang. Back at his villa, Lin Ziyu smashed a glass tumbler onto the floor in furious indignation. How dare he humiliate me so publicly at the business forum? Ziyu, Jiang Fan isn't worth such rage, sighed Lin Wenshan, gazing at his nephew with weary concern. Uncle, that arrogant Jiang Fan didn't just shame me. He disgraced Huaxiao Group's honor before countless women. I won't swallow this insult. Not one bit. I will bring him down. Lin Ziyu snarled, eyes blazing. Jiang Fan is no ordinary man. As you yourself admitted, his girlfriend is the daughter of Longting Group's chairman. Should Longting and Guangyao join forces, even Huaxiao Group would face formidable resistance. Lin Wenshan shook his head. I don't care. Whatever the cost, I will make Jiang Fan suffer. Uncle, he struck at Huaxiao Group's very dignity. You needn't worry. Though he's no easy target, I'll inform your father upon my return to Yanjing, and together you both can devise a strategy against Guangyao Group. Jiang Fan's Qinxing company is set to release a film in just a few months. I'll hire legions of paid reviewers to flood it with one-star ratings until its reputation collapses. And his Huiman animation company has just launched an anime series. I'll also commission reviewers to savage it. Even if I can't defeat him outright, I'll make him miserable for a good long while. That sounds precisely like the work of malicious trolls, Lin Wenshan murmured regarding his nephew with profound unease. Though Jiang Fan and Ziyu were nearly the same age, Jiang Fan carried himself with remarkable composure, whereas his nephew, having been excessively indulged by Lin Xinghuai, lacked restraint and judgment. Indeed, Lin Xinghuai acquiesced to nearly every one of his nephew's demands, a temperament ill-suited to stewarding Huaxiao Group, which might well crumble under such reckless leadership. Yet as his uncle Lin Wenshan felt it unseemly to voice such misgivings outright, hoping instead that Lin Xinghua himself would recognize the danger. Ziyu, we've only attended the forum briefly before withdrawing. I plan to return to Yinjing tomorrow. I'll keep your father apprised of all developments and he'll decide how best to proceed. For now, you needn't trouble yourself further with this matter. Uncle, I understand. I'll see you off tomorrow. Lin Wenshan nodded and departed. After watching his uncle leave, Lin Ziyu sat before his computer, logged in, and initiated a private message. Are you online? What is it? I need your assistance, and you'll be handsomely compensated. What kind of help, eh? Go to a station and sabotage the rating for an anime titled Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Drive it down to 1 star, preferably. 1 star? Has the studio offended you? That's none of your concern. You take the payment, you do the job. Fine, I'll have it done in 2 hours. Good. Payment will follow upon completion. Within 10 minutes, scores of 1-star reviews flooded Fox Spirit Matchmaker's rating page. Uniformly, Huiman Animation staff quickly detected the anomaly and began reviewing the influx. Every single review came from newly registered level 1 accounts. Recognizing the pattern, they concluded this was a coordinated assault by malicious actors, though the origin of the attack remained unclear. They immediately contacted Chun Lishing, who arrived promptly upon receiving the alert. Manager Chun, the past 15 minutes saw a massive surge of level 1 accounts flooding our app, all assigning Fox Spirit Matchmaker 1-star ratings without exception. The staffer hurriedly explained as the manager entered. All level 1 accounts, giving 1-star ratings. Someone's clearly targeting us. Chun Lishing frowned. This reeked of deliberate sabotage. Delete every 1-star review immediately. Yes, Manager Chun. The staffer complied. Yet within moments, fresh waves of level 1 accounts resumed the barrage. Manager, it's no use. Even after deletion, new level 1 accounts keep appearing. Don't panic. I'll contact the CEO. Helpless Chun Lishing dialed Zhang Fan. Just as Zhang Fan returned home with Su Shui and heard his phone ring. Hello, Chun Lishing. CEO Zhang, urgent news. Our anime is being swarmed by level 1 accounts posting 1-star reviews. Level 1 accounts. So Lin Ziyu has struck. At once Zhang Fan knew. Only Lin Ziyu would resort to such petty vindictive tactics. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Su Shui asked softly while standing aside. Someone is using a level 1 account to give our anime a 1-star rating, Zhang Fan explained. A 1-star rating? How could this happen? Brother Fan, have you thought of how to handle it? If this continues, there will likely be more level 1 accounts giving 1-star ratings. Su Shui frowned, looking worried. I haven't thought of a solution yet. Zhang Fan shook his head. Brother Fan, let me... Before long, Su Shui's eyes brightened as she thought of an idea. Brother Fan, I have an idea. What did you think of? Zhang Fan asked eagerly. Well, Brother Fan, think about it. If they can use level 1 accounts to give 1-star ratings, even if we delete them, more level 1 accounts will just keep appearing to give 1-star ratings. How about we implement a question-answer system similar to Douyin, where registering an account requires answering questions? That should help prevent this issue. Su Shui shared her idea. Upon hearing Su Shui's suggestion, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This idea was indeed good. If registration required answering questions, the efficiency would be greatly reduced, unlike now, where deleting dozens of 1-star ratings only leads to more appearing. With that in mind, Zhang Fan informed Chun Lishing about the question-answer system. After listening to Zhang's words, Chun Lishing expressed some concern. Zhang, won't this affect the joining of new users? If they need to answer questions to register, won't it discourage most people? Make the questions simple using characters from the anime as the questions. I believe that viewers who have watched many animes will be able to answer them. Alright, Zhang, I'll handle it right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan put his phone into his bag and picked up Su Shui. Shui, you're amazing, you've helped me again. Su Shui exclaimed in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around Zhang Fan's neck, her face revealing a happy smile. Slightly blushing, she shyly said, Brother Fan, I just thought of the question-answer method from Douyin and said it, but I believe you could have thought of it too. It's different now. I really hadn't thought of this approach while taking the call. It was Shui who helped me think of it. Hehe. Seeing Brother Fan so happy, Su Shui also felt very happy. On Chun Lishing's side, after receiving the news from Zhang, he immediately arranged for someone to handle this matter. Half an hour later, the question-answer system was officially launched. Both the old version and the new version incorporated the question-answer method. Only after answering the questions could one successfully register, otherwise registration would fail. Manager Chen, since the question-answer system went live, there have been no level 1 accounts giving 1-star ratings. A staff member checked the ratings and found no level 1 accounts giving 1-star ratings, sighing in relief. It seems the method mentioned by Zhang is very effective. Good job. Keep an eye on it and delete the other 1-star ratings. Also revert the ratings back to what they were before the 1-star ratings appeared. Okay, Manager Chun. On Lin Ziyu's side, a friend also sent him a message. Looking at the message, Lin Ziyu's eyes showed disbelief as he hurriedly typed, how could it fail? Their app has implemented that question-answer system. Registering an account requires answering each question one by one. If I have to register one by one, it will take too much time. Furthermore, my level 1 accounts have also been banned by them. You have to compensate me. Damn it. Damn it. Tell me how much. I'll transfer it to you. 500. No problem. Closing his computer, Lin Ziyu was quite unhappy, not expecting his plan to be easily thwarted by Jiang Fan. What to do? What should I do? Oh right, Yang Wenxuan, he is a top star. As long as he posts on his blog saying something about the Fox Spirit anime, his fans will definitely rush to the anime app to give it a 1-star rating. This is a good idea. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyu began to contact Yang Wenxuan. Last time he got Yang Wenxuan's contact from his assistant, so now he could contact Yang directly. Yang Wenxuan, are you there? It's Mr. Lin. What's up? Yang Wenxuan quickly replied to Lin Ziyu's message. Jiang Fan has an anime company and a show called Fox Spirit Matchmaker. I need you to post on your blog saying that this Fox Spirit Matchmaker is not good. No problem, Mr. Lin. After all, I have a grudge against Jiang Fan. He naturally agreed to Lin Ziyu's request, as they both had a common enemy, Jiang Fan. Moreover, the film he was currently shooting also had investment from Lin Ziyu. These two factors left him no reason. Soon Yang Wenxuan posted a message on his blog. It clearly stated that the anime produced by One-Yuan Company had extremely low-quality vulgar content and was very poorly made. After watching one episode, it nearly caused him insomnia and almost affected the filming schedule of his movie. This message was released not long before fans quickly responded. How could the Great One be affected by an anime? What garbage anime, I need to see Feeling sorry for the Great One needs to rest well. There's no need to be affected by this anime. I'm really looking forward to your movie, though I have already prepared the ticket money. Among them were some irrational fans, but there were also some rational fans. One rational fan with a skeptical tone inquired, wait a minute, I have also watched that anime, and the quality is fine, much better than some comics. Why say it's not good? However, his message was soon attacked by other fans. Are you even a fan? The Great One said it's not good, so it's not good. How can you say the quality is fine? You don't deserve to be a fan of the Great One. Xian Yi, look. Zhang Yiqiao handed her phone to Qin Xian Yi, displaying the content of Yang Wenxuan. Upon seeing the post, Qin Xian Yi furrowed her brows. She did not expect a major celebrity to slander an anime. Yang Wenxuan is truly speaking nonsense. He even said that he almost lost sleep after watching that anime. How could Fox Spirit Matchmaker be that bad? Regardless of its quality or voice acting, Qin Xian Yi thought the anime was quite good and she liked it. But she never expected that Yang Wenxuan as a public figure would say such things. I think Yang Wenxuan must have said this because of Lin Ziyu, Zhang Yiqiao analyzed while sitting beside her. Whoever it is, he shouldn't slander this anime like that. I need to post something too. After returning the phone to Zhang Yiqiao, Qin Xian Yi took out her own phone, opened her blog, and quickly posted a message tagging Yang Wenxuan. Excuse me, Mr. Yang, you claim this anime is terrible. May I ask what exactly is terrible about it? Furthermore, have you even watched this anime? If you haven't watched it, then you are just slandering it. Yang Wenxuan quickly replied, of course I've watched this anime. Both its quality and voice acting are terrible. It almost kept me up at night. Do you still think I haven't watched it? Is that so? Then let me ask you, who voices Susu? Answer me immediately. Seeing Qin Xian Yi's question, Yang Wenxuan was momentarily stunned and hurriedly searched online. Seeing that he still hadn't replied after a minute, Qin Xian Yi continued to ask, Mr. Yang, are you checking information? A minute has passed, and you still haven't responded. Can I assume that you haven't watched it at all? Are you deliberately slandering this anime? Some bystanders nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Yang Wenxuan had truly watched it, he wouldn't take this long to answer. Among the onlookers, there were some who had watched the anime and knew exactly who voiced Susu. Soon Yang Wenxuan retorted, I only watched about 10 minutes before I couldn't continue. I didn't like it. Do I have to pay attention to who voices whom? Oh, you watched for about 10 minutes? Then let me ask you, what was the content in those 10 minutes? Don't hesitate, just give a rough idea, and I'll see if you're right. If you are, then it proves you watched it. Qin Xian Yi continued to press him. On the other end, Yang Wenxuan fell silent. He indeed had not watched this anime. He had only received news from Lin Ziyu and posted without understanding what the anime was about. Even the voice acting characters he had just searched online. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed quickly, and Yang Wenxuan still had no response. Qin Xian Yi's fans, seeing this situation, rushed to reply under Yang Wenxuan's post. If you haven't watched it, why spread rumors? People like you are truly disgusting. However, Yang Wenxuan's fans quickly countered. Our big star said he has watched it, so he has watched it. Anyway, I won't be watching this anime. Qin Xian Yi's fans replied, watched it. Then why can't you answer? After all, you are a celebrity, and yet you spread rumors about someone else's anime without even watching it. Is it intentional? In a moment, fans from both sides began to fight. For this reason, Qin Xian Yi had to post again. Dear fans, no need to get angry. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Whether an anime is good or not requires everyone to watch it with care rather than someone who hasn't even watched it coming out to spread rumors. Such people can only be described in one word: disgusting. While Qin Xian Yi was calming her fans, Yang Wenxuan stopped posting. Clearly, he had lost the battle, especially since Qin Xian, he had over 30 million fans compared to his. As the fans quieted down, they inquired about Qin Xian's recent activities. Sister Qin, how is it going at Morningstar Entertainment lately? When will you be preparing to shoot a movie? It's great at Morningstar Entertainment, the boss treats me well. Recently, I've been guiding some newcomers in the crew. As for when I'll shoot a movie, it will probably take another 2 to 3 months, and I'll be filming abroad then. Going abroad to film. Sister Qin, no matter what, I'm really looking forward to your movie. Good luck. Thank you for your support. Your support is my biggest motivation, thank you. In the villa, Lin Ziyu leaned back on the sofa, his face dark and grim. He did not expect to fail against Jiang Fan, twice hitting a wall both times. Damn, Jiang Fan, I will find a way to deal with you. Ding. The One-Yuan flash sale mall has One-Yuan flash sale. Yupingshuan restaurant. One-Yuan flash sale. Douyu shares 85%. One-Yuan flash sale for a standalone villa in Tangchun E-Pin worth 100 million. On Friday, the One-Yuan flash sale mall refreshed again. Looking at the flash sale items, Jiang Fan did not hesitate and successfully made the purchase instantly. Today was also the day when Shun Mingyan invited some classmates, and the gathering was scheduled to be in the VIP room of Yupingshuan. In the morning, Jiang Fan drove his CNNIC poisonous snake, leaving the villa to head to Yupingshuan. Upon arriving near Yupingshuan, Jiang Fan found a parking space, parked his car, and headed toward the entrance. Shin Mingyan was already waiting beside the door and smiled brightly as she approached when she saw Jiang Fan arrive. Jiang Fan, you're here. Hello classmate Shin, I've arrived. Although we are classmates, we graduated a long time ago. Why not just call me Mingyan? What do you think? Shin Mingyan looked at Jiang Fan, her delicate face slightly blushing, feeling a bit shy. All right then, Mingyan. Hearing Jiang Fan call her name, a charming dimple appeared on Shin Mingyan's face as she giggled. Mingyan, when will the other classmates arrive? I've already informed them. They should be here in a few minutes. How about we go in and wait? Okay, let's go in and wait. The two entered Yupingshuan. The waiter, seeing the guests arrive, quickly smiled and approached. Hello, you two. I'm Shin Mingyan. Oh, I booked a private room here. Shin Mingyan looked at the waiter and smiled at her. Oh, it's Miss Shun. Hello, your room is number 5 on the 2nd floor. Yes, I know. We'll wait here for a while. Some classmates will be arriving later. Sure, Miss Shin, please have a seat. Not long after, 5 men and 3 women walked in from outside the door. Seeing the familiar faces, Shun Mingyan smiled and said, Jiang Fan, they're here. Jiang Fan raised his eyelids and looked at them. These classmates were all very unfamiliar to him. Class Flower Shin, we've come. A girl looking at Shun Mingyan quickly let go of her boyfriend's hand, coming to Shun Mingyan's side, and said with a smile, Shin, who is this by your side? Could it be your boyfriend? Another girl looked at the handsome figure standing beside Shin Mingyan. His high nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows with a few strands of black hair flying into his temples, creating a perfectly chiseled profile. Curiously, she asked, isn't this Jiang Fan? Hearing this, Shun Mingyan's cheeks flushed as she quickly shook her head, saying, no, this is Jiang Fan. Is this the Jiang Fan who hardly interacted with classmates in class? Has he really become this handsome? The girl was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Fan to be such a hidden gem. It had only been over a year since graduation, and he had transformed so remarkably. In contrast, her boyfriend paled in comparison to Jiang Fan. The 3 girls gazed at Jiang Fan's face, all of them struck by his looks. Among the 6 men present, only Jiang Fan was the most handsome. The other 2 men stared at their girlfriends, their eyes fixed on Jiang Fan, their expressions darkening. Shin Mingyan clapped her hands and said with a smile, today is a reunion. I'm glad everyone could come. I've reserved a private room. Let's head there together. All right. Soon the waiter led Shin Mingyan and the others to the private room. Jiang Fan, what would you like to eat? The menu is here, please order. No need, let everyone decide. Jiang Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Before long, they had ordered, and the waiter left the room. One man, smiling, looked at Jiang Fan and said, Jiang Fan, I'm Zhu Jinxiu. It's been over a year since graduation. May I ask where you work now? Me? I don't have a job. Jiang Fan smiled slightly. No job? Have you really not found one after more than a year since graduation? How about this? My family runs a company, and I can help you find a job. Upon hearing that Jiang Fan was unemployed, Zhu Jinxiu felt a sense of disdain and contempt bloom within him. I'm too accustomed to being lazy. If I have to work seriously, I feel uncomfortable, so no thanks, Jiang Fan replied. Jinxiu, your company must be too small for Jiang Fan to want to join. Jiang Fan, why not consider coming to my place? My father's company is quite large, and we're currently looking for a cleaner. The salary is around 5,000 a month. You could come and give it a try. The other man, who Feibai, sneered. Earlier, both of their girlfriends had been staring intently at Jiang Fan, which made them very unhappy and naturally prompted them to target Jiang Fan. Hearing that Jiang Fan was unemployed, they felt it was a perfect opportunity to attack. What does it matter how good-looking he is? Can he eat just by relying on his looks? As expected, the 3 girls showed disappointment when they heard Jiang Fan was unemployed. In this day and age, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Moreover, they were used to lavish spending and needed to find a wealthy boyfriend to support them. A person needs to have a job. You can't rely on your parents forever. Another man adjusted his glasses and said earnestly, how can you say that? Although Jiang Fan is unemployed, he is undoubtedly wealthier than you all. He's wealthier. Shin, you don't know Jiang Fan like we do. We were his classmates for years in college, Zhu Jinxiu said with a smile. Mingyan, don't pay attention to them. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. However, in the eyes of Zhu Jinxiu and the others, it was clear that Jiang Fan probably didn't have much money and seemed to have come with Shin Mingyan to mooch off her. People like him should know their place. Just because he's handsome doesn't mean he can eat by relying on his looks. Shin, I think it's best you stay away from Jiang Fan. He might try to chase you and spend your money. You all. I invited you here for a reunion, not to insult Jiang Fan. Shin Mingyan frowned and said coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Soon the waiter began to serve the dishes, bringing in a delectable steak. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to say such things. Shin Mingyan looked at Jiang Fan apologetically. It's fine. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, took a knife, and cut the steak into small pieces, and began eating the beef with chopsticks. Zhu Jinxiu and the others looked at Jiang Fan's actions with disdain. After a while, Jiang Fan stood up and said to Shin Mingyan that he was going to the restroom before leaving the private room. Tisk Shin, I don't know why you brought Jiang Fan here to eat steak with chopsticks. If others see this, they will surely laugh at him. Zhu Jinxiu couldn't help but say. Zhu Jinxiu, how Jiang Fan chooses to eat is none of your business. Besides, Jiang Fan isn't as simple as you think, Shin Mingyan replied. Oh, is that so? It seems that Shun is always defending Jiang Fan. Do you have a crush on him? Zhu Jinxiu asked with a smirk. I do want to pursue him, but I doubt he would agree. Shin Mingyan sighed, recalling that Jiang Fan already had a girlfriend. Oh, Jiang Fan wouldn't agree. Does he have high standards? But for a guy like him, he's only a bit handsome. How could he not be interested in Shun? Jiang, is that you? Just then, as Jiang Fan walked out of the restroom, he heard a middle-aged man's voice. Turning around, he saw it was Han Xingqiao from Yupingshuan. It's you, Han Xingqiao? Why have you suddenly come to our Yupingshuan? Han Xingqiao quickly came forward and said, I'm here for a class reunion. Oh, I see. Enjoy the reunion then. All right, you go back to your duties or I'll head in. Goodbye, Jiang. Watching Jiang enter the 5th private room, Han Xingqiao thought for a moment and went downstairs to arrange for the waiter to bring a bottle of Remy Martin, Louis XIII cognac, to room 5. In his view, since Jiang was inviting classmates to Yupingshuan for a gathering, it meant those classmates must be good friends of his, and as an employee of the boss, he needed to treat them well. The waiter nodded, carrying the bottle and glasses, and headed upstairs. Soon he arrived at the private room and smiled at everyone, saying, Hello everyone, this is a gift from our manager. Is this? Remy Martin Louis XIII cognac. It's worth over $1 million. Hu Feibai exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the bottle. Cognac? Over $1 million? Is this drink really worth that much? Zhu Jinxiu asked, bewildered by Hu Feibai's reaction. Shun, is this what you ordered? Hu Feibai asked in confusion, knowing that this was a bottle of brandy worth over $1 million. Given his family's circumstances, it was quite difficult for him to even taste such an expensive drink. To her surprise, Shin Mingyan had ordered a bottle of brandy worth $1 million for the class gathering. When the waiter brought in the bottle of brandy worth over $1 million, Shin Mingyan was also puzzled, as she had not ordered such an expensive drink. No, I didn't order this. Shin Mingyan shook her head. Waiter, did you make a mistake? None of us ordered this drink. Our manager said this bottle of wine is a gift for you. The waiter replied with a smile. A gift for us? Is such a good thing possible? Hearing this, Zhu Jinxiu displayed a peculiar expression. Among them, the richest was Yang Chengrun. Could it be that the manager of this fine establishment was well acquainted with him? So that's why the waiter brought over this bottle of brandy worth over $1 million. All right, just leave it here. Zhu Jinxiu nodded to the waiter, contemplating. Certainly, gentlemen and ladies, please enjoy your drink. After the waiter left, Zhu Jinxiu looked at Yang Chengrun with a smile and said, Chengrun, I didn't expect you to be so low-key, even knowing the manager here. The manager sent over a bottle of brandy worth over $1 million, which shows you must be on good terms with him. I've only been to this establishment a few times, and I've only met that manager a couple of times. It must be because of my father's influence. Yang Chengrun was also somewhat unsure, but considering that his father's company ranked 11th in Modu, he figured the manager must have sent the brandy due to his father's connections. Some people are just different. Unlike others who are handsome but love to brag, Zhu Jinxiu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Fan. Enough of that, I've never tasted brandy worth over $1 million. Sure, let's give it a try. Sure, I've never had brandy worth over $1 million either. Since it's a gift from the manager, let's see how it tastes. Jiang Fan, are you going to drink? Zhu Jinxiu asked, sneering at Jiang Fan. No, I still have to drive later. Drive? Then you won't have the chance to taste this brandy worth over $1 million, ha. This was the thought of Zhu Jinxiu and Hu. The three girls, upon learning that the brandy worth over $1 million was a gift from the manager of Yupingshuan to Yang Chengrun, felt differently about him. Mingyan, look, among our classmates, Yang is the one living the best and is also the richest. Unlike Jiang Fan, who is handsome, but in this day and age, being handsome doesn't pay the bills. Having money is what matters. A girl reminded Shin Mingyan. At that moment, the manager of Yupingxuan Han Xingqiao knocked on the door and walked in. Manager Han, you're here. Seeing Han Xingqiao enter, Yang Chengren quickly rose and greeted him warmly. So this is the manager of Yupingxuan. Manager Han, the brandy you sent is really good. Zhu Jinshou, hearing this, also stood up to greet Manager Han. Hello. Han Xingqiao recognized that these people were all Jiang's classmates and did not dare to be dismissive, smiling as he greeted them. However, he glanced over and saw Jiang Fan had not drunk any wine, so he hurriedly approached, bowing slightly. Mr. Jiang, is there something wrong with this brandy? Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised to see Han Xingqiao respectfully addressing Jiang Fan. Manager Han, you call Jiang Fan Mr. Jiang. He's just an unemployed person here to mooch off the food. He's not a boss at all. Zhu Jinshou disdainfully looked at Jiang Fan and explained to Han Xingqiao. Mooching? Unemployed? Han Xingqiao straightened his back, looking down at Zhu Jinshou. From Zhu Jianqia's tone, he understood that these so-called classmates of Mr. Jiang did not have a good relationship with him. Having suddenly sent a bottle of brandy without proper investigation might anger Mr. Jiang. Furrowing his brow, Han Xingqiao coldly looked at Zhu Jinshou and said, You say Mr. Jiang? Let me tell you, Mr. Jiang is the owner of Yupingxuan. This brandy was sent because I heard Mr. Jiang was having a gathering with his classmates. Do you think you could taste this brandy worth over $1 million if it weren't for Mr. Jiang? What? Jiang Fan is actually the owner of Yupingxuan. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They did not expect this unemployed Jiang Fan to suddenly turn out to be the owner of Yupingxuan. The three girls' expressions changed as they realized they had misjudged him. Jiang Fan was the richest among them. No wonder Shen Mingyan defended Jiang Fan when they spoke ill of him. She must have known his true identity. It turns out Shen Mingyan's earlier words about wanting to be his girlfriend were sincere, as he likely wouldn't agree. You all look down on Jiang Fan, but little did you know he simply doesn't care about you. Jiang Fan came here just because I invited him. He did me a favor by coming. Moreover, Jiang Fan is not only the owner of Yupingxuan, but also the chairman of Guangyao Group. Do you think someone like Jiang Fan, being the owner of Yupingxuan and chairman of Guangyao Group, still needs to work? Seeing their expressions, Shen Mingyan couldn't help but feel pleased. These people had been targeting Jiang Fan since they entered thinking he was unemployed, and now she finally felt vindicated. Not only the owner of Yupingxuan, but also the chairman of Guangyao Group. Zhu Jinshou and the others were stunned upon hearing this. They did not expect Jiang Fan, who had hardly any friends in school, to transform into a wealthy individual after, and not just wealthy but extremely wealthy. Shen Mingyan did not disclose Jiang Fan's other identities to Zhu Jinshou and the others. If she were to reveal more about Jiang Fan's identity, they would probably be so shocked they'd collapse on the spot. After all, she had been equally astonished when she first learned of Jiang Fan's background. Far Mr. Jiang is gracious enough to gather with you, and you dare to look down on him. You all have already drunk this brandy worth over $1 million. You will collectively pay for it, totaling $135 million. After hearing Shen Mingyan's words, Han Xingqiao understood that these people had looked down on the boss throughout the gathering. As the manager of Yupingxuan, he naturally had to defend the boss' honor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed. They had not expected the situation to turn out like this. Looking at the half bottle of brandy left, they felt bitter. Over $1 million was a significant amount, and splitting it among 8 of them would still cost a lot. The 8 people hesitated for a long time before finally paying the money. However, upon learning Jiang Fan's identity, they felt extremely ashamed and could no longer enjoy their meal. Among them, a woman looked at Jiang Fan and smiled charmingly, saying, Could you tell me your contact information, Jiang? Jiang Fan glanced at her and replied, Do we know each other well? Hearing this, the woman's expression stiffened and her demeanor became awkward. She could only leave with the others in embarrassment. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry. It was I who contacted these classmates for the reunion, Shen Mingyan said with a guilty face as she watched them leave. If it weren't for her contacting these classmates for the reunion, they wouldn't have said such hurtful things to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, saying, It's fine. It's all in the past. I didn't take their words to heart at all. Han Xingqiao, take all of this away and bring out a few new dishes. Okay, Manager Jiang. Seeing that Manager Jiang didn't blame him, Han Xingqiao quickly nodded. Soon the waiter arrived, cleared all the dishes from the table, and brought out several new ones. You didn't eat much earlier, let's continue eating. Jiang Fan invited, looking at the dishes on the table. All right. Jiang Fan, you have become even more mysterious after not seeing you for several years. Shen Mingyan looked at Jiang Fan with a gaze full of surprise. Indeed, as she began to understand him better through their interactions, she felt that Jiang Fan was incredibly mysterious. He was not only the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of Jinrong Building, and the landlord of East Road Pedestrian Street, but also Manager Jiang of Yupingxuan. I'm still the same Jiang Fan. There's nothing mysterious about me. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. After eating, the two left Yupingxuan. Shen Mingyan looked at Jiang Fan and sighed softly, saying, Jiang Fan, could you accompany me for a walk? Sure, let's go. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Throughout the walk, the two of them hardly spoke. By the lakeshore, Shen Mingyan gazed at the calm water, Inside, Jiang Fan, I'm going back tomorrow. Going back tomorrow? Aren't you staying a few more days? I've been here for almost 2 weeks, it's time for me to go back. Jiang Fan, will we meet again in the future? Shen Mingyan looked at Jiang Fan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, if you want to come to Modu for fun, you're always welcome. Jiang Fan smiled at her. That's great. If I come to Modu in the future, I'll look for you. During her first year of college, she had some feelings for Jiang Fan. However, after transferring schools, those feelings were buried deep in her heart. It was only when she saw Jiang Fan again that those feelings resurfaced. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan already had a girlfriend. If he didn't have a girlfriend, how great would that be? In that case, no matter what, she would have a chance. But unfortunately, a missed opportunity is still a missed opportunity. Jiang Fan, let's go. After standing by the lake for a while, Shen Mingyan turned around smiling at him. Alright, back in the car, Jiang Fan drove Shen Mingyan to her residence. Jiang Fan, if there's a chance in the future, let's meet. After getting out of the car, Shen Mingyan waved at him with a smile. Alright, let's meet again if there's a chance. After saying this, Jiang Fan watched the car leave. Until Jiang Fan's car disappeared from Shen Mingyan's sight, she turned and walked towards her residence. In the car, Jiang Fan's phone rang. Hearing the phone ring, Jiang Fan found a spot to pull over and answered the call. Is this Jiang Fan? I'm Zheng Jiwei from Huizibo. Jiang Fan naturally recognized the name. Huizibo had 4 major shareholders, one of whom was Zheng Jiwei. But why was he calling him at this time? It's me. May I ask what you need? Well, next Wednesday our company will hold a board meeting. Since you also have shares, we invite you to attend. Zheng Jiwei explained over the phone. Alright, I'll be there. Great. When you arrive, just contact me, and I'll send someone to pick you up. This number is my personal line. No problem. Just after Jiang Fan hung up, another call came in. Hello. Jiang Fan, I'm Li Jingji. Next Wednesday our company will hold a board meeting, and I invite you to come. Okay, I understand. They'll be there on Wednesday. Great, when you arrive, contact me, and I'll have someone pick you up. MHM. After hanging up, another call came in. If nothing unexpected happened, this caller should be the other share. As expected, as soon as Jiang Fan answered, a voice came from the other in Jiang Fan, I'm Wei Jinyuan. Next Wednesday our company will hold a board meeting. When you come, contact me at this number, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Okay, I'll contact you when I get there. MHM. After hanging up, Jiang Fan sat in the driver's seat, lost, and this time all 3 parties had called him. Each of them held 32 shares while he had 4 shares. It seemed they wanted to pull him in. If he handed over his 4 shares to one of them, that party would have absolute decision-making power. This also explained why they were each calling him. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan smiled. He would not give his 4 shares to any of them. He would keep them in his hands. As for how they would persuade him to hand them over, Jiang Fan was somewhat looking forward to it. Jiang Fan held 4% of the shares in Huizibo and 85% in Douyu, both of which were live streaming companies. However, Huizibo was far superior to Douyu. Jiang Fan planned to find some time to visit the Douyu company to suggest improvements. Additionally, he wanted to find time to check out ICQ. ICQ was an instant messaging software that had only recently launched, yet it already had over 5 million. As for promotion, Jiang Fan planned to have Douyu improve their login method to use ICQ, forcing viewers who liked live streaming to log in through ICQ. This would be a form of compulsory promotion. With this in mind, Jiang Fan drove away from the area. In the morning, he had secured a villa in Tangshan Yiping, and he wanted to check out the villas there. The villas at Tangshan Yiping were much better than those at Lakeside Garden. The highest price for a villa at Lakeside Garden was only a little over 20 million, while the villas at Tangshan Yiping started at over 80 million. Soon Jiang Fan drove to the entrance of Tangshan Yiping, and from the outside one could see that the environment inside was exceptionally good, even better than the villa at the Lakeside Garden. Jiang Fan got out of the car and approached the security room, smiling at the security guard inside, saying, "Hello, my name is Jiang Fan, and I am a resident here." The security guard scrutinized Jiang Fan for a moment, then checked the resident information, quickly stood up and smiled. "Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. Hello, I will let you in right away." Jiang Fan nodded, returned to the car, and drove inside. He soon arrived in front of the villa, got out of the car, and gazed at the building. This villa was twice the size of the one at Lakeside Garden, visible from the outside, featuring a private swimming pool, a separate balcony, and lawns on both sides. Holding the key, Jiang Fan opened the door and walked inside. The room was furnished with various kinds of furniture, and it was spotless. The second floor had 3 rooms and a study. After looking around the villa for a while, Jiang Fan became increasingly satisfied with the place. He left the villa and stepped outside. At that moment, a car drove up, stopping nearby. The window rolled down, and the driver looked at Jiang Fan in surprise, saying, "Hey, isn't that Jiang Fan?" "Who are you?" Jiang Fan asked, puzzled by the voice. "Is it really you?" "Jiang Fan, after a few years in college, you don't recognize me." The man got out of the car and approached Jiang Fan, grinning. "Mu Hongjun." Jiang Fan scrutinized him carefully and asked in confusion. "That's right, it's me, Mu Hongjun." Seeing that Jiang Fan recognized him, Mu Hongjun nodded. Mu Hongjun was the wealthiest in their class back in school. His family company ranks 5th in Magic City, called Xin Chen Technology Group Company. "Jiang Fan, what are you doing here?" Mu Hongjun asked curiously. In his understanding, Jiang Fan came from an ordinary family and had always been frugal at school. It was surprising to see him here all of a sudden. I came to check out the house, Jiang Fan explained. You drove here? What car? This one. Jiang Fan pointed to the car beside him. This car. Mu Hongjun looked at Jiang Fan's car, doubtfully realizing he didn't recognize it and had never seen this type before. What is this car called? It looks ugly, Mu Hongjun complained. Hennessy Venom GT. Hennessy Venom, never heard of it. This car is inferior to my Ferrari, Mu Hongjun said with a smile. Is this car yours? It is mine. I didn't expect that after a few years you bought a car. By the way, you said you came to see a house. Does that mean you bought a villa? Yes, that villa over there is mine, Jiang Fan said, pointing to the villa behind him with a smile. That villa? Are you joking? Seeing the villa behind Jiang Fan, Mu Hongjun laughed dismissively. This villa costs around 100 million. To think that Jiang Fan had always been frugal at school and came from a modest background, suddenly buying a villa worth 100 million. Who would believe such a story? He certainly didn't believe it. Unless Jiang Fan won the lottery, but the odds of that were extremely low. Jiang Fan, one must have self-awareness about their own situation, Mu Hongjun said, sounding like an elder giving advice to Jiang Fan, implying that he shouldn't boast. I know very well who I am. Your car is worth at most 700 to 800,000 while the villa behind you costs around 100 million. With your background, how could you afford such a villa? If it were my family, buying such a villa would be easy. Our villa cost around 90 million. But with your family's background, dreaming of buying such a villa is simply ridiculous. Mu Hongjun mocked. In his eyes, this car might not even belong to Jiang Fan, but could belong to the owner of the villa, and Jiang Fan was merely the owner's driver. After recognizing him, he claims the villa is his out-of-face savings since people always need to save face. Don't use your understanding to judge me. Your family is rich, but I am also wealthy. Jiang Fan looked at him and smiled. You think you can be rich? Don't think I don't know you. With your background, even if you work your whole life, you couldn't afford this villa. Just be a good driver for someone else. When you see an old classmate doing better than you, you boast that this villa is yours. Mu Hongjun replied coldly. I wonder how the security let you in. Security, where's the security? As he spoke, Mu Hongjun shouted loudly. Soon 3 security guards arrived, one of whom was the guard who had just let Jiang Fan in. Mr. Mu, I am the security captain. My name is Yi Qingye. May I ask what the matter is? The security captain, Yi Qingye, approached Mu Hongjun with 2 other guards looking puzzled. You're the security captain. I suspect this man is a thief. You should investigate him carefully, Mu Hongjun said, coldly pointing at Jiang Fan. Thief? Yi Qingye looked at Jiang Fan with suspicion after hearing this. Seeing that Jiang Fan was dressed well like a wealthy person, but his face was unfamiliar to him, the security captain stepped forward and said coldly, Sorry, sir, we need you to come with us for a moment. Oh, you suspect him a thief just based on his word. Don't you want to ask me my name or why I'm here? Jiang Fan coldly looked at Yi Qingye. Captain, this person is Jiang Fan, a resident of this villa. The guard who had let Jiang Fan in whispered to the security captain. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingye's face twitched. He glared at the guard and reproached softly, Why didn't you say so early? The guard felt aggrieved. Who would have thought the captain would listen to Mu Hongjun's words without giving him a chance to speak? Mr. Jiang, I apologize. It was my mistake to listen to Mr. Mu's one-sided words. Thinking this, Yi Qingye quickly apologized to Jiang Fan. Since Jiang Fan could afford such a villa, if he didn't apologize properly, Jiang Fan could easily have the owner fire him with just one word. Therefore, he could only apologize sincerely, hoping Jiang Fan wouldn't mind, or else he would lose his job. Why are you apologizing to him? Mu Hongjun looked at the security captain, dissatisfied that he referred to Jiang Fan as Mr. Jiang, and even apologized. Mr. Mu, you are indeed wealthy, but Mr. Jiang is a resident of Tangchini Pin. Your accusation that Mr. Jiang is a thief almost caused me to offend him. Are you in conflict with Mr. Jiang? Enemies? Mu Hongjun had no enmity with Jiang Fan, he simply wanted to show off his family background. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fan was telling the truth. The villa really belonged to him. But from what he knew, how did Jiang Fan suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be that he was just pretending back in school? Don't use your understanding to judge me. If you can't even recognize this Hennessy Venom GT, how can you drive a Ferrari? Jiang Fan glanced at Mu Hongjun and scoffed. Hennessy Venom GT. Hearing this name again, Mu Hongjun still felt unfamiliar with it. Mr. Mu, the Hennessy Venom GT is globally limited to only 10 units, each auctioning for around 80 million yuan. The security captain explained, looking at Mu Hongjun with a hint of disdain. After all, he recognized the Hennessy Venom. How could someone so wealthy not know it? Upon hearing Yi Qingye's words, Mu Hongjun's face paled and flushed. If even a small security guard recognized this kind of car, and he did not, it was indeed embarrassing. However, the auction price of the Hennessy Venom GT was as high as 80 million. Even his Ferrari was only worth a little over 8 million. Seeing Jiang Fan, he realized he was completely different from the Jiang Fan he once knew. But thinking about his family's company New Dawn Group, and that he would be the successor, Mu Hongjun's eyes revealed confidence. So what if Jiang Fan bought a villa worth around 100 million and drove a car worth 80 million? He didn't have the company's resources, that money would run out before long. Meanwhile, he would be the successor of New Dawn Group. Even if he couldn't surpass Jiang Fan now, he would definitely be able to in the future. As Mu Hongjun was thinking this, another car drove in and stopped near Jiang Fan and the others. Hongjun, what are you? A woman in the car looked at her son in confusion. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? As soon as the car stopped, a middle-aged man hurriedly got out and approached Jiang Fan with a warm greeting. Who are you? Jiang Fan looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Mr. Jiang and Mu Yuan. We greeted each other at the last business meeting. Mu Yuan quickly replied. Oh, it's you, Mr. Jiang. Mu Hongjun looked at his father, who was warmly addressing Jiang Fan as Mr. Jiang, and was taken aback. From his father's expression, Jiang Fan's background was certainly not small. If his father found out he had offended Jiang Fan, knowing his father's personality, he might just give him a good lesson. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Are you here to look at the villa? Mu Yuan continued to ask warmly. I have a villa here at Tangchini Pin, and since I had some time today, I came to have a look. Jiang Fan nodded. Oh, I see. Mr. Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my wife Yang Li. Hello, Ms. Yang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hongjun, come over and greet Mr. Jiang. Mu Yuan called to his son. Dad, Hearing his father's words, Mu Hongjun appeared somewhat reluctant. What? I asked you to greet Mr. Jiang, and you're not willing. Mu Yuan looked at his son, who was hesitating, and scolded him. Mr. Mu, it's like this. Just now your son said Mr. Jiang is a thief. The security captain spoke up to clarify the situation. Upon hearing the captain's words, Mu Yuan immediately understood why his son was reluctant to greet Mr. Jiang. It turned out he had offended Mr. Jiang. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan's face darkened as he walked up to Mu Hongjun and slapped him across the face. You said Mr. Jiang is a thief. Mr. Jiang is the chairman of Guangyao Group, the owner of Jinrong Building, and the landlord of East Road Pedestrian Street. How could someone as wealthy as Mr. Jiang be a thief? Mu Yuan coldly snorted. Chairman of Guangyao Group, owner of Jinrong Building, landlord of East Road Pedestrian Street. Hearing these three identities, Mu Hongjun was stunned and nearly stumbled. He never imagined that Jiang Fan's identity was so powerful. The old classmate he once looked down upon had turned into someone wealthier than him. He and Jiang Fan were worlds apart. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I apologize for my son's words. Hongjun, come over and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Mu Yuan said apologetically as he approached Jiang Fan. Reluctant as he was, Mu Hongjun had no choice but to approach Jiang Fan apologizing. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry for what I just said. I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Fan glanced at him and smiled. Never use your understanding to judge me, understand? I Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Mu Yuan interjected as he saw his son apologizing to Jiang Fan. If I have time, I'll come by. But for now, I must leave. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile and turned towards the Hennessy Venom. He soon drove away from there. The security captain saw that the matter was resolved and left with two other security. Why provoke Mr. Jiang when everything was fine? Don't you know his company ranks third in Modu? If he gets angry, it would be very easy for him to deal with us, given his strength. Moreover, at the last business meeting, Mr. Jiang even dared to kick the people from Huashao Group out of Jinrong Building, stating they were not welcome. Looking at his son, Mu Yuan lamented. Dad, Jiang Fan was my university classmate. From what I knew about him, he shouldn't be this wealthy. I really didn't expect he would turn out to be the chairman of Guangyao Group. Mu Hongjun touched his cheek and said aggrievedly. Fortunately, Mu Yuan's slap wasn't too hard, otherwise his cheek would have swollen. One cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor can one measure the sea with a bucket. Besides, would someone rich tell you they are wealthy? One must be low-key. This is what I've always taught you. I can't believe you still haven't remembered it until now. Son, that I understand now, and I will remember it from now on. You say you were university classmates with Jiang Fan. If you had this connection, it might have been a great help to our company. Unfortunately, this relationship has been ruined by you. I hope Jiang Fan doesn't hold a grudge against us, otherwise, given his strength, it would be very easy for him to deal with our company. Mu Yuan sighed. His son had once been classmates with Jiang Fan, and they could have utilized this relationship. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by his son. Sigh. In the car, Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile, not expecting to encounter an old classmate here at Tangchini Pin. Around 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan met Su Shui, and they returned home together. Su Shui tossed her textbooks onto the table and cuddled up to Jiang Fan, her voice sweet as she pouted. Brother Fan, I miss you so much. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Jiang Fan replied, observing Su Shui's playful demeanor. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, either not the same. Su Shui shook her little head. I miss you too. Do you have any homework? I want to finish it tomorrow. Is Saturday, and I'll take you out to play. Just a little. Are we going out tomorrow? Great. I'm going to do it right away. Hearing that Jiang Fan would take her out tomorrow, Su Shui was delighted and hurriedly left Jiang Fan's side to to open her textbook at the table. Jiang Fan sat beside her quietly watching. At night, Su Bai invited Jiang Fan to his home. Jiang Fan brought Su Shui to Su Bai's house. "Uncle Andy, little Fan is here, please take a seat." Lu Jiahui warmly greeted Jiang Fan upon his, "Sure, Auntie. I heard about the last incident." Su Bai smiled as he saw Jiang Fan sit down. "What does Uncle think is what I'm doing, good or bad?" Jiang Fan inquired. "If it were me, I wouldn't consider it wise, but you are different from me. Although Lin Ziyu is Lin Xinghuai's son, he wouldn't put forth great effort against you. After all, your company is the third largest in Magic City, the Glory Group. If he wants to deal with your company, he also needs to consider mine. If our two companies join forces, even their Huaxiao group wouldn't be so easy to handle. Lin Ziyu has always used small tricks. I can easily counter his tactics. Now it just depends on how the Huaxiao group will respond. However, even if he wants to target my company, I will make sure he knows my company is not so easy to deal with." Jiang Fan's words were filled with confidence. "I said before, as long as the Huaxiao group goes after you, I will help you. Just let me know when it happens." "Okay, uncle, I will be here first. Thank you. We are family now, why be so polite?" Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, already considering Jiang Fan as part of the family. This is why he said he would help Jiang Fan when he heard that the Huaxiao group wanted to deal with him. Su Shui leaned sweetly against Jiang Fan's shoulder. "By the way, in a few months Shuer will be on summer vacation. How about inviting your parents and sister over so we can meet and chat?" Su Bai suggested after some thought. "All right, uncle, I'll see if I can find some time to bring my parents and sister over." Jiang Fan nodded. On Saturday morning, Su Shui changed into a new outfit and walked out of her home, where Jiang Fan was already waiting outside for her. Seeing Jiang Fan, Su Shui ran over, arriving in front of him. "Brother Fan, do I look good?" "Yes, you look great. My Shuer looks good in anything." Jiang Fan nodded seriously. Hearing this, Su Shui felt sweet and her cheeks flushed. "Shuer, let's go." Jiang Fan took Su Shui's hand and walked to the car, inviting her to get in. Once seated, Jiang Fan drove away from the place. "Brother Fan, I want to go to the place where you went to make a wish with that Tang Xiu last time." In the car, Su Shui recalled the last time when Brother Fan went to make a wish with Tang Xiu, and she wanted to go with him this time. "All right, let's go." After about 10 minutes, Jiang Fan arrived near the square, parked the car, and took Su Shui's little hand as they walked toward the square. Although it was Saturday, the square was not crowded, and there were some booths selling small trinkets. "Brother Fan, I want to play that." Su Shui pointed to a short distance away where a child was using a toy gun to shoot at balloons. If the balloon was popped, the toys above could be won. Jiang Fan naturally agreed to Su Shui's request, smiling as he brought her over. It was written above, $1 per shot, $10 for 12 shots. If you pop the balloon, you could take the items. "Boss, I'll take the $10 option." Jiang Fan took out $10 and handed it to the owner. The owner accepted the money-loaded 12 plastic bullets and handed the toy gun to Jiang Fan. "Shuer here." "Thank you, Brother Fan." Su Shui happily accepted it, then began to aim and pulled the trigger. A plastic bullet hit the balloon, making a pop sound as it bounced off. Oh, it didn't pop. Seeing the first shot fail, Su Shui felt a bit disappointed and continued to shoot. Soon only one shot was left. After 11 attempts with no success, Su Shui was very disappointed. "Brother Fan, this is so hard." "Shuer, how about I give it a try?" Watching her focus on the pink bunny plush toy, Jiang Fan knew she liked that toy, but unfortunately she kept missing. Since there was one shot left in the magazine, he might as well give it a try. "All right, Brother Fan here." Su Shui handed the toy gun to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan took it, aimed at the balloon above the pink bunny plush toy, took a deep breath, waited for a minute, and pulled the trigger. With a loud pop, the balloon burst. "Wow, Brother Fan is amazing." Seeing the balloon burst, Su Shui was excited like a child dancing. "Sir, congratulations, this bunny plush toy is yours." The owner took down the pink bunny plush toy and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan placed the toy gun on the stall, took the pink bunny plush toy, and handed it to Su Shui. "Shuer here." "Thank you, Brother Fan. You're really amazing. How did you do that?" Su Shui happily took the toy, holding it in her arms, and asked with a surprised expression. Jiang Fan glanced at the owner and smiled. "Shuer, let's talk while we walk." On the way, Jiang Fan explained it to Su Shui. After hearing Jiang Fan's explanation, Su Shui nodded seriously. "So that's how it is. The owner must make quite a bit of money in a day, right?" "Indeed, if this continues, he can definitely earn a lot in a day." "But Brother Fan, you are really impressive. You notice such things." Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with admiration, almost like a lovesick girl. "As long as you observe carefully, Shuer, you can do it too." It was still that staircase, the same place for wishes, but this time Jiang Fan brought Su Shui along. Looking at the steep staircase, Su Shui felt a bit nervous. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll hold your hand." Jiang Fan reassured her, extending his hand to grasp Su Shui's small hand as they ascended together. Upon reaching the mountain, there was a tower, but it was closed today. However, at the wishing platform, a couple was making their wish. After they finished their wishes, Jiang Fan took Su Shui to this spot, producing 2 coins, one of which he handed to Su Shui. Together, they tossed the coins into the platform, clasped their hands, and closed their eyes. Su Shui secretly glanced at Jiang Fan before closing her eyes to make a wish. A minute later, Su Shui opened her eyes smiling as she looked at Jiang Fan. What wish did you make, Brother Fan? Jiang Fan playfully pinched her nose and said, Shui if you speak your wish it won't come true. Then I want to ask. Su Shui quickly shook her head. Let's go, there are other places we can explore. Not long after the two arrived at a pond where many red, black, and white fish swam. On the small mountain, there were 3 paths. One was the way they had come up, one led to the left, and one to the right. Jiang Fan and Su Shui were currently on the path to the right. This path was relatively flat, but had many curves. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, they encountered some stairs again. Jiang Fan held Su Shui's hand, cautioning her to be careful. However, as Su Shui stepped on the stairs, she lost her balance and almost fell. Luckily, Jiang Fan was quick and caught her just in time, preventing her from falling. Startled, Su Shui tightly embraced Jiang Fan. He gently patted her hand and softly asked, Shui. After a while, Su Shui steadied herself and shook her head in Jiang Fan's embrace, saying, Brother Fan, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Jiang Fan sighed in relief. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Su Shui might have fallen. He felt a bit shaken. How about we take a detour? Brother Fan, it's not necessary. I will be down soon. I'm fine. Su Shui shook her head. All right, just be careful. Oh. As soon as she took a step, Su Shui cried out in pain. What happened? Brother Fan, I twisted my ankle. Jiang Fan looked down and saw that Su Shui's right ankle was a bit red and swollen. Seeing this, he hurriedly bent down and said, Shui, come, I'll carry you. Oh, okay. Su Shui leaned against Jiang Fan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, while Jiang Fan held her thighs and slowly made his way down the mountain. The 2 soft mounds intimately pressed against Jiang Fan's back. Although her ankle hurt and she felt some pain, Su Shui's face was still filled with a smile. After a while, Jiang Fan carried Su Shui to the car and gently placed her in the passenger seat. Shui, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Brother Fan, it's just a small injury. We don't need to go to the hospital. If I just rub it a bit, it will be fine tomorrow. Su Shui quickly shook her head at the mention of the hospital. She couldn't stand the smell of medicine in the hospital and had no desire to go. Seeing Su Shui's reluctance, Jiang Fan had no choice but to agree. All right, we'll stop by the pharmacy and buy some medicine for bruises, and I'll rub it for you when we get back. Driving past the pharmacy, Jiang Fan bought a bottle of bruise medicine, then returned to the car and drove back to Lake Heart Garden. In the basement, he parked the car, opened the door, and came over to Su Shui, lifting her up in a princess carry. Su Shui sweetly leaned against Jiang Fan's chest. Back at home, he placed Su Shui on the sofa and said, Shui, it might hurt a bit later. I'm not afraid, Brother Fan. Su Shui seriously shook her head. Jiang Fan gently held Su Shui's delicate foot on his thigh, opened the bruise medicine, poured some into his hand, and gently massaged the injured area of her ankle. Ouch! A sudden pain made Su Shui gasp. Seeing the worried expression on Jiang Fan's face, she suddenly smiled. Su Shui's foot was very fair, soft, and delicate, with 5 little toes stretched out. After massaging for over 10 minutes, Jiang Fan glanced at her ankle and decided it was enough, then closed the cap. Shui, it should be fine now. Let's see if it gets better by tomorrow. If not, we'll go to the hospital then, Jiang Fan said. I understand, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, you are so good to me. Su Shui gazed at Jiang Fan, her eyelashes fluttering as she spoke with a pout. You are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who will? Jiang Fan gently shook his head, speaking softly. Then, Brother Fan, you must be good to me for a lifetime. Of course. Perhaps due to the bruise medicine, Su Shui's foot was already not as painful as it had been during the day. The pain was slowly subsiding, and it seemed she would be fine by tomorrow. On Sunday, Jiang Fan stayed home with Su Shui instead of going out. On Wednesday, Jiang Fan took a flight to Yang City, where the headquarters of Huya Company was located. Considering that all 3 parties had called him, Jiang Fan did not contact them to come pick him up. Instead, he took a taxi alone to Huya's headquarters. After over half an hour, Jiang Fan got out of the taxi and stood outside the gate of Huya Company. Today was the day of the board meeting, and he guessed that the members of the 3 parties were already waiting for him. At the security office, Jiang Fan explained his identity to the security guard. After confirming with a call, the guard, approaching the front desk, he asked the receptionist, Hello, I'm Jiang Fan. I'm here for the board meeting. Could you tell me where it's being held? The receptionist, blushing at the sight of such a handsome man, quickly replied, Mr. Jiang, the board meeting is held in the conference room, but the other members haven't arrived yet. The conference room? That's fine. Could you please tell me which floor it's on? I'll go up myself. Sure, Mr. Jiang, the conference room is on the 5th floor. Just look for the sign that says conference room. Thank you very much. You're welcome. The receptionist watched as Jiang Fan entered the elevator, her heart fluttering. This guy is so handsome. I thought he was the son of some executive. It's a pity I didn't ask for his contact details just now. Jiang Fan thought about the directions the receptionist had given him and quickly arrived at the 5th floor, standing in front of the conference room door. Jiang Fan knocked on the conference room door, but no one inside responded. He knocked twice more, yet still received no reply, so he opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw a young man playing with 2 girls in the conference room. The 2 girls screamed in surprise upon seeing Jiang Fan. The young man frowned when he saw a stranger suddenly enter. He looked at Jiang Fan with displeasure and coldly snorted, "Do you not realize I'm busy? How dare you come in? Who gave you the audacity?" I knocked 3 times on the door and no one responded, so I had no choice but to come in. The conference room is not a place for someone like you. Get out now. Which department are you from? Tell me your name, and I will have my father fire you. I am not an employee of your company. Jiang Fan pulled over a chair, sat down comfortably, and smiled. Not from our company. How dare you enter our conference room? You really have some nerve. The security actually let you in. I advise you to leave quickly, or I'll call the police to have you arrested. The young man warned. Call the police to arrest. I came here for a meeting, yet you are the one playing around in the conference room with 2 girls. Lucky for you that I saw it. If someone else had it, would tarnish the company's reputation. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. The company's image. Do you think everyone is like you barging in? Get out now. The young man grew furious, visibly upset. After all this talking, the man still sat in the chair and didn't leave, which made him very angry. After all, his father was one of the 3 major shareholders of the company, and this person dared to disregard him. As he pondered this, Jiang Fan's phone rang. Seeing that the call was from Zheng Jiwei, Jiang Fan answered. Mr. Jiang, have you arrived? I am already in the conference room. Mr. Jiang is already in the conference room. That's good, he'll be right over. Just after Jiang Fan hung up, the other 2, Li Zhengji and Wei Jianyuan, called to ask if Jiang Fan had arrived. Jiang Fan informed them that he had already arrived at the conference room. The young man checked the time and realized that his father and the others were coming to the conference room for a meeting. He quickly stood up and glared at Jiang Fan, saying viciously, "You brat, I told you to leave, but you didn't. Now my dad is coming, you better watch out." Alright, I'll wait. Jiang Fan looked at his expression and smiled, shaking his head. Soon the main door of the conference room opened, revealing 3 middle-aged men, 2 of whom brought their sons and daughters. "Dad, you're just in time. This person barged into our conference room without any reason. You have to kick him out." The young man rushed to Zheng Jiwei's side, pointing at Jiang Fan and speaking viciously. "Kick Mr. Jiang out. Old Zheng, your son has some guts," Li Zhengji said with a smile on his face. Zheng Jiwei's son Zheng, he wanted to kick Jiang Fan out, which inadvertently offended Jiang Fan. If Zheng Jiwei wanted to win Jiang Fan over, that would be difficult. "Mr. Jiang is our company's 4th shareholder. How dare you ask Mr. Jiang to leave? You really have some nerve." Zheng Jiwei looked at his son with a stern expression. 4th shareholder? Him. Zheng, he was taken aback upon hearing this. Zheng Jiwei, is the conference room meant for meetings, or is it for people to play around with women? Jiang Fan looked at Zheng Jiwei and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, the conference room is naturally a place for meetings," Zheng Jiwei quickly replied with a smile. He had no choice but to appease Jiang Fan since he needed to win him over. Looking at his son, who brought 2 girls into the conference room, Zheng Jiwei could almost guess what he was doing there. He couldn't help but snort, "Get out of here with your women." "Dada." Zheng, he looked at his father, who was suddenly angry and hesitated. "What? Do you want me to call security to throw you out?" "Humph. Get out now, and you can deal with it later." Hearing this, Zheng, he had no choice but to leave with the 2 girls. Before leaving, he shot Jiang Fan a vicious glare, as if to say, "If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't be so angry with me." "Alright, everyone sit down. The board meeting will start shortly." Wei Jianyuan smiled and invited. "Mr. Jiang, this is my daughter Wei Hongmei. Mr. Jiang, this is my son Li Yinxing." "Hello." Jiang Fan greeted them. Wei Hongmei and Li Yinxing also greeted him, sizing up Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan appeared very young and handsome. At such a young age, he held 4% of shares in their company, which was they both understood that their father had called them here to see how to win Jiang Fan over. After all, if they could pull Jiang Fan into their camp, they would have absolute say over the company. Thus, they didn't dare to offend Jiang Fan, especially since their father needed to please him. As they watched Li Zhengji and Wei Jianyuan introduce their children to Jiang Fan, Zheng Jiwei felt increasingly angry at his son for suggesting they kick Jiang Fan out. If he couldn't win Jiang Fan over this time, he would definitely have to discipline his son when they returned. Before long, an assistant arrived holding 4 documents and placing them in front of Jiang Fan, Zheng Jiwei, Li Zhengji, and Wei Jianyuan. "Mr. Jiang, these are the current affairs of our company and the matters we are all involved in. Please take a look," Zheng Jiwei explained with a smile. Jiang Fan nodded and carefully examined the documents, noting the information. It must be said that due to the lack of absolute authority within the company, many areas had been operating at a loss. In recent months, the liquidity of the company had decreased significantly compared to last year. Today, our liquidity and operational funds are not as good as in previous years because no party has absolute authority. Since we are all here today, we plan to select one party to take charge. Wei Jianyuan shook his head. "As for which party should be selected, Mr. Jiang can take a look. If it is entrusted to me, our company will definitely perform better under my leadership than it does now." "Enough. I think it should be entrusted to my side. In terms of qualifications, all my people are seasoned employees. They know how to operate and don't need any worry." Li Zhengji retorted. "In terms of qualifications, I am the oldest here. My employees are all exceptionally talented. If I were to decide the direction of the company, I would naturally lead it towards brilliance." Zheng Jiwei coughed and retorted. Jiang Fan sat quietly in his chair looking at the documents, completely unconcerned with their words. He would not join either side. Rather than joining one of their sides, it would be better for him to invest his own money and buy some shares from them. He had plenty of... The three parties were still arguing. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Li, Mr. Wei, I see that if you continue like this, no meaningful discussion will come of it. I will be staying in Yanqing for the next couple of days. Jiang Fan looked at them and shook his head with a smile. Indeed, with just the three of us discussing, nothing fruitful can be achieved. Mr. Jiang, I have a villa over there, and I can have my daughter take you to stay there. Wei Jianyuan smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, I also have a villa, and I can have my son take you to have a look. Li Jingji also quickly spoke up. No need, I will find a hotel to stay at myself. Then how about this, since it's your first time in Yanqing, why don't I have my daughter show you around nearby? Finding any random hotel. Seeing Jiang Fan's lack of agreement, Wei Jianyuan continued to suggest. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and then nodded. That's fine, thank you. Haha, it's not a hassle at all, not a hassle at all. Hong Mei, shortly you will take Mr. Jiang to stroll around nearby and help him find a hotel to stay. Okay, Dad. Since Mr. Jiang rarely comes, and it's almost noon, why don't we have a meal together? Sure. Alright, let's go. During the meal, Zheng Jiwei, Li Zhengji, and Wei Jianyuan all tried to get Jiang Fan drunk, hoping to persuade him to join their side. However, even after drinking a lot, Jiang Fan showed no signs of intoxication. Instead, they were the ones feeling a bit tipsy. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Li, Mr. Wei, it seems we have drunk enough. I will take my leave now. Alright, Mr. Jiang, Hongmei, you can accompany Mr. Jiang. Okay, Dad. Outside, Wei Hongmei secretly observed Jiang Fan with her peripheral vision. This person at such a young age held 5% of the shares of Huya Company. Even after the four of them toasted him, and he drank so much he showed no signs of being drunk. Truly impressive. Where are you from, Mr. Jiang? Wei Hongmei asked curiously. I am from Modu. Modu is a very nice place, being an international center for economy, finance, trade, shipping, and technological innovation, as well as one of the first coastal cities. Wei Hongmei said with a smile. Do you hold shares in Huya Company? Jiang Fan looked at Wei Hongmei, and I only hold 2% of the shares. 2%? Have you considered selling? If you want to sell, I can buy your share. Mr. Jiang, although I only hold 2% of the shares, I haven't considered selling for now. Hearing this, Wei Hongmei shook her head with a smile. How about 10 million? 10 million? Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by 10 million? As long as you sell me your 2% shares, I will buy them for 10 million. Mr. Jiang, I haven't considered selling for now. 20 million. Mr. Jiang, 50 million. Why do you want to buy shares from me, Mr. Jiang? Why not? I, Jiang Fan, will not join your father or the other two parties. It would be better for me to buy shares myself. You can think about it. As long as it doesn't exceed 100 million, I can buy that 2% of shares from you. You know the situation of Huya Company. If this continues, it may lead to greater losses. It would be better to sell. You don't need to answer me right now. You can think about it after you go back. I will be staying in Yanqing for a couple. Wei Hongmei remained silent. Indeed, as Jiang Fan said, the current situation of Huya Company was not as good as last year. Although she held shares, the annual dividends were just over 1 million. If she could sell that 2% of shares for several million, she could use that money to do other things. She was a girl with dreams, not wanting to stay at Huya Company forever. She wanted to go out and do what she wished, like opening a pet shop. Jiang Fan watched her somewhat wavering expression, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He knew Wei Hongmei was somewhat tempted. After all, he had plenty of money. As long as Wei Hongmei sold that 2% of shares to him, he would own 6% of the shares. Although 6% is not much, Jiang Fan planned to discuss with Wei Jianyuan and Li Jingji in the next. As long as he could buy 20% or 15% from them, the absolute decision-making power of Huya Company would be in his hands. After walking for a while, the two arrived at Jinsheng Hotel. Alright, you can go back now. Looking at the Jinsheng Hotel, Jiang Fan said to Wei Hongmei. Then, Mr. Jiang, I will leave now. You can think about it again. After all, not everyone is willing to spend millions to buy that 2% of shares from you. Mr. Jiang, I will consider it. After saying this, Wei Hongmei turned and left. Jiang Fan cast a deep glance at her before heading towards Jinsheng Hotel. Hello, I would like to book a room. Arriving at the front desk, he handed his ID to the receptionist. Alright, sir, may I ask what type of room you would like? We have various options. Please take a look. A deluxe single room, please. They'll stay until Friday at 2 in the afternoon. Alright, sir, I'll process your check-in. The receptionist smiled professionally at Jiang Fan, and then, after a moment of operation, handed his ID back. Mr. Jiang, the total is 35,800 yuan. Please swipe your card. Jiang Fan handed her his bank card. After swiping, Jiang Fan entered the password and the payment was successful. The receptionist returned his card and handed him the prepared room key. Taking the key, Jiang Fan walked towards the elevator. His room was on the 5th floor, room 505. After swiping the key and opening the door, he walked in. Not long after entering, he noticed a small card on a cabinet in the room, which read something like 5,000 for a full package, 800 for fast food. There was also a contact number 187. Looking at the card, Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile and threw it into the trash can. Then he took off his shoes, changed into slippers, and sat in front of the computer, opening it to browse the latest stock market information of One-Yuan Company, observing quietly. The stock information for One-Yuan Company has been consistently showing a decline. Although the drop is not significant, if this trend continues for a month or two, it is expected to fall by around 5%. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fan took out his phone and called Tang Siyu. Zhang Fan, came Tang Siyu's voice as the call connected. So you keep an eye on One-Yuan Company's stock market recently? One-Yuan stock market? Yes, I am currently in Yanqing at One-Yuan Company. You went to Yanqing? Yes, please monitor the situation. If anyone sells shares, buy them directly in my name. All right, Zhang Fan, do you intend to acquire One-Yuan Company? I hold 4% of the shares in One-Yuan Company, while the other 3 parties hold 32%. They all want to win me over. If any one of them manages to do so, they will have absolute say, but I will not join any of their sides. That's why I need you to pay attention to One-Yuan Company's stock direction. Look for opportunities to buy more shares. Okay, I will keep an eye on it. When are you coming back? Tang Siyu asked concernedly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be around Friday afternoon. Oh, I see. Thank you for your help. Why be so polite with me? Tang Siyu playfully pouted and quickly hung up the phone. With the instructions from Tang Siyu settled, Zhang Fan planned to meet Li Zhengji and Wei Jianyuan the next day. Dad, you're back. In Zheng Jiwei's home, Zheng, he called out with a hint of fear as he saw his father return. Look at what you did today. Zheng Jiwei looked at his son with a stern expression. Dad, I didn't know that person was Zhang Fan. If I had known, how could I have offended him? Zheng, he hurriedly explained. It's precisely because you offended Zhang Fan that I find it difficult to win him over. Wei Jianyuan and Li Zhengji have been working to win Zhang Fan over at the banquet. If any one of them succeeds, the power will be in their hands. In the next few days, regardless of your methods, you must apologize to Zhang Fan and try to earn his forgiveness. Otherwise, you might as well not stay in this family. Zheng Jiwei warned his son. Dad, what's wrong? Unwilling. No, I am willing. I will definitely apologize to Zhang Fan properly. Seeing his father's expression, Zheng, he quickly nodded. His allowance depended on his father. If his father kicked him out and stopped giving him pocket money, he wouldn't be able to survive. Yinying, you must properly entertain Zhang Fan in the next few days and try to win him over to our side. Meanwhile, Li Zhengji was instructing Li Yinying. Dad, why must we win Zhang Fan over? In my opinion, it's better for us to spend some money to buy shares from Wei Hongmei or Zheng He, or even directly from Zhang Fan. As long as we offer them enough money, I don't believe they won't sell. Li Yinying shook his head. Wei Hongmei and Zheng He won't sell. As for Zhang Fan, I doubt he will sell either. Thus, we can only rely on winning him over. Li Zhengji sighed. Dad, how can we know without trying? Zhang Fan hasn't mentioned wanting to join any side. Perhaps he is just looking to sell his 4% of shares at a good price. If we offer him a sufficient amount, maybe he will sell to us. At that time, the decision in the company will be in your hands, Dad. Li Yinying analyzed. Hearing his son's analysis, Li Zhengji felt it made some sense. After pondering for a moment, he said, this method can be tried. Yinying, tomorrow take some time to meet Zhang Fan and ask him if he is willing to sell. If he is, we will buy the shares from him. If he is unwilling, we will consider other methods after you return. All right, Dad, I will meet Zhang Fan tomorrow morning and ask for his thoughts. Hongmei, how did it go? As soon as Wei Hongmei returned home, Wei Jianyuan asked eagerly. Dad, Zhang Fan said he won't join our side. If he won't join our side, then this is going to be difficult. Wei Jianyuan showed a difficult expression upon hearing. Hongmei, it seems we have no choice but to do this. You should get to know Zhang Fan better recently. If you can be his girlfriend, that would be best. Wei Jianyuan looked at his daughter. She was beautiful, and if she could get close to Zhang Fan and become his girlfriend, then this matter would be easier to handle. Become Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Dad, I am your daughter. Wei Hongmei looked at her father in disbelief upon hearing this. She never expected her father would want her to be Zhang Fan's girlfriend for the sake of the shares he held. She had nothing in common to talk about with Zhang Fan. Even if he was handsome, so what? She didn't like him at all. She just wanted to find an ordinary man who would care for and love her, and for them to open a small shop together, living a peaceful life. That would be enough. Daughter, I have raised you this big and treated you well. Now it's time for you to repay me. Besides, it's just being Zhang Fan's girlfriend, not marrying him. Once we secure the shares, you can break up with him. Is this too much to ask? Wei Jianyuan shook his head and sighed, looking at his daughter as he spoke. Dad, I will not get involved in your matters. I am a bit tired now, I will head back to my room first. Saying this, Wei Hongmei headed upstairs. Hey, as long as you agree to get the shares from Zhang Fan, I will definitely give you a few more shares later. Watching his daughter walk upstairs, Wei Jianyuan continued. Wei Hongmei shook her head with a smile and ignored him. Remembering what Zhang Fan had said, she felt that selling her 2 shares to him might be the right decision. If Wei Jianyuan hadn't said this, Wei Hongmei might not have agreed. Early the next morning, Li Yinying arrived at the Jincheng Hotel where Zhang Fan was staying. After explaining to the front desk, they contacted Zhang Fan to inform him that a man named Li Yinying was looking for him. Zhang Fan instructed the front desk to tell him to wait a moment as he would come down shortly. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang will be down shortly, please wait. Mr. Jiang, it's like this, would you be willing to sell your shares? As soon as he sat down, Li Yanheng inquired. Why should I sell? Jiang Fan glanced at him and smiled. Oh, 10 million per share. Exactly, as long as Mr. Jiang agrees. May I ask how many Jiang Fan curiously asked him. Me. I hold 7% of the shares. How about this? I will buy them from you at 20 million per share. What do you think? 20 million per share for 7 shares, that totals to 120 million. You want to buy my shares for 20 million each? Mr. Jiang, I came here to discuss purchasing your shares. You want to buy 4 shares from me at 10 million each, while I offer you 20 million per share for your shares, which is a better price. 7 shares would amount to 140 million. You can consider it. Jiang Fan smiled. Mr. Jiang, I will not agree to that. Li Yanheng shook his head. 200 million. Mr. Jiang, no matter how much you offer, I will not sell my 500 million. Mr. Jiang, it's still the same. Oh, I won't agree. Hearing that Jiang Fan was willing to offer 500 million, Li Yanheng was shocked, but still shook his head. Since you won't agree, then we have nothing to discuss. You may leave. Mr. Jiang, I hope you will reconsider. After all, these 4 shares are not easy for you to manage. Li Yanheng stood up and looked at Jiang Fan deeply. You need not worry about it. I can manage my shares well. Not long after Li Yanheng left Jiang, he arrived at the Jincheng Hotel. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Fan sitting in a chair, Jiang, he hurried over with a smile on his face. It's you. Why are you here? Jiang Fan glanced at him and frowned slightly. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. Oh, I am here to apologize to you today. Jiang, he said apologetically. Apologize to me? Yes, Mr. Jiang, I am here to apologize to you. All right, let me ask you, how many shares do you hold? I only have 5 shares, Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Jiang, he asked curiously. 5 shares? How about selling them to me? Mr. Jiang, are you joking? How could I sell these shares to you? Jiang, he laughed. 200 million. I will buy your 5 shares for 200 million. 200 million. Mr. Jiang, I want sell. 400 million. Jiang Fan continued to raise the offer without hesitation. 400 million. Hiss. Hearing that Jiang Fan was willing to offer 400 million just to purchase his 5 shares, Jiang, he showed a surprised expression. For the shares he held, selling to others would only fetch at most 10 million, yet he never expected Jiang Fan would be willing to spend 400 million to buy these 5 shares. Is 400 million not enough? Then I can add another 100 million, bringing the price to 100 million per share. You are well aware of the current situation of Huya Company. If this continues, we may face bankruptcy one day. If you sell to me, at least you won't have to worry for 20 years. Jiang Fan was right. This year the funds at Huya kept diminishing. If it continued like this, they might face bankruptcy in a few years, and even if he held many shares at that time, it would be impossible to sell them for 100 million each. Moreover, since the company's prospects have been poor, his monthly allowance is now less than last year. Now he only has tens of thousands a month, whereas previously it was around 100,000 or more. What do you think? You need to think it through, as selling now would mean profit, while selling later might lead to greater losses. At that time, it would be impossible to sell for such a high price. Seeing that he seemed somewhat tempted, Jiang Fan continued. 500 million is not 500,000 or 5 million. With 500 million you can do some business, start your own company, or enjoy life for a decade. Having 5% of the shares, even if sold to Jiang Fan, he would still have at most 9 shares, which would not significantly affect the company. As long as Jiang Fan didn't tell his father wouldn't know. As long as he sells, he would have 500 million in hand. Jiang, he struggled internally. He wanted to sell, but feared his father would find out and kick him out of the house. Don't worry, I won't tell your father. Jiang Fan had been observing his expression and could roughly guess what he was worried about, shaking his head and smiling. If I really sell to you, you truly won't tell my father? Jiang, he looked at Jiang Fan intently. I won't tell your father, but if your father guesses, that would be another matter. 600 million, I will sell to you. Jiang, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. All right, then I will buy 5% of the shares from you at 600 million. I will prepare the transfer rights later and purchase from you then. No problem, I will sell you the 5% of my shares for 600 million. But you must not tell my father. If he finds out, he will definitely teach me a lesson. What are you afraid of? With this 600 million, you can leave Yangcheng and enjoy yourself for a while. Wait until your father's anger subsides, then come back. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow with a smile that was not quite a smile. All right, I will leave first. Call me after you are ready this afternoon. I will come over. My number is 130. The two exchanged phone numbers, and Jiang, he got up and left. As long as Jiang He's shares are sold to me, I would then hold 9% of the shares. If Wei Hongmei is willing to sell her shares to me as well, then I would own 11% of the shares. 11%. Then Zheng Zhuwei would hold 27 shares, Wei Jianyuan would hold 30 shares, and Li Zhengji would still have 32 shares. However, regarding the shares, I cannot let them know for now, otherwise Li Zhengji would have absolute authority in Huya Company, and that would be troublesome. Now I should continue to observe and see which of the 3 of them would be easier to approach and strive to acquire another 25% of the shares. Mr. Jiang. While Jiang Fan was contemplating, Wei Hongmei came beside him. Seeing her arrive, Jiang Fan guessed that she was willing to sell her shares to him. You're here, have a seat. Mr. Jiang, I am here today regarding the shares. As soon as Wei Hongmei sat, planning to sell, Jiang Fan asked with a smile upon hearing her words. Yes, I intend to sell my shares to you, Wei Hongmei nodded. Then at what price do you wish to sell them to me? A flat rate of 50 million yuan, Wei Hongmei replied. 50 million. Agreed. I'll take both of your shares without hesitation. Since you've accepted, I'll have the contract prepared this afternoon. I'll contact you shortly, and you may come by to sign it. Upon payment, the transaction will be complete. By the way, I'd like to ask, suppose I wish to purchase shares directly from your father at 20 million yuan per share, would he agree? Mr. Jiang, my father is unlikely to consent. Wei Hongmei shook her head. Regardless of his willingness, I wish to meet him in person. Jiang Fan paused in quiet contemplation before speaking slowly. Let's go now. I'm free. Take me to him. Very well. Jiang Fan entered Wei Hongmei's car, where she courteously invited him to sit. As he settled into the front passenger seat, the overpowering fragrance wafting through the cabin made him instinctively frown, and he rolled down the window. The scent was too strong, unfamiliar, and unsettling. 10 minutes later, Wei Hongmei pulled up before her family home. Mr. Jiang, this is where I live. After stepping out, Wei Hongmei led Jiang Fan inside. In the living room, Wei Jianyuan sat. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, he looked momentarily surprised, then quickly brightened, rising at once and approaching with warm enthusiasm. Mr. Jiang, what an honor. Welcome to our humble home. Mr. Wei, greetings, I hope you're well. Today I've come to discuss something important with you. Something important? What might that be, Mr. Jiang? Hearing this, Wei Jianyuan smiled. I've come today to speak with you about shares. Shares? Does this mean you've decided to join our side? Excellent. Excellent. Please have a seat. Assuming Jiang Fan intended to align himself, Wei Jianyuan eagerly gestured toward the sofa. Mr. Wei, I've come not to join, but to purchase shares from you. Purchase shares from me. Mr. Jiang, surely you're joking. Why would I jest? Name your price per share. If it's reasonable, I'll accept it. Jiang Fan spoke with unshakable confidence. Is that so? I'm afraid I have no intention of selling. Wei Jianyuan shook his head. Mr. Wei, you know better than I the current state of Huya Corporation. Even holding a large stake means little if the company stagnates. More shares won't change its fate. Moreover, selling now secures your capital. Waiting another year or two may yield losses. Since last year, Huya stock has been steadily declining. His words left Wei Jianyuan momentarily speechless, for indeed Huya's prospects were far from promising. If things continued as they were, the value of his holdings would only erode. Yet surrendering them outright still felt deeply reluctant. Should you agree, I'll pay 50 million yuan per share for 15. How does that strike you? 50 million, 15 shares. That totals 750 million yuan. Good heavens, what extraordinary... After recovering from his astonishment, Wei Jianyuan stared intently at Jiang Fan. May I ask, why pursue these shares? Given Huya's present condition, such an investment seems perilous. Do you truly believe it won't end in loss? Whether it yields loss or profit is my own calculation. I possess the means to ensure its success. The question remains, are you willing to sell? His voice carried quiet, unwavering assurance. Even should you sell 15 shares, you'll retain substantial holdings, and future dividends remain yours. Have you spoken with the other two parties yet? Not yet. This board meeting was convened precisely to draw me into one of your factions, yet rather than joining either, I prefer to stand independently. Selling is possible, but even if I do, you'd hold only 19 shares. Li Zhengji and Zheng Jiwei collectively control 32. Should they learn of this, our competitive edge vanishes. We simply lack their numerical advantage. Wei Jianyuan furrowed his brow. He had no desire to see either Li Zhengji or Zheng Jiwei emerge victorious. The three factions had vied fiercely for influence for years. Whichever prevailed would likely marginalize the others upon assuming power, an outcome Wei Jianyuan adamantly wished to avoid. Mr. Wei, you're no longer young, and your sole heir is your daughter. No matter how much wealth you amass, it will ultimately benefit outsiders. Why not sell some shares to me? You could then retire from daily concerns and live comfortably on dividends alone. Naturally, should I gain controlling influence, I shall not forget your role in making it possible. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, a knowing, enigmatic curve of the lips. I remain uneasy. If they discover this, matters will grow exceedingly complicated. Then let us keep it confidential. For now, I'll approach the other two parties next, seeking further acquisitions. If successful, we needn't worry about consequences. How does that sound? Having spoken, Jiang Fan fell silent, giving Wei Jianyuan space to reflect. After a long pause, Wei Jianyuan exhaled deeply and met Jiang Fan's gaze. Very well, I'll sell you the shares. 50 million per share. Oh, and might I ask for 5 more? Jiang Fan said, eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. With 20 shares from Wei Jianyuan, 4 of his own, 5 from Zheng, he, and 2 from Wei Hongmei, he'd command 31. 31 shares would leave only one rival, Li Jingji. 20 shares. We agreed on 15. Why suddenly demand 5 more? Wei Jinyuan's brow furrowed sharply. Because I intend to win. Rest assured, once victorious I'll reduce their stakes. And whatever authority I wield, I shall never forget your contribution. Zhang Fan smiled. Can you guarantee that? Absolutely. If you doubt me, we may stipulate it explicitly in the contract. Would that ease your mind? I need time to consider. Wei Jinyuan's brow remained tightly knit as he sank back into his chair, deep in solemn deliberation. After a long while, Wei Jinyuan slightly nodded, looking at Zhang Fan, then heavily nodded again. All right, I agree. I will sell you 20 shares. Haha, Mr. Wei, that decision is very wise. I believe you won't regret it. Seeing his agreement, Zhang Fan felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Since Mr. Wei has agreed, I will have someone start preparing the contract and print it out. After you review it and confirm, we can sign and stamp it then. Okay. Zhang Fan took out his phone and contacted Tang Xiyu, asking her to prepare another copy of the contract and explain the details. Before long, Tang Xiyu contacted Zhang Fan, informing him that the contract was ready. Mr. Wei, the contract is ready. Do you have a printer at home? Yes, we do have a printer. Follow me. Wei Jinyuan led Zhang Fan to the printer. Zhang Fan opened his phone, connected to the computer, and began printing one of the documents. Before long, the printer produced a dozen sheets, 2 copies of the contract. Mr. Wei, please take a look. If everything is fine, you can sign it. Once signed, I will have the company transfer the funds to you immediately. All right, let me have a look. While Wei Jinyuan was reviewing the documents, Zhang Fan printed another copy for Wei Hongmei to review. After Wei Hongmei looked over it and found no issues, she signed her name. As for the stamp, it could only be placed once Wei Jinyuan brought it out. Wei Jinyuan examined the document seriously for 5 minutes, then took a pen and began to sign his name, after which he went to get the stamp and affixed it. On Zhang Fan's side, he also took a pen, signed his name, and then took out the stamp to affix it. Mr. Wei, since we have both signed and stamped, please give me your account number so I can arrange for the company to transfer the... All right, Mr. Zhang, my account number is 430. Zhang Fan listened while sending this account number to Tang Xiyu for her to begin the transfer. Mr. Wei, the transfer has been completed. It should arrive in a little over an hour. Zhang Fan put away one copy of the contract and smiled. After signing, Wei Jinyuan suddenly felt a bit of regret, questioning whether his actions were indeed correct. Miss Wei, you should stamp as well. However, another remark from Zhang Fan brought his thoughts back. Stamp. How many did you sell your shares to? Wei Jinyuan looked at his daughter in disbelief. I sold the shares I had in hand. Wei Hongmei replied, shaking her head. You? Why did you sell the shares that were initially reserved for you? Dad, for so many years I have been unable to do anything for myself. Now that Mr. Zhang is willing to buy shares from me, with this money I can open a shop or a company. I have my own dreams and do not wish to rely on these shares for my entire life. Fine. It's too late to say anything now. If you want to sell your shares, then sell them. I cannot stop you. Wei Jinyuan sighed as if he had aged a few years. Wei Hongmei took the stamp and affixed it to the contract. Miss Wei, please tell me your bank account so I can arrange for the... Sure, mine is 521. All right, the transfer is done, but it will take some time to arrive. Mr. Wei, I would like to ask, does Zheng Zhuwei hold all 32 shares by himself? No, his son has 5 shares and his wife also holds 5 shares. Wei Jinyuan shook his head. If you want to buy shares from Zheng Zhuwei, it will be difficult because he values his shares greatly. However, his wife might be a breakthrough point. Wei Jinyuan said slowly. Oh, why do you say that? His wife is a hypocritical person spending money extravagantly. If you offer a high price, you might be able to buy 5 shares from her. As for his son Zheng, he is somewhat afraid of his father, so it would also be difficult to buy shares from him. Coincidentally, this morning he came to find me. After our discussion, he is willing to sell me the 5 shares he is willing to sell. I see, ha. Upon hearing this, Wei Jinyuan was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. If you purchase 20 shares from me plus the 2 shares from my daughter, the 5 shares from Zheng He, and the 4 shares you hold, then you will have 31 shares. If you also buy 5 shares from Zheng Zhiwei's wife, then you will possess 36 shares, and the power of speech in Huya Company will be in your hands. Indeed, as long as I acquire those 5 shares from Zheng Zhiwei's wife, once I have the power of speech, the next step will be to deal with Li Zhengji, Zhang Fan said coldly. After more than half an hour, messages came through on the phones of Wei Jinyuan and Wei Hongmei. Upon opening, they saw that the money had already arrived. Mr. Zhang, the money has arrived. All right, I will print 2 more copies of the contract here, and then leave. After Zhang Fan printed the other 2 contracts, he turned around and left. I wonder if he will succeed. I hope my decision is correct, and that he can lead Huya Company to greater heights. Watching Zhang Fan leave, Wei Jianyuan's gaze was profound. Back at the hotel, Zhang Fan contacted Zheng He, informing him that the contract was ready and that he could come over at any time. Hearing what Zhang Fan said, Zheng He couldn't help but express that he would come over immediately. Half an hour later, Zheng He arrived at the lobby of Jinshin Hotel, where Zhang Fan was already waiting. Zhang Fan, I'm here. Have you prepared the contract? Yes, it's ready. Take a look. Did you bring the stamp? Yes, I brought it. Time is a bit tight, let's hurry and sign. I secretly took this stamp from my dad's room and need to return it soon, Zhang He urged. Once you check it and find no issues we can sign it. By the way, could you call your mother over this afternoon? I want to buy shares for my mom. Zhang He looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. Exactly. Alright, I'll see if she will sell you the shares, that depends on her. Soon Zhang He signed his name and stamped it. Jiang Fan took the pen and also signed his name, affixing the stamp as well. Please tell me your account number. 430. Zhang He provided his account number to Jiang Fan. Alright, it will take a while for the funds to arrive. You can wait here for a bit. After more than half an hour, a text message arrived indicating that the funds had been successfully transferred. Seeing the money credited to his account, Zhang He felt a twitch in his eyelids. It was the first time he had received such a large sum, and now this money was his to spend as he pleased. After you return, have your mother come out for a chat with me. It would be best if you brought Zhang along as well. Sure. Zhang He hurriedly nodded, feeling elated at having received such a large amount of money. Watching Zhang He leave, Jiang Fan's lips curled up slightly. As long as Zhang He's mother was willing to sell him the 5 shares, she held the control of the Huoya company would be in his hands. Was it worth it? Jiang Fan believed it was. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhang He contacted Jiang Fan to inform him that he and his mother were about to head out, and that they would meet at a cafe near the Jinshan Hotel. Jiang Fan took the printed documents and, accompanied by Zhang, left the room and headed towards the cafe mentioned by Zhang He. After sitting for a while, he saw Zhang He enter with a woman in her 40s who looked well-maintained. Mr. Jiang. Mom, this is Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, this is my mother Zhu Fangling. Zhang He introduced the two parties. Hello, Ms. Zhu. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Today I had your son bring you here to discuss the 5 shares. Mr. Jiang intends to buy them, right? Indeed, I wish to buy, but I'm not sure if Ms. Zhu is willing to sell me those shares. I can sell, but I'm curious about how much Mr. Jiang intends to offer for my shares. Zhu Fangling, 20 million per share. How does that sound? 20 million per share. Mr. Jiang must be joking. My son told me you have more than just this amount of money with him. Zhu Fangling said with a cheerful smile. Well, then how much does Ms. Zhu intend to sell each share for? Jiang Fan tapped his fingers on the table, smiling. 100 million per share. 100 million per share. I can accept that. You hold 5 shares, which amounts to 500 million. The contract is here, you can take a look, and if everything is fine, you can sign it. Zhu Fangling, upon hearing Jiang Fan's willingness to spend 500 million without hesitation, felt a pang of regret, realizing she should have asked for more. However, 500 million could sustain her extravagant spending for a few years. In fact, she had been planning to sell her shares for some time. Initially, she asked others, but they told her that the selling price would only be 500,000 per share. At that time, she thought it was too low and decided against selling. Unexpectedly, today, Jiang Fan was willing to buy her shares for 500 million. This person was either a foolish rich man or a capable wealthy individual. Clearly, Jiang Fan belonged to the latter. Jiang Fan handed her the contract for her review. Zhu Fangling took the contract, examined it carefully. Mr. Jiang, there's no problem. If there's no problem, let's sign. Alright, Mr. Jiang. Zhu Fangling took the pen, wrote her name, and then affixed her seal. After taking it back, Jiang Fan wrote down the price of 100 million per share to purchase the shares held by Zhu Fangling, totaling 500 million. He then signed his name and stamped it. He handed one copy of the contract to Zhu Fangling. Ms. Zhu, please provide me with your account number, and I will arrange for the transfer immediately. Alright, 327. Okay, it will be credited shortly. Alright. After more than half an hour, the money was shown as credited. Zhu Fangling stood up and smiled, saying, Mr. Jiang, the money has been credited, so we will take our leave now. Watching them leave, Jiang Fan squinted his eyes. Now he owned 36 shares and could attend a meeting at the Huoya company tomorrow. As for the shares held by Li Zhengji and others, Jiang Fan would also look for an opportunity to acquire those shares. That night, Su Shui opened her phone. Brother Fan, what are you doing? I'm thinking of you. Jiang Fan replied gently. Hee, I'm thinking of you too. Brother Fan, when will you be back? Barring any unexpected events, it should be tomorrow afternoon. Oh, I'll wait for you at home. After chatting with Su Shui for more than 2 hours, Jiang Fan hung up the phone, opened his computer in the room, logged into his ICQ account, and contacted the person in charge, Xiahong Wang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. How are things going on your end? Jiang Fan asked. Mr. Jiang, things here are fine, but what? But the promotion aspect isn't going well. Although over 6 million people are using our company's ICQ, I still feel it's not enough. I should come by tomorrow afternoon to discuss things with you. Alright, Mr. Jiang. The ICQ company is not far from Huoya. It only takes about an hour by car. Jiang Fan planned to visit ICQ after the meeting at Huoya company. Then he would let Douyin and Huoya company incorporate ICQ login methods, allowing people to adapt first before enforcing ICQ logins. The next day around 9 in the morning, Jiang Fan arrived in the conference room of Huoya company. However, today only Zheng Jiwei, Li Zhengji, Li Yanqingwei, Jin Yuan, and a few others were present. Now I hold 36 shares, and starting today you all must listen to me. Jiang Fan smiled as he looked at Zheng Jiwei. Li Zhengji and Li Yinxing were stunned upon hearing this. When did Jiang Fan suddenly acquire 30? Could it be that Wei Jianyuan sold all 32 of his shares to Jiang Fan? Wei Jianyuan, what's going on? Li Zhengji and the others frowned and asked. I sold 20 shares to Mr. Jiang and my daughter sold 2 shares to Mr. Jiang. As for the rest, it should be Zheng Jiwei's son and wife who sold their shares to Mr. Jiang. Wei Jianyuan said with a smile. This. Zheng Jiwei, why did you let your son and wife sell their shares to Jiang Fan? Li Zhengji frowned. I didn't know anything about this. They must have secretly sold their shares to Jiang Fan without. Zheng Jiwei, who had been kept in the dark, now recalled what Wei Jianyuan said and thought of his son and wife's personalities. It was indeed possible they had sold their shares to Jiang Fan. If that were the case, the power within Hoya Company would be in Jiang Fan's hands. Jiang Fan, even if you hold 36 shares, I still have 32 shares, and I can still decide some matters. Li Zhengji snorted coldly. Oh, is that so? Although I only have 36 shares, I will be stating a few things. First, the company will limit the shares, how many shares you hold, as well as the quantity will be decided by me. Second, starting today, the login method will be through ICQ. After a period of implementation, users will be required to use ICQ for login. Third, my Guangyao group will also invest in Huya Company. That's impossible. Jiang Fan had just spoken when Li Zhengji frowned, furious and embarrassed. What a joke to force shareholders to hold only a limited amount of shares. He already had 32 shares. If Jiang Fan really restricted his shares, his status in the company would be worse than it is now. Wei Jianyuan, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, he had sold 20 shares to Jiang Fan and received a sum of money. If what Jiang Fan said is true, then in the future, he would likely buy shares from Li Zhengji and the others at the lowest price. As for whether Li Zhengji and the others were willing to sell, that was not his concern. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fan actually planned to require users to log in through ICQ. Could it be that the ICQ company was also his? If so, then Jiang Fan was indeed wealthy. He had seen the ICQ instant messaging software and was optimistic about its prospects. I think you misunderstood. I am not negotiating with you, but informing you. Jiang Fan glanced at Li Zhengji. If you are unwilling to sell, I have my ways to deal with you. If you don't believe it, you can try. Jiang Fan spoke with confidence. With his strength, it would be very easy to deal with Li Zhengji and the others. During my absence from the company, Wei Jianyuan will serve as the acting chairman. Wei Jianyuan, handle the matters you can yourself and consult me if you encounter anything you cannot manage. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will manage the company well. Hearing Jiang Fan's appointment, Wei Jianyuan felt a surge of joy. He never expected Jiang Fan to make him the acting chairman. This meant that in the future, Zheng Jiwei and Li Zhengji would have to follow his arrangements. Why did they initially want to do this? It was all for power, to make the other two parties listen to one side's orders. Although he hadn't achieved it himself, Jiang Fan did, and he had arranged for Wei Jianyuan to be the acting chairman. You must arrange everything I mentioned and execute it well. I will go to ICQ shortly, and the person in charge there will contact you in due time. Jiang Fan looked at them and slowly spoke. All right, Mr. Jiang. Li Zhengji, let me ask you one more time, are you willing to sell your shares? Humph. Impossible. Is that so? Well, I have plenty of time. If that's the case, we can take it slowly. Jiang Fan scoffed when he saw Li Zhengji's refusal. Wei Jianyuan, take care of the company. I'm leaving now. All right, Mr. Jiang, take care. Wei Jianyuan escorted Jiang Fan to the meeting room door, watching him leave. From today onwards, you all must follow my arrangements. You will do as I say, Wei Jianyuan said with a smile in the meeting room, looking at them. Humph. A petty person gaining power. Li Zhengji was very angry upon hearing this. Li Zhengji, why do you want to oppose Mr. Jiang? This time Mr. Jiang spent over 2 billion to buy shares from us. Do you think you can stand against him with your strength? Over 2 billion. Good heavens, he's so wealthy. Li Yinxing and Zheng Jiwei were shocked when they heard this number. They never expected Jiang Fan to be so rich. Li Yinxing regretted it a bit. Last time Jiang Fan had spoken to him about whether he was willing to sell his shares, but unfortunately, he had directly refused at that time. Had he known Jiang Fan was this wealthy, he should have sold his shares. He could have at least earned a few billion. He felt. Zheng Jiwei also did not expect Jiang Fan to be so wealthy. After leaving Huya Company, Jiang Fan hailed a taxi and headed to ICQ Company. ICQ is a company that develops instant messaging software. Over an hour later, Jiang Fan arrived outside the ICQ building, paid the fare, and walked into the ICQ building. Excuse me, sir, outsiders are not allowed to enter here. As soon as he arrived at the door, a security guard stepped forward and blocked Jiang Fan. I am not an outsider. I am the owner of ICQ Company. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled at the security guard. Owner, you are the owner of ICQ. So young. The security guard looked Jiang Fan up and down, surprised. May I ask, sir, what is your name? Although he did not know if what this person said was true, the security guard did not dare to offend him. If what he said was true, he might lose his job due to a wrong decision, so he asked for Jiang Fan's name to verify with the people in the company. My name is Jiang Fan. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The security guard went to the security room and contacted someone above. Soon a woman's voice came through. Manager Chin, there is a person named Jiang Fan outside our company claiming to be the owner. What do you think? The security guard quickly said. Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang is here. I will come down immediately. Upon hearing this, the woman was surprised and quickly hung up. It's really the boss. Listening to the busy signal, the security guard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not offended the boss just now, or else he might have been fired today. Thinking of this, the security guard quickly walked up to Jiang Fan and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, hello, I am the security guard responsible for the company's safety. It's my duty. It's all right, just keep it up. Jiang Fan looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Jiang, you are here. Soon a woman in formal attire arrived at the front gate. This woman was named Qin Hong, the secretary of Xia Hongwang. Mr. Jiang, my name is Qin Hong. Please come in. Is Xia Hongwang in the company? Mr. Jiang, manager Xia is in the company, but he is currently in a meeting. In a meeting? All right, take me to the conference room. I have something to discuss in the meeting. All right, Mr. Jiang. Soon Qin Hong led Jiang Fan to outside the conference room, knocked on the door. A man's voice came from inside. Come in. Qin Hong opened the door and let Jiang Fan enter first, then followed. Qin Hong, who is this? Why did you bring a stranger to our meeting place? As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man showed an unhappy expression and said coldly, This is our company's owner, Mr. Jiang. Owner? Since when did the company have another owner? The middle-aged man was even more displeased. Enough, the real owner of ICQ is indeed Mr. Jiang. Tan Mingjia, are you dissatisfied with Jiang Fan? Upon hearing his words, Xia Hongwang immediately frowned. Is he really the boss? Hearing Xia Hongwang's words, Tan Mingjia froze. He had assumed Qin Hong had brought a stranger and never imagined it was truly the boss. Thinking that, Tan Mingjia hurried to his feet and spoke with apology, addressing General Manager Jiang and asking pardon for his earlier behavior. Although I did not come to the company, your attitude was poor, Jiang Fan observed. Jiang Fan regarded him, a slight lift of the brow. He began, then cut himself off. Forget it, I'm here today to discuss some matters with you. General Manager Jiang, please sit, Xia Hongwang said, rising at once to invite Jiang Fan to take a seat. Once seated, Jiang Fan looked around and spoke slowly, stating that from today ICQ would take an equity stake in Huya, and that users' login method would be switched to ICQ. Huya company? Xia Hongwang asked in puzzlement. Will they consent to this? Of course, Jiang replied, because I hold the largest share in Huya. Naturally, they will follow my arrangements. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. The largest shareholder of Huya, the others murmured, exchanging glances. In addition, Douyin will also adopt ICQ as its login method. Douyin. General Manager Jiang, are you also a shareholder of Boke? Qin Hong asked. Boke has always been my company, Jiang replied. Amazing, they exclaimed. Boke is actually Jiang's company. Hearing this, the group was stunned. Since Douyin's sudden rise, countless people across the nation use it, and its prospects suggest it will soon surpass Kuaishou. Regarding ICQ, Xia Hongwang, you should arrange promotion, place advertisements, secure celebrity endorsements, whatever is needed. Money is not an issue. Upon hearing that money was no object, Xia nodded eagerly. What ICQ lacked most was precisely capital. In the past, the company had little funds and could not afford real promotion. Now that Jiang declared money was not a problem, everything would be much easier. General Manager Jiang, rest assured, I will arrange it well, Xia promised. I will have Guangyao Group transfer 100 million first, Jiang replied. General Manager Jiang, could Guangyao Group be yours as well? Xia managed to ask, swallowing. Indeed, Guangyao Group is mine too, Jiang confirmed. This is astonishing, Xia stammered. General Manager Jiang is so young, not only the owner of ICQ, but also the largest shareholder of Huya, and even Guangyao Group belongs to him, they whispered. General Manager Jiang, you are remarkable, Xia said, at a loss for words. After more than half an hour of discussion, Jiang instructed Tang Xiu to transfer 100 million into X's account. All right, if anything arises, contact me. I must return to Modu, Jiang said. Very well, General Manager. Qin Hong looked at Jiang Fan, a smile playing on her lips. Watching him depart, Xia addressed the group. All right, arrange things as General Manager Jiang instructed. Everyone work hard and give it your best. General Manager Jiang, I never expected someone so young to be so wealthy, Qin Hong said admiringly in the elevator as she looked at Jiang Fan. Hearing this, Jiang Fan simply shook his head and smiled, saying little. Safe travels, General Manager Jiang, they called after him. After leaving ICQ, Jiang hailed a taxi and booked a 5:30 p.m. flight. While on the way, around 4:30 in the afternoon, the taxi stopped outside the airport gates. After paying, Jiang walked into the terminal to collect his ticket. Not long after taking his seat, he heard a commotion nearby. Looking up, he saw a crowd gathered around a woman who appeared to be a celebrity. Everyone, please be quiet and do not disturb others, the woman implored as she moved through them. The woman, surrounded by fans, glanced about as she walked and spoke. Miss Zhou, are you going to Modu to film one fan? Sorry, I cannot reveal why I am going to Modu at the moment, the actress said. I will post an update on Boke later, so please follow my account. The actress, surnamed Zhou, shook her head and declined to say more about her trip to Modu. By a little after 5 passengers began boarding the plane. On the plane shortly after Jiang took his seat, the woman, surnamed Zhou, approached and smiled at him, asking politely if he would make room. Jiang turned and made space for her. "Hello sir, my name is Zhou Yinya," she said, introducing herself. "My name is Jiang Fan," he replied. "Mr. Jiang, pleased to meet you," she said. He answered. "Mr. Jiang, are you from Modu? Are you in Yanqing on business this time?" Zhou asked curiously. "Yes, on business," he confirmed. "Mr. Jiang, don't you know me?" Zhou asked when she sensed his indifference. "I don't know you and haven't followed you," he admitted. "You don't know me? Haven't followed me?" Hearing that, Zhou was stunned. She was at least a second-tier, nearly first-tier star, and he did not recognize her at all. Although he was handsome, Zhou decided she would no longer engage him. Before long, the plane took off. Zhou watched as Jiang closed his eyes and leaned back, studying him with curiosity. He was not only attractive, but possessed a distinct aura. "Mr. Jiang, what do you do in Modu?" Zhou pressed on. "Nothing in particular, just moving about," he replied. What a reply, she thought. "Jiang Fan, how old are you this year?" "Miss Zhou, has anyone ever told you that you are annoying?" Jiang opened his eyes and remarked with a glance of disdain. She was a great beauty, and to have a beautiful woman speak to him and be called annoying surprised her. "Also on a plane, do not speak too much, a disturbing others reflects poorly," he added. Zhou looked angrily out the window and resolved not to speak to Jiang anymore. Just over an hour later, the plane touched down at Modu Airport. "Hey Jiang Fan, where do you live? Let me see if we are headed the same way, so we can go together," she asked. "I live in PD," he replied. "PD? I'm going to PD too, let's go together," she suggested. "You are going to PD? What are you going there for?" Jiang asked, puzzled. Zhou smiled mysteriously, as if to say, "If you want to know, ask more, and he'll tell you." Seeing she would not say more, Jiang shook his head and turned to leave. "Hey, he'll tell you," she called after him. "I'm going to Qinxing Entertainment." "For what purpose?" he asked. "Recently, Director Wang has been preparing a project of Qinxing Entertainment. I was selected, so Director Wang asked me to report to Qinxing first," Zhou Yinya explained. "Oh really? Did you come to Modu alone?" "Of course I came alone. I don't want to bring an assistant along. If I bring her, there will be too much chatter." Jiang Fan hailed a taxi, sitting in the front passenger seat, while Zhou Yinya took the back seat. After more than 10 minutes, the taxi stopped near Morning Star Entertainment. Jiang Fan paid the fare and helped her out of the car. Looking at the brightly lit Morning Star Entertainment building, he said, "All right, you can go in by yourself. I'm leaving now. Aren't you going to take me in?" Zhou Yinya looked at Jiang Fan with a puzzled expression. "We're already at Morning Star Entertainment, so you can just go in by yourself. You don't need me to take you in, right?" "No way. What if this isn't Morning Star Entertainment? It's like sending a Buddha to the West." "Jiang Fan, please take me in, okay?" Zhou Yinya looked at Jiang Fan with big watery eyes. "Fine, I'll take you in this once." Jiang Fan sighed and led her towards Morning Star Entertainment. At the security room, the guard saw Jiang Fan arrive and quickly let him through, greeting him as well. "Mr. Jiang." The guard called you Mr. Jiang. "Could it be that you are the boss of this company?" Zhou Yinya looked at Jiang Fan in surprise, as if she had uncovered a tremendous secret. "Why ask so many questions? Just focus on walking." At the front desk, a young girl saw Jiang Fan arriving and quickly approached him, greeting him warmly. "Mr. Jiang, you're here. Where is Wang Shuyi now?" "Sister Wang is in her office. It seems she's discussing something with Miss Qin." The girl answered quickly. "All right, I understand. Miss Zhou, let's go." "Hey sister, is Jiang Fan the boss of your company?" Zhou Yinya held the girl's hand and whispered. "Yes, Mr. Jiang is the boss of our company." "What's wrong?" The girl looked at her quizzically as she was brought in by Mr. Jiang. How could she not know his identity? "Wow, I can't believe the person sitting next to me is actually the boss of Morning Star Entertainment." Zhou Yinya was stunned. The handsome and charismatic Jiang Fan was indeed the boss of this company. On the plane, he was somewhat disdainful of himself, worried that Director Wang might kick her out. Zhou Yinya felt a bit angry. "Miss Zhou, are we going or not?" Yes, let's go." Zhou Yinya jogged up to Jiang Fan, not daring to look him in the eye, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Jiang, will you let Director Wang kick me out?" "Kick you out? Why would I do that?" On the plane, weren't you annoyed by me?" Zhou Yinya said with a hint. "Do you really think I would let Director Wang kick you out over that? Isn't it possible? Am I that kind of person? Although you are indeed a bit annoying, I believe that Director Wang's judgment won't lead him to kick you out over such a trivial matter." Jiang Fan smiled helplessly. "Oh, that's good to hear. Let's go now." Arriving outside Wang Shuyi's office, Jiang Fan knocked on the door. Soon Wang Shuyi opened the door, and seeing Jiang Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Please come in. I brought Zhou Yinya with me." "Miss Zhou? How did Mr. Jiang meet Miss Zhou?" "Miss Zhou, welcome to Morning Star Entertainment." "Miss Wang, nice to meet you too." "Miss Zhou, nice to meet you." Qin Shianyi smiled at Zhou Yinya. "Miss Qin, long time no see." Zhou Yanya's eyes lit up as she hurried to Qin Shianyi. They had worked together before, having shot an advertisement together, and Qin Shianyi had taken good care of her. "All right, Miss Zhou, you stay here and get to know them. I'm leaving." "Okay, Jiang Fan, take care. No need to see me off." "Miss Zhou, how do you know Mr. Jiang? Aren't you supposed to have flown here?" Wang Shuyi approached Zhou Yinya. I took a flight from Yanqing, and Jiang Fan was also in Yanqing, sitting on the same plane right next to me." Zhou Yinya explained. Oh, I see. I was wondering how you knew Mr. Jiang. Miss Qin, how are you doing? Zhou Yinya sat next to Qin Xianyi, expressing her concern. I'm doing well here. Since signing, I've been advising some girls on acting. Oh, how is Jiang Fan? Mr. Jiang. He's really nice and takes good care of us. I heard from Sister Wang that there used to be no cafeteria or accommodation here. After Mr. Jiang found out, he immediately arranged for improvements, adding accommodations, a cafeteria, and so on. Miss Qin, will you be appearing in the movie that director Wang is preparing to shoot this time? That's still uncertain. I need to see if there are suitable roles for me. If not, I'll just wait a bit longer. Qin Xianyi shook her head with a smile. Miss Qin, as a top star, why did you think about coming here to join Morning? That's because Mr. Jiang's conditions are much better than those of my previous company. Qin Xianyi smiled. In the taxi, Jiang Fan sent a message to Su Shui informing her that he was on his way back. Soon Su Shui replied, telling Jiang Fan that she was waiting for him at home. After more than 10 minutes, the taxi stopped outside the Lake Center garden. Jiang Fan opened the car door and walked inside. Arriving in front of his villa, he saw the bright lights inside and smiled slightly, then knocked on the door. Inside the room, Su Shui heard the knocking and quickly ran to the door. She opened it to see Jiang Fan standing there with a big smile. Su Shui immediately jumped into Jiang Fan's arms, hugging his neck. Her voice was soft as she said, Brother Fan, I miss you so much. Swear I miss you too. Let's go inside. Brother Fan, haven't you eaten yet? I made some late-night snacks for us to share. Thanks for the trouble, my dear. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Shui pouted. After having a late-night snack, Su Shui leaned against Jiang Fan, listening to him talk about what happened in Yanqing. Brother Fan, about the shares, you can ask my dad about it tomorrow. He knows much more than I do. Okay, I'll ask Uncle tomorrow. These past 2 days without my company must have been boring for you, right? Jiang Fan gently stroked Su Shui's face, speaking softly. I think about you every day. Su Shui propped herself up, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Jiang Fan. Seeing her rosy face, Jiang Fan leaned in closer and couldn't help but kiss her lips. In an instant, Su Shui's face seemed to be illuminated by the warm sunlight of early spring, instantly brimming with the essence of spring. After a long while, Su Shui's face flushed with a delicate red, casting a deeply resentful glance at Jiang Fan as her hands suddenly rose, gently tapping on Jiang Fan's chest. You're so annoying. Su Shui said, her face filled with shyness. Her watery eyes looked at him with a mix of affection and grievance. Who told my dear Shui to be so beautiful? Jiang Fan smirked slightly. Hearing these words, Su Shui sweetly leaned against Jiang Fan's chest. The next day, Jiang Fan went to Su Bei's house. Xiao Fan is here, please have a seat. Lu Jiahui greeted Jiang Fan eagerly upon seeing him. Jiang Fan, Su Shui already told me about the situation last night. Then, according to Uncle's suggestion, what should I do? Jiang Fan inquired. Regarding the acquisition of shares from the shareholders, there are several aspects. First, the acquisition parties negotiate and reach a preliminary intent to acquire. This stage primarily involves the acquirer contacting the target company and its shareholders. Second, the acquirer conducts due diligence either independently or through commissioned lawyers or accountants. Third, formal negotiations are held to sign the acquisition agreement or share transfer agreement. Fourth, internal approvals from both parties. 1. If the acquirer is a corporate entity, it must submit the matter for deliberation and voting at the shareholders' meeting. If the acquirer is an individual, no such deliberation is required. 2. If the target of acquisition is a corporate entity, it must submit the matter for deliberation and voting at the shareholders' meeting. If it is an individual, no such deliberation is required. 3. Regardless of whether the target of acquisition is a corporate entity or an individual, the matter must be reviewed and voted on by the target company's shareholders' meeting, ensuring that the rights of other shareholders to purchase preferentially are fully protected, as stipulated in Article 71 of the company law and the company's articles of association. So you should understand now, right? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and smiled slightly, saying, Uncle, I understand. Yes, but your development is too rapid. As for the company, you still need to be cautious and arrange some trustworthy individuals to help you manage the company better, Su Bai reminded. Uncle, you can rest assured about this matter. They wouldn't dare to do anything shady, Jiang Fan replied. In Tangzhen, at that moment, Jiang Yuding was sitting in a cafe with 2 female classmates. Beside her sat one named Zhou Ruji and the other named Li Siyun. Yuding, how is it? Are you planning to take on advertising? Li Siyun asked Jiang Yuding with a smile. I'm a bit worried. If my parents find out, they definitely won't agree. Jiang Yuding shook her head. How about this? We can give it a try first with this cosmetic brand. If it works out, then you can take on the endorsement. Zhou Ruji, seeing Jiang Yuding hesitate, encouraged her. You know, 15,000 is a lot. How many people at school can earn this much? And we are still students. At worst, you just don't tell your parents for now. Once you receive the endorsement fee, you can tell them. All right, I'll give it a try. After much hesitation, Jiang Yuding nodded in agreement. With your current follower count on Douyin, I believe the investors won't lose money on this cosmetic endorsement, Zhou Ruji said confidently. Since Douyin was released, they saw Qin Xiani advertising it, and they downloaded it. After all, Qin Xiani is also after downloading Douyin, in just over half a month, Jiang Yuding's follower count reached over 100,000, almost nearing 200,000. With such a large follower base, naturally some advertisers sought Jiang Yuding for endorsements. Jiang Yuding initially hesitated to agree, worrying that taking on advertising would affect her studies, but after listening to her classmates, she thought it was worth a try. Since Yuding has agreed, let's first try this cosmetic brand this week. If it goes well, Yuding can take on this advertisement, Zhou Ruji said, clapping her small hands and smiling. On Saturday and Sunday, Jiang Yuding was at home testing the cosmetic effects. Finding the results quite good, she began preparing to write the copy. Zheng, how do you think Yuding has a boyfriend? In the living room, Zhao Yuanling looked at Jiang Zhenghao with worry in her eye. Boyfriend? That shouldn't be possible, Jiang Zhenghao replied uncertainly. I think this girl must have a boyfriend, otherwise she wouldn't stay upstairs all day, only coming down for meals. I need to ask her when she comes down, Zhao Yuanling said, shaking her head. All right, ask her then. At her age, it's still early to be dating. It's fine to wait a bit longer, Jiang Zhenghao replied. Regarding their daughter, Jiang Zhenghao naturally hopes she will date later. If it were their son, it would be a different matter. At noon, Jiang Yuding came downstairs looking at her parents sitting at the dining table. She walked over with a smile saying, Mom and Dad, let's eat. Yuding, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer me seriously, Zhao Yuanling said, looking at her daughter with a serious expression. Mom, what is it? Jiang Yuding asked a bit awkwardly, seeing her mother's serious face. Are you dating someone? Huh? Why is Mom asking this? I haven't dated anyone. Jiang Yuding quickly shook her head upon hearing this. Since you haven't dated anyone, why do you stay at home all day? You don't go out to play with classmates, only coming down for meals. Zhao Yuanling seemed skeptical. Mom, I really haven't dated anyone. Besides, I don't plan to date anyone right now. As for what I'm doing, I can't tell you yet. Just wait a little longer, and you'll know soon enough. We are your parents. Oh, what could be so hard to say? Is it a lack of money? Just tell Mom, and he'll give you some, Zhao Yuanling pressed. Mom, it's not that. Can you please not ask me right now? Just wait a bit longer, and he'll tell you. Jiang Yuding pouted and shook her head. All right, since you don't want to say your dad, and I want to ask more. But you mustn't do anything bad, understand? Jiang Zhenghao nodded, deciding not to pry further into his daughter's affairs. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't do anything bad. Let's eat, all right. Jiang Zhenghao and Zhao Yuanling exchanged glances and nodded, beginning their meal. They knew their daughter had a secret, but since she wouldn't say, they couldn't force her to talk. However, Zhao Yuanling felt it was time to call their son to see if he could get information out of their daughter. After dinner, Jiang Yuding helped to clear the dishes and went back upstairs. Watching her daughter go up, Zhao Yuanling took out her phone and dialed Jiang Fan's number. Hello, Auntie. From the phone came the sweet voice of Su Shui. Oh, it's Su Shui. Have you eaten yet? Upon hearing the voice of her son's girlfriend, Zhao Yuanling's expression shifted instantly, and she greeted warmly with a radiant smile. Auntie, we've already eaten. Just a moment. They'll hand the phone to Jiang Fan. And, all right. And Brother Fan here. You're wanted by Auntie. Mom. And, Xiao Fan, are you busy? And not at all. Swear, and I just finished dinner. Mom, is something... Actually, yes. Something's been bothering me. Lately, Yuding rushes straight to her bedroom as soon as she returns from school. Even on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, she rarely steps outside. It's unlike her. I'm not sure what's changed. We've asked her, but she won't say a word. So I thought, perhaps you could gently find out what's going on with her. And, all right, Mom. I'll speak with her right away. Okay. And after hanging up, Jiang Fan dialed his sister. And, Yuding, how have you been lately? The moment the call connected, he asked tenderly. Brother, everything's the same. What's wrong? And, Mom mentioned you've barely gone out recently. Has something happened? Tell me. I'll help you sort it out. And, brother, nothing's wrong with me. As for what's going on, I've already told Mom I'll share it with them in due time. Don't worry about me, big brother. All right. If you're not ready to talk, I won't press you. But if anything arises that feels beyond your control, promise me you'll tell me. Not bury it alone. Understand? Got it, big brother. Is sister-in-law there? I'd like to chat with her. And she is. I'll pass her the phone. Jiang Fan handed the phone to Su Shui, who took it and began chatting warmly with Jiang Yuding. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed his sister was concealing something, yet respected her silence, as an elder brother should. So long as she strayed not into wrongdoing, he would let it be. Su Shui and Jiang Yuding chatted idly for over an hour before ending the call. Immediately afterward, Jiang Fan rang his mother again. He relayed his sister's words. Since she had promised to reveal everything in due time, it was best to wait patiently. Though deeply concerned, Zhao Yuanling reluctantly accepted this. On Monday morning in the classroom, the teacher observed Jiang Yuding, Li Xiyun, and Zhou Ruji. Their recent academic focus had waned and their grades had begun to slip. At break, she summoned all three to the faculty office to inquire about the cause. They offered no explanation, only vague evasive excuses. Seeing no truth forthcoming, the teacher dismissed them and called in another student, a girl named Lu. The teacher regarded her closely as class study representative. She was likely privy to matters others weren't, and thus asked discreetly, Miss Liu, do you happen to know what's been troubling Jiang Yuding and the others lately? In hesitating briefly, the girl replied, from what I understand, they've recently become absorbed in a short video app called Douyin. I suspect its influence may be affecting their studies. Douyin. I've used it myself. It's indeed highly addictive. The teacher paused in quiet reflection, then nodded slowly. Still, Jiang Yuding and her peers were usually disciplined students. Surely they possessed sufficient self-restraint to resist such distractions. This decline seemed uncharacteristic. Teacher, I recently heard Jiang Yuding is preparing to endorse a cosmetics brand. Perhaps her focus has simply shifted to that project, causing her studies to suffer. An endorsement understood. Thank you, Miss Liu, for sharing this insight. You're welcome, teacher. As study representative, it's only natural I hope every classmate excels academically. Miss Liu smiled faintly and shook her head. And if there's nothing else, may I excuse myself? And yes. Once Miss Liu left, the teacher sat pensively at her desk, then retrieved her phone and dialed Jiang Yuding's parent. Directly addressing Jiang Yuding would likely yield little better to involve her parents and see how they intended. Is this Miss Zhao Yuanling, the mother of Jiang Yuding? This is Chun Xiaoyu, her homeroom teacher. Oh, Ms. Chun. Hello, this is Zhao Yuanling. How can I help? Ms. Zhao, hello. I've learned your daughter has recently taken on a commercial endorsement through Douyin, and her academic performance has begun to decline. While I don't oppose her pursuing personal interests, as a student her foremost priority must remain her studies. Douyin, an endorsement? Do you mean my daughter has accepted a commercial deal, and that's why her grades have slipped? And precisely. May I ask, were you aware of this? No, we were not. Then Jiang Yuding hasn't informed you. Ms. Zhao, I believe it essential she refocus on her education. Might you discuss this with her when she returns home? Of course, Miss Chun. We'll speak with her the moment she arrives. And thank you sincerely for bringing this to our attention. Otherwise, we'd remain entirely unaware. You're very welcome. After all, Jiang Yuding is my student, and as her teacher, it's my duty to safeguard her academics. After hanging up, Zhao Yuanling set down her phone and sat quietly at the table. Douyin endorsements. These concepts eluded her. Even if her daughter returned home, she doubted she could navigate the conversation effectively. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult her son, someone who understood this world. Knowing he was likely at work, she waited until noon before calling Zhang Fan. Mom. And Xiao Fan, you're off work now, and yes, I've just finished. And Xiao Fan, I've learned about Yuding. Oh, what is it? And her homeroom teacher called today, saying her grades have dropped because she's endorsing products on Douyin. Endorsing products on Douyin? Exactly. Mom wants to understand. What exactly does this entail? Mom, it's much like celebrity endorsements. If one has a large enough following, one can promote a product and encourage fans to purchase it. Ah, I see. Still, Yuding is still a student. Her studies should come first. Besides, our family doesn't lack for money. Don't you agree? Yes, Mom. I'll handle this. I'll speak with Yuding myself. And good. I'm growing older. I no longer grasp the logic of your generation. Please talk with your sister gently and with care. Mom, what are you saying? You're not old at all. You're still so young. Just rest assured I will have a good talk with my sister. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan gazed at the television screen in the villa, lost in thought. He decided to visit his sister's school personally to talk to her. Without delay, Jiang Fan went to the basement, driving his Hennessy Venom GT, departing from Lakeside Garden. Around 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan arrived at his sister's school. He had obtained the phone number of her homeroom teacher from their mom and dialed it. Hello, Teacher Chun. I am Jiang Yuding's brother, Jiang Fan. I am currently outside the school gate. Oh, you are Jiang Yuding's brother. Please wait a moment. I will come out right away. All right, thank you. Soon after, a young female teacher around 25 years old appeared outside the school gate. You must be Mr. Jiang. Please come in with me. Jiang Fan registered at the security office and followed Chun Xiaoyu into the school. Mr. Jiang, did you come regarding Jiang Yuding? Chun Xiaoyu inquired on the way. Indeed, I came specifically for that reason. I assume you are aware about your sister's involvement in advertisements. Personally, I believe she should focus on her study. Of course, I think so too. That's why I won't allow her to take any advertisement jobs. Soon, Chun Xiaoyu led Jiang Fan to her office. At that moment, Jiang Yuding and the others still had some time before class ended, so she asked Jiang Fan to wait. Mr. Jiang, you should be at work today, right? I didn't expect you to come to our school for your sister. Work matters are not as important as my sister's issues. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Jiang Yuding is truly fortunate to have such a good brother like you. Just a moment, Mr. Jiang. I will go fetch Jiang Yuding. After about 10 minutes, the class bell rang, and Chun Xiaoyu stood up with a smile. Okay, Teacher Chun, thank you. Jiang Yuding, please come here. Chun Xiaoyu went to the classroom door and smiled as she called out to Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding stood up, left the classroom, and approached Chun Xiaoyu, asking curiously, Teacher Chun, what's the matter? Let's go to the office. Zhou Ruji and Li Siyun watched as Teacher Chun called Jiang Yuding out, looking puzzled as they followed her. Upon entering the office, Jiang Yuding was surprised to see her brother there. Brother, what are you doing here? Hearing his sister's voice, Jiang Fan smiled slyly and replied, If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you were planning to take an advertisement. Brother, did you find out? Jiang Yuding's expression changed as she lowered her head. Tell me, how much are the advertisers offering you to endorse their products? 100,000, 150,000. 150,000. That's a lot. Chen Xiaoyu was taken aback by the amount. Jiang Yuding was just a student, she hadn't expected to receive such a high endorsement fee. Brother, I haven't accepted it yet. If I take this advertisement, I will get 150,000. Jiang Yuding looked at Jiang Fan. Just that amount of money. Do you think we lack that little money? Jiang Fan frowned at her words. Just that amount. Do you think we lack that little money? Chen Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Outside the office window, Zhou Ruji and Li Xiyun overheard Jiang Fan's words, exchanging surprised glances. 150,000. Just that little? According to Jiang Fan, does he really not care about that amount? Brother, 150,000 is still a considerable sum. If you need money, just tell me. I can give you however much you want, but right now you need to focus on your studies. I heard that your grades are slipping because of my advertisement issue. Don't forget you are a student, understand? Jiang Fan sighed, his tone gentle. Brother, are you ignoring what your brother said? Students should behave like students. Don't take any advertisements in the future. If I find out that you intend to take ads, I will have Douyin shut down your account. The blog company is mine and Douyin is a product of the blog. All this. Jiang Yuding, Zhou Ruji, Li Xiyun, and Chen Xiaoyu were all taken aback by his words. Douyin is actually owned by Jiang Fan. Isn't it just that his sister is using her own company's app while taking advertisements on it? No wonder Jiang Fan said those words. You can ask for any amount and I can give it to you. It turns out Jiang Fan really isn't short on money. Brother, I must be hearing things. Douyin is yours. Jiang Yuding's face showed surprise. Alright, don't take advertisements anymore. When summer vacation comes, I will take you to PD to have fun. Don't you want to meet Qin Xianyi? I'll arrange it for you. At school, focus on your studies. Qin Xianyi. Jiang Yuding's brother can actually invite Qin Xianyi. Outside, Zhou Ruji and Li Xiyun were once again shocked to hear this. They both liked the star Qin Xianyi. If they could get close to her, they would probably be excited enough to lose sleep for several days. Brother, I understand. I won't take any advertisements anymore. Jiang Yuding nodded in agreement, feeling aggrieved. Jiang Yuding felt that her brother said this to arrange a meeting with Qin Xianyi for her, probably to ask for help from his sister-in-law, since her sister-in-law's family owns the top group company in Magic City. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Jiang Fan walked in front of her, ruffled her hair, and said gently, in a few months it will be summer vacation. I will return and bring our parents along to PD for a visit, so you need to focus on your studies. Then I will head back first. Brother, are you leaving already? Won't you come home to take a look? No, just tell mom and dad that I'm busy with other matters. Alright then, brother, take care. Yes, Teacher Chen, thank you. If my sister continues to take advertisements and her grades drop, please let me know. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. After this incident, I believe Jiang Yuding will not take any more advertisements during her studies. Chen Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, confident that Jiang Yuding would not behave this way after the incident. Jiang Fan smiled as he opened the office door and left. Jiang Yuding, I hope you will study hard in the future and not let your brother and parents down. Teacher, I understand. Go back to class now. Okay. Upon seeing Jiang Yuding emerge, Zhou Ruji and Li Xiyun hurriedly approached her. Yuding, it's great. You actually have such a wonderful brother. Not only is he handsome, but he's also wealthy. The Douyin is actually his. Zhou Ruji looked at Jiang Yuding with envy. Beside her, Li Xiyun nodded in agreement. Yuding, does your brother have? If he doesn't, what do you think of me? Zhou Ruji looked at Jiang Yuding, blinking her eyes shyly, saying, Ruji, I regard you as a good friend, but you actually want to be my sister-in-law. Well, you can forget it, my brother already. Jiang Yuding pretended to be angry and glanced at her, then shook her head. He has a girlfriend. That's fine as long as he's not married. I still have a chance. Ruji said with a smile. Ruji, I'm not trying to discourage you. You really have no chance. Why do you say that? Because my sister-in-law is the daughter of the chairman of the Longting Group in Modu, and during the new year my brother already brought her home to meet our parents. The daughter of the chairman of the Longting Group. This. Zhou Ruji and Li Xiyun both looked surprised upon hearing this. Jiang Fan not only has his own wealth, but also found an even wealthier girlfriend. Goodness, it seems like I really have no chance now. Alright then, that's really discouraging, and now I've completely lost my chance. Zhou Ruji sighed. If Jiang Fan's girlfriend wasn't the daughter of the chairman of the Longting Group, perhaps I still would have had a chance. Come on, Ruji, Yuding's brother is so handsome. If he didn't have a girlfriend, there would definitely be many girls chasing after him, so you should just forget it. Li Xiyun, standing beside them, shook her head and smiled. But Yuding's brother was so domineering just now, saying that line, do we lack your little bit of money? This was really domineering, just like a domineering CEO. Li Xiyun clasped her hands, revealing a lovesick expression. Jiang Yuding and Zhou Ruji looked at Li Xiyun's expression, shaking their heads helplessly. This girl is deeply influenced by those domineering CEO dramas. Leaving his sister's school, Jiang Fan drove towards Douyu. The Douyu company is also located in Modu. When Jiang Fan first left home, he planned to visit his sister's school, resolve some matters, and then head over to Douyu. Half an hour later, he arrived at Douyu company. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl who looked like a streamer accompanied by her manager heading upstairs. Jiang Fan approached the reception desk, smiled at the receptionist, and said, "Hello, may I ask where your manager Qin Jingxing is right now?" "Looking for Manager Qin. May I ask who you are? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist looked at Jiang Fan with suspicion upon hearing this. "My name is Jiang Fan, I don't have an appointment, but if you contact him and mention my name, he'll know." "All right, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I check with the manager's secretary." "Okay." After a while, the receptionist looked at Jiang Fan with a smile and said, "So you are our company's boss, Mr. Jiang." "Hello. Manager Qin and his secretary have gone out for a meeting and should be back in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's fine, I'll wait a bit." "All right, Mr. Jiang." After learning Jiang Fan's identity, the receptionist nodded even more enthusiastically. "By the way, that girl just now, she went upstairs with a manager. Are they streamers?" "Mr. Jiang, that girl is named Zhu Yuling. She is indeed a streamer, and the person beside her is her manager. They came to our Douyu company to discuss a contract." "Got it, I'll head to Manager Qin Jingxing's office and wait for him. When he returns, please let him know I'm here." "Sure, Mr. Jiang, Manager Qin's office is on the 4th floor. The door has a sign indicating it's the manager's office, just go there." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Fan nodded and walked towards the elevator. "So handsome." The receptionist gazed at Jiang Fan as he walked towards the elevator, a shy expression appearing on her face. Soon Jiang Fan arrived on the 4th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw the girl named Zhu Yuling that the receptionist mentioned standing at a doorway with her manager. Jiang Fan ignored them and looked for Qin Jingxing's office. He quickly found it at the door where Zhu Yuling and her manager were standing. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" Seeing them blocking his way, Jiang Fan spoke. Zhu Yuling and her manager turned their gaze upon hearing his voice, seeing a handsome young man not much older than them speaking to them. Who is this person? A sense of confusion arose in their hearts. Zhu Yuling took a step back with her manager as Jiang Fan stepped forward to open the door to Qin Jingxing's office. Could he be a relative of Qin Jingxing? Zhu Yuling looked at him directly, opening the office door, feeling even more puzzled. "You must be waiting for Qin Jingxing as well. Come in and have a seat." Jiang Fan glanced at them and said, calling Qin Jingxing by his name directly, "It seems this person is not a relative of his." "Thank you, sir. May I ask who you are?" "Me. My name is Jiang Fan, and I'm also waiting for Qin Jingxing." "Oh, you're Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. My name is Zhu Yuling." Zhu Yuling greeted him with a smile. Entering the office, Jiang Fan sat down on the sofa waiting for Qin Jingxing. "Sir, are you perhaps a relative of Manager Qin?" Zhu Yuling asked curiously. "No." "Are you a shareholder?" "No, I'm not." "Then may I ask who you are?" "I am the boss of Douyu." "The boss of Douyu." Zhu Yuling was taken aback upon hearing this, then shook her head and smiled. "Sir, that's not a very funny joke." "Joke? Why would I joke with you?" Jiang Fan glanced at her and shook his head. "You say you are the boss of this company, but given your age..." Zhu Yuling sized up Jiang Fan, who looked no more than 21 or 2. It was hard to believe that someone so young could be the boss of Douyu. After all, the age gap was evident. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I have no need to explain myself to you. You are here to sign a contract with our Douyu, right?" "Well, yes, I am indeed here to sign a contract with Douyu. It was Manager Qin's plan. Last time Douyu reached out to me asking me to come over to discuss the signing." Zhu Yuling nodded, explaining. The reason she told Jiang Fan was that she was also a bit worried. Regardless, if it turned out to be false, it wouldn't matter. She just told Jiang Fan. However, if Jiang Fan is indeed the boss of Douyu Company, then I must maintain a good attitude, as this signing is crucial for my future endeavors. If he really is the boss and I display a poor attitude, who knows, Manager Qin might just come in and have me thrown out. "Oh, how many followers do you have?" "I have over 8 million followers on Douyu." "Over 8 million followers indeed qualifies as a major streamer, but I have a question that I hope you can answer sincerely without lying." Jiang Fan looked at her seriously. "Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. Is there any exaggeration in that figure of over 8 million followers?" "Mr. Jiang, I am a streamer and my follower count is not inflated by any tricks, but rather by my own abilities which make the audience willing to follow me." Hearing this, Zhu Yuling replied earnestly, "That's good. Our Douyu company would like to sign you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan nodded. "Mr. Jiang, are you really the boss of Douyu company?" Although Jiang Fan mentioned signing, Zhu Yuling still expressed her doubts. After all, without Qin Jingxing present, Zhu Yuling still did not know Jiang Fan's true identity. If it were true, that would be great. If it were false, she could only be disappointed. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. "Whether it's true or not, we will know once Qin Jingxing arrives. But since you've passed my test, I believe you will pass his as well. Since Mr. Jiang says so, I will wait and see." Not long after, Qin Jingxing returned to Douyu Company with his secretary. "Manager Qin, General Jiang is already waiting for you in the office," the receptionist said as she saw the manager return. "Okay, I understand." Qin Jingxing nodded and hurriedly walked towards the elevator with his secretary. Soon they arrived at the conference room door and Qin Jingxing knocked. "Come in." In the room, Jiang Fan heard the knock and guessed it was Qin Jingxing, smiling as he spoke. When Qin Jingsheng opened the door, he saw Jiang Fan sitting on the sofa looking at him with a smile. He hurried forward and apologetically said, "General Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't greet you as soon as you arrived at the company. No worries, you're just doing your job. Please sit." "Okay, General Jiang. Is he really the boss?" Zhu Yuling was surprised to see Qin Jingsheng respectfully greeting Jiang Fan, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I didn't offend him just now, otherwise I would probably have left DouYu Company by now." "Manager Qin, hello, I am Zhu Yuling." "Zhu Miss, hello. Please have a seat. Shall we pour tea for General Jiang and them?" "Okay, manager." Shaoli nodded and hurried off to prepare the tea. Qin Jingsheng glanced at Jiang Fan, as if considering whether to let the boss talk to Zhu Yuling. "You can talk to Miss Zhu." Jiang Fan, perceiving his thoughts, shook his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Jingsheng's mind raced. Following the boss' words, it was obvious that the boss had spoken with Zhu Yuling, and since Zhu Yuling was still in the office, it meant that General Jiang believed this girl could be signed by DouYu Company. Thinking of this, Qin Jingsheng smiled at Zhu Yuling and said, "Miss Zhu, our DouYu Company invites you here because we hope you will sign with us rather than with the guild. What do you think?" "First, I would like to thank DouYu Company for recognizing me. Ever since I received the invitation from DouYu Company, I have been negotiating to terminate my contract with the guild, and I should be able to complete that soon," Zhu Yuling said with a smile. "So you are agreeing to sign with DouYu Company, right? Good. I will have my secretary prepare the contract shortly. Rest assured, our DouYu Company's contract will certainly be much better than the guild's. I won't worry about that. General Jiang, please enjoy your tea." The waitress brought the teacup and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Fan. "Thank you. Shall we prepare the contract, print it, and let Miss Zhu take a look? If there are no issues, we can sign." "Okay, manager, I will prepare it right away. Now that we've reached an agreement, I have something to discuss." Once they had settled the agreement, Jiang Fan spoke up. "General Jiang, please go ahead. Miss Zhu, after signing, you will be a streamer under our DouYu Company, but I also need you to create a Douyin account, and when you have time, do some live streaming or post short videos there to help drive traffic." Douyin. Drive traffic. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuling, Qin Jingsheng, and the others were momentarily stunned. "General Jiang, it seems Douyin has no cooperation with our DouYu, right? Moreover, if Miss Zhu goes live on Douyin or posts short videos, wouldn't that be detrimental to our DouYu Company?" Qin Jingsheng swallowed hard, not understanding General Jiang's thinking. "I forgot to mention Douyin is also mine. Douyin is also General Jiang's." Qin Jingsheng's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Zhu Yuling was once again taken aback. Jiang Fan actually owns two companies. She was aware of Douyin's rapid rise. Just 2 months after its launch, it attracted a large number of internet celebrities and viewers. That it is Jiang Fan's company. How could she not be astonished? DouYu and Douyin both belong to me, so there's no need to worry. Furthermore, Douyin offers many benefits. For every 10,000 views, you get One-Yuan. Miss Zhu, with your follower count, if you can drive some audience over, it would certainly be a considerable income, and you can also take on advertisements. 10,000 views equals One-Yuan. Then with my 8 million followers, even if only 1 million viewers move over plus the rewards from live streaming, wouldn't that mean I'm striking it rich? Zhu Yuling swallowed hard. The temptation was simply too great. Since General Jiang said so, Qin Jingsheng had nothing more to say. Although he was the manager, the company's boss was General Jiang, and he could only follow General Jiang's arrangements, hoping that Jiang Fan's decision was the right one. "Don't worry, wait a little longer. I will arrange for Qin Shini to do some live streaming on DouYu." Jiang Fan looked at Qin Jingsheng, revealing a worried expression as he smiled. "Qin Shini, isn't she signed with Morningstar Entertainment? Could it be that Morningstar Entertainment is also General Jiang's?" "General Jiang, is that Morningstar Entertainment also yours?" Qin Jingsheng asked in confusion. "Indeed, Morningstar Entertainment is also my company, and Qin Shini is a star under our Morningstar Entertainment." Hiss. Not knowing Jiang Fan's identity was one thing, but once they found out, it only left Qin Jingsheng, Zhu Yuling, and others utterly astonished. Qin Jingsheng knew Mr. Jiang owned DouYu Company, but he had no idea that Douyin belonged to Mr. Jiang as well, nor that Qinxing Entertainment was also under his control. In his mind, Mr. Jiang remained profoundly mysterious. His understanding of him was scant. Still, he suspected that Mr. Jiang's holdings extended beyond those few companies, perhaps many more. "It is settled. In a few days, I will have Douyin prepare a contract as well. Once you sign and find the time, post some short videos on Douyin," Jiang Fan said. Jiang Fan watched their astonished faces and shook his head with a smile. Zhu Yuling swallowed. She had never expected Jiang Fan's identity to be so formidable. She knew, however, that streaming on both platforms would bring her far greater earnings. Who would turn down money? So Zhu Yuling agreed. "Very well, Mr. Jiang, I accept." The secretary produced the contract and handed it to Qin Jingsheng. After his review and finding no issues, he passed it to Zhu Yuling. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Yuling looked up at Manager Qin. "Manager Qin, the contract is fine. Oh, I can..." She took the pen and signed her name. Qin Jingsheng then signed his own. "Miss Zhu, may our cooperation be a..." Manager Qin rose smiling and extended his hand. Zhu Yuling rose with a smile and shook it. Manager Qin, may our cooperation be pleasant. After a short conversation, Zhu Yuling left Douyu Company with her agent, as she still had to deal with terminating her contract with the guild. Once she dissolved the guild agreement, she would officially become a contracted streamer under Douyu. Qin Jingxing, I have several matters to discuss with you today. Qin Jingxing sat up and faced Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang, please go ahead. From today onward, our Douyu live streams should gradually switch to using ICQ for login. ICQ login. Could ICQ be Mr. Zhang's as well? Qin asked in bewilderment. Indeed it is mine, came the reply. Qin was left speechless. As Qin's understanding of Zhang Fan deepened, his initial shock melted into a stunned bewilderment. If one day Mr. Zhang claimed ownership of one of Moda's top 5 conglomerates, Qin suspected he would no longer be surprised. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will contact ICQ, and once arrangements are made we will gradually convert to ICQ login. Also regarding Huya, speak with Wei Jianxian. He now oversees Huya's livestream operations. Tell him I sent you, and he will understand, Zhang Fan advised. Very well, Mr. Zhang, no problem. Additionally, we must improve benefits. Our company should cultivate streamers ourselves rather than letting guilds hoard top talent. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Also help promote Douyin. Though its user base is growing, it still needs more traffic. If we have our own streamers in the future, handle them the way I just described. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will have the company oversee and nurture outstanding streamers. Regarding live streams, we must add many room managers. If a channel hosts violations or pornographic content, it should be banned immediately. Such things will not be allowed on Douyu. Very well, Mr. Zhang. That is about all for now. If I think of anything else, I'll contact you. If you encounter problems you cannot handle, consult me. Mr. Zhang, I will arrange all of this at once. Alright, I'll be going now. Very well, Mr. Zhang. Qin Jingxing rose and followed Zhang Fan to the entrance, watched him depart, and only then returned to the office. Having last secured 1,000 mu of land, Zhang Fan began to form plans. He intended to build a film city to be called Modu Film City. That way small-budget films could be shot there directly, removing the need to search for locations. For construction matters, he would consult Su Bai, who likely knew many capable people in the field. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Fan returned home with Su Shui. After dinner, Su Shui did her homework, while Zhang Fan took 5 sheets of A4 paper and sat at the table contemplating which architectural styles the film city should adopt. Half an hour later, he studied the drawings of historical buildings on the paper and pondered. Folding the sheets away, he sat quietly beside Su Shui as she continued her studies. Brother Fan, are you finished? Su Shui looked up at Zhang Fan and asked with a smile. Yes, I'm done. How much homework do you have left? Just a little, we'll finish it soon. All right, then continue. Later we will go to Uncle. Shortly after 7, Zhang Fan and Su Shui went to her parents' home. Uncle, Aunt. Zhang Fan, come in. Uncle, I have some architectural drawings. Please take a look. With that, Zhang Fan handed the A4 sheets. Su Bai received them and examined them intently. These are well drawn. Ancient architecture. Are you planning to build these, Zhang Fan? Yes, Uncle. I acquired 1,000 mu of land, and I intend to build a film city. A film city? Exactly. If our company wants to shoot historical pieces, we can film there. If not, we can rent it out. That is a fine and feasible idea, Su Bai nodded. So I wanted to ask if you know anyone suitable for constructing these. You'll need to make some inquiries and see if anyone is available. It'll help you check over the next couple of days. Thank you, Uncle. Beyond building the film city, if you add lodging and a cinema, it would be even better. After a shoot, people are exhausted. Having accommodations on site would be excellent. That is true. But Uncle, I thought you might acquire some lodgings yourself. Oh, you mean to say I should not profit from the lodgings, and you will take the earnings? Su Bai looked at Zhang Fan in puzzlement. Uncle, from now on we are family. It makes no difference who earns the money, right, Schwer? Zhang Fan put his arm around Su Shui's shoulders and smiled. Pa, who said we're family? Hearing him say that before her parents, Su Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she clicked her tongue softly. All right, then as the construction of the film city approaches completion, I will acquire some accommodations. Su Bai nodded with a smile. As for the construction matters, I will trouble Uncle to help find someone. No problem, it's a small matter. Ding. The One-Yuan flash sale mall is now activated. One-Yuan flash sale. 10 movie theaters. One-Yuan flash sale. 75% of shares in Onmei Group. One-Yuan flash sale. A luxury car specialty dealership. On Friday, the day when the One-Yuan flash sale mall refreshes. Onmei Group is the 4th-ranked group company in the Magic City, with the acting chairman being Guo Minglang. As for the head of the luxury car dealership, it is Cheng Wenbin. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and upon checking the incoming call information, Zhang Fan answered the call. Hello, Mr. Zhang, do you have time? Can you come to the company? The voice of Wang Shuyi came from the phone. I have time, what's the matter? Mr. Zhang, a star came to our company today. He is the male lead chosen by Director Wang and the others, but there are some unresolved matters regarding the contract. Alright, I understand. They'll come over right away, have them wait for me in the conference room. Okay, Mr. Zhang. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan changed his clothes and drove to Morningstar Entertainment Company. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at Morningstar Entertainment Company. Jiang Fan took the elevator and arrived at the conference room door. The door was not closed and Jiang Fan pushed it open and walked in. Upon entering, he saw a young man about 21 or 22 years old sitting in the conference room accompanied by a man. Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Su Qingmao and Ms. Guo Lingzhu. Mr. Su, Ms. Guo, this is our company's boss, Jiang Fan. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Ms. Guo Lingzhu greeted Jiang Fan, while Mr. Su Qingmao merely glanced at him. Hello. Jiang Fan sat down looking at them and asked Wang Shuyi, Shuyi, please tell me the details. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The situation is as follows. After Mr. Su and Ms. Guo arrived, we have been discussing the contract, but Ms. Guo and the others are not satisfied with the remuneration. How much remuneration are you planning to offer? Considering that Mr. Su is a second-tier star, I was planning to offer 7 million. After all, the male lead in our movie is also 7 million. Wang Shuyi whispered. So they do not accept 7 million. That's right, Mr. Jiang. Then how much do they intend to ask for? 100 million. 100 million. Hearing this, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Looking at Su Qingmao and Guo Lingzhu, he said, Mr. Su, Ms. What do you think the remuneration offered by our company is too low, hence you want 100 million? Then I wonder, Mr. Su, do you have the strength to command a remuneration of 100 million? Mr. Jiang or Mr. Su was selected from other stars by Director Wang and the other screenwriters, so his abilities are guaranteed. Are you questioning Director Wang's judgment? Guo Lingzhu looked at Jiang Fan and smiled. I naturally trust Director Wang's judgment, but as a second-tier star wanting 100 million remuneration, don't you think that's a bit greedy, eh? Mr. Jiang, I don't think so. After all, our Su Qingmao is only 21 this year. He has talent and a long road ahead, plus he has many fans. I believe 100 million would not be a loss for you, Mr. Jiang. Guo Lingzhu continued to smile. Oh, is that so? Just because you say it won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. I wonder if you discussed such a high remuneration with Director Wang. We haven't discussed it with Director Wang. He only said that you are the investor of this production team and told us to come talk to you. Mr. Jiang, after all this talk, the key point is whether you agree to the 100 million remuneration or not. The decision is yours. Guo Lingzhu spoke with confidence in her eyes. Not only is Su Qingmao handsome, but he also has strength, and at just 21 his prospects are excellent. With these conditions, she believed Jiang Fan would agree. After all, she had heard that Director Wang planned to arrange filming next month. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Combining Su Qingmao's age, he could roughly guess which movie Director Wang was preparing to shoot. Detective Chinatown. Naturally, he could afford 100 million, but he would not give it to this person. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Sorry, our company does not need you anymore. Hearing this, the originally smiling Guo Lingzhu suddenly froze. Mr. Jiang, our Qingmao is recognized by Director Wang and the other screenwriters. You actually refuse. Their recognition is their business, but regarding remuneration, that's our business. Although you do have talent and are young, you are asking for too much, wanting 100 million right from the start. Do you think I would agree? Jiang Fan smiled at them and said coldly, Sister Guo, since Mr. Jiang does not agree, let's leave. There's no need to waste any more time here. At this point, Su Qingmao spoke up. No, I must ask Director Wang about this. Saying this, Guo Lingzhu took out her phone and called Director Wang, putting it on speaker. Soon Director Wang answered the call and Guo Lingzhu said, Director Wang, hello, I am Guo Lingzhu, the manager of Su Qingmao. Our Qingmao is recognized by you, right? Yes, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, Director Wang paused for a moment before responding. Since he is recognized by Director Wang, it proves that our Qingmao has strength, and he is only 21 with a long... Unfortunately, after coming to Morningstar Entertainment to discuss with Mr. Jiang in person, Mr. Jiang is unwilling to offer 100 million in remuneration. On the other end of the line, Director Wang remained silent for a long time after hearing this, then finally said, since Mr. Jiang does not agree, then our production team no longer needs Su Qingmao. Upon hearing this, Guo Lingzhu was stunned again. Originally, she thought that as long as she called Director Wang and explained the situation, they would be able to secure the 100 million remuneration, especially since they recognized Su Qingmao's strength and just needed to discuss it with Jiang Fan. But she did not expect that Director Wang would directly say they no longer needed Su Qingmao. Director Wang, you heard correctly. Our production team does not need Su Qingmao anymore. You must understand, Su Qingmao is just a second-tier star, and he wants 100 million in remuneration. Why not go rob a bank? Also, while I am the director, the investor this time is Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang is dissatisfied, then I will also not be satisfied, so the production team does not need Su Qingmao to play the male lead anymore. Director Wang's words are destined to disappoint Su Maoxue and Guo Lingzhu. Guo Lingzhu hung up the phone, her face turning pale. Sister Guo, let's go. Su Maoxue shook his head and stood up. Guo Lingzhu followed him as they left the conference. A second-tier star wants 100 million for their fee. Why not just go rob a bank? As they left, Wang Shiyi curled her lip, expressing her displeasure. Shiyi in the future, when negotiating contracts with stars, set the price based on their fame. If they don't agree, then we don't have to oblige them. Zhang Fan chuckled and reminded Wang Shiyi. President Zhang, I understand. Are Qin Xianyi and Zhou Yinyan not at the company? President Zhang, Miss Qin and Miss Zhou have gone to the film crew. Oh, how is the film crew doing? What's the Zhang Fan had visited once before, but hadn't followed up, leaving it to Wang Shiyi. President Zhang, the filming progress has already exceeded half. If all goes well, we should wrap up in May or June. May or June, then that's fine. Once we wrap up, we'll see about the timing for the movie's release. Regarding the singer, I found someone. There's a song sung by Miss Qin and Miss Zhou. That's good. I'm quite confident in their abilities. If there are any other matters, feel free to ask me. All right, President. Zhang Fan stood up and left the conference room while Wang Shiyi escorted him to the lobby on the first floor. Once in the car, Zhang Fan drove off in a Lamborghini. However, after driving for a while, the Lamborghini started making noise. Hearing this sound, Zhang Fan frowned. Although he owned a luxury car, he wasn't very knowledgeable about what might be wrong. Since he had a luxury car dealership, he decided to drive over and check what the issue might be. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Fan arrived at the luxury car dealership, opened the door, and walked in. Hello, sir. How can I help you? A staff member approached Zhang Fan and inquired. Where is Manager Chung? Could you please call him for me? Looking for Manager Chung. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Zhang Fan. All right, mister. Zhang will go fetch the manager right away. Okay. Zhang Fan stood nearby waiting and looking at the luxury cars around him, which included a Rolls-Royce, 3 Ferraris, and a Lamborghini, among others. Hey, isn't that Zhang Fan? At that moment, a man's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Zhang Fan turned around and saw a somewhat familiar man whose name he couldn't recall with his arm around a girl. Curiously, he asked, May I ask who you are? Is it really you, Zhang Fan? You don't even recognize me. Guoxin Rui. Guoxin Rui, so it's you. Zhang Fan, this is my girlfriend Yu Qiaolan. Guoxin Rui introduced the woman beside him. Hello. Zhang Fan greeted her. Zhang Fan, are you here? Guoxin Rui assessed Zhang Fan, curiously asking. Not really. Qiaolan, let me introduce you. This is my classmate from university, Zhang Fan. I heard he came from a poor background and saved every penny while studying. I thought he would make a fortune after graduation and buy a car, but it seems that's not the case. Guoxin Rui smiled as he explained to his girlfriend. Hearing this, Yu Qiaolan looked at Zhang Fan. Although he was handsome, he was poor, and no matter how handsome he was, it didn't matter. Xin Rui, let's hurry and go. You didn't come here to buy a car, right? Don't waste time here. If your friend finds out you have money, he might ask to borrow some from you. I heard some people borrow money from their old classmates after graduation and never pay it back. Haha, let's go. Today I'm planning to buy a Ferrari, and as for the price, it should be above 5 to 6 million. Hearing Yu Qiaolan's words, Guoxin Rui cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fan, the smile on his face growing stronger as he flaunted his wealth. Just as they were about to go inside, a middle-aged man hurried over. Qiaolan, the man coming our way is the manager of this store, named Chung Wenbin. Manager, does he know you're here? That's why he's rushing out to greet you. Yu Qiaolan speculated upon hearing he was the manager. That's possible. Guoxin Rui nodded involuntarily. Haha, Manager Chung, you're personally here to greet me. Guoxin Rui smiled and stepped forward to greet Chung Wenbin, who was approaching. Unfortunately, Chung Wenbin ignored him and walked past, coming up to Zhang Fan. Boss, I'm sorry for being late. Chung Wenbin stopped and said apologetically. Boss? Why is Manager Chung calling Zhang Fan boss? Could it be that he is the owner of this store? Guoxin Rui was stunned upon hearing Chung Wenbin's words. It's fine. I'm here today to ask you to help look at my car and see what the problem is. Zhang Fan shook his head. All right, boss, I'll arrange for someone to check your car right away. Where did you park it? Just that one over there. Zhang Fan pointed to the Lamborghini parked at the entrance, calmly saying, Is this a Lamborghini Aventador? Chung Wenbin looked at Zhang Fan's Lamborghini, his eyes filled with astonishment. He remembered that Zhang Fan used to save every penny during school, and he never expected him to truly become wealthy after graduation. Upon hearing Guoxin Rui's words, Yu Qiaolan realized Zhang Fan was rich. Not only was he handsome, but he was also wealthy. Suddenly, Yu Qiaolan thought that Zhang Fan was much more handsome than Guoxin Rui, and if given the chance, she might ask him for his contact information. Manager Chung, is Zhang Fan the owner of your store? Guoxin Rui approached Chung Wenbin with a disbelieving expression, puzzled. Of course. Our president Zhang is the owner of our store. I didn't expect it to be true. Chung Wenbin's words shattered Guoxin Rui's assumptions. Xin Rui, weren't you here to look at cars? Let's go in and take a look together. By the way, Zhang Fan, since Xin Rui is your classmate, could you give him a discount? Yu Qiaolan smiled charmingly at Zhang Fan. Discount? Why should I give him a discount? He was indeed my classmate, but we've already graduated. Zhang Fan sneered. Qiaolan, stop talking. Let's go. Knowing Zhang Fan's identity and having just mocked him, Guoxin Rui could no longer stay here. Staying would only bring him more embarrassment, so he might as well leave. Fine. Yu Qiaolan had no choice but to follow Guoxin Rui out of here. She initially planned to ask Jiang Fan for his contact information while Guo went to check the car, but she didn't expect him to suddenly decide to leave. She had to leave with him as well. Cheng Wenbin watched them leave with a frown. After more than 10 minutes, Cheng Wenbin approached Jiang Fan and smiled, saying, "Boss, the car is fixed, just a minor issue." "All right, I'm leaving then." "Okay, take care, boss." After leaving the luxury car dealership, Jiang Fan drove past a supermarket parked and went inside to buy some fruits and snacks. He bought snacks and fruits that Su Shui loved to eat. At around 6 in the afternoon, he picked Su Shui up and took her home. Su Shui affectionately sat next to Jiang Fan. The weather had been slowly warming up, unlike during the new year when thick clothes were still necessary. Upon returning home, Su Shui changed into a cooler outfit before coming to Jiang Fan's house. The air conditioning was on at home, and Su Shui leaned affectionately against Jiang Fan. As he smelled her body fragrance, his expression became somewhat unnatural. "Brother Fan, what's wrong with you?" Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan, noticing his strange expression, and moved closer to him, asking with a puzzled face. Jiang Fan looked down, glancing at the white expanse, his ears turning slightly red. He quickly shifted his gaze to the side. "I swear I'm fine." "Fine. But your expression looks odd. What's going on?" Su Shui, unaware of her own image, threw herself into Jiang Fan's embrace, her eyes filled with concern. If this continued, Jiang Fan felt he might not be able to hold back. He quickly spoke up. It should be too hot. But the air conditioning is on, it shouldn't be hot, right?" Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan, oddly sensing that Brother Fan was hiding something from her, otherwise why wouldn't he speak when she asked? But soon she felt something. "Brother Fan, it seems like there's something here." Saying this, Su Shui reached out to touch. "No, Schwerer, don't move around." Jiang Fan hurriedly tried to stop her. However, he was too slow. As soon as Su Shui touched that thing, her face flushed red, clearly realizing what it was. Brother Fan, UI." Su Shui lowered her head, feeling utterly embarrassed, not daring to look Jiang Fan in the eye. "Schwerer, don't move." Jiang Fan gently patted her back, taking a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. "Brother Fan, are you feeling—" Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with a flushed face, asking in a soft tone. Seeing her rosy cheeks and hearing her gentle voice, Jiang Fan was truly afraid. He couldn't resist taking her. It's fine, it will get better in a moment." Jiang Fan waved his hand, slowly calming down. "Oh, okay." Su Shui leaned in Jiang Fan's embrace, not moving, listening to his rapid heartbeat. She realized what that thing was, and her heart raced wildly. "Schwerer, just wait 3 more months, and you will have a vacation. By then my sister will also be on break, and I plan to bring my parents over together during her vacation. Okay, my parents have always wanted to meet uncle and aunt. When my sister comes over, I can play with her then. I'm planning to buy a villa in the lakeside garden, so when my parents come they can stay there." "Buy another villa? Don't you already have one? Why buy another? If my parents come over, living together will definitely be a bit inconvenient, silly." "All right." Su Shui thought about it, and agreed. If her uncle and aunt came over, she wouldn't be able to cling to Brother Fan like this. "When are you planning to go see it?" "He'll go with you," Su Shui said sweetly. "Next week, how about that?" "Okay, he'll go with you to help take a look then." That night, Jiang Fan went to Su Shui's house again. "Jiang Fan, regarding the construction matters, I found someone, and I showed them the drawings you made. They said there would be no problem, at least it can be maintained at 95% accuracy, if not 100%. Su Bai said seriously. "I must say Su Bai indeed has a wide network. It hasn't been long since he found a suitable person." "Uncle, thank you, but have you asked how long it will take to complete?" "Within a year." "Within a year. All right, I understand. That person's team has many people. Since he said it can be completed within a year, it definitely can. As for the specific cost, he'll give you the phone number, and you can contact them when you have time." "Okay, uncle." Su Bai gave Jiang Fan that person's phone number, which Jiang Fan saved in his contacts. "Uncle, how about we have a few drinks today?" "A few drinks? Just as I was thinking the same. Well then, let's have a few drinks today." Su Bai rarely drank at home. He only had a few drinks sometimes when Jiang Fan came over. As Su Bai was his future father-in-law, Jiang Fan naturally had to take good care of him. After 10 o'clock at night, Su Shui finally saw Jiang Fan off from her home. "Schwerer, it's just a few steps, no need to see me off." Outside the door, Jiang Fan waved his hand, shaking his head and smiling. "Brother Fan, make sure to rest early. He'll come find you tomorrow." "All right, go back then, bye." "Bye." Watching Su Shui enter her house, Jiang Fan then walked back to his own home. On Lin Ziyu's side, he was preparing to receive news. Yang Wenxuan's film had already been shot for more than half, expected to be completed by the end of May or early June. Lin Ziyu was very pleased with this progress. "Jiang Fan, when the time comes, I will release my movie alongside yours. I want to see if the movie starring the few stars you used can beat the one starring first-line stars. I will be waiting to see him." On the sofa, Lin Ziyu was wearing pajamas, and beside him was a woman. After failing last time, Lin Ziyu hadn't made any moves recently, choosing instead to patiently wait for Yang Wenxuan's movie. When the time comes, he intended to use Yang Wenxuan's movie to defeat Jiang Fan's company's film, proving with strength that he, Lin Ziyu, was far more powerful than Jiang Fan. He was quite concerned about Yang Wenxuan's abilities. After all, Yang Wenxuan was a first-line star. How could he possibly lose to those second-rate stars? Thinking about it seemed impossible. Lin Ziyu's smile grew wider. He couldn't wait to see Jiang Fan admit his defeat in person to witness the expression on his face. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. On Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, Guo Minglang, the acting chairman of Anmei Group, called. Hello. Is this President Jiang? Who are you? I am Guo Minglang. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? President Jiang, today marks the 10th anniversary of the company's establishment, and I wanted to ask if you are available. The 10th anniversary of the company's establishment. Alright, tell me the address, and I will come over shortly. Okay, President Jiang. Our gathering is at Yiping Xian. If you arrive, please contact me, and I'll... Sure, no problem. They'll be there in 15 minutes. Looking at the time, Jiang Fan said. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan then got ready to get out of bed. Downstairs, Su Shui had already opened the door and walked into the living room. In the living room, she glanced into the kitchen and found that Jiang Fan was not downstairs. He must be upstairs. Su Shui gently walked upstairs, thinking that Jiang Fan must still be asleep. She smiled softly and opened the door to enter. Not in the bedroom. Seeing that Jiang Fan was not on the bed, Su Shui was momentarily stunned, but she heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom, so he must be taking a shower. Thinking of this, Su Shui sat on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting. Before long, Jiang Fan opened the bathroom door wrapped in a towel and walked out. Seeing Jiang Fan's strong physique, Su Shui hurriedly covered her eyes, her pretty face turning red as she secretly peeked through her fingers. Shui, why did you come in without making a sound? Jiang Fan looked at Su Shui with some surprise. Brother Fan, I thought you were still sleeping, so I didn't want to wake you, that's why I came up quietly. You should get dressed quickly. By the way, I need to go to Yiping Xian today. There is a gathering from Anmei Group, and Shui, you should come with me. Jiang Fan said while looking for his clothes. A gathering? Anmei Group? Yes, Anmei Group is also mine. Today is the 10th anniversary, and the acting chairman just called me. Oh, well, then I'll go back and change my clothes first. Brother Fan, wait for me. Okay, go ahead. I will wait for you. Su Shui took another glance at Jiang Fan and hurriedly left the room. Once outside, she held her chest, feeling her heart pounding rapidly. 5 minutes later, Su Shui returned to Jiang Fan's house. She knew that Brother Fan would be attending the company gathering, so, as his girlfriend, she naturally wanted to dress beautifully. Brother Fan, let's go. Su Shui came to Jiang Fan, linked her arm with his, and said with a smile. Jiang Fan looked at her, reached out to gently rub her little nose, and said softly, Yes, let's go. Shui, can you drive? After leaving the village, Jiang Fan asked in the car. Although I have a driver's license, I haven't driven in a long time. Su Shui shook her head. No problem. At the gathering I might drink a bit, and on the way back I will sit beside you and guide you. Alright. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan drove to the entrance of Yiping Xian, parked the car, and Su Shui got out and walked beside Jiang Fan, linking her arm with his, as they headed towards Yiping Xian. At the entrance, Guo Xinrui was greeting the managers and general managers who were entering with his girlfriend. Hey Xinrui, isn't that your classmate Jiang Fan? Yu Qiaolon looked at Jiang Fan, who was walking over with a girl even more beautiful than herself, and couldn't help but tug at Guo Xinrui's sleeve, and said. Upon hearing this, Guo Xinrui looked over and indeed saw Jiang Fan, and he also noticed that Jiang Fan was with a girl who was even more beautiful than his girlfriend, feeling quite envious. However, today their Anmei Group had reserved the entire Yiping Xian, so even if Jiang Fan was the owner of a luxury car dealership, he could not enter. Moreover, his father was the chairman of the company. Today in Yiping Xian, apart from the staff, everyone else was from Anmei Group, so Guo Xinrui was not afraid of Jiang Fan at all. Thinking of this, Guo Xinrui stepped forward, blocking Jiang Fan's path, and said coldly, Jiang Fan, what are you doing here? Yiping Xian has already been reserved by our company. If you want to eat, go somewhere else. Are you from Anmei Group? Jiang Fan looked at Guo Xinrui curiously. Of course, my father is the chairman of Anmei Group. Upon hearing this, Guo Xinrui had an arrogant expression as he spoke. Su Shui, seeing this, couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Oh really? How unfortunate, I am also from Anmei Group. You are also from Anmei Group. What a joke. Are you here with your girlfriend pretending to be from Anmei Group to get a free meal? Miss, you should be careful. Jiang Fan is full of lies, don't get fooled by him. Jiang Fan would never lie to me. If he says he's from Anmei Group, then he is from Anmei Group. Su Shui shook her head and smiled, believing in Jiang Fan. Manager Chen, this person is Jiang Fan, claiming to be from Anmei Group. Have you seen him before? At that moment, a manager happened to walk over, and Guo Xinrui quickly grabbed him, asking, Jiang Fan. Manager Chen, upon hearing this name, felt it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment, so he could only say uncertainly, the name sounds somewhat familiar. He should be from our company. Manager Chen, what do you mean should be? If he is, then he is. If he is not, then he is not. How can we talk about should? I suspect this Jiang Fan is here with his girlfriend to get a free meal, and I'm about to have him thrown out. Guo Xinrui was somewhat dissatisfied with Manager Chen's words. Since you say that, then throw him out. For Manager Chen, Jiang Fan's name was only somewhat familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. However, since Guo Xinrui is the son of Chairman Guo, for the sake of his position, he didn't want to offend Guo Xinrui, so he could only agree with him. Jiang Fan, did you hear? Quickly leave here. You are actually the owner of Yiping Xian. Initially, I thought Jiang Fan was merely the owner of a luxury car dealership, but to my surprise, he is indeed the owner of Yupingxuan. Manager Han, the boss, has arrived. The waiter approached Han Xingqiao and whispered, Mr. Guo, the owner of Yupingxuan, has arrived. Ooh, I will head over now. The owner of Yupingxuan. Perfect, I will go with you to take a look. All right, Mr. Guo, please. Please. Han Xingqiao walked towards the door with Guo Minglang. When he saw Jiang Fan's figure, Guo Minglang was momentarily stunned before quickly stepping forward. Boss, you are here. Mr. Jiang, you have come. The two greeted each other simultaneously. Dad, you call Jiang Fan Mr. Jiang. Hearing his father's voice calling Jiang Fan Mr. Jiang, Guo Xinrui was startled, his body shuddering, and he stared blankly at his father. Xinrui, what is wrong? Didn't Dad tell you before that Jiang Fan is the chairman of our company? Guo Minglang looked at his son's pale face, puzzled. Hearing this, Guo Minglang suddenly recalled that 6 months ago his father had told him that Jiang Fan was indeed the chairman of their company, but at that time, he hadn't paid much attention. After all, for these past few years, the company had always been managed by his father, while Jiang Fan had never appeared in the company. It seems that this Jiang Fan is indeed the one. Xinrui, did you offend Mr. Jiang? Seeing his son trembling, Guo Minglang frowned in dissatisfaction. Dad, how dare you offend the boss? You have truly infuriated me. Don't you know that Mr. Jiang is the owner? Do you think that just because Dad is acting as the proxy chairman, it means he is the chairman? I tell you, immediately apologize to Mr. Jiang. Dad, hurry and apologize. Jiang Fan too, I'm sorry. You still dare to call Mr. Jiang by his name. You should call him Mr. Jiang, understand? Guo Minglang was furious. Originally, he had invited Mr. Jiang over today for the company's 10th anniversary gathering and also to introduce his son to Mr. Jiang. But unexpectedly, his son had offended Mr. Jiang, which made him extremely angry. Mr. Jiang, I am sorry, I realized my mistake, please forgive me. Seeing the anger on his father's face, Guo Xinrui, despite his dissatisfaction, could only apologize to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan paid him no mind, and instead looked at Guo Minglang and Han Xingqiao. All right, let us go in. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Su Shui. Shui, this is Guo Minglang, the proxy chairman of Anmei Group, and this is Han Xingqiao, the manager of Yupingxuan. Mr. Han, hello. Su Shui nodded to them. Su Shui, Miss Su, are you not the daughter of Su Bai from Longting Group? Hearing the name Su Shui, Guo Minglang asked, puzzled. Yes, Su Bai is indeed my father, Su Shui nodded. Goodness, does that mean Mr. Jiang will become the son-in-law of Longting Group in the future? Guo Minglang thought to himself, never expecting that Mr. Jiang would be so impressive as to win the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Yu Chaolon, hearing their conversation, covered her mouth in shock. She never expected that this girl, who was even more beautiful than her, would be the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. It was laughable that she had wanted to get Jiang Fan's contact information. Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, please. After you. Guo Minglang led Jiang Fan and Su Shui to his table, clapped his hands, and after they settled down, he looked at the managers and general managers at the other tables and smiled. As everyone knows, today marks the 10th anniversary of Anmei Group's establishment. Our company's CEO rarely makes an appearance. However, today, I have invited the CEO. Mr. Jiang is already here, and this gentleman beside me is Mr. Jiang. Let's give him a warm welcome. The crowd looked at Jiang Fan beside Guo Minglang and immediately began to applaud. Additionally, Mr. Jiang has brought his girlfriend today to participate in this 10th anniversary gathering. Mr. Jiang's girlfriend is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Let's welcome Miss Su. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and applauded again. All right, now let Mr. Jiang say a few words to everyone. Mr. Jiang, please. Jiang Fan looked at the crowd, a smile on his face as he said, I am very pleased to join you all in celebrating this 10th anniversary of the company, and I am glad everyone could be here. Our Anmei Group has become the 4th largest group in Modu, and this is thanks to the efforts of many of you. I hope everyone can maintain this effort and work hard. In the days to come, I will arrange to improve the company's welfare benefits, so rest assured that the welfare will only increase, not decrease. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The crowd applauded again. All right, everyone, take your seats. Mr. Jiang, our gathering today owes much to you. Without you, we wouldn't have what we have today. Mr. Saying this, Guo Minglang picked up his glass and Jiang Fan followed suit. Could you too, please? Mr. Jiang, although our company ranks 4th in Modu, I believe we can improve our ranking. After a sip of wine, Guo Minglang shook his head and sighed. I think this is enough. Why does Mr. Guo Minglang asked in confusion. Because the 3rd-ranked Guangyao Group in Modu is my company. Guangyao Group is also Mr. Jiang's. This. Guo Minglang was stunned, holding his cup in surprise at this statement. Indeed, Guangyao Group is my company, so our Anmei Group doesn't need to worry about improving its ranking anymore. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. Who would have thought Guangyao Group is also under your leadership? Mr. Jiang, I truly admire you for achieving so much at such a young age, managing both Guangyao Group and Anmei Group, which rank 3rd and 4th in Modu respectively. If you marry the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group, wouldn't Longting Group also belong to you in the future? Guo Minglang genuinely admired him. At just 22, Jiang Fan had achieved so much while his own son was 24 and still doing nothing. It truly made one feel inferior. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, I hope you can arrange it. Among them, there are new employees and old employees. They are all part of our company. Only when the company's welfare is good can they work well. Jiang Fan reminded him. Guo Minglang nodded and replied earnestly, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, rest assured I will take good care of this matter. Although I haven't been to the company, I trust it will be in your capable hands. If Mr. Jiang can say that, I will definitely take better care of the company." This meal lasted until around 11. Jiang Fan also drank some wine and appeared slightly tipsy. "That's enough, Guo Minglang, we're leaving." "All right, Mr. Jiang. If you have time, remember to visit the company." Su Shui helped Jiang Fan leave Yi Pin Xian and arrived at the passenger seat. She fastened his seatbelt, closed the door, and took her place in the driver's seat. "Shui, don't be nervous, take it slow." Jiang Fan carefully explained the driving precautions to Su Shui. 5 minutes later, Su Shui finally drove the Hennessy Venom GT on the road. "Brother Fan, this sports car is really fast." Feeling the speed of the Hennessy Venom, Su Shui smiled and said, "This is a sports car, of course it's fast. No rush, take it slow." After passing 3 green lights, they finally drove into the Lakeview Garden, parked the car in the basement, and Su Shui rushed to the passenger side to open the door and help Jiang Fan get out. "I'm fine, don't worry." Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. "Brother Fan, you say you're fine, but you drank more than this. Little wine is nothing. If I had a bit more, I'd probably be drunk. Brother Fan, let's go. I'll help you back to the..." Su Shui supported Jiang Fan back to the villa, helped him sit on the sofa, and then ran to pour him some water. "Brother Fan, here, drink some water." Jiang Fan took the cup and drank all the water in it. "Do you want to take a shower? You smell a bit like alcohol," Su Shui said softly. "Okay, Shui, you wait for me here. I'll go take a shower first." "Brother Fan, are you okay? Do you want me to help you?" Su Shui asked, feeling a bit shy. No need, I can do it myself." Jiang Fan waved his hand and walked upstairs. Su Shui watched Jiang Fan go up, feeling a bit worried. After waiting a while, she went upstairs, gently opened the door, and heard the sound of water from the bathroom, letting out a sigh of relief. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan, dressed in pajamas, walked out of the bathroom. "Brother Fan, you're out. How do you feel?" "Better. I might feel better after the shower." Jiang Fan sat next to Su Shui, nodding slightly. "Brother Fan, remember to drink less in the future." Su Shui leaned against him and whispered, "Okay, I will drink less in the future." Jiang Fan gently stroked her hair and smiled. "How about resting here? I'll stay with you. Then I'll take a short rest. My head is still a bit dizzy." Come on." Su Shui helped Jiang Fan lie down on the bed, turned on the air conditioning, and covered him with a blanket. Soon Jiang Fan fell asleep. Su Shui leaned down, hearing Jiang Fan's breathing, smiled sweetly, and after a moment's thought lay down beside. Unknowingly, after a while, Jiang Fan turned over in bed facing Su Shui and reached out his right hand to him. Su Shui's body trembled slightly. She turned her head to glance at Jiang Fan and found he was still asleep, squinting her eyes and closing them again. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan stretched out his hand, rubbed his eyes, and opened them to see Su Shui sleeping beside him. Looking at her peaceful, sleeping face, Jiang Fan's eyes held a tender gaze as he pulled the blanket down to cover her and gently kissed her delicate face. He felt a bit hungry. Although it was said to be a gathering in the morning, he didn't eat much at the table, but rather drank a lot. As for Su Shui, she also didn't eat much. She would probably be hungry when she wakes up. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan quietly got out of bed, careful not to wake. Su Shui changed his clothes, looked at Su Shui gently, and slowly opened the bedroom door to go downstairs. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Shui opened her eyes, looked beside her, and saw no sign of Jiang Fan, and immediately sat up. Brother Fan should be downstairs. After getting out of bed, Su Shui made her bed, turned off the air conditioning, and walked downstairs. Downstairs, Jiang Fan was setting the dishes on the table. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Su Shui coming down. He smiled and said, "Shui, you're up? Are you hungry? Come eat." "Brother Fan, when did you wake up?" "I didn't even know. I woke up around 4 and didn't disturb you, letting you rest a bit longer, so I came down to prepare some Oh. Su Shui came up behind Jiang Fan and hugged him tightly, affectionately, saying, "Brother Fan, you are my Shui. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Hearing this, Su Shui felt very sweet inside. She released Jiang Fan and sat down at the table. Jiang Fan also sat down at the table. "Shui, let's eat." "Okay." After eating, Su Shui and Jiang Fan cleaned the dishes together and took them to the kitchen. Jiang Fan washed the dishes while Su Shui dried them with a towel and arranged them properly. After dealing with these, Su Shui leaned against Jiang Fan's shoulder and asked, "Brother Fan, is your head still dizzy?" "After resting for a few hours, I am no longer dizzy. Remember to drink less in the future." "Okay, I will drink less." Su Shui knew that Jiang Fan would still drink in the future, and she wouldn't stop him. She just wanted him to drink less. Men, after all, inevitably drink during social gatherings. Take her father, for instance. He would drink at gatherings, but rarely at home. When he did drink, it was only with... At night, Jiang Fan contacted the person Su Bai had given him regarding the construction matters. This person was named Yu Kongsheng. "Hello, Mr. You. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Fan smiled and spoke. May I ask who this is? My name is Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, you're calling about the construction matters. Yes, Mr. You. Approximately how much is needed for constructing the film city? Mr. Jiang, for a film city of 1,000 acres, the construction cost would be around 100 million, but for specifics we can discuss them at another time. Around 100 million. How about this next Monday? I'll come over. What do you think, Mr. You? I have time on Monday, so I'll give Mr. Jiang the address. When you come, just contact me so I can pick you up. All right, Mr. You. Kongsheng gave Jiang Fan his address, and Jiang Fan noted it down in his note. Okay, Mr. Jiang, will discuss the specifics next Monday. No problem, Mr. You. See you next Monday. On Monday, Jiang Fan went to the place where Yu Kongsheng was located. Mr. Jiang, hello. Upon learning of Jiang Fan's arrival, Yu Kongsheng set aside his work and invited Jiang Fan to a coffee shop. Mr. You, hello to you as well. I came this time to discuss the construction of the film and television city. Mr. Jiang, regarding the construction of the film and television city, I've been considering it these past few days. If it's built similarly to H-Store Film City, the cost should be around 100 to nearly 200 million. 100 to nearly 200 million. There are no issues with the costs, but I need you to construct it according to my standard. Mr. Jiang, you don't need to worry about this. I, Yu Kongsheng, am in this line of work, and regarding client requirements, I can't guarantee 100% satisfaction, but I can promise at least 95%. Yu Kongsheng said with confidence. All right then, let's discuss the construction details. The two chatted in the coffee shop for over an hour. Mr. You, do you know when you plan to start construction? Mr. Jiang, in a few days I will take people over to take a look. If all goes well, we should officially start by the end of this month. All right, I will accompany you over to take a look and then sign the contract agreement. Sure. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Okay, Mr. Jiang, take care. Jiang Fan left the coffee shop, got into his car, and headed towards the film crew. Since his last visit to the crew, he hadn't been back, and Jiang Fan planned to check on the filming progress this time. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan entered Huaying School and saw Cui Shuwen and the others filming not far away. Nearby, Qin Xianyi was discussing some matters with Zhou Yinya. Jiang Fan walked over to them. Miss Qin, Miss Zhou. Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. What brings you here? Qin Xianyi adjusted her hair and looked at Jiang Fan in confusion. Mr. Jiang. Zhou Yinya also greeted Jiang Fan. I haven't visited the crew in a while, so I thought I would come by to see how things are going now that I have some time. Jiang Fan explained with an embarrassed smile. Mr. Jiang, their performance lately has been very good. They've improved significantly and are becoming more skilled. Qin Xianyi nodded, looking at the actors and the crew, and said with a smile. All right, that's a wrap. Before long, Cui Shuwen clapped his hands and addressed everyone. Seeing Jiang Fan arrive, he hurried over. Mr. Jiang, you're here. How is everything going with the crew? Is it progressing smoothly? Mr. Jiang, the crew is progressing smoothly. If it continues like this, we might be able to wrap up by mid-next month, Cui Shuwen said with a smile. Then you all better work hard. Once we wrap up next month, I will host a celebration banquet for you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. However, Mr. Jiang, there's another matter I would like to discuss with you. What matter? In our scenes, there will be appearances of companies, and we have been preparing for this, but unfortunately, we haven't found a suitable one. I will arrange it. Let's go to Jinrong Building then. I will have the manager there talk to you and see how to prepare. He will cooperate with you. All right, Mr. Jiang. Are you all done here? Yes, Mr. Jiang, we've completed all the filming. Then let's go? It's almost noon. Let's all go out to eat. It's my treat. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will inform. Cui Shuwen left Jiang Fan's side and went to the crew, cheerfully saying, all right, everyone gather your things. Mr. Jiang is treating us to lunch today. Hearing this, everyone was very happy. Half an hour later, they set off for Yiping. However, after they had walked for a while, a car followed closely behind them. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived outside Yiping, parked the car, and walked into the restaurant. The car that had been following also stopped nearby, and a young man holding a camera hurried into Yiping. Boss. The waiter greeted the boss immediately upon seeing him. Mr. Jiang, you are the owner of Yiping. Cui Shuwen was surprised to hear the waiter refer to Jiang Fan as the boss. That's right, I am the owner of Yiping. Everyone please take a seat and order whatever you like. Don't be shy. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be the owner of Yiping. Then we won't be polite. I've wanted to try the cuisine here for a long time, and today I finally get to taste it. One of the actresses said happily. The young man holding the camera found a spot to sit down after entering Yiping and ordered 2 dishes. Seeing Qin Xianyi and Zhou Yinya sitting next to Jiang Fan, he quickly took out his camera and started taking. Soon the dishes began to arrive one after another. Jiang Fan looked at everyone and smiled, saying, I still have to drive today, so I won't be drinking with you all. No worries, Mr. Jiang, we won't be drinking either. Cui Shuwen quickly shook his head with a smile. All right, everyone, let's dig in. Don't be shy. Click. At that moment, the middle-aged man took out his camera again and started photographing Jiang Fan and the others. He also took out his phone, opened his blog, and posted an update on his account. The title reads, Shocking. A certain top-tier star is sitting next to a second-tier star having dinner together, and look, to find out what happens next, please stay tuned. I will upload photos shortly. After posting this update, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. It was clear that he was a paparazzo who enjoyed capturing the unobserved moments of stars. For instance, at that moment, Qin Xianyi and Zhou Yinya were sitting next to a young man dining together. If he exposed this, the fact that these two stars were dining with a young man would be revealed. If the two stars did not want to be exposed, he could blackmail them, like asking for some money to delete the photos. If they refused, he could expose it, disappointing their fans, and he would gain a lot of attention. Thinking this, he couldn't. Everything was under his control. Shortly after his update was posted, some people began to reply. After all, the title of his update was enough to pique many people's curiosity, and curiosity would lead them to click in. One person asked curiously, "Which two stars are you talking about? Can you reveal their names? We all want to know." Another person replied, "Yeah, I'm curious too. Hurry and reveal it, let's see if it's a star I know." The man looked at the replies on his update, and the smile on his face grew wider. Clearly his goal had been achieved, and he had piqued those people's curiosity. Next, he would just need to upload the photos to let them know. But before that, he needed to have a talk with Qin Xianyi and the others. With that thought, the man stood up and walked towards Qin Xianyi and the others. He arrived at their table with a broad smile and said, "Who are you?" Qin Xianyi looked at the camera in his hand and could roughly guess his identity. "Qin Xianyi, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have a photo of you two dining with this man." Qin Xianyi, "Zhou Xianyi, what do you think your fans would think if I exposed this? I see you are a paparazzo." Zhou Yinya stood up, pointing at the man, and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Qin Xianyi frowned at his words, feeling somewhat displeased. "Miss Qin, I have photos of you if you don't want me to release them." The man rubbed his fingers together. "Want money? Isn't this extortion?" Seeing his actions, Qin Xianyi understood that this person had come to demand hush money. "Miss Qin, Miss Zhou, you wouldn't want me to expose this, right? After all, if I do, it would negatively impact you," the man said with a smile. Qin Xianyi wasn't particularly concerned about the man's intent to expose her. She was already signed under Morningstar Entertainment, and besides, dining with her boss and other crew members wasn't like being alone with Jiang Fan, so why worry so much? As long as she posted a message when she got back, her fans would understand. "You're extorting here, aren't you afraid of being Jiang Fan stood up, smiling at him. "Report me. I haven't infringed on the rights of Qin Xianyi or Zhou Yinya. I'm just taking photos and sharing them with others. Do you really think I would be reported? On the contrary, you should be careful. If their fans find out, they might investigate your background." The man sneered. "Oh, is that so? When did Pin Xian allow outsiders to come in and take pictures? And you sneaking in to take photos and intending to post them online will negatively affect our company's stars. With this alone, I can sue you. You think I'm afraid of you? Who do you think you are?" "Me. Pin Xian belongs to me. The Morningstar Entertainment company that Qin Xianyi is signed with is mine, and the Anmei Group is mine, as well as the Guanyao Group. With my identities, I can ruin you. Do you believe it?" Jiang Fan looked at him and sneered. You actually have so many identities." The man was taken aback upon hearing Jiang Fan's identities. He didn't expect this person to be so formidable and possess so many identities. With his multiple identities, it would indeed be easy for him to deal with himself. "How much is your camera? What do you want?" The man was startled by the question and hurriedly hugged his camera, looking. "It looks like your camera should be around 10,000, right? I'll take it. You want to buy my camera? Impossible. I won't sell it to you." "Then it's not up to you. Today, whether you want to sell or not, you will sell it. Hand it over." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Fan moved, grabbing the man's right hand and pulling it hard. The man felt a jolt of pain and involuntarily let go of his hand. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to take the camera from him. Then he smashed it down onto the ground. My camera, my camera." The man looked at his camera, shattered, with a pained expression, crying out in distress. "Waiter, I don't have cash. Take 10,000 from the cash register and give it to this man. I'll pay with my card later," Jiang Fan said to the waiter. "Okay, boss." Soon the waiter brought 10,000 in cash and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan took it and threw it in front of the man. "Take it. This is the money for your camera, and as for the smash camera, it's mine now. You can't take any of the pieces, understand?" "You." Qin Xianyi took out her phone and started taking pictures. "Sister Qin, why are you taking pictures?" Zhou Yinya looked at Qin Xianyi in confusion. "Yinya, I'm taking pictures to have evidence. Just in case this person goes back and spreads rumors, I will have the proof to refute him," Qin Xianyi said with a smile. Oh, Sister Qin, you're so smart. I also want to take a few shots." Saying this, Zhou Yinya also took out her phone and started snapping pictures. The man stared at the money on the ground, realizing Jiang Fan's power and that he couldn't afford to offend him. He had no choice but to pick up the money one bill at a time. "Don't let me see you again, otherwise every time I see you, I will smash your camera. Get lost." Jiang Fan shook his head, giving the man a light reprimand. "You wait." The man glared at Jiang Fan, took 200, and paid for the meal. After the waiter gave him change, Jiang Fan squatted down and picked up the memory card from the broken pieces, gently squeezing it until it snapped in half. Then he returned to the dining table. This kind of person relies on secretly photographing stars to increase their own popularity. It's really disgusting, and they still want to extort us. Zhou Yinya said angrily. President Jiang, I suspect this person will post a blog about today's events, but I already took pictures as evidence. Qin Xini shook her phone. I Jiang Fan am not afraid of him. If he wants to play, I can play with him too. It just depends on whether he can withstand it. Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. Despicable. Despicable. How dare he smash my camera? The man left, Pin Shin furious. Qin Xini, just wait. The man gritted his teeth, opened the blogging app on his phone, and published another post. I will reveal which two stars were dining with a young man. One of them is Qin Xini, and the other is Zhou Yinya. Qin Xini. Isn't she a star signed under Morning Star Entertainment? And Zhou Yinya, did she go to Magic City? Those who followed the man saw his post immediately, and were somewhat surprised to see the names of the two stars. To know that Qin Xini is in Magic City, does this mean Zhou Yinya has also gone to Magic City? Did they go together to dine with a man? Everyone was curious about which man was dining with Qin Xini and the others. They speculated whether Qin Xini, if so, should they support her? After all, Qin Xini is already 30, although she looks like she is in her 20s. There's a saying that goes a woman should marry at a certain age. They shouldn't let their preferences prevent Qin Xini from dating at her age. After all, no matter how famous a star is, they are still human and deserve love. However, they were still very curious about the identity of the man who was dining with Qin Xini and the others. At this moment, one person under the man's post asked, do you have a photo? Yes, do you have a photo? Without a photo, you are just spreading rumors. Hearing this, the man frowned slightly. He had just taken a photo with his phone, but the other photos were on his camera, which had now been smashed, leaving him with only one photo. Looking at the questions from these people, he knew that if he didn't post it, they would think he was spreading rumors. After some thought, he decided to upload the photo he had just taken to his social media. In the post, Qin Xini and Zhou Yinya sat beside Jiang Fan, smiling and chatting with him. Soon the photo was seen by fans of Qin Xini and Zhou Yinya on the blog. Is it really true? Who is the handsome guy sitting next to Sister Qin? He is so attractive. Is he also a star? One curious girl with a fan avatar asked him. This guy is indeed handsome. I don't know if he is a star. Unfortunately, no one recognized him. At Pin Shin, Qin Xini finished eating, took out her phone, and opened the blog to check if that person had posted anything. As soon as she opened the blog, she received a large number of replies. Many people sent her a photo, asking who the young man among them was. Seeing the photo, Qin Xini realized that it was definitely that person who had posted the photo on the blog, which was how these fans found out. Qin Xini thought for a moment, and took a few photos with the crew. Then she opened the blog, uploaded the photos, and I have noticed what everyone is concerned about. As for who the young man among us is, I will tell you all here today. He is the owner of Morning Star Entertainment, and the reason we had dinner is that after filming a movie, Chairman Jiang invited everyone to eat together. Regarding Miss Zhou, she came to the Magic City because we invited director Wang to prepare for another movie. Miss Zhou is here to discuss the contract, which is why we had dinner together today. Chairman Jiang is my boss, not my boyfriend. He also has a girlfriend, and they love each other, so please don't misunderstand. After typing these words and posting the photos, Qin Xini released the post. Shortly after it was published, fans replied below, so he is Sister Qin's boss. I didn't expect your boss to be so handsome. Yes, I thought he was some star I hadn't seen before. Turns out he is Sister Qin's boss, so handsome, and he already has a girlfriend. What a pity if he didn't. Many fans also went to the man's post and sent him private messages. Clickbait. They don't even know who Qin Xini is eating with, and just say she is dining with a man. Let me tell you, that man is the owner of Morning Star Entertainment. Isn't it normal for a boss to have dinner with employees and the crew? I also saw the photo that Qin Xini posted. How can you only take photos of those three and use them to attract attention? It's disgusting. Exactly. You're disgusting. In an instant, the man was attacked by fans of Qin Xini and Zhou Yinya. This man is actually posting updates and trying to disgust us. Qin Xini also went to his post to check and found that after the fans found out, they said that the man was disgusting. However, after some consideration, Qin Xini posted another update stating that the matter had been resolved and urged everyone not to attack others personally and to be rational. This is true courage. Look at you, all you do is sneak shots all day long. People like you rely on this to it. One person saw the update that Qin Xini posted and immediately sent a private message to the man. In no time, the man received a large number of replies and private messages. Looking at the content above, most of it was cursing at him, and the man's face darkened as he frowned. He didn't expect the situation to develop beyond his imagination. After this incident, he probably wouldn't dare to sneak shots of Qin Xini and the others again. Around 12:30 in the afternoon, everyone had finished eating. Seeing that they were all full, Jiang Fan stood up and went to the cashier. Hello, could you check how much it is? The staff quickly shook their head when they saw Jiang Fan come over. Boss, the manager said you don't need to pay. Although I am the boss, I also came here with employees to eat. I have to pay. Please calculate the total or tell manager Han that I won't come again next time. Okay boss, let me calculate. After a short while the staff looked at Jiang Fan with a smile. Boss, the total is $1,840. He'll help you round it down or just pay $1,000. No need to round it down. Adding the previous $10,000 makes it $11,840. Let's use a card. Alright boss. The staff had to nod and took out the card machine. After Jiang Fan swiped his card and entered the password, the payment was successful. Putting the bank card into his bag, Jiang Fan returned to the dining table and smiled faintly at everyone. Since everyone has finished eating, let's go. Alright, Chairman Jiang. Everyone nodded, stood up, and left Pin Xian with Chairman Jiang. Cui Xuan, I will give you the contact information of the manager of Jinrong Building. Just tell him you are my employee and he will cooperate with your arrangements. Okay, Chairman Jiang, please go ahead. I am noting it down. 138. Chairman Jiang, I have noted it down, so we will head back first. Go ahead. Goodbye, Chairman Jiang. Qin Xiani waved to Jiang Fan. Goodbye, Chairman Jiang. See you next time when we have time. Zhou Yingyao said playfully. Okay, see you next time. Watching Qin Xiani and the others get into the car and leave, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, driving his own car away towards Huxin Garden. However, halfway through he received a call from Tang Xiu. Xiu, what's wrong? Jiang Fan, you haven't been to the company. On the other end of the phone, Tang Xiu complained softly. It is indeed a long time since I went to the company. I will find time to go and take a look. By the way, this Saturday my mom said she wants you to come to my house. I will see if I have time then. If I do, I will definitely. Alright, I'll wait for you then. After ending the call, Tang Xiu sat at her office desk, a gentle smile spreading across her face. In truth, her mother had never said so. It was Tang Xiu's own wish to meet Jiang Fan. He simply hadn't come to the company these days, and with little work to occupy him, she thought to ask him to drop by. So she had no choice but to use her mother's identity to invite Jiang Fan to their home. Now it was only a matter of whether Jiang Fan would have time on Saturday. On Wednesday, to boost Douyin traffic, Qin Xiani went live. In barely 10 minutes, her live audience swelled to more than 500,000 viewers. Facing the crowd, Qin Xiani smiled faintly and greeted her fans. I'm delighted to see you all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He'll answer them here in the live room. Sister Qin, who was the handsome guy you had dinner with last time? He's so handsome. Why didn't you bring him into today's stream? Reading the message, Qin Xiani shook her head with a smile. I explained in my blog before, that gentleman is the owner of our Qinxing Entertainment, President Jiang. As for President Jiang, he's extremely busy. He hardly has time to drop into my stream. Sister Qin, when are you going to film a movie? What kind of film will it be? We expect to start filming around mid-next month. The director is a renowned Huaxiao filmmaker surnamed Wang, and the casting is nearly finalized. The genre will be a detective story, though I can't reveal specifics yet, Qin Xiani said, shaking her head. Sister Qin, you once left your previous company for certain reasons. Now that you've joined Qinxing Entertainment, won't you face similar issues? I don't think so. As many of you know, urban romance isn't really my forte. President Jiang promised to help me find period scripts and offer me leading roles. President Jiang treats employees well. I remember he went on a business trip to Yanqing and met Miss Zhou on the plane. He didn't know her at first, yet personally brought her to Qinxing Entertainment. By the way, Miss Zhou will also appear in the film, Qin Xiani explained. Questions were asked and she patiently replied. Within half an hour, Qin Xiani's live follower count surpassed 1 million. Many of her fans were students, so since it was school hours, the traffic wasn't as great as during holidays. Some fans even sent gifts to Qin Xiani. The gifts had fixed values. A shell was 1 yuan, a glow stick 5, a shark fin 10, a car 100, an excavator 1,000, a rocket 10,000, and a Buddha jumps over the wall 100,000. In just over 10 minutes, Qin Xiani had received 2 excavators, 2,002 rockets, 1 Buddha jumps over the wall, plus cars, shark fins, glow sticks, and countless shells. Thank you all for your support, but please don't send gifts. Use that money to buy something for your girlfriends, boyfriends, or family. Some food or treats. That's more than enough. Qin Xiani looked at the gifts and shook her head as she spoke. Sister Qin, we really like you. These gifts are our way of supporting you. If the film succeeds, remember to tell us. We're ready with our tickets. Alright, when the film is done, I'll tell everyone. The gifts kept coming, and within an hour they amounted to more than 500,000. For Diyin's contracted top host, the revenue split is 7,030. The streamer receives 70%, and Douyin takes 30%. Smaller contracted hosts receive 55%. Uncontracted streamers can still be tipped, but their split is 20% to the host and 80% to Douyin. As the questions kept coming, suddenly 50 Buddha jumps over the wall appeared in the live room at once. 50 of them equaled 5 million yuan. Such a single act of generosity stunned everyone. Even seasoned Douyin users in the room had never seen anyone gift 50 of those dishes at once. What a tycoon. Gifting 50 Buddha jumps over the wall in one go. Incredible. The chat filled with exclamations praising the donor. But everyone was puzzled. Who could this person be to tip such an enormous sum on their first appearance? Qin Xiani was startled as well. She hurried to check the account and saw the profile read Douyin Chairman. The chairman? Isn't that Jiang Fan? Seeing the info, Qin Xiani smiled oddly and tapped a message to Jiang Fan on her phone, President Jiang, why are you tipping in my live room? You help drive traffic to my Douyin. Even though you're an employee of Qingxing Entertainment, I of course must reward you, came the reply. They'll also have Zhou Yinya go live later. Please support her. No problem, President Jiang. Others also checked the profile of the person who had gifted 5 million and confirmed it was the Douyin chairman. So it's the Douyin chairman. I thought it was some fan. Able to tip that much at once, that's impressive. Qin Xiani explained what she had just learned. The Douyin chairman was also the owner of Qingxing Entertainment. President, everyone was surprised. No wonder Qin Xiani, a Qingxing contracted star, could stream on Douyin. It turned out Douyin was also run by that same Mr. Jiang. Later Miss Zhou will go live as well, so please follow her. My stream has been on for nearly 2 hours, and I'll be signing off soon. Really? Already ending. Sister Qin, when will you stream next time? I rarely stream. When I do again, I'll announce it in my updates. Thank you all for your support. Until we meet again. I'm signing off now. Qin Xiani smiled, playfully waved at her fans, and closed the live room. At that moment, Zhou Yinya was also live. Compared with Qin Xiani, her audience was much smaller. Qin Xiani entered Zhou's stream, and without a word, gifted her 30 Buddha jumps over the wall. Zhou's fans noticed and clicked on Qin Xianya's profile, astonished to find that a top-tier star had just tipped there. From that lavish gift, it was clear the two had a very good relationship. After Zhou Yinya started her live broadcast, Jiang Fan once again made a generous donation, gifting 50 Buddha jumping walls. Who is this person? They donated so many Buddha jumping walls, each worth 100,000. Isn't that 5 million in total? What a tycoon. If they were surprised by Qin Xianya's donation of Buddha jumping walls, they were utterly shocked by this person donating 50. To be clear, this is not 50,000 or 500,000, but a full 5 million. One person seeing their reaction explained, this person is the chairman of Douyin and also the owner of Morningstar Entertainment. Earlier, they donated 50 Buddha jumping walls in Qin Xianya's stream as well. Clearly, this person came from Qin Xianya's live stream. Everyone was astonished to learn that the chairman of Douyin was also the owner of Morningstar Entertainment. No wonder they are so wealthy. Jiang Fan had them start the live broadcast to attract traffic to Douyin. Although Douyin's user base had grown significantly recently, Jiang Fan felt it was still insufficient. During this time, Guaishou Company was also busy updating Guaishou. After all, the emergence of Douyin posed a substantial threat to them. Currently, Douyin's downloads have reached around 8 million. It is estimated that within half a month, it will reach. They had spent over a year operating Guaishou to reach about 200 million downloads, while Douyin is on track to catch up in less than 2 months, causing them great anxiety. If this continues, Guaishou will only be defeated by Douyin, a situation they did not wish to see. Since the last meeting, Guaishou had been making changes, but regrettably progress remained challenging. Chairman, someone contacted us, saying they want to invest, said manager Li Huatsan, approaching Chairman Chen Xiaoyuan. Want to invest? Who is this person? Chen Xiaoyuan asked, puzzled. It's someone named Lin Ziyu. He claims to be the son of Lin Xinghuai from Yanjing. Lin Ziyu. Is it him? Give me his phone number. I will contact him personally. Sure, Chairman. After receiving Lin Ziyu's contact information from the manager, Chen Xiaoyuan dialed Lin Ziyu's phone number. Soon Lin Ziyu's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the chairman of Guaishou Company, Chen Xiaoyuan. I heard you want to invest in us. That's right. I want to invest in your company. Oh, may I ask why Mr. Lin wishes to invest in my company? Chen Xiaoyuan was somewhat confused. It's because I want to deal with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Yes, Jiang Fan is the chairman of Douyin. I want let his Douyin develop smoothly, so I am investing in your company to help Guaishou defeat his Douyin. On the phone, Lin Ziyu sneered. Oh, how much does Mr. Lin plan to invest? 50 million. 50. Mr. Lin, do you mean you are willing to invest 50 million in our company? Indeed, 50 million. Hearing Lin Ziyu's confirmation, Chen Xiaoyuan felt a surge of joy. Then when can Mr. Lin meet us to discuss? This Saturday. Oh, I will come to your company to discuss the specifics then. All right, Mr. Lin, contact me when you arrive this Saturday, so I can receive you. Sure. After hanging up, Chen Xiaoyuan's expression was noticeably pleased. Since the last meeting, in an effort to improve Guaishou, the company had started burning through cash. If they could secure Lin Ziyu's investment, it would provide them with additional funds. Although they were unaware of the conflict between him and Jiang Fan, they shared a common goal to take down Douyin. After all, if Douyin continued to develop unchecked, Guaishou would also be significantly impacted. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Douyin, it would be even better. On Friday, the One-Yuan flash sale mall refreshed once again. Ding! One-Yuan flash sale for Magic City No. 1 Airport. Ding! One-Yuan flash sale for a film studio in Guangdong City. Ding! One-Yuan flash sale for 90% of shares in Guangxing Entertainment. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan successfully secured the deal. He had originally planned to build a film studio, and unexpectedly one appeared today. Although it was in Guangdong City, it was not far from Magic City, just over an hour by plane. In the future, when filming movies, he could use the film studio in Guangdong City. However, Jiang Fan had not expected to also secure an airport. Magic City No. 1 Airport is the largest airport in Magic City. Guangxing Entertainment ranks among the top 3 entertainment companies in Huaxia, sitting precisely in 3rd place. Compared to the current Morningstar Entertainment, it cannot even begin to compete with Guangxing Entertainment. One is a group company while the other is a limited company. However, Zhang Fan would not abandon Morningstar Entertainment simply because he acquired Guangxing Entertainment. Swear tomorrow I will go to Tang Siyu's house for a meal, and then he'll be back. That night Zhang Fan held Su Shui whispering softly in her ear, going to Tang Siyu's house again. Su Shui looked puzzled at these words. Yes, just for a meal, then he'll return. Alright, then brother Fan, you can go, just remember to come back early and I will wait for you at home. Su Shui thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, after dinner he'll come back, so Shui won't have to wait anxiously at home. Su Shui understood that Tang Siyu's invitation for Zhang Fan to dinner had her own intentions. Although she understood she couldn't let brother Fan not go, she remembered her mother saying that one should not hold a man too tightly, he needs space. If she prevented brother Fan from going, he might feel that she was being unreasonable. However, she would not let Tang Siyu steal her man. Su Shui felt that she needed to find time to have a talk with Tang Siyu. She was Zhang Fan's girlfriend after all. On Saturday morning, Zhang Fan informed Su Shui before driving out to Tang Siyu's house. At Tang Siyu's home, knowing Zhang Fan was coming today, Tang Siyu, dressed beautifully, sitting on the living room sofa with her phone waiting. You child up so early and sitting here, said Tang Siyu's mother Yang Yiji, shaking her head and smiling as she watched her daughter with her phone on the sofa. Mom, Zhang Fan is coming to our house today. You must say it was you who asked him to come. Don't say it was me who invited him. Okay, you've said that more than 3 times now. Mom remembers. I will say it was me who asked you to invite Zhang. Hearing her daughter's words, Yang Yiji shook her head and smiled. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hearing it, Tang Siyu felt a surge of joy and hurriedly got up to walk towards the door. Upon opening the door, she saw Zhang Fan standing outside. Tang Siyu smiled sweetly. Zhang Fan, you're here. Please come in. Sure, Siyu, it's been a while since we last met. Zhang Fan followed her into Tang Siyu's home. Hello, Auntie, I hope I'm not disturbing you again. Not at all, not at all. Please come over more often when you have time. Yang Yiji quickly waved her hand, speaking warmly. You two just chat in the living room. I will prepare lunch. Thank you for the trouble, Auntie. Zhang Fan, please have a seat. Where is your dad? Dad is busy at the company and probably won't be back until afternoon. Tang Siyu shook her head and smiled. What about you, Zhang Fan? What have you been busy with lately? It's been a while since you visited the company. I recently went to Yangcheng and then attended the 10th anniversary celebration of Onmei Group. Onmei Group's 10th anniversary celebration. Tang Siyu asked in confusion, why did you go? Is Onmei Group yours? Well, yes, Onmei Group is also. Zhang Fan nodded. You're impressive. Not only do you have Guangyao Group, but now you also have Onmei Group. These 2 companies rank 3rd and 4th in Modu. Tang Siyu smiled and praised him. Indeed, Zhang Fan was not only handsome, but also exceptionally capable, having control over 2 conglomerates at the age of 22. It's alright. I plan to visit Yangcheng again soon. Going to Yangcheng again? Yes, there's a Guangxing Entertainment Company and a film city that I want to check out. Guangxing Entertainment Company. Is that the one ranked 3rd among all entertainment companies in Huaxia? Yeah, I hardly know what to say except that you're incredible. Tang Siyu smiled, her heart filled with amazement. She still did not fully comprehend Zhang Fan's displayed strength. By the way, how is the company doing lately? Tang Siyu shared the recent happenings at the company with Zhang Fan. That's good. Recently have the company take on some projects from Onmei Group, and we can also let Onmei Group handle some projects for Guangyao Group. Zhang Fan instructed. Alright, Zhang Fan, I will make arrangements after work. They chatted casually for an hour. Time quickly passed noon, and Yang Yiji brought the dishes to the table. Tang Siyu also got up to help with the dish. Zhang Fan, lunch is ready. When all the dishes were on the table, Tang Siyu called out to Zhang Fan. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Fan sat down politely, looking at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table. It's no trouble at all. We are very happy to have you as our guest. Zhang Fan, don't be polite, just treat this as your home, and help yourself to whatever you like. Okay, Auntie. Yang Yiji smiled, glancing at her daughter, and then at Zhang Fan. This young man was very polite, and importantly, her daughter liked him. If they could end up together, that would be wonderful. It could be said that this time her daughter had taken the initiative. Yang Yiji hoped her daughter would be more proactive in the future. It would be best if she could personally cook for Zhang Fan. It is said that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. After the meal, Tang Siyu helped to clear the dishes and brought them to the kitchen. Mom, let me help you. No need for that, just go and keep Zhang Fan company. Yang Yiji shook her head, refusing and pushing her daughter out of the kitchen. Alright then. Tang Siyu had no choice but to leave the kitchen and went to the living room. Zhang Fan, do you want to go out for a walk? She asked gently as she approached Zhang Fan. Sure, a walk after a meal is good. Let's go out together. Fortunately, the weather today was not too hot. The temperature at noon was only 29 degrees. On a typical sunny day, it could reach 33 degrees. Tang Siyu took Zhang Fan and left her home, strolling along the way. Zhang Fan, I'm thinking of buying some clothes. Could you help me take a look and give some advice? Sure, I'll accompany you. Upon arriving at the clothing store, Tang Siyu led Zhang Fan inside. Hello, sir, hello. The attendant approached them with a professional smile as they entered. I'm here to look at clothes, Tang Xiu said with a smile. Miss, over here are our newly arrived clothes perfect for summer weather. The attendant stepped over to the clothes and introduced them to Tang Xiu. Got it, I'll take a look first. All right, miss, if you need any assistance, just call for me. Tang Xiu's gaze landed on a white dress hanging on the rack. Zhang Fan, what do you think of this dress? She asked Zhang Fan for his opinion. Zhang Fan looked at the white dress, assessed Tang Xiu's figure, and said, this dress should suit you well. Why not try it on? All right, I'll go try it on now. With that, Tang Xiu took the dress and headed to the fitting room. Soon after, she walked out wearing the dress. She was already beautiful, and wearing this white dress added another layer of elegance to her. Tang Xiu twirled in front of Zhang Fan, smiling. Zhang Fan, what do you think? This dress looks perfect on you. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Tang Xiu shyly smiled. In just 1 hour, Tang Xiu had picked out 5 dresses. Holding the clothes, she asked the attendant to help pack them, and then she went to the checkout counter. She took out her card for the attendant to swipe. After the payment was successful, and she put her card away, Tang Xiu carried the bag and left the store with Zhang Fan. Thank you, Zhang Fan, for accompanying me to shop today. I rarely go out to buy clothes. Tang Xiu expressed her gratitude. No need to mention it. Since you helped me pick outfits, how about I help you choose a few? What do you think? I think that's unnecessary for me. Come on, just treat it as my way of thanking you. All right, then let's go take a look. With Zhang Fan's agreement, Tang Xiu smiled and led him to the men's clothing store. There she helped Zhang Fan pick out 5 outfits, all suitable for summer. Next, they continued to wander around until about 4 o'clock, with the weather improving and the temperature rising. Noticing the hot weather and seeing some sweat on Tang Xiu's face, Zhang Fan suggested, Xiu, it's getting hotter. Maybe we should stop shopping now. Oh, summer is indeed quite hot. Zhang Fan, let's head back, Tang Xiu said, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a wet tissue and nodding. Zhang Fan escorted Tang Xiu to her doorstep. Xiu, I want going, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Aren't you staying for a meal before leaving? Tang Xiu inquired. No, I can't. All right, then be careful on your way home, and come visit the company more often if you have time, Tang Xiu urged. I'll visit the company when I have time, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Tang Xiu stood still, watching Zhang Fan get into his car and drive away. Once he disappeared from sight, she opened the door and stepped inside. Back at the lakeside garden, Zhang Fan entered the villa carrying a bag. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Shui quickly ran out. Upon seeing the bag in Zhang Fan's hand, she paused, her face filled with confusion. Brother Fan, did you go shopping for clothes with Tang Xiu? After lunch, Tang Xiu wanted to buy some clothes and asked me to help her pick. She bought a few pieces and chose some for me as a thank you, Zhang Fan awkwardly explained. Upon hearing this, Su Shui frowned slightly, let out a soft huff, and turned to walk towards the living room. Zhang Fan hurriedly followed, placing the bag of clothes on the table sitting beside Su Shui, saying, Shuira, Brother Fan, were you very happy shopping with Tang Xiu? Su Shui pouted, staring intently at Zhang Fan. It's not that I was happy, as she invited me, and I couldn't refuse, right? So if Tang Xiu expressed a desire to pursue you, you wouldn't refuse, eh? Hearing this, Su Shui became angry, glaring at Zhang Fan, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Shuira, didn't I tell you that my relationship with Tang Xiu is strictly professional? How could you think that? Why can't I think that way? Brother Fan, answer me honestly, if Tang Xiu wanted to pursue you, would you accept? No. Zhang Fan replied, seriously shaking his head as he looked at Su Shui. Why not? Tang Xiu is not only beautiful, but also the general manager at your company, far more capable. Even if she's beautiful, she can't compare to my Shuira. Besides, given her position, we can't have someone incompetent as a general manager, can we? Rest assured, if Tang Xiu wanted to pursue me, I would refuse, because the one I like the most is you. Zhang Fan said, embracing Su Shui, whispering sweetly in her ear. Brother Fan, I'm just worried that you'll be with someone else, and won't want me anymore. Feeling the warmth from Zhang Fan, Su Shui tugged at his shirt softly. How could my beautiful Shuira not be wanted? You've helped me a lot in life. Zhang Fan gently patted her back. It seems he would need to visit Tang Xiu's home less often, Zhang Fan thought. Shuira, after you graduate, let's get engaged. What do you think? Engaged, eh? Hearing those words, Su Shui's eyes lit up as she looked up at Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, are you serious? Of course I am. Would I lie to you? Zhang Fan laughed, shaking his head, and playfully poked her delicate nose. But I'm not ready yet. Su Shui muttered. Don't you want to get engaged with me? No, I do. Su Shui quickly shook her head. Seeing Zhang Fan smile, she knew she was being teased and playfully pinched his waist. All right, then if you dare to laugh at me, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Haha, Shuira, once my parents come over, I'll discuss the engagement with Uncle and Aunt, Zhang Fan said. Su Shui nodded, leaning against Zhang Fan's embrace, her face beaming with happiness. That night, when Su Shui returned home, her smile never faded. Shuira, what's making you so happy? Tell Mom about it, Lu Jiahui asked with curiosity, noticing her daughter's constant smile. Mom, Brother Fan said that after I graduate we will get engaged, Su Shui said with a grin. Engaged, eh? That's right. You two aren't young anymore. Getting engaged first, and then waiting a year or two to marry is fine. Lu Jiahui replied, taken aback for a moment before smiling and nodding. Engaged? Isn't that a bit early? Su Bai questioned from the side. Dad, how is it early? Mom already said that Brother Fan and I aren't young anymore. Su Bai's comment made Su Shui a bit unhappy, and she retorted. Yes, Su Bai Shui is 21 this year, and after a birthday, she'll be 22. Jiang Fan will also be 23 after his birthday. At that age, Shui was already 1 year old. Lu Jiahui chimed in. The past can't compare to now, but since Jiang Fan said, so let's wait until his parents come over and discuss the engagement with them. Seeing the mother and daughter united, Su Bai could only nod. In his heart, he cherished his daughter and naturally didn't want her to marry too early. After all, a married daughter is like spilled water. However, since his daughter was willing, he as a father couldn't say much. After all, this is a matter that will affect his daughter's life. Moreover, Jiang Fan was indeed very good to Su Shui. Marrying him would bring her happiness. As long as his daughter could be happy, he as a father would be content. The next morning, Su Shui arrived at Jiang Fan's house, carrying a bag. Shui, what are you carrying? Jiang Fan looked at the bag in her hand, puzzled. Brother Fan, you'll know soon enough. Su Shui quickly hid it behind her face, flushed, refusing to tell Jiang Fan. Not wanting to pry further, Jiang Fan set the bag aside and sat next to Su Shui. Brother Fan, it's so hot today, why don't we go swimming? Swimming? Just so happens there's a swimming pool behind my villa. I'll clean it up, and after lunch we can rest a bit, and then go swimming. Sounds good. After a while, Jiang Fan took Su Shui to clean the swimming pool. The pool hadn't been used since he moved in, and today was a perfect opportunity. Draining the water, Jiang Fan took a clean broom and started scrubbing the dirt in the pool. Su Shui also took a clean broom and joined him in helping. It was a hot day with the morning temperature reaching 30 degrees. If this continued, it would likely hit 33 degrees around noon. After a while, Jiang Fan and Su Shui were drenched in sweat. So hot. Su Shui fanned herself with her hand. Shui, it's hot outside. Oh, let's go rest in the room for a bit. Seeing Su Shui's back soaked with sweat, Jiang Fan chuckled and said, Brother Fan, I won't go. After we finish cleaning, I want to help you out. After cleaning the swimming pool and rinsing it for a while, Jiang Fan continued to fill it with water. Shui, let's go in first. It should take about half an hour for the water to fill up. In the room, Jiang Fan took 2 bottles of chilled mineral water from the fridge, handing one to Su Shui. She placed it against her cheek after receiving it. Wow, this feels really nice. After lunch, having tidied up the dishes, Su Shui took a bag and walked upstairs. In the stairwell, she paused, looking at Jiang Fan on the sofa. She smiled and said, Brother Fan, don't peek. A little while later, Su Shui came downstairs in her swimsuit, her head down and her cheeks flushed, and whispered to Jiang Fan, Brother Fan, how do I look? Is it pretty? Hearing Su Shui's question, Jiang Fan turned to look at her in a blue and white striped swimsuit, momentarily entranced by her figure. When he snapped back to reality, he smiled and said, Yes, it looks good. This swimsuit suits you very well, Shui. Hearing Jiang Fan's compliments, Su Shui beamed and urged, Brother Fan, you should change too, then we can go swimming together. Okay, just wait for me a moment. Jiang Fan smiled and went upstairs, quickly returning to the living room in his swim trunks. Looking at Jiang Fan's 8-pack abs and strong physique, Su Shui's face turned even redder. With flushed cheeks, she said, Brother Fan, you look so strong. All right, let's go swim, Jiang Fan said, taking Su Shui's small hand as they left the room and headed to the poolside. Watching the water, Su Shui jumped in, surfacing with her upper body exposed. Dressed in a pure and beautiful swimsuit paired with her graceful figure, she looked like a lotus emerging from the water. Brother Fan, the water is so comfortable. You should come down too, Su Shui urged from the pool. Coming. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and jumped into the swimming pool. With a splash, water sprayed onto Su Shui. Jiang Fan came up behind her and embraced her. Feeling Jiang Fan's strong body, Su Shui felt herself soften, instinctively leaning against his chest and tilting her head to kiss him on the lips. Seeing Su Shui being so proactive, Jiang Fan responded to her. Time passed quickly, and soon more than an hour had gone by. Feeling tired from swimming, Su Shui and Jiang Fan returned to the living room. Shui, are you happy? I'm very happy being with you, Brother Fan. What about you, Brother Fan? I'm also very happy having you by my side. Next Monday, I have to go to Yang City for... Jiang Fan whispered softly in Su Shui's ear, going to Yang City again. How long will you be gone? This time I will probably be back on Wednesday or Thursday, as I have some matters to attend to. The next morning, Jiang Fan took a flight leaving the Magic City for Yang City. That afternoon, he arrived in Yang City and took a taxi to Guangxing Entertainment Company, which is ranked 3rd among all entertainment companies in Huaxia. It had a decent structure with 15 floors housing film crews, screenwriters, agents, public relations, and more. It could be said to be dozens of times better than Morningstar Entertainment. Hello, I'm looking for Ning Yinyan, Jiang Fan said with a smile to the receptionist. Looking for Manager Ning. May I ask who you are, sir? My name is Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, do you have an appointment? No appointment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, our manager Ning is not in the office. I am the chairman of Guangxing Entertainment Group. No appointment is necessary. As for Manager Ning not being in the office, that's fine. Oh, I will wait for him in my office. You are the chairman of our company. Mr. Jiang, could you please call Manager Ning to confirm your identity? After all, I can't just believe you're the chairman because you say so. Sure, I'll give him a call. Jiang Fan took out his phone and dialed Ning Yinian's number. Chairman, hello. Ning Yinian at Guanxing Entertainment Company. The receptionist needs to confirm my identity. Could you let her know? All right, Chairman, please hand the phone to the receptionist. He'll speak to her. Ning Yinian wants to speak to you. The receptionist took the phone from Jiang Fan and said, Jiang Fan is our company's chairman. I'm currently outside. You need to arrange for someone to treat the chairman. Well, got it. Hearing Manager Ning's voice on the phone, the receptionist quickly nodded. Manager Ning, don't worry. I will make sure the chairman is well taken care of. All right, please give the phone back to the chairman. Chairman He raised the phone. Chairman, I'm currently outside and probably won't be back until tonight. He'll have someone attend to you. You handle your matters, I have no problem here. All right, Chairman. Okay, hang up. After hanging up, Jiang Fan looked at the receptionist and smiled. Excuse me, where is my office? Chairman, your office is on the 10th floor, the second room, to the right of the elevator. Okay, I got it. No need to have someone attend to me, I'll go up myself. All right, Chairman, take care. The receptionist quickly nodded, watching the chairman head toward the elevator, feeling she didn't expect such a young and handsome guy to be the chairman of Guanxing Entertainment. Thankfully, she hadn't offended him earlier, or she would likely lose her job. Jiang Fan stood at the elevator door waiting. Soon the elevator arrived, and Jiang Fan stepped inside, pressing the close button. Just as the doors were about to close, a woman's voice called out from outside, wait. Hearing this, Jiang Fan pressed the open button. The elevator doors opened to reveal a middle-aged woman accompanied by another young woman approaching the elevator. Thank you, sir, the middle-aged woman said to Jiang Fan gratefully. You're welcome. The middle-aged woman pressed the button for the 10th floor. Sir, my name is Ning Ying, and this is Huang Qianrou. You look quite unfamiliar. Are you a new star signed by Guanxing? No, I am the chairman of this company. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. But you're just bragging. Huang Qianrou laughed suddenly at Jiang Fan's words. Ning Ying also chuckled awkwardly at this. She sized up Jiang Fan, who seemed to be around 21 or 22, thinking it was impossible for him to be the chairman of Guanxing Entertainment. Jiang Fan didn't mind their disbelief and patiently waited for the elevator to ascend to the 10th floor. Soon the elevator reached the 10th floor. As soon as the doors opened, a young man was standing at the entrance. Oh, isn't this Huang Qianrou, the big star? Huang Qianrou frowned and said unhappily upon hearing Zhu Jiaming's voice. What do you want? Zhu Jiaming, noticing a stranger behind Huang Qianrou, frowned and said, You must be the manager assigned to me by Guanxing Company, right? You only just arrived? Zhu Jiaming continued, and Guanxing Group couldn't find someone less good-looking, but instead found someone so attractive. Is this to embarrass me? Me? A manager? Jiang Fan was taken aback by Zhu Jiaming's words and then burst into laughter. Still laughing? Do you even know that you're late? Hurry up and follow me. Jiang Fan said with a smile, arms crossed and leaning against the wall. Not your manager. Then why are you here? Don't you know this is our space? Get out of here now. Zhu Jiaming. Oh, is that so? You can stay here, but I can't. Zhu Jiaming challenged. What status do you have? I'm a star and you. At most an ordinary person, so get out of here or I'll call security. Zhu Jiaming frowned, his expression darkening as he saw the stranger not obeying him, with Huang Qianrou watching the scene. You want to compare statuses with me? Zhu Jiaming continued. Fine, let's compare then. I am the chairman of, just you, the chairman of Guanxing Group. Jiang Fan mocked. I could say that Guanxing Group is mine. I am the chairman of Guanxing Group. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiaming suddenly burst into laughter. This person was pretending to be the chairman of Guanxing Group, which was truly laughable. Tell me, who exactly are you? Are you the newly signed star of Guanxing Group? I won't hesitate to tell you that if you offend me, don't expect to sign with Guanxing Group. Since when did we at Guanxing Group need your permission to sign stars? Do you think Guanxing Group is your home? Can just sign whoever you want. Let me inform you that I have a good relationship with Manager Ning. If I disagree, then Manager Ning won't sign you. You've offended me today, and I will tell Manager Ning to prevent the company from signing you. Zhu Jiaming said with confidence. Oh, is that so? Conveniently, I also have Zhu Jiaming's number. I will ask today whether the decision is made by Ning Yinian or by you. A phone call. Just you. Even if you have the number, Manager Ning won't pick up. You should know that Manager Ning is busy right now. Zhu Jiaming's words were filled with disdain. Jiang Fan snickered and dialed Ning Yinian's number, putting it on speaker. Beep beep. After one attempt, Ning Yinian did not answer. Haha, I told you Manager Ning is busy and won't answer your call. If I call Manager Ning, he will pick up immediately. Watching this person call without getting a response, Zhu Jiaming's smile grew wider. Jiang Fan ignored him, and at that moment Ning Yinian called back. Jiang Fan answered, and the voice was on speaker. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was discussing matters with someone else and couldn't answer your call immediately. On the other end of the phone, Ning Yinian apologized. Chairman. Hearing Manager Ning's voice calling Jiang Fan chairman, Zhu Jiaming, Huang Qianrou, and Ning Ying's expressions changed instantly. He really is the chairman, they thought. It's fine, I called you because I have something to discuss. Chairman, please go ahead. I heard that signing stars at the company needs Zhu Jiaming's approval. I want to ask, since when does signing stars at the company require another signed star's consent? Chairman, this. On the other end, Ning Enian fell silent. Right now, immediately come back. I want to see how you, as the manager of the company, can't even make this decision. If you don't want to be a manager, then come back and resign. Hearing his silence, Jiang Fan's expression darkened as he said sharply, Chairman, he'll be right back. Ning Enian exclaimed, startled, and quickly replied. After hanging up, Jiang Fan looked at Zhu Jianming and Huang Qianruo, saying, you all come to my office. He then walked towards his office. Huang Qianruo exchanged glances with Ning Ying and had no choice but to follow. Zhu Jianming hesitated for a moment before following them to the office. Please sit down, we will talk after Ning Enian returns. Over 10 minutes later, Ning Enian returned to the company. Taking the elevator to the 10th floor, he stood at the door of Jiang Fan's office, took a deep breath and knocked. Come in. After opening the door, Ning Enian walked in. Seeing Zhu Jianming, Huang Qianruo, and the others sitting in the office, he greeted Jiang Fan, Chairman. Sit down. Jiang Fan suppressed his anger and said calmly, Ning Enian, you are the manager of the company. Is this how you manage things? I want to ask, when did the company's matters allow a signed star to take charge? Chairman, I. What do you mean I? Speak clearly. Chairman, our company is an entertainment company, and Zhu Jianming is a signed star, a top-tier star. I thought that since he is a top-tier star, he has a good eye for people, so. Good eye for people. So are you saying your eye is not good? Well, then we don't need a manager with poor judgment in our company. Chairman, I was wrong. Ning Enian was startled by this and quickly stood up looking apologetic. Huang Qianruo, tell Ning Enian everything Zhu Jianming just said. All right, Chairman. Huang Qianruo recounted Zhu Jianming's remarks to Ning Enian. After hearing Huang Qianruo's account, Ning Enian felt a chill running down his back. Ning Enian, do you have anything to say? Chairman, I know I was wrong and I promise I will never do this again. Please give me another chance. A chance? If I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known about this matter. How could a top-tier star be so arrogant in our Guanxing group? Wasn't it you who gave him the audacity? From today onwards, you will be demoted from manager. As for the position of general manager, I will arrange it myself. Ning Enian sat down heavily in his chair upon hearing this. Additionally, you Zhu Jianming, from today on, Guanxing Group will not cultivate you or provide you with resources. What? I am also a top-tier star, and you treat me like this. Zhu Jianming stood up, visibly displeased. A first-line star? Hey, you are contracted by our Guanxing company. You are an employee of Guanxing Group regardless of whether you are a first-line star or not. Let me tell you, starting today, our Guanxing Group will not provide you with any resources. No resources for me. I will expose you. I will expose your Guanxing Group for doing such things. Zhu Jianming shouted furiously. Expose, eh? You can try with just you, a mere first-line star. You think you can oppose our Guanxing Group? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled disdainfully. Not only will I expose you, but I will also terminate the contract with your company. Terminate the contract. Ning Enian, when does his contract expire? Chairman, his contract still has 3 years until expiration. If he wants to terminate the contract at this time, how much compensation does our company need? Chairman, it would require approximately 340 million in compensation. Jiang Fan nodded, looking at Zhu Jianming. Want to terminate the contract? Fine, 340 million it is. You are asking for a lion's share. Zhu Jianming exclaimed angrily upon hearing such a large number. Lion's share? I am merely following the contractual procedures. If you want to terminate, either pay 340 million or stay in the company and keep quiet. 340 million, it would take him a while to come up with that amount. Although his pay was indeed high, his spending was also, just as Jiang Fan said, he had to either come up with 340 million or stay in the company and be a transparent person. Also, if you want to expose, you can go ahead, but at that time our company will collect evidence and send you a lawyer's letter. Hearing this, Zhu Jianming fell silent. If he didn't terminate the contract now, he would have to wait until the contract expired to leave the company. 3 years is neither long nor short. If during these 3 years he had no film or television works, it is estimated that after 3 years his fans would forget him. Not every fan is willing to wait for him to return to the entertainment circle after 3 years. Thinking of this, Zhu Jianming suddenly felt some regret, regretting why he had offended Jiang Fan earlier. If he had not offended him, perhaps he would not have been discovered, and he would not be facing this situation now. Although I haven't done well, I have still brought significant benefits to Guanxing Entertainment Company with my popularity. You cannot treat me this way. Without the resources provided by our Guanxing Group, how can you claim to bring in benefits on your own? Heh, our Guanxing Group can cultivate you, but we can also destroy you and even blacklist you. If you don't believe me, try it. No, you can't do that, you can't do that. I apologize to you, I admit my mistake. Hearing the word blacklist, Zhu Jianming panicked. Without resources, he could leave Guanxing Group in 3 years and go to other companies, but if he faced a blacklist, then he would truly be unable to stay in the entertainment industry. Now you know you were wrong. Where did that arrogant attitude from earlier go? Seeing him admit his mistake, Jiang Fan smiled. I may not have made contributions at Guanxing Group, but I have put in effort. I admit my mistake and hope you won't do this. I will stay peacefully at Guanxing Group. Zhu Jianming lowered his head apologetically. This situation forced him to concede. He was just a star, and trying to oppose Guanxin Group would only lead to defeat. After all, Guanxin Group is the third-ranked entertainment company among all companies in Huaxia. Get out, go back and think it over. If you perform well, the company may consider continuing to cultivate you. If it remains like this, you know the final result yourself. Zhang Fan glanced at him, speaking calmly. I will leave right now immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianming breathed a sigh of relief, bent over, and hurriedly left the office. Ning Yinyan, you did well, very well. Watching Zhu Jianming leave, Zhang Fan sneered at Ning Yinyan. Chairman, I know I was wrong. Ning Yinyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, panicking. Zhang Fan stood up, left the desk, and with hands behind his back walked to the window to look at the scenery outside. I appointed you as the general manager to manage the company well, yet I didn't expect a sign star could allow Zhu Jianming to interfere. Did Zhu Jianming give you some benefits? Or is he your relative? Chairman, I did not receive any benefits from Zhu Jianming, nor is he my relative. Ning Yinyan hurriedly spoke up. Do you think I would believe what you say? Whether you receive benefits from Zhu Jianming or not, I will have the company investigate thoroughly. Regarding the company's finances, I will also have the company investigate. If something goes wrong, you should be careful. Chairman, I. Hearing this, Ning Yinyan's heart trembled. If the company really investigates, then the finances will surely be checked, and at that time, he would likely face a bad situation. Starting today, you can hand over the matters in your hands to other managers. Once the company has investigated the situation thoroughly, we will handle you. If there are no issues, you can continue as the manager. If there are problems, the outcome doesn't need me to say more. If he had not discovered this, he would naturally not know about it. But once discovered, the company would definitely investigate, and you go call all the other managers in the company to the conference room. I want to hold a meeting. Yes, Chairman. Ning Yinyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and had no choice but to obey. You are Huang Qianrou, right? After Ning Yinyan left, Zhang Fan looked at Huang Qianrou. Chairman, I am Huang Qianrou. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Huang Qianrou quickly stood up and nodded. What tier of star are you? I am a second-line star. How long have you been signed with the company? Just over a year, 1 year, 3 months, and 10 days. It seems you remember quite clearly. You performed well today, and I will have the company provide you with some resources. Hearing this, Huang Qianrou felt delighted. Although she had been signed with Guanxin Group for over a year, the company had not provided her with much resources. Now with the chairman of Guanxin Group personally saying they would provide resources, she felt very pleased. Although I decided to let the company give you resources, you still have to rely on your own strength. Our Guanxin Group will not allocate resources to a star without capability. Chairman, you can rest assured I will do well. Huang Qianrou nodded earnestly. Qianrou, congratulations. Huang Qianrou's manager Ning Ying came to her side, happy for her. Thankfully, they did not offend the chairman in the elevator today, otherwise resources would not be given to Qianrou. Knock, knock. Outside the office, Ning Yinyan knocked on the door. Come in. Chairman, the other managers have gone to... Got it. You all go ahead with your tasks. Zhang Fan said to Huang Qianrou before leaving the office. Qianrou, it's a good thing we didn't offend the chairman earlier, or he wouldn't have provided you with any resources. Watching Zhang Fan leave, Ning Ying exclaimed in delight. Just now in the elevator, he mentioned his chairman, and I thought he was joking and even laughed. I didn't expect him to actually be the chairman. Huang Qianrou nodded in agreement. Yes, he is so young and handsome, yet he is the chairman of Guanxin Group. It shows he truly has the capability. Ning Ying nodded in affirmation. Zhang Fan followed Ning Yinyan into the conference room. Inside the room sat 4 other managers and a woman from the finance department. Upon seeing the chairman arrive, they quickly stood up and greeted, Good day, chairman. Hello everyone, please take a seat. I gathered you all here today to discuss some matters. Some things happened today, but I won't discuss what they are here. However, starting today, I will have the finance department investigate certain matters. The head of the finance department should stay behind after the meeting. Yes, chairman. Additionally, starting today, the company will not provide any resources to Zhu Jianming for the time being. We'll reassess his performance next year. Chairman Zhu Jianming is a first-line star. Why not give him resources? One manager asked curiously. Because he interfered with company matters. He is merely a contracted star. Well, what qualifications does he have to meddle in company affairs? Well, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhu Jianming was just a contracted star. The company's matters were originally the responsibility of the managers. When could a contracted star interfere? Furthermore, starting today, the position of general manager is vacant. Ning Yinyan will be demoted to manager. As for the general manager position, it will depend on your performance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and glanced at Ning Yinyan, then felt a rush of joy inside. They knew that the position of general manager was much more significant than that of a manager with a considerably higher salary. Now that it was vacant, they all had a chance to compete for it. Although they were somewhat puzzled as to why Ning Yinyan was demoted, they quickly thought it must be related to Zhu Jianming. The workplace is inherently competitive. Now that the general manager position is vacant, they must work hard to strive for this position. Additionally, starting today, the company will allocate some resources to Huang Qianrou to develop her. If her capabilities are insufficient, the company will withdraw the resources. Do you understand? Chairman, we understand. Everyone nodded quickly. Naturally, they had to handle the chairman's orders well. One more thing, in the future, contracted stars will need to be selected through a voting process. You 5 managers must conduct a strict selection. 3 votes will determine the outcome. I do not wish to see any star interfering with company matters again. If I find out, then they should voluntarily resign. Chairman, rest assured we will conduct strict screenings, one of them promised. The meeting ends here, you may disperse. Yes, Chairman. The 5 managers left the conference room, leaving only the head of the finance department behind. What is your name? Zhang Fan looked at her and asked. Chairman, my name is Hu Yao. Starting today, investigate Ning Yinian's financial matters and see if he has received any benefits from Zhu Jiaming. Additionally, investigate the other managers in the company. If the amount is small, then we will just let it pass. If it is significant, then we will follow the procedures. Chairman, this matter must be handled well, and I will leave it to you. Chairman, you can rest assured. I will investigate thoroughly and will inform you of the results. Hu Yao nodded heavily. Good, there are no further matters, you may go about your business. All right, Chairman. Hu Yao nodded, stood up, and left the conference room. After she left, Zhang Fan sat in the chair, closing his eyes. Fortunately, he came to Guanxing Group this time. If he hadn't, Zhu Jiaming and Ning Yinian would have continued their ways unchecked. If the finance department uncovers significant results, he will send Ning Yinian to prison. If the amount is too small, he would just issue a warning. With this incident occurring, Zhang Fan didn't stay long and left Guanxing Group. Around 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Fan walked out of the conference room. Chairman. Just as he stepped out, Huang Qianruo, accompanied by her manager, stood by the elevator. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see the chairman and quickly greeted him. By the way, are there any hotels nearby? Are you looking for a place to stay, Chairman? Huang Qianruo asked curiously. Logically speaking, the chairman should have a residence here. Why would he need to stay in a hotel? Yes, I'm looking for a place to stay. Chairman, there aren't any good hotels around Guanxing, but I know of one. If it's acceptable, Chairman, would you like me to drive? Huang Qianruo thought for a moment and suggested. All right, that would be a trouble for you. It's no trouble at all, Chairman. Huang Qianruo quickly waved her hand, and at that moment the elevator arrived. Qianruo, you can take the chairman there, and I'll just take a taxi back myself. In the elevator, Ningying smiled and gave Huang Qianruo a knowing glance. In her view, the chairman was young and handsome, and Huang Qianruo was also beautiful. This could be a great opportunity, so she decided not to interrupt them and let Qianruo have her chance. Seeing Ningying smile and give her a wink, Huang Qianruo immediately understood. Her cheeks flushed as she saw. Outside the main entrance of Guanxing Group, Huang Qianruo took out her keys from her bag and smiled, saying, Chairman, my car is over there, let's go. Following Huang Qianruo's gaze, Zhang Fan spotted a red sedan parked not far away and nodded following. Arriving at the car, Huang Qianruo pressed the key fob and Zhang Fan opened the door, sat in the back seat, closed the door, and fastened his seatbelt. Huang Qianruo also got into the driver's seat, closed the door, fastened her seatbelt, and then drove away from the area. Ningying watched as Huang Qianruo drove away, smiling to herself, muttering, Qianruo, I hope you can seize this up. Chairman, judging by your accent, you aren't from Yangqing, are you? Huang Qianruo asked with a smile in the car. I'm a local from Modu. My home is also in Modu. I came to Yangqing this time because of some business. Chairman, since Guanxing Group belongs to you, why not settle down here? Huang Qianruo asked with a puzzled expression. That's because I still have a company in Modu. Let's talk about Guangyao Group and Anmei Group. Huang Qianruo was visibly surprised upon hearing the names of these two companies. Indeed, she nodded, realizing why the chairman mentioned in the office that he could even suppress Zhu Jiaming. With Guangyao Group, Anmei Group, and Guanxing Group, how could Zhu Jiaming stand firm on his own without the backing of other major companies? Chairman, it's truly remarkable. After more than 10 minutes, Huang Qianruo arrived at the hotel entrance. Chairman, we've arrived. Looking at the 10-story hotel, Zhang Fan nodded. Thanks for your trouble. He then opened the car door and got out. Goodbye, Chairman. Goodbye. Zhang Fan turned and walked towards the hotel. As she watched the chairman enter the hotel, Huang Qianruo also drove away. After more than 10 minutes, she returned to her house, parked the car, and went inside. Qianruo, you're back so soon. Ningying remarked curiously upon seeing her. Sister Ning, what do you mean by back so soon? I just dropped the chairman off at the hotel. You silly girl, the chairman clearly has his eyes on you. You should seize this opportunity. Sister Ning shook her head. Sister Ning, the chairman's identity is anything but simple. Not simple. Why do you say that? I just asked. The chairman is not only the chairman of Guanxing Group, but also has 2 other companies in Magic City. There are 2 more companies in Magic City. What companies? One is Guangyao Group, and the other is Anmei Group. Guangyao, Anmei. These 2 companies rank 3rd and 4th in Magic City, and to think that both are also associated with the chairman is indeed remarkable. Ningying was also very surprised. No wonder in the conference room the chairman boldly claimed he could even suppress Zhu Jiaming. He is quite confident. Qianruo, you must seize this opportunity even more. Sister Ning, please don't say that. The chairman likes me just because I helped him at the company. Oh, I want to compete with my abilities, not follow a path of unearned rewards. Huang Qianruo shook her head. Since ancient times, many girls have dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. The chairman is young and handsome, not to mention wealthy, and you're beautiful. If the opportunity arises, you should try your luck. What if it works out? Seeing Huang Qianro, unwilling Ning Ying tried to persuade her. Sister Ning, you are my manager, you know my character. I won't deliberately approach the chairman for this reason. Huang Qianro said seriously. Since you have made your decision, I won't say much more. But at least there is an opportunity, and I hope you can seize it. Seeing her serious expression, Ning Ying knew she couldn't persuade her any further and reminded her one last time. Inside the hotel, after Jiang Fan completed the check-in process, he had a meal outside before returning to his room, 505. By this time the sky had darkened. Jiang Fan pulled a chair, sat by the window, and gazed at the view outside. At that moment the phone rang, and upon checking it was a call from Su Shui. Jiang Fan quickly answered. Shui, brother Fan, have you eaten? I just finished eating, how about you? I just had a meal too. I should be back on Wednesday afternoon. Today I handled some matters at Guanxing Group. What matters? Su Shui curiously asked. Of course it's convenient to talk about. Jiang Fan then shared with Su Shui what had happened at Guanxing Group. After listening to Jiang Fan, Su Shui was silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Fan, if it were up to me, I would directly fire Ning Yinian. Zhu Jianming shouldn't be given any more resources, let him fend for himself. After all, having one incident makes it hard to say there won't be a second. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile and said softly, I am currently having the finance department gather evidence. If the amount is too large, I will fire Ning Yinian. As for Zhu Jianming, he still has some traffic that can be utilized. After it has been used up, I will kick him out. That's the way to do it. Eat well at home, and I will bring you a gift when I come back. Brother Fan, I know. He'll wait for you to return. This call lasted for over an hour before hanging up. After ending the call, Jiang Fan took off his clothes, went to the bathroom for about 10 minutes, wrapped himself in a towel, and sat in front of the computer in his room. The hotel computer was quite decent, capable of browsing the web, watching movies and TV series, etc. Jiang Fan opened Site A, logged into his account, and searched for the anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Currently, Fox Spirit Matchmaker has released 5 episodes, maintaining a rating of 9.5 since the last arrangement with the animation company to purchase some other anime copyrights. Now Site A has 5 anime series. However, this is still insufficient, and more needs to be purchased. After all, with just 5 anime series, each series has about 12 episodes, and with each episode being around 20 minutes, it won't take long to finish them. To retain users, more anime is needed. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan opened ICQ to contact the head of the animation company, Lu Yuanzheng. Before long, Lu Yuanzheng replied, President Jiang, recently we need to continue purchasing more anime. We have too few on site, only 5 series. Also, is the company hiring lately? President Jiang, the company has recently hired 15 people. As for purchasing anime, our Fox Spirit Matchmaker is only making a little profit now. If we continue to buy more anime, I fear money is not an issue. The problem is retaining users. Think about it, with only 5 anime series, how can we keep the audience? Not to mention buying new anime, even those classic old ones, as long as they have a rating of 7 or above on other sites, we should acquire them for Site A to play. As for new anime, it would be best to acquire them for exclusive broadcasting on site. Only then can we retain users. Understood, President Jiang. If there is no money, just let me know, and I will make arrangements. Yes, President Jiang. After chatting with Lu Yuanjing, Jiang Fan then reached out to the ICQ head Xie Hongguang. President Jiang. Recently we are trying to increase memberships. Increase memberships? Yes, increasing memberships allows users to customize their spaces, chat backgrounds, themes, etc. with a fee of $10 per month. President Jiang, we currently have too few users. If we increase memberships at this time, won't it have an impact? An impact is inevitable, but as long as we do a good job with the space backgrounds, chat backgrounds, themes, and so on, I believe users will be willing to pay. Alright, President Jiang, I will make arrangements. After informing Xie Hongguang, Jiang Fan closed the chat window, sat in the chair, opened a video from a video website, and feeling bored began searching for movies. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, Jiang Fan finally went to bed. The next morning he got up, had some breakfast outside, and then headed to the film studio. The Yangqing Film Studio covers an area of over 1,300 acres and is the second largest film base in Guangdong. The person in charge of this film base is Liao Wenhao. Upon entering the film studio, Jiang Fan noticed nearby film crews busy shooting a scene, which appeared to be a martial arts film. Jiang Fan, who practiced traditional martial arts, paused curiously to watch as the male actors, including the antagonist, engaged in combat. The male lead and the antagonist both appeared to be in their 30s or 40s and seemed to be well-trained, vastly different from those who merely performed flashy moves. Jiang Fan thought to himself, shouldn't our company also produce a martial arts film? Just then a voice snapped Jiang Fan back to reality, and as he looked up he saw the antagonist's fist. Jiang Fan swiftly stepped to the side with his right leg, extended his left hand to catch the fist, and with his right hand grabbed the assailant's collar forcefully, throwing him to the ground. At that moment the director hurried over, concerned, and asked, "Are you alright, sir?" Jiang Fan shook his head, puzzled. He had been lost in thought, and did not notice the actor portraying the antagonist throwing a punch. If not for the warning, he might have been hit. Wu Changmao, what happened? The director inquired of the actor who had just gotten up from the ground. Wu Changmao looked at Jiang Fan apologetically, saying, I'm sorry sir, I couldn't pull back in time, and almost hit you. My apologies. It's fine, it's fine. Hearing his explanation, Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head. By the way, you seem like you've trained in martial arts. At that moment, the actor playing the male lead approached, looking at Jiang Fan with curiosity. He had just witnessed Jiang Fan's swift movements effortlessly throwing Wu Changmao to the ground. The response and actions were truly impressive. I've practiced a bit, Jiang Fan replied. Oh, just a bit. Sir, my name is He Lishuan. Would you be interested in sparring? He Lishuan's interest piqued upon hearing Jiang Fan had trained. Jiang Fan, oh, I have some matters to attend to at the film studio today, so perhaps another time. Since you say so, Mr. Jiang, we won't spar today. If you have time, how about we arrange a session later? What do you think? He Lishuan smiled. Sure, I should have time this afternoon or tomorrow. This afternoon or tomorrow. Mr. Jiang, why don't we exchange contact information? If you have time, just let me know, and I can come by any time, He Lishuan suggested. All right. Jiang Fan nodded, interested in martial arts, and looking forward to sparring with He Lishuan. Mr. Jiang, what about me? I also want to spar with you. Wu Changmao quickly spoke up as he watched the two exchange contact information. After they exchanged information, Jiang Fan smiled slightly and said, well then, Mr. Wu, if I have time, I'll contact you. I'm off now. No problem, Mr. Jiang were always available. Wu Changmao and He Lishuan waved goodbye to Jiang Fan. This person is not simple. He Lishuan murmured as he watched Jiang Fan disappear from view. He truly is extraordinary. If I were standing there when the punch was thrown, I wouldn't have reacted in time. I didn't expect him to not only react, but also respond correctly, grabbing my hand and collar and throwing me to the ground. Wu Changmao nodded slowly. He seems to be only in his 20s. It's normal for a young person to have such quick reflexes. The director interjected. Director Long, you can't say that. Although he is only in his 20s, being able to easily throw Wu Changmao to the ground shows he has excellent martial arts skills. I'm looking forward to sparring with Jiang Fan to see who is stronger. He Lishuan's face displayed keen interest. Martial artists often have a competitive spirit. All right, Jiang Fan is busy now. Even if you want to spar with him, it can't happen now. Let's get back to filming. Okay, let's get back to filming. Jiang Fan smiled as he recalled the earlier scene. He had not anticipated encountering such an event today. Had he not mastered traditional martial arts, Wu Changmao's punch would have surely hit him. However, as the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Jiang Fan also wanted to spar with them to see whether his martial arts were stronger or theirs. Before long, Jiang Fan arrived at Liao Wenhao's office and knocked on the door. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as Jiang Fan opened the door, he saw someone he recognized inside. Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu turned around upon hearing the door and spotted Jiang Fan. What is he doing here? Both were puzzled. Oh, isn't this Jiang Fan? Why are you here instead of staying in Magic City? Lin Ziyu responded, first looking at Jiang Fan with a smirk. I'm here for reasons that have nothing to do with you. What about you? Why are you here instead of studying in Magic City? Haha me. I'm here to acquire the Yangqing Film Studio. Lin Ziyu replied, can't you see? I'm discussing something with Manager Liao. We're discussing business, and as an outsider you shouldn't be here. Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here, Lin Ziyu's. Outsider. You think I'm an outsider? Jiang Fan retorted. Am I not? Of course not. This Yangqing Film Studio is mine. Do you think Liao Wenhao would sell it to you without my consent? The film studio is yours. Haha. Jiang Fan, while you have money in Magic City and Guangyao Group is yours, how can you claim the Yangqing Film Studio? You must be joking. This isn't funny at all. Lin Ziyu naturally did not believe Jiang Fan's words, thinking he was just bragging. Well, Mr. Lin, this film studio indeed belongs to Mr. Jiang. I'm merely helping Mr. Jiang manage it. Liao Wenhao interjected. Mr. Lin, did I originally plan to sell the Yangqing Film Studio to you? Why would I tell you who our boss is? Liao Wenhao shook his head with a smile and said solemnly. Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you to own a film studio in Yangqing. Lin Ziyu looked at Jiang Fan with a pale face. He had initially come to purchase this film studio after all. This studio had produced many well-known works in the past, and he wanted to buy it to bask in its former glory. Now he was also starting to develop his own company. After all, if this continued, there would come a day when he would suffer a miserable defeat at Jiang Fan's hands. His father naturally supported his decision to develop his own company. So he had taken a few days off from school to come to Yangqing, only to find that this Yangqing actually belonged to Jiang Fan. What a narrow path for enemies to cross encountering a rival. You want to buy the film studio? Are you planning to invest in your own company? I think you should just focus on your studies in Magic City, and after graduation inherit your father's fortune. Staying in Yanjing would be just fine. Jiang Fan looked at him and smiled faintly. You don't underestimate me. Whatever you Jiang Fan can achieve, I Lin Ziyu can achieve as well. Even if I can't buy this film studio, I will buy another one elsewhere. I have heard that a film studio is going to be built in Magic City, and I will buy that one. Oh, is that so? But I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The land for that film studio is mine, and I am the one who has started preparations for its construction. Jiang Fan crossed his arms, sitting in his chair, laughing leisurely. It's yours too. Lin Ziyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. If I were you, I wouldn't just focus on school and think of ways to defeat me. My strength, Jiang Fan, is not something you Lin Ziyu can fully comprehend. We shall see. Jiang Fan, mark my words, within 3 years, I will definitely defeat you. Lin Ziyu's words were filled with confidence. 3 years? Forget it, you're not even qualified to be my opponent. Our Yangqing film studio does not welcome you. I'm not afraid of your arrogance. Oh, just wait and see. Lin Ziyu snorted coldly and walked towards the door. President Jiang Lin Ziyu is the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group. If we offend him, I'm afraid. Looking at Lin Ziyu, Liao Wenhao showed a worried expression. What's there to fear? Just because of a Huaxiao Group. They can't do anything to me. Jiang Fan waved his hand dismissively. If he only had the Guanyao Group, he might have some concerns, but now it's different. He held the Guanyao Group, the Guanxing Group, and the Anmei Group, 3 major corporations. Even if Huaxiao Group wanted to deal with him, he could easily fight back, so there was no need for too much concern. Seeing President Jiang so confident, Liao Wenhao said no more. Since the boss was not worried, he as a manager also had no need to worry. The reason I came here today is to check out the film city and to ask if we have any cinemas in our film city industry. President Jiang, we only have 1 cinema under our film city. Liao Wenhao answered truthfully. Only 1. That's not enough. Recently acquire a few more cinemas. Money is not an issue. All right, President Jiang, I will take care of it. Also, when Guanxing Group comes to shoot movies here, charge less rent, as Guanxing Group is also mine. No problem, President Jiang. As for other matters, I haven't thought of anything for now. I will contact you once I do. I'll take a look around nearby first. Okay, President Jiang, take care. Jiang Fan left Liao Wenhao's office and wandered around the film studio. The film studio was very large, over 1,000 acres, and along the way Jiang Fan discovered 2 film crews filming there. After having lunch at the film studio, Jiang Fan sent a message to Wu Changmao and He Lishuan informing them that he would be free in the afternoon and could find a place to spar. Soon Wu Changmao and He Lishuan replied, indicating they would meet around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time quickly passed, and it was soon 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Following the location provided by He Lishuan, Jiang Fan arrived. Wu Changmao and He Lishuan were already waiting there. Mister, he aren't you filming this afternoon? Seeing them waiting for him, Jiang Fan approached with a smile. Mr. Jiang, we have already finished filming all the scenes for today. I know a place suitable for sparring. Alright. Seeing Mr. Jiang's martial arts skills are so good, did you come to Yangqing to find a film crew? If so, Mr. Jiang can join our crew as a martial arts instructor or action star. What do you think? He Lishuan invited on the way. I didn't plan to be an actor. Jiang Fan shook his head. He indeed had no plans to star in movies or TV dramas. After all, filming a movie could take several months or even about a year. He was used to his freedom and did not want to join a film crew. Hearing Jiang Fan's response, He Lishuan felt a bit regretful. Jiang Fan's martial arts were excellent, and he was also handsome. If he were to be the male lead, the film might just become a hit. After all, this was Jiang Fan's decision, and he couldn't persuade him too much. Mr. Jiang, how long have you been practicing martial arts? Almost 10 years. Jiang Fan lied. He couldn't tell them that it was the system that granted him mastery over national martial arts. 10 years. Mr. Jiang, you are truly impressive. To be so skilled in just 10 years, even more so than me. I'm 35 this year, and have been practicing martial arts since childhood. Truly, people are incomparable. It's infuriating. Wu Changmao exclaimed. Mr. Wu, you are too polite. In martial arts, you are the seniors. Moreover, sparring is merely an exchange of skills. Oh, I believe winning or losing is not important. Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Jiang is so young, yet possesses such a mindset. The two of us truly cannot compare. Soon the 3 arrived at the place mentioned by He Lishuan, which was a large sandy area. Mr. Jiang, this is the spot. Usually when we have time, we also bring a friend here to spar. Okay. I wonder who will go first, Mr. Wu or Mr. He. I will go, Wu Changmao said with a smile. Since Mr. Wu wants to spar with Mr. Jiang first, I will wait to spar with Mr. Jiang later. Mr. Wu, Mr. Jiang, please. Jiang Fan nodded and stepped into the arena, focusing his gaze on Wu Changmao. The two clasped their fists together. Mr. Jiang, pardon me. Mr. Wu, pardon me. Please. Please. Just as the words fell, Wu Changmao's hands turned into claws as he charged towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan moved his right leg back, placing his left hand in front and his right hand at his chest, waiting for Wu Changmao to arrive. After 5 moves, Wu Changmao was defeated. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Wu Changmao, who was defeated by Jiang Fan, said, cupping his fists. Mr. Wu, I apologize, Jiang Fan replied, refraining from complimenting him as it might offend him. Mr. Jiang, please take a break, and then we can spar again. All right. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan looked at He Lishuan and smiled, saying, Mr. He, I am very well, Mr. Jiang, please. Please. This time Jiang Fan used 8 moves to defeat He Lishuan. Haha, it seems we really are getting old. Defeated by Jiang Fan, He Lishuan smiled, shook his head, and sighed. Mr. Jiang, your strength is indeed impressive. Neither of us is your match. May I ask which sect your master belongs to? He Lishuan asked curiously. My master is an old man, and he didn't tell me which sect he comes from, so Is your master still alive? My master passed away 5 years ago, Jiang Fan pretended to sigh. Hearing this, both Wu Changmao and He Lishuan sighed and comforted him, saying, Mr. Jiang, please accept our condolences. In their view, to have taught such an outstanding disciple as Jiang Fan his master must have been remarkable. Unfortunately, he had passed away, otherwise they might have had the opportunity to visit him. What a pity. May I ask, Mr. Wu, Mr. He, which sect do you both belong to? My master is from the Huashan sect, Wu Changmao replied. My master is from the Wudong sect, He Lishuan also answered. Mr. Jiang, have you heard of the martial arts exchange conference? I haven't heard of it, Jiang Fan shook his head. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference is an annual event where disciples from various sects gather to exchange martial arts on the designated day. If Mr. Jiang is interested, I can notify you when this year's conference takes place and take you to see it. He Lishuan smiled. We'll consider it. If there's an opportunity, please let me know, Mr. He. Of course, it's natural. It's fate that the three of us could meet today. Mr. Jiang, how about we go have a meal together? We can continue our exchange. All right, Mr. He, Mr. Wu, please. Please. Mr. Wu, Mr. He, when did you both start acting in martial arts films? On the way, Jiang Fan asked curiously. He Lishuan spoke. I started my career at the age of 28 acting in martial arts films. I started it, however, Mr. Jiang, with your skills, are you really not considering acting in martial arts films? You should know that with your strength, if you acted in martial arts films, you would definitely become very famous. Mr. He, am really not planning to act in martial arts films, but I am considering having my company produce a martial arts film. Company? Does Mr. Jiang own an entertainment company? Yes, the reason I came to Yang City this time is to deal with matters related to Guanxing Entertainment Company. Upon hearing the name Guanxing, He Lishuan and Wu Changmao were stunned. Mr. Jiang, you are the chairman of the Guanxing Group. Yes, what's wrong? Mr. Jiang, your martial arts are so good, and you are still so young. Guanxing Group is ranked third among all entertainment companies. It's truly impressive that you are the chairman at such a young age. Wu Changmao exclaimed. It's still the same saying, comparing people can be infuriating. May I ask what type of martial arts film you plan to have your company produce? I haven't thought it through yet. Mr. He, Mr. Wu, if my company finds a script, would you be willing to accept an invitation to act in it? Jiang Fan smiled. Mr. Jiang, you know that we are martial artists, and we must first review the script. If it's acceptable, we will naturally agree. If the script isn't good, we won't want to accept it. After all, we can't just act in bad films for money and insult our martial arts. Don't you agree? That's natural. If there's no good script, I want to invite you to. If there is a good script, I hope you both will act in it. Of course we will accept Mr. Jiang's invitation. Wu Changmao and He Lishuan were in a good mood. Today they had witnessed Jiang Fan's martial arts and learned that he was the chairman of Guanxing Group. Guanxing Group is indeed a large corporation and has many stars wanting to join it. After about half an hour, the three arrived at a restaurant. They ordered several dishes, and while waiting for the food to be served, discussed martial arts. After more than an hour after finishing the meal, Jiang Fan went to pay. Although He Lishuan and Wu Changmao were competing to pay, Jiang Fan felt he should pay. Thus, disregarding their attempts to stop him, he paid for the meal. Mr. Wu, Mr. He, have you considered promoting your sect's martial arts in other ways? Other ways? Yes, for example, by filming a short video and uploading it to a short video app to showcase your sect's martial arts to a wider audience. I believe if your master knew, he would be pleased, as it is also for the benefit of the sect. That's a good idea. I'll ask my master when I get back. If he agrees, we will film a short video and upload it to a short video app. Mr. Well, Mr. He, if you do upload, you might want to consider prioritizing Douyin for your uploads. Douyin. Mr. Jiang, are you implying that Douyin is also yours? Well, Douyin indeed belongs to me, but our Douyin traffic is rapidly increasing and will likely surpass Kuaishou in less than half a year. You're quite something. If my master agrees, I will upload the video to your Douyin platform. He Lishuan and Wu Changmao instantly understood why Jiang Fan said this, but they also realized, as Jiang Fan said, that if some of their sect's martial arts could be seen by the audience, it might attract some children to come and practice martial arts, strengthening their bodies. This would also be very beneficial for the development of their sect. They hadn't considered this before, but after Jiang Fan's reminder, they felt it was indeed something they should pursue. They would also donate some of their earnings from acting each year to the sect. After chatting leisurely for more than half an hour, Jiang Fan looked at them and smiled slightly, saying, Mr. Well, I will take my leave now. If there's anything, feel free to call me. All right, Mr. Jiang, farewell. Farewell. Jiang Fan turned and left. This Jiang Fan is indeed not simple. Watching Jiang Fan's figure grow further away, Wu Changmao sighed. If the company could also produce a martial arts film or drama, that would be wonderful. Back at the hotel, Jiang Fan sat on a chair, opening his laptop and pondering. Speaking of martial arts, he had admired it since childhood. He remembered coming home from school and watching martial arts movies on the black and white television. However, as he started school and eventually worked, he watched them less and less. Meeting Wu Changmao and He Lishuan today did evoke some memories from back then. Dingling. Hello, who is this? Hello, Chairman Im Hui Yao from the Finance Department. Oh, it's you. How is the investigation going? Chairman, we have mostly clarified the matter. Manager Ning has taken 35 million and has also acquired 5 million for the company. 35 million. The company also acquired 5 million. What about the others? Some other managers took very small amounts, with the lowest being a few tens of thousands, while others took around 100,000. Have you reported this to the police? Not yet, Chairman. Report it. They'll come to the company. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan frowned. He had not expected Ning Yinian to have taken so much. 35 million was enough to send him to prison. He also needed to make an example of Ning so that others would understand if they dared to take someone else's money, they should be careful. After tidying up, Jiang Fan left the hotel and headed to Guanxin Group. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan arrived at Guanxin Group and informed the front desk to contact the finance department. If the police arrived, then he proceeded to the finance department. Chairman, you're here. I've called the police. They will arrive shortly. All right, print out the investigation documents, and when the police arrive, we will go to Ning Yinian's office together. Yes. Soon Hui Yao printed out the documents and handed them to Jiang Fan. At this time, the front desk also contacted the finance department to inform them that the police had arrived. Let's go downstairs. Yes. Accompanied by Hui Yao, they quickly reached the ground floor, where 5 police officers were standing in the lobby. Hello, officer. This is our chairman, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Li Chani. Hello, Mr. Li. Ning Yinian is currently in the company. All right, please lead the way, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan guided them to Ning Yinian's office, and Hui Yao opened the door for everyone to enter. Seeing Jiang Fan enter with the police, Ning Yinian clearly understood their purpose. Ning Yinian, not only did you take 5 million from others, but you also misappropriated 5 million from the company. Today I brought the police to arrest you. I understand. Let's go. Ning Yinian's side stood up and approached Li Chani, extending his hands. Li Chani instructed his colleague to bring out the handcuffs and cuffed Ning's hands. Mr. Li, I am leaving him in your custody. Our company will be suing him shortly. No problem, Mr. Jiang. We will take our leave now. By the way, the evidence. The evidence is right here. Jiang Fan handed over the evidence to him, asked Hui Yao to see them off, and arranged for someone to summon the other managers for a meeting in the office. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan arrived at the conference room, looking at the other managers. In a deep voice, he said, I believe everyone is aware of what just happened. They certainly knew, as Ning Yinian's arrest was either witnessed by them or informed by their secretaries. Chairman, we saw it. One person nodded. Ning Yinian is quite bold to dare to take my money. Well, I will make him return every last cent. You are employees of this company, and our benefits are quite good. In the past, I turned a blind eye to your previous actions, but if anything like Ning Yinian happens again in the future, don't blame me for being harsh, understood? Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the one who took the most had only a little over 100,000. If the chairman were truly to come after them, they would be helpless. Fortunately, the chairman did not do so. Chairman, you can rest assured, we will definitely work hard. Now that one manager is gone, I will redistribute Ning Yinian's work among you. I rarely stay in Yang City, but I will have someone keep an eye on things. If you make a mistake, be careful. This company belongs to everyone. I do not wish to have a single rotten apple spoil the bunch. Chairman, we understand. Let's end the meeting here. You may go back to your work. All right. Damn, I didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so strong to have Ning Yinian arrested. Zhu Jiaming also learned about what had just happened. Sitting in his office, he gritted his teeth. But will he also have someone arrest me? Soon he began to worry, fearing that Jiang Fan would have him arrested too. He was a celebrity. If he were arrested, his life would be ruined. He hoped that what he was worried about would not happen, or otherwise his life would be over. Chairman, they have already left. Hui Yao came to Jiang Fan's office and smiled. I will be leaving Yang City tomorrow. Regarding the matter of Ning Yinian, I will arrange it. As for the finance matters, I hope you will manage well. Chairman, you can rest assured, I will definitely work hard. Hui Yao nodded earnestly and promised. In the following time, Jiang Fan delegated tasks until around 4 in the afternoon before leaving Guanxin Group Entertainment Company. After having a meal outside, he returned to the hotel. Around 6 in the evening, Zhao Yuanling called. Mom, Xiao Fan, do you have time at the end of this month? I need to go home for a bit. Mom has something to discuss with you at the end of the month. Mom, I am free. I will come back then. What is the matter? Jiang Fan asked curiously. It's about your grandmother. Grandma? Mom, is grandma still alive? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? This made Jiang Fan taken aback. He remembered asking his grandfather about his grandmother when he was old enough, but his grandfather only sighed and shook his head in silence. He had also asked his parents, who likewise responded with silence, not telling him anything. That his mother suddenly told him to return at the end of the month to discuss his grandmother truly stunned him. Your grandmother has not passed away, it's just. Never mind, I can't explain it clearly over the phone. When you come back at the end of the month, I will tell you everything. All right, Mom, I will come back at the end of the month. I'm also curious about Grandma. When you return, Mom will tell you Okay, Mom. Have you finished work now? Is Schwerer by your side? Mom, I've come to Yang City for a business trip. I won't be back until tomorrow. All right, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan placed his mobile on the table, sitting silently in the chair. From his mother's tone, it was clear that his grandmother's identity must be quite significant. He didn't know his grandmother's name, as neither his grandfather nor his parents had ever mentioned it. However, it was easy to guess that his grandmother's identity certainly wasn't simple. As for what his grandmother's name was, he would only find out after returning home when his mother told him. With that thought, Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled. No matter her identity, she was still his grandmother. That night, Zhang Fan booked a flight ticket from Yanqing to Modu for the next morning. After watching a movie for a while, the next morning after 9 o'clock, Zhang Fan checked out of the hotel, had some breakfast outside, and then took a taxi to Yanqing Airport. At the Yanqing Airport terminal, after retrieving his ticket, he sat on a chair waiting at ease. After a little over 10 minutes, an announcement was made, and Zhang Fan took his ticket, passed through security, and headed to the plane. On the plane, Zhang Fan found his seat and took his place. Not long after, a woman followed by a young man. However, the woman's expression showed some displeasure towards the young man. She approached Zhang Fan and said softly, "Excuse me, sir, could you please let me through? My seat is inside." "Sure." Zhang Fan stood up to let the woman pass before sitting down again. "Could you switch seats with me?" The young man from earlier came over to Zhang Fan smiling. Upon hearing this, the woman frowned and said displeased, "Zhong Shiru, what do you want?" "Yake, the flight from Yanqing to Modu takes over an hour. I'm worried you might get airsick, so I wanted to switch seats with this gentleman to take care of you," Zhong Shiru said with a beaming smile. "No need, I Yake do not require anyone's care." Yake huffed coldly. "What do you think, brother? Would you like to switch seats with me? I am from the Zhong family in Yanjing. Are you willing to switch seats with me?" Zhong Shiru looked at Zhang Fan with a broad smile. "This seat is mine, why should I switch with you?" "No need." "Oh, is that so? Then how about this, I'll give you 2,000 yuan to buy your seat. The ticket is less than 1,000, you would make a profit." Why should I sell it to you? If not, you may leave now and stop babbling beside me, understand?" Zhang Fan's expression turned displeased as he spoke in a low voice. "Brother, I am from the Zhong family in Yanjing. Don't you dare disregard the face of the Zhong family." Zhong Shiru threatened upon hearing this. "This is Yanqing, you'll be heading to Moda later. This is not Yanjing. Don't use your Zhong family to threaten me, understand?" Zhang Fan was unafraid, having already offended the Huaxiao group from Yanjing, and was not worried about offending the Zhong family either. "You? Very well, I'm seeing someone so arrogant for the first time. You're quite impressive. Zhong Shiru, why are you still standing here? The plane is about to take off. If you keep this up, I'll inform your parents when we get back," Yi Yake said with dissatisfaction. "Yake, I understand, all right." Upon hearing her words, Zhong Shiru's attitude changed instantly, as he shot Zhang Fan a fierce glare before turning to leave. Returning to his seat, "Thank you, sir," Yi Yake said to Zhang Fan as she watched Zhong Shiru leave. "You're welcome. Are you both from Yanjing?" "Yes, we are both from Yanjing." "If you're from Yanjing, why not take a direct flight from Yanjing to Modu? Why take a flight from Yanqing to Modu?" Zhang Fan asked curiously. "I was initially in Yanqing for some matters, but after receiving a call from home, I was asked to go to Modu." "I see. What about you, sir? From your accent, you should be from Modu. What brought you to Yanqing this time?" "Exactly, I just wrapped up some company matters, and am heading to Modu today." "Oh, I see." Yi Yake did not ask Zhang Fan's name, as she thought he was just someone who had helped her out. Once the plane landed, they would be strangers again. There was no need to ask a stranger's name. An hour later, an announcement rang out notifying the passengers that the plane was about to land. The plane landed, the cabin door opened, and the passengers began to queue to disembark. "Kid, just wait for me." Zhong Shiru approached Zhang Fan again, glaring fiercely. "Oh, really? Then I will wait." Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, unbothered, and instead spoke leisurely. Zhong Shiru wanted to say something else, but seeing Yi Yake leave, he quickly rushed after her. Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled, turning to leave. After exiting the airport terminal, he hailed a taxi. After more than half an hour, he returned home. Not long after resting at home, Tang Xiu opened her phone. Zhang Fan, 2 people came to the company, a man and a woman. The woman said she was from Yanjing and wanted to see you. "From Yanjing? To see me? Alright, I understand. He'll be there soon." "Okay, I'll have them wait a bit." Zhang Fan found it strange that just after returning home, 2 people from Yanjing had already come to Guangyao Group. He couldn't help but wonder if it was Yi Yake and Zhong Shiru. After all, they were both from Yanjing on the plane, and the travel time was about right. With that thought, Zhang Fan left the villa driving his Hennessy Venom GT to Guangyao Group. "Miss Yi, I've already called General Jiang. He said he would come right away, so please wait a moment." Tang Xiu poured 2 cups of tea for Yi Yake and Zhong Shiru, smiling. "No rush, you'll wait slowly." Yi Yake shook her head with a smile, recalling the phone call she received at Yanqing. It was a call from her grandaunt asking her to come to Modu and find Jiang Jinghao's family. She was somewhat unclear as to why her grandaunt wanted her to come, but after asking her grandaunt, she learned that Jiang Jinghao's wife Zhao Yuanling is her grandaunt's daughter. This time for her aunt's 70th birthday, it was likely that her grandaunt's family was going to Yanjing. She had also done some investigation and found that her grandaunt's daughter's son was the chairman of Guangyao Group in Modu. Thus, she came this time intending to meet her grandaunt's daughter's son first. Yake, why did you come to Guangyao Group to meet the chairman? Zhong Shiru sat beside her looking quite curious. Mr. Zhong, it's not convenient for me to tell you about my reasons for coming to Guangyao Group. Yi Yake glanced at Zhong Shiru and replied sternly. This was a matter concerning her family, naturally not something she could divulge to outsiders. Soon Zhang Fan arrived at the office, and as soon as he opened the door he saw that it was indeed Yi Yake and Zhong Shiru inside. Kid, it's you. Alright, tell me, did you deliberately chase after us? Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Zhong Shiru immediately stood up and coldly asked, Are you the chairman of Guangyao Group? Yi Yake ignored Zhong Shiru and looked at Zhang Fan with a surprise. Indeed, I am the chairman of Guangyao Group, Miss Yi. May I ask what brings you to our company? Zhang Fan nodded and inquired. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon after our encounter on the plane. Had I known, I would have asked for your name then. Considering our ages, I am actually your cousin. Zhong Shiru, who was nearby, was stunned upon hearing this. When did the chairman of Guangyao Group become Yi Yake's cousin? Hearing Yi Yake's words, Zhang Fan's mind raced as he said solemnly, Miss Yi, could you be from my grandmother's side? Your name is Zhang Fan, right? Let's talk privately. Alright, let's head to the conference room, Miss Yi, after you. Please. Yake, what is going on here? Zhong Shiru watched as Yi Yake and Zhang Fan prepared to leave, quickly chasing after them. Mr. Zhong, this is our family matter and does not concern you. Please stay here. Yi Yake stopped and looked at Zhong Shiru. Based on his previous attitude towards Zhang Fan, she was already upset. Fine. In the conference room, Zhang Fan sat in a chair quietly observing Yi Yake, waiting for her to continue. As I mentioned on the plane, I came to Modu because my family asked me to, and that person is indeed your grandmother. My great-aunt called me to come to Modu to see your family. Oh, why didn't Grandma come herself? Your grandmother is older now, and her health isn't suited for travel. Moreover, we wouldn't feel comfortable bringing her along. Then why is she sending someone to Modu to see us now? Why didn't she come before? And why did my grandmother leave our family? Had she returned to Yanjing? Zhang Fan was very curious about the events of that year. I don't know the specific details from back then. Your mother should know more. Actually, my great-aunt has always been watching over your family. Now that her birthday is approaching, the old lady wants to invite your family to Yanjing to meet. Hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded. Could it be that his mother also called him last night asking him to return at the end of the month to inform him about Grandma? May I ask what Grandma's name is? My great-aunt is named Yi Xia, and she was a great beauty back in her day, Yi Yake said with a smile. To be honest, my mother called me yesterday asking me to come home at the end of the month to tell me about Grandma. Missy, you came this time to see my parents, right? Originally, when I received the call in Yanqing, I intended to visit your family first. However, I later discovered you were in Modu running a company and decided to come see you first. I must say it's quite impressive that at such a young age you own Guangyao Group. Yi Yake's tone was filled with praise. So Miss Yi, when do you plan to visit my hometown? Now that I have met you, I plan to rest for a bit and set off the day after tomorrow to see your hometown. The day after tomorrow. Alright, I will head home as well then. I am 25 this year and you are 22. I am older, but I am still your cousin. Yi Yake said playfully. I know. Yi Yake smiled at Zhang Fan, her expression seemingly asking why he didn't call her sister if he knew. Miss Yi, I have a general understanding of this matter. Let me see you off. We'll contact each other again the day after tomorrow. See me off. Where are you sending me? I came straight here after getting off the plane. After all, I am your cousin. Are you just going to send me away like this? Yi Yake said unhappily. How about this? Since we are leaving together the day after tomorrow, why don't I check out your place here? What do you think? But before that, we need to get Zhong Shiru out of the way. I'm sure you know that he's quite annoying, right? Yi Yake wore a troubled expression. He naturally understood. He had found Zhong Shiru to be quite annoying on the plane. However, bringing Yi Yake to his current residence felt a bit inappropriate. Zhang Fan, we are relatives after all. I just arrived in Modu and am unfamiliar with the place. You can't just leave me alone to find accommodation, right? Yi Yake said pitifully. She seemed to have gauged Zhang Fan's character well. Fine then. Seeing her pitiful expression, Zhang Fan could only nod in agreement. He also wanted to ask about Grandma. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's agreement, Yi Yake smiled sweetly. Zhang Fan, could you help me get rid of Zhong Shiru? Hey, aren't you asking for too much? Come on, please. You dislike him too, and he just offended you. Just help your cousin out and get rid of him. I can help with that, but afterward you have to tell me more about Grandma. No problem, I promise. Alright, let's go then. Upon entering the office, Zhong Shiru saw Yi Yake coming out and quickly approached her. Mr. Zhong, Guangyao Group does not welcome you. You may leave now. Zhang Fan blocked Yi Yake and looked at Zhong Shiru with a cold smile. I am a member of the Zhong family. Coming to your Guangyao Group is showing you face. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me. Zhong Shiru stopped, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. In Yinjing you are a member of the Zhong family, but here in Modu you are just an ordinary person to me. If you do not leave I will call security to have you removed. I don't care to stay at Guangyao Group anyway. Yake, let's go. Zhong Shiru, I still have matters to discuss with Jiang Fan. You should leave first. Yake, aren't you coming with me? Zhong Shiru asked in confusion. No need. I came to Modu this time because you followed me. I never invited you. Then, should I wait for you downstairs? No need. Jiang Fan and I will talk for a long time, and I will also return to my hometown with him. Zhong Shiru, you should go back to Yanjing and not wait for me. You are going back to his hometown. Are you so sure that Jiang Fan is your cousin? Aren't you afraid he is deceived? Zhong Shiru, do you think our Yi family could mistake someone? This remark made Yi Yake quite displeased. And no, that's not what I meant. Mr. Zhong, if they are already dismissing you, why are you still here clinging on? If I were you, I would leave without a— Jiang Fan chimed in from the side. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Zhong Shiru couldn't get angry at Yi Yake, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dare to be angry at Jiang Fan. Zhong Shiru, Jiang Fan is my cousin and counts as a member of the Yi family. He has every right to speak to you. Yake too didn't mean it that way. Alright, you can leave now. Yaku, you're asking me to leave. Zhong Shiru stared at Yi Yake in astonishment. Zhong Shiru, this time you came to Modu of your own accord. I never invited you. Along the way I told you several times to return to Yanjing. Yet what did you do? You followed me all the way to Modu anyway. Fine, I understand. Zhong Shiru cast one last glance at Yi Yake before turning and walking out of the office. He now harbored deep resentment toward Jiang Fan. If not for him, Yaku would never have dismissed him. All of this was Jiang Fan's doing. Jiang Fan, do you still have business at the company? If not, shall we go? I only came to the company today because you were here. There's nothing else requiring my attention. Then let's leave at once, Yi Yake urged. See you, I'm taking Miss Yi out now. Understood, President Jiang. Tang Siyu watched Jiang Fan and Yi Yake depart, her curiosity piqued by the nature of their relationship. Jiang Fan, is that your secretary? Don't speak so carelessly. Siyu is general manager of Guangyao Group. General manager. She looks quite young. Already serving as your company's GM. Not bad. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Yes, I do. She's still in school. In school? Impressive. You found yourself a student girlfriend. Beautiful, of course. She's 21. How does she compare to me? Who's more beautiful, your girlfriend or— Naturally my girlfriend. I'm your cousin after all. How dare you say such a thing? Don't you fear breaking my heart? Jiang Fan sighed, wryly rubbing his forehead at her expression. He couldn't help wondering whether bringing her home had truly been the right decision. After leaving Guangyao Group, they arrived at the car. He opened the door and smiled. Miss Yi, please get in. This is a Hennessy Venom, isn't it? Only 10 units produced worldwide, and you've acquired one. Remarkable. Yi Yake examined the Hennessy Venom with wide-eyed fascination. She knew Jiang Fan was chairman of Guangyao Group, but had no idea he could even procure a Hennessy. After all, this was a limited edition automobile. Its value stood entirely apart from ordinary supercars. Jiang Fan, if you manage to acquire a Hennessy Venom, you must have extraordinary connections. Could you help me secure one too? Rest assured I'll reimburse you fully. Deal. Yi Yake gazed at him, eyes alight with eager anticipation. Her passion for high-performance automobiles. Missy, do you think acquiring such a car is as simple as buying groceries? Moreover, only 10 Hennessy Venoms exist globally. Mine is one, the remaining 9 were claimed long ago. Jiang Fan shook his head with a gentle smile, his tone firm. Yi Yake paused, then nodded slowly, though disappointment lingered in her eyes. Jiang Fan, if another rare supercar becomes available later, would you help me acquire one? I'll pay accordingly, of course. We'll see about that. Please get in, Miss Yi. I still need to pick up my girlfriend later this evening. Alright. I'll indulge myself today and experience just how extraordinary your Hennessy Venom truly is. With that, Yi Yake gleefully slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Jiang Fan closed the door, took his place behind the wheel, secured his seatbelt, and watched as the car glided away from Guangyao Group's premises. Wow, this car is incredible. So quiet, and so swift. Yi Yake exclaimed, awestruck. Jiang Fan, may I drive this tomorrow? Do you hold a valid driver's license? Of course I do, though I didn't bring it with me today. If you'd like to try it tomorrow, we can head to Huxing Garden. The grounds there are spacious enough. Thank you. Delighted by his agreement, Yi Yake beamed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan steered the car back to Huxing Garden and parked it in the underground garage. The moment they stepped out, Yi Yake spotted 3 other vehicles already parked below, a Lamborghini Aventador, a Ferrari P415, and a Koenigsegg 11. Jiang Fan, are all these yours? Yes. Goodness, 3 supercars. Why on earth did you acquire so many? Even as chairman of Guangyao Group, you oughtn't spend so recklessly. Yi Yake spoke with the air of an elder admonishing a younger relative. Alright, I yield. But keep lecturing, and I'll withdraw my promise to help you obtain a supercar. You're actually bargaining with me now. Fine. I'll stay silent. Jiang Fan shook his head and led Yi Yake out of the garage and into the villa's courtyard. This villa must cost over 10 million, wouldn't you say? Approximately so. If you can afford such a residence, why haven't you brought your parents here yet? I planned to bring them during Spring Festival, but they declined. My younger sister remains in our hometown attending school, so I intend to bring both my parents and my sister here this summer vacation. Ah, I see. Once inside the villa, Yi settled onto the sofa, as if entering her own home. So, you're cohabiting with your young girlfriend, eh? No, her home is next door. Given the price of this villa, your girlfriend's background must be quite distinguished. She is the daughter of the chairman of Modu Longting Group. The chairman's daughter. That makes for a match of equal standing. You truly possess remarkable talent, having won the heart of the daughter of Modu's top-ranked conglomerate. Since meeting Jiang Fan and learning of his identity, Yi had grown increasingly impressed with her cousin. Her grandmother would surely rejoice upon hearing of her grandson's accomplishments. Though Jiang Fan's current stature paled beside the Yi family's influence, he remained young. And should he marry the chairman's daughter, he would effectively command two titans, Guangyao Group, third-ranked, and Longting Group for strength. What made his achievements all the more astonishing was that he had attained them without any support from the Yi family. Truly a prodigy of extraordinary promise. Enough of that. Please continue telling me about my grandmother. Jiang Fan poured a glass of water and placed it before Yi on the table, then sat down attentively. Very well. Yi took a sip and began recounting her grandmother's life over recent years. Jiang Fan listened intently, seated quietly beside her. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, he glanced at his watch, rose, and smiled. Miss Yi, thank you for sharing all this with me. I must head to the university now and will return shortly. Go ahead, I'll stay and watch some television. Jiang Fan nodded, turned toward the entrance, opened the door, and stepped out of the villa. As Jiang Fan left, Yi turned on the television and sat on the sofa watching it by herself. The car arrived outside Su Shui's school, waiting for her to finish classes. A few minutes later, as the school bell rang, students began to emerge from the classrooms, and Su Shui's figure soon appeared on the playground. Seeing her figure, Jiang Fan got out of the car and approached the main gate, waving at her. Soon Su Shui came to Jiang Fan's side, joyfully looking at him, and exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you're here." "Yes, Shui, I am here to take you home. Let's go." As she opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat, she caught a whiff of a fragrance. Her brows furrowed for a moment. Although she had only met Tang Siyu once, she knew that Tang Siyu didn't wear perfume, so she curiously asked, "Brother Fan, has anyone else sat in the front passenger seat?" Upon hearing Su Shui's question, Jiang Fan informed her about Yi. Upon learning that Yi was Jiang Fan's cousin, Su Shui let out a sigh of relief. She nodded and relaxed her tightly knitted brows, saying, "But Brother Fan, why is Yi coming to Modu at this time? Why didn't she come before? She hasn't told me about this matter. I can only find out the reason after I return to my hometown and ask my parents." So are you going back to your hometown with Yi the day after tomorrow? Originally, my mother called me to return at the end of the month, but since Yi is coming at this time, she plans to go to my hometown the day after tomorrow. I thought since that's the case, I might as well return then and ask about the specific matters. I won't stay long during this trip. I estimate I can return by Monday. Brother Fan, I understand. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped in the basement, and Jiang Fan took Su Shui into the villa. In the living room, Yi was lazily leaning on the sofa. Hearing the sound of the door opening, thinking it should be Jiang Fan returning, she sat up straight. Soon Jiang Fan appeared with Su Shui in Yi's view. "Shui, this is Yi. Miss Yi, this is my girlfriend." "Hello, Miss Yi. So you're Xiao Fan's girlfriend. If I didn't know your age, I would have thought you just entered high school." Looking at Su Shui's appearance, Yi smiled slightly. "Shui, you chat with Miss Yi, you'll go prepare the meal." "All right." Su Shui placed her books on the table, curiously looking at Yi. She knew about the Yi family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yanjing. The family's power was substantial, and the Yi family owned many corporate groups. While Su Shui was assessing her, Yi was also sizing up Su Shui. Su Shui was indeed beautiful, and being the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group in Modu made her a suitable match for Jiang Fan. After all, Jiang Fan at a young age already owned Guangyao Group, the 3rd largest company in Modu. "Su Shui, how long until you graduate?" Knowing she couldn't just sit there, Yi curiously asked. "After finishing this semester, I'll graduate." "What do you plan to do after graduation?" "After graduation, I plan to help Jiang Fan." "How long have you known?" "For over 4 months." "Over 4 months? Are you two really that close?" Hearing they had known each other for such a short time, Yi was somewhat surprised. "Miss Yi, I heard Jiang Fan say that his grandmother is from your Yi family. Why has the Yi family sent someone to Modu? Is it because Brother Fan is successful in his career that they've done this?" Su Shui asked curiously. This piqued her interest, especially since the Yi family chose to come at this time. Hearing this, Yi shook her head with a smile. "Jiang Fan should have told you that this time I came to Modu because Jiang Fan's grandmother is celebrating her birthday next month, so I was invited to come and invite them to Yanjing next month. This should not be the only reason, right? Jiang Fan's grandmother must have celebrated her birthday before. Why didn't they send someone to invite them to Yanjing then? I don't know about that for now. I only know that my great-aunt asked me to come to Modu to find Jiang Fan's family. The specific reason will only be known after returning to Yanjing." Seeing Yi Yake also appeared to be unaware, Su Shui understood that continuing to ask wouldn't yield any results, so she decided not to press the matter further. The two sat on the living room sofa in silence. After more than an hour, Jiang Fan brought out the food and smiled at them, saying, "Everyone can eat now." "Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you to be able to cook." Looking at the dishes on the table, Yi Yake said in surprise, "When there's nothing to do at home, I cook for myself." Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head, sitting down at the table with chopsticks in hand. Yi Yake also picked up her chopsticks, taking a piece of lean meat to taste. Jiang Fan, your cooking is really good." After tasting it, Yi Yake gave a thumbs up in praise. "Miss, you don't rush, let's talk after eating." Watching her eat, while making sounds of approval, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Half an hour later, after dinner, Yi Yake leaned back in her chair, contentedly rubbing her belly. She exclaimed, "Jiang Fan, you're so young, and already the chairman of Guangyao Group. You're handsome, and your cooking skills are so good, if I weren't your cousin I might have fallen for you." "Missy, you're joking." "Su Shui, you must catch Jiang Fan, I don't let other girls take him away." "Miss, you don't worry, Brother Fan loves me very much, and I love Brother Fan too." After dinner, Yi Yake wanted to go out for a drive. After all, there were 4 sports cars parked in the villa's basement, and she felt a bit eager to try them out. Jiang Fan had no choice but to take her to the basement. "Missy, you can choose any car, but you're only allowed to drive in the Lakeside Garden. If you leave Lakeside Garden, you don't have a driver's license, understand?" I understand. Yi Yake hurriedly nodded, looking excitedly at the 4 cars. Standing in front of the Koenigsegg one, she opened the door, got in, fastened her seatbelt, and told Jiang Fan before driving out of the basement. The Lakeside Garden is vast, and it takes only a little over a minute for the Koenigsegg one to circle around. If it were any other ordinary car, it would take 3 to 5 minutes. After trying the Koenigsegg one, Yi Yake also tried the Ferrari P415 and then the Lamborghini Aventador. Finally, she tried the Hennessy Venom GT. When the Hennessy Venom GT parked in the basement, she opened the door, got out, closed the door, and approached Jiang Fan with a beaming smile. "Jiang Fan, the performance of these cars is really great. When I return to Yinjing, I must find a way to get a supercar. Your social circle in Yinjing must be different from that of ordinary people, right?" Jiang Fan asked her, curious. "Don't mention it. Although the circle in Yinjing is large, it can be quite exhausting." From Yi Yake's words, Jiang Fan also understood that the Yi family's connections were extensive. Speaking of which, despite having many companies, he had very few connections. Time flew by, and soon Jiang Fan and Yi Yake were ready to set off back to his hometown. A couple of days ago, he had also called his mom to inform her that someone from the Yi family was coming. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuanling allowed Jiang Fan to take the people from the Yi family back home. Today was Friday, and after dropping Su Shui off at school, Jiang Fan returned home. "Missy, let's go." "Okay." Yi Yake nodded, got into the car, and Jiang Fan drove away from the Lakeside Garden, heading towards his hometown in Tangtown. Around 1 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan returned to his hometown, parking the car in the yard. In the hall, Zhao Yuanling and Zhang Jinghao heard the sound of the car and came out. They saw Jiang Fan getting out of the car with a girl. "Xiao Fan is back. Mom, this is Yi Yake from the Yi family in Yinjing. Missy, this is my mom Zhao Yuanling and my dad Zhang Jinghao. Aunt, uncle, hello." Yi Yake greeted them with a "Hello, Missy, please come in and have a seat." "Sure." In the hall, Zhao Yuanling looked at Yi Yake eagerly and asked, "How is your great-aunt's health?" "Aunt, my great-aunt is in good health. I was originally in Yansheng for work, but I received a call from her, which is why I came." Yi Yake explained. "Mom, why didn't you mention anything about Grandma before?" Jiang Fan sat in a chair. "This matter dates back over 50 years when your mom was still young. I learned from your grandfather that your grandmother was from the Yi family in Yinjing. At that time, your grandmother met your grandfather in the army. They gradually developed feelings for each other. However, back then there was a strong emphasis on social status, and your grandmother's side did not approve of the marriage. Despite their genuine love, your grandmother left the Yi family to be with your grandfather in Modu, changed her name, and married him. When I was 10, a group of people suddenly came to our house. They were very forceful and insisted on taking your grandmother away, threatening that if we disagreed, we could imagine the consequences. For the sake of her family, your grandmother had no choice but to agree to leave our Zhao family. After that, she never came." At this point, Zhao Yuanling sighed, realizing then that her mother was from the Yi family, named Yi Xia. Hearing this, Jiang Fan grasped the general course of events. Yi Yake also understood roughly. "The reason for calling you back at the end of the month is to discuss your grandmother's situation. Additionally, we plan to visit Yinjing next month to see how your grandmother is doing. Mom, given the Yi family's influence, we are considered outsiders. This trip to Yinjing might not go well for us. Perhaps we shouldn't go." Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Aunt, the Yi family is completely different from before and has changed significantly. Moreover, Great-Aunt misses you all very much and hopes you can visit Yinjing." Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Yi Yake quickly interjected. "Xiao Fan, regardless of how the Yi family was back then, your grandmother is my mother's mother. No matter what, Mom wants to go see her." Zhao Yuanling looked at Jiang Fan and sighed. Since her mother left when she was 10, she had always missed her. Now that she finally had the chance to visit Yinjing, she naturally wanted to go. "All right, Mom, as your son, I respect your decision. Next month, our whole family will go to Yinjing together." He had only suggested before, but now that his mom wanted to go as a son, he respected her decision. Regardless of the Yi family, they were going to see Grandma this time. Yake, tell Aunt more about your great-aunt's situation. Okay, Aunt. Xiao Fan, come with Dad. Zhang Jinghao looked at his wife, and Yi Yake chatting stood up and waved to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan got up and followed him to the yard. Actually, I also think it's unnecessary to go. In the yard, Zhang Jinghao sighed. However, this is your mother's wish, and as family, we can only accompany her to Yanjing to take a look. The Yi family is one of the 4 prominent families, and this time we go our entire family might be the subject of gossip. Dad, why worry about gossip? After visiting Grandma in Yanjing, we can leave the Yi family, and that's enough. As for what others say, let them say it. Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile. If the Yi family wanted to flaunt their power, he would also showcase his financial strength. Although his financial strength could not currently compare to the Yi family, he believed that with the system, he would soon surpass them. You haven't eaten yet, Dad. They'll go prepare some food for you. Dad'll help you too. By the way, Dad, during summer vacation, I plan to take you to PD for some fun and also discuss my engagement with Shuer. You plan to get engaged? Did Su Shue's parents agree? Dad, I talked to Su Shue's parents and they agreed. When you go to PD in summer vacation, you can discuss it with them. Alright, you're not young anymore. After this birthday, you'll be 23, and Su Shui just turned 22 this year, right? Yes, Dad. For now, we'll get engaged, and as for marriage, it can be next year or the year after. Good. Let's get engaged first. When summer vacation comes, your mom and I will go to PD to discuss with the in-laws. Zhang Jinghao's face revealed a smile. His son was finally getting engaged, which was a significant event in life, and he felt happy for him. Su Shui is a good girl, so treat her well. Later, let your mom know about this to make her happy. Okay, Dad. Both of them smiled and began to busy themselves in the kitchen. After more than half an hour, the meal was ready and served on the table. Zhang Jinghao went to Zhao Yuanling to inform her about Zhang Fan's plan to get engaged to Su Shui. As expected, Zhao Yuanling was very happy to hear the news. After all, her son was not young anymore, and it was time for him to marry. Although it was only an engagement, it wouldn't be long before they would marry. It should be noted that many boys around their Tangtown area got married at the age of 21 or 22. Although it wasn't the legal age, they could still marry early. Xiao Fan, this decision is excellent. Get engaged first, then marry in a year or 2. That poses no issue. Once your sister is on summer break, we'll all travel to PD together to meet Schwenner's parents and discuss matters with them. Zhao Yuanling was in high spirits. Mom, uncle, and aunt also wish to speak with you, Zhang Fan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. After dinner around 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Fan left home, drove his car, and headed to pick up his younger sister from school. Arriving at the school gate, he found a spot to park, then stood nearby waiting quietly. 10 minutes later, the dismissal bell rang, and students began streaming out of the school gates in steady succession. Hey, yeah, look at that guy. So handsome. At the school gate, a girl tugged lightly at her friend's sleeve and whispered softly. Upon hearing her, Yia turned her gaze, and indeed saw a strikingly handsome young man exuding an unmistakable refined aura standing by the gate, seemingly awaiting someone. She nodded thoughtfully. He is remarkably handsome. Could he be a celebrity? Is he here to pick someone up from our school? Given how stunning he is, he must be a celebrity, though I wonder which one. Yeah, shall we go ask him? That doesn't feel quite right. After all, we don't even know him. Yaya demurred, shaking her head. Oh, come on. You just said he's handsome. Let's go together. Just ask if he's a celebrity. Do it for me, please. All right, fine. We'll go together and ask. In moments, the two girls stood before Zhang Fan. One shyly ventured, hello. Zhang Fan regarded them with mild curiosity. Hello? Is there something I can help you with? Sir, may we ask, are you a celebrity? A celebrity? No, I'm not, Zhang Fan replied with a light, amused smile. He's not a celebrity. Sir, with such extraordinary looks and presence, why haven't you become one? One of them asked, genuinely intrigued. I'm not short on funds. Why would I pursue stardom? Celebrities don't enter the industry solely for money. And with your appearance, you'd undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. So what? I simply don't have the time for such a pursuit. Hey, big brother. What are you doing here? Just then Jiang Yuding appeared before Zhang Fan, glancing curiously and slightly askance at the two girls beside him. I came home today to bring someone along, to speak with our parents about something important, and also to pick you up from school. Come on, let's head home. Oh, okay, big brother, let's go. With a radiant smile, Jiang Yuding slipped her arm through his, and together they walked toward the car. Yeah, that girl is Jiang Yuding from class 3, right? Yes. She called him big brother. So he must be Jiang Yuding's older brother. When did Jiang Yuding acquire such a handsome elder brother? Well, we're hardly acquainted with her. She certainly wouldn't volunteer that detail about her dashing brother. What a pity. He isn't a celebrity after all. It would have been wonderful if he were. Yaya sighed wistfully. Ah, never mind. Let's go too. Big brother, just who did you bring home? Surely not a girl. Wait, is that perfume I smell? Seated in the front passenger seat, Jiang Yuding sniffed delicately. Since her brother hadn't mentioned bringing home a future sister-in-law, it couldn't possibly be that. Besides, No fiancé would wear perfume like this. This fragrance was unmistakably feminine. It's Yi Yake, from the Yi family of Yinjing. Do you remember? Grandma. Zhang Yuding shook her head. It's understandable if you don't recall. Mother only reminded me recently. Oh, I'd nearly forgotten Grandma myself. Actually, Grandma hails from the Yi family. The Yi family. So you mean Yi Yake's visit is connected to Grandma? Zhang Yuding asked, astonished. Precisely, it's because of Grandma. Next month marks her birthday celebration, and our entire family will journey to Yinjing. Her birthday? We're going to Yinjing next month. Frankly, I thought it unnecessary, but Mother wishes to visit Grandma in Yinjing, so I've acquiesced. But big brother, I still have school. Zhang Yuding paused, then sighed with quiet resignation. She longed to go, but classes would resume next month. No concern. I'll speak with your teacher and arrange leave. The trip should take about a week. Yes. Wonderful. I'm going to Yinjing too. Big brother, what's the Yi family like? They're one of Yinjing's 4 great clans, immensely influential with numerous conglomerates under their banner. That's all I know for now. Once we return, I'll conduct further research. Then we'll have a clearer picture. Soon the two arrived back home. The moment she stepped out of the car, Zhang Yuding dashed straight toward the main hall to catch sight of Yi Yake. Inside the hall, she beheld a woman of exquisite grace, slender, yet statuesque, with arms as soft and luminous as snow-white lotus roots, long, elegantly curved legs, smooth, finely tapered calves, and a delicate, captivating face. A true vision of beauty. You must be Cousin Yuding. Yi Yake greeted warmly, her smile radiant upon seeing Zhang Yuding. Ah yes, I'm Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding blinked, momentarily flustered, then quickly nodded. Hello, Cousin Yuding. I'm Yi Yake, your elder cousin. Hello, hello. Slightly awkward, Zhang Yuding offered a stiff greeting, placed her textbooks on the table, and sat rigidly on the sofa. That evening after dinner, Yi Yake stepped into the courtyard, pulled out her phone, and dialed her great aunt's number. Great aunt, hello. I'm now at aunt's residence. A kind, gentle voice emanated from the other, and, how are they faring? Have they lived well these past years? Great aunt, they've thrived. And your grandson has built his own enterprise. Guangyao Group ranked 3rd in Modu, his very own company. Truly remarkable. Yuanling truly raised an exceptional son. The elder mused, deeply moved. Great aunt. Would you like to speak with aunt? Perhaps not just yet. Did she mention whether they'll visit me in Yinjing next month? Great aunt. You may rest assured, aunt confirmed they'll come to Yinjing to see you next month. Good, good. She was still so young when I left them. All these years later, she must still harbor resentment. Great aunt, I spoke with aunt today, and from her tone I detected no trace of bitterness toward you. Yi Yake gently countered, shaking her head. Let them come to Yinjing. I long to see them properly. Understood, great aunt. Please rest well tonight. As Yi Yake ended the call and turned, she startled, finding Jiang Fan standing silently at the doorway. Cousin, what are you doing? No warning at all. Yi Yake startled, patting her chest with a frown. Jiang Fan suppressed a smile at her flustered expression and lifted his gaze to the moon above. Did you hear what I said just now, eh? Grandaunt plans to speak with you in person after Mother departs for Yinjing. Things are too complicated to clarify over the phone. Also, I'll be heading back tomorrow. So soon. Won't you stay a few more days? I came to Modu solely at Grandaunt's request, to meet your family. Now that I have my task is complete. When you all come to Yinjing, call me. I'll pick you up. All right. And don't forget, if you get your hands on an exceptional supercar, let me know. Rest assured, I'll tell you if one appears. The next afternoon, Yi Yake took several photos of Jiang Fan's family, then he drove her to the airport. Inside the terminal, boarding pass in hand, Yi Yake beamed at Jiang Fan. I'm off now. Don't forget to call when you arrive in Yinjing. Take care on your journey. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Jiang Fan stood in the departure hall, watching her board the plane before turning to leave. After spending one more day at home, Jiang Fan set off early the next morning for PD. Mom, I'll return on the 10th of next month. We'll travel to Yinjing together. Won't this interfere with your work? Zhao Yuanling asked, concerned. Mom, it won't affect anything. Very well. Drive safely and don't speed. I know, Mom. Brother, bye. Bye. With a faint smile, Jiang Fan left home and departed in his car. Time slipped swiftly. The 9th of the following month arrived without notice. Su Xuan nestled against Jiang Fan, knowing he would depart that afternoon and fly to Yinjing the next morning. Brother Fan, remember to call me once you reach Yinjing. Of course. I'll ring you the moment I arrive, Jiang Fan replied with a gentle smile, lightly tapping Su Xue's delicate nose as his voice softened. I've already told my parents about us. In just over 2 months, you'll be on summer break. I'll bring my parents here to formally propose to you and your father and mother. Mom. Su Xuan nodded, her heart swelling with sweetness. That afternoon, she stood roadside waving tenderly, Brother Fan, bye-bye. Bye-bye, I'll return soon. Mom. That evening, Jiang Fan returned once more to his hometown. Jiang Yuding's school had already granted her a week's leave. Zhao Yuanling had arranged it with her teacher. They were packing at home. Mom, no need to pack much. We'll buy whatever we need in Yinjing. Your son has more than... Watching his mother hustle about, Jiang Fan shook his head with a quiet smile. At least take a few outfits. and I still haven't decided what gift to bring Grandma. Zhao Yuanling sighed. We can purchase gifts in Yanjing. No need to carry them all the way from here, it'd only— Indeed, Yuanling. This trip to Yanjing is to celebrate Xiao Fan's grandmother's birthday, not a long-term relocation. There's no need to overpack. Fine then, just a few outfits. That night Zhang Fan ordered 4 airline tickets online. On the morning of the 10th, the family took a taxi to the airport, cleared security after a 10-minute wait, and boarded at 1020 m. The flight from Modu to Yanjing lifted off. The journey typically takes just over 2 hours. Ding. The flash sale mall has activated. One-Yuan flash sale, Baiyue Hotel. Baiyue Hotel, a super 5-star establishment famed as both a celebrity film promotion venue and a viral social media hotspot. Baiyue Hotel normally charges around 1500 per night, with its most luxurious suite priced at approximately 1500 nightly. One-Yuan flash sale Bugatti Chiron Reborn, limited edition Devo. Valued at 95 million, only 1 unit worldwide. One-Yuan flash sale Dongshan Villa, a luxury residence spanning 1350 square meters. Valued at 800 million. Dongshan Villa, renowned as the nation's premier residence nestled beside a serene lake, where urban clamor fades into tranquil silence. Zhang Fan's heart leapt upon reading the system's description, and he instantly claimed the offer. Ding. Confirmed the Bugatti Chiron has been delivered to the villa's basement, the mansion keys have been issued. He reached into his pocket, and indeed felt the cool weight of the keys. Around noon, the aircraft touched down at Yanjing Airport. Exiting the terminal, Zhang Fan hailed a taxi bound for Dongshan Villa. Upon hearing the name, the taxi driver's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir, if I heard correctly, you're headed to Dongshan Villa? The driver asked, incredulous. Yes, Dongshan Villa. Are you visiting relatives, sir? Dongshan Villa is widely acclaimed as the nation's most prestigious residence. No, I own a villa there. At those words, the driver's pupils contracted slightly. A man wealthy enough to purchase property in Dongshan Villa was far beyond his station, and certainly not someone to offend. Zhao Yuanling, Jiang Zhenghao, and Jiang Yuding exchanged puzzled glances. What was this Dongshan Villa? This premier residence. Half an hour later, the taxi halted 10 meters short of the main gate. Sir, vehicles may proceed no further. The entrance lies just ahead. Understood. Zhang Fan paid the fare and led his family out of the cab. As the taxi pulled away, Zhao Yuanling frowned. Xiao Fan, what exactly is this Dongshan Villa? And why premier residence? Mom, Dongshan Villa holds that title precisely because its residents are either immensely influential or extraordinarily wealthy. Your son belongs squarely to the latter category, wealthy. Let's not dwell on it. Come inside and you'll understand. Passing the security booth, Zhang Fan stated his name. The guard verified his ownership and promptly granted entry. The 4 entered together, and everywhere their eyes fell they beheld serene beauty and elegant freestanding villas. Whoa! These villas are enormous. To reside here must cost a fortune. Jiang Zhenghao exclaimed, awestruck. Dad, not expensive. At least my villa here is worth a mere 800 million. 800 million. And you say mere? Jiang Zhenghao gasped, his breath catching in his throat. Zhao Yuanling swallowed hard, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at Zhang Fan. Xiao Fan, tell Mom the truth. Where did you get so much money? Mom, let's go inside first, and he'll explain everything to you. Zhang Fan smiled and invited. Then Zhang Fan led his parents and younger sister into the villa. It must be said that the villa was vast, spacious enough to accommodate over 20 large beds. This villa is really big. Jiang Yuding exclaimed as she immediately plopped down onto the sofa, her voice echoing throughout the villa. Xiao Fan, have a good talk with Mom. All right, Dad, Mom, please take a seat. Once his parents were seated, Jiang Fan began. Actually, when I said I was the general manager of Guangyao Group, I was lying. I am the chairman of Guangyao Group. You are the chairman of Guangyao Group. The two exchanged glances, astonished. Yes, I am the chairman of Guangyao Group. Furthermore, I also own Morningstar Entertainment and Huiman Company, and I manage the recently popular Douyin as well. This? The two were stunned by Jiang Fan's words. If they didn't know their son's character, they might have thought he was suffering from delusions. Dad, Mom, although I didn't know my brother had so many companies, he mentioned last time he came to school that Douyin belongs to. Jiang Yuding nodded from the side. By the way, brother, I remember Sister Qin Xiani is signed with Morningstar Entertainment, right? The Morningstar Entertainment you mentioned, is it? Indeed, Qin Xiani is signed under my company. Hearing this, Jiang Yuding suddenly recalled that her brother had said before that as long as she behaved, he would arrange for her to meet Qin Xiani. So that's how it was. But Xiaofan Guangyao Group is ranked 3rd in Modu. How did you suddenly become the chairman? Jiang Zhenghao asked the question that Zhao Yuanling wanted to know. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan smiled and replied, the previous chairman handed the company over to me. The three became increasingly confused. The previous chairman recognized my abilities, and since he is older and had no children of his own, he spent several years searching for a successor. That's how he found me, which is why I didn't return last New Year. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for telling you this only now, Jiang Fan said apologetically. To convince his parents, he had to fabricate another lie. After all, the system was his deepest secret. Even if he told his parents, they wouldn't believe him unless they also, but thinking about it also seemed unrealistic. If the chairman of Guangyao Group values you, it shows your talent is remarkable. Since they entrusted the company to you, you must manage it well. Zhao Yuanling spoke earnestly. Mom, don't worry, since I took over Guangyao Group, I've decided to manage the company well and strive to make it the top group in Modu. Zhang Fan's face was filled with confidence. His parents smiled at him, seeing how much their son had changed and that he had now become a wealthy person. This also explained why Xiao Fan had suddenly bought that restaurant back in Tangtown. Brother, you're really amazing, Zhang Yuding said, beaming as she gave him a thumbs up. Dad, Mom, it's still early. Let's rest for a bit, then we can go out for a stroll and buy some gifts for Grandma. In the afternoon, the four of them left Dongshan Villa and arrived at a jade shop. Upon entering, they began to look around. Seeing the customers, the staff approached and asked, Sir, what kind of jade are you looking to buy? Do you have any jades suitable for the elderly? Zhang Fan inquired. Sir, we have Hitian jade, jadeite, and just as Zhang Fan was about to ask further, he spotted a bracelet on a nearby shelf that wasn't fully green, shimmering with a hint of fluorescence under the light. Looking at the bracelet, Zhang Fan smiled and asked, Hello, what is that bracelet called? Sir, you have a good eye? This is our second most expensive jade, called the glass-type piece bracelet. The glass-type piece bracelet, although not fully green, possesses a green hue that seems to float with an ethereal aura, becoming more enchanting the more you look at it. It was both transparent and airy, refreshing to the viewer. Even in slightly dimmer light, its spiritual energy was palpable. The staff smiled as they introduced it. After listening to the staff's introduction, Zhang Fan nodded. How much is this glass-type piece bracelet? Hello, the glass-type piece bracelet is valued at 90 million. Dad, Mom, I found the bracelet for Grandma. Zhang Fan said to his parents. Found it? What is it? It's that jade, the glass-type piece bracelet. How much? Zhao Yuanling asked, puzzled. Mom, it's only 90 million, not expensive at all. 90 million, not expensive. The staff was taken aback. Although she noticed that the clothes on this person were not cheap, hearing him say 90 million was not expensive left her utterly shocked. She also knew there were many rich people in Yanjing. 90 million. Xiao Fan, we are only here to attend your grandmother's birthday. There's no need to give such an expensive gift. Zhao Yuanling shook her head. Mom, you haven't seen Grandma for so many years and miss her. Moreover, it's still the Yi family. If we gift something too cheap, we might be laughed at by the Yi family. As a son, how could I let the Yi family mock us? So trust me, we are buying this glass-type piece bracelet. Zhao Yuanling was about to continue speaking, but Zhang Jinghao shook his head at her. Yuanling, let's listen to Xiao Fan. He is an adult now and has his own ideas. Please help me wrap this bracelet. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The staff, filled with joy, went to wrap the glass-type piece bracelet and soon placed. Sir, it's all wrapped up. Let's pay by card. The staff took the bank card, swiped it on the machine, and Zhang Fan inputted his password, successfully completing the payment. The staff held the box with both hands and handed it to Zhang Fan, saying, Sir, your piece bracelet. By the way, what's the most expensive jade in your store? Sir, it is the glass-type yang green jade bracelet. How much? Valued at 200 million. Bring it out for me to see. If it's suitable, I'll buy it as well. Xiao Fan, didn't you buy a bracelet? Why are you buying again? I bought this bracelet for you. For me? You don't need to spend 200 million just to give Mom a bracelet. Zhao Yuanling shook her head. Mom, all these years I've never repaid you as your son. Now that I have the opportunity as your son, I naturally want to repay you well. Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile, completely indifferent to the 200 million price of the bracelet. Soon the clerk brought over a glass-type jade bracelet in bright green. This gentleman, this bracelet is our store's most expensive item, worth 200 million. Wrap it up. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The clerk felt a surge of joy and quickly began to wrap it carefully. Xiao Fan, this is too expensive. Mom doesn't want it. Zhao Yuanling, seeing her son refuse to listen, angrily declined. Mom, no matter how expensive this bracelet is, it cannot compare to your position in my heart. You raised me as a child, and now I'll support you in your old age. In the past, you bought things for me. Now it's time for your son to buy things for you. You don't need to say more. I must buy this bracelet. After the clerk finished wrapping, Zhang Fan took out his bank card again, swiped it successfully, and made the payment. Mom, I've already bought it. You can't make me return it now. Zhang Fan smiled as he held the gift box. You sigh. Mom doesn't know what else to say. She understood her son's character. Once he was determined, no matter who advised him, he would not give up. Dad, Mom, sister, let's go. Zhang Fan smiled as he held 2 gift boxes. Dad, over the years you haven't given Mom any good gifts. Now that your son has bought a bracelet for her, why don't you help Mom? Zhang Fan handed the packaging box of the 200 million bracelet to Dad, grinning. Okay. Zhang Jinghao, coming back to his senses, took the packaging box of the bracelet worth 200 million. His hands trembled slightly. You have to know that the bracelet inside is worth 200 million. If Xiao Fan were not the chairman of Guangyao Group, how could their family afford such an expensive bracelet? Zhang Jinghao opened the box, took out the bracelet, and handed the box back to Zhang Fan while looking at his wife. Yuanling, let me help you put it on. Zhao Yuanling looked at the bracelet, still somewhat unwilling. After all, it was too expensive for her to wear. Seeing that Mom was still reluctant, Jiang Fan exchanged glances with his sister. Jiang Yuding nodded, linking arms with Mom, and said with a smile, "Mom, since it's from your elder brother, you should just wear it." "Yes, Yuanling, just wear it." Jiang Jinghao insisted, pulling Zhao Yuanling's hand, placing the bracelet on her wrist. "Mom, this bracelet is really beautiful and suits you very well." Looking at the bracelet on her, Jiang Fan praised. "You can't keep buying such expensive things in the future. Although you're the chairman, now you shouldn't spend money like this, understand?" Zhao Yuanling could only smile and remind Jiang Fan. "Yes, dear mother. By the way, Mom, aside from this, what else does Grandma like?" Back in the day, your grandma liked to raise ornamental fish." "Ornamental fish? That's fine, let's check it out." Next, Jiang Fan took his parents and sister to a clothing store to buy a few sets of clothes. Then they went to the fish store. They bought a pair of koi, spending over 20,000, and asked the store to deliver them to the Yi family around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They also bought some health products, spending over 10,000. They also bought a smartphone worth around 10,000. After buying these, they finally returned to the villa. Jiang Fan called Su Shui and chatted for over an hour, then called Yi Yake. "Jiang Fan, have you arrived in Yanjing?" Yi Yake asked on the phone. "Miss Yi, yes, we have arrived in Yanjing." "Great, I'll come to pick you up right away." "No need, we're currently staying at Dongshan Villa, and we'll come to the Yi family tomorrow morning." "Oh wait, did you say you're staying at Dongshan Villa?" "Yes, I have a villa here." "Wow, you're really wealthy. Even a second-hand villa at Dongshan Villa is worth around 200 million. But with your character, you probably wouldn't buy second-hand, right?" "Haha, I don't like buying second-hand houses that others have lived in. This is a brand new villa." "How much?" "Just 800 million. "Just 800 million. That's impressive. It would take me 10 years to earn that much. I'll have to come stay with you sometime. If you want to come over, you can come anytime. The next couple of days are out of the question. We're starting to prepare for my great-aunt's birthday soon. By the way, I heard from Mom that Grandma likes to raise fish." "What else does she like?" "My great-aunt indeed likes raising fish, and she also enjoys keeping flowers." "All right, Missy, thank you, I understand. Let me know when you're setting off tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you at the Yi family." "Okay, let's leave it at that for now. We'll chat tomorrow. Bye." "Bye." After hanging up, Yi Yake thought for a moment and went to her great-aunt's room. In the room sat a 70-year-old woman, her hair starting to turn gray. Great-aunt, uncle, and their family have already arrived in Yanjing. "They've arrived? Why didn't they come to stay at the Yi family directly?" the old woman asked with a puzzled expression. "Your grandson has a villa at Dongshan Villa. They are currently staying there." "Dongshan Villa? That's a place for the rich and powerful. It seems my grandson is quite capable." The old woman sighed. She had seen photos of her grandson and granddaughter. Her grandson was handsome, and her granddaughter was also quite beautiful. It's just a pity that when Yuanling was still young, she returned to the Yi family. If she hadn't come back, she could have held her grandson and granddaughter side. "Great-aunt, they will come over tomorrow, and you will be able to see uncle and their family then." Seeing her great-aunt's expression was somewhat not good, Yi Yake softly comforted. Okay, great-aunt understands." The old woman nodded, slightly, a smile on her face. After more than 40 years, she could finally meet her daughter and the others. She was very happy. In the room, Jiang Fan sat in front of the computer searching for information. He planned to buy a pot of flowers for Grandma, but he still needed to check what kind of flowers. Soon Jiang Fan found a suitable flower, the orchid. Orchids are a common type of flowering plant known for their elegance, purity, and unwavering fidelity. They not only symbolize brotherly affection, but also represent a noble and elegant character. Grandma is from the Yi family, and this orchid should represent her noble and elegant character. Deciding to give orchids, Jiang Fan began searching for flower shops in Yanjing. Soon he found a flower shop that also sold orchids. After noting the address, Jiang Fan planned to visit it early the next morning to see if there were suitable orchids to order, which he would have the shop deliver to the Yi family. The next morning around 9 o'clock, after saying a few words to his parents, Yang Ning drove out first towards the flower shop. He parked near the shop and got out to walk inside. A female staff member in the shop noticed Jiang Fan's arrival and hurriedly approached to greet him warmly. "Hello, sir. Do you have any top-quality orchids here?" "Yes, we do. Please follow me," the staff member replied, leading Jiang Fan to the area where the orchids were displayed. "The orchids here range from 500 to 5,500, she explained. "Do you have anything better?" "Sir, we have a pot of orchids that is our store's treasure, priced around 10 million, called the lotus petal orchid." "Oh, take me to see it." "Sure, sir." Soon the staff member led Jiang Fan to the place she mentioned, and Jiang Fan was quite satisfied with the lotus petal orchid. "They'll take this lotus petal orchid. Can you deliver it to my door?" Hearing that the gentleman wanted to buy the lotus petal orchid, the staff member felt delighted and quickly nodded. "No problem, we can arrange for delivery." "All right, I'll pay a deposit first, and then settle the balance upon delivery." "Okay, sir, please this way." Quickly, Jiang Fan paid the deposit and informed the staff member to deliver it to the Yi family, stating his name as Jiang Fan. The staff member noted the address and Jiang Fan's name, smiling. "Mr. Jiang, our store will deliver to the Yi family at 10 o'clock this morning. It should take about 15 minutes. Once you check it and find no issues, you can pay the balance." "I'm all right, I'll take my leave now." "Okay, mister." Leaving the flower shop, Jiang Fan returned to the villa parked in the basement and approached his parents with a smile. Dad, Mom, sister, let's go to the Yi family together. As for the bracelet, let's hold off on delivering it and wait until Grandma's birthday to give it to her. I've prepared other gifts for Grandma. That works, Zhao Yuanling nodded. The family then left the Dongshan villa and headed towards the Yi family. In the taxi, Jiang Fan called Yi Yake to inform her that he was on his way to the Yi family. Yi Yake replied that she would be waiting outside the main gate. More than 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped near the Yi family's main gate. After paying, they got out and saw Yi Yake standing by the gate waiting for them. Miss Yi, Jiang Fan greeted her. Come on, we're family now. You can just call me Sister Yake. Can't you call me that? And Uncle, let's go meet Grandma. All right, Yake. Yi Yake guided Jiang Fan's family into the Yi house. One must admit the Yi family was indeed affluent. The courtyard was nearly as large as Jiang Fan's villa in Dongshan. Yi Yake brought them to the door of a room and knocked. Grandma, Aunt, and the others have arrived. A trembling voice from inside responded. Yake, quickly let your aunts in. All right. Yi Yake opened the door, leading Zhao Yuanling and the others inside. As soon as they entered, Zhao Yuanling saw a familiar figure sitting in a chair, her hair now slightly gray. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Yixia looked at her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for many years, and her eyes also began to fill with tears. In a choked voice, she said, Yuanling. This call made Zhao Yuanling's tears flow uncontrollably as she choked out, Mom. She quickly approached and embraced her mother's body tightly. Mom, do you know how much Yuanling misses you? In Yixia's embrace, Zhao Yuanling cried like a child. No matter how old she grew in front of Yixia, she would always be her child. Yixia looked at Zhao Yuanling, reaching out to stroke her hair, comfortingly. I have missed you all, every moment over the years. I regret leaving you. If I hadn't, how wonderful it would have been to witness your wedding and hold you when you were little. Old brother. Hearing their mother's sobs, Jiang Yuding's eyes also turned a bit red as she leaned closer to Jiang Fan. Noticing his sister's voice, Jiang Fan reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder, gently patting her to comfort her. After a long time, Zhao Yuanling finally stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Jinghao, my husband. Hello, Mom. Jiang Jinghao stepped forward and greeted Yixia. Oh, hello. Yuanling has found a good man. Yixia nodded in satisfaction as she looked at Jiang Jinghao. Feeling praised by his mother-in-law, Jiang Jinghao smiled a bit shyly. Mom, this is my son, Jiang Fan. Hello, Grandma. Jiang Fan greeted her. Mom, this is my daughter, Jiang Yuding. Hello, Grandma. Xiao Fan Yuding, come here and let Grandma have a look. Yixia kindly beckoned to the two. Jiang Fan and Jiang Yuding approached Yixia. Good, good, good. Looking at them, Yixia repeatedly exclaimed good 3 times. Yuanling's son was not only young and handsome, but also accomplished at a young age, being the chairman of Guangyao Group. Such talent was something even the Yi family could not achieve. After all, Jiang Fan's family had no help from the Yi family. Yuanling's daughter was also young and beautiful. Although she was still studying, Yixia felt that she would also stand out in the future. Yixia reached out her hands, taking Jiang Fan's right hand with one and Jiang Yuding's right hand with the other. She sighed, children, you must resent Grandma for leaving back then. If Grandma hadn't left, she could have witnessed your parents' wedding and held you when you were little. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled. Grandma, you must have had your reasons for leaving back then. Oh, we could never resent you. Yes, there were indeed reasons that forced me to leave Yixia's side. It was because of that reason that she stayed in Yanjing and couldn't go back. Mom, I once asked Dad about it, but he didn't tell me. Now can you tell us? Zhao Yuanling was quite curious about what happened back then, her face full of confusion. Since you are all here today, I will tell you everything that happened back then. After all, so many years have passed. The reason I left back then was due to some issues that arose in the Yi family. When my grandfather suddenly passed away, my father asked me to return to help the Yi family so that they would not be suppressed by the other 3 major families. At that time, my brother found me and told me that if I didn't leave the Zhao family, it was possible that they would be implicated in the upcoming troubles. To prevent the Zhao family from being implicated, I had no choice but to leave, return to Yanjing, and help the Yi family resist together. Fortunately, after several years, things gradually stabilized, and luckily the Zhao family was not implicated because of our issues in the Yi family. At that time, once the situation was resolved, I planned to return. However, considering that if I left and the other 3 families found out, they might use the Zhao family to threaten me. So later I decided not to return to the Zhao family. Although many years have passed, and the 4 major families appear to be harmonious, in reality, they secretly wish for the downfall of the other families. Yixia recounted the events of the past. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that she finished. After hearing his grandmother's explanation, Jiang Fan nodded, gaining clarity on the events from back then. At this moment, a sound of quarreling came from outside. Yi Yake frowned upon hearing it. That was the voice of her uncle. Aunt, you all chat, I will go take a look. Go ahead. Yi Yake nodded and left the room for outside. Upon reaching the front door, she saw Yi Jiahao standing there talking to someone outside. Yi Yake approached and asked in confusion, brother, what happened? It's Yi Yake. This person says he is delivering flowers to our Yi family and claims it was arranged by someone named Jiang Fan. But there is no Jiang Fan in our Yi family. I told him to leave, and he said I should ask inside. Our Yi family is a renowned family. How dare he order me around? Yi Jiahao said with dissatisfaction. Sir, even if you are unwilling, there is no need to kick the orchid to the ground. The person looked at the orchid on the ground with great distress. Haha, it's just a small pot of orchids worth a few hundred or 1,000. Do you think I Yi Jiahao can't afford that? Just a few hundred or 1,000. Sir, do you know this orchid is called lotus petal orchid? It's worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, the person became very angry. Although the Yi family is a prestigious family, they shouldn't just kick an orchid to the ground over a disagreement. This is worth 10 million, even if sold it cannot be compensated. 10 million. I Yi Jiahao am from the Yi family. What kind of flowers haven't I seen? A 10 million orchid? You are really asking for a lion's share. I think you were just trying to stir trouble. Hearing this, Yi Jiahao glared at him unhappily. Yi Yake looked at the orchid, and its appearance was completely different from any orchids she had seen before, but indeed looked quite valuable. However, she was still unsure if it was truly worth 10 million. Thinking of this, Yi Yake apologetically said, Sir, I'm sorry, could you please wait here for a moment? Jiang Fan is in our Yi family, and he'll go get him. Sure, Missy, thank you. When Mr. Jiang arrives, I hope you can explain the situation to him. All right. Brother, just wait here. If this orchid really is worth 10 million, you'll have to compensate for it. What are you joking about, sister? Do you really think this orchid is worth 10 million? Also, who is Jiang Fan? I don't know him. Is he your boyfriend? You will know about Jiang Fan at noon. Oh, just with that, Yi Yake turned and left. Yi Jiahao curled his lips, waiting here. Impossible. He directly walked outside, and as he left, he stepped on the orchid again, breaking one of its leaves. The person looked at Yi Jiahao's actions very angry, but thinking that this was the Yi family, and that he was just a worker, he could only remain silent and wait for Jiang Fan's arrival. Jiang Fan, there is someone outside who wants you to sign for the orchids. Oh, the orchids have arrived. I'll go out to sign right away. Jiang Fan nodded upon hearing this. By the way, Jiang Fan, I heard that the orchids are worth 10 million. Is that true? Of course it's true. I checked online and learned from my mom yesterday that grandma likes orchids. I went out early this morning to buy a pot of orchids worth 10 million to send to the Yi family for grandma. Jiang Fan explained. Xiao Fan, you came just to buy such an expensive orchid for grandma. Yi Xia expressed her concern. As much as she loved orchids, she didn't want her grandson to spend so much. Grandma, this is just a token of my respect. Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. By the way, Jiang Fan, let's discuss some matters outside. Yi Yake's expression was somewhat unsightly as she pulled Jiang Fan towards the door. Yi Xia, noticing her expression, felt puzzled. She then said to Jiang Yuding, go outside and see if something has happened, then come back and tell grandma. Got it. Jiang Yuding nodded and also went outside. Yi Yake brought Jiang Fan to the entrance. As soon as they came out, they saw the pot of orchids lying on the ground. One of the leaves had been broken. Jiang Fan, Harris, what happened? Yi Yake explained the situation to Jiang Fan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow and his expression turned serious. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't protect the orchids well. The person delivering the orchids said to Jiang Fan with an apologetic face. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'll pay exactly what I bought it for, just swipe the card. Alright, okay. After swiping the card, Jiang Fan put the card away in his bag, looked at the person, and smiled. Alright, I've signed for the orchids, you can leave now. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry, then I'll take my leave now. Jiang Fan approached the orchids, crouched down, and righted the pot, scooping the soil back into the pot with his hands. Grandma, I'm back. Yuding, what happened? Grandma, here's what happened. Jiang Yuding recounted everything that had occurred to Yi Xia. After listening to Jiang Yuding's words, Yi Xia's expression darkened, and she angrily slapped the table. Mom, don't get too worked up. Zhao Yuanling quickly stepped forward to advise her upon seeing her mother so angry. Today was supposed to be a happy day for my daughter's son-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter visiting this old woman. Yet it was ruined by my nephew. You can go call your cousin and your brother in. Today, Grandma will take charge for you. Oh, okay. Jiang Fan, although this orchid is ruined, it was sent to Grandma, and she should still appreciate it. Seeing Jiang Fan remain silent, Yi Yake stepped forward to comfort him. Brother, Grandma wants you to come in. Jiang Yuding approached the front gate and looked at her older brother squatting on the ground. She crouched down in front of him and whispered, I understand. Jiang Fan stood up holding the pot of orchids and walked towards the Yi family. Yi Yake let out a sigh, not expecting such a situation to occur. Arriving at Yi Xia's room, Yi Xia looked at the pot of orchids Jiang Fan was holding. She loved orchids and naturally understood the value of this particular pot. This pot of orchids was also a token of affection from her grandson, yet it had now been ruined by someone else. Xiao Fan, come here to Grandma. Yi Xia waved her hand and spoke gently. Jiang Fan approached Yi Xia with the orchids. Although the leaves of this orchid have been broken, Grandma still likes it. This is a token of affection from my grandson. Now that the orchids have been ruined, don't worry, no matter who it is, Grandma will stand up for you today. My grandson's token of affection cannot be tarnished by others. Yake, go call everyone from the Yi family back to the hall. Oh, okay. Yi Yake could only nod in agreement. Xiao Fan, come with me. Yi Xie stood up and led Jiang Fan and the others out of the room towards the hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Yi Xie seated Jiang Fan's family in a side seat, while she took the main seat waiting for the others from the Yi family to arrive. Before long, Yi Xie's brother Yi Shanyan arrived. Seeing the others in the hall, Yi Shanyan was somewhat surprised, wondering what his sister had brought them here for. Xie, did you have Ye call me over? Has something happened? It's all because of your grandson's good deeds, humph. Yi Xie coldly snorted as she looked at her brother. What has he done? Yi Shanyan asked, puzzled. When everyone from the Yi family arrives, I'll explain. You should sit down. Soon all the other members of the Yi family arrived except for Yi Jiahao. And did you call us here because of something? And who are these people? Asked Yi Shanyan's son Yi Zhuran curiously. This is my daughter Zhao Yuanling, my son-in-law Jiang Zhenghao, my grandson Jiang Fan, and my granddaughter Jiang Yuding. Zhuran, as the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the mother's fault. Today I called you here to show you the good deed done by your sister's son. Aunt, what exactly is the matter? Yi Zhuran grew increasingly confused. Do you see the pot of orchids in my grandson's hand? It was ruined by your son today. And it's just a pot of orchids. How much could it possibly be worth? Our family can just compensate him. Zhou Xinyu, Yi Jiahao's wife, said unhappily. Just a pot of orchids. Is it necessary to gather our whole family for this? How much is it worth? Indeed, to you money may not matter, but this is a token of affection from my grandson. It cannot be allowed to be ruined by your sister's family. Oh, as his grandmother, I must stand up for him. Hearing this, Yi Xie's expression darkened, and her tone became serious. To the Yi family, Jiang Zhenghao's family was considered an outsider. However, for Yi Xie, Zhao Yuanling was her daughter, and Jiang Fan was her grandson. If her grandson was bullied in the Yi family and she as his grandmother could not stand up for him, it would only hurt her daughter's family. Come on, I see that the reason your daughter's family bought this pot of orchids is because you like them. Perhaps they are trying to ingratiate themselves with our Yi family using this pot of orchids. Zhou Xinyu said with a light laugh. It is known that the Yi family is a prestigious family, and suddenly having aunt's daughter's family come over could very well be to curry favor with the Yi family. Shut your mouth, how can you speak like that? Yi Shanyan's expression darkened upon hearing his granddaughter-in-law's words, feeling displeased. Grandpa, am I wrong? Zhou Xinyu unwillingly retorted. I didn't plan to bring my parents to Beijing this time, but my mom wanted to see Grandma, and as her son, I naturally have to respect my mother's wishes. It was just a pot of orchids that got kicked over. A simple apology would have sufficed, yet I never expected it would be said that we came here to curry favor with the Yi family. Do I, Jiang Fan, need to ingratiate myself with your Yi family? Jiang Fan placed the pot of orchids on the ground and looked at the others in the Yi family with a cold smile. Those are just your excuses. I, Zhou Xinyu, can still guess your intentions. Since it's been exposed, let me tell you, don't think about ingratiating yourselves with our Yi family. Shut up, I'm not dead yet, and you have no right to speak here. Yi Xie's expression darkened as she slammed her hand on the table, rebuking Zhou Xinyu. Xinyu, say less. Yi Ziqing, who is Yi Jiahao's mother, shook her head and said, Yi Ziqing's husband is he Shugong, who is the Yi family's son-in-law. Enough, Ziqing, where is Jiahao? Call him back immediately. Dad, how would I know where he is? Can't you just tell him to come back right away? Yi Shanyan looked dissatisfied. Yi Ziqing could only unwillingly call Yi Jiahao, asking him to return immediately. This pot of orchids is worth 10 million. Today your son ruined it, and when he arrives your family will have to compensate this amount. Yi Xie looked at Yi Ziqing and the others. 10 million. Aunt, this pot of orchids is worth 10 million. Why not just rob it? Yi Ziqing rolled her eyes upon hearing this. What kind of orchids are so expensive, worth 10 million? This is the lotus petal orchid, known for its exquisite quality. I can recognize it as I am not yet old. If you don't believe it, just check online and see if what I said is true. Soon Yi Jiahao returned. Looking at so many people in the hall, he was somewhat puzzled. Mom, what happened? Why did you call me back urgently? Did you kick over the pot of orchids that Jiang Fan gave to Aunt today? Yes. So what? It's just a pot of orchids. Worst case, you'll just compensate him with some money. There's no need to call me back for this. Just some money. Some things cannot be measured by money. Yi Xie became furious upon hearing her nephew. Indeed, it is true that like mother, like son. And it's just a pot of orchids. Is it really worth getting so upset over? Worst case, I apologize and compensate him some money. Jiang Fan, don't be too arrogant. After all, we are all from the Yi family. You as an outsider are causing such a ruckus in our Yi family. If you continue to act like this, I will have someone throw you out of the Yi family. Jiang Fan is my grandson. If you want to throw them out, wouldn't that mean you want to throw me out as well? And I never said that, you said it yourself. Alright, how about this? How much did this orchid cost? Ziqing, let your family compensate for that amount, and have your son apologize to Jiang Fan. Let's just leave this matter at that. Yi Zhuran noticed that things were taking a turn for the worse, and hurriedly said, Big brother, 10 million is no small amount. If you're saying this, why don't you compensate? Ziqing, what kind of talk is this? It wasn't my daughter who kicked it, so why should my family compensate? Li Qian, Yi Yake's mother, complained. Compensation is not out of the question, but he'll only pay 100,000 and my son will apologize to Jiang Fan. Yi Ziqing coldly snorted. 100,000. Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? Jiang Fan scoffed. Jiang Fan, don't be so reckless. This is the Yi family, not your own home. If you keep making a fuss like this, you won't get a single cent from me. What are you? And what am I? You think you can compare yourself to me, eh? Yi Jiahao glared at Jiang Fan, his eyes narrowing as he scolded. You want to compare statuses with me? What are you outside of the Yi family? How dare you insult me like that? You've got some guts. Let me tell you, my monthly pocket money is 50,000. Only 50,000 for pocket money. You think you can compare with me? Since you want to compare statuses, let's do it today. I, Jiang Fan, own the Guangyao Group, which ranks 3rd in Modu, and the Anmei Group, which ranks 4th in Modu. I am also the landlord of the East Road Pedestrian Street in Modu. The Jinrong Building in Modu is mine. The boss of the blog company is mine, and the Douyin app is mine. The ICQ company is mine too. The Morningstar Entertainment Company is mine, and the Guanxing Entertainment Company, which ranks 3rd in Huaxia, is also mine. The Modu No. 1 airport is mine. Modu also has 1,000 acres of land, with Douyu holding 85% of the shares and Huya holding 56%. The Baiwa Hotel in Yanjing is mine, and in Dongshan Villa, I have a villa worth 800 million. How can Yi Jiahao compare your status with mine? What are you outside of the Yi family? As Jiang Fan listed his assets, everyone present was stunned. In their hearts, a thought emerged: if what Jiang Fan said was true, then his status was something even the Yi family could not compare to. You were just bragging. That can't be true. Yi Jiahao reacted, shouting angrily. Jiang Fan was only in his 20s. How could he possibly own so many companies? Everything must be fake. He would not believe it. Yi Yake sat to the side, checking Jiang Fan's information on her phone. As the data appeared, she discovered that everything Jiang Fan said was indeed true. This surprised her, as she had not expected her cousin to be even more powerful than she imagined with so many companies. If he wanted to deal with the Yi family, it was only a matter of time. Thinking this, Yi Yake felt that things could not continue like this. She hurriedly stood up, walked to Yi Shanyan, handed him her phone, and whispered in his ear, "Grandpa, what Jiang Fan said is true." Look. Yi Shanyan took the phone, looking at the data on it. Indeed, what Jiang Fan said was true. I didn't expect that my sister's grandson would be so capable, owning so many group companies. Yi Shanyan handed the phone back to Yi Yake, looking at everyone present, and said in a deep voice, "Enough, I've seen the data. What Jiang Fan said is true. Jiahao, be quiet. No, this can't be. Grandpa, how could Jiang Fan own so many companies? This must be fake." Fake? Why don't you try to prove it's fake? Zicheng, your family needs to compensate Jiang Fan 10 million and apologize to him. The old man was angry, and even though he was unwilling in his heart, Yi Zicheng and the others had no choice but to obey. How can we live if we have to compensate such a large sum of money all at once? Seeing this situation, Zhou Xinyu sat down on the ground like a shrew, shouting loudly, "This is your man. He couldn't control his own feet and kicked the orchid, so your family should compensate. Just spend a little less money this month, and it will be enough." Yi Shanyan looked at this granddaughter-in-law, his expression very displeased. "Xinyu, enough. Get up, your family will pay half, and I as the mother will pay the other half." Yi Zicheng sighed. She knew Jiang Fan was very powerful, and now that she understood his identity, she didn't want to offend him. If she offended him too much and made him unhappy, using his power to deal with the Yi family would not be good. If Jiang Fan dealt with the Yi family, and the other 3 major families found out, perhaps they would also take action again. Yi Zicheng and Yi Shanyan both considered this aspect. "Jiahao, go apologize to Jiang Fan." "Mama, I told you to apologize to him. What are you not going to..." Hearing his mother's words, Yi Jiahao had no choice but to approach Jiang Fan. Even though he was very reluctant, he could only apologize. "I'm sorry, mister. Yi, haven't you eaten?" Jiang Fan looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Seeing Jiang Fan's expression, Yi Jiahao was extremely angry, gritting his teeth, and said, "Jiang Fan, I'm sorry." "Is that enough?" "Oh, so mister. Yi has eaten. I thought you hadn't eaten." "Oomph." Yi Jiahao apologized and turned back to his wife, sitting down heavily on a chair. "Jiang Fan, in 2 days, you'll have the compensation transferred to your account. Please tell me your bank card number." 63. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Fortunately, this is all in front of your Yi family. Your son is not ashamed. If there were outsiders here, your son's face would have been completely lost. Jiang Fan smiled as he spoke. "All right, since the matter has been resolved, let's just let it go. Jiang Fan, your family will stay at the Yi family. Later, I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal, and we can all eat together." "No need. We will leave the Yi family. After all, to your Yi family, apart from my grandmother, we are all out. Besides, I just made some money. I want to take my family out for a nice meal, so I won't bother you." Hearing Yi Shanyan's words, Jiang Fan gave him no face at all. "Grandma, how about we take you out for a walk?" Jiang Fan turned his gaze back to Yi Xie, inviting her. "All right, I've been staying at the Yi family lately and rarely go out. Today, I'll accompany my grandson to go out and take a walk." Yi Xie nodded and stood up. Jiang Yuding ran to her front and supported her. Jiang Fan glanced at Yi Jiahao and the others, chuckling softly, and turned to walk towards the Yi family's main gate. "Yako, go with them. Accompany your great-aunt." Yi Zhuoran watched Jiang Fan's family depart with his aunt and promptly called to his daughter. All right. Yi Yako nodded and hurried after them. All right, everyone may disperse now. Ziqing, remember to transfer the money to Jiang Fan. Once we've given our word, we must honor it. Do you understand? Yi Shanyan reminded his daughter as he gazed at her. Father, I know, Yi Ziqing replied with a slight frown and a nod. After they had left, Yi Zhuoran turned to Yi Shanyan. Father, I never imagined my aunt's grandson would be so extraordinary, owning so many conglomerates. Indeed, had Yako not shown me Jiang Fan's dossier, I'd have found it hard to believe he'd achieved so much. Given Jiang Fan's current accomplishments, if this trajectory continues, he'll likely surpass our Yi family before long, Yi Shanyan sighed. Their family's wealth had been inherited from ancestors, whereas Jiang Fan had risen to such heights entirely on his own, without ancestral privilege. After all, he was only in his early 20s. By 30 or 40, the Jiang family might well become the preeminent clan of Modu. By then, the Yi family would stand no chance against Jiang Fan. Yi Zhuoran nodded noncommittally. Indeed, for now, their family still held its ground, but in a few years' time, that advantage might well vanish. Xiao Fan, I had no idea you'd become so accomplished, owning so many conglomerates. Your grandmother was utterly astonished upon hearing those titles you mentioned just now. On the way, Yi Xie spoke warmly and affectionately. She felt genuine joy at her grandson's remarkable achievements. Grandmother, I wouldn't have revealed so many titles had Yi Jiahao not provoked me first, Jiang Fan replied with a gentle shake of his head. With your present fortune, overtaking the Yi family would be effortless. Still, Jiahao has already apologized to you today. I hope you'll forgive him. Grandmother, I'll forgive him, as long as he refrains from provoking me again. But should he persist, I won't hesitate to respond firmly. With his current capabilities, confronting the Yi family posed no concern whatsoever. By the way, grandmother, after your birthday celebration, why not join us in Modu? Modu? Yes. You left Modu when my mother was still a child. Now she's married. Why not come live with us there so she may fulfill her filial duty and care for you properly? Exactly, mother. Why not accompany us to Modu? Let me, your daughter, honor my duty, and in a few months we'll travel to PD to discuss Xiao Fan's engagement with his fiancé's parents. Xiao Fan is engaged. Where is his fiancée from? Yi Xie asked, intrigued. Grandmother, my fiancé's name is Su Shui, daughter of the chairman of Modu's Longting Group. Daughter of the Longting Group's chairman. A most fitting match. Very well. I'll accompany you to Modu after my birthday celebration. After a moment's thoughtful pause, Yi Xie finally agreed. Seeing her mother's consent, Zhao Yuanling beamed with delight. Jiang Fan, wait. Yi Yako called out, trotting up to him. Jiang Fan halted and looked at her puzzled. Miss Yi, what brings you here? I'm here to accompany Great Aunt, Yi Yako replied with a bright, playful smile. Ah, then let's walk together. Great Aunt, look. Though I'm his cousin, he won't even address me as such. Yi Yako approached Yi Xie and coquettishly pouted. Oh dear, you can't force Xiao Fan to call you that now. Perhaps in time he'll do so willingly. Great Aunt, you found a grandson and forgotten your niece entirely. Yi Yako pouted again. The others exchanged gentle smiles and continued onward, soon arriving at a restaurant. They sat at a table, perused the menu, and ordered several dishes. After lunch, the family strolled outside, made some purchases, and returned to Dongshan Villa around 3 in the afternoon. Wow, Jiang Fan, your villa is enormous. That 800 million investment was absolutely worth it, Yi Yako exclaimed, gazing at the residence with undisguised admiration. Though she owned her own villa, hers paled in comparison, like a firefly beside the moon. Missy, would you like to test drive a car later? A car? You keep a car in your villa? What kind? Is it a supercar? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Fan met her eager gaze and deliberately withheld the answer. You'll see soon enough. Grandmother, shall we go inside? Very well. Upon entering the villa and settling briefly, Yi Yako could contain herself no longer. She darted to Jiang Fan's side and pleaded playfully, Jiang Fan, what kind of car is it? Take me to see it, please. All right, follow me. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes at her cajoling tone and rose to his feet. Yi Yako trailed closely behind. Soon they arrived in the basement. Ah, Bugatti Veyron. No, that's not quite right. Miss Yi, this is the Bugatti Veyron Reborn Chiron, a limited edition Devo. A limited edition Devo? Isn't this model restricted to a single global unit, valued at 90 million? How on earth did you acquire it? Yi Yako was astounded. She knew precisely how rare this vehicle was. To encounter it here and discover it belonged to her own cousin left her speechless. A secret, Jiang Fan replied with an enigmatic smile, declining to elaborate. Shall we take it for a spin? May I drive it? Really? Absolutely. I brought you here for that very reason. Wonderful. Then I'll give it a try. Moments later they settled into the car, Jiang Fan in the passenger seat, Yi Yako behind the wheel. Yi Yako glanced over the controls, then started the engine. In no time the Bugatti Veyron began gliding forward smoothly. Amazing. She couldn't suppress her praise. The grin on her face never faltered. Vroom. The Bugatti surged from the basement, exited Dongshan Villa, and sped along the open road. Don't accelerate too quickly, ease off, Jiang Fan cautioned as the speed climbed. Yi Yako slowed accordingly and beamed. Zhang Fan, this Bugatti Veyron accelerates astonishingly, far surpassing other supercars. Naturally, it's the sole unit ever produced worldwide, Zhang Fan replied with a faint knowing smile. The car pulled to a halt behind the pedestrian lane waiting for the traffic light. Just then a deep roar echoed nearby. Yi Yako checked her rearview mirror and saw a Ferrari approaching, pulling up alongside them. The driver of the Ferrari lowered his window and stared intently at Zhang Fan's Bugatti Veyron. Since Yi Yako had also lowered her window while driving, the Ferrari driver caught sight of her and visibly recoiled in surprise. Yi, the man called out. Hearing her name, Yi glanced over and her expression slightly changed, revealing a hint of displeasure. So it's you, He Yushu. He Yushu is one of the 4 prominent families of Yinjing, a member of the He family. When did you start driving such a fancy car? Is that a Bugatti Veyron? He Yushu asked Yi with a smile. What car I drive is none of your business, Yi retorted. Oh really? Looking at your Bugatti Veyron, it must cost around 30 to 40 million, while my Ferrari is worth over 30 million. How about we race and see whose car is faster? He Yushu provoked. Why should I race with you? Besides, this car isn't mine, not yours. Then is it your handsome? He Yushu looked at the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron and asked with a smile, is he your boyfriend? Where is he? He is not my boyfriend, he is my cousin. Cousin? I've met your cousins, but I haven't met this one. What's his surname? What my cousin's surname is has nothing to do with you. Please stop bothering us. Today, I happen to be driving a Ferrari while you're in a Bugatti Veyron. Plus I have plenty of time. Why not race and see who's faster? Same place as before. Will Yi show up? If not, it means you're scared. If I don't show up, just say you lost to me when we meet in the future, understood? I'm not racing you, so how could I lose? Oh, so you want to race with me? Why would I want to race you? Are you scared? Miss Yi, since he wants to race, just race with him. Tell him I'll race. Zhang Fan, we don't need to race with this person. Yi shook her head. It's fine if we don't race, he'll say you're scared. But if we do race, we need to add some conditions to. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Miss Yi, you tell him. As for what to add when we reach the destination, I'll talk to him personally. Seeing both parties serious, Yi was silent for a moment and nodded, then called out to He Yushu, I can race with you, but my cousin wants to race too, and add some conditions. As for the conditions, he will tell you personally when we get there. Oh, your cousin wants to race with me. Alright then, follow me. He Yushu glanced at Yi cousin, revealing a confidence. His skills, even if not comparable to a top racer, could match those of a second-tier racer. He didn't believe that Yi cousin could win. Soon He Yushu drove his Ferrari while Yi drove the Bugatti Veyron to the specified location. After parking, He Yushu got out and waited. Zhang Fan opened the car door, got out, and approached He Yushu, saying, since we're racing, let's add a little incentive. This car is a Bugatti Veyron, a remastered Chiron limited edition Devo worth 90 million. If you win, this car will be yours. If you lose, then your Ferrari will be ours. Do you dare to race? Limited edition Bugatti Veyron. He Yushu was skeptical upon hearing this. Believe it or not, you can search online. I ask you, do you dare to race? If you're scared, don't waste our time. Zhang Fan, there's no need to bet so big. Hearing that Zhang Fan wanted to gamble with cars, Yi hurried over, pulling at his clothes, shaking her head. Missy, it's fine, don't worry. Zhang Fan flashed her a confident smile. He Yushu was quite confident in his skills. If he won, even if the car wasn't a limited edition, it would still be worth 30 to 40 million. If it was a limited edition, he would gain 90 million and own a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. If his other friends found out, they would certainly be envious. But losing? He Yushu shook his head. He believed in his skills. How could he possibly lose? Thinking this, He Yushu smiled at Zhang Fan. Alright, I'll bet you. If I win, your Bugatti Veyron will be mine. If I lose, then I'll let you take my Ferrari. No problem. To prevent you from going back on your word later, I've recorded it. Zhang Fan raised his phone and smiled. If that's the case, then wait a moment. I'll call a few friends over to ensure you don't deny it if you lose. No problem. A few minutes later, several more sports cars arrived nearby. Yushu, is this the person who wants to race? One of them said with a smile. Jiming, this person says his car is a Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition, only one in the world, worth 90 million. Can you check if it's true? No problem. The young man named Jiming nodded, his gaze scrutinizing. A few minutes later, Jiming approached He Yushu with an excited expression. Yushu, really, this car is indeed a limited edition, worth 90 million. If you win, you'll make a huge profit. Hearing Jiming's words, a smile appeared on He Yushu's face. This friend of his knew much more about luxury cars than he did, and since he said it was true, then it must be. I already made a bet with him. If I win, his car will be mine. If I lose, my car will belong to him. Since everyone is here, let's get ready to depart. He Yushu looked at Zhang Fan. No problem. Zhang Fan opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Yi seeing this, hurriedly opened the passenger door and climbed in. Miss Yi, why are you getting in? Zhang Fan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be racing him, so I want to come along. Yi shook her head. Alright then, buckle your seatbelt. MHM. A few minutes later, a man stood between the two cars, counting down. 1, 2, 3, go. Vroom. Zhang Fan's Bugatti Veyron and He Yushu's Ferrari took off almost simultaneously. Yi in the passenger seat looked extremely nervous. If she were driving, she wouldn't be so tense, but the experience of being in the passenger seat was entirely different. Soon the cars reached a curve, and Zhang Fan smoothly overtook Hiyushu's Ferrari from the inside. He's really impressive. Yi Yake, looking nervously at Zhang Fan, thought to herself, he's driving so fast. Could he be a top racer? Seeing Zhang Fan's car surpassing him, Hiyushu felt a sense of foreboding. His skills were nearly on par with those of a top racer. No way, if this continues I will lose. Thinking of this, Hiyushu hurriedly accelerated, chasing after Zhang Fan's Bugatti Veyron. He couldn't let Zhang Fan win, otherwise his newly bought car would belong to Zhang Fan. Boom. In the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, Zhang Fan glanced sideways, noticing Hiyushu's Ferrari in pursuit, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. He also sped up, planning to leave Hiyushu's Ferrari further behind in the next turn. Yi Yake watched as Zhang Fan continued to accelerate, her expression growing more anxious. However, she knew she couldn't disturb Zhang Fan now, as she could only cover her mouth with her hand to suppress any loud screams. Soon the Bugatti Veyron appeared before the bend. Zhang Fan executed a handsome drift, smoothly navigating through the turn. Hiyushu, watching Zhang Fan's car take the turn so elegantly, felt a heavy sinking in his heart. He knew he had lost. It was impossible to surpass Zhang Fan's car now. He felt a tinge of regret, wondering why he provoked Zhang Fan upon seeing Yi Yake. If it weren't for that provocation, perhaps today's race wouldn't have happened. But now it was too late to say anything. 5 minutes later, Zhang Fan parked his car at the mountaintop, reaching the finish line. Seeing they had finally arrived, Yi Yake leaned back, gasping for breath. The entire journey had kept her on edge, and now that they had finally arrived at the finish line, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This had been the most exhilarating day in years. Zhang Fan, you are truly impressive. Yi Yake exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang. Missy, are you alright? Zhang Fan asked, concern evident in his gaze. I'm fine. Yi Yake shook her head, signaling Zhang Fan not to worry. After waiting at the finish line for a while, Hiyushu finally arrived in his Ferrari. Seeing Hiyushu arrive, Zhang Fan smiled slightly, opened the car door, and stepped onto the ground, waiting for him to get out. Hiyushu parked next to the Bugatti Veyron, opened the door, and stepped out to face Zhang Fan. With a dejected expression, he said, I lost, you won. Since you lost, according to our agreement, your car is now mine. Zhang Fan smiled upon hearing his concession. Are you a professional racer? Hiyushu asked, puzzled. Professional racer? No, Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile. You're not a professional racer, yet you have such impressive skills. You are indeed better than me. Here, take the keys. Hiyushu nodded, straightforwardly tossing the keys to Zhang Fan. After I go back, I will transfer the car to you. As for this Ferrari, transfer it to Yi Yake's name. Zhang Fan held the keys, pausing for a moment before speaking. Zhang Fan, this is your prize. Why transfer it to my name? Yi Yake got out of the car, quickly shaking her head in refusal upon hearing Zhang Fan's words. Missy, I rarely stay in Yinjing. Besides, I already have a Bugatti Veyron. There's no need for another Ferrari. Don't forget, I have a Ferrari at home that is far superior to this one, and I can't possibly drive this Ferrari to Modu. Zhang Fan said with a grin. Goodness, you have a Ferrari at home that is even better than your own. Hiyushu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He felt that after winning this car, Zhang Fan didn't want it, and instead was giving it to Yi Yake, clearly looking down on his car as too cheap. Your name is Zhang Fan, right? What is your background to be able to own a limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Hiyushu asked, still puzzled. Me? I'm just the chairman of Guangyao Group. Chairman of Guangyao Group? Isn't that the third-ranking corporation in Modu? Hiyushu was taken aback by this revelation. Really? The chairman is so young. Alright, we've been here for quite a while now. Missy, take the keys. Let's head back. Well, alright, just let me know whenever you want to drive the Ferrari. Yi Yake, seeing Zhang Fan hand her the keys, could only accept them and nod. Mister, thank you for the sports car. We'll be leaving now. Zhang Fan returned to the car, waved goodbye, and drove the Bugatti Veyron down the mountain. Yi Yake also drove her Ferrari down the mountain. When their cars disappeared from view, Hiyushu finally reacted, shouting hurriedly, hey, take me down. Upon reaching the bottom of the mountain, Zhang Fan parked his car in front of Hiyushu's friends. Looking at him, he smiled and said, Hiyushu lost, you can go up and pick him up. He then left. Upon hearing this, Jiming had no choice but to drive his car up the mountain to pick up Hiyushu. More than 10 minutes later, the car returned to Dongshan Villa. Zhang Fan and Yi Yake parked the cars in the basement. Zhang Fan, thank you. As soon as she got out of the car, Yi Yake walked up to Zhang Fan to express her gratitude. No need to be so polite. After all, you are my cousin. Although it wasn't a car I bought with my own hands, it is still a win. Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile. You're not even willing to call me cousin. Yi Yake shot Zhang Fan a glance upon hearing this. Alright, Missy, let's go. Zhang Fan and Yi Yake returned to the living room. In the living room, Zhang Yuding was chatting with their grandmother. Yi Xie kindly recounted some stories from the past to Zhang Yuding. Little Fan is back, huh? When she saw Zhang Fan return, Yi Xie's face lit up with a smile. Yes, Grandma, we are back, Zhang Fan replied, also smiling and nodding. Time flew by. After spending a day at Zhang Fan's villa, Yi Xie took Yi Yake back to the Yi family. After all, the next day was her birthday, and she needed to prepare. On the day of the birthday, Jiang Fan's family left Dongshan Villa and headed to the Yi family. On the way, Jiang Fan asked, "Mom, did you bring the bracelet for Grandma?" "I brought the bracelet, and everything else too." Zhao Yuanling smiled and nodded. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, leading his parents and younger sister into the Yi family residence. At this moment, many guests had already arrived at the Yi family, including the chairman of local corporations from Yanjing and business owners from out of town. Yi Yake saw Jiang Fan and his group arrive and approached them with a smile, saying, "Jiang Fan, you all are here. Now that you're here, please take a seat. Aunt will come out shortly." "Sure. He family He Qixing has arrived. He Qixing is the son of the He family," Yi Yake explained. Yi Zhuoran, accompanied by his wife, stepped forward to greet him. Although the Yi family and He family did not have a good relationship behind the scenes, they were here to celebrate a birthday today, so they had to appear friendly and welcome. "Haha, Mr. He, welcome to your arrival," Yi Zhuoran said politely as he greeted him. "Mr. Yi, long time no see. How have you been?" He Qixing asked with a smile. "As for my health, there's no need for Mr. He to worry. I eat well and sleep well. I didn't expect that He Yushu would come here with his father today." Looking at He Yushu beside He Qixing, Yi Yake thought it was strange. In the past, when Grandpa celebrated his birthday, He Qixing came alone, without bringing He Yushu, yet today, He Yushu was here. He Yushu glanced toward Jiang Fan and quickly told his father, then walked briskly over to Jiang Fan. "He, Mr. Jiang, long time no see." "Mr. He, long time no see." Jiang Fan returned the greeting. "Mr. Jiang, I'm here today because there are some matters I would like to discuss with you." "Oh, what matters?" He Yushu looked around and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, next month, there will be a car racing competition here in Yanjing. If you participate, given your skills, you will definitely win. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is interested." "Racing competition? Sorry, after attending my grandmother's birthday, we plan to return to Modu, so I won't have time to—" Jiang Fan shook his head in refusal. He had little interest in racing competitions. "Mr. Jiang, as long as you agree to come to Yanjing next month, that's all that matters, since the race is also next month. You can participate without me, can't you? Why do you need me to join?" "Mr. Jiang, it's like this. The other party is not from our Huaxia." "Not from Huaxia? What do you mean?" "They are from another country. They came to Yanjing specifically to challenge professional racers, but many professional racers feel it's unnecessary to participate. Only 3 have agreed to join. This competition is a 5-person team event. They have 5 participants, and with me, we only have 4 So you want to invite me to participate in this competition?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, that's the case. I'll think about it. I'll let you know within the next couple of days, so please give me your phone number." Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Hearing this, He Yushu felt a surge of joy and quickly provided his phone number to Jiang Fan. Seeing him save it, He Yushu smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, if you decide, just contact me anytime. I'm always available." "Okay, if I decide, I will let you know." "Alright, I won't disturb you any longer." "Jiang Fan, you wouldn't really agree, would you?" Yi Yake looked at Jiang Fan as He Yushu walked away. "Miss He, I haven't agreed yet. I'm just considering it. In the end, I will either agree or disagree. I don't think it's necessary to participate in such events. Competing with people from other countries, if I lose, it would be quite embarrassing." Jiang Fan remained silent, simply shaking his head. Lin family Lin Zhongping has arrived. Jiang Fan, that person is the son of the Lin family's head Lin Zhongping, and beside him is his son Lin Lin. Seeing the Lin family arriving, Yi Yake sat beside Jiang Fan to introduce him. Before long, another voice came from the entrance. "Long family Long Jitong has arrived." Jiang Fan, that's the son of the Long family's head Long Jitong, and beside him is his youngest daughter Long Yunxin. Although Long Yunxin is Long Jitong's little girl, she stands out more than the other sons and daughters of Long Jitong. By the way, she is only 23 this year. Yi Yake chuckled. If Jiang Fan did not have a girlfriend, Long Yunxin would be a very suitable match for him. After all, both of them are outstanding. Jiang Fan is young and accomplished, and also quite handsome. Long Yunxin is young and beautiful with strong talents. Jiang Fan awkwardly shook his head with a smile, giving Yi Yake a glance. "Jiang Fan, look, she's coming over, as she must be looking for you." "Why would she look for me? I don't know her, as she should be looking." Long Yunxin approached Jiang Fan, stopped in front of him, examined him with a slight smile, and extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Miss Long, it's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing her extended hand, Jiang Fan had no choice but to rise and shake hands with her before letting go. "May I ask, Miss Long, is there something you need from me?" "Mr. Jiang, I've heard about you." Long Yunxin said. "Well, then may I ask what it is?" "Mr. Jiang, could we talk privately?" "No problem, let's go over there." "Mr. Jiang, please." "After you." The two arrived at a secluded corner where few people passed by. "Miss Long, what is it?" "Mr. Jiang, it's like this, I want to invest in your Douyin." "Invest in Douyin?" Jiang Fan asked curiously. Long Yunxin smiled and explained, "Mr. Jiang, I've been following Douyin since it first appeared in the market. In just a few months, Douyin's download traffic has reached over 100 million, which is something Guangzhou cannot achieve. Given the current situation, it's just a matter of time before Douyin surpasses Guangzhou. I estimate that by the end of this year Douyin will completely overtake Guangzhou. At that point, Mr. Jiang, do you think I will still need to invest in Guangzhou? Hearing this, Jiang Fan nodded. What Long Yunxin said was indeed very reasonable. However, he did not plan to allow others to interfere in his company. Mr. Jiang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me continue. If Mr. Jiang agrees to invest, our Long family will also contribute and help advertise for Douyin. I believe that with our Long family working with you, Douyin will rise even faster. Miss Long, besides these, are there any other benefits? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before asking with a smile. Mr. Jiang, if you agree, I can have the Long family assist in promoting Douyin. Miss Long, although what you mentioned is interesting, it is still not enough for me. With our company's Douyin and the current trend, we really do not need assistance from the Long family. Furthermore, I do not need outsiders to invest in my Douyin. Mr. Jiang, I hope you can consider this carefully. With the strength of our Yi family, if you collaborate with us, the benefits will only grow larger in the future. Long Yunxin did not give up due to Jiang Fan's words and continued to persuade. How about this? Let me think about it for a couple of days, and if I decide to proceed, I will inform you. That works, Mr. Jiang. If you have made a decision, you can call me. Here's my contact information. The two exchanged numbers. Jiang Fan nodded. All right, I will contact you later. Great, Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you any longer. Watching Long Yunxin leave, Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head as he returned to Yi Yake and the others. Upon his return, Yi Yake curiously asked Jiang Fan, what did Long Yunxin want from you? She wanted to discuss investing in Douyin. Did you agree? No, I just mentioned I would think about it. Regarding Douyin, Yi Yake was aware that it had developed rapidly since entering the market. They had previously discussed that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it surpassed Guangzhou. Unexpectedly, Long Yunxin suggested investing in Jiang Fan's Douyin. Thinking of this, Yi Yake's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, how about I also invest in your Douyin? You want to invest too? Jiang Fan looked at her oddly. Look, with the trend of your Douyin, it won't be long before it surpasses Guangzhou. As your cousin, I want to make some money too. As for Douyin, Miss Yi, there's no need for you to invest, but there are other companies you can invest in. Other companies. Entertainment companies. Entertainment companies. Yes, our Morningstar Entertainment is planning to shoot a movie next month. You could be an investor, or what do you think? Shooting a movie, being an investor. What's the estimated cost of this movie? The estimated cost is about 80 million to 100 million. 80 million to 100 million. With my assets, even coming up with 10 million is quite a struggle. Yi Yake sighed. Even if you only invest 10 million, as long as the box office is high, there will still be substantial returns. You can consider it. Jiang Fan smiled lightly, allowing Yi Yake to think for herself. He was optimistic about the movie Detective Chinatown, especially since it had a well-known director, Wang. The movie should satisfy many viewers. Let me think about it and give me 2 days' time. Yi Yake nodded. No problem. Before long it was noon. Yi Xia also came outside and smiled as she looked at the guests present. Yi Zhuoran took the microphone and smiled at the guests present. Today is my aunt's 70th birthday. We at the Yi family are very happy to have all of you here to celebrate. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks today. After everyone was seated, the He family began to present gifts. The Lin family also started to present gifts. The Long family also began to present gifts. Soon a large pile of gifts was arranged. Zhao Yuanling approached Yi Xia with a box containing a bracelet. Mom, this is our gift for you. Good, Yuanling, place it here. Yi Xia said happily. And you must open it and see what the gift is. A few days ago, they gave you a pot of orchids worth 10 million. Let's see if this gift is also worth 10 million. Yi Ziqing, standing aside, looked at the box and said loudly. Everyone was taken aback by her words. They were curious about the identity of Jiang Fan's family. What relationship does this family have with Yi Xia to be worth such expensive orchids? Ziqing, what are you doing? Yi Zhuoran frowned slightly and reprimanded. Brother, I'm just curious and want to see what's inside. After all, a few days ago, they gave a pot of orchids worth 10 million. The gift they brought this time is probably even more expensive, right? Everyone smiled slightly upon hearing this. No matter what gift Yuanling and the others gave, it's their heartfelt intention. Yi Xia shook her head and said, Ms. Yi, may I ask who that lady beside you is? A person in the crowd stood up and asked the question everyone was wondering. Yi Xia looked at the person and explained, this is my daughter Zhao Yuanling along with her family. Today is my birthday. They came from Magic City to attend my birthday. So she is Ms. Ye's daughter. Are we? Grandma, since someone wants to see it, why not open it and let some people have their eyes opened? Jiang Fan said with a, since my grandson says, so then I will open it. Yi Xia nodded and opened the box, revealing a bracelet inside. Although the bracelet was not very green, it was quite transparent overall and shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Grandma, this bracelet is called the glass-type ping and bracelet valued at 90 million. Jiang Fan explained, although that 90 million was indeed in reference to what Yi Ziqing said. Aren't all jadeites green? This bracelet is not green at all. How could it be worth 90 million? You must be deceived. Yi Ziqing was shocked to hear it was valued at 90 million and immediately questioned. Hee, if you lack discernment, why suspect that others bought a fake bracelet? I want to ask you, today is my grandmother's birthday, and it's also your aunt's birthday. As her grandson, I can give a bracelet worth 90 million. What gift did you as her niece bring? How much was it? Jiang Fan looked at Yi Ziqing with a smile inquiring. I. Yi Ziqing hesitated upon hearing this. Then she composed herself and said the value of a gift is not determined by its worth, as long as it carries heartfelt intention it's enough. Oh, is that so? Is it because your family compensated me 10 million that you have no money for a gift? If that's the case, you could have just told me. Who knows, I might be in a good mood and could lend you some. I, Jiang Fan, may not have much, but I do have a few 100 million. You. Alright, Ziqing, today is your aunt's birthday. It's a joyful day, so keep your remarks to a minimum. Jiang Fan, you too keep your comments down. Yi Zhuan hurriedly intervened to mediate. Jiang Fan glanced at Yi Ziqing. His gaze then turned towards his grandmother. Grandma, come on, wear this bracelet. The peace bracelet, wishing Grandma a lifetime of safety and peace. Alright. Yi Xia nodded kindly, taking out the bracelet and slowly putting it on her wrist. Xiao Fan, you all are so thoughtful. Grandma, this time we came to Yinjing, and we didn't choose any other good gifts, just this bracelet and some orchids. Grandma really likes it. The bracelet worth 90 million plus 10 million for the orchids. That's 100 million. Everyone felt amazed. Indeed, Jiang Fan was wealthy, spending 100 million just on gifts. Next, it was time to eat. After the meal during the night, Yi Xia called Zhao Yuanling and his family into her room. After they sat down, she went to a box, brought it over, and placed it on the table. Inside was a white jade bracelet. Yuanling, when Mom left, she didn't give you this bracelet. Now Mom is giving you this bracelet. It was given to me by my mom when I got married, passed down from generation to generation. When the time comes after you talk to Xiao Fan's girlfriend, you can also give her this bracelet. Yi Xia explained. Zhao Yuanling took the bracelet, nodded. Okay, Mom, I understand. Grandma, now that you have celebrated your birthday, we will stay in Yinjing for 2 more days before heading to Modu. Grandma, come with us to Modu. Yes, Mom, you should come back to Modu with us. Let your daughter take care of you. Zhao Yuanling nodded in agreement. Alright, I've been in Yinjing for so many years without returning to Modu. This time I will return with you as long as you don't mind this old woman. Mom, how could we mind? In the evening, after leaving the Yi family, Jiang Fan's family returned to Dongshan Villa. Yi Shanyan came to Yi Xia's side. Xia, brother, is there something wrong? I heard that you plan to go to Modu with Jiang Fan. Yes, brother, I've been in Yinjing for so many years, and this time I plan to return to Modu. Sai, these years have been hard on you. Now that you have the chance, just go back. Yi Shanyan forced a smile and nodded. Over the years, due to issues with other families, his sister had never left Modu. To him, the Yi family had a significant debt to his sister, a debt that was difficult to repay. Now that his sister wanted to return as her brother, he naturally agreed. He just didn't know when they would meet again after she returned to Modu, which made him feel a bit sad. However, your grandson has really made something of himself. Young as he is, he possesses great abilities, owning so many companies at a young age, far superior to the children of our Yi family. Xiao Fan is indeed impressive. Among the younger generation, he is undoubtedly the most capable one. At just 22, he has so many companies. When I first heard about it, I was quite shocked, amazed by his youth and talent. Even here in Yinjing, there are few who can compare to him. Indeed. Xia, today Ziqing said something. Please tell Jiang Fan not to take it to heart. I will have a good talk with Ziqing. Brother, I will tell Xiao Fan. Time quickly passed, and 2 days later Jiang Fan brought his parents back to the Yi family again. Yi Yake saw Jiang Fan arrive and ran over smiling. Jiang Fan, I thought for 2 days I can invest in the movie of your company. Miss Yi, you agreed. That's great, you won't regret this decision. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Fan nodded seriously. So, when do you plan to sign the contract? About the contract, how about the 1st of next month? The 1st of next, that's fine, I'm free anytime. Alright, it's settled, then we will sign the contract on the 1st of next month. As for the investment matter, Dragon Yanxin mentioned Jiang Fan still did not agree and informed Dragon Yanxin. Upon learning this, Dragon Yanxin fell silent for a while and suggested that if there were future opportunities, they could collaborate on other matters. Out of politeness, Jiang Fan naturally agreed. Today they came to the Yi family to take Grandma away, flying together to Modu from Yinjing. Grandma, we are here. Upon arriving outside the room, Jiang Fan knocked on the door. Okay, Xiao Fan, Grandma will come out soon. Soon Yi Xia opened the door, her complexion rosy as she walked out of the room. As the saying goes, joy brings refreshment. Yi Xia's current appearance was just like that. Grandma, we came to take you back to Modu with us. Alright, let's go. Xia, take care. Yi Shanyan walked over, looking at Yi Xia, feeling reluctant, but still smiled faintly at her. Auntie, now that you're going to Modu, remember to call us often. Yi Zhuan also came over smiling. Okay, I will call you often. Auntie, I will see you off. Yi Yake linked arms with Yi Xia, her eyes slightly. Auntie had always treated her very well over the years. Now that Auntie was leaving the Yi family for Modu, she felt quite reluctant, but seeing the smile on Auntie's face, she could only bless her in her heart, not allowing her tears to flow. Soon the group left the Yi family. After hailing 2 taxis outside, they headed to Yinjing Airport. Miss Yi, the car is at my villa. If you want to drive it, you can do so anytime. Hey, race the key to the villa. Jiang Fan, aren't you afraid that I might drive your car and run into someone? Yi Yake did not take it, shaking her head. I don't know when I will come back to Yinjing. Leaving the car there without maintenance is not worth it. Just take it, you can use it and maintain it as you like. Zhang Fan smiled. Alright then, I'll take it. But you having been in Yanjing for so many days still don't want to call. Yuding has already called me cousin. Yi Yake took the key and rolled her eyes at Zhang Fan. Alright then. Zhang Fan smiled, awkwardly looking at Yi Yake. He whispered, cousin. Hearing Zhang Fan finally call her cousin, Yi Yake looked very grateful and quickly replied, that's right, after all you are my cousin. Calling me cousin won't cost you anything. Yi Yake playfully patted Zhang Fan. Soon the taxi arrived at the airport. After getting out and paying, they entered the airport hall. Zhang Fan went to collect the tickets, and the family sat on chairs waiting for the announcement. Zhang Fan, remember to keep in touch with your cousin after you return. Yi Yake looked at Zhang Fan, reminding him. Zhang Fan looked at her and nodded, I will. Aunt, remember to take care of yourself when you go to Modu. If you feel unwell, make sure to tell Annie and the others. Okay, Aunt will. Yi Xia looked at her niece with a kind and gentle nod. Yake, you are always welcome to visit our home. Our family welcomes you anytime, Zhao Yuanling said, looking at Yi. In the Yi family, only Yi Yake treated them well. As for the others, if it weren't for her mother this time, she probably wouldn't even consider going to Yanjing, knowing the Yi family's reputation. Alright, Aunt. As long as I have time, I will come to disturb you, Yi Yake said with a sweet smile. Soon the announcement sounded, reminding passengers flying to Modu from Yanjing to prepare for boarding. Cousin, we're leaving now. Let's go. Seeing Zhang Fan's family heading towards the airport, Yi Yake sighed. Only after they all boarded the plane did she turn to leave. On the plane, Zhang Fan looked out the window. After staying in Yanjing for a few days, he was finally going home. Soon the plane began to take off, soaring into the blue sky. Ding! The instant kill system has been activated. One-Yuan instant kill an island, Nanlu Island. One-Yuan instant kill a street in Modu, the antique street. One-Yuan instant kill a helicopter. AC-311 helicopter. Price 18. 5 million. Total seats 6. Flight range 637 kilometers. Flight speed 214 km/h. Aircraft description: the AC-311 helicopter is the latest improved model based on the ARM Z-11MB-1 helicopter with a maximum takeoff weight of 2,200 kilograms, capable of carrying 6 people, a service ceiling of 7,000 meters, usable in the western plateau regions of Huaxia, and operable in frigid temperatures down to 50 degrees. The aircraft utilizes digital design and manufacturing technology with a body shaped like a water droplet. One-Yuan instant kill gain helicopter piloting experience and obtain a helicopter pilot's license. Hearing the system refresh again, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He immediately executed the instant kill. Ding! Instant kill successful. The helicopter has been placed on the roof of the Tangchuan Epine Villa. The pilot's license has been placed in your pocket. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan reached into his pocket and indeed found the license. Now that he had a helicopter, he could conveniently fly to Nanlu Island next time he wanted to play there. Zhang Fan nodded, slightly satisfied with the appearance of the helicopter. Bro, what's making you so happy? Jiang Yuding, sitting next to him, looked at her brother's smiling face with some confusion. Yuding, when your summer vacation starts, I will take you to Nanlu Island for some fun. How about that? Going to Nanlu Island? Sure. Hearing the name Nanlu Island, Jiang Yuding quickly nodded. Nanlu Island is a tourist destination and the environment there is quite nice. Haha, alright, when you have your summer vacation I will come back to pick you up and then take you to Nanlu Island for a visit. Seeing his sister so happy, Jiang Fan felt very pleased. Over an hour later, the plane landed at Modu No. 1 airport. The passengers on the plane began to disembark in an orderly manner. Grandma, we have arrived in Modu. Zhang Fan approached Yi Xia with a smile. We have arrived in Modu. Jiang Yuding stepped forward, supporting Yi Xia as they walked down the plane together. Soon they arrived in the airport. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a crowd of people gathered in front of them. Among them was a celebrity, accompanied by an assistant greeting the crowd. This is how celebrities are. Wherever they go, there are crowds around them. They don't even consider where this place is. Yi Xia shook her head, watching the scene. Grandma, we don't need to pay attention to them. Let's go, Zhang Fan said, shaking his head with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, the crowd began to retreat. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan frowned. The celebrity, noticing so many people gathered, didn't even try to persuade them to leave, but instead smiled and greeted them. At that moment, a few people retreated towards Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and reached out, giving them a push. As those few people were pushed, their steps continued forward, and the people at the front surged towards the celebrity. They bumped into the celebrity. The celebrity, caught off guard by the sudden impact, became somewhat angry and displeased, saying, "What are you doing rushing forward all of a sudden?" Hearing their favorite celebrity question them, those few people quickly shook their heads. They looked back at the crowd and asked, "Why did you push us?" Other people nearby also quickly shook their heads, indicating it wasn't them. Then they looked back at the crowd behind. One person shouted, pointing, "It was him, he was the one who pushed us." Everyone turned around, their gaze fixed on Zhang Fan. Seeing all eyes on him, Zhang Fan had no choice but to stop and look back at them. "Kid, why did you push us?" one person demanded. "Why would I push you? Why don't you consider yourselves?" Gathering here this is an airport hall, not a place for you to chase celebrities. Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back sneering. So what if it's the airport hall? We like chasing celebrities. It's you who suddenly bumped into our beloved brother Chun. A female fan scolded. So you think you have a reason now? Hearing the words of this girl, Jiang Fan smirked. Young man, apologize to my fans. The celebrity surnamed Chun stepped forward, his gaze directed at Jiang. Apologizing to your fans is not out of the question, but you must apologize to the passengers disturbed by you in the airport. Can you do that? Jiang Fan smiled at the celebrity. What do you mean by that? Why should I apologize to those people? The celebrity surnamed Chin's face darkened upon him. It wasn't him who caused these fans to disturb others in the airport hall, so why should he apologize? If anyone should apologize, it should be those fans, not him. They are all your fans. Do you only accept their adoration and not allow them to chase stars rationally? It seems you're not that great of a celebrity after all. You are not allowed to speak about our brother Chun. A few fans hearing this were displeased, their faces darkening as they looked at Jiang Fan. Why can't I speak? It's because of fans like you that he has become so arrogant. Young man, you should be careful. The celebrity surnamed Chen's eyes narrowed. Careful? Careful of what? Let me tell you, unless you apologize to the passengers you disturbed today, don't even think about getting on a plane. Don't even think about not getting on the plane. Who do you think you are? The star with the surname Chun sneered. He is still a first-tier star, yet he is not allowed to board the plane. His fans certainly disagree with that. Is that so? You're just a small first-tier star. I say this here, if you do not apologize to the passengers disturbed by you, you will not leave today. Just a small first-tier star? Our brother Chun is a first-tier star. Do you think you are more impressive than a first-tier star? The fan felt offended by Jiang Fan's words and retorted, there are first-tier stars in my company too, and my company has more than one first-tier star. Jiang Fan smiled and said, bragging isn't just talk, a train isn't pushed along. Seeing you are still young, your skill in boasting is quite impressive. Let me tell you, an apology is out of the question. Since that's the case, let's have the airport manager handle this. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile and called the airport manager to come to the terminal. Before long, a man in his 30s arrived. He was Ning Xuanjing, the head of the #1 airport in the Magic City. President Jiang, I've arrived. Ning Xianjing greeted Jiang Fan respectfully. Ning Xuanjing, look here, these people have flooded into the terminal just to chase a star, disregarding others and disturbing them. How should we handle this? President Jiang, this is my negligence. I will arrange for security to remove these people immediately, Ning Xianjing quickly replied. Normally he would turn a blind eye to such situations, but since the boss was here today, he dared not act that way. Moreover, if this first-tier star refuses to apologize, he won't be allowed to board the plane today. From now on, he will be placed on our blacklist at the Magic City #1 airport. No matter where he flies from, we will not allow that plane to land here. Do you understand? I understand, President Jiang. I will handle it well, Jiang Fan replied. Okay, I leave this matter to you, but it must be done well. If I find out otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. I'm leaving. All right, President Jiang, take care. Ning Xianjing quickly smiled and said. Watching President Jiang leave, he looked coldly at the star with the surname Chun. Mr. Chun, you heard what our boss said, right? You have two choices now, either apologize to those you disturbed, and you can board, or leave our Magic City #1 airport and be placed on our blacklist. You mean that young man is your boss? The star with the surname Chun was quite surprised to hear this. I am the manager of Magic City #1 airport. Do you doubt that I was sent by our boss to pretend? Ning Xianjing looked displeased at the star with the surname Chun. The star with the surname Chun felt quiet. Now he needed to board a flight to Rongqing today to discuss a contract. If he couldn't board at Magic City #1 airport because of this incident, he would have to go to another airport. If he delayed too long on the way, it might lead to the investor's dissatisfaction and the contract would be void. Moreover, if he doesn't apologize, it would limit his options for future flights to Magic City. Mr. Chun, you should apologize to those people. The assistant beside the star with the surname Chun tugged at his sleeve and whispered. Hearing this, the star with the surname Chun thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Dear fans, that man just now was indeed correct. Although I am a star, I need to tell everyone to pursue stardom rationally and not disturb others. Disturbing others is something I do not wish to see, so I intend to apologize to everyone here, as this is my fault. After speaking to the fans, the star with the surname Chun looked at the others, his face full of apology, as he bowed and offered his apologies. Most of the people, upon seeing him apologize, waved their hands and indicated that it was fine. Since he has apologized, they couldn't chase after him and say he wasn't sincere, right? Mr. Chun, now that you have apologized to them, can your fans leave? After all, there was no need for such a crowd in the airport terminal. Seeing him apologize, Ning Xuanjing's expression changed, and he smiled. Mr. Ning, no problem. The star with the surname Chun comforted his fans for a while, said a few words, and then those fans slowly left the airport. Mr. Chun, I hope that when you come to our Magic City #1 airport in the future, your fans won't cause such incident. Mr. Ning, rest assured this won't happen again next time. By the way, what's your boss name? My boss' full name is Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Is that the Jiang Fan from Morningstar Entertainment and Guanxing Group Entertainment? Upon hearing Jiang Fan's name, and recalling what he said earlier about having more than one first-tier star in his company, the star with the surname Chen couldn't help but feel a shock. Yes, it's President Jiang, Ning Xianjing nodded. Upon confirming this, the star with the surname Chen staggered. If not for his assistant supporting him, he might have fallen. He was very surprised, never expecting that Jiang Fan was that Jiang Fan. Given his status, if he spoke to other entertainment companies, it might make it very hard for him to land good roles for the rest of his life. After all, he was just a star while Jiang Fan was a capitalist. Stars simply couldn't compare to capitalists. Thinking this, the star with the surname Chen took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Ning, thank you for telling me this." "It's nothing." Ning Xianjing shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Okay, Mr. Ning. Fortunately, we didn't offend Jiang Fan too deeply. If we had, my future might be at stake. I must apologize to him when I return to Magic City this time." "All right, Mr. Chen, let's prepare to board. We'll discuss this matter again when we return," the assistant said, looking at Mr. Chen's expression. "Okay, let's go. Brother, is Magic City no? One airport also yours?" On the way, Jiang Yuding asked curious. "Yes, Magic City no. One airport is also mine." "Wow, brother, you are amazing. With your current assets, you must have entered the rich list, right?" Seeing her brother nod, Jiang Yuding looked at him with admiration. "The rich list doesn't matter. Oh, whether I make it or not, it's all the same. What matters is making money peacefully." Jiang Fan didn't care about the rich list. Oh, whether he made it or not was irrelevant. "Brother, without realizing it, you've become so impressive. In our family, you are the richest one." In response, Jiang Fan merely smiled faintly. On the roadside, he called 2 taxis that headed towards Tang Town. After having lunch at Shangfu restaurant, they returned home. "Mom, we have arrived home." Zhao Yuanling assisted Yi Xie out of the car, smiling. Looking at the small white building before them, although it couldn't compare to the Yi family's residence, Yi Xie still found it quite nice. "All right, Yuanling, let's go inside. This time I plan to visit your father. After all these years I haven't seen him, and now we are worlds apart." In the room, Yi Xie sighed. "Mom, we just returned to the Magic City today. Let's rest. How about we go tomorrow instead?" "All right, how is your brother doing now?" "My brother." Zhao Yuanling shook her head and sighed. "We are all family. If there's anything to say, just say. Mom, my brother is a difficult person. When I married Zheng Hao, he demanded a dowry of 100,000, otherwise he wouldn't permit me to marry Zheng Hao. Moreover, after his family became wealthy, every new year, they would come to our home to show off. This new year was no different. Thankfully, Xiao Fan has become capable now. After the events of this new year, our family will no longer associate with their family." Hearing her daughter's account, Yi Xie also sighed, holding her hand and gently patting it. In that era, to take out 100,000 as dowry, Zhang Zhenghao must have faced considerable hardships. To think that her own son would be like this towards his own sister, sigh. "All right, let's not talk about this. Tomorrow we will go pay respects to your father and then come back." "Okay, Mom." That night, Jiang Fan called Su Shui, informing her that he had returned from Yanjing to his hometown, and he expected to return to PD the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, Su Shui was naturally very happy and expressed that she would be waiting at home. The next morning after breakfast, the family set off towards Zhao Yuanling's hometown. Zhao Yuanling's hometown was about a 30-minute drive from Tang Town. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Zhao Yuanling's hometown. Now there were seldom any residents in the hometown, and trees grew wildly around. After parking the car by the roadside, Jiang Fan and Zhang Zhenghao carried some items and walked towards Zhao Yuanling's father's grave. A few minutes later, Yi Xie and the others stood in front of the grave looking at the tombstone. Yi Xie took a deep, "Old partner, I have returned. You must have blamed me back then for leaving without a word. I never expected to return this time, only to find that after over 40 years we are still worlds apart. Mom, Dad never blamed you. He knew you had no choice but to leave." Zhao Yuanling spoke softly. Sigh. In Yinjing, she had heard Yuanling mention that he did not blame her, yet the burden in her heart was after all, it was the path she chose back then. They stood before the tombstone for a long time before Jiang Fan took out yellow paper and offerings for the ritual. After more than half an hour, the group left and returned to the car heading back to Tang Town. It seemed that this time it would be years before they returned again. "Grandma, Mom, I plan to head back to PD tomorrow," Jiang Fan said as he entered the living room in Tang Town, smiling at his grandmother and mother. "Young people have many things to do. Xiao Fan, you don't need to stay with Grandma. Oh, just go back tomorrow. Yixi and I'll go back tomorrow. Grandma, Mom will take good care of you here. All right, when my sister is on summer break, I will come back and take you to D. Additionally, I plan to buy a house there, and we will live there in PD from now on. Mom, what do you think?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuanling glanced at her mother and thought for a moment before saying, "The city is too noisy. I fear your grandma might not adjust well if she goes there. Let's stay here instead." "How could that be? The environment in Huxing Garden is beautiful and it's not noisy. It's unique compared to the city. Moreover, if you live there, you can visit Schwenner's parents as well. Yuanling, since Xiao Fan has invited you, you should go. Don't worry about my old lady's opinion. Besides, I also want to meet Xiao Fan's girlfriend. I remember when Xiao Fan was this age, many people were already married and some even had children. All right, then we will go when the time comes." Hearing her mother say this, Yixia had to nod in agreement. Seeing her mother agree, Jiang Fan smiled faintly. He had originally planned to go see other houses in Huxin Garden with Shuer, but because of the arrival of Yi Yake he couldn't go. After returning this time, he would go with Shuer to check out the villas and buy one if suitable. As for his sister, she still had a year until graduation and Jiang Fan planned to arrange a transfer for her. With the family together, there would be some care for each other. The next morning, Jiang Fan sat in the car and waved to his grandmother, father, mother, and sister. Grandma, dad, mom, sister, I'm leaving. All right, be careful on the road and don't drive too fast, Zhao Yuanling reminded. Mom, I know. Bye, old brother. Bye. Jiang Fan smiled as he drove away from his hometown. Around noon, he returned to PD Huxin Garden, parked the car in the basement, and sent a message to Su Shui. Knowing she was at her home, Jiang Fan exited the basement and arrived at Su Shui's doorstep, pressing the doorbell. It wasn't long before Su Shui opened the door and rushed into Jiang Fan's embrace. With joy on her face, she looked up at Jiang Fan and sweetly said, Brother Fan, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jiang Fan reached out to stroke her hair, softly speaking, Shuer, I missed you too. Brother Fan, come in quickly. Su Shui pulled Jiang Fan's hand, leading him into her living room. Today was Sunday, and she was resting at home. After bringing Jiang Fan a cup of water, Su Shui leaned in Jiang Fan's embrace, listening to him recount what had happened in Yanjing over the past few days. Although the Yi family is a prestigious family, I never expected the son raised by Yi Ziqing would turn out like this. After hearing Jiang Fan's story, Su Shui said angrily, But because of him I received a compensation of 10 million for the orchid, so I got that back. Jiang Fan said, Brother Fan, how is Grandma? Is she very strict? Grandma isn't strict, in fact she is kind and amiable. Don't forget, when Yi Jiahao kicked the orchid, it was Grandma who insisted on compensation and an apology. Do you think Grandma will dislike me when she sees me? Su Shui asked worriedly, even though Jiang Fan's parents liked her very much. But Grandma is Auntie's mother. If Grandma doesn't like her, wouldn't that be? Jiang Fan wrapped his arm around Su Shui's shoulder, gently saying, Don't overthink it. How could Grandma not like you? Brother Fan, shall we go view the house today? Su Shui looked up at Jiang Fan. I'll change clothes too. Jiang Fan left Su Shui's home and returned to his own apartment. He retrieved fresh attire, placed it in the bedroom, stripped off his current garments, and spent 10 minutes showering and grooming before drying himself, dressing, tidying his appearance, and stepping into the living room. Hardly had Jiang Fan settled onto the sofa in the living room when Su Shui arrived. Hearing the doorbell chime, he opened the front door. Outside, Su Shui wore her hair in a single high ponytail and dressed in a cool, breezy outfit, lending her an effortless charm. The moment she stepped inside, she slipped her arm through Jiang Fan's and affectionately murmured, Brother Fan, ready? Yes, I'm ready. Let's head out. All right. Jiang Fan escorted Su Shui out of the villa and drove them away from Huxian Garden. Though the sales center lay close to Huxian Garden, they first intended to dine before touring the properties. Over half an hour later, Jiang Fan departed the restaurant and steered toward the sales center. He parked in the designated lot and guided Su Shui inside. Inside the sales building, a young woman, around 23 or 24, spotted their arrival and hurried forward with radiant enthusiasm. Good day, sir and madam. Hello, we're here to view villas. Villas. May I ask, sir, what price range you have in mind? Upon hearing this, the woman's smile widened further as she eagerly replied, I plan to purchase a villa in Huxian Garden, somewhere between 10 and 20 million yuan. 10 to 20 million. Please follow me, sir and madam. Nodding appreciatively at Jiang Fan's stated budget, she courteously led them onward. Jiang Fan followed her to the Huxian Garden scale model display. Sir, only 3 villas remain available in Huxian Garden. This one is priced at 8 million yuan, the smallest in floor area. That one is 11 million yuan, spanning 300 square meters. This third villa is priced at 23 million yuan and measures 384.38 square meters. Very well, let's view the 33 million yuan villa. After brief consideration, Jiang Fan pointed to the 33 million yuan property. No problem, sir. Yes, let's depart immediately. May I ask, sir, did you drive here or walk? If on foot, I'd be happy to show for you. No need. We arrived by car. Understood. Please wait a moment while I fetch the documentation. With a warm nod and a polite farewell, the woman excused herself and had scarcely disappeared when another approached. Sir, madam, are you viewing properties? Yes, Jiang Fan replied, glancing at her. Her makeup thick, her perfume overpowering. The cloying fragrance unsettled him. Instinctively, he took a subtle step back. Su Shui too wrinkled her brow, equally repelled by the scent. Unaware of their reaction, the woman smiled warmly. Which villa has caught your interest, sir? I'd be delighted to guide you personally. No, thank you. We're already scheduled for a tour. Jiang Fan gently declined with a shake of his head. Oh, really? And who might that be? I'm this year's top-performing sales associate here. If I guide you, you'll receive the most thorough and insightful introduction. Others may not offer such expertise. She persisted, until the first saleswoman reappeared, smiling serenely. Apologies for the wait, sir. You're ready. Oh, well, look who it is. Chuanrong. The perfumed woman's face lit up with exaggerated delight upon Zhang Yanhui. What brings you here? Cui Anrong's expression tightened at the sound of her name. Nothing urgent, just surprised to see you. Still, I must remind you, not to repeat past missteps and get deceived again. Huh. Cui Anrong's earlier failures were the subject of quiet ridicule within the sales office. After nearly a year on staff, she'd sold just one 5 million yuan villa. By contrast, another new hire, on board less than a year, had already sold 3 villas. Cui Anrong simply couldn't compare. Worse still, several times she'd escorted prospects to view properties, only to return alone. That pattern had become a running joke among her colleagues. Shaking her head, Cui Anrong turned to Zhang Fan with composed professionalism. Sir, shall we begin? Yes, let's go. Zhang Fan nodded and walked out with Su Shui. Heh, he's so serious. I wonder, will that man actually buy? Still, he's rather handsome. If only. As Cui Anrong stepped outside, she watched Zhang Fan escort what appeared to be his girlfriend. Yes, surely his girlfriend, to an exceptionally luxurious automobile, open its door and help her inside. Staring at the opulent vehicle, Cui Anrong drew a slow, steadying breath, suddenly convinced this man truly possessed wealth beyond measure. She then climbed into her modest Sandyuan sedan and pulled ahead. Zhang Fan's Hennessy Viper followed closely behind. Soon they reached the entrance of Huxian Garden, where Cui Anrong halted her car and approached the security booth to register. The guard glanced at her vehicle, and before she could utter a word, snapped, Hey, can't you see the car behind you? Move yours aside immediately. Let that one enter first. Wait, no? I'm accompanying the owner of that car to view villas here. Viewing villas? But doesn't that gentleman already own a villa in Huxian Garden? The guard frowned, perplexed. You mean, the owner of that car already lives in Huxian Garden? Exactly, that's Mr. Zhang's car. Not only does he own a 10 million yuan villa here, but his girlfriend is the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Ah, what? Cui Anrong recoiled in astonishment, never imagining Mr. Zhang not only owned a villa in Huxian Garden, but also dated someone of such extraordinary lineage, and all at such a young age. What's happening? Zhang Fan stepped out of his car and approached, puzzled. Mr. Zhang, no issue at all. I'll clear your entry immediately. Please go ahead. The moment the guard recognized Zhang Fan, his demeanor shifted instantly, replacing skepticism with deferential warmth as he swiftly granted passage. The security guard smiled and quickly let them through. Zhang Fan nodded and returned to the car. Cui Anrong also got back into her own vehicle, driving together into the Heart Lake Garden. Soon they arrived in front of the villa valued at 13 million. After getting out of the car, Cui Anrong glanced at the materials and smiled, saying, Mr. Zhang, this is the villa worth 13 million. She then began introducing the property to Zhang Fan and the others. This is a standalone villa on the west side with an area of 384.38 square meters featuring 6 rooms, 4 halls, and 4 bathrooms. It has a garden of 643 square meters, an underground garage of 89.24 square meters, and double parking spaces. The location is at the center of the community, elevated for a broad view and surrounded by beautiful scenery. It has excellent privacy, a private entrance and courtyard with the garage separating the first floor from the rest of the building, and no shared walls between the units. The ventilation in the standalone villa is exceptional, and all bathrooms are equipped with daylight, making it healthier and more comfortable. The villa has a wide facade of 14 meters, providing a spacious view. Oversized floor-to-ceiling windows ensure ample sunlight throughout the day, making it perfect for living requirements. There is a significant amount of reserved space for expansion, accommodating various functional needs. Additionally, there is a large garden of 643 square meters and an 89.24 square meter fully daylight basement with double parking spaces, and each floor has large outdoor viewing balconies and flower beds. The entrance hall on the first floor can be enclosed to become an entryway, which is part of the gifted area, and there is a storage room on the north side of the second floor south terrace. After listening to Cui Anrong's explanation, Zhang Fan looked at the villa and smiled, saying, Well, let's go inside and take a look. All right, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Cui Anrong took out the key, approached the door, opened it, and led Zhang Fan and the others inside. They looked around the living room, then went upstairs to see the second floor and the garden in the back. After finishing the tour, Zhang Fan looked at Su Shui and asked, Shui, what do you think of this place? Brother Fan, I think it's pretty good. If uncle and aunt come over, this villa would surely suit them well. Su Shui smiled sweetly. Since Shui thinks, so then let's buy it. Miss Cui, I want this villa. Cui Anrong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She didn't expect that this person would just bring his girlfriend to take a look, discuss briefly, and then decide to buy it. Mr. Zhang, if you want to buy this villa, you can handle the procedures at any time. Let's go now and complete the paperwork. We'll secure this villa today. Zhang Fan waved his hand and smiled. Since he was already here to look at the villa and seeing that it was suitable, he didn't want to delay the purchase any longer. After all, he still needed to accompany Su Shui while handling the paperwork. Then let's go quickly, Mr. Zhang. Bring your ID and come with me to the sales office to fill out the information. Okay. The location of this villa was very close to Jiang Fan and Su Shue's family's villa, only about a 6-minute drive to reach Jiang Fan's place. Jiang Fan quickly took his ID and other documents and drove again to the sales office. In the sales hall, Zhang Yanhui saw Cui Anrong return and was about to mock her when she noticed the man who intended to buy the house also entered. Could it be? This person really intends to buy a house. Zhang Yanhui was puzzled. Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, please take a seat over here while I go find the manager. You go ahead. Upon hearing Cui Anrong's words, Zhang Yanhui was even more convinced that this person truly intended to buy a house, which stirred feelings of jealousy within her. If she had known it would turn out this way, she should have tried to win that person over earlier. If she had known that villas with higher prices would yield higher commissions, she would have acted differently. Before long, Cui Anrong returned with the manager. The manager smiled at Jiang Fan, extending his hand saying, Mr. Zhang, hello. I am the manager here. My name is Yu Xiangjuan. Seeing his extended hand, Jiang Fan also reached out, shook hands briefly, and then let go, saying, hello, I am Jiang Fan. Mr. Zhang, regarding your intention to purchase that 13 million villa, Cui Anrong has already informed me. If there are no other issues, we can fill out the paperwork right away. No problem, we can fill out the paperwork immediately. Great, Mr. Jiang. The manager asked Cui Anrong to bring over a form and placed it on the table. Jiang Fan looked at the form and began to fill it out. After about 10 minutes, when the paperwork was completed, he spoke. Now that the paperwork is done, it's 13 million. I will pay by card in full. Mr. Jiang, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. Although the manager wanted Jiang Fan to pay in installments, he recognized Jiang Fan as a wealthy client willing to pay in full, so he couldn't very well insist on installments. If that drove him to dissatisfaction and resulted in not buying this villa, that would be a significant loss. Over an hour later, all the related paperwork was completed. The manager handed the property certificate and other items to Jiang Fan, also gifting him some small presents. This was meant to thank Jiang Fan for purchasing the villa they were responsible for. Jiang Fan looked at the small trinkets in his hands, shook his head with a smile, and left the sales hall with Su Shui. Mr. Jiang, please take care. Yu Xiangjuan was in high spirits, warmly saying this. Once Jiang Fan and the others had completely left the sales hall, Yu Xiangjuan turned back to look at Cui Anrong. You did well. This villa, which hadn't been sold for a year, was sold by you today. Regarding the commission, I will ensure the finance department transfers it to your bank account when they process the payroll. I hope you continue to maintain this performance. Manager Yu, I will definitely keep it up, Cui Anrong replied earnestly. Yu Xiangjuan nodded, said a few words to Cui Anrong, and then turned to leave. Oh, Cui Anrong, I'm really envious of you. You actually didn't get scammed today and found someone who can buy a 13 million. Zhang Yanhui approached Cui Anrong with a smile after the manager left. Cui Anrong, is there anything you need? If not, I'm going to attend to other matters. Cui Anrong knew what kind of person Zhang Yanhui was and didn't want to engage in conversation with her. Oh, selling a villa today has changed your personality, huh? It was just good luck for you today. Do you think you'll encounter something like this again in the future? Zhang Yanhui, whether my luck is good or not seems to have nothing to do with you. Instead of wasting time on this, you might as well put your energy into your work. Work? Our usual job is to take people who want to buy houses to see them. If we can get them to buy, then our work is done. If no one else comes today, what else is there to do? Zhang Yanhui said with a smile. If you're not working, I will work. Cui Anrong glanced at her and chose to ignore her, returning to her own work desk. Shui, how about we go to Nanlu Island next Saturday morning? Nanlu Island. I've heard of it. The environment there is quite pleasant. Yes, I recently purchased that island. Purchased it. Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. Yes, I plan to take my parents there to enjoy it once they come over. Additionally, I've bought a helicopter. Next week I'll fly it and take you there. How does that sound? Sounds good. I want to ride in a helicopter. Upon hearing about the helicopter, Su Shui became interested. She had never been on one in all these years, and if the chance arose, she wanted to give it a try. Then it's settled. Next Saturday morning, we'll go to Nanlu Island together. We'll ask Uncle and Aunt if they will tell my parents about it when I get home tonight. By the way, Brother Fan, during the days you were away, Sister Qin told me that they plan to start preparing to leave Huaxiao at the end of the month to follow the director and begin filming a movie. So soon. They must have already selected the actors, right? Jiang Fan originally thought that the crew would not depart until next month, but he did not expect them to be ready to leave at the end of the month. Yes, the actors have been chosen. Also, the movie The Years We Spent Together will finish filming at the end of this month, and it should be released around mid-next month. Oh, The Years We Spent Together is wrapping up. That's indeed quick, but seems I need to find some time to go see it. Swear, when it releases, let's go to the cinema together to watch this film. Alright, Brother Fan. This is the first film produced by Morningstar Entertainment Company, and as the boss, he will naturally attend the premiere. Jiang Fan was also filled with anticipation for this campus youth film. Sister Qin also told me that Yang Wenshuan's film is expected to finish shooting at the end of this month, and Lin Ziyu has invested in it. It should also start screening around mid-next month. He still wants to compete with me, since he wants to compare. Let's see whose film has the higher box office. Now he already owned over 20 cinemas, some acquired through system deals and others through company acquisitions. Although 20 might not seem like a lot, these cinemas are located in relatively good cities. Zhang Fan planned to have all 20 cinemas schedule this film for the day of its official release. Of course, there would also be promotions after filming wraps up. Only when more people are aware can there be better box office results. By the way, how is Mu Yutong's mother doing now? Since Mu Yutong's mother was sent to the hospital, Zhang Fan had not inquired further. Since the surgery, Mu Yutong's mother has been recovering day by day. I estimate that in 1 or 2 months, she will be able to be discharged. Mu Yutong is very happy and has always wanted to thank you. Moreover, at school, I have become good friends with her. Su Shui said with a beaming smile. Oh, it seems our Shuer has gained another good friend. It was hot, and upon returning home, Zhang Fan and Su Shui decided not to go out again. Su Shui leaned against Zhang Fan, quietly watching television. In the evening, Zhang Fan informed Su Shui briefly before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Around 7 in the evening, Su Shui's parents returned home by car. Upon seeing their car, Su Shui went to the kitchen to tell Zhang Fan, then left the living room and returned to her own home. Dad, Mom, you're back. Seeing their daughter so happy, Su Bai and Lu Jiahui understood that it must be because Zhang Fan had returned. Sure, you look so happy. Is it because your brother Fan has come back? Lu Jiahui asked with a smile. Mom, yes. Brother Fan is back and is currently preparing dinner. He asked me to invite you over to eat. Brother Fan is inviting us over for dinner. That's great. Let's tidy up and head over right away. Okay, I will wait for you at Brother Fan's house. Saying this, Su Shui quickly walked towards Zhang Fan's villa. Watching their daughter Su Bai and Lu Jiahui shook their heads and smiled. Not long after, Su Bai brought his wife and arrived at Zhang Fan's door, ringing the doorbell. Su Shui opened the door with a smile and said, Dad, Mom, please come in. They say a married daughter is like spilled water, and she hasn't even married, yet she treats Zhang Fan's home as her own. Su Bai smiled helplessly. Hearing this, Su Shui's face turned red, and she shot a glance at her father. Uncle Aunt, you're here? Please come in and sit down. Hearing the voices, Zhang Fan walked out from the kitchen and quickly greeted them upon seeing their arrival. Little Fan, sorry to bother you. Lu Jiahui nodded at him. And it's no bother at all. Please have a seat first, dinner will be ready shortly. Alright, you carry on. You girl, you don't even think to help your brother Fan. Lu Jiahui shot a disapproving glance at her daughter somewhat helplessly. Mom, I want to help, but Brother Fan said it's not necessary. Su Shui pouted, feeling aggrieved. You are. After more than half an hour, Zhang Fan brought the dishes to the table. Sitting on a chair, he looked at Uncle and Aunt, smiling. Uncle, Aunt, please start eating. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Not at all. By the way, Zhang Fan, how's it going with the Yi family in Yanjing? I heard from Shuer that you brought your grandmother to Modu. The Yi family is doing fine. I indeed brought my grandmother to Modu, but now she is with my parents back in our hometown. I plan to bring my parents over after my sister's summer vacation. Today I also went out to purchase a villa at Lake Heart Garden. That's great. It would be nice for our two families to have more opportunities to interact in the future. Su Bai. They naturally supported Zhang Fan and Su Shui's plans to get engaged. Now they only awaited Zhang Fan's parents to come over to discuss this matter together and see what they had to say, as well as meet Zhang Fan's parents. Young people, since you have this idea, you should be prepared. Uncle, Aunt, next Saturday I plan to take Shuer to Nanlu Island. Why don't you come with us to enjoy some fun there? Nanlu Island. If we go in the morning, we should arrive by noon. The environment there is quite nice. Speaking of which, over the years due to work, I have rarely gone out for leisure. Alright, let's all go to Nanlu Island together this time. Dad, Mom, Brother Fan bought a helicopter. We can take the helicopter there together. Su Shui said playfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you buy a helicopter? Su Bai looked at Zhang Fan with some surprise upon hearing this. Yes, Uncle, I indeed bought a helicopter. Moreover, I also have a pilot's license. It's been so many years since I last flew in a helicopter, and now I finally have the chance to experience it, haha. Su Bai nodded with a smile. Then Uncle and Aunt, next Saturday let's take the helicopter to Nanlu Island and have no problem. We will set off early Saturday morning for Nanlu Island, spend 2 days there, and return on Sunday after. After dinner, Su Shui helped clean the dishes and followed Zhang Fan to wash up in the kitchen. After returning to the living room, they chatted for more than an hour before Su Bai took his daughter home. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the following Saturday. In the morning, after having breakfast, Zhang Fan and the others prepared to depart. Zhang Fan did not drive his own car, but sat in Su Bai's car, letting Su Bai drive to Tang Chini Pin. He owned a villa there which was quite spacious. On the rooftop, there was a 6-seat helicopter parked. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tang Chini Pin, Zhang Fan got out of the car and informed the security of his identity. The security verified Zhang Fan's identity and immediately let them through. Soon they arrived in front of Zhang Fan's villa at Tang Chini Pin. Uncle, let's park the car in the basement first. Alright. Su Bai drove into the basement, and then Zhang Fan led them into the villa and up to the rooftop. This helicopter is quite large with 6 seats. It must be quite expensive, right? Su Bai arrived in front of the helicopter looking around in awe. Not too expensive, just over 10 million. Uncle, okay. Brother Fan, I want to sit in the co-pilot seat, Su Shui said with a smile. Sure, no problem. The 4 of them took their seats in the helicopter. Jiang Fan operated according to the memories in his mind. Swear when I tell you what to do, just follow my instructions, Jiang Fan reminded her. Okay, brother Fan, no problem, leave it to me. Su Shui patted her chest looking very excited. Shortly after the rotor began to spin, and when the speed was about right, Jiang Fan pulled the lift lever and the helicopter began to take off. Jiang Fan also let Su Shui press the button. Soon the helicopter finally took off and soared into the sky heading towards Nanlu Island. Su Shui leaned against the window looking down with great excitement. After about 10 minutes the helicopter reached the sky above Nanlu Island, and according to his memories Jiang Fan found a place to land the helicopter. The helicopter landed steadily on the ground. When the rotor stopped spinning, Su Shui excitedly hugged Jiang Fan's arm and exclaimed, Brother Fan, you're amazing. You're amazing too, Shui. Uncle Aunt, we've arrived at Nanlu Island, let's get down. Okay. They opened the door and got out of the helicopter. Looking at the scenery not far away and feeling the sea breeze blowing on the island, Jiang Fan remarked, the environment of Nanlu Island is indeed nice, worthy of being a tourist destination. Uncle Aunt Shui, let's first find a place to stay and then go buy some things, Jiang Fan suggested. No problem, let's go. Before long they arrived at a hotel. Although it was called a hotel, it was actually made of wood resembling an inn from ancient. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water. Here it means to rely on the sea to eat from the sea. On Nanlu Island, seafood is the most abundant. As they approached the hotel, they could smell a strong seafood aroma. On Nanlu Island, there are many seafood options, and although the prices are not cheap, they can buy it and cook it themselves at a fisherman's house. There are also places for surfing here. Jiang Fan caught a whiff of the seafood aroma. If they stayed here, he was afraid they would smell seafood at night as well. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan shook his head and said, Swear, Uncle Aunt, let's look for another place. The four of them continued on and soon found another hotel. This one had 4 floors, and the seafood smell was not as strong as the previous hotel. Entering the hotel, Jiang Fan approached the front desk smiling at the receptionist. Hello, do you have any rooms available? The receptionist looked at Jiang Fan, a handsome boy inquiring her, and quickly nodded with a smile. Hello, we still have 2 rooms available. 2 rooms left. Please wait a moment, I'll check. Jiang Fan approached Su Bai and the others and said, Uncle Aunt, the receptionist said there are still 2 rooms available. 2 rooms. That's fine, let's stay here. Lu Jiahui nodded. All right. Returning to the front desk, Jiang Fan smiled and said, Hello, we'd like to check into these 2 rooms for 2 days and check out at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. No problem, sir. Could you please provide your identification? Jiang Fan took out his ID card and handed it to the receptionist, who saw his name upon inspection. Before long, the check-in was successful. Mr. Jiang, for 2 rooms over 2 days, the total is 1,000 yuan. All right, let's proceed with the payment. Mr. Jiang, this way. After Jiang Fan successfully paid, the receptionist handed him the room cards. Jiang Fan took them and returned to his uncle and aunt. And here is the room card for your room. Okay, Su, I'm holding it. If I tell you to hold it, then just hold it. Why so many questions? Lu Jiahui gave him a sideways glance as she saw him dazed. Hearing his wife's urging, Su Bai had no choice but to nod. Little Fan, let's go check out the rooms first, and then we can go out later. Okay, Aunt. Jiang Fan was taken aback for a moment. Did this mean he was going to stay in the same room as Su Shui tonight? Originally, Jiang Fan thought he would be sharing a room with Su Bai, while Su Shui would share a room with her aunt. However, he did not expect his aunt to have Su Bai hold the key to their room. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Su Shui asked as she gently shook him, noticing he was standing there in a daze. It's nothing, nothing. Jiang Fan snapped back to reality and smiled. Swear, I'll go check the room first. Oh, I'll go with you. Jiahui, why are you making me hold the key? Su Bai asked, puzzled in the room. What's wrong? You're not happy to hold the room card. No, it's just that there are only 2 rooms. What I meant is that I can share a room with Jiang Fan, and you can stay with Shui and Jiang Fan are here on a date. Let's face it, we would just be a third wheel and shouldn't disturb them. Aren't you being a bit too anxious? Su Bai retorted. Shouldn't I be anxious? Although Shui has only known Jiang Fan for a short time, they are already in a relationship. As her aunt, I naturally know Jiang Fan's feelings for Shui. But these 2 young people haven't made much progress, and I, as the aunt, obviously want to help them. Besides, if Shui gets married early, we can also have our grandchildren sooner. Don't you want to hold your grandchild sooner? What you said. All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Anyway, they are about to get engaged, so let them develop their relationship and hopefully finalize their marriage after Shui graduates. Don't forget, Jiang Fan is young and handsome and so talented. I heard from Shui that Tang Siyu from their company looks at Jiang Fan differently. And Shui's friend, what's her name, Mu Yutong, also seems to have some feelings for Jiang Fan. Aren't you worried that one day some other girl might take Jiang Fan away, making Shui sad? Lu Jiahui. Su Bai was taken aback. What his wife said did make some sense. Jiang Fan is indeed very outstanding, and there will surely be many girls pursuing him. On the other side, Jiang Fan brought Su Shui to their room. The room was quite spacious with 2 beds, a private bathroom, and a balcony. I have to say this hotel is indeed suitable for those visiting Nanlu Island. Brother Fan, this hotel room is pretty good. From the balcony, you can see the beach over there. Su Shui walked to the balcony, looked outside, and turned around with a smile. Jiang Fan also came to the balcony, gazing at the distant beach, nodding. Indeed, this hotel is very suitable for those visiting Nanlu Island. Let's go buy swimsuits later and have some fun at the beach. Okay. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Jiahui sent a message to Su Shui telling them to get ready to go out. Su Shui informed Jiang Fan, who nodded, and took her out of the room. Little Fan, it's rare for us to come to Nanlu Island. We plan to buy swimsuits and have some fun at the beach. And we have the same plan, let's go together. Sure. After leaving the hotel, they quickly found a shop selling swim. Jiang Fan and Su Bai went to the men's swimsuit section, while Su Shui and Lu Jiahui went to the women's swimsuit section to start selecting. Su Shui picked a modest pink swimsuit. Lu Jiahui chose a blue swimsuit, also not too revealing. Having bought their swimsuits, they naturally needed to get sunscreen and other items. After all, the weather was hot, and without sunscreen their skin would easily get tanned or burned. Once everything was ready, the group arrived at the beach. Since it was Saturday, there weren't many people around. Jiang Fan and the others found a spot with fewer people. Brother Fan, help me put on the sunscreen, Su Shui said softly, holding the bottle of sunscreen. Sure, no problem. Jiang Fan took the bottle and opened it. Su Shui lay down on a single mat. Su Bai, help me with the sunscreen too. Lu Jiahui also lay down on another mat. Jiang Fan poured some sunscreen into his hand and began applying it on Su Shui's arms and back. Feeling Jiang Fan's touch, Su Shui's cheeks flushed, and she softly murmured. It seemed like it was the first time she had such intimate contact with Jiang Fan. Once the sunscreen was applied, Su Shui's face was as red as a ripe apple. Shui, are you okay? Seeing Su Shui's face so red, Jiang Fan worriedly asked, thinking it was due to the sun. Brother Fan, I'm fine. Su Shui quickly shook her head. After playing at the beach for the whole morning, they returned to their room at noon and changed into different clothes before heading to a farmhouse. The waiter, seeing the guests arrive, quickly approached with a warm smile. 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies, please have a seat. Sitting at the table, Jiang Fan and the others looked at the menu and ordered some seafood. Since they were visiting Nanlu Island, they naturally wanted to try the local seafood. Jiang Fan and the others ordered 10 types of seafood, including squid, scallops, and so on. After more than half an hour, the waiter began to bring the squid and other seafood to the table. With a smile, he said, "Gentlemen and ladies, please enjoy your meal." Brother Fan, this squid is really good, Su Shui said, trying it with chopsticks and praising it. Shui, don't eat too much seafood. Be careful, it's not good for your stomach. Lu Jiahui reminded from the side. Mom, I know. If Shui likes it, when we go back tomorrow, I'll buy some seafood here to take home and personally cook it for you. All right, thank you, Brother Fan. Hearing this, Su Shui smiled and nodded. The owner of the farmhouse looked at Jiang Fan and the others, noticing that their attire was not on the same level as that of typical tourists, realizing they were wealthy. The owner of the farmhouse had a thought and had the kitchen prepare a dish which he then personally brought over. Gentlemen and ladies, this dish is our farmhouse's specialty. You should try it. Jiang Fan looked at the owner and smiled, saying, "Hello, we didn't order this dish. Oh, please take it back. This dish is complimentary." The owner smiled. Oh, complimentary. But we don't need it. Hey sir, it's free. Oh, why not give it a try? It might suit your taste perfectly. I'll just leave it here. Without further ado, the owner placed the dish on the table and quickly left. Little Fan, is something wrong? Su Bai asked. Uncle, I don't believe in free lunches. Why did the owner only bring this free dish to us? He didn't offer it to anyone else. I think there must be other motives. Jiang Fan explained. Other motives? Do you think he wants to blackmail us? Su Bai whispered. Uncle, there is a strong possibility of that. I asked for this dish. Let's just leave it untouched. All right, I want to see what the owner is planning. Half an hour later, apart from the dish the owner brought, which they left untouched, they had almost finished the other dishes. Su Bai called the waiter, ready to settle the bill. The owner, accompanied by the waiter, approached with a smile and said, "Sir, your total is 4,700 yuan. 3 to 4,700. For just these few dishes, that's so expensive." Su Bai frowned immediately upon hearing the price. It seems Jiang Fan was right. Indeed, that is the amount, 4,700. The boss still wore a smile. These seafood items add up to no more than a little over 1,000, yet you are charging us 4,700. Don't you think that's unreasonable? Su Bai questioned. Sir, please don't get agitated. You must understand seafood is quite expensive on Nanlu Island, and we also served you this dish, which is our hotel's best dish, hence the high price. Didn't you just say it was complimentary? Now you're charging for it. Isn't this extortion? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Jiang Fan smiled as he looked at the boss. The boss shook his head and smiled. Call the police. Do they have evidence? Is there any proof that I said it was complimentary? Sir, please don't make baseless accusations. When did I ever say this dish was complimentary? You just said so clearly, and now you're denying it. Su Shui looked at him with displeasure. Miss, if you don't believe me, just ask our server. When did I say it was complimentary? Don't slander me. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved, eh? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. How else could it be resolved? Of course you should pay what you owe. The boss said seriously. It seems your hotel has done this sort of thing more than once. If that's the case, there's no need for your establishment to continue operating. No need to continue operating. How do you think you are to say I should close my shop? Let me tell you, my brother is the person in charge of this Nanlu Island. The boss looked down at Jiang Fan with disdain. Oh, I see, relying on your brother being in charge of the island gives you the courage to act this way. Very well, if I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known about this. Then I'll call your brother today and have him come see. How my brother is not on Nanlu Island right now. Who do you think you are to say I should have him come over? Hurry up and pay, then leave here. Don't disturb our hotel's business. The boss said with a displeased expression. Jiang Fan ignored him, took out his phone, and dialed Chu Pingyi's number. After a short while, a voice came from the phone. Boss, where are you? Come to Nanlu Island, I'm at your brother's hotel. Boss, you've come to Nanlu Island. And you're at my brother's hotel. Why are you talking so much? Just come over. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't come, you can consider the consequences yourself. Yes, boss, I'll be there right away. The boss looked at Jiang Fan disdainfully. Don't worry, your brother will be here soon. I want to see if this matter is truly your brother's intention or yours. How we shall see. Just 5 minutes later, Chu Pingyi rushed and panting. Upon seeing his brother truly arrive, the hotel boss hurried forward surprised. Bro, what brings you here? The boss is at your hotel. Just now he asked me to come. Jingye, you didn't offend the boss, did you? Upon hearing his brother's words, Chu Jingye's heart sank. Could it be that the person who just called was really calling? Was that person truly his brother's boss? Chu Pingyi looked at the expression on his younger brother's face and immediately understood, furrowing his brows and looking at him with displeasure. You've come. Jiang Fan said softly as he looked at Chu Pingyi. Boss, I'm here. Let your brother tell you what happened. Okay, boss. Jingye, tell me what happened. I hope you tell me everything honestly. If I find out you lied to me, you better. Chu Pingyi's gaze hardened as he looked at his younger brother with displeasure. Bro, I speak. I. Since he won't say, then I'll tell you what happened. Jiang Fan recounted the events to Chu Pingyi. After hearing the boss's words, Chu Pingyi took a deep breath, walked up to Chu Jingye, raised his hand, and slapped him across the face. Slap. With that slap, Chu Jingye's right cheek began to swell. Bro, you actually hit me. Chu Jingye touched his swollen right cheek, looking at his elder brother in disbelief. Hit you? I want to hit you even harder. How could you act this way after I let you come to Nanlu Island to open a shop with the name Jingye? Chu Pingyi became increasingly agitated, even kicking Chu Jingye. Enough. Jiang Fan frowned and said sharply. Boss, this kid is neglecting his duties, merely trying to take shortcuts. Today I'll teach him a good lesson. This is your family matter. However you want to discipline him, do it slowly after returning home. His ability to extort us today indicates he has enjoyed many benefits in the past. Such hotels need not exist any longer. From today onwards, your brother is not allowed to step onto Nanlu Island. You also must not allow any of your relatives to open any shops on Nanlu Island. If I find out, you'll need to resign voluntarily. Understand? Boss, I understand. Chu Pingyi took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Boss, my brother offended you today. On behalf of my brother, I apologize here. Such an incident will not happen again in the future. Chu Pingyi hurriedly assured. This job is good and quite easy. He certainly did not want to lose it because of his. Have the server calculate how much this meal costs. Boss, no need. This meal is on me. Chu Pingyi quickly shook his head. He dared not accept the boss's treat. This little amount Jiang Fan can afford. Server, how much is it? Sir, it's a total of 1,300. Scan the code. All right, sir. After the payment was successful, Jiang Fan smiled at Su Shui and the others, saying, Shuier, Uncle Aunt, let's go. Okay. Jiang Fan led Su Shui and the others away. Boss, you all take care. Chu Pingyi saw them off. He looked at the servers and instructed, have the other guests leave here and compensate them for their meal. Hearing this, the servers nodded, and after more than 10 minutes, all the guests present left. Chu Pingyi looked at his younger brother. Jingye, as your older brother, I allowed you to come to Nanlu Island to open a hotel because I wanted to take care of you. But you taking advantage of opening a hotel to extort guests must have made quite a bit of money over the years, right? If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother, I would have definitely reported you and sent you in. Chu Pingyi gritted his teeth. Bro, I was wrong. I realized my mistake. Chu Jingye stammered, frightened. You realize your mistake now? Why didn't you foresee this day before? You truly have audacity, extorting my employer of all people. Had my employer not informed me, I'd still be kept in the dark by you. Did you hear what my employer just said? You have 24 hours to leave Nanlu Island. If you refuse, I'll ensure you're forcibly removed. From this day forward, you are forbidden from setting foot on Nanlu Island. Do you understand? Brother, if I leave Nanlu Island, how will I survive? Chu Jingye clutched his elder brother's leg and wept. Humph. If you stay, then how am I to live? Didn't you hear what my employer said? Do you wish for me to lose my job as well? You have hands and feet. Surely you can make your own way. Leave. Today without fail. Or don't blame me for severing family ties. Refusing to go. Whether you wish it or not, you will depart today. Never imagined such a hotel would exist on our own island. Nothing short of extortion. Fortunately, Brother Fan was with us today, how otherwise more innocent travelers might fall prey to such deception. Su Shui spoke, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Indeed, I never expected such an incident here, Jiang Fan sighed, shaking his head. For such misconduct to occur on one's own island reflected a grave dereliction of duty by its administrators. The weather shifted unpredictably at noon. The sky had been cloudless and brilliant, but now a light rain began to fall. Looks like a downpour is imminent. We should head to the hotel first, Su Bai observed, gazing at the sky. Uncle Andy, there's a cinema on the island. Shall we go watch a film? Jiang Fan suggested. After the earlier ordeal, none felt much enthusiasm for further sightseeing, so he proposed the cinema, hoping to ease their spirits. A film? Very well, let's go. Soon the four arrived at the cinema entrance, selected a movie, purchased 4 tickets, bought popcorn and drinks, and entered the theater. Having found their seats, they settled in to wait. Su Shui held out a handful of popcorn and fed it to Jiang Fan with tender affection. Outside, the weather unfolded precisely as Su Bai had predicted. Scarcely had they entered the theater when torrential rain began to pour. By then the beach was deserted. Tourists had all sought shelter. Inside the theater, a science fiction film played. Not a domestic production, but one from abroad. They watched the futuristic spectacle while savoring buttery popcorn. The film ran over 2 hours before concluding. At last, it's over. What an extraordinarily long film, Su Shui remarked, gazing at her empty popcorn cup and shaking her head. Shui, let's go. The rain should have ceased. All right. Emerging from the theater, they found the sky clear and rain-free. They resumed exploring until shortly after 6 o'clock, when they chose another restaurant for dinner. Afterward, as night descended, Nanlu Island shimmered with luminous lights, and Jiang Fan's group strolled along the shore, breathing in the sea breeze. Jiang Fan slipped an arm around Su Shui's shoulders, drawing her gently against his own. Shui, are you cold? He asked softly. Brother Fan, I'm not cold. It's past 8 o'clock. Time to return to our hotel room. Su Shui held up her clothes and teased. Brother Fan, I'm off to bathe. Don't peek, okay? Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Go ahead, Shui, I won't peek. She giggled, cradling her garments, and disappeared into the bathroom. Moments later, the soft rush of water echoed from within. Jiang Fan retrieved his phone and browsed recent news. 10 minutes passed. Then Su Shui's voice drifted out, hushed and delicate. Shui, what is it? Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. Brother Fan, I forgot my towel. Your towel, Just a moment. I'll bring it right away. He fetched the towel, approached the bathroom, door knocked lightly, and murmured, Shui, I've brought your towel. I'll leave it on the doorknob. Before he finished speaking, Su Shui opened the door, just a crack revealing a damp, dewy face and a small expectant hand. Brother Fan, hand it over, please. Oh yes. He placed the towel in her palm. Hee. I'll be out in a moment, she chirped, and closed the door. Jiang Fan smiled quietly and returned to the bed. 5 minutes later, Su Shui emerged in fresh attire, toweling her wet hair as she walked. Brother Fan, I'm done. Your turn to bathe. No rush, Shui. Sit down. I'll dry your hair for you. He rose, took her hand, guided her to a chair, and switched on the hairdryer. Then gently, patiently began drying her. Feeling his tender care, Su Shui's face bloomed with sweet delight. Happiness, after all, was this simple. Minutes later, her hair shimmered perfectly dry. Jiang Fan switched off the dryer and whispered near her ear, my Shui is beautiful, always, in every moment. Flatterer. Su Shui extended a slender finger and playfully poked his cheek, lips curving into a soft smile. Brother Fan, I'll bathe now. Go ahead, Brother Fan. Jiang Fan gathered his clothes and headed for the bathroom. Su Shui turned, glancing at the 2 beds in the room. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Today counts as cohabitation. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan re-emerged, freshly dressed. Brother Fan, I'll dry your hair. Su Shui hurriedly seized the hairdryer. No need, Shui. I'll wash these first. They'll dry by tomorrow afternoon. Oh, then let me help. After laundering and hanging the clothes, they returned to the room, and Su Shui, hairdryer in hand, began drying Jiang Fan's hair. His hair was short, dry in moments. By then it was nearing 10 o'clock, late enough for rest. Shui, shall we sleep? She nestled her arm through his and murmured, Brother Fan, may we share the bed tonight? Share the bed? I'm afraid. In unfamiliar surroundings, Su Shui whispered timidly. Jiang Fan regarded her with gentle surprise. Then he nodded. Very well, let's sleep together. Her heart leapt at his consent. Soon they climbed into bed side by side. Jiang Fan adjusted the air conditioner to 27 degrees Celsius. As Su Shui slipped beneath the covers, she curled her arm around his and turned toward him, face to face. Brother Fan, ever since meeting you, these have been the happiest days of my life, Su Shui confessed, voice trembling with sincerity. Shui, I feel the same. Meeting you has brought me unparalleled joy. Jiang Fan spoke truthfully. At university, he'd had few friends. After graduation, he'd become a weary office worker, returning home each evening, rarely socializing with colleagues. Su Shui sweetly leaned against Jiang Fan's embrace. Jiang Fan placed his right hand on her back and kissed her forehead. The two whispered sweet nothings under the covers until after 11 at night, when they finally fell asleep. The next morning, as Jiang Fan opened his eyes, he felt Su Shui wrapped around him like an octopus. A patch of snow-white skin peeked out from her collar. In her deep slumber, a smile graced her face, sweet and refreshing like a spring breeze, bringing comfort and ease to Jiang Fan. His gaze softened as he quietly watched her reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Before long, Su Shue's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Jiang Fan's gentle gaze, she felt her cheeks flush and softly exclaimed, "You silly. Shuer, you're awake. Do you want to sleep a bit more?" Jiang Fan spoke gently upon seeing that Su Shue had already woken up. "Brother Fan, what time is it?" "It's around 8 in the morning. It's past 8. No more sleeping, we have to go out and have some fun today," Su Shue said, shaking her head in Jiang Fan's embrace. "Alright, our Shuer is not the kind of girl who sleeps in, so let's get up. Brother Fan, carry me." Su Shue extended her arms from the bed, acting coyly towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled warmly and lifted her up. As she was cradled in his arms, Su Shue pressed her lips against Jiang Fan's cheek. "Oh, you dare to sneak attack me." Jiang Fan flipped over while holding Su Shue, placing her back on the bed, his elbow resting on the mattress as he gazed at her gently. As if knowing his intentions, a rosy hue spread across Su Shue's cheeks, reaching her neck. She bit her lip, feeling a bit shy to meet Jiang Fan's eyes. Jiang Fan gazed at her bashful demeanor. Her natural beauty was enhanced by her shyness. Her cheeks resembled ripe cherries, tempting him to take a bite, much like tender meat ready for the feast. Unable to resist, he leaned down and captured Su Shue's lips in a domineering kiss. Su Shue's mind went blank, her body stiffened, although her eyes widened, they held no focus. After a long moment, she regained her senses and passionately responded to the kiss. After a while, soft sounds emerged from Su Shue's mouth, prompting Jiang Fan to release her. Su Shue appeared flushed, clutching the blanket with rapid breaths, her cheeks burning, unable to meet Jiang Fan. After a moment, Su Shue lightly punched Jiang Fan's chest, pouting and saying, "You bad guy, always bullying me." Jiang Fan gently cupped her cheek teasingly, saying, "Shuer, you are my girlfriend. If I don't bully you, who will I bully?" Su Shue pouted and lightly huffed, remaining silent for a while. Seeing her silent, Jiang Fan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Shuer, what's wrong? Are you angry? Should I let you bully me instead?" "But how could I bully you when you always take advantage of me?" Su Shue rolled her eyes. "So does that mean Shuer doesn't want me to bully you?" No, that's not it." Su Shue quickly shook her head. When she caught sight of Jiang Fan's mischievous smile, she realized she had been teased. Gently hitting Jiang Fan, she said in a soft tone, "You're annoying." Just then, Su Shue's phone rang, and upon hearing it, Jiang Fan picked it up. "Shuer, it's your mother calling." Su Shue took the phone and answered, "Mom, what's up?" "Shuer, have you two gotten up yet?" "Oh, we're up." "Then let's go down for breakfast." "Oh, okay, Mom, just a moment." "Okay." After hanging up, Su Shue looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Brother Fan, Mom wants us to go eat breakfast together. Alright, let's get ready and not keep Annie waiting." Jiang Fan picked Su Shue up from the bed. After leaving his embrace, she went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth, then headed to the balcony to fetch her clothes. In summer, clothes dry quickly, unlike in winter when they are thick and can take several days to dry. Su Shue put away her and Jiang Fan's clothes, placed Jiang Fan's on the bed, and after saying a word, she took her clothes to the bathroom. A few minutes later, she emerged in a fresh outfit. Jiang Fan also changed into a new set of clothes, and after more than 10 minutes, he left the room with Su Shue. Before stepping out, he sent a message to his mom, and just as they exited the room, Su Bai and Lu Jiehui also came out. Looking at Shuer, Lu Jiehui smiled gently. "Shuer, how was last night? Did you sleep well?" Hearing her mother's words and recalling what happened in the room that morning, Su Shue's cheeks turned red as she weakly replied, "Mom, I slept well." "That's good. I was worried that you'd have trouble resting in a strange place, but now I feel relieved. Xiao Fan, let's go down for breakfast, and then stroll around Nandu Island." "Okay, Andy." The four quickly left the hotel, found a breakfast shop, and bought some breakfast and hot porridge. For the rest of the morning, the group continued to explore Nandu Island. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan spent several thousand yuan buying some hairy crabs, lobsters, squid, and more. After 5 in the afternoon, they returned to the hotel room to pack their things, and then went to the front desk to check out. After checking out, they arrived at the helicopter landing area and took their seats. Jiang Fan sat in the pilot's seat, glancing at Nandu Island before smiling slightly and piloting the helicopter away from the island. 20 minutes later, the helicopter returned to the rooftop of the Tangchun Yipin Villa. "Uncle Andy, if we have time next time, we can visit Nandu Island again. Alright, when your parents come over, we can go there again." Arriving at the basement, Jiang Fan and the others got into Su Bai's car. Su Bai drove them away from Tangchun Yipin towards the lakeside garden. In the evening, Lu Jiehui was busy in the kitchen with her daughter, while Jiang Fan sat in the living room, chatting with Su Bai. "Jiang Fan, I recently heard that a guy named Lin Ziyu has started his own company." "Lin Ziyu has started his own company? Uncle, what's it called?" "It's called Ziyu Company." "Ziyu Company? I wonder what this company primarily focuses on." "It's a software development company. I've also heard that he invested in Guaisho, probably hoping it can defeat your Douyin. If he wants to defeat my Douyin, then let's see if he has that capability." Hearing this, Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Douyin is rapidly growing. Even if Lin Ziyu asks his father for help, it won't be so simple to defeat Douyin. To Jiang Fan, Lin Ziyu is merely a minor player who won't amount to much. Given your current strength, even the Hua Xiao group cannot do anything about it. Su Bai nodded with a smile. Although he had known Zhang Fan for nearly half a year, he had witnessed Zhang Fan's capabilities during this time. At such a young age, he possessed so many companies and was even on the rich list. Moreover, Zhang Fan treated his daughter very well. One could say that his daughter found a truly wonderful boyfriend. On Nanlu Island, after hearing his wife's words, he came to a realization. Though he was his daughter's father, he could not overly interfere in the matters between his daughter and Zhang Fan. As long as his daughter was happy, he as a father would naturally feel joy for her. Late at night around 10 o'clock, Zhang Fan left Su Shue's home and returned to his own residence. On Monday, Su Shue went to school. Zhang Fan sat in the living room looking at the furniture around him. Suddenly, he remembered that despite knowing his uncle for so long, he had yet to give them a gift. Taking advantage of the free time, Zhang Fan planned to go out for a stroll. He decided to visit the antique street to see if there was anything suitable to give as a gift. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan left the villa, drove his car, and headed to the antique street. The antique street was bustling with shops selling porcelain, jade jewelry, stone carvings, furniture, and paintings, each specializing in their craft. He could even see a dessert shop. Even this small dessert shop exuded a sense of ancient charm. The street was dotted with antique shops and open-air craft markets radiating an air of antiquity. A wide array of souvenirs were readily available, including Ming-style furniture, Chinese rosewood furniture, wall-hanging scrolls, lotus lamps, ancient snuff bottles, as well as ceramics and various small antiques, with a complete range of types and varying prices. Naturally, the items here attracted many travelers who came to hunt for treasures, whether for personal collection or as gifts for friends and family. Zhang Fan found a parking spot and parked his car. Then he looked around and casually chose a shop, pushing open the door to enter. Inside the shop, there were 2 or 3 customers examining antiques, while a staff member enthusiastically introduced the items. One of the men, who seemed to be a shop assistant, glanced at Zhang Fan and then approached him with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, are you here to look at antiques?" Indeed, Zhang Fan nodded at him. "May I ask if you are planning to collect for yourself or gift to friends and family?" The assistant smiled. "For gifting to elders. If you're gifting to elders, you might consider a painting by Tang Bohush painting. Do you have any here?" "Of course, sir. Our antique shop has them. Please follow me." The assistant led Zhang Fan to a secluded corner where several paintings were hanging on the wall. "Sir, these are Tang Bohush paintings. You can take a look and decide which one you want." The assistant, taking advantage of Zhang Fan's attention on the paintings, turned to one side to fetch a porcelain bowl and returned to Zhang Fan's side. "Please help me take down that painting of the mountain road and pine wind to have a look." "No problem, sir. Could you please hold this porcelain bowl for me while I take it down?" Zhang Fan glanced at the porcelain bowl in his hand, thought for a moment, and did not help him hold it. Instead, he smiled and said, "This porcelain bowl must be quite valuable. Oh, I won't hold it. Just set it aside for now, and help me take down the painting later." Upon hearing this, the assistant could only awkwardly smile, went to the side to place the porcelain bowl on the table, then fetched a chair, stood on it, and suddenly turned to look at Zhang Fan lunging directly at him. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan swiftly sidestepped, took out his phone from his bag, unlocked it, and while the assistant was on the ground, he directly took several photos. From the moment the assistant inexplicably asked him to hold a porcelain bowl, he felt something was off. Combining it with the current situation, Zhang Fan gradually understood. This person was likely trying to blackmail him. "Sir, why did you fall without any reason? Are you attempting to scam me?" Zhang Fan asked him first. I'm fine, I just accidentally tripped and fell. Fortunately, the painting is unharmed." The assistant hurriedly got up, waving his hands. "Oh really? You look a bit out of sorts. I think I won't buy anything today." After saying this, Zhang Fan left the place. The assistant's expression darkened as he watched Zhang Fan leave. Having thought of 2 strategies, he found that Zhang Fan did not fall for either, completely failing to blackmail him. Leaving the shop, Zhang Fan took out his phone and contacted the person in charge of the antique street. The person in charge of the antique street was Chu Gaozhua. Before long, a voice from the other end rang out. "Boss, Chu Gaozhua, I have a task for you." "A task? What would you like me to do, boss?" "I am currently at the antique street at a shop called Deji Antique Store, which is suspected of blackmailing. Please have someone keep an eye on it. If such incidents continue, I trust you know how to handle it right." "Rest assured, boss, I will handle this matter properly," Chu Gaozhua assured from the other end of the line. Boss, are you at the antique street to look at antiques? If so, I know a great shop. Are you still near Deji Antique? I can come over immediately." Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, "All right, come over then." "Okay, boss." Soon Chu Gaozhua arrived here, and upon seeing Zhang Fan, he hurriedly approached respectfully and said, "Boss, which shop is it? Take me there to have a look." "Sure, boss. Please follow me." This shop is a Class A antique store called Jingu Antique Store. As for the antique store you just encountered, it is a Class C antique store, the least reputable shop on the antique street. Chu Gaozhua explained to Zhang Fan as they walked. Before long, the two arrived at Jingu Antique Store. "Boss, this is the place. Let's go inside and take a look." "Welcome." As soon as they entered the store, a female staff member warmly greeted them. "It's Xiaoli. I brought my boss here to look at antiques. Please call your boss out." Chu Gaozhua smiled at the girl. "All right, mister. Chu, please wait a moment. It seems you are a regular customer here. Hearing this, Chu Gaozhua smiled a little awkwardly and said, boss, not at all. I just sometimes introduce friends to come here to purchase antiques, and over time I've become acquainted with the owner of Jingu Antique Store. Shortly after, the female staff member brought in a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 40. Haha, Mr. Chu, you're here. Why have you brought a friend to look at antiques again today? Hee old Tang, today I am bringing my boss to your store, so you must introduce him properly. Boss, this is Tang Youwei, the owner of the Jingu Antique Shop. Old Tang, this is my boss Jiang Fan, Mr. The owner of Chu Gaozhua. Isn't he the landlord of Antique Street? So young. Tang Youwei looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment, and after coming to his senses, he quickly greeted him warmly. Mr. Jiang, hello, welcome to our Jingu Antique Shop. Mr. Tang, you too. May I ask, Mr. Jiang, are you buying antiques for your own collection or as gifts for friends and family? It's for an elder. If it's for an elder, we have some famous calligraphy and paintings in our shop that I believe would be very suitable. What does Mr. Jiang think? Tang Youwei suggested. Sure, take me to have a look. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Mr. Chu, your boss is so young. The female shop assistant watched as the boss took Jiang Fan away, curiously inquiring, that's right, don't be fooled by my boss's youth, he's quite wealthy, we can't compare to him. That's right, your boss is handsome, spirited, and impressive in appearance. He looks like he should only be in his 20s, right? My boss is 22 this year. At 22, he's your boss. That's impressive. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Even if our boss has a girlfriend, you wouldn't have a chance given your status. Chu Gaozhua looked at the female shop assistant, shook his head, and smiled. That's true. Not long after, Tang Youwei came out with a painting. Shall we please wrap this for Mr. Jiang? All right, boss. Shally took the painting and carefully wrapped it. Mr. Jiang, this painting is priced at 13 million, but since you are Mr. Chu's boss, I can sell it to you for 10 million. After the payment, Jiang Fan chatted with Tang Youwei for a few moments before leaving. Birth really is. Watching Jiang Fan leave Tang Yuwei's side. Old Tang, at least you own your own shop. What are you lamenting about? Each person has their own destiny. I wonder if my uncle will like this painting. Back in the car, Jiang Fan looked at the painting placed in the passenger seat. After a while, he drove away. After driving for a bit, he saw Mu Yutong on the roadside, seemingly being pestered by Jiang Fan furrowed his brows in confusion, found a place to park the car, and then walked over to Mu Yutong. Mu Yutong. Hearing the voice, Mu Yutong turned around and saw Jiang Fan quickly running over. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Isn't today Monday? Jiang Fan looked at her in confusion. Mr. Jiang, today is the day my mom is discharged from the hospital. I took leave to pick her up. Yutong, who is he? The man who had been pestering Mu Yutong approached Jiang Fan and questioned him sharply. Looking at this middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, Jiang Fan looked puzzled. Mr. Jiang, this is Mu Jiaming, my father. Mu Yutong didn't even glance at Mu Jiaming, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Your father? Jiang Fan had heard Mu Yutong mention her father before. Apparently, due to her mother's illness, the family couldn't afford the medical bills and her father had run away. He never expected him to show up today. Mu Jiaming looked at Jiang Fan, pondering something. Yutong, let's go. Dad will go with you to pick up your mom from the hospital. Don't call me that, you don't deserve it. Mu Yutong glared at Mu Jiaming through gritted teeth. Such a person simply did not deserve to be her father. Dad knows that he was wrong for leaving suddenly because of your mother. But don't worry, Dad is back now and won't leave again. I'll definitely find a good job to take care of you and your mother. Mu Jiaming hurriedly said. Do you think I would believe what you say? You left suddenly when my mom was sick. If I or my mom gets sick again, next time will you leave again? Our family does not welcome you. Don't worry, once mom is discharged and recovers, I will have her divorce you. From now on, we will have no contact with you. Mu Yutong grew more agitated as she spoke. Dad knows he was wrong, and that he shouldn't have left suddenly, because your mother was sick. Dad knows he was wrong now, and hopes you can forgive him, give him a chance. As a man, you couldn't bear the responsibility. Why should I forgive you? You don't deserve my forgiveness. Please leave, I don't want to see you again. Dad knows he was wrong, and understands that you won't forgive him right away. He just hopes you can give him a chance to meet your mother, and ask for her forgiveness. You made my mom so upset, and still expect her to forgive you. If it weren't for Mr. John's help, my mom might not even be alive right now. You don't deserve my and mom's forgiveness. Just leave. Leave. Mr. Mu, although this is your family matter, and I am just an outsider, I'd like to say a word. If you can't bear the responsibility, why come back at all? It would be better if you never returned. Your name is Jiang. You helped Yutong's mother get treated at the hospital, and it seems you are quite wealthy. Your daughter is so beautiful, you must have taken a liking to her, right? If you want me to leave, that can be arranged. Since you like my daughter, and want to be her boyfriend, that's fine, but you need to give me 2 million. I'll leave immediately, and never see them again. Mu Jiaming said with a smile. You want 2 million to leave them? You think you deserve my Jiang Fan's money? Hearing what he said, Jiang Fan suddenly laughed. I'm not your daughter, and besides, Jiang Fan is not my boyfriend, just my boss. If you want 2 million, why don't you go rob someone? Mu Yutong's eyes turned red as she looked at the man who raised her, feeling even more disappointed in him. She was not an object to be exchanged for money. Jiang Fan, if you refuse, don't even think about becoming my daughter's boyfriend. If you don't give this money, I won't leave. Mu Jiaming shamelessly continued. Let's say I'm not even if I were there's no way I'd give you 2 million. You don't. If you say you won't leave, that's fine, but I will contact people to check on your situation during the time you've been away. If anything bad happens during that time, then sorry, you can only go to the police station for a while. Jiang Fan looked at him with a faint smile. Feel free to investigate. I haven't done anything illegal, so what's there to fear? A middle-aged man was arguing with a couple by the roadside about something. Curious to know the details, the host quickly arranged to broadcast live. Seeing the argument by the roadside, a young man became intrigued and said mysteriously to the viewers in his live stream, "Could it be about love?" The viewers in the live stream urged host hurry over to take a look, expressing their curiosity. The host, nicknamed Hai Z, was a popular streamer on the Douyu platform, boasting over 3 million fans. He enjoyed outdoor broadcasting and would rush to witness unusual events. Having discovered another unusual event, he felt compelled to satisfy the curiosity of his audience. Some viewers were sending gifts while urging him to hurry over. Dear viewers, I know you are eager. Do not worry, I will be there shortly. The host Hai Z understood the curiosity of the crowd. It was this very curiosity that garnered him. He recalled an instance when he had stumbled upon a girl who was a sea king raising fish, only to witness 2 men arguing over her. He joined in that time while live streaming, and it earned him over 50,000 new followers. He thought that if he joined in again this time, he might gain some more fans. Before long, the host named Hai Z arrived near Jiang Fan and the others. He smiled at the middle-aged man and asked, "Sir, hello. I see you are arguing here. May I ask what happened?" Mu Jiaming glanced at the man and noticed he was live streaming. An idea formed in his mind. "You are the one broadcasting live, right? I have something to say to your viewers." "Oh, what do you want to tell my fans?" "This man comes from a wealthy family and wants to pursue my daughter. I do not agree, yet he follows her and tells me to get lost. At my age, raising my daughter has not been easy. I never expected that my daughter would meet a boyfriend who would treat me like. You do not know my wife is still hospitalized. I came to find them today to ask my daughter's boyfriend to lend me some money for her treatment, but they are unwilling." As Mu Jiaming spoke, the audience in the live stream erupted, flooding the chat with comments criticizing Mu Jiaming's daughter and the man. How can such a thing happen? They say raising a son prevents old age, and the same applies to daughters. This gentleman raised his daughter, and his wife is ill in the hospital. It is indeed not easy, yet his daughter treats him this way. It's disappointing. The host was delighted, realizing that with this revelation his live stream would attract even more viewers, and his follower count would only increase. You can have a chaotic meal, but not chaotic words. Clearly you abandoned your wife and children, leaving when your family lacked money for your mother's treatment. Now that your mother is better, you return and pretend to be the victim. You truly make people feel disgusted. Mu Yutong clenched her teeth listening to Mu Jiaming's words. "Miss Sir, he is your father after all. How can you speak like that? You found a wealthy boyfriend, and when your father asked you to help borrow some money, you refuse. You truly disappoint." The host supported Mu Jiaming. "This is their family matter. You, an outsider, need not interfere. Also shut down the live stream." Jiang Fan cast a glance, furrowing his brow at the host. Sir, you are this young lad's boyfriend. If you marry her, this old gentleman would also be your father-in-law. If your mother-in-law is sick and asks you to lend some money, would you refuse? I see you are not a good man at all." Hai Z accused. With his words, the viewers in the live stream began to express their opinions. Exactly, this man is truly not a good man. His mother-in-law is sick and he refuses to spend money, and this woman is not a good person either. She is unworthy of being a child. To the person above, I agree with your view. Haha, just listening to his one-sided story, you believe him so easily. Then ask him where was he when his wife was ill. Ask him if he took his wife to the hospital, where she was hospitalized, what illness she had, how much it cost, and how she is doing. Jiang Fan stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he looked at Mu Jiaming. If my family does not have much money, how could I afford my wife's treatment? If I had money, I wouldn't have come to find you. Mu Jiaming snorted coldly. Yes, sir, this old gentleman has no money. If he had money, he wouldn't come to find you. I see you are unwilling to spend the money. Hai Z nodded in agreement. This matter does not concern you. I remind you again, shut down the live stream. Sir, since you have done such a thing, are you afraid of others exposing it? Do you not want people to know about your conscience? Justice resides in the hearts of the people. I have done nothing wrong, while some people, knowing their daughter is wealthy, come seeking money. Does he even deserve it? Sir, I see this person is unreasonable. I suggest you find a reporter to expose this matter. The bigger the Hai Z looked at Mu Jiaming and suggested. Mu Jiaming, do you not think this matter is already big enough? Mu Yutong called him by name, frowning tightly at her. Originally, I would borrow some money and leave, but since you are unwilling, I can only contact a reporter. This person is right. The bigger the fuss, the better. I want to see what you will do then. At this moment, Mu Jiaming was unyielding. The man was a host, and with so many witnesses in the live stream, when the situation escalated, Mu Yutong and the others would find it hard to argue, and he was no longer afraid they would not pay. You want to help him? Have you considered the consequences? Jiang Fan looked at the host coldly. Consequences? What consequences? I am merely helping this old gentleman and his wife. You are the boyfriend of this old gentleman's daughter, and you are wealthy. You won't even spend this little money. Think about the consequences yourself. The host suddenly laughed at Jiang Fan's words, looking down on him. Very well, very well. I reminded you twice to shut down the live stream. Which platform are you streaming on? I am a host on the Douyu platform with 3 million fans. What of it? Are you trying to blacklist me? Haizi said disdainfully. This person looks like they should be wealthy, yet who would have thought they actually enjoy boasting? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. Is he really who he claims to be? Could he be the owner of Douyu? How is that even possible? Can money really silence a streamer with 3 million followers on Douyu? If he were the owner of Douyu, they wouldn't be able to challenge him, but is he really? A streamer doing an outdoor broadcast encounters a passerby who is supposedly the owner of Douyu. What a small coincidence. Hence, they don't believe this person is the owner of Douyu. Even if he claims to be the streamer, confront him. Don't be timid, we support you. The viewers in the live stream, refusing to believe the claims, flooded the comments, urging the streamer not to be afraid, asserting that this person couldn't possibly be connected to Douyu. Since you wish for me to silence you, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, Jiang Fan took out his phone and dialed. Here we go, he's about to put on a show. I can't wait to see if he's merely pretending or if he's for real. The viewers in the live stream watched as Jiang Fan genuinely took out his phone and pretended to make a call completely unperturbed. Who would have thought I'd witness a passerby pretending to be someone in the live stream today? This is quite an event. Once this person's true identity is revealed, I'll send you gifts worth 10,000. The boss is generous. I'll send gifts worth 5,000. I'll send 20,000. I'll send 15. Seeing the messages in the live stream, the streamer, known as Haizi, felt his smile grow wider, eagerly anticipating the moment this person's boasting would be exposed, and then the fans would shower him with gifts. His follower count had been steadily rising due to this incident, and if he waited half an hour more, it would likely reach 4. He was delighted, fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if such events could happen more often. Mr. Jiang, a voice from the phone soon called out Qin Jingsheng. Is there a streamer named Haizi on the Douyu platform? Mr. Jiang, please hold on a moment. Oh, I'll check right away. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, we do have a streamer named Haizi on our Douyu platform. Is there something wrong, Mr.? Then please permanently ban this streamer named Haizi from the live stream, terminate his contract, and ensure he is never signed again. Also inform Huya that if this person dares to live stream on their platform, we will ban him each time. Understood, Mr. Jiang, I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Jiang Fan gazed at him with a profound look. I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't seize them. From now on, Douyu and Huya will no longer sign you, and don't even think about live streaming on either platform. Oh, and by the way, Douyin is also mine. Don't think you can live stream there either. Each time you try, I'll ban you. Boasting without a script, thinking a bit of money can get my live stream banned. Let me tell you, I am a major streamer on Douyu with 3 million followers. Are you really going to ban me just because you... This person's boasting has gone too far. Look at the streamer's live stream. It hasn't been banned. I can see now that this person truly enjoys boasting. Perhaps he doesn't even have much money at home and tricked that girl into becoming his girlfriend. Just then a viewer sent a message. Unfortunately, as soon as his message was sent, Haizi's live stream went completely black. It showed that this live stream had been permanently banned. The viewers seeing this situation were puzzled. Haizi looked at his live stream, which had suddenly gone black, displaying a permanent ban, and his expression changed drastically. This is actually true. My live stream has really been banned. My followers, my gifts, they're all... Haizi stood frozen in place, screaming in agony. It was truly a moment of heaven followed by a moment of hell. Who exactly are you? Haizi glared at Jiang Fan, gritting his teeth. Me? I'm just the owner of Douyu, the owner of Huya, and the owner of Douyin. The owner of Douyu Huya? That's impossible. He couldn't believe that this person was truly the owner of Douyu. By the way, my name is Jiang Fan. You can look up my information online, and I believe it will surprise you. Jiang Fan glanced at him and smiled leisurely. Upon hearing this, Haizi hurriedly searched the name, and when he saw the detailed identity information, he was immediately filled with fear, stumbling and sitting down on the ground. The less he knew, the better, but knowing made him even more terrified. This person's status was something a small streamer like him could never afford to offend. Not only did he own many companies, but those companies also had numerous top celebrities. It could be said that if Jiang Fan wished, he could prevent him from live streaming on any platform. Never underestimate the power of capitalists. His phone slipped from his hand, and he suddenly felt regret. Regret for joining this commotion, regret for helping this middle-aged man, regret for not listening to Jiang Fan's advice to close his live stream. Now the followers he had maintained for 3 years were all gone. Apologize. Yes, apologize to Jiang Fan and hope he can forgive me. Let me go. A great man can overlook a small person's mistakes. Haizi stood up, approached Jiang Fan, lowered his head, and pleaded, Mr. Jiang, I know I was wrong. I hope you can overlook my mistakes this time, or I promise I won't do such things again. Now you realize you were wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. Get lost. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with displeasure. Young man, why are you afraid of him? Mu Jianming looked at Haizi with a puzzled expression of pleading. Old man, why are you asking me? It's all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you, how would my live stream have been banned? Now I have nothing. Haizi glared at Mu Jianming, gritting his teeth. Mu Jianming was startled by his expression, stepping back 2 paces in fear. Mu Jianming, if you continue to disturb Mu Yutong and her mother, don't blame me for being impolite. People like you abandon your wife and daughter. Do you know that your daughter worked 3 jobs for a week just to raise money for her mother's treatment? But where were you at that time? When your wife was sick, you ran away. What kind of man are you? If you continue to disturb them, I will have to make sure you are driven out of Magic City and that you can't find any job here. If you don't believe me, you can try. Jiang Fan spoke with confidence. Dealing with a person is very simple as long as there is enough money. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you have the guts, go ahead and try me. I want to see what you can do to me. Mu Jianming's heart sank. He was ready to risk it all. After all, he only had one life now. What was there to be afraid of? Very well, let's wait and see. Jiang Fan laughed loudly when he saw that Mu Jianming was unrepentant. Mr. Jiang, Haizi looked at them preparing to leave and once again approached Jiang Fan, pleading and crying. I plead for mercy. When have I, Jiang Fan, ever gone back on my word? If I say I'll blacklist you, then I'll blacklist you. Miss Mu, let's go. Oh, okay. Mu Yutong was momentarily taken aback, then regained her senses and hurriedly followed Jiang Fan out. You old man, it's all because of you. Watching Jiang Fan and the others leave, Haizi glared angrily at Mu Jianming. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stood up, throwing a punch at Mu Jianming. Instantly, Mu Jianming had a black eye. Angered by the sudden attack, Mu Jianming retaliated with a punch. Soon the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Mu Yutong followed Jiang Fan to his car. She expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help just now. Without your assistance, I might still be entangled by him. You are my employee, oh, when such matters arise as your boss, I will naturally help you. I don't think Mu Jianming will give up. Ideally, you should take your mother out of the hospital and find a new place to live so he can't disturb you. That way your mother can rest and recuperate peacefully. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Once I take my mother out of the hospital, I will look for a new place to live. If you are looking, try to find a place close to the company. It will be more convenient for you when you go to work in the future. That's what I suggest, Jiang Fan proposed. All right, Mr. Jiang, I understand. He'll take you to the hospital to see your mother? Since the last time I took her there, I haven't visited yet. Soon Jiang Fan drove away from there. At the first hospital of Magic City, he found a parking space, parked the car, and walked into the hospital with Mu Yutong. A few minutes later, they arrived at the ward of Mu Yutong's mother, Lu Qinghua. Mom, I'm here. Mu Yutong smiled as she walked towards her mother, who was leaning on the hospital bed. Yutong is here. This gentleman is Mr. Jiang, right? Yes, Annie, my name is Jiang Fan. You can just call me Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, thank you for helping our family. Not only did you cover my hospitalization fees, but you also helped my daughter find a good job. You are a great benefactor to our family. Auntie Miss Mu is an employee of my company. It's only natural for me to help with this little matter. There's no need to be so polite. Jiang Fan, my daughter Yutong, is diligent at work, right? If she isn't, let me know, and I will educate her properly. Auntie Miss Mu is very dedicated to her work. She does voice acting and is quite good at it. Thanks to her voice work, our company's anime has become very popular, so you don't need to worry. Moreover, even though I invited Miss Mu to our company, if I find out that she is not taking her job seriously as her boss, I will certainly address it. I can't let her take a salary without working right. Yes, Mr. Jiang, you are right. Daughter, Mr. Jiang inviting you to work at his company means he sees your potential, so you must continue to work hard. Mom, I understand. I will keep working hard. Today is the day you are discharged from the hospital, so let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go handle the discharge procedures first. All right, you go ahead and take care of things. Mr. Jiang, I will be busy first. Go ahead. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. Lu Qinghua looked at Jiang Fan. Although he appeared young, she felt a deep respect for this young man. One could say that if it weren't for the help of this young man, she might have passed away by now, and even if she hadn't, she would continue to burden her daughter. Thinking about how her daughter worked 3 jobs to raise money for her treatment, this mother felt a deep pang of pain. This young man is indeed wonderful. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very capable. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not with my daughter's looks, perhaps they have a chance. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, may I ask how old you are this year? Auntie, after my birthday this year, I will be 23. Almost 23. Have you settled down yet? Not yet, but I have a girlfriend. We plan to get engaged when she is on summer break, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. So he does have a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghua felt a slight disappointment. It seemed that her daughter had missed this opportunity. Auntie, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Jiang Fan thought for a moment, but decided he should inform Lu Qinghua about Mu Jianming to prepare her mentally. Mr. Jiang, you are our benefactor. Whatever it is, just tell me. I'm listening. It's about Miss Mu's father. About Yutong's father. Mr. Jiang, have you seen Mu Jianming? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghua's tone became somewhat agitated. Auntie, I have indeed seen him. What I am about to say next, I hope you can prepare yourself for it. Lu Qinghua took a deep breath and nodded. It's fine, you can speak. Auntie is ready. Then Jiang Fan recounted the events of that day to Lu Qinghua. After hearing what Jiang Fan had said, Lu Qinghua appeared extremely angry. That Mu Jianming ran away due to my illness and refused to treat me, leaving my daughter to suffer alone. Now he actually dares to come back. Auntie, please don't get too worked up. The reason I mention this is to prepare you mentally. As an outsider, while I know some things shouldn't be said, Annie, I want to remind you that if Mu Jianming wants to come back, if you accept him this time, what if something like this happens again in the future? Lu Qinghua understood what Jiang Fan meant. A man who could abandon them once could certainly abandon them a second time. Even if she lets him back in this time, who knows if such a situation will occur again. Furthermore, from what Jiang Fan said, Mu Jianming even mentioned that if Jiang Fan wanted to be his daughter's boyfriend, he must give him 2 million. Does he see his daughter as an item? Selling her to Jiang Fan. Not to mention now, if his daughter gets married in the future and he asks the in-laws for 2 million, how many would be willing to offer such a bride price? This is nothing but greed for other people's money. With this in mind, Lu Qinghua's resolve strengthened. Her daughter had already suffered once while following her, and as a mother, she could not let her daughter suffer like this again. Thus, she would not agree to Mu Jianming's return, and his family would not welcome him back. Mr. Jiang, thanks to your reminder, I understand what I should do now. With this thought, Lu Qinghua nodded. She could comprehend, as Jiang Fan nodded. What worries me is that if she doesn't understand, letting Mu Jianming come home with his character, even if he returns, the days ahead won't change much. In that case, it's better not to let him come back. Over half an hour later, Mu Yutong pushed open the door and walked in. Smiling, she said, Mom, the discharge procedures have been completed. Let's change our clothes, and we can leave the hospital. Okay. Auntie Miss Mu will wait for you outside. All right, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your trouble. No problem. Jiang Fan waved his hand and left the ward. This boy is quite good, but it's a pity he has a girlfriend. If he didn't give in my daughter's looks, she could actually pursue him. Looking at Jiang Fan's departure, Lu Qinghua sighed. Mom, what are you saying? Mr. Jiang is my boss, and besides, I am also good friends with his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Mu Yutong's pretty face turned red, and she nodded her head, appearing a bit embarrassed. He has a girlfriend, so there's nothing to be said, but if he didn't have one, you could have pursued him. What a pity. What a good boy. If he could become my daughter's boyfriend, I believe my daughter would find happiness. It's a pity he has a girlfriend, and my daughter has no chance at all. Mom, stop talking. They'll help you change clothes, then we can leave the hospital and go home. Additionally, I plan to find a new place closer to where I work. Okay, I'll listen to you, Mom. Lu Qinghua nodded, speaking lovingly. Soon Mu Yutong led her mother to the hospital. Mr. Jiang, let's go. Let's go. Upon arriving outside the hospital, Jiang Fan went to the road and called a taxi for them. Watching them leave in the taxi, he then turned and went to his own car, driving away from there. On the blog, there was also a trending topic that appeared on the hot search list at the 10th position. The content was about the incident involving Mu Jianming today. A portion of the people were fans of the High Z live streamer protesting against the unjust ban on their live streaming room, demanding an explanation from Douyu. Mu Jianming somehow created a blog account and published messages on it portraying himself as a victim. He also spoke ill of Jiang Fan. Lin Ziyu also saw this matter. As long as someone opposed Jiang Fan, he was naturally willing to help. With his assistance, the originally 10th trending topic quickly jumped to 5th, making more people aware of the situation. Online, most people were unhappy about the incident Mu Jianming faced and were willing to help, wanting more people to know. Chun Leshing from the blog company also learned of this matter and hurriedly called Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, have you seen the 5th trending topic on the blog? Trending topic. What happened? It's about Mu Jianming protesting you and Mu Yutong. Oh, is it about this? Okay, I understand now. Don't suppress it yet. I will post a message shortly that will make this topic trend at number 1. All right, Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Fan frowned. He did not believe that Mu Jianming alone could push this topic to 5th place. There must be someone else behind it. If it were someone else, a figure flashed through Jiang Fan's mind. Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group, and he had plenty of money to quickly push this topic to 5th place. Hee, Lin Ziyu, are you trying to find another way to deal with me? Jiang Fan opened the blog and wrote down the entire sequence of events. Afterward, he posted a message. Just 2 minutes after posting, his message shot to the top of the trending list, claiming the number 1 position. Everyone quickly go check, that guy named Jiang Fan just posted a message, and it shot straight to the top of the trending list. A netizen commented in the trending topic that protested against Jiang Fan. Seeing his message, everyone quickly went to Jiang Fan's post to look at the sequence of events. However, the narratives on both sides were different. On one side, it was a father protesting his daughter and Jiang Fan, while on the other, it was Jiang Fan explaining. They were now unsure whom to believe. After posting this message, Jiang Fan contacted Mu Yutong, asking her to also post a message to clarify the truth. After Jiang Fan's reminder, Mu Yutong also learned about the blog incident. Seeing the post by Mu Jianming, she was very angry and quickly used her own account to post a message. Not long after it was posted, Jiang Fan arranged for Mu Yutong's message to trend at 2nd place. Netizens quickly came to Mu Yutong's post. Some people believed in the authenticity of Mu Yutong's message while others were skeptical, questioning how giving 2 million to her father was an issue. After all, he raised his daughter. Wait, have you noticed that after Jiang Fan and Mu Yutong posted their messages, they both quickly made it to the trending list, one at first and the other at second? The netizens prompted by this person quickly discovered this situation and hurriedly clicked on Jiang Fan's profile, where they made a shocking discovery. Jiang Fan, chairman of Guangyao Group, chairman of Anmei Group, chairman of Guanxing Entertainment Group, chairman of Douyu Group, chairman of Blog Company. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's identity, the crowd was astonished. The fans who were protesting against the HiZ live streamer at this moment realized that the streamer they liked had offended the chairman of Douyu, which was why the live streaming room had been banned. Goodness, why offend anyone else, but to offend your own boss? Instantly, many fans of HiZ felt that he was unfortunate and their protest was no longer necessary. After all, he is the boss of Douyu. If he wants to ban you, he can do so. What can you do about it? Within just half an hour, a star from Guanxing Group, Qin Xianyi from Morningstar Entertainment, also posted a message to support Jiang Fan. An hour later, another official blog also spoke out, clarifying the truth of the matter. Others who saw the official blog statement also understood the truth. It turned out the truth was that Mu Jianming was in the wrong. This person, unwilling to spend money on his wife's treatment, when she fell ill, ran away with the money, while Mu Yutong worked 3 jobs during school to pay for her mother's treatment. Moreover, Jiang Fan found Mu Yutong not only willing to offer her a stable job, but also paying out of his own pocket to help Mu Yutong's mother receive treatment first. From this, it was clear that Jiang Fan was completely wronged and the real culprit was Mu Jianming. Soon after, those who had protested against Jiang Fan apologized and turned to protest against Mu Jianming. Mu Jianming was taken aback as he saw them suddenly start to accuse him. With so many people condemning him, he didn't dare to confront them. After all, the things he had done were already discovered by those people. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan instructed the blog company to remove their trending topics. If it weren't for the incident with Mu Jianming, he wouldn't have occupied the trending list. After all, he didn't want to become too famous. Although he wished to remain low-key, many netizens already knew of Jiang Fan and were aware of his powerful background. They also knew that in this condemnation, Jiang Fan and Mu Yutong were innocent. Time passed quickly, and it was the end of the month. Today was the day Qin Xianyi and the others were preparing to depart. The filming of Chinatown Investigation was about to begin. Once everything was ready, it was expected to officially start shooting within half a month. The film Youth in a Hurry had also wrapped up at the end of the month. To celebrate the completion of the first film by Morningstar Entertainment, Jiang Fan held a banquet. President Jiang, I toast to you. At the dinner table, the director of the film crew, Cui Shuan, smiled while raising his glass. Jiang Fan looked at him, nodded, and lifted his own glass. President Jiang, thank you for valuing our film crew and allowing us to shoot our first film. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. This is all due to your own efforts. When the film is released, you should go and watch it, see what aspects could be improved for future projects. President Jiang, rest assured we will definitely work even harder. Cui Shuan nodded earnestly. President Jiang, after finishing the filming, I thought about it and would like to sign a contract with Morningstar Entertainment. He Wenba looked at Jiang Fan and said sincerely, oh, you want to sign with us at Morningstar Entertainment? Naturally, we welcome that. President Jiang, I also want to sign with Morningstar Entertainment. Zhang Lian spoke up at this time. President Jiang, me too. I want to sign with Morningstar Entertainment. They were originally third-tier stars, and this campus youth film was very suitable for them. They preferred to stay here, confident that more resources would come in the future. Moreover, they knew Jiang Fan's identity and that he owned an entertainment group. If they joined Morningstar Entertainment now, they could become veterans in the company. Hearing the words of the 3, Jiang Fan smiled and nodded. No problem. I naturally agree to your joining Morningstar. Well, it's expected that in the second half of the year, starting in October, Morningstar Entertainment will begin filming more movies, so you all should be prepared. No problem, President Jiang. During this time, we will definitely prepare well and strive to make the next film even better. Cui Shuan asked President Jiang, now that the film has wrapped, how long until it can officially premiere? President Jiang, after the film is finished, there are still some parts that need to be modified. It should officially premiere by mid. Cui Shuan thought for a moment and replied, mid-month. No problem. During this time, I will have the company run ads, and as for the box office, we will see the total after the first week of the official release. For Youth in a Hurry, Jiang Fan estimated the total box office to be over 200 million, but the exact result would only be known after the release. After dinner, everyone parted ways. Unable to drive after drinking, Wang Shuyi drove Jiang Fan back to the lakeside garden. Parked the car in the basement, Wang Shuyi smiled at Jiang Fan and said, President Jiang, if there's nothing else, go ahead. If there's anything, I will contact you. All right, President Jiang. After entering the villa, Jiang Fan poured himself a glass of water and took a few sips before heading upstairs to freshen up. He sent a message to Su Shui informing her that he attended a celebration banquet and had some drinks, so he couldn't pick her up. Soon Su Shui replied acknowledging the message. Around 6 in the evening, Su Shui arrived outside Jiang Fan's door, took out her keys, and opened the door. She looked around the living room, but didn't find Jiang Fan, guessing he must be upstairs sleeping. Su Shui tiptoed to Jiang Fan's bedroom on the second floor, gently pushed the door open, and walked in only to see Jiang Fan indeed sleeping in bed. Carefully approaching the edge of Jiang Fan's bed, Su Shui squatted down, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Jiang Fan with a beaming smile. After a while, Su Shui left the bedroom, went downstairs to the kitchen, and prepared dinner for Jiang Fan. Time passed quickly, and the day of the film Youth in a Hurry premiere was finally approaching. Since attending the celebration banquet last time, Jiang Fan had instructed the blog Douyin A station Huya and Douyu to advertise for this film. Now Jiang Fan owned 50 cinemas under his name. On the day Jiang Fan announced the official release date of the film, Yang Wenxuan also announced the release date of his film both on the same day, as requested by Lin Ziyu. He wanted to use the release of Yang Wenxuan's film on the same day to defeat the film produced by Jiang Fan's company. The day of the film's official release arrived. Jiang Fan bought tickets and took all the staff of Morningstar Entertainment along with Su Shui to watch the film. Youth in a Hurry premiered in 50 cinemas simultaneously. On the first day, it grossed 130 million. In contrast, Yang Wenxuan's film earned 100 million, falling short by 3 million compared to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was very satisfied with the day's box office reaching 130 million. Such high earnings clearly indicated the success of their company's first film. Lin Ziyu was not satisfied with the 100 million box office of Yang Wenxuan's film. After all, he intended to use this film to defeat Jiang Fan's production. However, now there was a 3 million gap on the first day. Although it was just 3 million, Lin Ziyu felt he had lost. Damn, is Jiang Fan's film really that good? Could the box office really reach such heights? If this keeps up, I might really lose. How could a first-line star like Yang Wenxuan not outperform a few third-tier stars? Ugh, what a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied Lin Ziyu became. But what could he do? He couldn't fake the box office. If discovered, the losses would be even greater, and it would ruin his reputation. Such things he would never do. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Lin Ziyu had no choice but to call a woman to come and comfort him. President Jiang, we succeeded. Exiting the cinema, Wang Shuyi was overjoyed and incredibly excited. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. The success of their first film would bring tremendous benefits to the company and elevate the visibility of its stars across the industry. Brother Fan, you're truly extraordinary. Su Shui gently linked her arm through his, radiant with pride at the Shuer. This achievement isn't mine alone. It belongs to everyone. With unwavering dedication, the entire crew brought this film to life. Its opening day box office of 130 million yuan is the fruit of our collective endeavor. He lightly tapped Su Shui's delicate nose as he spoke, refusing to claim sole credit, honoring every contributor's indispensable role. Wang Shuyi revisit contract negotiations with the team. Our roster remains lean, but I'm confident this breakthrough will attract many talented individuals eager to join us. You must exercise rigorous discernment, welcome all who demonstrate genuine ability, but never compromise. Jiang Fan issued the directive firmly. Rest assured, Director Jiang, I'll uphold the highest standards in vetting every candidate, Wang Shuyi affirmed without hesitation. Cui Xuan, having watched the film, you've surely identified areas for refinement. Upon returning, consult closely with the production team. Strive relentlessly to surpass this work. Mediocrity has no place in our studio. Cui Xuan nodded solemnly. Understood, Director Jiang. I'll convene the team immediately to chart improvements, ensuring our next film achieves even greater excellence. I won't join your gathering today. I'm taking my girlfriend out. Goodbye. Goodbye, Director Jiang. Swear, let's go shopping. All right. Cui Xuan, your film was truly outstanding. Wang Shuyi smiled warmly. Senior Sister Wang, without Director Jiang's script, such a masterpiece would never have materialized. The screenplay alone accounts for half our success. Cui Xuan shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. The script is vital, but even brilliance falters without masterful direction, cohesive teamwork, and stellar performances. 2/3 of this triumph rests squarely upon your shoulders. Senior Sister Wang, please spare me such praise. Tonight I'm treating everyone. What do you say? A treat? Absolutely. We'll dine until you're penniless. Wang Shuyi covered her mouth, laughing. Haha, feast away. Brother Fan, I checked online. Yang Wenxuan's lead film earned exactly 100 million yuan today. Lin Ziyu financed that film. Now that both releases coincide, the disparity speaks volumes. He's clearly fallen short. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. I never wagered against him at the box office. It was he who chose rivalry. Recall how he orchestrated recent events from the shadows. Let's await the week-long totals. If ours prevails, I shall not hesitate to deliver a quiet rebuke. Haha, Lin Ziyu's face must be pitch black by now. He insisted on provoking you himself. Su Shui mused, shaking her head with a knowing smile. Though born into wealth, Lin Ziyu possessed neither grace nor humility. His arrogance, rooted solely in privilege, rendered him contemptuous of peers. Consequently, he had no true friends at school, only sycophants orbiting his fortune. Soon after, Jiang Fan parked his car and strolled with Su Shui through the city streets. He bought her snacks and new clothes along the way, returning to Huxing Garden only after 9 o'clock that evening. Brother Fan, I'm off now. See you tomorrow. Su Shui waved cheerfully. See you tomorrow. Back home, Zhang Fan booted his laptop and messaged Qin Xiani asking whether they'd arrived safely. After half an hour, Qin Xiani replied they'd checked into the hotel. Zhang Fan urged them to contact him immediately should any issue arise. Qin Xiani acknowledged the message and congratulated him on the film's opening day success. 130 million yuan for those years we rushed through. She believed Detective Chinatown, slated for release later, would shatter that record. Time slipped swiftly. The summer vacation drew near. In these days, Zhang Fan prepared diligently, until a chime echoed, system-activated instant purchase protocol. One-Yuan instant purchase, the richest man in Shihong City script. One-Yuan instant purchase, Inc. New Energy Co. Ltd. One-Yuan instant purchase, Moda New Energy Research Institute. Inc. specialized in battery-powered vehicle technology. The Modu Institute conducted cutting-edge research into solar, geothermal, wind, and nuclear fusion energy. Yet according to system data, Inc. teetered on bankruptcy's edge. Meanwhile, the institute faced imminent closure due to unsustainable expenditures. Zhang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. He held firm conviction in battery-powered mobility, and since Inc. was now his own, he would ensure its survival at all costs. A visit was imperative soon. Inc. was headquartered in Pingsheng, close to Yanqing. The Modu Institute lay in the suburban SJ district. Tomorrow he would begin there. The following morning, Zhang Fan departed by car, arriving at the SJ Institute shortly after 11 o'clock. He registered his name at the gatehouse, drove inside, and parked. His gaze fell upon a social media influencer touring the facility with several fans. Since when do influencers gain access to research institutes? Frowning, Zhang Fan turned at the sound of a voice. Ah, Mr. Yang Liu. Welcome, welcome. The influencer Yang Liu beamed. Mr. Liu, thank you for this rare opportunity to tour your esteemed. My pleasure. Please follow me. Zhang Fan watched them depart side quietly and headed toward reception. At the front desk, he identified himself, and when the attendant realized he was the institute's owner, she gasped, then welcomed him with effusive warmth. No formalities needed. I'm here to convene a meeting. Please gather all staff in the conference room. I'll address right away, Director Jiang. Please go upstairs. I'll notify everyone immediately. Zhang Fan left the reception area and, following the receptionist's directions, proceeded to the conference room. He entered the room, found a seat, and waited for their arrival. Mr. Yang, please, after you. After a moment, a man surnamed Liu entered the conference room with Yang Li. Who are you? The man surnamed Liu frowned upon seeing Zhang Fan alone in the conference room. Zhang Fan glanced at him and asked, and who might you be? I am Liu Bongda, the department research manager of this institute. Liu Bongda replied gloomily. Department research manager. My name is Zhang Fan, and I am the owner of this institute. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Liu Bongda. Haha, are you joking? Why didn't the receptionist inform me about this? Liu Bongda naturally did not believe him. Believe it or not, but I want to ask, when can our institute allow internet celebrities to visit? Even if that were possible, do you know where this is? This is the meeting place for my research institute. Mr. Yang, however, is an internet celebrity with 2 million followers. A visit from him would be beneficial to you. Your institute could collapse at any moment, and Mr. Yang is here to consider investing in your research institute. A woman beside Yang Liu, seemingly his assistant, coldly said to Zhang Fan, an internet celebrity with 2 million followers wants to invest in our institute. Ha, what a joke. This gentleman regarding your identity as our company's owner still needs proof, but I will not allow you to speak to Mr. Yang like that. Liu Bongda glared at Zhang Fan. Oh, you don't even know whether I am the owner of the institute, yet you dare to say this. If I truly were the owner, do you know the consequences of your words? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Consequences? If you were truly the owner of our institute, would you be watching it decline like this? Facing the outcome of bankruptcy. Haha, if your institute focused more on research, Zhang Fan would naturally provide the funds. However, if you continue with these antics, it might be better not to open the institute at all, and each of you can go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. You, Bongda, what are you doing standing at the door? A middle-aged man around 40 years old stood at the door, looking somewhat displeased at Liu Bongda. Uncle Li, you're just in time. There's someone in the conference room impersonating the owner of our institute. Oh, impersonating the owner of our institute. I want to see who has the audacity to do that. Let me in to take a look. The middle-aged man, surnamed Li's expression darkened upon hearing this. Liu Bongda knew Uncle Li was angry and quickly stepped aside to let him enter the conference room. As soon as the man surnamed Li entered the conference room, he saw Zhang Fan sitting in a chair and immediately changed his attitude, hurrying over with a smile. Boss, you finally made it. From his memory, Zhang Fan recognized that this man's name was Li Zhou-Chung, who was also the project leader for renewable energy. Is it really the boss? Hearing Uncle Li's words and seeing the expression on his face, Liu Bongda's expression changed instantly. Li Zhou-Chung, let me ask you, when can our institute allow internet celebrities to visit? Boss, this. It was a decision we all made. After all, our institute has recently faced some funding issues. So after our discussions, we agreed to let internet celebrities visit. If we can secure investments, that would be even better. Oh, so even the conference room of the institute can be shown to visitors. Does that mean next time we can also allow outsiders to visit the researchers' projects? The institute is a place for research, not for soliciting investments. I came here this time specifically for funding matters. You need not worry about that anymore. Has the boss found an investor? Li Zhoucheng was delighted to hear this. When the others arrive, I'll inform you. As for now, let me tell you that starting today, no outsider is allowed to visit our institute without prior approval from the company. If I find out that you do not comply with the regulations, there will be no need for you to stay here and conduct research anymore. If you want to conduct research, focus solely on it, understood? Boss, I understand. Lu Bongda, escort Mr. Yang out of here. No other outsiders are allowed to visit our institute in the future. All right, Uncle Li. Lu Bongda nodded reluctantly upon hearing this. There was no choice, since the boss had said so. As an employee, he had no choice but to comply unless he wanted to lose this job, which he certainly did not want to do. Mr. Yang, please leave our institute now. Upon hearing this, Yang Liu frowned, glanced at the owner of the research institute in the conference room, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with his assistant. Lu Bongda saw him off to the entrance while the fans were puzzled as to why they were being asked to leave after such a... In the conference room, more than a dozen people arrived one after another and sat in their chairs. Jiang Fan looked at them and said, I came to the institute this time to invest and let you focus on your research. Li Zhoucheng, tell me about the recent situation at the institute. Sure, boss. Recently, our institute has done very well in research, but funding has always been a challenge. Many projects cannot be completed due to financial constraints. In terms of solar energy, our research is also quite good. We can now use solar energy to warm indoor spaces during winter, among other things. Li Zhoucheng spoke for over an hour. After listening to him, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. So how much funding does the institute currently need? Boss, we need 200 million for now. Li Zhoucheng replied quickly. 200 million. I will arrange for 500 million to be transferred to the institute's account today. As for future funding matters, just inform me. If you need more money, I will continue to arrange transfers, but you must remember that your task is to focus on research, not to repeat today's events. Understood? Boss, we understand. This will definitely not happen again in the future, Li Zhoucheng assured promptly. All right, with the funding issue resolved, let's go take a look at the company's research. Meeting dismissed. Boss, please follow me. Li Zhoucheng stood up with a smile. The expression on his face clearly showed that he was in a good mood, especially after resolving the funding issue. Li Zhoucheng took Jiang Fan around the research institute, introducing the various studies. At 12 noon, after having lunch at the institute, Yang Ning prepared to leave. However, it was Li Zhoucheng who had come here. Boss, there is something. Li Zhoucheng hesitated. What is it? Just speak up. The thing is, although our research has been progressing, well, we have never had a partner. Some companies have approached us, but I did not have the authority to agree. A partner. In a couple of days, I will visit Ant Company in Pengcheng, and I will have them contact you for collaboration. Ant Company. Isn't that company on the verge of bankruptcy? Li Zhoucheng was aware of this company, as it was he had previously considered collaborating with this company, but its future was uncertain, and now it was facing bankruptcy, so he had put that thought aside. Now unexpectedly the boss mentioned this company. This company belongs to me. How could I let it go bankrupt? This time I will help them start anew. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Since the boss says so, I can rest assured. Li Zhoucheng nodded, realizing that the boss' willingness to invest 500 million in their research institute indicated that he was not short on money. If they could help Ant Company restart during this visit to Pengcheng, then their research institute would also have found a partner. With the support from their research institute, they believed Ant Company would grow faster. Regarding the research at the institute, do not stop or focus on your work. You need not worry about funding in the future. Oh, just let me know when you need money. Jiang Fan reminded. Boss, don't worry, we will dedicate ourselves to the research, Li Zhoucheng said seriously. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. If anything comes up, just contact me. As for the funds, I will arrange for them to be transferred to the institute's account this afternoon. All right, boss, take care, I'll see you off. Li Zhoucheng accompanied Jiang Fan to the entrance, watching him drive away before turning back to the institute. A smile was on his face, clearly indicating his good mood. After all, funding had been the biggest challenge for their research institute, and now that it was resolved, he felt naturally pleased. The next morning, Jiang Fan took a flight to Pengcheng, arriving outside Ant Company around 1 in the afternoon. Hello, my name is Jiang Fan, and I am the owner of this company. At the security office, Jiang Fan looked at the security guard, smiling as he stated his identity. Hearing this, the guard glanced at him and scoffed. You say you're the owner of this company. I could also claim to be the chairman of this company. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb me. If you are really the owner, just call the manager. Isn't that simple? Sorry, I don't have a phone at the moment. Could you please contact the company's manager for me? Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, I should help you. You've got a lot of nerve. Hurry up and leave, or I will have to throw you out. The guard's expression darkened, showing his displeasure. I am calmly asking you for help to contact someone. You are just a security guard. What gives you such an attitude? Jiang Fan frowned, very dissatisfied with the guard's attitude. He was merely a low-level employee of Ant Company, and he hadn't provoked him. He just asked for a little assistance, yet the guard was unwilling. What's the matter? I haven't even gotten angry yet you are. Not having kicked you out is already showing you some favor, and you're still upset. Huh. The guard looked down on Jiang Fan. Observing the guard's attitude, Jiang Fan seemed to understand why Ant Company was facing bankruptcy. With such an attitude, even if a company wanted to negotiate business with Ant Company, it wouldn't be easy to gain entry. Jiang Fan said no more and found a spot to wait. Subsequently, he searched online for a job recruitment number and found a phone number for a woman with the surname Chun. She was presumably the head of the HR department. After noting the number, Jiang Fan dialed it. Not long after, a woman's voice resonated on the phone. Hello, this is the HR department of Ant Company. Are you looking for a job? Hello, my name is Jiang Fan, the owner of Ant Company. I am currently outside the gate and would like your manager to come out. Owner. Sir, are you joking? Our company's owner needs to call the HR department to come in. The woman with the surname Chin expressed disbelief. Believe it or not, you just need to contact your manager and tell him Jiang Fan is waiting for him outside. Whether he comes out or not is not your concern. Sir, you must be here to cause trouble. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed. His dissatisfaction with Ant Company grew stronger. At 5:30 in the afternoon, as Ant Company employees finished work, Jiang Fan stood up observing the employees around him. As the crowd thinned, a woman walked out alongside a middle-aged man. Seeing his name tag, which read Manager Gao Mingliang, your company has quite a lot of face, huh? Who are you? Jiang Zong. Gao Mingliang looked at the suddenly appearing young man, slightly taken aback, and then reacted, exclaiming loudly. Oh, it's Jiang Zong. What brings you here? Gao Mingliang hurriedly asked with enthusiasm. What brings me here? I'd like to ask you how Ant Company's attitude is. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Attitude? Jiang Zong, I don't understand what you mean by that. This woman beside you is Miss Chun from the HR department, right? Yes, Jiang Zong, that's correct. What's the matter? Miss Chun, do you remember I called you around 2 o'clock this afternoon? You are the one who pretended to be our company's owner. The woman with the surname Chun suddenly recalled Jiang Fan's words. However, now she knew that this person pretending to be the company's owner was indeed their true owner. Could it be that he was here to settle the score? Chun Lingling, what exactly is going on? Gao Mingliang looked at Chun Lingling in confusion, not understanding. Chun Lingling weakly recounted the events from around 2 o'clock to Gao Mingliang. After hearing her words, Gao Mingliang's expression darkened, as he hadn't expected such a situation to occur. Jiang Zong, this matter was mishandled by the HR department. I will take care of it, Gao Mingliang said apologetically. Haha, the HR department's attitude is lacking and your security guard is no better. Security? Mr. Jiang, what is going on here? Gao Mingliang frowned, troubled by the occurrence of yet. Seeing Mr. Jiang's attitude, it was clear that he was quite dissatisfied with the security personnel of their company Inc. I calmly asked your security to contact the manager, yet he arrogantly claimed I was being presumptuous by asking him to reach out. I informed him of my identity, yet he didn't even bother to verify if I am indeed the owner of the company. He added he also said that if I didn't leave soon, he would have someone force me out. With such an attitude, if a partner of the company were to visit, they might not even be allowed in. Gao Mingliang's heart sank. This company rightfully belonged to the owner, and he was merely an employee. The security guard was also an employee, yet today, he had prevented the owner from entering, insisting that he verify the owner's identity, which the guard refused to do. Such an attitude was truly unfit for an employee. Now I understand why the company is facing bankruptcy under your management, Gao Mingliang. You have done well, very well indeed. Jiang Fan gazed at him with deep eyes. Boss, I will handle this matter immediately. Gao Mingliang frowned and approached the security room, glaring at the guard inside, coldly commanding you come out. Manager Gao, what's the matter? The earlier security guard hurriedly stepped out, looking at Gao Mingliang with confusion. What do you mean, what's the matter? Didn't the young man come here today, claiming to be the owner of the company, and asking you to confirm his identity? Manager Gao, there is indeed such a case, but that person is so young. How could he possibly be our company's owner? So I believe he is an imposter. Just because you think he's an imposter, he is one. Are you the manager of the company? Or the owner? You really think you have a lot of influence here? Come with me and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Manager Gao, What? Unwilling. Gao Mingliang brought the security guard before Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for my earlier attitude towards you. Haha, what does just apologizing mean? From today onwards, you are no longer a security guard at our company. Later, go to the HR department, collect your salary, and leave. Jiang Fan coldly regarded him. Such a person would not be allowed to stay in the company as a security guard, for who knows what other issues might arise in the future. Manager Gao, I have worked hard in the company, even if I have no achievements. Upon hearing this, the guard looked at Gao Mingliang, hoping he would speak on his behalf. Whatever Mr. Jiang says, that's what we will do. From today onwards, you are no longer a security guard in the company. The finance department hasn't closed yet. Go get your salary and leave. Gao Mingliang knew he couldn't go against Jiang Fan's wishes. After all, he was also an employee, and whatever the boss said, he as an employee had to follow. He couldn't let this security guard cause the boss to be unhappy, right? Additionally, Chen Lingling, starting tomorrow, you are no longer the HR manager. You will be on probation, and if you perform well, you can return to the HR manager position. Handling the security guard's issue, Jiang Fan turned his gaze to Chen Lingling. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only agree that being on probation was certainly better than being fired. Gao Mingliang, all the employees in the company have left for the day, so let's not take up their time. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., I will come to the company for a meeting. Prepare accordingly, and give me your contact information. I don't want a repeat of today's incident. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, such a situation will not happen again tomorrow. Gao Mingliang quickly assured. After exchanging numbers, Jiang Fan turned to leave. Lingling, such incidents must not happen again in the future. Watching Mr. Jiang leave, Gao Mingliang cautioned. Manager Gao, I know such incidents will definitely not happen again. Chen Lingling nodded heavily. She hadn't expected the person who had impersonated the boss today to actually be the boss. Had she known this sooner, such a situation would never have occurred, but unfortunately there were no ifs. Leaving Ant Company, Jiang Fan walked while searching for a hotel. Wow. Not long after he heard the sound of a little girl crying nearby. Jiang Fan looked at the passers-by, thought for a moment, and approached the little girl who appeared to be about 5 years old. He squatted down, his gaze gentle as he asked, "What's wrong, little sister?" The little girl looked at this big brother, choking back her tears, said, "Big brother, I can't find my aunt." "Can't find your aunt? Do you remember her contact number? I can help you reach her." Hearing this, Jiang Fan frowned. The little girl's aunt was indeed careless to let the child get lost. Didn't she fear that a bad person might abduct her? "I don't know my aunt's phone number, only my mom's." "Okay, then tell me, and I'll call your mom." 187. Entering the number, Jiang Fan dialed. It wasn't long before a girl's voice, "Hello. Here, the call has connected, you can talk to your mom." The little girl took the phone and called out to her mother, choking on her words. After a while, the little girl finally handed the phone back to Jiang Fan. "Hello. Sir, I'm sorry. I'll be there shortly. We are at the hamburger restaurant next to Yapingshuan. I'll take your daughter to have something to eat." "Oh, wait. Okay, thank you, sir. Give me 10 minutes, I'll be there soon. May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Jiang Fan." "All right, Mr. Jiang." After hanging up, Jiang Fan looked kindly at the little girl. "Little sister, shall we go to the hamburger restaurant and get something to eat while we wait for your mom?" "Thank you, uncle, but my mom said I shouldn't eat things from strangers." The little girl shook her head. "Ah, that's true, but I'm only taking you to the hamburger restaurant to wait for your mom. With so many pedestrians around, we can't just stay here waiting for her, can we? Besides, I already told your mom that we'll be at the hamburger restaurant waiting for her." The little girl wiped her tears and pondered for a moment before softly agreeing. Seeing her agree, Jiang Fan extended his hand, looking at her. "Come, hold my hand so you don't get lost again. Otherwise, when your mom arrives, she won't be able to find you." The little girl nodded sensibly, taking Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan led her into the hamburger restaurant and ordered a children's meal, waiting for the little girl's mother to arrive. "Little sister, what is your name?" Jiang Fan asked her with a smile. "Uncle, my name is Kai Mingyue, and my mother calls me Yaya." "Where is your mother?" "My mother is called Li Yaojin." "What happened today? Why can't you find your aunt?" "Aunt took Yaya out to play, then she met some friends and told Yaya to wait here, then went away with her friends, leaving." Yaya lowered her head, pouting. "Uncle, do you think my aunt hates Yaya?" She probably wouldn't, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Fan was taken aback. This was their family matter, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate. "My mother and father have a bad relationship and are always arguing about divorce. Yaya knows that aunt probably doesn't like her because of this." Yaya held her small hand, speaking weakly. Let's not talk about this. Come, you must be hungry, let's have some hamburger." "Thank you, uncle." Before long, a woman in her 30s rushed in through the door. "Mommy, Yaya is here." When Kai Mingyue saw her mother arrive, she joyfully raised her small hands and "Yaya, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have left you with aunt." Seeing her daughter safe and soundly, Yao Jin sighed in relief, hurriedly coming to her front and hugging her. "Mommy, Yaya is fine. Uncle brought Yaya to eat hamburgers." Kai Mingyue shook her small head, smiling as she spoke. "Thank you, sir." Li Yaojin, holding her daughter, sat down on a chair and sincerely said, "You're welcome. I just saw your daughter alone by the roadside, and since no one was looking after her, I approached to ask her, bringing her to the hamburger shop to wait for you. Your daughter is still very young, it's best for you to take care of her yourself," Jiang Fan reminded. "I know I won't let Mingyue be looked after by Kai Wenxiu anymore." Kai Wenxiu was the sister of her husband Kai Shui. She had asked Kai Wenxiu to help take care of her due to work commitments, but she never expected such an incident to occur. If anything happened to her daughter, she would hold a grudge against the Kai family for life. "Your name sounds somewhat familiar, it seems similar to that businesswoman from a few years back." Jiang Fan thought for a moment and smiled. "That person was indeed me." "Oh, is it really you?" "Uncle, my mom is very impressive," Yaya said with a smile. "But since you are so capable, why did Yaya hear that your relationship with your husband is not good?" "I apologize for inquiring about your family matters. This kind of thing most people know, there's no need to apologize. Perhaps it's because I am too assertive, which makes my husband feel embarrassed. Additionally, their family values boys over girls, and since I only have one daughter, that's why there's such an attitude." Li Yaojin sighed. For Sake, I have recently been discussing divorce with their family. Miss Lee, if there's a chance, I would like to invite you to join our company. Your company? Li Yaojin looked at Jiang Fan in confusion upon hearing this. You're a businesswoman. If you join my company, that would be like adding wings to a tiger. Because I value your abilities, it just depends on whether you are willing. Sir, after I divorce my husband, I just want a stable job that won't keep me too busy so I can take care of my daughter. Li Yaojin shook her head, refusing Jiang Fan. Miss Lee, if you join my company, you will naturally have ample strength to take care of your daughter. Recently, I actually plan to start my own company. This company will operate in the literary sector. If you can join, I would like to make you the vice president of my company as your abilities are outstanding. The owners of Guangyao Group, Onmei Group, Qingxing Entertainment, Guanxing Entertainment, Moda New Energy Research Institute, Baiwei Hotel, and Yuandu Film City. The owners of Huya Company, Douyu Company, Blog Company, ICQ Company, and the landlord of Donglu Pedestrian Street in Modu. Upon seeing this information, Li Yaojin was utterly shocked. She considered herself a strong woman in business, yet Jiang Fan turned out to be the real powerhouse in the industry. To have so many companies under his name. With such strength, he would surely rank among the top 20 on the rich list. At such a young age, possessing so many conglomerates, this person is truly terrifying. Mom, what's wrong? Yaya looked at her mother, who was staring blankly at her phone, her little face filled with confusion. Li Yaojin came back to her senses and smiled slightly at her daughter. At that moment, Kai Wenxiu also arrived at the hamburger shop, her gaze fixed on Li Yaojin and Kai Mengyue. Yaya, are you alright? Kai Wenxiu approached Kai Mengyue and inquired. Auntie Yaya is fine. Li Yaojin looked at Kai Wenxiu, her brows furrowed, the words on the tip of her tongue left unspoken. She didn't want to argue with Kai Wenxiu. Sister-in-law, I just saw a man sitting across from you chatting. Who is that man? Kai Wenxiu fixed her gaze on Li Yaojin and questioned, how can you still ask? You went out to play with your friends, leaving Yaya all alone here. If it weren't for that gentleman comforting my daughter and having her call me, who knows what might have happened to her today. Hearing her question, Li Yaojin's brow furrowed tightly, expressing her displeasure. Yes, it's my fault, but I must tell my brother about today's events. As for that man earlier, who knows if he is not your little lover? Kai Wenxiu curled her lip. What do you mean by that? What could I mean? Perhaps the reason someone wants to divorce my brother is to be with that man. Kai Wenxiu said in a languid tone. I don't want to argue with you today. Yeah, let's go home. Oh, okay. Li Yaojin picked up her daughter and left the hamburger shop. Watching Li Yaojin leave, Kai Wenxiu took out her phone and called her brother, explaining the situation briefly. Then she left the hamburger shop. When Li Yaojin returned home, Kai Wenxiu's brother Kai Shui had also returned. However, his expression was quite bad. As soon as he entered, he shouted, Li Yaojin, I heard from my sister that you were eating with another man in a hamburger shop. Who is that man? Kai Mengyue looked at her father with anger, hiding in her mother's arms, not daring to speak. Don't you want to ask what the actual situation is? You come back and just argue with me. Li Yaojin looked at him coldly. Today your sister went out to play with friends, leaving my daughter on the street. If that gentleman hadn't seen her crying and had her contact me, I wouldn't have known my sister could do such a thing. Yes, it's my fault, but brother, you need to think carefully. A young man helping Yaya for no reason. What is the situation here that we don't know? Kai Wenxiu entered the house, leaning against the side, laughing. Hearing his sister's words, Kai Shui frowned, making him doubt his wife. Perhaps this daughter might not even be his. After thinking for a moment, Kai Shui took a deep breath and said coldly, Li Yaojin, tomorrow, I will take our daughter for a paternity test. What do you mean? Suspecting that our daughter is not yours. Hearing this, Li Yaojin's expression darkened as whether she is mine will be known after the paternity test. Alright, very well, Kai Shui, you actually doubt me. Let's do it, but after the paternity test, I will divorce you. From now on, we will have no connection with your Kai family. After so many years, not even a son. If you want a divorce, then divorce. Brother, I support your divorce. Kai Wenxiu, let's go right now to the hospital. I want to see what you will say after the results come out. Li Yaojin commanded, picking up her daughter and heading out the door. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. There was no point in staying in this family. It would be better to divorce Kai Shui and leave the Kai family with her daughter. Jiang Fan walked for a long time before finally finding a hotel. After submitting his information at the front desk, he received the room key card. He arrived at room 405. Entering the room, he opened his computer and searched for information. If Li Yaojin could join his company, it would greatly benefit his business, as she was once a strong figure in the business world. However, she had withdrawn from the industry after becoming pregnant. When she reappeared, it was probably because after having her daughter, she no longer fought so hard. What else do you have to say? Li Yaojin threw the paternity test at Kai Shui, looking at him coldly. Kai Shui looked at the paternity test, which showed that Kai Mengyue was indeed his daughter. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for saying such things. The paternity test cannot be faked. Kai Shui, we will go for a divorce tomorrow. After the divorce, I will take my daughter and leave your Kai family. Yaojin, it was my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please forgive me. Kai Shui hurriedly apologized upon he. Forgive you? How can I forgive you? Just because of your sister's words, you doubted me. Let me tell you, for Yaya, this marriage is definitely over. You should consider Yaya as well. After all, I am her father. Father, since Yaya was born, have you ever taken on the responsibility of being a father? Yaya is your daughter, but you never help take care of her. Every time she cries, you don't comfort her, and instead yell at her. You are unworthy of being a father. If you truly care about Yaya, then go with me for the divorce tomorrow. Your parents are also dissatisfied with me. I was really blind to marry you back then. After saying this, Li Yaojin hugged Yaya and left. Mommy, don't be angry, don't cry. Yaya comforted her as she reached out to touch her mother's cheek. Yaya, if mommy divorces daddy, will you stay with mommy or daddy? Li Yaojin took a deep breath and forced us. Wherever mommy goes, Yaya will go. Yaya hugged her mother's neck and said, all right, once mommy divorces your daddy, I will take you away from the Kai family and never come back. Mom. Yaya nodded. Daddy is not good to her, but mommy is good to her, so she only wants to be with mommy. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Yaojin became even more resolute in her decision to divorce Kai Shui. The next morning, Jiang Fan arrived at Ank Energy Company around 9. In the conference room, the employees were waiting for Jiang Fan's arrival. When Gao Mingliang saw Jiang Fan come in, he quickly stood up to greet him. Everyone, please welcome President Jiang. He gestured to others to join in applause. Jiang Fan looked at the crowd, pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Sitting down, he raised his hand to calm them. I called everyone here today to discuss some matters. First, regarding company regulations, I discovered yesterday that some employees exhibited inappropriate behavior. As for the specifics of that behavior, I want to elaborate here. Although you are all company employees, you must adhere to the You must not engage in activities that could negatively impact the company. Additionally, starting today, I will allocate funds for the company to continue developing new energy vehicles, and I will also collaborate with the Magic City New Energy Research Institute. I believe that with the support of the New Energy Research Institute, our company's new energy vehicles can be better developed. Manager Gao, please arrange this promptly and focus on doing a good job. President Jiang, please rest assured I will arrange it as soon as possible and ensure everyone in the company focuses on the task at hand. Gao Mingliang nodded emphatically. I have high hopes for new energy. This round of funding will initially deposit 300 million into the company's account, expected to be processed by this afternoon. Starting today, I do not wish to see incidents like yesterday's. If anyone is found engaging in such behavior, they will be terminated. Our company does not need such individuals to remain. That concludes today's meeting. I hope everyone reflects on the matters discussed after the meeting. After they left, Jiang Fan turned his gaze to Gao Mingliang. Manager Gao, take me to see the company. Sure, President Jiang, right this way. Gao Mingliang showed Jiang Fan around the company, then they arrived in front of a vehicle. With a smile, he said, President Jiang, this vehicle is our company's first-generation new energy vehicle, which can last for 5 days on a full charge. Oh, how fast is it? Jiang Fan smiled slightly and inquired. Its speed is comparable to that of regular sedans on the market. Moreover, new energy vehicles also have a significant impact on environmental protection. I believe that in 10 or 20 years we will all be driving new energy vehicles instead of gasoline-powered cars. Is that so? Then you must keep up the effort. Funding is not an issue. If it runs out, just let me know. You must ensure that what I mentioned today is completed. President Jiang, you can rest assured. Previously, it was my mismanagement. After this incident, I will manage the company. I believe in you. Jiang Fan tested the new energy vehicle. Although its acceleration was not as fast as a sports car, it was considered average compared to other cars on the market. Additionally, this type of vehicle is suitable for middle-class families. It was not until around 11 in the morning that Jiang Fan left Ank Company. As for the Magic City New Energy Research Institute, he left that to Gao Mingliang to handle. Such matters did not require his direct involvement. After having lunch outside, he returned to the hotel. Shortly after returning, Li Yaojin contacted him. Miss Li, hello. Mr. Jiang, I have agreed to join your company, but I am currently in the process of resigning, so I will probably be able to come over next month. Miss Li, welcome to my company. No problem, I will always welcome your arrival. Hearing that Li Yaojin was willing to join his company, Jiang Fan's mood greatly improved. From her words, he inferred that she must be divorcing her husband, otherwise she would not have decided to join his company. The next step would be to prepare to return to the Magic City and establish the company. After chatting for a bit, Jiang Fan hung up the phone and purchased a plane ticket for the afternoon flight to the Magic City. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan returned to the Magic City. Today is Thursday, and Su Shui is still in school. In the evening, he plans to discuss the new company with Su Bai. That night around 8, Jiang Fan took Su Shui to her home. Uncle Aunt. Xiao Fan, please sit down. Uncle, I came today to discuss some matters with you. What matters? Uncle, the thing is I plan to establish a literary enterprise. A literary enterprise? That is to say, Su Bai looked at Jiang Fan with some curiosity. Uncle, as you know, I own Xinxing Entertainment Company, which is a film and television production company. For a film and television production company, the most important thing is to have scripts. If I create a literary company and invite a large number of authors to write on my company's platform, then perhaps I could acquire more scripts. Instead of searching for scripts myself, why not let people write on my company's platform to adapt for movies, TV shows, animations, and so on? Jiang Fan explained. Oh, that idea is quite good, but I estimate it might be difficult to execute. Subai shook his head slightly. Uncle, such matters can only be assessed after attempting them. I have already invited Miss Li Yaojin to join my company. Li Yaojin, the strong businesswoman from back then. It's impressive that you could invite her to join your company. However, I heard she is already married. Why would she agree to join your company? Subai asked in confusion. Actually, I met her daughter when I went to Pengqing yesterday. Through her daughter, I got to know her and learned that she was having issues with her husband and was seeking a divorce. Today, she called me and agreed to join my company, so I thought she must be divorcing her husband, which is why she agreed to join my company. Oh, I see. With your capability and her background as a former businesswoman, I believe that with her joining your new company will definitely thrive. What exactly do you plan to do to start this company? I plan to register the company's name on the 25th of this month, then find a good location to purchase a building for the company. Once Miss Lee arrives, we can discuss it and officially start. Starting anything is difficult. I would like to invest in it, or what do you think? Subai asked with interest. If Uncle can invest in my company, I naturally welcome it. There is no way I would refuse. Zhang Fan smiled. Haha, that's great. This time I will invest 200 million, 100 million for myself, and the other 100 million for my daughter. Uncle, I will naturally give Shuai shares. After all, she and I are preparing to get engaged. Zhang Fan shook his head. How could he not give Su Shui shares when creating this company? Without Su Bai needing to say a word, he would give them. However, a daughter still needs to have her own shares, as she cannot rely solely on the men in her family. Uncle also knows you treat Shuai well, but we can't rely only on you, right? This 100 million should be considered as help from you for my daughter, so you don't need to decline. Since Uncle has said so, if I disagree, that would be too much. Alright, Uncle, I agree. Haha, it's good that you agree. Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't. In the following days, Zhang Fan had Tang Xiu help him register the company. As for the company's name, it would be called Zhang Fan was looking for a suitable location for the company. He wanted to find an industrial area, one that was relative. After all, working with words in a noisy environment is not conducive to the work. PD District ZJ. Zhang Fan found an industrial area and directly spent 800 million to buy a building. The environment here was fine with very few vehicles passing by, making it suitable for literary work. With the building purchased, the next step was to wait for the company paperwork to be completed and for Li Yaojin to arrive. Time flew by, and soon it was the 20th of next month. Today, Li Yaojin contacted Zhang Fan to inform him that she had resigned from her job and would be arriving in Modu this afternoon. Zhang Fan smiled slightly upon receiving the news, indicating that he would go to the airport to pick them up in the afternoon. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Fan did not drive his own car, but took a taxi to Modu No. 1 airport. He arrived at the airport hall waiting for Li Yaojin and her daughter Kai Mingyue to arrive. After more than 10 minutes, Li Yaojin arrived at the airport hall with her daughter. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Kai Mingyue quickly let go of her mother's hand and ran over. Running up to Zhang Fan, she hugged his leg and sweetly said, "Uncle Zhang." Mingyue still remembers Uncle Zhang. I thought you had forgotten me. Seeing this lovely little girl, Zhang Fan smiled, gently squatting down to hold her in his arms. Mingyue has not forgotten Uncle Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Miss Li, shall we go? All right. Li Yaojin smiled slightly and nodded. Oh, ever since her divorce, her mood had not been like it used to be. She called a taxi, placed Mingyue in the back seat, put her luggage in the trunk, and then sat in the back seat, while Zhang Fan sat in the front passenger seat, leaving the airport. Miss Li, let's first go to my house, and then I'll help you find a place to live. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. After more than an hour, the taxi arrived at Lake Heart Garden. Zhang Fan helped her with the luggage and led her and her daughter into the garden. Uncle Zhang, do you live here? The houses here are so big. Mingyue exclaimed as she looked around at the surrounding. Yes, Uncle Zhang lives here. My house is right in front. Zhang Fan took Li Yaojin and her daughter to the villa's entrance and pressed the doorbell. Soon Su Shui opened the door. You must be Miss Li. Hello, I am Zhang Fan's girlfriend, Su Shui. Su Shui greeted Li Yaojin with a smile. Hello, Miss Su, my name is Li Yaojin, and this is my daughter Kai Mingyue. Mingyue, quickly say hello to your sister. Sister, hello, I am Mingyue. Mingyue looked at sister Su Shui and sweetly called out. So well-behaved, Miss Li, please come in. Su Shui invited. Okay, Miss Su, sorry to trouble you. Li Yaojin nodded and took her daughter inside. Once inside, Mingyue looked left and right, finding that this villa was really large, much bigger than her previous home. Miss Li, please sit for a moment. We can discuss the company matters later. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Mingyue, come here to let your sister hold you, alright? Alright. Mingyue nodded with a smile and reached out her hands. Su Shui held her in her arms and then took her to get something to eat. Miss Li, regarding my company, it is called One-Yuan Company, located in PD District ZJ Industrial Park. The registration documents for the company have all been issued, and it is expected to officially start operations on the 25th of this month. However, currently there are no employees in the company, so you will need to take care of that. Mr. Zhang, in the next few days, please start looking for people. I wonder if you can bring some employees from your other preferably employees with experience in writing. I will ask around in the next few days. If there are employees with that experience, I will have them join the new company. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Alright, do you have the contract ready? If so, we can sign it now. Li Yaojin smiled. I haven't prepared the contract yet, but I want to first inform you about it. No problem, Mr. Jiang, go ahead. You will be joining our company with an 8% stake and a temporary annual salary of 2 million. As for dividends, it will depend on the company's annual report. Additionally, you will become our company's vice president, managing all operations without needing to consult me. If you encounter something you can't handle, you can come to me. Are you planning to be a hands-off manager, Mr. Jiang? Li Yaojin smiled teasingly. I am used to being free, and given Miss Li's capabilities, I believe she can manage the company well. As for me, I will just stay in the background, and that will be enough. Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile. Owning so many companies, if he had to manage them all himself, it would be exhausting. It would be better to leave it to managers and responsible individuals. If they encountered something they couldn't handle, then he would step in to resolve it. Furthermore, when it comes to hiring, there will be editors who are responsible for reviewing. There will be chief editors, contracted editors, editorial department staff, etc. The chief editor manages the editors, and contracted editors handle the contracted books. The editorial department is responsible for authors' books, Zhang Fan explained one by one. And you will only need to manage the chief editor and other managerial positions. It sounds like my task is quite easy based on what Mr. Zhang said. Li Yaojin joked. Though it sounds easy, it is not. The company has not yet started, and there will be a lot to worry about. Although it doesn't matter to her, she could be busy for half a year or a year, but she is concerned about her daughter's situation. After all, the company is just starting up, and there are many busy areas, but don't worry, I do have time, and I can help take care of your daughter. Zhang Fan could tell she was joking and smiled slightly. It's quite close to ZJ, so how about this? I'll buy you a house near Lake Heart Garden, so you can live closer to us, and your daughter can play with me often. President Zhang, I haven't even started my job yet, and you plan to buy me a house. Let's forget it. I can't agree to that. Li Yaojin shook her head, not wanting to be gossiped about by others. All right, then I'll take you to find a rental place. Understanding her refusal, Zhang Fan continued, Schwerer, bring Yia over. We are ready to go out. Okay. Miss Li, did you bring your driver's license? Yes, I brought it. Then it's settled. You can drive my car and come with us. Sure. Uncle, where are we going? Yaya and Su Shue's arms holding some snacks asked curiously. Uncle will take you to find a place to live. Oh. Leaving the villa with them, they arrived at the basement. Looking at the luxury cars parked there, Li Yaojin was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. Zhang Fan was wealthy and had several luxury cars at home, which was not surprising. Miss Li, feel free to choose any car. Li Yaojin glanced left and right before selecting the Koenigsegg 1-1. After getting into the car, Yaya looked around curiously and said, Mommy, this car must be very expensive, right? Yes, it is quite expensive, Yaya. Please don't move around too much. Mommy, Yaya understands. Zhang Fan drove away in the Hennessy Venom with Su Shui beside him. Li Yaojin also drove behind them. Soon they found a location just a 5-minute drive from Lake Heart Garden. It was a community. Although the management and environment weren't as good as Lake Heart Garden, it was still decent overall. After spending over an hour, they found an apartment on the 3rd floor, fully furnished with a monthly rent of around 4,000, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Zhang Fan took them to buy some daily necessities such as bedding and cooking items. Miss Li, you can drive this car for the next few days. Tomorrow bring your daughter over for a meal. The day after, it'll take you to the company to familiarize yourself with the nearby routes. All right, Mr. Jiang. Uncle Zhang, Sister Su, goodbye. Yaya, goodbye. I'll see you tomorrow. Zhang Fan smiled gently as he left with Su Shui. Watching them leave, Li Yaojin hugged her daughter, entered the room, and closed the door. Yaya, from today on you will stay in Magic City with Mommy. Mommy, Yaya understands. Yaya nodded thoughtfully. Brother Fan, Yaya is so cute. In the car, Su Shui said with a smile. Her expression clearly showed her fondness for Yaya. Swear, when we get married, we should have a daughter too. What do you think? Zhang Fan teased. Upon hearing this, Su Shui's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, lightly retorting, Who wants to have a child with you? If Shuer doesn't want to have a child with me, then I can only look for someone willing to give me a daughter. Zhang Fan, knowing she was shy, pretended to sigh. You already have me, and you still want to find another woman. Su Shui lifted her head, pinching Zhang Fan's waist, pouting as she said, Okay, it's my fault. We'll only have children with Shuer. Fine, it's my fault. Zhang Fan could only smile and apologize. That's more like it. The next morning, Li Yaojin took her daughter to the outside of Lake Heart Garden, contacted Zhang Fan, and informed him that they were outside. Brother Fan will go pick them up. Su Shui said with a smile. All right, you go pick them up, and we'll prepare things at home. Su Shui nodded and hurriedly went out. Before long, she brought Li Yaojin and Yaya back home. Uncle Zhang, we meet again. Yaya, did you rest well on your first day in Magic City? Looking at the adorable little girl, Zhang Fan smiled. Yaya rested well. You all chat, I'll go prepare lunch. Sister Li, please sit down, don't be too polite. All right, Sister Su. Sister Li, I've heard Mr. Zhang say that you were a powerful businesswoman in the past. That's impressive, Su Shui said enviously. It's not worth mentioning what's in the past. What's done is done. Being invited by Mr. Zhang to join his company is a recognition of me. Moreover, Mr. Zhang at such a young age already owns so many companies, far surpassing me. Mr. Zhang is truly remarkable. By the way, Sister Sue, are you living together with Mr. Jiang? Not yet. My home is just opposite. Just opposite. Wait, your last name is Sue. Could you be the daughter of Sue Bai from Longting Group? Li Yaojin pondered for a moment and asked curiously. That's right, Sue Bai is my dad. Li Yaojin was somewhat surprised, but thinking about it, Jiang Fan's strength is so impressive that dating the daughter of the chairman of Longting Group is quite fitting. Besides, Su Shui is beautiful and Jiang Fan is handsome. They are a match made in heaven. Sister Liam's still in school, and you're a powerful businesswoman. Oh, after I graduate, can you guide me? Guide you? Yes, I want to become very capable and help Jiang Fan. I don't want to be just a decorative vase. Su Shui shook her head. She had always wanted to help Jiang Fan, but never had the chance. Now that she met Li Yaojin, a former powerful businesswoman, Su Shui naturally wanted her to teach her. No problem, Sister Sue. As long as you study hard, I believe you will become even more capable than me in the future, Li Yaojin said gently. Then it's settled. After I graduate, Sister Li will teach me. Alright, it's a deal. Yaya tilted her little head looking at her mother and Sister Sue with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding what they were talking about. Little Yaya, after lunch today, how about I take you out to play? Sure, Yaya wants to go to the amusement park. Hearing they were going out to play, Yaya looked very happy, excitedly clapping her little hands. Mommy, Yaya wants to go out to play, and then looked at her mother hoping she would agree. Okay, we'll go out to play and Mommy will take you. Li Yaojin rubbed her daughter's little head and nodded indulgently. It's time to eat. Around noon, a Jiang Fan brought the dishes to the table. Wow, it smells so good. Yaya's nostrils flared. Come and have dinner. Li Yaojin held her daughter and placed her on the chair. Su Shui sat beside Jiang Fan, enjoying the meal together. After lunch, the group left the lakeside garden. They spent more than an hour at the amusement park, only stopping when they then went to a department store to buy some snacks. Upon arriving, Jiang Fan and the others strolled around inside. Yaya, what do you want to eat? Tell Mommy, and Mommy will buy it for you. Yaya looked around, picked up a few bags of chips, and placed them in the shopping cart. You just love chips. You can't eat too many, or you'll gain weight. Seeing her daughter with so many bags of chips, Li Yaojin shook her head and smiled. It's not that she didn't want her daughter to eat, but she was a bit worried. Mommy, Yaya won't get fat. Yaya quickly shook her head. Yes, Yaya won't get fat. They continued to wander around the store with Li Yaojin taking her daughter, while Jiang Fan accompanied Su Shui to the other side to shop. Mommy, I want to go see Uncle Jiang. Li Yaojin glanced over to Jiang Fan's side, noticing they were quite close, and nodded. Okay, be careful, and don't run around. Mommy, I know. Yaya nodded, and walked over to Uncle Jiang's side. Uncle Jiang, what are you doing? Oh, it's Yaya. Uncle Jiang is buying a doll for Sister Sue. Come on, choose one, and see if you like any. Jiang Fan lifted Kai Mingwei up to see if she liked anything. In Jiang Fan's arms, Kai Mingwei looked at the many dolls and plush toys in front of her, feeling very happy. After a while, she thought for a moment and reached for a pink bear. With a smile, she said, Uncle Jiang, I want to buy this. Okay, Uncle Jiang will give it to you later. Jiang Fan let Su Shui continue to choose, but soon they heard arguing from not far away. Uncle Jiang, that's Mommy's voice. Upon hearing it, Kai Mingwei quickly said. Uncle Jiang heard it too. Sure, let's go take a look. Alright. The three quickly arrived at Li Yaojin's side, only to see snacks scattered all over the floor, with a store staff member looking at her coldly. Miss Li, what happened? Jiang Fan frowned slightly and approached. Mommy, what's wrong? Mr. Jiang, it's like this. I was picking snacks here, and then the staff suddenly rushed over and bumped into me, which caused this situation. Li Yaojin said a bit angrily. What do you mean? Are you saying I bumped into you on purpose? I didn't bump into you. Clearly you saw me coming and intentionally knocked into me, which is why these snacks fell to the ground. The female staff member said angrily. Let's call your manager and have her check the surveillance to see whose fault it is. If it's our fault, we will apologize, and if it's your fault, then you need to apologize to her. Jiang Fan looked at the female staff member, knowing that only by seeing the evidence could they determine who was right or wrong. I am the store manager. Do you think I would lie to you? Whether you are the manager has nothing to do with me. I only need evidence. Again, if it's our fault, we will apologize and compensate. If it's your fault, you also need to apologize to us. You don't have the right to check the surveillance, and our manager is not here today. This incident was caused by this woman bumping into the snacks, and she should apologize and compensate for the damaged snacks. Oh, you're so confident, insisting that Miss Li bumped into them, only taking your word for it. Since you won't let us see the surveillance, fine, let's call the police and have them handle it. After saying that, Jiang Fan took out his phone and dialed the police. He explained the situation to the police, then hung up the phone and looked at the female staff member coldly, saying, also contact your manager and let him come back. Just tell him Jiang Fan is in his store and is waiting for him. Who do you think you are asking me to contact the manager? What a big deal. My reputation isn't big, but I can tell you that I am the landlord of this street. Originally, if you let us see the surveillance to find out whose fault it was, we would know. It's just a small matter. But you want to make it a big deal. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. I'll call and tell your manager whether this store wants to continue operating. You. The female staff member trembled with anger, pointing at Jiang Fan. Schwerer, go find another staff member and have them contact the manager of this store and tell him to come over. Okay. Miss Lee, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Yeah, are you scared? Uncle Jiang. Yeah, is not scared. Uncle Jiang is so handsome. Yeah shook her head. Not long after the police arrived. Seeing the police arrive, Jiang Fan handed Yaya over to Li Yaojin and walked up to them with a smile, saying, "Hello, I'm Jiang Fan, and I called the police." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Officer Chen." "Hello, Officer Chen. Here's what happened." Jiang Fan explained everything. Officer Chen nodded after listening to Jiang Fan. "All right, Mr. Jiang, we understand the specific situation. We will have that female staff member pull up the store's surveillance for you to see who is right and who is wrong." "Okay, thank you." Officer Chen, along with his colleagues, approached the female staff member politely and said, "Hello, ma'am, please pull up the store's surveillance for us to see." "Oh, okay, no problem." The female staff member, seeing their uniforms, could only nod. She led them to the computer, and Jiang Fan followed. Soon from the surveillance, it was clear that the female staff member had bumped into Li Yaojin, which caused Li Yaojin to accidentally knock over the snacks. "Miss, the evidence is here. It's clear that you bumped into Miss Lee, which caused her to accidentally hit the snack shelf. Do you have anything to say?" Jiang Fan looked at her displeased. At this moment, a young man squeezed in. "Are you the manager of this store?" "I'm Jiang Fan." "Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. What happened here?" "Here's the thing. Your employee bumped into Miss Lee, and because of her actions, Miss Lee accidentally bumped into the snack shelf, causing many snacks to fall to the ground. She insisted that she didn't bump into anyone. I asked her to pull up the surveillance, but she refused, so I had to call the police and have your other employees contact you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Mr. Jiang, I understand. Luli, you bumped into someone, which caused Miss Lee to knock over the snack shelf. You still won't admit it. Go and apologize to Miss Lee." Luli heard these words and looked at Li Yaojin, apologizing to her. "The employees in your store not only made a mistake themselves, but also slandered others. This time they ran into me. If they falsely accuse someone else next time, that person will likely have to pay without a fight, don't you think?" Jiang Fan cast a deep gaze at the manager, a cold smile on his lips. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will handle this matter appropriately." The manager's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. Jiang Fan was the landlord of this street. If he displeased him, it would be hard to rent this place again. This department store is a prime location. If it's not rented here, it would be difficult to find another equally good spot. "Mr. Jiang, since the matter here has been resolved, we will take our leave." Officer Chen smiled at Jiang Fan. "All right, Officer Chen, take care on your way." Jiang Fan nodded at them. "You are the manager of this store. If I come here again, and this woman is still around, I won't come." "Mr. Jiang, please be assured I will definitely handle this matter," while the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly promised. "All right, Miss Lee, you've chosen your items. Let's pay and leave." "Sure, Mr. Jiang." Su Shui had the waiter pack the toys into a bag, then paid. Li Yaojin bought some snacks and some fruits, paid, and the group left the store. "Luli, you really did well. Why would you offend anyone, especially a woman connected to Mr. Jiang?" "Mr. Jiang is the landlord of this street. If he is dissatisfied and doesn't rent this location to me, can you bear the losses?" The manager escorted Jiang Fan and the others outside, then returned to the store, looking grimly at Lu Li. "Manager Yang, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare again." Lu Li looked at Manager Yang with a wronged expression. "Another time. Didn't you hear what Mr. Jiang just said? I won't keep you in my store anymore. You damaged a lot of snacks. You should compensate at the original price, then take your salary and leave my store. You are not welcome here." "Manager Yang, I've been working in your store for more than a year. I may not have contributed much, but I have put in effort. Manager Yang, I know I was wrong. Please don't fire me." Lu Li said with a pitiful look in her eyes. If you can do something like this time, who's to say you won't do it again next time? I can't keep someone like you in my store. I won't let your mistake tarnish my store's reputation." "Uncle Jiang, you were amazing just now." Yaya held her mother's hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, thank you. Without your help earlier, I would have been extorted." Li Yaojin expressed her gratitude. That female employee clearly intended to extort. If it were someone else in this situation, I would have stepped in to help as long as I was present. "No need to thank me." Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. After more than half an hour, Jiang Fan parted ways with Su Shui and Li Yaojin. The next morning, Jiang Fan drove with Li Yaojin and Kai Mengyue to ZJ. They parked the car downstairs and got out. "Miss Lee, this is where the literature company is located." Li Yaojin nodded, looking at the 10-story building. "Let's go inside and take a look while we chat." "All right, Mr. Jiang." Kai Mengyue held her mother's hand, understanding that her mother was discussing work with Uncle Jiang, so she didn't interrupt their conversation. "The first floor is for the reception area. The second floor is for storing documents. The third floor is for editorial work. The fourth floor is a conference room, and the fifth floor is for the operations department." Jiang Fan introduced each floor to Li Yaojin as they walked. "Mr. Jiang, the purpose of the literature company is to develop IP and nurture outstanding authors, correct?" "Yes, exactly. The goal of establishing this literature company is just that. If there are excellent works, my entertainment company will acquire the IP and produce them ourselves, but we can also choose to sell them to other companies. As for the selling price, if the author finds buyers themselves, we take a 10 commission. If we help the author sell, we take 30. As for the benefits for the authors after returning home in the next few days, I will consider it carefully and write out the benefits to discuss with you before making a decision. If the benefits for authors are good, I believe many authors will be willing to join our website platform to write. That is certain. After I return, I will think about it carefully to ensure the benefits satisfy both parties. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded. At 11 o'clock, they left the company building and found a place to eat. Miss Lee, how are you finding it in Magic City? At the dining table, Zhang Fan asked. Mr. Zhang, I'm getting used to it in Magic City, but I also plan to find a school for my daughter soon. Oh, looking for a school. Yaya is already 5 years old, but it's time for her to start school. Yes, I've seen other children starting school at 4. Previously, because I was at the Kai family, they didn't take good care of Yaya, and I also didn't want them to pick her up, so I didn't let her go to school. Now that we've come to Magic City, I plan to find a school for Yaya to start school. Mommy, Yaya doesn't want to go to school. Yaya doesn't want to leave Mommy. Hearing her mother's words, Yaya clung to her unwillingly, saying, But Mommy has to work to support our baby at home. Mommy doesn't have much time to accompany Yaya. Besides, there are many little friends in school who are about Yaya's age. If Yaya goes to school, Mommy believes she will quickly make many friends. Seeing her daughter's reluctance, Li Yaojin comforted her. But Yaya doesn't want to leave Mommy. Yaya pouted, still unwilling. Yaya, knowledge should be learned from a young age. Mommy doesn't want you to be 7 or 8 years old and not recognize many characters. If other children find out, they will definitely laugh at you. Moreover, Mommy just wants you to meet some little friends who are willing to play with you. You know, once Mommy starts working, there won't be as much time to take care of you. Does Mommy not like Yaya anymore? Yaya pouted, her eyes red. How could Mommy not like Yaya? Seeing her daughter's sad expression, Li Yaojin smiled, gently, lightly stroking her head, speaking softly. Miss Li, since Yaya doesn't want to go to school right now, let's take this matter slowly. Uncle Zhang is so nice, hee. Seeing Uncle Zhang speak up for her, Kai Mingyue was very happy. You. Li Yaojin shot a glance at Kai Mingyue. After lunch, Zhang Fan wandered outside for a while before parting ways with Li Yaojin and the others. Ding. Just as he was about to return to the lakeside garden, Tang Xiyu opened her phone. Zhang Fan. Xiyu, what's the matter? Zhang Fan, here's the thing, 2 people from the company have come and want to discuss cooperation. Discuss cooperation. Xiyu, you should be able to handle this, right? They said they are from the Yi family. From the Yi Alright, I understand. I'll be there right away. Upon hearing they were from the Yi family, Yang Ning frowned, not understanding why they had come to Modu to discuss cooperation with his company. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the Yi family since they had come to the company, he couldn't let Tang Xiyu send them away without a word, so he decided to go and see. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Fan arrived at Guangyao Group. The receptionist informed Zhang Fan that General Manager Tang and the others were in the office, and he nodded and headed to the office. Pushing the door open, he walked in and saw Yi Yake while the man beside her was unfamiliar to him. Cousin, what? You didn't even give me a call, and you just showed up. Hee, Zhang Fan, isn't your cousin planning to give you a surprise? So what do you think? Is it a surprise? A surprise. Who is this next to you? Zhang Fan, this is my cousin Yi Renjia. Renjia, this is my cousin Zhang Fan, the chairman of Guangyao Group. Zhang Fan, my cousin just returned from abroad. Oh, may I ask why Mr. Yi has come to Guangyao Group? Mr. Zhang, the thing is, I own a film company abroad, and I recently returned to look for some stars to shoot movies. I heard from my cousin that you also own the Guanxing Group Entertainment Company and the Morning Star Entertainment Company, so I asked my cousin to bring me here to discuss this matter with you. Discuss with me. If you want to find stars, shouldn't you go to my 2 companies? Hearing this, Zhang Fan shook his head. Mr. Zhang, I have watched the movies produced by your Morning Star Entertainment Company. Though it was a campus youth film, its total box office reached 800 million within a week. I understand that the screenplay for this campus youth film was written by you. That's why I came. Oh, you mean you want to buy the screenplay in my hands? Sorry, I don't have any other screenplays at the moment. Mr. Zhang, I've heard that you also have a movie screenplay called Miscarriage. Oh, it must have been director Wang who told. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, if you are willing to sell this screenplay to me, I am willing to pay for it. How about 300 million? Yi Yake was taken aback when she heard her cousin directly offer 300 million to buy another screenplay from Zhang Fan. Sorry, Mr. Yeah, I don't plan to sell the screenplay for Miscarriage, but you can consider becoming an investor. Becoming an investor. Mr. Zhang, my film company is also somewhat well known abroad, named Huayu Films. I'm sure you've heard of it. If you sell me this screenplay for Miscarriage with our company's strength, it will definitely be a success. Sorry, still the same thing. I do not intend to sell this screenplay, as the filming schedule for Miscarriage is already in preparation. If I sell the screenplay to you, I won't be able to explain it to my crew. If I have other screenplays in the future, I can sell them to you first. How about that? Zhang Fan shook his head and smiled. He wouldn't sell Miscarriage no matter how much Yi Renjia insisted. Hearing Zhang Fan's unwillingness to sell, Yi Renjia felt a bit regretful. If this screenplay could be handed over to his company for filming, the results would surely be better and the box office would be higher. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan did not intend to sell it to him, which was really a pity. Mr. Zhang, well, then since you are unwilling to sell the screenplay for Miscarriage to me, I can't force you. Let's talk about the stars next. Alright, go ahead. Well, I recently returned to look for two capable male and female stars to be the leads of our... Which two stars do you have your eye on? These two stars are both from your Guangxing Entertainment Company. One is called Yang Qianqian, and the other is Lu Jiahao. I plan to have these two take on the leading roles in our company's movie. I have no problem with that, but specifically you still need to ask them if they are willing. Although I am the boss, I won't force employees to do things they don't want to do. Of course, as the boss, I naturally won't force employees to do things they are unwilling to do. Yi Renjie smiled. Mr. Zhang, if there are any better screenplays in the future, you must tell me right away. No problem, if there are better screenplays, I will definitely inform you first. Alright then, Mr. Zhang, I will take my leave. See you, Mr. Yi and the others out. Okay, General Manager Jiang. Cousin, aren't you leaving with Mr. Yi? Seeing Yi Yake not moving, Jiang Fan looked at her in confusion. I didn't plan to leave right after coming. I want to stay in Modu for a few days. What, do you want to rush your cousin out of Modu? I wouldn't do that. It's my honor that my cousin wants to stay in Modu. Jiang Fan was slightly taken aback and quickly shook his head. That's more like it. Renjie, you go first, I'll return in a few days. Alright, cousin. Jiang Fan, how about I come work for you too? Yi Yake joked as she lay on the sofa. Cousin, are you joking? Work for me? What's wrong? I'm quite capable. The Yi family's company has been rising under... Yi Yake raised an eyebrow and shot Jiang Fan a glance. Cousin, since you are managing the Yi family's company, why tease your cousin? Besides, if the Yi family finds out you are working at my company, they might hold a grudge against me for life. You're still afraid of the Yi family. I know that with your strength, the Yi family wouldn't even look at you. Cousin, how could I not regard the Yi family? If I don't regard the Yi family, wouldn't that mean I don't regard my cousin either? I wouldn't dare do that. Oh really? Recently I heard that a strong woman divorced her husband because of you. Cousin, where did you hear that rumor? Their divorce has nothing to do with me. Besides, the reason they divorced is that her husband's family treated her poorly, so she divorced. Is that so? I thought you liked this type, Yi Yake playfully remarked. Hearing this, Jiang Fan helplessly rolled his eyes at her. Alright, it's not easy for you to come and see me, let's go. Yi Yake smiled sweetly, walked in front of Jiang Fan, linked arms with him, and said with a grin, you really don't have anything else to do in Magic City. Jiang Fan looked at her. I do have things to do, but why talk about them now? Let's discuss it later when we get back. Jiang Fan, are you leaving? As Tang Xiyu entered the office, she saw Jiang Fan preparing to take his cousin away. Yes, Xiyu, we are about to leave since there's nothing else to do at the company. Alright then. Tang Xiyu nodded in understanding. Cousin, let's go. Let's go. Recently I plan to start a new company focused on text work. I wonder if you know anyone in that field. If you do, could you introduce me and invite them to work for our company? Jiang Fan smiled as he spoke. Sure, let me... There are indeed some, but I don't know if they would be willing to come over. Then please help me ask about the salary. It will definitely satisfy them. No problem, I'll ask first. Once in the car, Yi Yake took out her phone to contact... Before long, Yi Yake looked at Jiang Fan and smiled. Jiang Fan, they said they could consider it, but you first need to tell them about the salary situation. Well, we are just starting out, and there are many positions available. You should first ask how many years of experience they have. Alright. She said she has 3 years. 3 years. Then let's make her the chief editor with a monthly salary of 20,000 plus commission. A monthly salary of 20,000 with commission, right? I'll tell her. Jiang Fan, she agreed, and she can come over in the next few days. No problem, I'll wait for her arrival. I wonder if it's a man or a woman. It's a woman, a stunning beauty, only 23 years old, Yi Yake said playfully. Cousin, I do have a girlfriend. You should joke less about these things. If Schwer finds out, she might have a bad impression of... Haha, are you afraid of Sister Schwer? It's not about being afraid. Never mind, you wouldn't understand since you've never been in a relationship. Hearing this, Yi Yake gritted her teeth in annoyance and looked at Jiang Fan with discontent. If I won't joke with you anymore. I actually have something to find you for while I'm in Magic City. What is it? Our company is doing quite well, but our Yi family also wants to collaborate with you. The Yi family wants to collaborate with me. With your Yi family's strength, there's no need to work with me, right? Yi Yake rolled her eyes and said softly. Even though our Yi family has strength compared to you, it's like a big witch meeting a small witch. There's simply no comparison. You should take a look at your current strength. It's incredible. No one in our Yi family can compare to you. Well, that is indeed the truth. Can't you be a little humble? Cousin, my strength is evident. It doesn't allow me to be modest. What can I do? I'm also quite helpless about it. Talking to you really can be infuriating. Forget it, what do you say? Do you agree to collaborate with our Yi family? What aspect does the Yi family want to collaborate on? Our Yi family is involved in electronics, mobile phones, computers, and various other matters. You also have a mobile phone manufacturing company under your name. If possible, the Yi family wants to collaborate with you in the mobile phone sector. In the mobile phone sector. If it's you, cousin, I would naturally agree. However, if the Yi family's company is managed by Yi Jiqing and the others, then I won't agree. Jiang Fan still remembered the last time he was dissatisfied with the Yi family, especially with Yi Jiqing and her family. Of course, it's my managed company. I know you have conflicts with Yi Jiqing, so I won't let them collaborate with you. That's fine then. You agreed. Good, once I return, I'll have the company contact yours to discuss the collaboration. By the way, last time you asked me to invest in your movie, I assume it's already in preparation for shooting. It's already started filming, and it's expected to wrap up around November this year. I've also seen another movie from Morningstar Entertainment, that one called In a Hurry, which was shot quite well. This one has director Wong, so I believe the box office will definitely exceed $2 billion upon release. Whether this movie can reach $2 billion depends on whether the audience is willing to buy tickets. If it does, as the boss, I'll naturally be very happy. You involved in movies, mobile phones, electronics, cars, new energy, and so on. With your abilities, you can be considered a business genius. If only I, your cousin, could be as capable as you. Hearing this, Jiang Fan smiled. None of these were actually his abilities, they were just given by the system. Without the system, he probably wouldn't have met Su Shui at this time. And if he went to the Yi family, he would also be disliked by everyone there, not to mention owning so many companies. As for where the system came from, Jiang Fan didn't know and couldn't understand. As long as he knew the system wouldn't harm him, that was enough. Cousin, do you want to drive out for a stroll today? Driving? No problem. Let's hurry back so I can pick a supercar and we can go out together. Hearing that they were going to drive out, Yi was filled with joy. Her greatest interests were making money and racing. Before long, Jiang Fan's car returned to Lake Heart Garden, and Yi picked a Ferrari P415. Then they drove off following Jiang Fan's car. They arrived at the base of a mountain, and Jiang Fan rolled down the window, calling out to Yi, "Cousin, let's race to see who reaches the top first. With your skills I can't compare, but I want to give it a try. Let's get ready to set off." Okay. Rolling up the window, 10 seconds later, both cars rushed toward the mountaintop. There were very few cars in this area. Basically no one came here, making it a popular spot for racing enthusiasts. However, today, only Jiang Fan and Yi were driving their cars on this road. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan's car reached the mountaintop first. He found a parking spot, parked the car, and stepped outside to wait for Yi. Before long, Yi drove her Ferrari and finally appeared in Jiang Fan's sight. The car pulled up beside Jiang Fan and stopped, and Yi got out of the car. "You're still impressive." Yi smiled gently. "Cousin, you're quite impressive too, considering this is your first time on such a route," Jiang Fan replied with a slight shake of his head. "Alright, stop comforting me, I know how capable you are. But the environment here is quite nice." Indeed, after staying on the mountaintop for a while, the two drove away. Returning to the lakeside garden, Yi smiled and said, "Cousin, I still need to stay here for a few more days. Come with me to buy some clothes." "Okay." Jiang Fan nodded, but he began to regret it a bit. Over 2 hours later, his cousin had taken him to more than 10 clothing stores. "Cousin, haven't you found anything yet?" Jiang Fan said helplessly. "They say girls never tire of shopping, and it seems to be true." "Jiang Fan, how long have we been shopping? And you're already complaining about being tired. I bet your girlfriend wouldn't shop for this long either. Come on, it's already been over 2 hours. How much longer can it be? My cousin Schwer definitely wouldn't shop tirelessly like you do. I'm a beautiful girl taking you shopping, and you're unwilling. You need to exercise more so when you go shopping with your girlfriend in the future. You won't feel this exhausted today. It's not that I'm physically tired, but mentally exhausted. It's getting late. If we keep shopping like this, I still have to pick up Schwer from school later. Alright, I got it. Let's go check out this store." Yi looked at his helpless expression, covering her mouth with a smile, and led him into the store. After selecting clothes for over half an hour, Yi finally picked out 5 outfits. "Jiang Fan, it's time to pay." Yi smiled at him while holding the bags. Alright. Jiang Fan had no choice but to agree and paid. He then took Yi away from there. "Cousin, I'll drop you off first, then go pick up Su Shui." Understood. After dropping Yi back at the lakeside garden, Jiang Fan drove to the school, where Su Shui was waiting outside. More than 10 minutes later, the school bell rang, and shortly after, Su Shui walked out of the school gate. Seeing her come out, Jiang Fan smiled and greeted her. "Jiang Fan." Just as he met Su Shui, Lin Ziyu's voice rang out. "Oh, it's you. What brings you to apologize to me?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and smiled at Lin Ziyu. "Apologize? What do I have to apologize to you for? Didn't you say last time that you would defeat me? Unfortunately, the movie you invested in only made over 400 million at the box office. Tisk, you've lost. If I just lost once, and next time I will definitely defeat you. Do you dare to bet with me?" Why would I bet with you? What do you have to wager against me? Don't think that just because you're the son of the chairman of Huaxiao Group, I actually look down on you," Jiang Fan said with a disdainful look. You? Lin Ziyu gritted his teeth in anger at Jiang Fan's words. "I bet you this time, if the movie I invest in doesn't beat yours at the box office, it'll give you 200 million. Do you dare to bet?" Feeling the gazes around him, Lin Ziyu felt a chill in his heart and coldly said, 200 million? That's just pocket money for me. Since you want to bet, let's raise the stakes a bit. How about 500 million? Jiang Fan smiled at him. 200 million wasn't worth betting on. If they were to bet, it might as well be 500 million. Hearing this, Lin Ziyu's expression changed, and he hesitated. 200 million he could come up with, but 500 million would be difficult. "What's the matter, scared? If you're scared, then don't show up in front of me. I'll bet with you." Lin Ziyu gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Fan. Alright, since you want to bet, my company has already started filming a movie called Detective Chinatown. I wonder if your company has started filming yet. If not, should I have my crew stop until yours starts filming? No need, my company's crew will also start filming soon. Since that's the case, let's sign a betting agreement to avoid you not acknowledging it when you lose later. You're so confident, can you really wake up? I trust my crew. I also trust my crew. This movie will definitely surpass what your company produces. Confidence is good, but don't be arrogant. Come on, let's record and sign. Jiang Fan tore off 2 blank pages from Su Shue's notebook and wrote down the terms of the bet. After letting Lin Ziyu see it, the two signed their names, then recorded it, and once everything was settled, Jiang Fan sat in the car, with Su Shue smiling at Lin Ziyu. Mr. Lin, you better be ready with 500 million. If you lose, transfer it to me right away. Jiang Fan, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Let's wait and see. Brother Fan, are you not afraid of betting so much with Lin Ziyu that? Swear, as I've said, I trust the people in the crew and Director Wang's ability. Besides, it's just 500 million. Even if I lose, then I lose. But if I win, that's 500 million gained for free. Who wouldn't want free money? Jiang Fan smiled gently. He had faith in the crew and Director Wang's abilities. By the way, Shuer, your cousin is here. Yes, she came today to discuss a collaboration between my company and the Yi family. She's at my house now. Oh, I haven't seen my cousin in a long time. Brother Fan, let's go. More than 10 minutes later, the two returned to the villa. Sister Shuer is back. Yi Yake rushed forward and took Su Shue's hand as she saw her enter. Hello, cousin. Su Shue smiled and greeted her. I plan to stay in Modu for a few days this time. Oh, I hope I won't disturb you two lovebirds. Yi Yake said playfully. Hearing this, Su Shue's face turned red, and she quickly shook her head, saying, Cousin, you won't disturb us. That's good. Cousin, you two chat. I'll go prepare dinner. You go ahead. I have a lot to chat about with Sister Shuer. Seeing Jiang Fan walk into the kitchen, Yi Yake pulled Su Shue and sat on the sofa whispering, Sister Shuer, has my cousin proposed to you recently? Cousin, not yet. Not yet. Aren't you two planning to get engaged soon? Why hasn't he proposed to you yet? This is an important ceremony. If he doesn't propose to you, don't marry him. Cousin, I think getting engaged is just that. It's not a real marriage, so there's no need for that right now. Su Shue thought for a moment and shook her head. Propose once for the engagement and propose again when it's time to marry. If it were me, if he didn't propose, I would. Yi Yake glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen and smiled. Su Shue's face turned red, appearing somewhat embarrassed. If you are unwilling to speak as your cousin, I could help you out. What do you think? Yi Yake understood her shyness and smiled gently. Cousin, this matter doesn't need to be discussed with Fan Gij. Su Shue shook her head again. Since you are unwilling, then fine, I will not say anything further. However, you mustn't regret it later. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Cousin, I definitely won't regret it. Su Shue shook her head. Yi Yake smiled slightly. An hour later, Jiang Fan brought the food and placed it on the table, smiling as he said, it's time to eat. Jiang Fan, your culinary skills are truly impressive. After having tasted your cooking last time, I have been longing for it ever since. Is that so? Then today is just right. Cousin Shuer, let's dig in. After the meal, Su Shue helped Jiang Fan tidy up the dishes. Once they finished cleaning up, the three of them sat in the living room chatting casually. It wasn't until after 10 at night that Su Shue finally left Jiang Fan's home. Seeing Jiang Fan send Su Shue off and return, Yi Yake leaned on the sofa smiling as she asked Jiang Fan, you and Su Shue are about to get engaged. Don't you have any gestures to make? Cousin, I have been preparing for a while now. Once my parents come over and we finalize this matter, I will propose to Shuer. However, I haven't told Shuer about it yet. So you have already been preparing, huh? I was still worried just now. Yi Yake breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Jiang Fan's words. Worried? Cousin, what were you worried about? Oh, it's nothing. Cousin, I hope you won't tell Shuer about this. It's a secret for now. I want to give her a surprise. Cousin agrees, but you have to accompany me shopping tomorrow. Still going shopping? No way. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression changed. After being worn out from shopping today, he didn't expect to have to go again tomorrow. If he had known, he wouldn't have told her just now. Weren't you telling me to keep it a secret? If you disagree, I will tell your girlfriend tomorrow. All right, then I agree. Since my cousin has spoken, how could I, as her cousin, disagree? Jiang Fan shook his head helplessly. All right, it's getting late. I need to rest. Staying up late is not good for the body. You should also rest early. The next morning, Yi Yake dragged Jiang Fan out shopping again. After wandering around for more than 2 hours, they arrived at a restaurant. Cousin, shopping with you is simply exhausting. If you find a boyfriend in the future, he might even find it annoying. He dares. Upon hearing this, Yi Yake glared at him. All right, we're in the restaurant. Don't shout and scream. What do you want to eat? Order today, it's my treat. Jiang Fan smiled helplessly and had to change the subject. Then I must eat you out of house and home. No worries, I have plenty of money. At another table, a man gazed intently at Yi Yake and the others. He noticed that Yi Yake was exceptionally beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth, skin as smooth as cream. Her face was free of makeup, yet she looked more stunning than those heavily adorned. She appeared fresh and charming, especially her large eyes, which sparkled with a lively glimmer, captivating him at first sight. The man observed the two of them, noting that they didn't appear to be a couple, but rather like siblings. With a flick of his eyes, he stood up and headed towards Jiang Fan and the others. Hello, miss, I am Chu Yuxuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Yuxuan approached Yi Yake smiling. Do we know each other? Yi Yake raised an eyebrow looking at the man with displeasure. Miss, precisely because we don't know each other, that's why I want to get to know you. Have you heard of my name, miss? I haven't heard of it. I don't know you, please don't disturb us. Yi Yake replied, Miss, I am Chu Yuxuan, the general manager of the 5th largest group company in Modu. Oh, I thought you were the chairman of the 5th largest group company in Modu. Please don't disturb our meal. Ooh, I don't want to know you, and we are not familiar. Yi Yake looked unimpressed. Sir, my cousin doesn't want to get to know you, so please leave. There's no need to make a fool of you. Zhang Fan smiled. Miss, judging by your appearance, you are probably not from Modu, right? Otherwise, why would you have such a minimal reaction upon hearing my position? Chu Yuxuan did not give up and continued, did you not hear my cousin tell you to leave? There's no need to make a fool of you. You are the general manager of the 5th largest group company in Modu. It has nothing to do with me. Are you trying to flaunt your status to get to know me? Miss, I am at least the general manager of the 5th largest group company in Modu. Wanting to get to know you, would that not give me some face? Chu Yuxuan's expression turned somewhat unnatural upon hearing this. He didn't expect that this woman would remain unmoved by his position. After considering briefly, since this woman wouldn't listen, he decided to approach her cousin instead and get her to join his company, as that might be more effective. Continuing, he said, Miss, how about this? You tell me your name, and I can arrange for your cousin to join our company. Hearing this, Yi Yake chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she looked at Zhang Fan. Cousin, look, this person wants to get to know me and is even inviting you to work at their company. Zhang Fan also smiled. Seeing the smiles on their faces and feeling the gaze of others in the restaurant upon them, Chu Yuxuan's expression grew increasingly sour, as if he had received an insult. Miss, I want to get to know you because I hold you in high regard. Inviting your cousin to join our company is also to help him find a job. What's so funny about that? Sir, you want to help my cousin find a job? That won't be necessary. Do you know what his status is? Yi Yake, what status? Isn't he just an unemployed drifter? Unemployed drifter. Ha ha, that's really amusing. Since you don't know, let me tell you. My cousin's name is Zhang Fan, the chairman of Anmei Group and Guangyao Group. With his status, does he still need you to help him find a job? Anmei Group is the 4th largest group company in Modu, and Guangyao Group is the 3rd largest. Do you think my cousin still needs your help? He is the chairman of Anmei Group and Guangyao Group. This is impossible. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuxuan was shocked, looking at Zhang Fan with disbelief. He believe it or not, as for me, I am from the Yi family in Yanjing. With your status, you cannot even reach the Yi family, so I have no need to get to know you. Are you from the Yi family? Hearing this, Chu Yuxuan's brow furrowed. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he couldn't afford to dismiss it as false. If he truly was from the Yi family, then as the general manager of the 5th largest conglomerate in the Magic City, he couldn't afford to offend him. After all, the Yi family's background was formidable. With that thought, Chu Yuxuan quickly apologized. Miss, my apologies for the disturbance. Having said that, Chu Yuxuan returned to the table, asked the waiter for the bill paid, and hurriedly left. I didn't expect to see a man trying to flirt with my cousin here. Zhang Fan smiled as he noticed the man leaving sensibly. Your cousin is, after all, a beautiful girl. It's quite normal to have many suitors, and encountering one or two trying to flirt is expected. However, I didn't expect to meet someone like him today. Indeed, that man truly is a talent. Ha! Zhang Fan chuckled, shaking his head as he began to eat. After lunch, Yi Yake took Zhang Fan to the amusement park as a way to make up for accompanying her on the streets all morning. Zhang Fan, having you accompany me while shopping in the Magic City is quite nice. If you weren't my cousin, we might have even become a couple. Cousin, you're teasing me again. Zhang Fan replied, knowing she loved to joke, and naturally took her words lightly. You don't think your cousin is joking, do you? You're young and accomplished, handsome to boot, and wealthy. If you wished, I'm sure you'd have a line of girls pursuing you. Cousin, I already have swear I have a girlfriend, he said. Among the rich young men, I know you're the only one who doesn't waste money and treats your girlfriend well. You have no idea. From what I know, some wealthy young men prefer to keep some internet celebrities or second-rate stars. If I were to find a boyfriend, I hope he can love me, be capable, and not just rely on making a lot of money. A comfortable life is sufficient. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Given his cousin's abilities, even if her boyfriend wasn't a huge earner, she could live worry-free for life. Cousin, you're not young anymore. You really should find a boyfriend, he remarked. Never mind, let's wait a few more years. I don't want to find a boyfriend just yet. Yi Yake exhaled lightly with a chuckle. Time flew by, and Su Shui was also on summer vacation. Shui, today come back to my hometown with me. I'm going to pick up my parents. In the living room, Zhang Fan embraced Su Shui's waist and whispered softly in her ear, all right, brother Fan. He'll go with you. I also want to meet uncle, aunt, sister Yuding, and your grandmother. Good, let's get ready and set off today, he responded. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan drove his Koenigsegg 1-1, leaving the Lake Heart Garden, heading towards Tang Town. Before departing, Zhang Fan had already called his parents to inform them they were setting off, estimating they'd arrive home around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon learning that her son was returning, Zhao Yuanling was naturally delighted and shared the news with her mother. Yi Xian knew that her grandson was bringing his girlfriend home, and her smile grew wider. Although they had seen each other through video calls, it wasn't the same as meeting face to face. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Fan finally returned to his hometown. Zhao Yuanling, Jiang Jinghao, Jiang Yuding, and Yi Xia were all sitting outside. Seeing Jiang Fan's car return, they quickly stood up. After parking the car, Jiang Fan got out with Su Shui smiling as he said, "Grandma, Dad, Mom, Sister, and back. Uncle and Aunt Grandma Yuding, hello." Su Shui greeted sweetly. "Oh, good, good. Su Shui, come here so Grandma can see you," Yi Xia said, kindly waving her hand. Su Shui nodded and approached Yi Xia. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Fan has found a beautiful girlfriend." Yi Xia looked at Su Shui's face, becoming more and more satisfied, nodding in approval. "Mom, don't just stand outside. Xiao Fan has been driving for so long, he must be hungry. Let's go inside and eat." "All right, let's go," Yi Xia nodded. Su Shui supported her on one side as they entered the hall together. "Mom, you haven't eaten yet. There's no need to wait for us to come back to eat together." Seeing the untouched dishes on the table, Jiang Fan shook his head. "A family should be together. Since you all came back today, we should naturally eat together." "All right, sit down quickly." Jiang Fan could only nod and sat down with Su Shui on the chair. "Mom, this time I'm back to take you all to PD. You'll be living there from now on. As for my sister, I'll arrange for her to transfer schools. You still have a restaurant here. Mom and Dad will go to PD to finalize your engagement, then come back." Zhao Yuanling shook her head. "Mom, I've already bought the villa there. We can't just leave it empty, can we? After all, it cost quite a bit of money. You bought a villa? There's no need to spend that money." "Uncle, Aunt, this is Jiang Fan's heartfelt intention. Since you're going there this time, just stay in PD. Our family can see each other often." Su Shui also spoke up for Jiang Fan. She knew that Jiang Fan was back this time to bring his parents over to discuss their engagement and to have them stay in PD. "That's right, Mom. Your daughter-in-law is saying this. You can't ignore what your daughter-in-law has to say, can you?" Upon hearing this, Su Shui's face instantly flushed, and she discreetly pinched Jiang Fan's waist under the table, saying this was truly too embarrassing. "This?" Zhao Yuanling hesitated. "Yuanling, Xiao Fan is right. We're family, let's all go to PD together." Yi Xia interjected. "All right, we will go too." Zhao Yuanling nodded in agreement. Seeing his mother agree, Jiang Fan smiled. "All right, everyone, let's eat. After the meal, we can chat some more," Jiang Jinghao said, looking at them and calling out. The family joyfully began their lunch. After lunch, Yi Xia took Su Shui aside to ask, "Yuding, this time I've made arrangements for you to transfer schools. You won't feel like your brother decided without consulting you, will you?" Jiang Fan looked at his sister and inquired. "Brother, I won't mind. Going to PD means I can see sister." Jiang Yuding replied with a smile. "That's good. Last time I promised you that you'd meet Qin Xini. However, she's currently abroad filming a movie and is expected to return in August. I will arrange for you two to meet then." "All right, thank you, brother. Why are you being so polite with me? I'm your brother. As the saying goes, money makes things easier." In the following days, Jiang Fan handled the transfer process for his sister. 5 days later, everything was settled, and the family prepared to set off for PD. "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Sister, let's go." "All right." After the last time, Jiang Jinghao bought a 6-seater car, helping his mother-in-law into the vehicle. Only after Yuanling and her daughter were settled did Jiang Jinghao take his seat behind the wheel. "Dad, we're heading out first. Go ahead, I'll drive behind you." Jiang Jinghao nodded. Jiang Fan also nodded as he drove away from their old home. In the car, Su Shui contacted her parents, informing them that Jiang Fan's family had set off and would likely arrive at Lake Heart Garden by noon. Upon receiving this news, Su Bai and Lu Jiahui were naturally pleased. They had long wished to meet their in-laws. After all, the purpose of this visit was to discuss the engagement between Jiang Fan and Su Shui. Once the date was agreed upon, they could become engaged, and in a year or two, they could marry whenever they wished. "Shui, are you nervous?" "Brother Fan, I'm not nervous at all," Su Shui said with a bright smile. The joy on her face was evident. She understood that this visit from her uncle and aunt also meant discussing their engagement. Jiang Fan smiled lightly at this. As noon approached, they finally arrived at Lake Heart Garden. The security office saw Jiang Fan's car, which was accompanied by another vehicle, and asked Jiang Jinghao to register. Upon learning that they would also be residents of Lake Heart Garden, their attitude naturally improved, and they quickly allowed them entry. The car stopped in the basement of Jiang Fan's villa, and everyone got out. "Uncle, Aunt, Grandma, my parents have prepared a meal and asked me to invite you over to eat together." Su Shui smiled at Zhao Yuanling and the others. "We're going now? We came in such a rush that we didn't prepare any gifts," Jiang Jinghao said somewhat awkwardly. "Uncle, there's no need to prepare gifts. Dad, Mom, Grandma, Sister, since it's Xuan's parents inviting us, let's go have a meal together. It will be a good opportunity for you to chat as well." "All right then." Su Shui smiled at their agreement, linking arms with Jiang Fan and leading them to the outside of Su Bai's villa, ringing the doorbell and waiting. Before long, Su Bai opened the villa door with Lu Jiahui standing beside him. Seeing them arrive, he smiled and said, "Haha, everyone is here, welcome, please come in." "Mr. Su, sorry for the disturbance," Jiang Jinghao said politely. "Mr. Jiang, there's no disturbance, we are family now." Su Bai waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formality. "Come in and sit down quickly," Lu Jiahui invited. "Okay." The group entered Su Bai's home. "Mr. Jiang, please don't stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home. feel free to sit down. Lu Jiahui took her daughter to the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table. Everyone please have a seat, we can start eating soon. Mr. Jiang, how about a toast together? At the dining table, Su Bai took out some white liquor and smiled at Jiang Jinghao. Sure, Mr. Su, since you all are here, it must be to discuss the engagement, but since you just arrived in PD today, let's not talk about that now. Today is a festive day, let's eat and drink, shall we? Haha, no problem. Yuanling, now that you've come to PD, we can take the opportunity to go shopping and buy groceries together in the future. Lu Jiahui said to Zhao Yuanling with a smile. Lake Heart Garden is where they reside. In the past, when going shopping, she would take her daughter with her, but after her daughter got a boyfriend, she as a mother thought it best to let her daughter spend less time shopping with her. Now that Zhao Yuanling had arrived, she finally had a companion. No problem, Jiahui, we can go shopping anytime from now on, Zhao Yuanling replied, clearly delighted. After all, they were in-laws. A good relationship between the two families would ensure that her son and his girlfriend would have a good future together. Yixia looked at the good relationship between the two families and smiled benevolently. Grandma, try this, my mom's cooking is really good, Su Shui said, picking up food for Yixia. Okay, sure you. After spending those days in Tang Town, she was increasingly satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. Her grandson had indeed found a wonderful girlfriend. This meal lasted for more than 2 hours, and both Jiang Jinghao and Su Bai were quite drunk. Dad, isn't it about time? Jiang Fan looked at the two of them who were tipsy and reminded them. Dad, enough, no more drinking. Su Shui also reminded her father. All right, no more drinking. In-laws, let's continue our drinks another day. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Bai waved his hand, burped, and with a flushed face smiled. Okay, in-laws, let's drink again when we have time. Jiang Jinghao also burped and nodded. After a while, Lu Jiahui and her daughter began to clean up the tableware, while Zhao Yuanling wanted to help, but Lu Jiahui stopped her, saying it was fine and to just sit down. Once they finished their busy work, Jiang Fan spoke up. And I'll help my dad out, I'll take my mom and the others to check out. Alright, you all go ahead. Remember to come back for dinner tonight. Mom, let's go, I'll take you to see the house. Okay. Jiahui will be leaving now. Jiang Fan helped Jiang Jinghao and took his parents away from Su Bei's home. Mom, the house I bought for you is very close to my villa. It's just a few minutes away, Jiang Fan explained on the way, and before long they arrived at the villa. Looking at this villa, Zhao Yuanling sighed. Xiao Fan, this villa must be very expensive, right? Not expensive, just 10 million. Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Just 10 million. That's nothing. You know, Mom, I understand you have money, but it shouldn't be spent like this. Zhao Yuanling rolled her eyes at him, her tone exasperated. Mom, the price of this villa is indeed 10 million, but to me it's like $1. There's no need to fuss over it. Furthermore, now that I have the time and status, I shouldn't be living in a small rented apartment of just a few dozen square meters, right? I can't argue with you, let's go in and take a look. Here's the key, Mom. This villa will be yours from now on. Zhao Yuanling took the key and opened the villa door. Jiang Fan supported Jiang Jinghao, while Jiang Yuding assisted Yixia as they walked inside. Wow, this villa is really big and the furniture is also complete. As soon as she entered, Jiang Yuding exclaimed in surprise. Brother, is this really our home from now on? Of course, after you graduate, I'll buy you a villa. Jiang Fan smiled. Yay, you're so nice, brother. Hearing this, Jiang Yuding was incredibly excited. Jiang Fan chuckled as he helped their father upstairs. Although they hadn't bought a bed yet, there was a room upstairs with a tumter-long sofa where their father could sleep for now, and they would go out later to buy bedding. After placing their father on the sofa to sleep, Jiang Fan said, Dad, you stay at home for now. I'm taking Mom and the others out to buy some things. You all go ahead. Jiang Jinghao waved his hand drowsily. He went downstairs and said, Mom, Grandma, sister, let's go out together to buy some things. Sure, brother, why don't you ask sister-in-law if she wants to come along? Okay, I'll ask. Jiang Fan sent a message to Su Shui asking if she wanted to go out for a stroll. Su Shui readily agreed and asked Jiang Fan and the others to wait. After a while, she arrived with Lu Jiahui. Brother Fan, my mom wants to join us for shopping too. Alright, let's go together. Considering they had a lot to buy, Jiang Fan decided not to drive, but to pay for delivery from the mall later. On the way, everyone chatted as they walked, arriving at the department store to pick out the items they needed. They were all browsing while Jiang Fan wandered nearby alone. After all, they didn't really need him there. Shui'er and Yu Ting went to buy the things they girls needed. Handsome guy. Just as Jiang Fan was wandering, a girl's voice reached his ears. He turned around to see a girl with makeup on smiling at him. Excuse me, who are you? Jiang Fan looked at the girl with confusion. Hello, handsome, my name is Chu Miaozhen, nice to meet you. May I ask what your name is, sir? My name is Jiang Fan. Is there something you need? Jiang Fan didn't recognize this girl. Sir, I am a talent scout. Would you be interested in joining our company? Become a star through our company's training. A talent scout? A star? Sorry, I'm not interested. Sir, you are so handsome. If you can't become a star, that would be a great loss. You know that being a star comes with many fans, and you could act in movies and TV dramas, even collaborating with big stars. Seeing he hadn't agreed, Chu Miaozhen continued to elaborate on the benefits of being a star. Sorry, I'm not interested in such a public position. I'm a very low-key person. Sir, if you become a star, you can earn a lot of money in a year. Isn't that a reason good enough for you? Oh, as far as I know, when someone starts out wanting to become a star, unless the company is willing to invest heavily in resources, otherwise they can only muddle through at the company. And to become a famous star, not only does the company need to invest heavily, but one also needs outstanding personal. Sir, it seems you know a bit about this industry. That's indeed the case, but the current situation is different from the past. Nowadays, even if you don't have much acting skill, as long as you look handsome and can attract girls, that's enough. With your looks, if you can join our company receiving our company's training, you would surely become popular and a well-known star very quickly. Hee, is that so? It's precisely because of companies like yours that there are so many stars without any skills now. Even if I wanted to become a star, I would rely on my own strength, not just on looks. It seems Mr. Jiang is quite confident in his abilities. However, in this era, without the cultivation of a company, even if you have great skills, what use is it? You will always bow to reality. Chu Miaozhen looked a bit disdainful of what Jiang Fan said. The current era is different from the past. Brother Fan, are you here? What's wrong? Su Shui found Jiang Fan and came to his side, looking at the girl in front of him with curiosity. This lady wants to invite me to join their company and become a star. Jiang Fan explained. Become a star? Do you want to become a star, Brother Fan? Su Shui asked curiously. Given Jiang Fan's looks and wealth, if he wanted to become a star, it would be easy. I'm not interested in becoming a star. Besides, do you want me to go out and seek attention making girls like me? I certainly don't want that. Upon hearing this, Su Shui quickly shook her head. So, I won't become a star. This lady, you must have heard right. My boyfriend will not become a star, and you don't need to bother him anymore. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She must spend a lot of money, right? Being a star could earn you a lot of money. Chu Miaozhen still didn't give up and continued, spending money is not your concern. I am willing to spend money on my girlfriend. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Fan frowned, feeling somewhat irked by this girl. Exactly, I don't need my boyfriend to support me. My family has plenty of money. Even if my boyfriend has no money, I can support him. Su Shui looked at her displeased. So, does this mean this gentleman is living off his girlfriend? That makes sense. Given your looks, you certainly could. What do you mean by that? Are you just a talent scout? Is it necessary to speak about my boyfriend like that? You're really annoying. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is not living off anyone. He is even richer than my family. Upon hearing this, Su Shui became unhappy. The words from this girl clearly insulted Jiang Fan. Shui, forget it. There's no need to get angry over someone like me. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, looking at Chu Miaozhen. If I can live off someone, that's my ability. Actually, I own 2 entertainment companies. You might not know one of them, but you surely know the other. Guanxing Entertainment. You say I know, that's because I also have an entertainment company. Guanxing Entertainment is yours. That's impossible. Guanxing is in Yangqing. Upon hearing this, Chu Miaozhen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Believe it or not, anytime you want. Just know that Guanxing Entertainment is mine. If I want to become a star, I can do it anytime. That's enough. Shui, let's go. After finishing, Jiang Fan pulled Su Shui away from there. Chu Miaozhen was left stunned by Jiang Fan's words. If what Jiang Fan said was true, then inviting a chairman of a group company to their company would be a laughingstock if it got out. Upon witnessing the events that had just transpired, Jiang Fan exchanged a glance with Su Shui, both breaking into a smile. Ecos ES1 Spirit Motorcycle. The Ecos ES1 Spirit Motorcycle, designed with an F1 racing concept, utilizes advanced technology and materials to enhance aerodynamic efficiency and significantly reduce weight, achieving a top speed of 380 km per hour, appearing sleek and streamlined. One-Yuan Flash Sale. A Immercab Luxury Yacht. The A Immercab measures 430 feet in length with a perfectly designed interior that accommodates 24 people, featuring 2 VIP lounges created for the yacht's owner, an independent cinema, a sun deck, a swimming pool, and a helipad. With a displacement of 500 tons, a maximum speed of 30 knots, and a range of 3,050 nautical miles at 20 knots, it can also travel 4,900 nautical miles at 15 knots, with a fuel capacity of 6,500 liters. This is undoubtedly a super luxury yacht. One-Yuan Flash Sale. Motorcycle Yacht Experience Driving Skill. Hearing the system's voice and the introductions of the motorcycle and yacht, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, and without any hesitation, he successfully made the purchase. Ding. Ecos ES1 Spirit has been parked in the villa's basement. Ding. A Immercab Luxury Yacht has been docked at the harbor. As the sounds echoed, a surge of memories flooded Jiang Fan's mind, detailing how to operate the motorcycle and the experiences of piloting that luxury yacht. Thinking of owning a luxury yacht, Jiang Fan felt delighted. Initially, he had planned to wait until his parents discussed the engagement with Su Shui's parents before buying or renting a yacht, but now that he had secured one, there was no need for further purchases. A Immercab valued at 1.75 billion renminbi. Ecos ES1 Spirit valued at 840 million renminbi. Brother Fan, have you thought of something happy? Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan, who stood in front of the goods, grinning foolishly, her heart filled with curiosity as she asked. Yes, I have indeed thought of something joyful. In a few days, I will give you a surprise. Jiang Fan held Su Shue's small hand, extending his right hand to gently poke her little nose. He did not intend to reveal anything to Su Shue just yet, planning instead to surprise her in a few days. Although Su Shue was very curious about what surprise Jiang Fan was preparing for her, she wouldn't ask since Brother Fan remained silent. Of course, her silence didn't mean she wasn't looking forward to it. Having purchased some daily necessities, Jiang Fan approached the cashier and smiled at the woman behind the counter, saying, "Hello, we have bought many items. Could you arrange for a vehicle to deliver them to Lake Heart Garden? Of course I will pay extra." The cashier, noticing that Jiang Fan and his group had indeed purchased a lot of items totaling at least around 3,000, thought for a moment and replied, "Hello sir, I will consult with the manager and see what they say." "No problem, please ask." After a while, the woman said, "Hello sir, our manager has agreed to the delivery. As for the price, our mall is approximately 10 minutes away from Lake Heart Garden by car. We will also help you carry the items into the villa, and the total cost for labor and transportation will be 800 yuan. "No problem, that works." Jiang Fan did not mind the price. "Alright, let me check how much these items cost, and I will pay for everything at once." "Okay, so the total price is 4,700 yuan. Jiang Fan paid, provided the cashier with the address of Lake Heart Garden, and wrote down his phone number. The cashier handed Jiang Fan a receipt detailing the items, indicating that if anything was missing he could call them for compensation based on the receipt. "So we expect to deliver in about an hour. At that time, please inform the security at Lake Heart Garden of the reason." "Sure, I will wait for them at Lake Heart Garden. Grandma, mom, aunt, sister, Schwer, let's go." Jiang Fan turned and smiled at them. Everyone nodded and left the mall. "Xiao Fan, we will head back first. If you want to browse more, feel free to do so outside the mall." Zhao Yuanling smiled at them. "Okay mom, here's my phone. When the delivery person contacts me, I will then we will leave. Don't stay outside too long, come back early." "Alright." Watching them leave, Jiang Fan turned to his sister and Su Shue. "Yuding, Schwer, let's go out and have a look. If you want to eat something on the way, we can buy it." "Alright big brother, I might just eat you bro," Jiang Yuding said playfully. "Haha, eat as much as you want. Even if you eat for a lifetime, you won't be able to eat my big brother broke." Jiang Fan smiled gently. The three of them left the place and strolled down the street, soon accumulating quite a bit of food in their hands. Looking at the ice cream by Su Shue's lips, Jiang Fan took out a tissue and gently wiped it for her. Jiang Yuding stood aside, watching her brother's actions towards his sister-in-law, and suddenly felt that the food in her hands was no longer appealing. It was as if she could smell the scent of dog food. Feeling Jiang Fan's actions, Su Shue's cheeks flushed. It was not only in public, but also with Jiang Fan's sister watching. "Big brother, can you wipe mine too?" Seeing her brother wiping away the ice cream from his sister-in-law's lips, Jiang Yuding hurriedly said, "You're old enough, do it yourself." Jiang Fan gave her a disdainful glance and handed her the tissue. "Fine." Jiang Yuding pouted, but ultimately took the tissue and wiped the ice cream from the corner of her mouth herself. Seeing Jiang Yuding's puffed-up expression, Su Shue smiled gently. After finishing the food in her hand, Su Shue took Jiang Yuding's hand and headed to the clothing store to buy clothes. Although they had bought some innerwear in the mall, they had not purchased any outerwear. Jiang Fan followed them into the clothing store. Upon entering, he saw Su Shue helping Jiang Yuding select clothes. The sales assistants approached them, enthusiastically introducing the clothing available in the store. Each of the two selected 5 outfits. Holding the bags, Jiang Yuding looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Big brother, it's time to pay." "Alright, I will go pay." As Jiang Fan prepared to pay, Su Shue tugged at him, shaking her head and saying, "Brother Fan, let me handle this. Today I will buy clothes for Sister Yuding." "Sister-in-law, it doesn't matter who pays, we are all family. As they say, your money is my money and my money is yours, no need to separate." Jiang Yuding linked her arm with Su Shue's and smiled brightly. "You made a good point there. Shue, my money is yours, no need to differentiate." Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Su Shue shyly glanced at Jiang Fan, feeling sweet inside upon hearing such words. Her voice was soft as she murmured in agreement. Jiang Fan went to the cashier, paid the bill, and then led them out of the clothing store. "Hello, sir." A woman in her 30s wearing glasses and carrying a small backpack appeared before Jiang Fan and the others shortly after they left the clothing store. "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Fan looked at the woman, not recognizing her, and asked in confusion. "Sir, it's like this. I've lost my wallet and phone, and I have no money to take a taxi home. Could you lend me some money, and I'll give you my contact information to pay you back once I get home?" The woman smiled. "Oh, you've lost your wallet and phone. May I ask where you live? I can help you call a taxi and can also pay for it." "Sir, I would be very grateful if you could help me. I won't trouble you with the taxi. Oh, I just need 100 yuan, and I promise I will pay you back once I get home." The woman spoke sincerely. "Brother Fan, it's tough being out here. Why don't we lend her 100 yuan? Hearing the woman's words, Su Shue felt pity for her and quickly suggested. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, suddenly recalling similar incidents he had encountered before. "Mrs. I said I can help you call a taxi and pay for it. Let's go, I'll help you call a taxi to take you home. As for the money, if you really are in need, there's no need to pay me back. Sir, my home is quite far away. If you could lend me 100 yuan, that would be great. There's really no need to trouble you to call a taxi, I can call one myself." The woman continued. Su Shue, hearing their conversation, felt that something was off. If this woman truly had difficulties, why wouldn't she let Jiang Fan call a taxi for her? Moreover, calling a taxi for her meant she would be taken home without needing to pay back the money. Could she be a scammer? With this thought, Su Shui stared at her, increasingly convinced that she was indeed a scammer. I am the kind of person who helps those in need. You say you've lost your wallet and phone. Yet you don't wish for me to help you call a taxi to take you home. Don't you want to go back? Since you, sir, are unwilling to lend me money, I won't disturb you any longer. Upon hearing this, the woman realized she wouldn't be able to borrow money from him and turned to leave. Watching her go, Su Shui quickly whispered, Brother Fan, you didn't lend that woman money. Did you realize she's a scammer? Smart indeed, she is a scammer, Jiang Fan praised Su Shui. How did you figure it out, Brother Fan? I didn't notice at first, but after hearing your conversation, I felt that this woman might be a scammer. Su Shui looked puzzled while Jiang Yuding next to her also wore a confused expression. Actually, I have encountered similar situations before. At that time, I was taking the bus home from work. As soon as I got off, there was a woman also around 30 who said she had lost her wallet and phone and asked me to lend her 20 yuan for a meal. I felt sorry for her, so I suggested that since I had time, I would take her to eat. The woman's behavior was completely similar to today's woman, so I realized she was a scammer. She must have scammed quite a few people using this method. Brother Fan, should we report this to the police? Sai, what reason would we have for reporting it? We have no evidence, and she didn't scam us out of any money. Jiang Fan shook his head. Without evidence, the police wouldn't be able to arrest her. Shui Yuding, today we happen to encounter such a situation. You both know that if you come across people like this in the future, don't let your kindness be wasted on them, understood? They were both students with almost zero social experience, and Jiang Fan naturally didn't want them to be deceived by such people in the future, so he wanted to inform them. Brother Fan, Shui understands. I understand too, big brother. But Brother Fan, you're really impressive. If I had been alone today and came across this situation, I might have lent money to. As long as you know if you encounter such a situation again, you'll know how to handle it. Seeing that they both took note, Jiang Fan smiled and nodded. All right, we've shopped enough. You must be tired too. Let's go to the milk tea shop, have some milk tea, rest for a bit, then head home. Okay. Arriving at the milk tea shop, they ordered 3 cups of milk tea. Just after sitting down for a short, while Jiang Fan's phone rang. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, he guessed it must be about the delivery. He answered the call. Hello, Mr. Jiang, we are the delivery service for Huxing Garden. Okay, I understand. I'll have my mom come out in a moment, please wait a minute. All right, Mr. Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Fan called Zhao Yuanling to inform her that the delivery had arrived outside Huxing Garden. Zhao Yuanling acknowledged and asked them to return soon before hanging up. Brother Fan, would you like to try my strawberry-flavored milk tea? Su Shui shook her milk tea and said with a smile. Sure. Su Shui took her milk tea and fed Jiang Fan. Sitting nearby, Jiang Yuding watched their actions and felt a bit full despite not having eaten much. Moreover, she felt like a third while sitting there. You two should stop showing off your affection in front of me. Ooh, I know you're... Jiang Yuding leaned on the table, tilting her head, and said weakly. Jiang Fan and Su Shui exchanged glances and smiled at each other. After staying in the milk tea shop for about 10 minutes, Jiang Fan helped them carry the bags of clothes, and they left the shop together, heading towards Huxing Garden. Ding. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Chu Jingqing, the person in charge over at the port. I have a matter I would like to ask you. Oh, Mr. Chu, hello. What is the matter? Mr. Jiang, I would like to know if you have any intention of selling. I have no intention of selling my yacht. Also, you at the port need to take good care of it. Money is not an issue, and I will be using it in the next few days. Oh, understood, Mr. Jiang. We will definitely take good care of it, you can rest assured. Alright, if there's nothing else, Alright, Mr. Jiang, sorry for the interruption. Brother Fan, did you buy a yacht? Su Shui asked in confusion upon hearing Jiang Fan mention the yacht. I bought it a few days ago, and was planning to tell you later. Jiang Fan said a bit awkwardly. He originally planned to take his family to the port in a few days, sail the yacht out to sea, and propose to Su Shui there, but now a single phone call had exposed his ownership of a yacht. Su Shui looked at Jiang Fan with a curious expression and asked, why buy a yacht? Jiang Fan answered, actually my plan is to take our whole family out to sea for a leisurely cruise. Oh, I see, Su Shui nodded. Jiang Fan continued, swear in a few days I'll take you aboard the yacht for a little visit, and then we'll go out to sea together. Alright, let's go home. Okay. When they returned, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. By then, Zhang Jinghao had sobered up and was helping Zhao Yuanling straighten the room. After all, from today this villa would be their home, and they would be living here. The next morning, with a bit of free time, Jiang Fan stepped out to a jewelry shop intending to buy an engagement ring. A clerk greeted him courteously. Hello, sir, may I help you? The clerk hurried forward with a warm smile. Hello, I'm planning to buy an engagement ring, Jiang Fan said. Sir, what price range are you considering? The clerk asked. We have rings of 5 carats, 8 carats, 10 carats, and 12 carats, the clerk replied. I'll just have a look first, Jiang Fan said. Very well, please take your time, sir. As Jiang Fan browsed, a woman's voice sounded from nearby. Qin Lang, you didn't need to bring me to such an expensive jeweler to buy a ring. Qin Lang smiled and said, Li Ling, we're about to be engaged. I'm your boyfriend. It's only right that I... Li Ling shook her head. But these rings are far too expensive. An engagement ring is just a symbol of your intention. If it comes from you, we'll love it. No need to spend so much. We came all the way here. You can't make me leave empty-handed, she added. Besides, your career isn't that strong right now. You'd be better off saving the money to open your own studio. Qin Lang waved his hand. Today is supposed to be a happy day. Why bring this up now? The clerk interjected politely. Sir, which diamond would you like to see? Although the clerk had overheard their exchange, she showed no hint of disdain and instead remained cordial. After all, every visitor to the boutique was a customer. They'll look first, Jiang Fan said. Very well, please do, the clerk replied. At that moment, a phone rang. Qin Lang's ringtone sounded. Qin Lang picked up, glanced at the screen, and answered, Hello? Agent, what's the matter? He snapped into the receiver. I've told you I won't take that film. Stop calling me about it, okay? Fine, I understand. If you won't promote me, then don't bother. Am I Qin Lang, incapable of supporting myself? After hanging up, someone nearby asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? He replied with a dark expression, what else could be wrong? The company wants me to appear opposite a trending celebrity, frankly, to boost that person's profile. That actor has no talent, why should I share the screen with them? Qin Lang's face turned sullen. I will not act alongside that kind of so-called star. Li Ling could only offer him quiet consolation. When Jiang Fan heard the name, Qin Lang, he murmured it to himself. Soon the memory clicked. He did recognize the man. Qin Lang had once been a top-tier celebrity, but after offending the company's leaders, he had been downgraded to the second-tier, forced to accept small-budget films and television roles as a supporting actor or an extra. Qinqing was lacking proven stars, and Qin Lang had real talent. If Jiang Fan could recruit him, it might help the company shine anew. With that thought, Jiang Fan nodded slightly and approached them. Hello, sir, Jiang Fan greeted. May I ask who you are? Li Ling asked the young man with a puzzled look. My name is Jiang Fan. I believe this gentleman is Qin Lang. Qin Lang confirmed. That's right, I'm Qin Lang. What do you want? Jiang Fan explained. I heard your earlier call and your dissatisfaction with your company. I'd like to invite you to join my company. Qin Lang frowned. Your company? What company is that? Another entertainment company? Jiang Fan replied, yes. My company is called Qinqing Entertainment. Qin Lang shook his head. Qinqing Entertainment. Never heard of it. Li Ling suddenly spoke up. Wait, you said Qinqing Entertainment. I have heard of them. Li Ling continued. Qinqing recently released a film called Song Song Nan Yen. We went to see it together, remember? You praised the script and said the actors performed very well. Qin Lang admitted with some embarrassment. Song Song Nan Yen was produced by Qinqing. I must have missed that. Li Ling added. Also, a star who shares your surname joined Qinqing. Her name is Qin Xianyi. Li Ling went on. Oh, Qin Xianyi joined Qinqing. I'm out of the loop. Qin Lang was surprised and somewhat taken aback that Qin Xianyi would sign with Qinqing. Jiang Fan asked, Sir, would you consider joining Qinqing Entertainment? At Qinqing, we only recruit actors with real ability, he continued. You've seen our productions and praised the performances. Besides, the lead and the supporting actresses in that film were making their screen debuts. If you are willing to come on board, we would welcome you at any time, Jiang Fan said. Qin Lang fell silent, hesitating. Yang Ning had been right. The acting in that film was indeed commendable, and Qin Xianyi's decision to join suggested confidence in the company's future. If he moved to Qinqing, it would likely be better than remaining with his current agency. With that in mind, Qin Lang looked toward it. Although Li Ling remained quiet, he knew that if nothing changed, he would fade into obscurity in a few years. He did not want his girlfriend to suffer alongside him. He wanted to give her a better life. Mr. Jiang, how about this? I will go home and think it over. When I have made a decision, I will let you know. How does that sound? No problem, Jiang Fan replied. As I said, if you decide to join Qinqing Entertainment, we'll welcome you at any time. All right, Mr. Jiang, let's exchange contact information. Once I've thought it through, I will tell you at the first opportunity. Very well. They exchanged contact details, and Jiang Fan returned to examining the rings. Li Ling whispered beside him. Qin Lang, I think you should accept. If Qin Xianyi joined Jiang Fan's company, she must have faith in it. Since your current agency offers no future, why not seek another path? Qin Lang replied quietly. Li Ling, I understand what you say, but this decision will determine my future. I must consider it carefully. Oh, I cannot make a choice on the spur of the moment. No matter how you think, I respect your decision, Li Ling nodded. She loved this man and respected his decision regardless of his thoughts. Let me see that ring, Jiang Fan said to the clerk as he noticed a 10-carat diamond ring. This is a Marquise diamond ring, 10 carats, surrounded by 28 natural small diamonds priced at 18,900,000, the clerk introduced. Jiang Fan nodded, gazing quietly before saying, Yes, I want this ring, please hold it for me. Sure, sir. Seeing him make a purchase, the clerk's enthusiasm grew stronger as she carefully placed the diamond ring in a box. Please use your card. Jiang Fan handed her his bank card, and after she processed it, and he entered his password, the payment was successful shortly after. Holding the bank card and the box containing the diamond ring, Jiang Fan approached Qin Lang and smiled. Mr. Qin, I'm ready to leave. All right, Mr. Jiang, take care. Jiang Fan pondered as he walked. I wonder if Shuer will like the ring. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan returned to the villa, placed the ring in the bedroom, and then headed to Su Shue's house. At that moment inside Su Bei's home, Jiang Jinghao and others were discussing Jiang Fan's engagement to Su Shui. Su Shui and Jiang Yuding quietly listened from the side. Jiang Fan rang the doorbell waiting outside. Hearing the doorbell, Su Shui came to the door, opened it, and saw Jiang Fan's figure smiling. "Brother Fan, you're back." "Yes, Shui, I'm back." "Are my dad and your dad still discussing?" Yes, they are still talking, but it seems they're— "Oh, let's go in and listen." "Okay." In the living room, they had almost finished their discussion. Seeing Jiang Fan come back, Su Bai smiled and said, "Xiao Fan, I discussed with your dad and decided to wait until Shui'er is on winter break to prepare for your engagement. What do you think?" Jiang Fan glanced at Su Shui, saw her nodding, and smiled. "Uncle, auntie, both Shui'er and I have no objections." "That's great, well, confirm the engagement date then." Su Bai nodded with a smile. "Uncle, auntie, I plan to take our whole family to enjoy a yacht trip out to sea in the next— "Oh, a yacht. That sounds great, I'll look into renting one." "Uncle, there's no need to, I've bought a yacht already." "Oh, you bought one?" Su Bai was surprised to hear this. This kid always managed to surprise him. "All right then, our whole family will go on the yacht together for a trip out to sea." 3 days later, Jiang Fan brought his family and Su Shui's family to the port, bringing along fishing gear and bait, because you can't go to sea without fishing, right? Upon arriving at the port, he called Chu Zhengxing to inform him that they would be using the yacht today. Chu Zhengxing, upon learning Jiang Fan was there, said he would come over immediately. A man in a suit soon approached with another man. "Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Chu Zhengxing, and this is Mu. This Mr. Mu is the one I contacted last time inquiring if you plan to sell your yacht." "Oh, Mr. Mu, I have no intention of selling my yacht as I plan to use it myself." Jiang Fan shook his head while looking at Mu Hongyi. "Mr. Jiang, if you are willing to sell, I can purchase your yacht at the original price." Mu Hongyi smiled. "Sorry, but I truly have no intention to sell." Jiang Fan declined again. Hearing this, Mu Hongyi sighed in disappointment, saying, "All right then, Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you any longer." "Mr. Jiang, are you planning to go out to sea this time?" "Indeed, I plan to take my whole family to see the ocean." "Then Mr. Jiang, will arrange for someone to operate the yacht for you." "No need, I'll operate the yacht myself, no All right then, Mr. Jiang will take you to the yacht." "Okay." Chu Zhengxing led Jiang Fan and others to the— "Big brother, is this yacht yours?" "It's huge," Jiang Yuding exclaimed, looking at the yacht, which was the largest. "Xiao Fan, I thought you only bought a small yacht, but I didn't expect you to buy such a large one. This must cost over $1 billion, right?" "Uncle, it's not expensive, just 1.75 billion, Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Although he said 1.75 billion, he actually got it for $1 through the system. Hiss. 1.75 billion is not expensive. I really don't know what to say to you." Jiang Jinghao shot Jiang Fan a glance, knowing his son had money, but spending it like this was a bit much. "Dad, today is a happy day, let's not talk about that. Come on, let's get on the yacht and head out to sea." "Out to sea?" Jiang Yuding shouted excitedly. They boarded the yacht and found it to be truly large, featuring a private swimming pool, a sun deck, an independent cinema inside, and even a helipad. Thinking about how Jiang Fan had also bought a helicopter, Su Bai understood why he would buy such an expensive yacht. Jiang Fan approached the control panel, and following his memories, it wasn't long before the yacht honked its horn and started moving slowly, leaving the port. After more than 10 minutes, the yacht reached a spot on the sea and stopped, coming to the deck. "Dad, Uncle, I checked the map, and this spot is perfect for fishing. We brought our fishing gear and bait, why don't we fish here?" "Ha, sure, come on, Xiao Fan, let's fish together. Big brother, I'll take grandma and the others to watch a movie." Jiang Yuding showed no excitement for fishing and smiled. "All right, you all go ahead." At noon, Jiang Fan and the others each caught a few sea fish, and there was a cooking area on the yacht. Zhao Yuanling and Lu Jiehui went to cook. It was their first time cooking on a yacht in the sea. After lunch and cleaning up, Jiang Fan called everyone over, took Su Shui's hand, and looked at her gently. "Shui'er, today I have something I want to tell you." "What is it, brother Fan?" Jiang Fan took out the box containing the diamond ring, knelt on one knee, opened the box, gazing gently at Su Shui, and softly asked, "Shui'er, will you marry me?" Watching Jiang Fan kneeling before her holding the ring in his hand, Su Shui's pupils gradually widened, covering her mouth in astonishment. Although she had talked to Jiang Fan's cousin last time, who thought that such matters were unimportant as long as Jiang Fan liked her, that was enough. But when Jiang Fan presented the ring today and asked if she would marry him, she was deeply moved. Her eyes slightly reddened as she nodded heavily. Yes, brother Fan, I am willing." Seeing her nod in agreement, Jiang Fan smiled gently and reached out, taking Su Shui's left hand. He took out the ring and carefully placed it on her left middle finger. "Shui'er, I wonder if you like this ring I bought." Jiang Fan looked up, gazing at her tenderly. "Brother Fan, as long as it is from you, I will like it." Su Shui wiped her eyes and nodded with a beaming smile. "Haha, congratulations, congratulations." Su Bai, witnessing Jiang Fan's proposal to Su Shui, stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone else also stood up, applauding. Although they had not yet held the engagement ceremony, Jiang Fan had still proposed to Su Shui. Lovers finally became a couple. Today was destined to be a joyous and happy day. "Brother Fan, please get up." Su Shui leaned down to help Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded, stood up, and Su Shui linked her arm with his, smiling sweetly as they listened to the applause of their parents. At this moment, she felt the happiest she had ever been. After that, Su Bai and the others did not disturb the two. Zhang Fan and Su Shui sat on the deck, with Su Shui leaning against his shoulder, both gazing at the sea and chatting together. The next day at noon, Zhang Fan took the yacht back to the port, parking it properly. Mr. Jiang. Chu Zhengsheng saw them return and quickly approached with a smile. Yes, Mr. Chu, the maintenance of the yacht will be entrusted to your side. Mr. Jiang, please rest assured we at the port will take good care of your yacht, ensuring you can use it anytime. Maintaining such a large yacht costs a considerable amount each year. Chu Zhengsheng would naturally take good care of Jiang Fan's yacht. Being able to afford such an expensive and large yacht proved Jiang Fan's wealth was not simple, and someone like him was not someone Chu Zhengsheng would offend. Jiang Fan smiled slightly at him, leaving with his parents and others. After proposing to Su Shui, their relationship became even closer and more intimate. Days passed quickly. Taking advantage of Su Shui and Jiang Yuding chatting at home, Jiang Fan decided to go out and try the motorcycle he had just bought. Although there were many sports cars in the basement, this was Jiang Fan's first time riding a motorcycle. In the basement, after learning the operation steps of the Ekasides spirit, Jiang Fan quickly donned his helmet and rode the motorcycle out of the lakeside garden. I must say the motorcycle's acceleration speed was very quick in just a short, while he had already covered over 100 meters. Arriving at the traffic light and crosswalk, Jiang Fan waited for the signal. When the green light lit up, Jiang Fan was about to drive away, when suddenly a car from behind rushed up, pushing Jiang Fan's motorcycle over a meter. Jiang Fan steadied the motorcycle, frowned, parked it properly, took off his helmet, and walked towards the car behind him. The vehicle was a luxury Mercedes. Looking at the person in the car who had hit his motorcycle, not getting out to apologize, but remaining seated, Jiang Fan felt displeased and gently knocked on the driver's window. The window rolled down, revealing a woman in the driver's seat. Excuse me, miss, did you bump into my motorcycle? Not getting out to apologize, and here I am, and you are still sitting in the car. Didn't you see the green light? Who told you to start late? Another woman in the passenger seat responded unhappily. Oh, so according to you it's my fault. If that's the case, then fine, pay up him 300 million. 300 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? Just a broken motorcycle, and you want us to pay 300 million. The woman in the passenger seat exclaimed. Broken motorcycle? Haha, if my motorcycle is broken, then what do you call your car? Trash. Haha, you want to compare your broken motorcycle with our car? Let me tell you, my car is a Mercedes-Benz SL series priced at around 2 million. You riding a motorcycle will never be able to afford a car like mine in your lifetime. The woman in the passenger seat. Haha, with a car like yours, even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't drive it. Let me tell you, if you don't pay compensation today, then let's go to court. I want to see if you will compensate for this amount then. If you keep asking for 300 million, even if you go to court, it won't be accepted. What's wrong, sir? At this moment, the traffic police also arrived. Hello, I was stopped here waiting for the traffic light, but this young lady suddenly drove her car and hit mine. I am currently discussing compensation with her. Seeing the traffic police, Jiang Fan smiled and said, Officer, you came just in time. This person is trying to cheat me, asking for 300 million for a motorcycle. Officer, you must arrest this person. The woman in the driver's seat quickly shouted, 300 million. The traffic police was also taken aback. Sir, this matter is indeed the young lady's fault, but asking her to compensate 300 million, are you really trying to cheat? The traffic police's expression turned serious. If it was a scam, then this matter could only be handled by the authorities. My car's full name is Ekasides Spirit, priced at 84 million. I didn't directly ask for 800 million to take this car away, which would be quite generous. The maintenance cost alone for an 84 million motorcycle is very high. Since this is her fault, asking for compensation is reasonable. What are you talking about with letters? I can say my car has letters too. A broken motorcycle at most worth a few $100,000, and you're saying 84 million. Do you think we will believe you? The woman in the passenger seat said coldly. She realized that this person must be trying to scam them, intentionally stating such a high price to make them pay up. If they actually paid at this moment, they would be foolish. So this money was not going to be compensated. You are unwilling to compensate, right? Very well, since that's the case, there's only one way left to go to court. I will have my insurance company come over. Saying this, Jiang Fan took out his phone and dialed the motorcycle insurance company. He explained the situation on the call, then hung up. The woman in the driver's seat also realized her phone was ringing at that moment. She picked it up, called out to her husband, and told him what had happened. After a moment, the woman hung up the phone, sneering at Jiang Fan. Humph, young man, my husband will be here soon. Let me tell you, my husband has plenty of money. Your husband has money. Well, that's great. He can compensate me 300 million. 300 million. Go rob it. I can tell you I don't have 300 million, but I do have 3,000. 5 minutes later, another luxury car arrived and stopped a short distance away, followed by a middle-aged man carrying a bag walking over. The woman in the passenger seat and the one in the driver's seat hurriedly got out of the car. Honey, you finally made it. Brother-in-law, you're here. Honey, I'm here. I came to see who had the audacity to try and extort my wife. Honey, it's this person. I just accidentally bumped into his motorcycle, and he says I owe him 300 million for it. A filthy bike, and he wants 300 million. Why doesn't he go rob a bank instead? The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his gaze cold as he looked at Jiang Fan, trying to overwhelm him with his presence. However, Jiang Fan merely glanced at him, and with arms crossed said leisurely, "Since you're her husband, then 300 million, not a penny less, must be compensated to me. If you try to pull a fast one on Siemingjer." Siemingjer opened his bag, pulled out a stack of cash, placed it on the hood of the car, and said coldly, "Here's 10,000, take the money, and get lost." 10,000. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Aren't you one? It's just a filthy motorcycle. Giving you 10,000 is already looking down on you. Take the money and get the hell out. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry I'm late, thank you for waiting. The representative from One-Yuan Insurance finally arrived, bowing slightly, with an apologetic tone. You came just in time. What's your name? Mr. Jiang, my name is Lin Yongjun, the manager of One-Yuan Insurance. The company sent me here to handle this matter. Good, this person bumped my car, and I demanded 300 million in compensation, but they're unwilling. Can One-Yuan Insurance handle this properly? Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured that we at One-Yuan Insurance will handle it well, Lin Yongjun said with a smile. He knew the price of Jiang Fan's motorcycle. Its insurance for a year would not be less than 7 figures, which is a significant income for their company. The reason the company sent him a manager instead of others was to ensure this matter was resolved properly. If he as a manager couldn't handle it well, the company would lose a wealthy client, and he would have no reason to remain. Thinking of this, Lin Yongjun looked at the three of them. Sir, may I ask your name? Siemingjer. Mr. Xie, your wife hit Mr. Jiang's car, which is an Ecos ESI Spirit. We only have 3 of these cars priced at 840 million. Since Mr. Jiang mentioned compensation of 300 million, you should pay it, otherwise we will have to take legal action against you. Just a filthy motorcycle worth 840 million. Are you a fraudster hired by this Jiang? Siemingjer's expression changed as he spoke, displeased. Hehe, Mr. Xie, I am the manager of One-Yuan Insurance named Lin Yongjun. You can search for my information online to see if I'm lying. Additionally, you can search for information about this motorcycle to verify its authenticity. Hearing this, Siemingjer's brow furrowed, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He even felt that what this man said might be true. Thinking of this, he took out his phone, searched for Lin Yongjun's information, and found that he was indeed someone from One-Yuan Insurance. Then he searched for the name of the motorcycle, and discovered it was really worth 840 million. Everything turned out to be true. That man named Jiang really didn't deceive him. Mingjer, what's wrong? Siemingjer's wife, noticing his unusual expression, hurriedly asked with concern. You spendthrift. I told you to drive carefully, but you didn't listen, and today you crashed into this 840 million vehicle. You. Siemingjer took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Mingjer, are you serious? Am I lying? The evidence is here, do you think I would lie to you? Siemingjer's wife looked at his expression, suddenly staggered back a few steps, leaning against the car, her gaze a bit blank. So this car is truly worth 840 million. Sir, now that you know, how should we resolve this matter? Should we compensate Mr. Jiang now, or go to court? Hearing this, Siemingjer was taken aback, his expression somewhat unnatural. Mr. Jiang, right. 300 million is too much, how about reducing it? Now you think it's too much. Just now your wife told me that you're very wealthy, and you both can afford a car worth several million. Can't you afford this amount? Upon hearing this, Siemingjer almost bit his tongue. What do you mean by being able to afford a car worth over 2 million, but not being able to afford 300 million? Does he think money grows on trees? Initially, I thought that since your wife hit my car, an apology and a compensation of a few 100,000 would suffice. Unfortunately, she not only refused to apologize, but also looked at me with disdain. She clearly made a mistake, but refused to admit it. With her attitude, I won't forgive her. Therefore, 300 million compensation, not a penny less. If you refuse to pay, we will go to court. Mr. Jiang, since you say, so then we can only go to court. I believe the court won't make me pay this much. No problem. Lin Yongjun, I'll leave this matter to you. I'm off now. All right, Mr. Jiang. As Jiang Fan took a step away, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, looked at Siemingjer's wife, and sneered. By the way, you said your husband is very wealthy, though I wonder how he compares to me. My name is Jiang Fan. After saying that, Jiang Fan walked over to his motorcycle, put on his helmet, started the engine, and left the scene. Mr. Yes, since we are going to court, that's fine. In the next few days, One-Yuan Insurance will send you a lawyer's letter. Also, since Mr. Jiang can afford an 840 million vehicle, do you think you can afford to offend him? Jiang Fan. Siemingjer repeated the name, suddenly feeling it was somewhat familiar. Wait. Jiang Fan, could he be the chairman of the Guangyao Group, an Anmei group in Modu? Thinking of this, Siemingjer hurriedly picked up his phone, searched for Jiang Fan's name, and combined it with the photo above, recalling Jiang Fan's appearance just now. Siemingjer staggered, dropped his phone, and sat down on the ground. Husband, what's wrong with you? Siemingjer's wife rushed forward with a worried expression as she saw him suddenly slump to the ground. You wasteful woman, why did you offend Mr. Jiang of all people? Siemingjer slapped his wife across the... How dare you hit me? Hit you? I've almost thought of killing you. Do you know who Jiang Fan is? He is the chairman of Guangyao Group and Anmei Group. Given his status, if he's unhappy, he can easily ruin my company. Do you understand? The chairman. So young. Impossible. Do you really think the information online is fake? Or do you think I'm lying to you? Li Ping, after we go back, we are getting a divorce. I don't want to see you again. With that, Xie Mingzhi stood up and left. Mingzhi, no, don't divorce me. I know I was wrong. Hearing that he wanted a divorce, Li Ping panicked and hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Fan also rode his motorcycle back home. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Yuding approached him with a smile, linking her arm with his. Let me guess, Yuding, you must have something to tell your brother, right? Jiang Fan asked with a smile, noticing his sister's. As expected of my brother, you know everything. What's the matter? Brother, it's like this. I've transferred schools, and my classmates heard I came to PD and said they wanted to hold a class reunion. I originally didn't want to go, but they insisted, so I had to agree. Oh, a class reunion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan frowned. The so-called class reunion was just an opportunity to flaunt one's family wealth. He remembered the last time the class monitor invited him to a reunion, and what happened then. Naturally, he didn't want his sister to attend, but since she agreed, he couldn't say otherwise. After all, it was her own decision. So do you want me to accompany you? Yes, brother, please come with me, okay? I just got here, and am not familiar. All right, brother, will accompany you to see your classmates. How does that sound? After a brief hesitation, Jiang Fan. Yay, brother, you're the best. Upon hearing her brother agree, Jiang Yuding looked very happy. Seeing her cheerful expression, Jiang Fan secretly thought, I hope my sister's classmates are not like my own classmates. When is the class reunion? Brother, it's this Sunday. This Sunday. All right, today is already Friday. They'll accompany you then. On Sunday morning, Jiang Fan looked at his Lamborghini as he took his sister to a 5-star hotel. After finding a spot to park the car outside, he got out with Jiang Yuding. As soon as Jiang Yuding got out of the car, she contacted her classmates. After hanging up the phone, she smiled and said, Brother, they are in room 3 on the 2nd floor. All right, let's go. I wonder if your classmates will welcome me. Brother, will make sure to tell them. Jiang Yuding linked arms with Jiang Fan as they entered the hotel, quickly arriving at the door of room 3 on the 2nd floor, where she knocked. After a moment, a man opened the door. Seeing Jiang Yuding arrive with a handsome young man, he asked in confusion, Jiang, is this guy your boyfriend? Chu Hao, this is my brother Jiang Fan. I just transferred here and am not familiar with the area, so I asked my brother. Oh, okay, come on in. Everyone, look who has arrived. Chu Hao stepped back to let them in, then turned with a smile towards the others in the room. Oh, Jiang has arrived, please take a seat. Who is this next to you? Hello everyone, this is my brother Jiang Fan. So this is your brother. Please everyone take a seat. A few other classmates will be joining us soon. Jiang Fan looked around the room. Aside from the two of them, there were 5 others present, 2 of whom were girls and 3. Jiang Yuding smiled as she brought Jiang Fan to sit on the other side. Jiang, I heard you transferred schools. Which school are you planning to attend? I haven't checked the school yet, but I should be going to the same school as my brother's girlfriend. Oh, attending the same school as your brother's girlfriend. Jiang Fan, right. Is your girlfriend still in school? Yes, my girlfriend is still in school, attending the top university in Modu. That's a good school, a place only the wealthy can attend, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Since Mr. Jiang can arrange for your sister to enter that school, he must be quite wealthy. I'm not much, just making a little money. Jiang Fan waved his hand. After all, she was his sister's classmate, so he needed to be modest. Before long, a few of Jiang Yuding's classmates arrived in the room, 2 boys and 1 girl. They were curious to see a strange boy sitting next to Jiang Yuding. After asking around, they learned that this young man was Jiang Yuding's brother. One girl smiled and said, Jiang Yuding, today is Lu Yuqi's treat. Why did you bring your brother along? Are you here to mooch off the meal? This girl had entered later, so she wasn't aware of the earlier conversations in the room. Zhou Zhiyu, I told the other classmates that I'm new here and not familiar with the environment, so I asked my brother to bring. As for mooching off meals, my brother can't eat much anyway. Today is a gathering of classmates. There's no need to mention such things, right? Jiang Yuding said with a hint of displeasure. Exactly, today is a happy day? Zhiyu, you should say less. By the way, you probably don't know, but Mr. Jiang is preparing to arrange for his sister to enter the top university in Modu. The top university in Modu. That's a school only the wealthy can enter, Chu Hao said with a smile. The top university in Modu. I know a little about Jiang Yuding's family background, and my family is wealthier than hers, yet I can't get in. How does she think she can attend the top university in Modu? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyu's eyes were filled with disdain as she sneered. Oh really? Are you very familiar with my sister? Jiang Fan looked at her and smiled. Not familiar, so what? I know what kind of family she comes from. People like you shouldn't pretend to be rich. Do you have the means to attend the top university in Modu? Whether my sister can attend the top university in Modu is not your concern. As for money, my monthly allowance is a few billion, you know. An allowance of several hundred million in 1 month. Uft. Jiang Yuding, is your brother mentally unbalanced? Or did you bring him here today just to put on airs? People really do boast without preparation. I could claim my monthly allowance is several billion too. Li Ping burst into laughter upon hearing this. In her eyes, Jiang Yuding's elder brother was undoubtedly a habitual braggart, and yet astonishingly Jiang Yuding had actually brought him along. He believe it or not is entirely up to you. I see no need to justify myself. Nan, since you're so wealthy, why don't you treat us to dinner today? Do we even know each other well enough for me to foot the bill? Jiang Fan cast a sidelong glance and smiled. Didn't you just say you're filthy rich? Your monthly allowance alone amounts to hundreds of millions. This meal costs only a few thousand. Surely you wouldn't refuse to pay. Li Ping continued. Firstly, you're merely classmates of my younger sister, and she came here solely out of camaraderie. Since she's unfamiliar with this area, she invited me along. But judging by how things stand now, such friendship seems hardly worth preserving. Yuding, let's go. Oh, yes, brother. Jiang Yuding nodded. Indeed, though they'd once been classmates, Li Ping's words made it clear there was no longer any reason to remain. She rose and followed her elder brother out. What's wrong? Can't keep up the charade anymore. So you're walking out. One must possess self-awareness. If you can't boast convincingly, then simply don't boast at all. Li Ping sneered, her smile deepening as she watched them prepare to leave. She assumed Jiang Fan had been exposed, and thus fled in embarrassment. Yet Jiang Fan remained unruffled, calmly opening the door. The moment the door swung open, a middle-aged man approached, halted before Jiang Fan, appraised him briefly, and then broke into delighted recognition. Mr. Jiang, what an unexpected honor to meet you here. Seeing the man's genuine delight, Jiang Fan frowned faintly. He didn't recognize him at all. And Mr. Jiang, I'm Li Tangwen. I attended the same business association meeting you did last time, and was fortunate enough to catch sight of you. You're that person, and Mr. Jiang, judging by your room, are you attending a class reunion? It's truly our privilege to host you at our hotel. This meal is on me. I sincerely hope you enjoy it. Li Tangwen spoke with a warm, affable smile. And, wait, you're the hotel owner. Li Ping, overhearing their exchange, suddenly stepped beside Jiang Fan, bewildered. Of course I am, the hotel's proprietor. You must be Mr. Jiang's classmate. Please help yourself freely today. I'll cover the entire meal. Wait, if what you're saying is true, then Jiang Fan is extremely wealthy. That's an odd question. As his classmate, surely you already know who he is. Mr. Jiang is chairman of both Guangyao Group, the third largest conglomerate in Modu, and Anmei Group, the fourth largest in Modu. Does that answer your question? Guangyao, Anmei. Li Ping's expression froze. She hadn't expected Jiang Fan's claims to be true. He genuinely was immensely wealthy. At his level of wealth, an allowance of several hundred million per month would be modest indeed. He was undeniably a titan of fortune. Realizing this, Li Ping instantly changed her demeanor, flashing a flustered smile. Mr. Jiang, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I sincerely apologize. I beg your understanding and mercy. Why apologize to me now? Weren't you just refusing to believe me moments ago? Why the sudden change of heart? Jiang Fan glanced at her coolly. Some people are simply that pragmatic. They only offer contrition once power reveals itself. And Mr. Jiang, I truly believe you now. I'm deeply sorry. Will you grant me forgiveness? And, may I ask, are you currently in a relationship? Honestly, how do I measure up? As she spoke, Li Ping winked flirtatiously at Jiang Fan. Li Ping, spare yourself the effort. By your standards, you're far from worthy of my brother. Let me clarify, he already has a fiancée, daughter of the chairman of Longting Group. Jiang Yuding watched Li Ping, having mocked them moments before, now scrambling to become her brother's girlfriend. She felt a wave of disgust. Daughter of Longting Group's chairman. This. And Li Ping's heart lurched. Jiang Fan wasn't merely wealthy, his fiancée belonged to an equally formidable dynasty. Her own family ran a modest enterprise. Clearly she stood no chance. And what a pity. What a Mr. Li, these individuals aren't my classmates, but rather my sisters. However, our rapport is quite strained. I'd prefer not to trouble you with hosting them. Yes, it is growing late, and my sister must be hungry. Kindly instruct your kitchen to prepare several signature dishes, and arrange a private dining room for us. I wish to dine undisturbed. Of course, Mr. Jiang, I'll attend to it immediately. There remains one private room available on the third floor, room No. 2. Allow me to escort you there now. Very well, let's go. Jiang Fan nodded, took his sister's hand, and followed Li Tangwen. Li Ping watched them depart, then turned and re-entered the room. Inside, the others exchanged uneasy glances, having overheard Jiang Fan's conversation with the hotel owner just outside the door. They now knew Jiang Fan's identity, a stature none among them could ever approach. Li Ping, today was meant to be a joyful class reunion. Why provoke Jiang Fan and his sister like that? I'd even planned to introduce myself, hoping to forge a friendship, but you've ruined everything, sighed another man in the room, shaking his head. From Jiang Fan's bearing alone, he'd sensed an unmistakable aura, the quiet, unwavering confidence of immense wealth, and thus believed every word he'd spoken. He'd hoped to connect, perhaps cultivate a meaningful alliance. His own family ran a corporation, and aligning with Jiang Fan would surely delight his parents. But now all that potential had been shattered by Li Ping. I simply didn't know. Had I known, I'd never have said those things. Li Ping sounded genuinely aggrieved. Hearing her express no remorse, only wounded pride, the others sighed inwardly, resolving never again to invite her to a class reunion. Brother, I'll never attend another class reunion, Jiang Yuding murmured softly, sitting beside Jiang Fan, her arm linked through her head, resting gently on his shoulder. Class reunions are nothing more than displays of familial status, utterly meaningless. I attended one recently too, and faced exactly the same situation. To put it bluntly, classmates are just classmates. Once we graduate, everyone will go their separate ways, and we may never see each other again. Jiang Fan spoke earnestly. Brother, I understand now. I want to attend these so-called class reunions again. Jiang Yuding nodded heavily. If it weren't for a classmate calling her, she wouldn't have come to the reunion at all. But now that she was here, encountering ridicule only dampened her spirits. Before long, Li Tangwen opened the door and walked in with a waiter. Mr. Jiang, I have already arranged the dishes in the kitchen. Would you like to order anything else, Mr. Jiang? No, that's enough. It's just my sister and me. We can't eat much. Jiang Fan shook his head. Mr. Jiang, these 2 cards are our hotel membership cards. As long as you bring them, when you visit our hotel, you will receive a 30% discount on all purchases. Li Tangwen handed over 2 membership cards, placing them on the table. Jiang Fan looked at the cards and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Li. No problem, Mr. Jiang. I won't disturb you any longer. All right, Mr. Li, you may continue with your... After they left, Jiang Yuding looked at the 2 membership cards and asked curiously, Brother, logically speaking, since you own a company and he is the hotel manager, why would he give us membership cards? You see, wealthy people naturally want to associate with other wealthy individuals as it's beneficial for future. Think about it, although he gave us these membership cards, he actually wants to befriend me through them. By accepting them, I am naturally acknowledging him as a friend. If he wants to do business in the future or has relatives looking to start a business, he can reach out to me for help. Do you understand? Oh, I see, brother. I just don't understand these things, Jiang Yuding nodded. There's still so much for you to learn. Yuding, how about this? Since you're on summer break, I'd like to have you come to my company for some training to gain social work experience for the future. What do you think? With a year left until graduation, Jiang Fan naturally wanted to cultivate her skills. Brother, what kind of work? It's a writing job. You'll work 5 days a week with weekends off from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. A writing job. You'll be reviewing and checking for suitable books to sign, and for those that are appropriate, you'll inform the signing editor so they can invite the authors to sign with our platform. I roughly understand now, so it's an editorial position. Exactly, you know. Brother, I had a classmate who did that before, but she was just part-time. Oh, could you ask her if she would be interested in coming to our company? No problem, brother, I'll ask her. If she comes, she can all... Great. A month or 2 had passed, and the One-Yuan company was starting to take off with about 20 employees. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he visited Yaya. After lunch, Jiang Fan paid the bill and took Jiang Yuding out of the 5-star hotel. As they were about to get into the car, Li Ping and others also came out. Li Ping looked at Jiang Fan, who was driving a Lamborghini, with envy in her eyes. She envied Jiang Yuding for having such a good brother. Why didn't she have a brother as wealthy? When they returned home, Jiang Fan informed his parents about arranging for his sister to intern at his company. Hearing this, Jiang Zhenghao and the others naturally agreed. After all, their daughter was not small anymore and could indeed do an internship to prepare for entering society. Su Shui, upon hearing what Jiang Fan said, pondered that she should also intern at the company. Time flew by, and the classmate Jiang Yuding contacted also arrived at PD. She was a girl. Her name was Lin Danxian. Miss Lin, hello, welcome to PD. You must be Yuding's brother, right? Hello, Mr. Jiang. Regarding your joining our company, I believe my sister has informed you. Mr. Jiang, my sister has told me everything, but you know I'm a student and can only work part-time. No problem, you have experience in this area. If you join our company, you will need to help train the new employees, and as for the salary, I will give you 1500 a month. 15000. Mr. Jiang, that salary is much higher than what I earned at my previous part-time job, Lin Danxian exclaimed in surprise at the high salary. Our company's lowest salary for editors is 10000. Since you have experience in this area, the salary will naturally be higher, and we also offer commission. Let's walk and talk. I'll show you our company environment first. Okay, Mr. Jiang. As Jiang Fan walked, he asked Lin Danxian questions, while Jiang Yuding quietly followed behind. From Lin Danxian's words, it was clear that she indeed had substantial experience in this field, while Jiang Fan felt somewhat lacking in comparison. However, today, he learned quite a bit from Lin Danxian. After about 10 minutes, the three arrived outside the one. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang's company to have so many floors, and here the rooms are completely insulated from the noise of car horns, making it a relatively quiet location. Yes, I considered this aspect initially, which is why I invested in purchasing this building for the company. Buying an entire building, it seems Mr. Jiang is indeed quite wealthy. Let's not talk about that, let's go inside. All right. Upon arriving at the front desk and inquiring, the receptionist informed them that Li Yaojin was in the third-floor office. Jiang Fan nodded and took the two of them to the elevator heading to the third floor. Outside the door, Jiang Fan knocked, and a sweet voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing Kai Mingyu's words, Jiang Fan smiled and opened the door to enter. Yeah. Oh, it's Uncle Jiang. Why are you here? Kai Mingyu, who was leaning on the sofa, jumped off and ran to Jiang Fan, jumping into his arms in surprise. Haha, it's been a while since I came to see you. I just missed you, so I came to check in today. So yeah, have you been behaving? Uncle Jiang, I've been good. That's great. Where's your mom? Mom went to the 4th floor. She asked me to wait for her in the office. Oh, well, then let's wait here for your mother. Kai Mingyu held Jiang Fan's hand, looking aggrieved. How could that be? Mingyu is so cute and well-behaved. How could Uncle Jiang not like her? It's just that I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't come to see you. Look, I'm here to see you today, right? Jiang Fan picked her up, gently comforting her. Children are easy to soothe. As expected, upon hearing this, Mingyu instantly became joyful and appeared very happy. After Uncle chats with your mother, how about I take you out to play, okay? Good. Lin Danxian looked at Jiang Fan and the little girl in his arms with a somewhat peculiar expression. She didn't quite understand why a child was brought to the company. Where were her father and grandparents? No time to take care of her. But she kept this thought to herself, as it was someone else's business. Soon the sound of high heels echoed from outside. Hearing this, Mingyu exclaimed joyfully, Uncle Jiang, it's Mommy. Just as Kai Mingyu finished speaking, Li Yaojin walked in from outside, dressed in professional attire. Seeing Jiang Fan was somewhat unexpected. Mr. Jiang, how come you have time to come to the company? In her words, Jiang Fan sensed an undertone of reproach. Indeed, ever since he handed over the company to Li Yaojin, he had seldom come out, almost acting like a figurehead. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan smiled somewhat sheepishly. Presently today, we came not only to see Mingyu, but also to bring along 2 girls. Oh, good afternoon, ladies. My name is Li Yaojin. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Li. I am Lin Danxian. Miss Li, I am Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding. Are you Mr. Jiang's sister? Yes, I am Jiang Fan's sister. Jiang Yuding nodded. Li Yaojin looked at Jiang Fan, somewhat puzzled about why he brought his sister along. Presently, hey, race the thing, my sister is on summer break, so I thought of helping her find a job to gain some experience before entering society. After thinking it over, I realized our One-Yuan is a perfect fit, so I brought her here to have a look. As for Miss Lin, she is my sister's classmate and has experience as an editor from her previous part-time job. I see that sounds reasonable. If both of you are willing to intern at One-Yuan, I will make arrangements. Li Yaojin looked at both of them. Presently, please don't rush. Could you first share some details about the job with them? Upon hearing this, Li Yaojin shot Jiang Fan a glance. Wow, truly a figurehead. All right then, Miss Lin, Miss Jiang, let me first explain the job details. Li Yaojin had them sit down, and she also took a seat before starting her explanation. Looking at Li Yaojin now, she was completely different from when he first met her in Pingcheng. Now she exuded an aura of a strong woman. Uncle Jiang, where are we going to play later? Mingyu asked Jiang Fan quietly. Jiang Fan also quietly replied, wherever Mingyu wants to go, Uncle Jiang will take you, okay? Kai Mingyu was very happy and almost couldn't help but clap her hands. But she held back, not wanting to disturb her mother. After more than 10 minutes, Li Yaojin finally finished her explanation. How about it? Miss Lin, Miss Jiang, our company is much better than other companies, right? Indeed, Miss Li, I want to try to join One-Yuan. Lin Danxian nodded, slightly smiling. Good, welcome aboard. Miss Li, I also want to try to join One-Yuan. Seeing her classmates agree, Jiang Yuding hurriedly added. All right, welcome to both of you. However, tomorrow is Friday, so how about this, come to the company next Monday, and I will arrange work for you. Okay. Uncle Jiang, has Mommy finished talking? She should be done. Can we go out to play now? Then Mingyu, tell your mother. Mommy, I want to go out to play with Uncle Jiang, Mingyu said sweetly. If you want to go, then go ahead. Li Yaojin pondered for a moment before agreeing. These days, due to work, her daughter often played in the office, and she could only accompany her after work or on weekends. Now that Jiang Fan was willing to take her out to play, she couldn't refuse her daughter, especially since no one else had been there to play with her recently. So she had to agree. Yay, Uncle Jiang, let's go quickly. Seeing her mother agree, Kai Mingyu eagerly urged. Okay, let's go. Then President Li'll take your daughter out to play. All right, be careful on the road, Mr. Jiang, and ensure Mingyu doesn't run around. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. Mommy, bye-bye. Mingyu, bye-bye. Watching her daughter leave with Jiang Fan, Li Yaojin sat on the sofa and sighed softly. Mingyu, where do you want to go to play? Uncle Jiang, I want to go to the amusement park and then have ice cream and watermelon. All right, Uncle Jiang will buy those for you, but you can't eat too much ice cream and watermelon as it's not good for your health. Mingyu understands. Jiang Fan led Kai Mingyu ahead, while Lin Danxian and Jiang Yuding followed behind. Yuding, seeing how much your brother loves children, could that Li Yaojin be your brothers? Hey Danchuan, don't say that. If my sister-in-law hears, she will get mad. I heard my brother say that he met Li Yaojin in Pingcheng. At that time, my brother heard that Miss Li's relationship with her husband wasn't good and that they were always arguing about divorce. Since Miss Li was a former businesswoman, my brother invited her to Modu. After Miss Li divorced her husband, she came to work in my brother's company. Oh, I see. I was just wondering why the little girl's father and grandparents weren't taking care of her. It turns out to be like this. But looking at how close the little girl is to your brother, she might even consider him a father, Lin Danxian said with a laugh. It seems your brother really likes children. Why not let your sister-in-law have one? My sister-in-law is still in school. After this winter vacation they will get engaged. However, having children is a matter for my brother and his wife. It depends on them. Jiang Yuding shook her head. On the way, Jiang Fan bought Ye an ice cream and a small pack of tissues to spare her from getting sticky residue around her mouth. Fortunately, Li Yaojin had taught her well, though overjoyed by the ice cream in her hands, Ye ate it slowly and neatly, unlike many children who would smear it all over their faces. Ye, Uncle Jiang will take you to the amusement park. Let's go quickly, Uncle Jiang. Kai Mingyue beamed. She thought Uncle Jiang was truly kind. Back home, whenever she longed to go out and play, no one ever accompanied her. Only her mother, when free, would take her along. At that thought, Kai Mingyue impulsively planted a kiss on Jiang Fan's cheek. He blinked in mild surprise, glanced at her, and then smiled warmly. Indeed, such a sweet little girl could lift anyone's spirits. Jiang Fan mused that once Su Shui graduated he would marry her, and soon after they would have a daughter. They say a daughter is her father's little down jacket, warm, tender, and irreplaceable. Before long they arrived at the amusement park, purchased tickets, and stepped inside. The park bustled with children that day. Yea, what would you like to ride? Yea wants to ride the carousel. Kai Mingyue surveyed the surroundings, paused thoughtfully, and then declared, eyes sparkling with excitement. Considering she was only 5, Jiang Fan decided to join her on the ride. All right, let's go. Let's ride the carousel. At the carousel, the attendant explained safety instructions. Jiang Fan then lifted her gently onto a horse and settled himself beside her. Jiang Yuding and the others also climbed aboard. Moments later, the carousel began to turn, and Ye's joy swelled with every rotation. After a while, Jiang Fan took her to other child-friendly attractions. Over 2 hours passed before Ye grew tired, nestling drowsily into Jiang Fan's arms, too weary to walk on her own. Jiang Fan understood she had played long enough. He carried her, accompanied by his younger sisters, to a bubble tea shop and ordered 4 cups. Tired, Ye? Let's rest a while before playing again. Uncle Jiang, you're so good to me. Kai Mingyue wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled affectionately against his chest. A girl as adorable as you deserves nothing less, my dear niece. After lingering at the tea shop for a short while, they moved on to a ring toss game booth featuring plush toys. 4 10-yuan players received 10 rings. Whatever toy a ring landed on, Pink Bear included, was theirs to keep. Ye's gaze instantly locked onto a large rosy pink teddy bear resting on the ground. Noticing her rapt attention, Jiang Fan chuckled softly. Shall we give it a try, Ye? Really, Uncle? Absolutely. We'll try together. Sir, 10 yuan, please. Right away, sir. After paying, Jiang Fan accepted the 10 rings and handed them to Kai Mingyue. Here, you give it a go. See if you can land one on the bear. Okay, Uncle Jiang. Beaming, Ye seized a ring and hurled it toward the pink bear with all her might. Her first toss fell short, landing barely half a meter from the bear, still more than half a meter away. Don't give up, Ye. Keep trying. Jiang Fan encouraged gently. Soon only 2 rings remained in her hand, and as yet neither had found its mark. Her face dimmed with quiet disappointment. Uncle Jiang, Ye can't do it. Please help Ye. She gazed up at him wide-eyed and pleading. Well, all right, I'll give it a shot. Jiang Fan took the 2 remaining rings. With a light flick of his wrist, the first skimmed past the bear's side. Now holding just 1 ring, he drew a slow, steady breath and released it with delicate precision. Ye watched, heart pounding, as the ring soared toward the pink bear. Please, please land. It arced gracefully downward, settling perfectly over the bear's neck and slipping snugly into place. The moment it landed, Ye squealed with unrestrained joy. Uncle Jiang is amazing. Seeing her radiant delight, Jiang Fan smiled, a soft, genuine warmth spreading across his features. Congratulations, sir. You've won the bear. The vendor, delighted by the successful toss, brought the rosy pink teddy bear straight to Jiang Fan and Ye. Here, Ye, take it. Thank you, sir. Haha, my pleasure, my pleasure. Clutching the plush bear tightly, Ye beamed, utterly content. Watching the pure happiness bloom across her face, Jiang Fan reflected inwardly, indeed, whether child or woman, pink held an enduring charm. Ye loved it, Schwer did too, and even his younger sister adored anything rosy-hued. They strolled idly a while longer, until reaching a set of swings. Ye seated herself, and Jiang Fan stood behind, pushing her gently. Ye, did you enjoy today? Yes, I'm so happy. She spoke with unguarded joy, yet moments later her tone softened with wistfulness. Uncle Jiang, will you bring me again next time? Of course, I'll take you whenever I'm free and you wish to come. Ye? Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Mommy, I want that. From nearby, a little boy tugged insistently at his mother's sleeve, pointing emphatically at Ye's pink bear. However, that belongs to someone else. If you like it, Mommy will buy you one. How's that? No, I want that one. Just ask the girl, she'll sell it to us. At her words, the boy stamped his foot, his expression shifting instantly, tears already welling as if daring her to refuse. Alright, mommy will ask. But if they say no, we must accept it, okay? Let's go now. His mother led him over. Excuse me, sir. My son has taken a strong liking to your daughter's pink bear. Might we purchase it from you? Oh, because your son wants it, must I hand it over? No, I won't sell it. Jiang Fan glanced at them coolly and shook his head with a faint dismissive smile. How ersy. They won't part with it. Let's go. The mother turned apologetically to her son, only for him to erupt in full-blown tantrum. No, I want it. Sir, please, he truly desires it. Name your price. I'll pay whatever you ask. So, you'll grant him anything he demands. What if tomorrow he asks to fly to the moon? Will you commission a rocket? Jiang Fan curled his lips slightly, dismissing with quiet disdain the mother's permissive parenting philosophy. To indulge every whim at this age breeds unchecked entitlement later in life. Yeah, see that, boy? You must never cry or throw fits to get what you want from mommy, understand? Jiang Fan gently reminded her. Uncle Yaya won't. I promise. Kai Mingyu clutched her pink bear tighter, her small fingers curling protectively around its soft fur. This was given to her by Uncle Jiang, and he vowed he would never sell it to anyone else. The little boy sat down on the ground, kicking his legs and crying loudly. What's wrong? At that moment, a middle-aged man holding a milk tea hurried over and, seeing his son crying on the ground, looked at him with concern. Woo, daddy, I want that. The little boy pointed at the large bear in Kai Mingyu's hands, crying. Sir, since my son wants it, could you please give it to him? No matter the price, I will buy it. The boy's father, feeling sorry for his son, looked at Jiang Fan and spoke. As I said, if he wants it, that's his business. Whether we sell it is ours. Sir, how about this? 100 yuan, I will buy the bear from your daughter's hands. No sale. 300. No sale. 500. Hee, you seem to be quite a man. Don't you know that some things cannot be bought with money? Sir, I am Guanxiong. Are you really refusing to give me face? Face? With you? What great face you have, I am so afraid. Hee. It seems this gentleman doesn't understand the weight of my name. I, Guanxiong, am the chairman of Yangshan Technology, the 6th largest group in Modu. Oh, chairman of Yangshan Technology, I have indeed heard of it. So how about it? I, Guanxiong, have the money. As long as you are willing to sell that bear to me, I would even pay 1,000. You should know that for you young people, 1,000 yuan is about enough for a month's living expenses. Besides, that pink bear you bought seems to only be worth a few dozen yuan. I don't know about others, but as for my living expenses, it's around a few 100 million a month, Jiang Fan replied casually. A few 100 million a month. Buffed a few 100 million a month, yet buying a bear worth just a few dozen yuan for his daughter. Ha. Upon hearing this, Guanxiong suddenly burst into laughter. I don't want to be like some people who buy whatever their son wants. Although this bear is indeed not worth much, as long as Yaya likes it, that's enough. Young people just love to boast. 1,000 yuan for that pink bear of yours. He not for sale? What can you— Since you are unwilling to sell, then fine. It seems I have to show my financial power, otherwise I will lose face today. In that case, I'll contact the manager here and buy this amusement park, ensuring you can't come into play again. Guanxiong, seeing that he was still unwilling to sell, and with more and more people gathering around, did not wish to lose face, and threatened him. Oh, you want to buy the amusement park, so we can't play here anymore? That's perfect. I also plan to buy this amusement park, so you can't come again. Young people just love to boast. Do you think you're rich? What can you compare with me? Guanxiong laughed heartily, calling over a staff member to ask for the manager's phone number, then dialed it. Before long, the manager arrived. You are Chun Xiaofeng, Manager Chen, right? Guanxiong asked when he saw him. Yes, Mr. Guan. What can I do for you? Manager Chen asked, puzzled. I want to buy your amusement park. Just name a price. Buy our amusement park. Mr. Guan, we have no intention of selling it. Manager Chen shook his head in confusion upon hearing this. What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it? Guanxiong glared, staring intently at him. Mr. Guan, I never said that. It's just that our amusement park does not plan to sell at this time. Manager Chen. 100 million. Guanxiong would not continue listening, directly stating a price. Mr. Guan, this. Manager Chen, your amusement park is worth at most a few tens of millions, while offering 100 million is already a lot. 150 million, Jiang Fan said leisurely from the side. Young man, what do you mean by this? Guanxiong, hearing that he dared to call such a high price, looked very displeased. Didn't I just tell you that I also want to buy this amusement park? Based on you. Do you have the money? I don't have much money. I only have a few 100 million as pocket money each month. A few 100 million should be enough to buy this amusement park, right? Jiang Fan crossed his arms, wearing a broad smile. A few 100 million pocket money a month, boasting without any basis. Are you not afraid of being laughed at? Whether you believe it or not, it's none of my business. Manager Chen, 150 million. I want this amusement park. Hey gentlemen, I really don't have any plans to sell the amusement park. Seeing that both of them wanted to buy, Manager Chen helplessly shook his head. Manager Chen, I am the chairman of Yangshan Group. Being able to buy your amusement park is looking highly upon you. Are you really not going to give me this face? As for that person, he's just a boastful one. You don't need to pay attention to him. Are you boasting about your identity again? Since you want to play, I'll accompany you. Manager Chun, I am the chairman of both Guangyao Group and Anmei Group. My name is Jiang Fan. Since we are going to play, let's play to the end. Chairman of Guangyao Group and Anmei Group, haha, young people really love to boast. I could also say, I am the chairman of Longting Group. Hee with you want to be the chairman of Longting Group. To put it bluntly, the chairman of Longting Group is my uncle and his daughter is my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, I can make a call to check. However, if this call goes through and your Yangshan Group has a cooperative relationship with Longting Group, I'm afraid that relationship will be lost because of you. Do you think I would believe your words? I also have the chairman of Longting Group's phone number, so no need to bother you. I'll call him to ask if he has such a son-in-law as you. As he spoke, Guan Xiong took out his phone and dialed Su Bai. Soon the call was connected, and Guan Xiong politely greeted him, then inquired about the name Jiang Fan. After a while, Guan Xiong's expression changed, looking at Jiang Fan with surprise in his eyes. From Su Bai's words, he finally understood Jiang Fan's true identity. He was indeed the chairman of both Guangyao and Anmei Groups, and he was also Su Bai's son-in-law. The strength of this young man was unexpectedly formidable. Today he offended him, and if Su Bai found out, would Jiang Fan ask Su Bai for help to deal with his Yangshan Group? Guan Xiong now felt extremely worried and a bit regretful. He regretted having mocked this young man earlier.